Zeke Draker had been born into the famous House Draker, a noble family whose name carried enormous weight, a bloodline remembered throughout history because generation after generation had produced legendary warriors who hunted and slew dragons. Yet the glory that should have surrounded someone born into such an extraordinary house never remained in Zeke's hands for very long. That proud family name, instead of protecting him, soon became the very thing that crushed him. The reason was simple and cruel. Zeke could not handle a sword the way a true Draker was expected to, and because of that one failure, his own family quickly judged him as worthless and pushed him aside. While his ancestors had stood proudly as terrifying knights, Zeke awakened something completely different, a healing power that others dismissed as cursed, shameful, and utterly useless. But Zeke refused to accept a life where he stayed weak and discarded forever. Leaving behind the home that had rejected him, he crossed one continent after another, wandering through unfamiliar lands while desperately searching for any road that could lead him to genuine strength. After that long, exhausting journey filled with desperation and struggle, Zeke finally found himself standing before an ancient relic, an artifact so priceless and mysterious that even the Emperor himself desired to claim it. However, before Zeke could even begin to grasp what the relic truly was, or awaken whatever power had been sealed deep within it, Imperial soldiers closed in around him without warning, trapping him in a sudden ambush. The injuries they carved into his body were horrific. Bloodied and torn apart by wounds far too severe, Zeke reached the point where even his own healing magic could no longer repair the damage fast enough. And then, just as death seemed ready to swallow him completely, the ancient relic suddenly stirred to life. A mysterious upgrade system burst awake, twisting time itself backward and restoring Zeke's wounded body to the younger form he once had. Along with that impossible return to the past, the ancient powers that had been lying dormant somewhere deep inside him also began to awaken, as if something long asleep had finally opened its eyes. From that moment forward, Zeke Draker's true story began once again. His second chance brought him back to the very place where everything had first started to fall apart, the Draker household's training institution, known as the Cradle. But before anyone could truly understand the burden Zeke carried, they first needed to understand just how overwhelming the power of his bloodline really was. House Draker was not merely a famous noble family. It stood as one of the three great transcendent households, and its fearsome reputation could be traced all the way back to its mighty founding ancestor, Tarakan Draker. 1,000 years in the past, Tarakan had risen as a hero after slaying the wicked dragon Bahamut. That single legendary achievement etched his name into history and secured the Draker family's authority for generations. From that era onward, nearly every descendant of House Draker inherited the blessing of Aura. With that power awakening inside them, they naturally grew into exceptional warriors, standing above ordinary fighters, almost as if it were their birthright. Every descendant received that sacred blessing. Every single one, except Zeke. Zeke had entered the world without Aura, and in a proud family like House Draker, that one missing gift was enough to make everyone look at him as an outsider unworthy of the name. Now, after being sent back into his younger body, Zeke lay quietly on his bed, surprisingly calm despite everything that had happened, but that fragile stillness shattered the moment a sudden system notification flashed before his eyes, jolting him fully awake. Before his thoughts could even catch up, his body moved on pure instinct. He shot upright from the bed, his senses sharpening all at once as if danger had appeared right in front of him. Zeke's eyes immediately swept across the room, cutting from one corner to the next as he searched for any sign that someone had broken in. After a short, tense pause, he decided it must have been his imagination. But then more system windows began appearing one after another, glowing directly in his vision, and one message in particular made his face tighten. It declared that his soul had merged with the will of the Elder Dragon, giving him partial authority over the system. As the activation process completed, countless luminous panels flooded his sight, and the first window displayed his stats, his class, and a unique ability known as Draconian Skill, a power that could only be unlocked after he collected 10 karma points. The issue was that, right at that moment, Zeke had not gained a single one. His karma points were displayed clearly before him, sitting at an absolute 0. Once the first wave of confusion faded, curiosity began to take over. Zeke carefully tested the system, moving through the windows one function at a time, until he slowly started to understand how each panel reacted to his thoughts. Of everything listed inside the administration status window, there was one detail that caught Zeke's attention more strongly than anything else: his class skill. And there was a very simple reason why that specific term made him stop and stare. The word came from the ancient Draconic language, belonging to a classification system so old and forgotten that almost no one living in the present era could still properly understand it. Zeke remembered learning about it from his master. She had once told him that people in the ancient world divided themselves according to their natural strengths, and each class developed its own specialized techniques, which were called skills. So when the system identified Zeke as a healer, the class ability attached to him was exactly what he expected to see: healing. The moment Zeke saw that familiar word, memories of his ruthless training came crashing back into his mind. His master had been a woman who never gave him even the smallest trace of mercy, pushing him to the edge of death over and over again, and forcing him to mend his own broken body countless times. The agony he endured under her was nearly impossible to bear, and yet that same merciless training was what eventually forged him into the powerful healer he later became. To see whether the system's display was truly accurate, Zeke gathered his focus and activated the ability himself. The answer came instantly, and it left him stunned. His healing power responded without the slightest delay. That should have been impossible. In his previous life, Zeke had not awakened as a healer until he was already in his 20s, after his Aether Hall had finally opened. Back then, the opening of his Aether Hall had been the decisive turning point, the moment that finally allowed his healing ability to surface properly. But in this new life, the meaning was clear. His Aether Hall was already open from the very beginning, long before it should have been. Zeke had not simply returned to the past with all the memories of his former life intact. His abilities had returned with him, too, placing a hidden advantage in his hands that no one around him could possibly anticipate. Just as Zeke was about to dig deeper into the system and test more of its functions, a voice suddenly called his name from outside the room, followed by a firm knock against the door. A flash of panic ran through him. Zeke hurried to shut every system window hovering before his eyes, desperate to erase them before anyone entered, and noticed something strange. But the person waiting outside showed no intention of waiting for permission. The door opened almost immediately, as if stepping into Zeke's room was already a natural right. The man who entered was Decker, Zeke's exclusive servant. Standing with his usual rigid posture and sharp, unforgiving expression, he had come to confirm whether his young master was ready for an important event. There was only one problem. Zeke had no idea what event Decker was talking about. Zeke's blank reaction instantly grated on Decker's nerves. The servant's gaze sharpened until it became almost piercing, the kind of look that could make most people instinctively lower their heads. To Decker, the idea that his young master had forgotten such an important day clearly pushed his patience to the breaking point. At the same time, Zeke's younger body began trembling without permission. Even though his mind now belonged to a 32-year-old man, this body still carried the old fear from his first life, when Decker had always been someone who terrified him. Then, in the middle of that tense silence, one of Zeke's class skills activated by itself: composed mind. Almost immediately, the trembling stopped, and the fear that had been showing on his face disappeared as if it had never been there. The skill forced its user's mind to remain untouched by panic, pressure, or intimidation, allowing Zeke to stay calm no matter what situation he faced. Seeing it trigger automatically, Zeke could not help but recognize just how useful that ability truly was. Meanwhile, Decker continued speaking in his stern tone, reminding Zeke again and again how important the upcoming event was. But Zeke simply stood there in silence, his face now composed and unreadable. Only after Decker repeated himself several times did Zeke finally answer. In a quiet, controlled voice, he admitted that he remembered what day it was. And the truth was, Zeke remembered it far too clearly. This was the day of the evaluation test, known as pancration. But to understand why that name carried such heavy meaning, one first had to understand how the Draker training system inside the cradle actually functioned. Starting at the age of 7, every child of House Draker was forced into 5 full years of harsh training, drilling the fundamentals of combat into their bodies until movement, defense, and attack became second nature. Every year, those students were put through severe evaluations, tests designed to measure how well they had developed their swordsmanship and their hand-to-hand fighting skills. Among all of those evaluations, pancration was the most important and the most brutal. It was a no-rules battle where almost anything was permitted. Most of the time, instructors decided who would fight whom, though students could also challenge each other if both sides agreed. Since there were practically no restrictions, injuries were almost guaranteed, and in rare cases, some students never came out alive. Even so, participation was mandatory for everyone because the results determined their class placement within the academy. At last, the day of pancration arrived. Inside the massive amphitheater, the students gathered in restless clusters, their voices blending together into a noisy mix of nervous tension and excited anticipation. At the very center of the arena stood Instructor Pan Mark, the head instructor. His sharp eyes moved across the gathered students before he reminded them that this was the final stage of their evaluation. Students responded with a thunderous shout, their voices crashing together and echoing throughout the amphitheater with such force that even the instructor's attention was drawn toward them. But among the crowd of gathered students, a few soon noticed Zeke standing there. Almost immediately, whispers began to spread. Some of them smirked openly and mocked him under their breath, laughing at the fact that he had actually dared to show up again after the humiliation he had suffered the previous year. Before long, the duels finally began for real, and the air inside the huge amphitheater seemed to tighten all at once as the first fighters stepped into the arena. The very first match was over almost as soon as it began. It ended so abruptly that several of the watching students barely even had time to understand what had just happened. A student named Aaron walked in, closed the distance without hesitation, and drove one sharp uppercut straight into his opponent's body. In a single clean motion, he knocked the other student unconscious before the fight could gather even the slightest momentum. The students around the arena stared at the scene in stunned admiration, clearly impressed by how easily Aaron had ended it. But Zeke Draker watched the whole thing with a calm, almost bored expression, completely untouched by the excitement around him. To Zeke, that kind of fight was not something worth reacting to anymore. He still remembered the time when pancreation had filled him with fear, when every match looked like a nightmare waiting to drag him under. But after all the brutal experiences he had survived in his previous life, the combat in front of him now felt almost immature. As the matches went on one after another, Zeke kept yawning, waiting for his own turn, with the lazy attitude of someone watching an event that barely concerned him. But across the arena, one student had been staring at him the entire time, Leon Conrad, whose eyes stayed locked on Zeke as if he had been waiting for this moment all day. Eventually, Zeke's name was called, and just as expected, the opponent announced with him was Leon. While Zeke casually rubbed at his sleepy eyes, Leon wasted no time closing in with both insults and clenched fists, dragging up the humiliation Zeke had suffered the year before. And of course, Zeke remembered it. That memory was still painfully sharp. The image of his younger self begging Leon for mercy. The helpless Zeke who had once trembled in front of Leon belonged to another time. That weak version of him had already been left behind in the past. Leon had been arranged as Zeke's opponent year after year, so Zeke knew him far too well. He knew Leon's petty tricks, his ugly arrogance, and the spoiled pride that came from having a rotten family standing behind him. In Zeke's mind, it was obvious that Leon had worked things out behind the scenes to make sure they would face each other again. Honestly, Zeke would have rather dealt with a loyal dog that might bite than a cousin like Leon. In his previous life, he had never even been given the chance to meet his 4 direct siblings. What he did have, though, was an endless supply of cousins, and most of them had never missed a chance to treat him like an easy target whenever he appeared in front of them. Leon called out to him again, his voice thick with mockery as he threw one insult after another, deliberately bringing up Zeke's disgraceful defeat from the previous year. With a sneer on his face, Leon even asked whether that humiliation still had not been enough to frighten Zeke away from pancreation for good. But no matter how much Leon kept talking, Zeke's face remained unchanged. Thanks to composed mind, his thoughts stayed steady, his breathing stayed even, and his emotions refused to be shaken. Still, being calm did not mean Zeke was willing to tolerate everything. He could let plenty of things pass, but even he had a limit to how much disrespect he would quietly endure. When Zeke finally answered in a short, icy tone, the response only poured more oil onto Leon's temper. His anger flared, and in the next moment, he crossed the line completely. Without warning, Leon reached out and grabbed Zeke by the head, trying to shove him down and make a public show of who was supposed to be standing above whom in that arena. That choice turned out to be a disastrous mistake. Before Leon could even grasp what had changed, Zeke's fist slammed straight into his face and hurled him backward, and in that single instant, the entire amphitheater went completely silent. That devastating hit was not just an ordinary punch thrown because Zeke had lost his temper. The blow had been enhanced by critical strike, a skill that greatly amplified the damage of an attack. But the skill was not without risk. If the strike missed or failed to land properly, it could leave the user open and give the opponent a chance to counterattack. This time, however, Zeke's fist connected perfectly. There was no opening for Leon to exploit, no chance for him to recover. He collapsed onto the ground, twisting in pain as he clutched his injured face. Zeke stood still for a brief moment and looked down at him, realizing that he had only intended to knock Leon unconscious. Activating critical strike by accident had not been part of his plan, but the punch had already landed, and there was no undoing it now. The instructor quickly rushed over to inspect the injured brat, scolding Zeke for attacking before the match had officially started. Zeke, however, did not appear even remotely troubled. Instead, he calmly asked why permission was necessary when both fighters had already stepped into the arena. After all, in an actual fight, the first person to move was the one who seized the advantage. So why would anyone willingly give that up? As Zeke spoke, a sharp and dangerous pressure began spreading from him, and the killing intent radiating off his body was intense enough to make the instructor visibly tremble. At that moment, Leon hurriedly forced himself to speak, insisting to the instructor that everything that happened was fair and pancration. If Leon backed away now, the humiliation would be impossible to endure. Desperate to reclaim even a small piece of his pride, he demanded that the match be officially started. The instant the signal was finally given, Leon rushed straight ahead without thinking, throwing his body toward Zeke in a reckless charge. It was yet another terrible decision. Zeke faced him head-on once more, stepping into the attack and driving another punch directly into Leon's face. But this time, Leon felt no pain at all. Just a second earlier, the memory of that first devastating hit had terrified him, making him dread taking another blow. Once Leon realized that Zeke's second punch had not hurt him, his foolish confidence surged back almost immediately. He convinced himself that the first hit must have been nothing more than lucky timing. As long as he stayed alert and guarded himself properly, Leon believed Zeke Draker would never be a real threat. Then Leon noticed a subtle shift in Zeke's stance, the slight movement of his body showing that he was preparing to strike again with his left hand. Reading that motion, Leon ducked at the perfect moment, slipping beneath the incoming attack before latching onto Zeke and trying to slam him down against the arena floor. But in the very next instant, Leon was hit by a strike so fast that even the spectators watching closely could not follow what had happened. His entire body jolted violently from the impact, the force rattling through him so hard that his face went blank with shock. Even the instructor, who had been certain Leon had just seized the advantage, froze where he stood with a stunned expression, unable to understand how the flow of the fight had reversed so suddenly. Zeke had slipped out of Leon's hold with frightening precision and struck him cleanly on the chin. Leon's mistake had been believing Zeke was trapped and lowering his guard for even the briefest moment. But Zeke had never lost concentration, not even once. The focus, timing, and accuracy needed to land such a perfect counter were already extraordinary by themselves. As the instructor watched the exchange unfold, the certainty he had always carried began to crack. He found himself wondering whether this was truly the same Zeke Draker everyone had dismissed for so long. Leon, on the other hand, was beginning to fall apart. That heavy blow had scrambled his senses, leaving his body swaying and his mind unable to properly process what was happening. Before Leon could even make sense of the shock, another strike slammed into him. The force sent him staggering backward, but Leon clenched his teeth, forced his unsteady body to hold its balance, and threw a desperate punch in return. At that exact critical moment, another one of Zeke's class skills activated on its own, heightened sense. The ability sharpened his perception to an unbelievable degree, making every movement in front of him appear dramatically slower, 960 frames per second. With Leon's punch crawling toward him as though it were dragging through thick air, dodging it became almost effortless for Zeke. As Leon's fist swept past without touching him, Zeke caught the extended arm, turned his own body into position, and slammed Leon hard into the ground. The impact was absolutely merciless. Leon crashed into the floor with such destructive force that the ground beneath him split and cracked outward from the point of impact. At the same time, another skill activated, Precise Stab, an ability that guided Zeke toward an enemy's weak points and helped him deliver the greatest possible damage. With Leon trapped beneath him and completely at his mercy, Zeke tightened his fist, preparing to smash it down into Leon's face without holding anything back. Leon's earlier confidence disappeared in an instant. Panic flooded his face as he desperately begged Zeke to stop. But Zeke did not pause, not even for a heartbeat. Zeke's fist dropped straight down onto Leon's face, landing squarely with enough power to leave him utterly destroyed. The sheer brutality of that final blow left the instructor drenched in cold sweat, while every student seated around the amphitheater remained frozen in stunned, breathless silence. For Zeke Draker, that final punch brought a satisfaction so deep it almost washed through his entire body. After spending years being bullied, laughed at, and forced to swallow humiliation, he had finally turned the whole situation upside down with his own fists. And it was not only about crushing Leon Conrad. That brutal victory was also a message, one loud enough for every student in the amphitheater to understand. From this point on, the rest of his cousins would have no choice but to hesitate before trying to toy with him again. Of course, whether they actually learned from what they had just seen did not matter much to Zeke, because if any of them were stupid enough to step into his path anyway, Zeke was fully prepared to beat that mistake into their bodies so deeply that they would remember it for the rest of their lives. Even after watching Leon Conrad get crushed so miserably, there were still fools who failed to read the mood. One particularly arrogant punk, Jaken Wardek, stepped out from among the students and boldly challenged Zeke to a pancration match. Jaken was clearly burning to prove himself. His eyes carried that obvious hunger to overpower Zeke in front of everyone, as if defeating him by force would erase the shock spreading through the arena. Zeke, however, found the whole challenge almost laughable. Fighting Jaken by himself sounded so boring that Zeke decided to make things more interesting on his own. With a relaxed look on his face, he offered Jaken permission to bring someone along, just so the match would not end too easily. Then, without missing a beat, Zeke called out another student by name, Liam Stone. At this point in time, Liam Stone was treated as little more than Jaken's follower, the quiet yes-man who always stayed close behind him. So when Zeke casually suggested that Liam join in, the words struck Jaken's pride like a slap across the face. It was basically the same as Zeke declaring in front of everyone that Jaken was too weak to fight him alone, and for someone as arrogant and prideful as Jaken Wardek, being told he needed help to defeat Zeke was an insult he could barely swallow. But Zeke did not stop after landing that first provocation. He kept pressing right where it hurt the most, calmly feeding the anger already burning in Jaken's eyes. By then, Jaken was practically boiling over. His patience had completely snapped, and his fists were already tightening as he prepared to shut Zeke's mouth through force. As the fighters moved into the arena, the instructor turned a sharp glare toward Zeke and gave him a clear warning not to make a move before the official signal was given. Zeke only smirked in response, because in the end, Jaken really had brought his servant along after all. To Zeke, that little detail made the match feel far more entertaining than before. In Zeke's previous life, Liam Stone had not remained some nameless follower. He had grown into a warrior of extraordinary fame, a man powerful enough to earn the title of mercenary king. Back then, Liam had served under Jaken Wardek and entered the cradle through the academy. But since he was only a distant relative, his education had been neglected again and again, leaving him starved for a real opportunity to develop his talent. Liam had once begged for the chance to study at Valhalla, desperately reaching for a better path. But instead, fate pushed him into the Knight Order of the small nation of Baranon. When Baranon eventually collapsed, Liam was forced onto another road and became a mercenary. In the chaos of those times, raw strength naturally attracted people, and Liam had more than enough of it. After surviving one battlefield after another, Liam built a name for himself as a Red Knight, and eventually created the Stone Mercenaries. By bringing together the three largest mercenary factions, he secured his position at the top and became known as the Mercenary King. Later on, when the Empire hired the Stone Mercenaries, Liam joined the Continental Wars. There, he became a terrifying enemy who stood in the way of Zeke and the Northerners. But this time, Zeke had absolutely no intention of letting Liam walk that same path again. The moment the instructor gave the signal, Jaken rushed forward and threw a powerful punch, his fist cutting through the air as he aimed straight for Zeke. But Zeke did not so much as flinch. He caught the incoming blow with almost insulting ease, stopping Jaken's fist in place as if there had never been any real force behind it. Jaken immediately pulled his hand back and switched into a kick, trying to follow up before Zeke could react. But that second attack backfired in the worst possible way. The instant his leg made contact, a sharp, burning pain shot through Jaken's body, making the confidence in his expression crack. Jaken had slammed his leg against the reinforced barrier surrounding Zeke's elbow. Instead of damaging Zeke, he had ended up injuring himself badly. Still staggering from the shock, Jaken barely had enough time to understand what had happened before Zeke rushed forward, his fist beginning to glow as an activated skill gathered power around it. Panic flashed across Jaken's face. He instantly raised both arms to protect his head from the incoming strike, but he had completely misunderstood where Zeke was aiming. Zeke had never been targeting Jaken's face in the first place. Instead, he drove the attack straight into Jaken's already injured leg, striking the damaged spot with ruthless precision exactly where it would hurt the most. Jaken barely had time to register that fresh wave of pain before Zeke followed up with a crushing punch into his ribs, the impact hitting so hard that blood burst from his mouth. The same arrogant fighter who had stepped forward so confidently was now sprawled across the arena floor, his pride stripped away in front of everyone watching. Humiliation and rage twisted together on Jaken's face. Unable to accept what had happened, he snapped at his sidekick and ordered Liam Stone to finish Zeke off immediately. And with that command, it was finally Liam's turn to step into the fight. As Liam moved forward, a heavy and unmistakable killing intent began to radiate from him, changing the air around the arena in an instant. The most dangerous thing about facing Liam was his ridiculous reach. If Zeke allowed him to make the first move, the entire rhythm of the battle could shift against him before he had a chance to recover. Understanding that clearly, Zeke chose to seize the initiative first, moving before Liam could fully take advantage of that reach. He shot forward in a rapid assault using a skill called Slash, his body moving so quickly across the arena that, for a moment, It almost seemed to blur. Then Zeke unleashed a fierce barrage of punches, striking over and over again without giving Liam even a small opening to breathe. The speed of Zeke's attacks disturbed Liam's vision and forced him to stay on the defensive. Even so, it was obvious from the atmosphere that the real fight had only just begun. The students watching from the sidelines could hardly believe the sight unfolding in front of them. A cold sense of despair slowly spread through the crowd as they realized just how overwhelming Zeke Draker's strength truly was. They were curious, stunned, and utterly confused all at once because none of them had ever seen anyone fight in such a strange and explosive way before. In a world where swords ruled the battlefield and warriors built their pride around blades, someone who fought purely with his fists was almost unheard of. Zeke's technique was impressive without question. But even that sharp and relentless movement was beginning to put a serious strain on his body. And yet the burden on Zeke's body was not even the greatest problem. The true obstacle standing in front of him was Liam Stone's monstrous physique. Liam did not counterattack. He did not try to dodge. He simply planted his feet firmly, lifted his guard, and absorbed every single hit Zeke threw at him. If Liam was already this tough in the present, Zeke could only imagine how terrifying he would become in the future, when he ruled the battlefield as the mercenary king. Realizing that ordinary attacks were not breaking through Liam's defense, Zeke decided to pour everything he had into one final devastating blow, a strike powerful enough to smash through that sturdy guard no matter how tough Liam was. But the moment Zeke launched the attack, Liam avoided it with infuriating ease. He did not flinch, and he did not even bother turning his head. He simply redirected the strike as though it meant nothing, and that calm arrogance immediately irritated Zeke. Before Zeke Draker could properly recover or adjust his stance, Liam Stone seized the opening right in front of him. With terrifying raw strength, Liam grabbed hold of Zeke and hoisted him high into the air, clearly preparing to crush him down against the arena floor through sheer brute force. But Zeke had no intention of simply letting himself be thrown around like a helpless rag doll. Even while his body was hanging in midair, his mind moved fast, and he twisted sharply before driving a precise strike straight toward Liam's head. At that exact moment, Zeke's class skill, heightened sense, triggered once again. His perception sharpened dramatically, allowing him to catch the tiny gap he had created and use it before Liam could fully react. In the next flash of movement, Zeke wrapped both legs tightly around Liam's neck. He locked himself in place with a firm grip, cutting off Liam's breathing before the larger fighter could shake him free. No matter how unbelievably tough Liam Stone's body was, even someone built like him could not continue fighting properly once oxygen stopped reaching his brain. But Zeke had miscalculated one crucial thing. He had underestimated just how dangerous Liam could still be, even while trapped in a chokehold. Liam answered with frightening violence, hammering Zeke over and over again with brutal blows that crashed into him one after another without the slightest mercy. That relentless barrage tore through Zeke's body, each impact sending pain exploding through him until blood burst from his mouth and every nerve screamed under Liam's full-force attacks. Even so, Liam's overwhelming strength slowly began to fade. With every passing second, his movements grew heavier and slower. His powerful body started weakening as the lack of air dragged him closer and closer to the edge. At last, Liam could no longer hold out. His body finally gave way, and he collapsed unconscious on the arena floor, defeated by the chokehold that had drained him completely. All around the arena, the spectators were left utterly speechless, their breaths caught in their throats as they stared at the result in disbelief. The sheer intensity of the battle had overwhelmed them. Everyone sat frozen, stunned by the brutal exchange they had just witnessed. But somewhere within that shaken crowd, one student stood out from the rest. She was not trembling, and she did not look frightened like the others. Instead, her eyes were shining with excitement, as if that fierce battle had ignited something inside her. Rather than being scared of Zeke Draker's strength, she looked as though she could barely wait for the day when she would finally get to face him herself. Later that evening, after the long day of exhausting and brutal matches finally came to an end, Zeke returned quietly to his quarters. Decker had already heard about the savage match, and the moment Zeke came back, he immediately asked about his condition. Rumors of Zeke's serious injuries had spread quickly, and Decker's concern was too obvious to hide. Zeke brushed it off casually and said he was fine, but Decker clearly did not accept that answer. Ignoring Zeke's attempt to dismiss the matter, he insisted on checking his pulse himself, determined to confirm with his own hands whether his young master was truly all right. Zeke understood exactly what Decker was trying to do. This was not simply a check for injuries. Decker was also using the opportunity to find out whether Zeke had awakened his aura. In the end, Zeke extended his hand without resistance, and Decker immediately sent a thin stream of blue energy flowing into his body. The sight made Zeke pause for a brief moment. That blue energy instantly raised a question in his mind. Could Decker actually be a blue knight? Under normal circumstances, when someone examined another person's awakening, they only checked the dantian. But Decker was going much deeper than that, using a technique so refined and precise that Zeke noticed it right away. Sending aura into someone else's body was already difficult on its own. Controlling it with such delicate accuracy, however, required a completely different level of mastery. And if Decker really was a blue knight, then that only created an even greater mystery. Why would a man with that kind of skill be serving as an attendant? After all, not every knight stood on the same level. A knight's rank was determined not only by martial strength, but also by how deeply they had mastered the manipulation of aura. At the lowest level were white swordsmen, the stage where most children remained before they received their blessing rite. Once someone awakened aura and opened their dantian, they became a yellow swordsman, the level all cradle trainees reached after the ritual. Those who learned to control that aura properly earned the title of knight, and those capable of reinforcing their swords with aura advanced even further, becoming purple knights. The rank of blue knight belonged to warriors who could manifest an aura blade, a difficult feat that only a limited number of people were ever able to achieve. Above them were those who had truly pushed beyond ordinary limits. The Red Knights, the very rank that both Liam Stone and Zeke had reached before Zeke's regression. And beyond even that stood the almost legendary Black Knights, a rank so rare that only a small handful of people across the entire continent had ever held it. With all of that in mind, Zeke could not stop himself from wondering why someone as capable as Decker, someone who could easily lead soldiers on a battlefield, was stuck acting like his personal babysitter. Still, no matter how skilled Decker might be, there was no chance he could detect Zeke's ether, a rare power that only 2 people in the entire world were capable of using. Eventually, Decker finished his examination and slowly withdrew his hand. His voice turned firm as he looked directly at Zeke, asking whether there was something his young master was hiding from him. Zeke stayed perfectly calm. Without allowing even the smallest trace of panic to surface, he acted as if he did not understand the question and calmly turned it back on Decker, asking whether Decker knew something that he did not. For a brief moment, a heavy silence settled between them. Then, before that tension could grow any sharper, Zeke casually brushed it away and said he had only been joking. Decker hesitated, clearly unsettled by the way Zeke was acting. Even so, one question slipped out of him before he could hold it back. Why had Zeke changed so much? That question made Zeke stop where he was. Slowly, Zeke turned back toward Decker, his eyes growing noticeably sharper. He told him that he was asking the wrong question. Instead of wondering why Zeke had changed now, Decker should have been asking why it had taken him so long to change in the first place. The moment those words left his mouth, a heavy silence stretched between them. But before Decker could respond, Zeke broke the silence himself. He made it clear that this was only the beginning, and that far more surprises were still waiting ahead. So instead of being shocked every time something unexpected happened, Decker only needed to follow his orders. Decker lowered his head with humble obedience, accepting his young master's words and showing that he was prepared to follow Zeke's will without question. Then Decker reported that the training room Zeke had requested had already been prepared and was ready for him to use. Satisfied with that answer, Zeke dismissed him and told Decker to get some well-earned rest. As Zeke walked away alone, one thought continued nagging at him. Decker might have been ordered by someone to keep a close eye on him. If that was true, then leaving Decker nearby would actually be the smarter choice. By keeping him close, Zeke could influence him and eventually draw out whatever information he needed. The real question was who had given the order. It was unlikely that anyone from his mother's side would dare make a move like that, which meant the command had most likely come from one of his siblings. When Zeke stepped into his personal training room, he paused for a moment, caught off guard by how extravagant the space was. The sheer quality of the room reminded him once again that Housebreaker truly deserved its powerful reputation and name. Before starting his training, Zeke decided to open the system and check his current status. With a single command, the system panel appeared in front of him. Right away, Zeke noticed that his slash skill had already reached proficiency. He did not know exactly how it had happened, but one likely explanation quickly formed in his mind. It had probably improved through repeated use. Unlike certain abilities, slash activated naturally through his movements, meaning he did not have to consciously trigger it every single time. If that was how the system worked, then any new techniques Zeke learned in the future might also be registered as skills. Still, one thing remained unclear: the difference between an ordinary skill and a class skill. They seemed similar on the surface, both activating almost instinctively, but Zeke was certain there had to be an important distinction between them. Then Zeke's eyes shifted toward another entry on the glowing panel, the Draconian skill. But even after opening the panel, Zeke Draker still could not use the Draconian skill. The requirement was clear. He needed 10 points to unlock it, yet his karma points remained stuck at 0. When he selected the option to check the details, a system message appeared before his eyes, explaining that karma points could be obtained by killing monsters. That information immediately sparked a new thought in Zeke's mind, because if there was one place where monsters gathered in large numbers, it was inside dungeons. The problem was that dungeons were not places just anyone could casually enter. Access was strictly limited, and only those who had reached at least the level of Purple Knight were permitted to step inside. Zeke had not reached that level yet, which meant the most important mysteries still remained unanswered. Above all else, he still did not know why he had been sent back into the past, and just as troubling was the question standing right in front of him. What exactly was this strange system that had appeared before his eyes? The system itself, along with skills and class skills, all seemed connected to the ancient relic that had caused his regression. But without enough information to support any conclusion, Zeke knew it would be pointless to make careless assumptions. Whatever the truth turned out to be, he was not planning to waste valuable time standing still and guessing at shadows. Instead, Zeke tightened his fingers around the hilt of his sword, letting the solid weight of the blade settle firmly into his hand. Whether his strength came from the system, from his own ether, or from some hidden power buried inside the Draker bloodline, Zeke intended to use every weapon he could reach in order to grow stronger. In this world, two great powers stood above everything else. Knights fought by wielding aura, while mages shaped their strength through mana. Knights refined their aura by risking their lives inside dungeons, while mages increased their power by building magic circles. The two forces followed completely different paths, and once a person awakened one, they permanently lost the chance to walk the other. Unlike the rest of House Draker, Zeke had been unlucky enough to awaken neither a Dantean nor a Circle. That single failure was enough for everyone to brand him useless, and eventually it became the very reason his own family abandoned him. After being thrown away by House Draker, Zeke drifted through the world without any clear direction until he finally encountered his master. During those wandering days, she taught him many things, but two lessons became more important than all the rest: the art of healing, and the Aether Hall, a unique technique she had created with her own hands. Through that special technique, Zeke learned how to draw strength from the energy of nature itself, a rare power known as ether. Even now, in the entire world, only two people were capable of using ether: Zeke and his master. After just 2 hours of relentless training, Zeke could already feel his body reaching its limit, as if his limbs were about to collapse beneath him. But right when exhaustion began dragging him down, his class skill, healing, activated together with another ability called Vigor Recovery. Healing was an extremely rare skill, so rare that Zeke himself had not even known such a power existed until the day he first met his master. If anyone else witnessed him using it openly, they would immediately treat him as an irregular, someone who existed outside the normal rules that governed the world. That was exactly why Zeke had avoided using healing during his fight against Liam Stone. He had endured the injuries until he returned safely to his own room, and only then did he allow himself to heal. Once his body was fully restored, Zeke threw himself back into training without wasting even a second. By the time dawn arrived, exhaustion pressed down on him like a heavy block of lead, and the entire training hall showed the marks of his effort. Deep cuts scarred the floor, and long trails remained where his sword had repeatedly sliced through the air. Even then, Zeke understood that this was only the beginning. A week passed, and inside the Cradle cafeteria, the students could not stop whispering about him. They said Zeke seemed like a completely different person, but because they still believed he had been born a loser, the only explanation their minds could accept was that he must have touched black magic. Meanwhile, far from the noisy chatter filling the cafeteria, the so-called big shots of the academy had gathered in a private lounge for dinner. The first among them was Raina Turun, who sat quietly at the table, calmly cutting into her steak without saying a single word. Beside her sat Owen Zimmons, looking as composed and controlled as ever, while across from him was Leon Conrad, still bruised and battered from his defeat, yet somehow just as noisy and impatient as before. Owen calmly advised Jaken Wardek to eat properly, reminding him in an even tone that he would need his strength for the upcoming swordsmanship duel. Jaken, already irritated for reasons he did not bother explaining, suddenly slammed his fist down onto the table so hard that his steak jumped from the plate and dropped onto the floor. The impact shook the table with enough force to make Raina's steak bounce as well, and that small disturbance was enough to ignite her anger. Raina's gaze turned cold in an instant, sharp and icy enough that Jaken hesitated under it, even if only for a brief moment. The 4 students gathered there all had one thing in common: they hated Zeke Draker. So it was not surprising to see them sitting together, but even at a glance it was obvious they did not actually like one another. The only thread holding that fragile group together was their shared resentment towards Zeke. Owen admitted that Zeke had shown unexpected courage and surprising skill during pancration, But he still believed that swordsmanship would expose him completely. As far as Owen knew, Zeke could not even hold a sword properly, which meant there was no possible way he could become a real threat in an actual duel. One of the others added to the mockery, pointing out just how weak Zeke was supposed to be. After all, he had once needed a custom-made sword because even the standard training swords were too heavy for him. Even after everything that had happened, Jaken still could not accept that he had lost to someone he considered inferior trash. He refused to believe Zeke had beaten him with real skill, convincing himself instead that it had all been nothing but blind luck. Reyna Tarun, however, was not foolish enough to share their delusions. In a cold and cutting voice, she told them that if they truly believed that nonsense, then none of them deserved to become Knights of Housedraker. Unlike Pancration, where students fought with their bare hands, the sword duels were fought with real weapons. Because of that, they produced more injuries than almost any other academy evaluation. And they were also where the true gap between cadets became painfully obvious. 1 month after the current final exams, the blessing rite would take place, marking the moment when the children of Housedraker awakened their aura. Until that day arrived, the sword duels served as an important proving ground. And now the day of the duel had finally come. The instructor called Zeke forward, and in an instant, every eye in the arena shifted toward him. Without even a hint of hesitation, Zeke stepped onto the battlefield, casually resting a massive sword across his shoulder as though its enormous weight meant nothing to him. The blade was so ridiculously large that laughter immediately spread through the crowd. To the watching students, the sight looked absurd, as if Zeke had completely lost his mind. They assumed Zeke must have believed that a bigger weapon would automatically give him a stronger advantage, and that ridiculous idea only made them laugh even harder. From the opposite side of the battlefield, Reyna Tarun stepped forward, her fighting spirit already burning in her eyes. With a dramatic motion, she threw down the gauntlet and officially challenged Zeke to a duel. Zeke accepted immediately, showing no hesitation and no uncertainty as he agreed to face her. But as Reyna looked at him, something about Zeke made a faint uneasiness stir inside her. Watching him lift that enormous claymore so effortlessly, she realized that the Zeke standing before her was not the same person she remembered. The Zeke in her memories had struggled just to hold a sword the proper way. But now the presence coming from him felt completely different. Heavier, sharper, and strangely impossible to ignore. For one brief instant, Reyna felt something she had never imagined she would feel from Zeke Draker: intimidation. But the moment that thought entered her mind, she forced it away, disgusted with herself for letting such a feeling rise in the first place. She was the one who had issued the challenge, so retreating now was absolutely out of the question. At the same time, Zeke could also feel the pressure settling over him as he stood across from Reyna on the battlefield. Zeke Draker realizes almost immediately that the usual tricks he depends on, the subtle feints and easy reads that normally let him control a fight, will not be enough to secure a clean win this time, because this is not the kind of casual sparring match where he can simply study his opponent for a few moments, figure out their rhythm, and slowly take the entire duel into his own hands. The one standing across from him is Reyna Tarun herself, the girl destined to become famous across the continent as the Lightning Knight. And to be completely honest, just knowing who she is already makes the air around the arena feel heavier, sharper, and far more dangerous than an ordinary duel should ever feel. In Zeke Draker's previous life, Reyna Tarun had already burned her name into the history of the Continental Wars, earning recognition as one of the most fearsome warriors produced by her entire generation. Reyna Tarun was nothing like the average cadet. Years before she ever received the blessing rite, she had already awakened her aura, an achievement so rare that it placed her on a completely different level from everyone around her. And yet, despite possessing that absurd talent, she refused to lean on aura inside Side Cradle. Instead, she obsessively threw herself into refining the most fundamental pieces of swordsmanship. But the fact that Reyna Tarun chooses not to use that power does not make her any easier to face. If anything, that restraint only makes her more frightening. The very instant the duel begins, a sharp metallic ring slices through the air, announcing the first clash between them. Their swords slam together with brutal force, sparks bursting out between the crossed blades as Zeke Draker and Reyna Tarun hold their ground, neither one willing to give even a single step. Right after that first crushing collision, Reyna Tarun springs back, adjusts her stance in a flash, plants her feet again, and launches herself forward without hesitation. With just one heavy strike, she forces Zeke Draker backward, the impact driving through his guard as his feet scrape and slide across the arena floor. That one exchange alone tells Zeke Draker everything he needs to know about the situation in front of him. Reyna Tarun is faster, stronger, sharper, and far more refined than even he had expected her to be. Without allowing him even a single breath of space, Reyna Tarun attacks again. Her sword flashes forward at a terrifying speed, each swing carving through the air like a bolt of lightning, filling the gap between them with bright, lethal arcs of steel. Behind them, the cadets who are supposed to be cheering for Reina to run begin to grow impatient. One of them yells for her to stop dragging things out and finish Zeke Draker already. But another person watching the duel with clearer eyes immediately snaps back, calling them idiots. Reina to run is not holding back at all. In fact, if they look closely, Zeke Draker is the one gradually pressing her and forcing her backward. From Reina to run's side of the fight, she can clearly spot gaps in Zeke Draker's guard, tiny openings that look like they should be easy to cut through. But every time she steps in to punish one, his sword is already waiting there, stopping her blade as if he had deliberately shown her the weakness just to lure her in. That is the part that irritates her the most. The longer their swords continue to clash, the more it feels like Zeke Draker is not treating this as a serious duel at all. From the way he moves, it feels less like he is fighting her and more like he is teaching her. Whenever Reina to run manages to push closer or land pressure on him, Zeke Draker leaves another gap behind, almost daring her to step into it, challenging her to prove that she can truly break through his defense. After several fierce exchanges, Reina to run finally pulls back by a step, her shoulders rising and falling as the relentless back and forth begins to show in her breathing. But Zeke Draker shows no sign of exhaustion whatsoever. There is no sweat running down his face, no tightness in his posture, and not even the smallest hint that the pressure is getting to him. If anything, he almost looks bored. Reina to run is fighting honestly, refusing to touch her aura and relying only on pure sword technique, exactly as he expected from someone so obsessed with perfecting the basics. But now that the duel has reached this point, Zeke Draker decides it is time to push her even harder and help crack open that stubborn shell, lowering his entire body into a much deeper stance. From the way his weight settles and his posture tightens, it looks like he is preparing to close the distance in a single explosive burst. Reina to run, fully confident in her own speed, does not treat Zeke Draker's lowered stance as anything she needs to fear. In her mind, as long as she maintains enough distance between them, she will have more than enough time to read his movement and respond properly. But in the very next blink, Zeke Draker wipes that distance away completely. Suddenly, he is right in front of her, so close that Reina to run barely has time to understand what just happened. Before she can fully process his movement, he brings his massive sword crashing downward with enough force to split the ground beneath their feet. The impact detonates through the arena, and a heavy shockwave rolls outward from the point where his blade slams down. Even after seeing that frightening burst of power, Reina to run still clings to her belief. As long as she can keep space between herself and Zeke Draker, she should still be able to find a way to counter him. Zeke Draker swings his sword again, but this time, the heavy blade slices through nothing but empty air. At first, it looks like a complete miss, almost as if he misread the range between them. But that strike was never meant to land directly on Reina to run in the first place. The sheer force behind the swing rips fragments from the ground and sends debris shooting straight toward her face. The pieces smash into her nose, leaving it bruised, battered, and burning from the sudden hit. The moment Reina to run flinches from the impact, Zeke Draker closes in without the slightest hesitation, his sword already rushing toward her before she can recover. The shining edge comes to a stop just a few centimeters from Reina to run's neck, close enough for her to feel exactly how near defeat truly is. In that single frozen instant, Reina to run is absolutely certain the duel has ended, but then something no one in the arena expects suddenly happens. Zeke Draker's sword slips out of his hands and flies away, clattering down several feet from where he stands. The crowd bursts into noise immediately, and the cadets rush to declare Zeke Draker the loser. Cheers rise up for Reina to run, praising her supposed victory and celebrating the fact that she apparently won without using her aura. But not everyone watching is fooled by that final moment. The instructor's face goes deathly pale, his expression tightening with pure horror, as though he has just witnessed something far more serious than a simple duel result. The cadets around him completely fail to notice the truth hidden inside that last exchange. Just as Zeke Draker's blade was closing in on Reina to run, she instinctively released the faintest trace of aura, so subtle and brief that almost no one in the arena could sense it. And that tiny moment means far more than the crowd realizes. Reina to run had sworn that she would not use her aura until she officially entered the academy, yet in this duel, Zeke Draker pushed her hard enough to make her break that promise. For a short moment, Reina to run simply stands there in place, uncertainty and regret flickering across her face as the weight of what she has just done slowly sinks in. Then, without giving her even the slightest warning, Zeke Draker rushes straight at her again. Before she can lift her guard or prepare herself, his fist slams into her throat with a brutal impact. Reina to run chokes from the blow, her knees weakening beneath her as blood spills from her mouth. A wave of shocked gasps spreads through the crowd, followed almost instantly by furious shouting. They accuse Zeke Draker of making the duel dirty, of landing a cheap shot, and of acting completely shameless. Almost everyone in the arena turns against Zeke Draker at once, pointing fingers and hurling insults at him from every direction, but he does not bother responding to any of it. Still completely calm and unfazed by the uproar around him, Zeke Draker simply looks down at Reina Turun and asks if she wants to continue. Reina Turun struggles to keep herself standing, but even with her body shaken, her pride refuses to bend. Through the pain, she stubbornly insists that she has not lost. In her mind, Zeke Draker only managed to land that hit because she had lowered her guard for one brief moment. But then a cold realization cuts sharply through that thought. If Zeke Draker had been holding a knife instead of striking her with his fist, Reina Turun would already be dead. That realization leaves Reina Turun with only one possible answer. Holding on to what remains of her honor, she accepts the truth in front of her and concedes defeat. The same crowd that had been loudly jeering at Zeke Draker only moments ago now stood rooted in place, their mouths half open and their voices caught in their throats, as a stunned silence slowly swallowed the entire arena. Zeke Draker, the boy they had laughed at, insulted, and written off as nothing more than worthless human scum, had just claimed victory in a way that none of them could twist or deny. And this was not some nameless opponent he had beaten either. Zeke Draker had brought down Reina Turun, the prodigy destined to be remembered as the Lightning Knight. For most of the spectators watching from the side, the idea of Reina Turun actually losing felt almost impossible to accept. Meanwhile, far away from the cradle, at Abel Draker's castle, the aftermath of a merciless battle painted a much darker scene, with bodies strewn across the pit below like the remains of a brutal slaughter. William Zimmons stared down at the carnage with disbelief written across his face, unable to understand how Abel Draker could sit there so calmly, lifting his tea as if the bloody scene around them was nothing out of the ordinary. But Abel Draker's mind was not truly focused on the bloodshed scattered below him. His thoughts had already moved elsewhere, settling on the letter that reported Zeke Draker's victory over Reina Turun. After placing his cup down with quiet, precise control, Abel Draker calmly asked when the upcoming blessing rite was scheduled to take place. And when he was told that the full moon was still some time away, Abel Draker decided that this timing created the perfect opportunity for him to personally visit the Draker family. William Zimmons was visibly caught off guard by that decision. Abel Draker intended to go alone, but for a famed swordmaster like him, this was clearly far more than an ordinary family visit. What Abel Draker truly wanted was to see it with his own eyes, to witness exactly what kind of awakening the youngest Draker would reveal. Back at the cradle, while everyone continued buzzing with excitement and disbelief over Zeke Draker's victory, Zeke himself remained completely unmoved by all the attention surrounding him. Instead of celebrating, boasting, or soaking in the praise that had suddenly turned toward him, he quietly went right back to training, as if nothing particularly special had happened at all. The days passed one after another, then the weeks began to follow, and before anyone realized it, a full month had slipped by. At last, the long-awaited day of the blessing rite finally arrived. Even after all that time, Zeke Draker still could not completely understand how he had managed to become a Red Knight in his previous life. After all, his old body had been burdened by serious limitations that should have held him back. Once his training was finished, Zeke Draker quietly gave the command to open his status window, and just as he had expected, his mastery skill had risen all the way to the expert level. But what drew Zeke Draker's eyes even more was not just the improvement itself, but the strange pattern hidden behind that growth. Every time one of his skills climbed to a higher rank, its mastery level would reset, giving him another chance to sharpen, polish, and refine that same ability from the beginning all over again. His swift steps skill had also improved, the very technique he had used in that decisive moment to defeat Reina Turun. At the same time, Zeke Draker could feel Decker standing close by, quietly watching him with a careful and attentive gaze. A short while later, Decker stepped forward and informed him that it was time to begin preparing. They would be leaving for the blessing rite in 2 hours. It had been a long time since Zeke Draker had last gone anywhere near the Draker family's main estate, the great residence that stood within the Troy Duchy. Although the family's central home was located at the heart of the continent, the blessing rite itself was not held there, but at a legendary place known as the Dragon Slayer's Tail. When Zeke Draker finally arrived, he stepped down from the carriage and made his way into the lair of the dragon's nest. As he moved deeper inside, Zeke Draker quickly realized just how important the people gathered in that place truly were. The chamber was filled with powerful VIPs, each one carrying enough status and influence to make the atmosphere inside feel dense, heavy, and difficult to ignore. Zeke Draker was certain that some of them had come as envoys, sent there specifically to watch his awakening and judge the result with their own eyes. Even so, Zeke Draker remained confident. Once his true awakening was revealed, every expectation those people had brought with them would be completely shattered. That steady confidence wavered the instant his gaze landed on one particular man standing among the crowd. It was a man whose very presence alone was enough to make Zeke Draker's blood burn hot beneath his skin. Abel Draker was there, casually shaking hands with another guest, acting as though his sudden appearance at the ceremony was perfectly normal. From the calm look on Abel Draker's face, he did not seem especially interested in the ceremony itself. There was only one thing at this event that had truly caught his attention: his youngest brother, Zeke Draker. To the public, the Draker family's second son was known as the Lion Blade. But in Zeke Draker's memories from the past, Abel Draker was remembered by a far darker title: the Butchering Knight. Standing in front of his older brother, Zeke Draker forced his face to remain calm, locking every surge of anger and emotion deep behind a composed expression. For now, there was not much else Zeke Draker could do. In his previous life, Abel Draker had never come to the Blessing Rite to witness his awakening. That could only mean one thing: Zeke Draker's actions during the pancration competition had already begun changing the path of fate. Zeke Draker clenched his fists in frustration, but almost immediately, the meaning of this change struck him. This was not only a dangerous complication, it was also a rare opportunity. Before much more time could pass, the ceremony officially began, and the attention of the entire chamber shifted toward the ritual. Aaron was the first warrior to be called forward to undergo the blessing rite. Without showing even the smallest trace of hesitation, Aaron stepped up to the mystical pool and lowered his arm into its surface. Almost instantly, blue energy surged through Aaron's body, wrapping around him in a vivid pulse of power that made the ritual's presence impossible to ignore. An elder explained that every Draker descendant had their aura sealed until they graduated from the cradle at the age of 12. This ritual was the process that awakened that hidden power, separating them from ordinary warriors. Most knights only reached awakening in their 20s, but the Draker bloodline arrived at that stage with astonishing speed. Even among the elite Drakers, however, only a chosen few awakened the special trait known as mana inhibition, the signature ability passed down through the Dragon Slayer lineage. Around the pool, the glowing mana lamps suddenly began to flicker violently, flashing again and again as sharp red sparks burst from them. That reaction made the result unmistakable to everyone watching. Aaron had undergone a pure-blood awakening. Knights who possessed mana inhibition could stand on equal ground with powerful red knights and even black knights, but that incredible strength came with a serious burden, because their bodies became so resistant to mana that even ordinary daily life could become difficult. In order to keep that effect under control, they needed to wear special gloves crafted by the Draker family. A clear example of that was standing right in front of them. Reyna Tarun, who had already completed her own awakening. She now wore gloves at all times, a visible sign of both the power and the burden carried by pure-blood knights. Once a candidate proved their pure-blood status, they were officially recognized as a true member of the Draker family, gaining access to enormous resources, greater authority, and the finest training the family could provide. The murmurs moving through the audience grew louder and more restless. Now, the most anticipated awakening of the entire ceremony had finally arrived. It was Zeke Draker's turn, and whispers filled the room, as many believed his awakening might surpass even Reyna Tarun's. As Zeke Draker walked forward, a strange and unsettling sense of déjà vu washed over him, as if the heavy air around the ritual site had dragged him straight back into a memory he had never been able to erase. He had stood in this exact place once before, facing this very same moment. Only back then, the heart beating in his chest had been completely different. In Zeke Draker's previous life, this day had not brought him glory or pride. It had left him with shame, bitterness, and a crushing disappointment that stayed with him for years. Back then, the blessing rite was the only reason he had been allowed to remain in the cradle at all. But instead of becoming a moment of hope, or something he could look back on with pride, that experience had marked him with humiliation. This time, however, everything was different. Zeke Draker was no longer the helpless boy from that life. He had learned how to heal, how to control ether, and how to fight in a way only he could. Through pain, relentless training, and desperate survival, he had forged resilience, strength, and the resolve to carve out a path that belonged to no one but himself. So as Zeke Draker stood before the bronze statue, a quiet anticipation began rising inside him. This time, more than ever before, he truly believed the ritual would give him something extraordinary. The moment Zeke Draker lowered his arm into the pool, the bronze statue responded instantly. It started to tremble violently, shaking, as though something buried deep inside it had suddenly been disturbed, and then, without warning, it froze completely still. Thick silence dropped over the entire room. No one moved and no one dared to speak. Across the long history of the blessing rite, nothing like this had ever happened before. Even Abel Draker, a man known for keeping his composure no matter what kind of monster or disaster stood before him, was left speechless for a brief moment. Zeke Draker slowly withdrew his arm from the pool, and in that instant he already understood what the result meant. Nothing had changed, no matter how desperately he had trained, and no matter how much stronger he had become. The outcome seemed to be exactly the same as it had been before. He realized then that Abel Draker's unexpected appearance had shaken his judgment. He had let himself believe, even for a moment, that this life might give him a different answer, even though somewhere deep inside he had always known the truth. The people watching soon began to whisper among themselves, and the awe they had been holding only moments earlier quickly twisted into mockery. The candidate everyone had waited for had failed to awaken, and sneers began spreading through the hall as they stared at a direct descendant of the Draker bloodline. And yet, there was not a single clear sign of awakening from him. To the crowd, it made absolutely no sense, and the murmurs surrounding Zeke Draker grew sharper, colder, and more openly cruel. Some of them even started questioning his victory over Reina Turan, convincing themselves that Zeke Draker must have won through dirty tricks, deception, or some hidden scheme. But Zeke Draker himself did not care about their doubts. He had no interest in wasting even a shred of energy on their judgment. Instead, Zeke Draker turned his focus inward, already searching for another path that would allow him to continue growing stronger. Just then, the system suddenly cut into his thoughts with an unexpected message, reporting an error and offering an apology. It stated that critical information had been missing from the class identification process. Zeke Draker's eyes narrowed in confusion. What was that supposed to mean? Before he could fully make sense of the message, the system continued speaking. The missing input was now complete. The system confirmed that terminal identification had succeeded, and that the user's talent had been recognized as healer. In that very moment, a powerful surge rushed through Zeke Draker's body. His class had finally unlocked, but the change was not finished yet. A second message appeared right after it, announcing that a rare class had been unlocked. Then the bronze statue suddenly erupted with light. A deep red glow flooded the chamber, revealing the unmistakable sign of a pure-blood awakening. Gasps broke out from every corner of the room. No one there could believe what they were witnessing. How could Zeke Draker jump straight into the status of a Red Knight? The system's connection to him deepened even further, reaching into something hidden within Zeke Draker's soul, and unlocking the ancient dragon's blessing. Abel Draker watched the entire scene unfold in silence, his expression unreadable as his sharp eyes studied his younger brother with cold, calculating focus. Then another change struck him. The system still was not done. Zeke Draker's existing talents began to merge together, twisting, reshaping, and fusing into something completely new. His screen refreshed once again, and this time it revealed a title unlike anything Zeke Draker had ever seen before. A unique class had been unlocked, the Immortal. A golden shimmer wrapped itself around Zeke Draker's body, pulling every gaze in the hall back toward him once more. The spectators had barely recovered from the red light, and now they were staring at an even greater mystery. Some people desperately tried to insist that the statue must have malfunctioned, but that excuse could not explain the way the mana lamps had reacted to his awakening, and at the same time no mana inhibition had appeared. So the onlookers tried to dismiss it as a false pureblood awakening, even though doubt was obvious in their own voices. None of them truly believed the explanation they were forcing themselves to say. And that was the moment Abel Draker finally moved. With slow, deliberate claps, Abel Draker cut through the suffocating tension that had settled over the room. A faint, mocking amusement colored Abel Draker's voice as he asked why no one had bothered to congratulate the newly awakened pureblood. Abel Draker's applause was not really a suggestion. It was a command, and with no room left to refuse, everyone else in the hall had no choice but to follow his lead. One by one, the harsh whispers died away, replaced by the stiff and reluctant sound of applause spreading throughout the chamber. Abel Draker did not hesitate before ordering that a pair of gloves be prepared for his younger brother. Zeke Draker accepted the gloves, but he barely managed to hold back a scoff. He already knew perfectly well that he had no need for something like this. Even so, Zeke Draker said nothing. He simply turned away and walked off, hiding every thought behind a calm, unreadable face. Abel Draker, however, looked strangely satisfied as he watched Zeke Draker leave. Zeke Draker felt anything but grateful. Out of every person in that room, Abel Draker was the one acting like he was helping him. Just thinking about it was enough to make Zeke Draker's blood boil beneath his skin. With the blessing rite now finished, the ceremony smoothly shifted into a celebration, giving the gathered guests a chance to mingle, talk, and enjoy the occasion. But Zeke Draker had no desire to take part in any celebration. He had not come here to socialize or entertain anyone. Just as he was about to quietly slip away, a voice suddenly called out his name. Zeke Draker stopped in place. This was not how things were supposed to unfold. He had never expected Abel Draker to approach him so suddenly. His older brother spoke in a casual tone, asking where Zeke Draker thought he was going. Then, to Zeke Draker's disgust, Abel Draker extended his hand toward him and offered his congratulations. Zeke Draker hated Abel Draker from the very bottom of his heart, but refusing that handshake in front of everyone would only create unnecessary trouble. Forcing a polite expression onto his face, he reached out to accept it. Then, all at once, Zeke Draker stopped. A sudden flash of blood ripped through Zeke Draker's mind, cutting across his thoughts before he could stop it, and dragging up a brutal memory from his previous life. Before Zeke Draker could even fully understand what he had just seen, his body reacted on its own, moving faster than his thoughts and pulling him back by pure instinct. Zeke Draker immediately withdrew his hand. He gave no explanation, offered no polite excuse, and simply stood there in a tense, heavy silence. A slow smirk crept across Abel Draker's lips. His voice remained light, almost casual, but there was a sharp edge buried beneath every word as he remarked how awkward this was, saying that his dear little brother had just embarrassed him. Zeke Draker clenched his jaw so tightly it nearly ached. No matter how many people were watching, he could not force himself to shake Abel Draker's hand. Not after everything he remembered. Not after knowing exactly what kind of monster his older brother truly was. Abel Draker, however, did not seem especially offended. With a small, dismissive wave of his hand, he turned away as though the insult meant almost nothing to him. Abel Draker simply said that they would surely meet again soon, and on that one point, Zeke Draker silently agreed. Someday, Zeke Draker would face Abel Draker properly. But when that day finally came, it would happen on Zeke Draker's terms, not his brother's. At the celebration party, the room filled with nobles and warriors speaking in heated voices. 2 pure-blood awakenings in a single ceremony was already something none of them had ever heard of, but what truly disturbed them was Zeke Draker's awakening. No one had ever seen a golden light before, and questions spread through the hall one after another. What did it mean? Was it some kind of awakening even greater than pure blood? And yet, even though Zeke Draker had become the center of everyone's curiosity and speculation, the person they all wanted to see was nowhere in sight. That was because Zeke Draker had already slipped away quietly, choosing silence and solitude over the empty chatter and probing stares of the crowd. Inside a quiet room away from the celebration, Zeke Draker sat down and released a slow breath, finally free from the suffocating pressure of all those watchful eyes. Even then, his mind refused to settle. Something about the awakening felt wrong, because he was not experiencing mana inhibition at all. A true pure-blood awakening was supposed to completely reject mana. After all, the Draker family took pride in standing against dragons, the very beings said to be the source of all mana in the world. That was the reason every pure-blood awakener needed those special gloves. Their bodies could no longer interact properly with mana-based tools and devices, so the gloves existed to suppress that resistance and make daily life manageable. But Zeke Draker was sitting there without feeling any of those effects. He removed the gloves and slowly flexed his fingers, carefully testing the sensation for himself. There was nothing. No resistance, no rejection, and no strange discomfort running through his body at all. Something clearly did not add up. When Zeke Draker opened his status window, he immediately found the difference. His trait was not mana inhibition. It was something entirely different. Mana reflection. With a frown, he tapped for more details, and the explanation appeared. Mana reflection created a distortion field that nullified nearby mana. Unlike mana inhibition, it was not passive, and it did not interfere with ordinary mana readings. Zeke Draker's thoughts began moving quickly. That explained why the mana lamps had not reacted to him the same way they reacted to actual purebloods. He was not rejecting mana at all, he was distorting it, but even with that answer, one major question still remained. His class. Before the blessing rite, the system had identified Zeke Draker as a rare class healer. But now the information in front of him had completely changed. The class displayed before his eyes was something else entirely. The Immortal. Zeke Draker leaned back, sinking deeper into thought, as the weight of that information settled over him. At first glance, none of it made any sense. At the graduation ceremony, every Draker Awakener was supposed to emerge with a blue aura, the standard result tied to their bloodline. The only exception had been Reyna Tarun, who had awakened as a Red Knight, and now there was Zeke Draker, wrapped in golden light, carrying a class called the Immortal and possessing a trait that should not even exist. Whatever had happened during his awakening was clearly far from normal. At first, his case seemed to follow the same pattern as before, until something suddenly shifted and his classification changed from bronze to gold. But the system had also flagged an issue during the process, saying that crucial classification information had been missing. That was when Zeke Draker began fitting the pieces together. He wondered if the system had treated the bronze statue itself as the classification terminal during the awakening ritual. The moment that missing data was injected into the terminal, the statue reacted violently and burst into red light. Piece by piece, the answer started becoming clearer in Zeke Draker's mind. The statue had never truly existed, just to decide whether someone had awakened. Its real purpose was to judge a person's class. A red glow meant a rare class, while gold represented a unique one. More importantly, that statue was an ancient relic from an era long before Tarek Draker, the founder of the Draker family. In the present age, class identification had been completely forgotten, and that forgotten knowledge had created a massive misunderstanding. People believed the red light meant a pure-blood awakening, but the truth was different. Red meant the person had reached a rare class. Not even the current head of the clan understood the true meaning behind the statue's reaction. While Zeke Draker was sorting through all of that information, he noticed another unexpected change waiting for him. He had received 100 karma points. Zeke Draker guessed that the points must have been awarded during the ceremony, and he did not waste any time deciding how to spend them. His choice was the draconian skill. The instant Zeke Draker purchased it, a flood of knowledge poured straight into his mind. Several beginner abilities opened at once: Dragon Eyes, Might of the Dragon, and Devour. The first two sounded easy enough to understand, but Devour left him genuinely puzzled. Its only clear function seemed to be supporting digestion, which made it sound almost useless compared to the other abilities he had just unlocked. Since Zeke Draker had no intention of gambling blindly with unknown powers, he decided to focus first on the abilities that seemed immediately useful. Might of the Dragon required aura to activate, which made it the riskier option for the moment. So Zeke Draker chose to test Dragon Eyes first. At first, nothing in the room around him seemed to change. His senses did not pick up anything unusual until Zeke Draker shifted his gaze toward the outside. His eyes settled on the statue standing out in the garden. That was when Zeke Draker realized what the skill had done. His vision had been dramatically enhanced, allowing him to see distant objects with the same clarity as if they were standing right in front of him. But Dragon Eyes did not stop with improved sight alone. Zeke Draker could now pull detailed information from anything he focused his gaze on. A rush of data flooded into him all at once, revealing the statue's structure, the materials it was made from, and countless intricate details layered throughout it. The sheer amount of information crashed into Zeke Draker's mind with overwhelming force, draining his strength so badly that his body nearly gave out. If using his new powers always came with drawbacks like this, Zeke Draker knew he would have to handle them with extreme caution. Fortunately, his body's natural healing ability activated soon afterward, slowly restoring the stamina that had been drained from him. What truly surprised Zeke Draker was that he had not consciously tried to heal himself. The recovery had triggered entirely on its own. When Zeke Draker checked the system again, he found yet another unexpected surprise waiting for him. All of his class skills had automatically converted into passive abilities, and on top of that, they had already started leveling up. Zeke Draker could tell right away that his healing factor had evolved into something far more advanced. Unlike before, it no longer waited for him to consciously activate it, and instead began repairing his body on its own the moment damage appeared. At first, that sounded almost ridiculously powerful, the kind of ability that could make anyone think they were untouchable, but Zeke Draker knew better than to mistake it for true invincibility. If it really had no restrictions at all, then he never would have died in his previous life. Its nature might be close to endless regeneration, but even something that incredible still had to have limits somewhere. Wanting to see the effect for himself instead of relying on guesses, Zeke Draker picked up a blade and calmly made a shallow cut across his arm. In only a few seconds, the wound sealed shut completely. The torn skin closed cleanly, leaving behind no scar, no mark, and not even the faintest sign that a cut had ever been there. Most students needed 5 full years to graduate from the academy, but Zeke Draker was already confident that he could clear that same path in just 2. Draker Academy was known as the most prestigious knight academy in existence, the kind of place every aspiring knight dreamed of entering, no matter how difficult the road might be. Located in the city of Troy, the academy became especially lively whenever a new semester began, with fresh students pouring across the grounds, their faces filled with ambition, hope, and nervous excitement. As Zeke Draker walked among them, he noticed that the higher-ranked students carried themselves with the discipline, confidence, and sharp posture of fully grown adults. They were clearly strong and capable, far beyond the level of ordinary recruits. But compared to the brutal warriors raised inside the cradle, they still looked like sheltered children from privileged and powerful families. Watching them only made Zeke Draker think once again that his entire family was seriously twisted beyond belief. Among the influential branch families that supported the Draker bloodline, 3 names stood higher than all the rest. The first was the Turun family, a family famous for overwhelming physical strength, and of course for producing someone like Reyna Turun. The second was the Zimmons family, a house respected for its wisdom, strategic thinking, and razor-sharp minds. And finally came the Vardek family, masters of wealth, influence, and gold. Their heirs were all present inside the academy, but Zeke Draker had no real desire to get involved with any of them. The scene then shifted to the Academy's prestigious dormitory, a luxurious residence known as the Platinum Mansion. This elite building came equipped with top-tier training halls, an enormous library, and advanced facilities reserved only for the Academy's most outstanding students. But pure-blood awakeners like Zeke Draker were granted an even more exclusive privilege. They were given the title of Floor Master, which handed them authority over the entire Platinum floor. When Zeke Draker arrived, a maid greeted him with polite composure and guided him toward his assigned area, where several people were already waiting for him. Seeing that crowd waiting there made Zeke Draker feel slightly drained. Even with his status as a pure-blood awakener, he was quickly informed that Decker was expecting him in a separate room. Without wasting any time lingering in the hallway, Zeke Draker headed off to see what his butler had prepared for him. Decker presented Zeke Draker with a pair of premium gloves, an upgraded version of the ones he had received immediately after his awakening. Zeke Draker had already obtained a new pair, but his attention was now fixed on something far more important than gloves. What he truly needed was a proper sword. Decker supported that decision without the slightest hesitation, as if he had expected Zeke Draker to bring it up sooner or later. Troy stood close to the mountain ranges, making it an ideal region for high-quality iron and skilled master craftsmen. Those artisans were essential to the Academy's knights, and Decker offered to find a capable craftsman for Zeke Draker. But Zeke Draker wanted to handle this matter personally. So instead, Zeke Draker asked Decker to arrange an appointment ahead of time, giving him the opportunity to meet the craftsman face-to-face. The name Galleon Halbert was unfamiliar even to Decker, which made Zeke Draker's request feel even more unusual. Even so, Zeke Draker was determined to secure a meeting with this mysterious craftsman, no matter how unknown the name seemed to others. At the same time, Decker reminded Zeke Draker to read through the Academy documents before attending his very first class the next day. Later that evening, while Zeke Draker was calmly going through his notes, an interesting realization crossed his mind. The entire Platinum floor belonged exclusively to him. That meant he now had the perfect private space to train, experiment, and develop his draconian skills without anyone interrupting him. Just then, a maid arrived with an unexpected message for him. Raina Turan had invited Zeke Draker to dinner. The sudden invitation caught Zeke Draker slightly off guard, but after a moment he decided to accept it. When Zeke Draker arrived at Raina Turan's floor, the sight waiting for him made him pause for a brief moment. Raina Turan had arranged the dinner in a way that looked less like a normal meal and more like something straight out of a gangster film. She welcomed Zeke Draker with a smirk and apologized for the strange atmosphere, but Zeke Draker did not seem especially bothered by the setup. He simply took his seat, and the two of them silently agreed to eat first and leave the serious conversation for later. As the meal continued, Zeke Draker quietly observed Raina Turan from across the table. Even in such a casual setting, Raina Turan was still channeling aura into her lower abdomen. It did not take Zeke Draker long to understand the likely reason. Raina Turan was probably aiming to become a purple knight. If that was true, then it also explained why her swordsmanship had already reached such an impressive and polished level. In Zeke Draker's eyes, however, talent like that had far better ways to be used. By the time the meal finally ended, Zeke Draker felt strangely exhausted, and at the same time, mildly impressed by just how much more Raina Turan had eaten compared to him. Now that their hunger had been satisfied and the plates had been cleared, Raina Turan was finally ready to bring up the true reason she had invited him there. Raina Turan offered Zeke Draker the full support of the Turan family. Zeke Draker immediately sensed that some kind of misunderstanding was taking place, so he reminded her that both of them were pure-blood awakeners. Raina Turan quickly cut off that assumption, telling him that he had the wrong idea. Being a pure-blood awakener certainly came with privileges, including access to the Platinum floor, but it also carried a serious disadvantage. Other students could depend on centuries of accumulated academic and combat knowledge, along with personal instructors who guided them, corrected them, and refined their abilities. Purebloods, however, were not given that same structured path for growth. Without proper support standing behind them, even someone blessed with extraordinary talent could eventually lose their lead and fall behind. To make sure her meaning landed properly, Raina Turan brought up a name that carried real weight: Abel Draker. He was a pure blood from House Draker, and on top of that, he had become the youngest person in history to ever earn the title of White Knight. Now, Abel stood as one of the most powerful Black Knights still alive. And yet, even someone blessed with that level of talent, bloodline, and status had still relied on the backing of the Zimmons family. Then, Raina Turan finally revealed just how serious this offer truly was. This was not some casual invitation she had decided on by herself. The patriarch of the Turan family had personally ordered her, with absolute authority, to place the family's support behind Zeke Draker. With that command standing behind every word she spoke, Raina repeated the proposal once again, clearly expecting Zeke to realize just how rare and valuable this chance was. But Zeke Draker was already watching the confidence written all over Reyna's face, and he seemed almost amused by it. Instead of reacting the way she expected, he answered her in a calm, almost effortless tone. Without pausing, wavering, or showing even a flicker of temptation, Zeke rejected the offer outright. That quiet refusal struck Reyna Turun far harder than she had been prepared for. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and for a brief moment she could only stare at him as if her thoughts had completely stopped. She simply could not understand how anyone could turn down such an advantageous deal so easily, as though it meant nothing at all. Zeke Draker then rose from his seat with the relaxed air of someone who had already decided the conversation was over. His voice stayed even as he made his position perfectly clear. He had no interest in alliances, no desire to be tangled up in family politics, and absolutely no intention of becoming a piece in someone else's power game. From Zeke Draker's point of view, the only part of all this that had anything to do with him was the fact that he was a pure-blood awakener. Beyond that, every complicated political scheme and family arrangement being placed around him was simply none of his concern. With that said, Zeke Draker turned as if he was ready to leave, leaving Reyna Turun still staring after him in stunned silence. But since she had paid for the meal, he decided to repay her in the only way he felt like offering, by giving her a piece of personal advice. He told her that her sword was far too strong, almost unnaturally powerful, and that this strength was most likely tied to the people standing behind her. But in his eyes, that was exactly the problem, because overwhelming force had never been where her real talent truly lay. What Reyna Turun actually possessed was adaptability. Instead of trying to smash every opponent head-on with raw strength, Zeke Draker told her she should make better use of her fluid movement, let the enemy's power slide past her, redirect that force, and then finish the exchange with one clean, perfectly timed strike. If she learned to fight in that way, then breaking through the wall holding her back would no longer feel like some distant dream. It would become almost effortless. After leaving those words behind, Zeke Draker simply walked away, while Reyna Turun remained there, frustration tightening inside her. For her entire life, she had trained beneath the heavy shadow of her family's legacy, always relying on the crushing power the Turun name was famous for. But Zeke's advice had touched something she could not brush aside. No one had ever really guided her like that before. Ever since she was a child, people had only praised her as a genius and expected her to solve everything alone. That brief exchange made Reyna look at Zeke Draker in an entirely different way. Meanwhile, Zeke Draker was quietly turning his thoughts inward. His own growth had become so extreme that even he found it almost absurd. He had trained through the entire night, pushing his body without rest, and yet there was no heaviness in his limbs, no dull exhaustion weighing him down, not even the slightest sign of fatigue. With his seemingly endless stamina, he had become someone who could just keep moving forward, far beyond anything he had ever imagined in his previous life. In that previous life, Draker Academy had been nothing short of a living hell for Zeke Draker. Every day there had felt suffocating, humiliating, and unbearably harsh, as if the academy itself existed to crush him. But now that he had returned with both power and experience, that same place no longer felt quite so terrible. For the first time, Zeke Draker even found himself enjoying this small, unexpected stretch of peace. It was rare, almost unfamiliar, but for once the academy did not feel like a battlefield pressing down on him from every side. Unfortunately, that calm little moment was not allowed to last for long. Owen Zimmons, the third son of the Zimmons family, suddenly appeared and stepped directly into Zeke Draker's path. The timing felt deliberate, as though he had been waiting for the perfect chance to approach him. In Zeke Draker's previous life, Owen Zimmons had been a truly dangerous kind of person. He was the type of manipulator who could smile gently in front of everyone, while behind the scenes he used blackmail and quiet cruelty to torment Zeke without mercy. And just like he had done back then, Owen Zimmons had sent Zeke a dinner invitation. This time, however, Zeke Draker had completely ignored it. What made the situation feel strange was Owen's attitude now. Instead of showing anger, he stood there acting almost too friendly, wearing a relaxed smile that felt anything but sincere. Zeke Draker immediately knew exactly which invitation Owen Zimmons was referring to. But instead of pretending not to understand or politely playing along, Zeke responded with a sharp remark that sliced straight through Owen's fake courtesy. Owen Zimmons asked why Zeke Draker had not even bothered to send a reply. Zeke merely looked back at him with a cool, unreadable expression and answered that he had no reason to waste his time responding to messages that meant nothing to him. That blunt response instantly drew the attention of the companion standing beside Owen Zimmons. The man's face tightened, his mood visibly souring as he decided that Zeke Draker's attitude was far too disrespectful to ignore. But Zeke Draker had no intention of softening his words or pretending to be polite, just to make Owen Zimmons and his followers feel important. He glanced over at the man beside Owen and hit him with the kind of question that basically asked who the hell he even was. Zeke Draker had not bothered remembering his name at all, and in his eyes the man was nothing more than another bootlicker hanging around Owen Zimmons in hopes of gaining favor. Apparently, being dismissed that casually was enough to make the guy completely lose his temper. Without giving any warning, the enraged man lunged forward, throwing himself straight at Zeke Draker and launching an attack with all his anger behind it. But Zeke Draker was not surprised in the slightest. His body reacted instantly, moving with sharp precision as he blocked the incoming strike head-on, even though the attack had been strengthened with aura manipulation. Durbin Roswell then roared out his own name and proudly declared himself the mightiest of them all. But with his huge, bulky frame planted there so dramatically, he looked less like the mightiest warrior and more like the mightiest refrigerator someone had dragged into the academy. Zeke Draker could not help laughing at how ridiculous the whole scene had become. In his eyes, this man was not even close to being a proper knight. He barely qualified as a cadet, and even that felt generous. Not wanting to waste another second dealing with him, Zeke Draker suddenly shot forward with terrifying speed. In the next instant, he drove a brutal hook straight into Durbin Roswell's abdomen, burying the punch deep with devastating force. It was the kind of punch so clean and vicious that even Mike Tyson might have paused for a second and taken notice. The impact crushed Durbin Roswell's confidence in an instant. His body folded from the blow, and before he could recover, he went crashing face first into the ground, all of his earlier bravado disappearing with that single strike. Without missing a beat, Zeke Draker casually turned his gaze toward the next Zimmons follower. With an almost lazy confidence, he invited the man to step forward as well, if he also wanted to be taught a lesson. Owen Zimmons, however, did not rush in or lose his composure. He simply walked forward with a calm expression and said that he was not impressed by Zeke Draker showing off his strength like that. In the end, Owen Zimmons and his group chose to withdraw. But as Zeke Draker watched them leave, they did not look like serious opponents to him at all. If anything, they seemed more like some traveling circus act that had accidentally wandered into Draker Academy. Draker Academy itself was separated into two main classes. The first was the normal class, where cadets without much natural talent had no choice but to polish themselves through discipline, endless repetition, and sheer stubborn effort. It was a hard and unforgiving path, but at the very least it was simple, direct, and easy to understand. Second was the special class, which was set aside for the more capable cadets. Those students were allowed to choose specialized subjects beyond the basic curriculum, meaning this was the place where the academy gathered the people it considered its elite talents. Naturally, Zeke Draker had expected a fair amount from the kind of people who would be placed in a class like that. But the moment Zeke Draker looked around the room, those expectations dropped almost immediately. None of the students seemed especially impressive. Most of them were simply familiar faces from the cradle, people he already knew far too well. He could not help joking to himself that this was not really a special class at all. It was just the cradle class with a new name slapped on it. Before long, the lesson began, and the instructor standing at the podium announced that they had a special guest for the day, a man who had once held the title of Commander-in-Chief of the Empire. That man was the same legendary war strategist who 20 years earlier was said to have stopped an imperial invasion through unmatched tactical brilliance, and now he was also the one standing at the very top of Draker Academy as its dean, Howard Draker. The moment Howard Draker entered the room, the entire atmosphere changed. The cadets burst into excitement, their faces lighting up with admiration as they welcomed him with open enthusiasm. To everyone else in the world, that kind of reaction probably seemed completely natural. After all, Howard Draker was viewed as a war hero, a symbol of hope, and a genius tactician whose name was praised all across the empire. But Zeke Draker knew what was hidden behind that shining reputation. To him, Howard Draker was no hero at all. He was a fraud. The only reason Howard Draker had survived long enough to be praised as the Empire's savior was because he had leaked critical information to the enemy in order to protect himself. Pure luck had let him escape without being harmed, and ever since then, he had been bathing in glory he had never earned. Zeke Draker despised him from the bottom of his heart. After all, Howard was the very man responsible for Zeke being expelled from the academy in his previous life. After that expulsion, Zeke Draker had been left with nowhere to go, cut off and directionless. He wandered through the streets of Troy until slave traders eventually captured him and sold him away to the Southern Cartel. Just seeing Howard Draker standing there was enough to pull Zeke Draker back into the darkest chapter of his life. One day, he would make that man pay for everything. But for now, Howard finished his speech, and once the room settled, the teacher stepped forward to begin the actual lesson. Soon after, the cadets were called over to the arena for an indoor training session. the wide training space filled with the sound of footsteps, shifting bodies, and the quiet buzz of anticipation. Zeke Draker was not exactly excited about it. What awaited him was a lesson on the fundamentals of dragon slaying, the very same basic material that had once frustrated him endlessly in his previous life. Back then, because Zeke Draker had been unable to use aura, he had spent 2 long years struggling with material that an ordinary cadet should have been able to understand in only 3 months. Their instructor stepped forward in front of the cadets and introduced himself with a composed presence as the Rose Knight Andre Draker. Most of the students did not look particularly impressed, mainly because the name meant nothing to them. They simply did not recognize who he was. Zeke Draker, however, knew exactly what kind of person Andre Draker truly was. Andre Draker had not been born from an Awakener bloodline, and he did not have the advantage of that kind of inherited power. Even so, he had graduated from Valhalla Academy as the valedictorian. His talent had been so overwhelming and undeniable that he was granted the prestigious Draker name, despite having no blood connection to the family at all. In other words, Andre Draker was precisely the kind of person no one should ever look down on. Zeke Draker also remembered one important detail about the instructors assigned to the special class. Their actual ability could be wildly inconsistent, with some being impressive and others falling short. But when it came to Andre Draker, there was one thing everyone seemed to agree on. His skill was real, and his personality was absolutely terrible. Andre Draker did not bother easing the cadets into the lesson with a friendly introduction or some long, polished speech. He simply stepped out in front of them, swept his sharp gaze across the entire class, and gave a direct command for every single student to draw their sword. The cadets quickly followed his order, the sound of blades being drawn spreading through the arena. But as Andre Draker looked over them, his eyes suddenly came to a stop on the weapon in Zeke Draker's hands. Compared to the swords carried by the other cadets, Zeke Draker's blade was almost ridiculously large. It stood out immediately, heavy and intimidating, yet Zeke held it with complete ease, as if the massive weapon had no weight at all. There was no shaking in his arms, no stiffness in his posture, and not the slightest hint of strain on his face. Andre Draker clearly did not take that sight in a positive way. To him, Zeke Draker's oversized sword did not look like confidence or proper preparation. It looked like arrogance dressed up as skill. So, with a cold edge in his voice, he called Zeke into the arena, fully intending to use him as an example and teach him a lesson. But the moment Andre Draker reacted that way, everything was already moving exactly as Zeke Draker had planned from the very beginning. Zeke Draker stepped forward without hesitation and openly declared that he could defeat Andre Draker while using that very sword. The challenge landed exactly where he wanted it to. For a brief instant, Andre Draker's expression shifted, and irritation flashed across his face before he could fully hide it. The atmosphere between them immediately tightened. The pressure in the arena sharpened so intensely that Zeke Draker's system reacted on its own, triggering a mental defense skill, as if sensing the danger building in the air. Andre Draker seemed entertained by Zeke Draker's reckless confidence, so he decided to turn the challenge into a practical demonstration for the class. He even laid out a condition. If Zeke managed to win, then from that point on he would be given complete freedom during class. And to make sure the match looked fair, Andre promised that he would hold himself back and fight without using aura. But that restriction was exactly what made the situation favorable for Zeke Draker. He already knew where Andre Draker's weaknesses were hidden, and as long as the fight stayed inside those limits, Zeke was confident he could find a way to exploit them. Even so, Zeke Draker knew he could not afford to go completely overboard. Abel Draker was watching him closely, and with his brother's eyes on the match, Zeke did not want to reveal too much or attract more attention than necessary. So Zeke Draker settled on a simple and controlled goal. He did not need to defeat Andre Draker outright. All he needed was to land one clean, precise cut across the instructor's uniform. That single mark would be enough to prove his point in front of everyone. After that, Zeke Draker could step back, accept defeat on his own terms, and make the whole outcome look controlled rather than suspicious. The instant the fight began, Zeke Draker did not waste even a fraction of a second. His body moved right away, launching into action before the arena could settle into silence. He brought his massive blade around and swung it straight toward Andre Draker's neck, using the first strike to apply pressure immediately and force the instructor to respond from the very opening exchange. But Andre Draker handled the attack as if it was nothing unexpected. With a small, efficient movement, he shifted his sword into place and cleanly deflected the heavy blow before it could reach him. That single parry was enough to show the difference in polish. Andre Draker's movement was refined, practical, and precise, the kind of swordsmanship one would expect from someone who had truly earned the rank of Blue Knight. Zeke Draker understood immediately that this match would not be easy. Even with Andre Draker deliberately holding himself back, the man's foundation was still far too solid to be treated like an ordinary opponent. Zeke Draker began moving around the arena. dashing from one position to the next and sending attacks in from different angles. But no matter where the strikes came from, Andre Draker stopped them with almost flawless timing, his defenses landing with calm and precise efficiency every time. The other cadets could only watch in stunned silence as the fight stretched on. Andre Draker stood his ground while Zeke Draker kept up a relentless assault, and somehow that exchange continued for a full 30 minutes. Yet the longer the match went on, the more something about it started to feel strange. Andre Draker's hand tightened around the grip of his sword. A faint tremor began to run through his blade, and little by little, the first signs of exhaustion started creeping into his movements, dulling the clean sharpness he had shown at the beginning. He could not make sense of it. Zeke Draker was still moving freely, still attacking without pause, and there was not even the smallest trace of fatigue on his face. His breathing remained steady, his expression unchanged, as if the long exchange had barely affected him at all. Even though Andre Draker had chosen to suppress his own power, he had never expected a simple sparring match against a cadet to become this difficult. The pressure Zeke kept applying was far greater than he had anticipated. In that moment, the reality became painfully clear. This was the kind of overwhelming potential a pure-blooded Draker Awakener could possess when their body and talent were pushed into motion. Compared to someone like that, measuring an ordinary cadet by the same standard almost felt unfair from the very beginning. Zeke Draker, meanwhile, was not attacking blindly. He was deliberately taking advantage of Andre Draker's biggest weakness, the one flaw he knew would eventually begin to show his stamina. The aura cultivation method unique to House Draker was not something that simply turned on and off comfortably. It required constant activation, even during moments when the body should have been resting. For someone like Andre Draker, forcing himself to fight while suppressing that aura felt deeply unnatural. It was almost like moving while holding his own body back from instinctively doing what it was trained to do. Zeke Draker understood that weakness perfectly, and he was pressing on it without mercy. Andre Draker deflected yet another incoming strike, but Zeke Draker showed no sign of retreating. He had no intention of backing down now, and he certainly was not planning to accept defeat while the instructor was still holding back. Zeke Draker's pride would not allow that. If he was going to lose, then Andre Draker would first have to be pushed far enough to break his own condition and use aura. So Zeke Draker shifted his strategy. Instead of continuing to slowly search for a small opening through repeated attacks, he abandoned the safer approach and chose a much riskier path. He would drag Andre Draker into an all-or-nothing moment, a single decisive exchange where the instructor would have no choice but to reveal his real power. Then Zeke Draker suddenly flipped backward, creating distance between them in an instant. But the retreat lasted only a heartbeat before he launched himself forward again, closing the gap with blinding speed. It was swift step, an advanced movement skill that made his body streak across the arena floor like a blur, too fast for the watching cadets to follow clearly. Andre Draker barely had enough time to respond. In that brief opening, Zeke Draker slipped around him with sharp footwork and maneuvered directly into the instructor's blind spot. Then, in one flashing instant, Zeke Draker activated Critical Strike and poured everything he could into that single decisive attack, committing all of his momentum to the blow. For the first time since the match began, Andre Draker hesitated. A mere cadet should not have been capable of using such an advanced technique, and that unexpected realization disrupted his rhythm for a split second. But just before Zeke Draker's attack could land, Andre Draker's instincts took over. He channeled the faintest amount of aura into his feet, breaking the condition he had set, and dodged with a burst of movement as fast as lightning. Then, without wasting that narrow opening, Andre Draker immediately turned the situation around and countered with Sky Slice. The force of the attack erupted through the arena like a sudden explosion, smashing into Zeke Draker and sending his body flying backward across the training space. Zeke Draker's sword cracked under the impact, and the damage that tore through his body was severe enough to activate his flawed healing factor on its own. But even with regeneration beginning to kick in, Zeke Draker's body could not fully endure the blow. His strength finally gave out, and he collapsed heavily onto the arena floor. Andre Draker quietly slid his sword back into its sheath and turned away from the fallen cadet. But his expression did not carry the satisfaction of victory. Instead, his face was tight with clear frustration. Then Andre Draker formally announced that, from that point forward, Zeke Draker would be exempt from participating in the class. After that, he looked across the rest of the cadets and asked whether anyone else had the courage to challenge him. But after watching Zeke Draker get blasted away so violently, not a single student dared to move forward. With that, the lesson continued for the remaining cadets as if nothing more needed to be said. Zeke Draker, however, was carried off to the infirmary, where he lay resting while quietly replaying every moment of the fight in his mind. His original goal had been to slice Andre Draker's uniform and leave behind a clean, visible mark. That part of the plan had failed. But forcing the instructor to use aura was an even greater victory than the one Zeke had first intended. By pushing Andre Draker that far, Zeke Draker had forced the instructor to acknowledge his strength. In the end, he had proven himself in a way that even he had not completely expected when the match began. That final attack, Sky Slice, was actually the most basic technique found within the dragon-slaying arts. But when even a basic technique was amplified by the power of a Blue Knight, it transformed into a devastating strike capable of crushing almost anyone who faced it. And despite that, Zeke Draker had still managed to endure the exchange and hold his own against it. Zeke Draker's bottomless stamina and imperfect healing factor had been the only reasons he could keep enduring against someone as skilled as Andre Draker. Those advantages had let him stay in the fight far longer than a normal cadet ever could. But as he lay there in the infirmary, quietly turning the battle over in his mind, Zeke understood one thing very clearly. Those abilities alone would never be enough. If Zeke Draker truly wanted to live freely, then simple survival strength would not cut it. What he needed was absolute power, the kind of overwhelming force that did more than keep him alive. He needed enough strength to make even the people standing far above him pause, hesitate, and think twice before ever trying to touch him. While Zeke Draker was buried in those heavy thoughts, an unexpected figure suddenly stumbled into the infirmary. The man looked drunk, his body loose and unsteady, and the sharp smell of alcohol seemed to cling to him. Yet despite his unfocused gaze, his eyes were strangely fixed on Zeke, as if he had come there for him from the start. What disturbed Zeke Draker even more was not the man's drunken appearance. It was the fact that he had not sensed him approaching at all. Not a footstep, not a presence, not even the faintest warning before the stranger appeared. Of all the things Zeke Draker had expected to run into while recovering in the infirmary, a wandering drunkard barging in out of nowhere was definitely nowhere on the list. And then the situation became even more bizarre. The man casually opened his mouth and insulted Arthur Draker, the patriarch of House Draker, speaking about him with the kind of careless disrespect most people would never dare show. Zeke Draker narrowed his attention and tried to read the man's intentions, watching every small movement and expression. But the stranger did not seem interested in explaining himself. Instead, he appeared far more focused on lifting his bottle again and pouring more liquor down his throat. Then, without giving even the slightest warning, the drunkard suddenly asked Zeke Draker about his rapid regeneration. The question landed like a blade in the room, making it obvious that this man had noticed Zeke's unnatural healing ability. The moment Zeke Draker heard that, warning bells rang sharply in his head. The Academy should not have known anything about that power. And yet this drunken stranger had pointed it out, as if he had seen straight through him. At that exact moment, Zeke Draker's system responded on its own, activating mental defense as if recognizing the threat hidden beneath the man's casual tone. Zeke Draker kept his face completely blank, refusing to let even a hint of alarm show. He played dumb, acting as though he had no idea what the man was talking about. But the stranger did not buy that performance for even a single second. Without warning, the man suddenly lunged forward. His palm shot out with terrifying sharpness and force, slicing clean through the infirmary bed as if the solid frame had been nothing more than paper. Zeke Draker dodged in an instant, his body moving almost before his thoughts could catch up. As he pulled away from the shattered bed, one suspicion hardened in his mind: this drunken lunatic might actually be an assassin. Thinking quickly, Zeke Draker grabbed the bedsheet and snapped it toward the man's face. The cloth whipped through the air, not as a real attack, but as a desperate way to block the lunatic's vision, even if only for a split second. But the pressure closing in around Zeke Draker only became sharper and more suffocating. The danger was too real now, forcing him to abandon any thought of holding back. Zeke Draker activated every skill available to him and threw himself forward into an all-out attack, pouring his full focus and momentum into the assault. Yet even with his vision blocked, the man moved as though nothing had changed. He reacted effortlessly and caught Zeke Draker's blade with such ease that the attack seemed to have never threatened him in the first place. Instead of immediately counterattacking, the drunkard simply smirked. There was amusement in his face, as he praised Zeke Draker for adapting so quickly under pressure, as though he were watching an entertaining test rather than a life-or-death struggle. Zeke Draker staggered back, keeping his guard raised while the stranger's words sank into him. A mercenary? What did that even mean? Was this man somehow aware of something from Zeke's past? The drunkard studied him closely, then scoffed at the sight of a Draker willing to throw away his sword just to stay alive. To the stranger, Zeke Draker did not look like someone shaped to be a proper knight. He looked far more suited to the rough, survival-driven life of a mercenary. And in that instant, Zeke Draker felt a chill run through him, because he realized this man was not guessing blindly, he was seeing straight through him. Even worse, Zeke Draker could feel the gap between them with painful clarity. The difference in power was not small, not something he could close with cleverness or a sudden trick. If this man truly wanted to kill Zeke Draker, there would be no long battle. No dramatic exchange, and no desperate chance to turn things around. He was at least on the level of a red knight, and that alone made him terrifying. Then the man casually gestured toward Zeke Draker's heavy claymore, as if dismissing it with a glance. He seemed to assume it was nothing more than a basic weapon picked up from the Academy's supply, and with Zeke's talent, he said swinging around that kind of blade was a complete waste. The relaxed way the man judged Zeke Draker's potential only made the truth even clearer. This drunkard was far more powerful than he had first appeared. But before Zeke could think any deeper about who he really was, a familiar voice suddenly cut through the tense air of the infirmary. Andre Draker had arrived. To Zeke Draker's shock, Andre Draker did not treat the stranger like some random intruder. Instead, he called him by name, Dexter. Zeke Draker could barely believe what he had just heard. Meanwhile, Dexter only wore that same smug, careless look and asked how Andre Draker had managed to track him down. Andre Draker calmly recalled that he had seen Dexter earlier in the training room. Then, without lingering on the matter any longer, he turned his attention away from the drunkard and looked toward Zeke Draker. Andre Draker told Zeke Draker that if he had already recovered, then he should leave the infirmary. Zeke awkwardly prepared to get out as instructed, but before he could go, Dexter suddenly stopped him. With amusement still lingering on his face, Dexter made Zeke Draker an offer. If Zeke wanted to learn something that was actually useful, then he should come to the western greenhouse of the Academy. For a brief moment, silence settled between them. Then Zeke Draker, still carrying that same arrogant edge, rejected the offer without hesitation and walked away. Dexter let out a weary sigh and shook his head as he watched him go, muttering that Zeke Draker's attitude was far too similar to his father's. For just a moment, something softer seemed to pass through Dexter's expression. A faint trace of nostalgia hidden beneath all that drunken carelessness. Zeke Draker, however, was already fitting the pieces together in his mind. If this so-called gardener could speak about Arthur Draker, the patriarch of House Draker, with such casual familiarity, then there was only one explanation that made sense. Dexter was not merely some strange drunk hiding around the Academy grounds. He was the legendary Duke Draker, the Gale Knight himself. Realization hit Zeke Draker with real force. This was the very same man who had once challenged an entire kingdom all on his own. Duke Draker was one of the rare knights capable of wielding martial force, a warrior so unpredictable and unconventional that people even claimed he became a black knight simply because he liked the color black. And yet, despite carrying such a terrifying reputation, Duke Draker had disappeared without a trace. Now, of all places, he had resurfaced here, quietly living within the Academy like some ordinary hidden resident. Zeke Draker glanced back toward Andre Draker. Maybe Andre had also ended up at the Academy because of Duke Draker's presence. But after thinking about it for a moment, Zeke decided that detail did not really matter to him. Zeke Draker had no interest in ordinary training. He was not looking for simple lessons that any decent instructor could teach with enough time and patience. If Zeke Draker was going to learn anything from Duke Draker, then it could not be something small, basic, or ordinary. A man like that had to be worth far more than routine instruction. What Zeke Draker wanted was the man's ultimate technique. A smirk slowly tugged at the edge of Zeke Draker's lips as his hunger for power sharpened into clear determination. If he was going to pursue Duke Draker's strength, then he would not settle for fragments, hints, or half-measures. He wanted everything. Over at the Magic Academy, Professor Fannin continued his lecture with visible awkwardness, glancing across the room as if searching for even one student who was actually following along. He asked whether anyone had questions, though the look on his face made it clear he already expected the same heavy silence as always. Most of the class looked completely checked out. Some students were practically half asleep, while others barely made an effort to pretend they were listening, their dull eyes drifting through the lecture as if it were nothing more than background noise. It was a discouraging sight for any teacher, but Professor Fanon still tried to keep going. Then, just when he seemed prepared for no response at all, a single hand rose from among the students. Zeke Draker asked Professor Fanon about the mana energy transfer law he had just mentioned, his question cutting through the sleepy atmosphere of the classroom. Professor Fanon's entire demeanor changed almost instantly. The awkwardness in his face disappeared, replaced by genuine excitement, because it had been ages since any student had shown real interest in his lecture. With obvious enthusiasm, he began explaining the concept in detail, carefully breaking it down, so Zeke Draker could properly understand the idea. After the class ended, the other students grumbled that the subject was far too theoretical, treating the entire lesson like nothing more than a scheduled nap they had been forced to sit through. Zeke Draker, however, walked away with a completely different impression. The material had been surprisingly easy for him to understand, and for the first time, he began to see Professor Fanon differently. The man was not just an awkward lecturer, he was actually competent. Just as Zeke Draker was about to step out of the classroom and leave the lecture behind, Professor Fanon suddenly called after him. His voice stopped Zeke right before he could pass through the doorway. For once, Professor Fanon's usual awkward expression softened into something much more genuine. He thanked Zeke Draker for actually showing curiosity about the lesson, because it had been far too long since he had been able to properly teach a student who truly cared about what he was explaining. Professor Fanon even gave Zeke Draker an open invitation. If Zeke ever had questions, he could come to him any time without hesitation. Then, almost bashfully, Fanon added that he was still an alumnus of Delphoa Magic University, the very place known as the birthplace of modern magic. That unexpected detail immediately drew Zeke Draker's attention. He had not imagined that Professor Fanon carried such a serious academic background. And since there was no downside to keeping a capable mage within reach, Zeke decided it would be worth accepting the offer. In Zeke Draker's mind, magic users who were skilled in mathematics usually had sharp, orderly ways of thinking. They were the kind of people who could break complicated problems down with structure instead of relying only on instinct. And honestly, having a smart mage as a potential ally sounded far more useful than being forced to deal with yet another rigid, prideful knight who only knew how to posture. Zeke Draker figured Professor Fanon might become useful to him someday. But the moment he stepped out of the academy and let his thoughts continue, that train of thought was suddenly cut off. Dexter was waiting for him outside. And judging from the look on his face, whatever little patience he had been trying to hold on to had already burned away completely. Dexter stood there with his arms crossed, staring at Zeke Draker as he asked whether he was finally done. But before Zeke could even give him an answer, Dexter skipped past the small talk and went straight to the real reason he had been waiting. Dexter demanded to know why Zeke Draker had never shown up at the Western Greenhouse like he was supposed to. Clearly, when Dexter had first offered to teach Zeke Draker something useful, he had expected the meaning behind his words to be obvious. In his mind, Zeke should have understood the hint immediately and come running without needing another invitation. But Zeke Draker only gave a careless shrug, completely unmoved by Dexter's impatience. In the same blunt tone as before, he repeated that he simply was not interested. Dexter's irritation flared almost instantly. He started acting less like a legendary figure and more like a sulking child who had been ignored after offering something important. Even then, Zeke Draker's stance did not soften in the slightest. Zeke Draker admitted that Dexter was clearly no ordinary person, but right now he was already focused on his own training path. For one brief moment, Dexter looked as though he might accept that answer until, just as suddenly, he clearly decided he would not. Without warning, Dexter vanished from Zeke Draker's sight. Before Zeke could even process where he had gone, a sharp impact struck him, and in the next instant, his vision was swallowed by complete darkness. When Zeke Draker finally regained consciousness, he immediately realized he was no longer in the same place where he had been standing before. Blinked slowly, his senses returning piece by piece as he took in the unfamiliar space around him. The air, the surroundings, and the feeling of the place all told him he had been moved somewhere else. It was the Western Greenhouse. Dexter stood above him with a tired sigh, looking down at Zeke Draker as if Zeke had been the one making this whole situation unnecessarily troublesome. Dexter asked if Zeke Draker was finally awake. Zeke, still gathering himself, slowly crossed his arms and stared back at him with a look that made his annoyance perfectly clear. Zeke Draker pointed out, with obvious irritation in his voice, that Dexter had basically just abducted him and dragged him here against his will. Dexter did not look even remotely guilty. He only shrugged as though kidnapping someone into a greenhouse was the most normal thing in the world, flashing a shameless little smirk that said everything about his attitude. By this point, Dexter's interest in Zeke Draker was completely obvious. He was no longer bothering to hide his curiosity, and every look he gave Zeke made it clear he had no intention of letting him walk away easily. Zeke Draker thought to himself that Dexter had absolutely no patience whatsoever. But even so, he had no plan to stay there and entertain the man's whims. Without wasting time, Zeke Draker activated Swift Step and shot forward, trying to blast out of the greenhouse in one sudden burst of speed before Dexter could stop him. At least that was what Zeke Draker intended to do. In the blink of an eye, Dexter appeared directly in front of him. He blocked Zeke Draker's path with effortless timing, cutting off the escape before Zeke could even reach the exit. Annoyed but still refusing to give up, Zeke Draker tried to break away again. Yet the moment he moved, Dexter intercepted him a second time, stepping into his path as if he had predicted it from the start. No matter which direction Zeke Draker tried to run, Dexter matched him with ease and shut down every possible escape route like it was nothing. Refusing to keep being treated like some helpless child, Zeke quickly shifted his approach. With a smirk tugging at his face, Zeke Draker decided to prod at him instead. He teased Dexter and asked what exactly he found so fascinating about him. Dexter did not even pause before answering. Dexter's answer was simple and direct. What interested him was Zeke Draker's absurd healing ability, that insane regeneration that no ordinary cadet should have possessed. Zeke Draker grinned as the real reason finally became clear. Since Dexter wanted answers so badly, Zeke decided he might as well turn the entire situation into a challenge. Zeke Draker told Dexter that if he really wanted to know the truth, then he would have to force it out of him himself. Dexter vanished. Zeke Draker's body tensed at once. His eyes darted from side to side, scanning the greenhouse as he tried to catch even the smallest sign of where Dexter had disappeared to. Then a sword cut through the air behind him, whistling sharply as it came straight toward Zeke Draker's back. Zeke Draker barely managed to react in time. His hand shot out and caught the weapon before it could land cleanly, stopping the strike just short of doing real damage. Holding the sword steady in his grip, Zeke Draker narrowed his eyes and fixed his focus on Dexter, refusing to let the man slip from his awareness again. Zeke Draker could not understand what Dexter was trying to prove with this sudden attack. Taking his stance, he demanded an explanation, his guard still raised and his body ready to move. But Dexter only answered with another smirk. He reminded Zeke Draker that he was the one who had started this challenge in the first place. Then Dexter said the current setup was too boring, so they might as well make it more interesting before laying out the terms. If Zeke Draker could land even a single strike on Dexter's clothes, then Zeke would be declared the winner, and as a reward, Dexter would grant him one wish. If Zeke Draker lost, Dexter's expression suddenly sharpened into something far more terrifying. In that case, Zeke would have to tell him everything he was hiding. For the next 3 relentless hours, Zeke Draker fought with everything he had, pushing his body through exchange after exchange without letting himself slow down. But Dexter was not simply fast in the normal sense. He moved like someone who was practically untouchable, slipping away from danger as if attacks could not reach him at all. No matter how many times Zeke Draker swung, thrust, adjusted his footwork, or changed the angle of his attacks, he could not land even a single clean hit on Dexter. Even so, Zeke Draker refused to stop. No matter how many times he failed, he kept pushing forward, unwilling to accept that he had no way through. His endless stamina and rapid regeneration kept dragging him back into motion again and again. Wounds closed, pain faded, and his body continued moving like something that was almost impossible to wear down. Dexter began to take real notice of him. Zeke Draker was not just some kid blessed with ridiculous endurance. There was something far stranger and more persistent about him. Zeke Draker simply would not stay down. Every injury healed, every setback vanished within seconds, and each time Dexter knocked him to the ground, Zeke rose again as if the fight had only just begun. Still, Zeke Draker understood that stamina alone would never be enough to win. If he wanted to reach Dexter, he needed something stronger. Then one thought surfaced in his mind: the might of the dragon. It was a skill so powerful and dangerous that he had never dared to use it before. But against someone like Dexter, holding back would only leave him trapped in the same hopeless cycle. His gaze hardened, and this time, Zeke Draker decided he would not restrain himself. As Zeke Draker rose back to his feet, his entire presence began to change. The air around him seemed to crackle with raw intensity, and the pressure rolling off his body grew heavier with every passing second. Duke Draker noticed the change in Zeke Draker the instant it happened. His sharp eyes caught the shift in the air around him, the sudden rise in pressure wrapping around Zeke's body like something dangerous had just awakened. A satisfied grin slowly spread across Duke Draker's face. Judging by that expression, this was exactly the kind of reaction he had been waiting to pull out of Zeke Draker from the very beginning. Excitement flickered deep in Duke Draker's gaze as purple energy began surging through Zeke Draker's body. The violent glow wrapped around him fiercely, making the atmosphere in the greenhouse feel sharper and more unstable with every passing second. Zeke Draker activated Swift Step once again, but this time, the movement was completely different from before. His footwork became cleaner, his timing sharper, and every step carried a level of control that had not been there earlier. He was faster now. Zeke Draker cut through the space between them with a speed that clearly surpassed his previous attempts, closing in with a sharper rhythm and far less wasted motion. Duke Draker acknowledged that Zeke Draker had improved, but his face still showed no real surprise. To him, Zeke's speed was decent enough to notice, but he had already crossed blades with opponents who moved far faster than this. Even so, there was something else about Zeke Draker that truly caught Duke Draker's attention. It was the look in his eyes. That stare was not just filled with determination. There was something wilder there, something sharp, feral, and vicious, and Duke Draker clearly liked what he saw. Deciding to play along, he released only the faintest trace of his own aura. But the exact moment Duke Draker started to move, Zeke Draker unleashed the might of the dragon. For the first time, Duke Draker was genuinely caught off guard. He still managed to break Zeke Draker's sword and force him backward, but the exchange had not unfolded the way he expected at all. A flash of confusion passed through Duke Draker's mind. For a brief moment, even he could not immediately understand what had just happened in that clash. A thick cloud of dust burst up around Duke Draker, filling the space and blurring the area around him. Using that cover, he tried to figure out whether Zeke Draker had used some kind of technique to interfere with his vision. With the dense dust screen hiding his movements, Duke Draker assumed Zeke Draker would not be able to follow him properly. In that haze, tracking him should have been nearly impossible. Zeke Draker had dragon eyes. Through the dust, the confusion, and the shifting air, he locked onto Duke Draker's presence and struck at him from behind. This time, Zeke Draker finally landed a hit. But in the very next instant, the Black Knight vanished from where he had been standing, leaving Zeke frozen in surprise as his attack met empty space. Then, little by little, understanding began to settle in Zeke Draker's mind. That had to be Duke Draker's secret technique. It was some kind of movement ability that allowed him to shift positions instantly while leaving behind a violent gust of wind in his wake. Only then did Zeke Draker truly understand why Duke Draker had earned the name Gale Knight. While Zeke Draker was still trying to process the technique he had just witnessed, Duke Draker suddenly appeared behind him as if the space between them had never mattered. With almost no effort in his voice, Duke Draker declared the match a draw. Then, before Zeke Draker could respond, he completely overwhelmed him and brought the fight to an abrupt end. The system immediately sent Zeke Draker a warning. Because he had used too many skills in such a short period of time, his fatigue had exceeded the safe limit, and his body had finally reached a point where it could no longer keep up. His consciousness began shutting down by force. No matter how much Zeke Draker wanted to resist, his body was no longer giving him a choice. Zeke Draker's vision started to fade as he struggled to move, but his limbs refused to listen. Darkness closed in around him, swallowing everything until he finally lost consciousness completely. Several hours later, Zeke Draker opened his eyes in his own room. From the situation, it seemed likely that Duke Draker himself had carried him back after the fight ended. Although the sting of defeat still lingered inside him, Zeke Draker understood the result clearly. Losing against a Black Knight was only natural, no matter how frustrating it felt. He had thrown everything he had at Duke Draker. Every skill, every trick, every burst of strength he could force out of his body. And even after all that, it still had not been enough. Zeke Draker looked back over his strategy, remembering how he had repeated the same attack pattern again and again on purpose. He had wanted Duke Draker to lower his guard, only to change everything at the final second by unleashing the full force of the dragon's power. And yet, even with all that preparation and risk, Zeke Draker had barely managed to land a single hit. Zeke Draker felt certain that the movement Duke Draker had used at the end was his trump card, the hidden technique that defined his strength. Regret washed over him as he thought about it. If Zeke Draker had not pushed his draconic skills too far, he might have stayed conscious long enough to observe more of that technique. Still, even for just a moment, he had seen it with his own eyes. That absurd speed paired with Duke Draker's perfectly trained physique was probably the same kind of skill that had allowed Andre Draker to rise through the ranks despite his weak stamina. Zeke Draker wished he could have learned that technique for himself, but for now he could at least feel somewhat satisfied, because one undeniable truth had been proven through the fight. The might of the dragon was powerful enough to make even a Black Knight hesitate. If Zeke Draker ever unleashed it against weaker opponents, most of them would have almost no chance of standing against him. Just then, a system notification appeared before Zeke Draker. Curious about what had changed, Zeke Draker checked his status and discovered that Swift Step had leveled up, and that was not the only change. His soul had developed even further, unlocking new system functions that could now be accessed through karma points. As Zeke Draker scrolled through the available options, he was surprised to see features like a mini-map, an inventory, and a quest book, each one ready to unlock as long as he had enough points to spend. After taking his time to look over the choices and understand what each function might offer, Zeke Draker decided that the inventory should be unlocked first. The system explained the function in a simple and direct way. Zeke Draker could store and retrieve items just by thinking of their name or their shape. To test whether it worked as smoothly as the system claimed, Zeke Draker selected his sword. The moment he activated the function, the claymore disappeared from his hand and appeared inside the inventory window. Impressed by how naturally the process worked, Zeke Draker immediately tried calling the weapon back again. With nothing more than a thought, the claymore instantly reappeared in Zeke Draker's grasp, solid and ready in his hand, as if it had never vanished. He had assumed the inventory would be a basic storage space and nothing more. But after trying it himself, Zeke Draker realized it was far more advanced, convenient, and useful than he had expected. Zeke Draker remembered how much he had struggled in his past life to find secure places to hide valuable artifacts. If he had possessed this function back then, so many things would have been completely different. The system also revealed that the storage capacity could be expanded by spending more karma points. Surprisingly, even with that level of usefulness, the entire function was still considered only a low-rank administrator skill. That made Zeke Draker wonder what kind of powers might appear once he reached the high-rank administrator level. And now that he understood just how valuable karma points truly were, he decided he would need to spend them carefully. As Zeke Draker began reconsidering his future plans with this new function in mind, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. A moment later, Decker stepped inside and politely asked for permission to enter. A little surprised by the visit, Zeke Draker allowed Decker to come in. The butler then delivered a message explaining that Zeke would understand what it meant the moment he heard who had sent it. The message was from the garden keeper. The moment Zeke Draker heard that title, he paused for a brief second before a smile slowly began to form on his face. That message alone confirmed it. All the effort Zeke Draker had poured into that brutal fight had not been wasted. As Zeke Draker read through the invitation, Decker calmly assured him that he could return for another challenge whenever he felt ready. Zeke Draker felt a surge of excitement rise in his chest that he could not quite suppress. After all, Duke Draker had called their fight a draw before completely overpowering him. And to Zeke Draker, that meant one thing very clearly. He still had another chance to prove himself. Just before Zeke Draker can take his leave, Decker stops him, as if remembering one final matter he cannot let slip by. He tells Zeke that he managed to locate the blacksmith Zeke had been searching for. But when Zeke naturally asks whether a meeting has already been arranged, Decker's face tightens with an uncomfortable look, and he awkwardly admits that the situation did not move along as neatly as they had hoped. The blacksmith's answer had been harsh, simple, and immediate. Galleon Halbert had turned down the request on the spot, refusing it so firmly that there was not even a trace of room left for persuasion or negotiation. Zeke Draker is visibly thrown off when he hears the reason behind the refusal. It is not just that Galleon Halbert rejected this one commission. The man has apparently stopped forging weapons entirely, as if he has walked away from the craft itself. The next day, Zeke Draker finds himself standing before a shop that stirs up old memories the moment he sees it. It is the very same blacksmith's forge he once visited in his previous life, still sitting there with a heavy, strangely familiar atmosphere hanging around its entrance. Zeke Draker lifts his gaze toward the old sign swaying above the doorway, its worn surface carrying the weight of years. As quiet memories begin to surface in his mind, he steps inside and calls out. But even while his voice echoes into the shop, his thoughts are already drifting toward the legendary sword he once wielded, the Radiance of Graham, a true masterpiece created by Galleon Halbert, the very blacksmith he has come here to meet. In Zeke Draker's previous life, Galleon Halbert forged that blade for him as repayment after Zeke saved his life. But Galleon had never been the kind of craftsman who could be described as ordinary. Across the continent, people whispered about him as the blacksmith of the soul, claiming he could peer into a person's very essence and forge the single weapon that suited them best. Zeke had never once dismissed those rumors as exaggeration. Back then, Galleon truly had given him exactly what he needed, a sword that could replace ether with aura, a power so extraordinary it could shift the outcome of battle itself. For someone who had once been celebrated as the greatest blacksmith on the entire continent, Galleon Halbert's current condition is almost painful to witness. Seeing him fallen this far leaves Zeke Draker with a bitter, unmistakable sense of disappointment. Inside the shop, Galleon Halbert is clearly drunk. His body is slumped, his eyes are hazy and unfocused, and he barely bothers to raise his head when Zeke enters. Instead, he snaps at Zeke Draker in a rough voice, telling him to get out and grumbling that a place like this is no place for a child. Zeke Draker had already expected Galleon Halbert to be a difficult, rough-tempered man, but this open hostility is far beyond what he had imagined. As he takes in the blacksmith's behavior, Zeke realizes that something serious must have happened to him before the fateful meeting they shared in Zeke's previous life. Zeke Draker does not waste his breath trying to reason with a man drowning in alcohol. Instead, he stays calm, reaches for a nearby bucket of water, and without hesitation, pours the entire thing straight over Galleon Halbert's head. The shock strikes instantly. Galleon Halbert jerks upright with a violent sputter, coughing as cold water runs down his hair, face, and beard. Across from him, Zeke Draker watches the reaction with a faint, sharp-edged smirk, clearly satisfied that the blacksmith is finally alert. Zeke Draker looks down at the drenched blacksmith and taunts him, asking if he is finally awake now, but the teasing edge in his voice quickly fades. His tone turns firm and direct as he demands to know exactly why Galleon Halbert rejected the request. But the instant Galleon Halbert's clearing eyes settle on Zeke Draker's face, the atmosphere shifts. His expression changes completely. as if recognition has struck him all at once. Panic flashes through Galleon Halbert's eyes almost immediately. He drops his head into a deep bow, apologizing over and over again with frantic urgency, like a man who has suddenly realized just who he was speaking to. Still visibly shaken, Galleon Halbert confesses that he no longer believes he has the right to forge weapons for anyone. If he cannot even complete the weapon he truly longs to create, then how could he dare accept commissions from others? That humiliation, that sense of failure, is the reason he stopped taking work altogether. For a short moment, Zeke Draker is honestly taken aback by what he has just heard. The confession is heavier than he expected, and it leaves him briefly silent. Even a blacksmith as famous as Galleon Halbert has clearly been dragged into a painful downward spiral. Zeke Draker suddenly recalls that in his previous life, Galleon never once mentioned any of these struggles. Most likely, the shame of his failure had been too heavy for him to put into words. But Zeke Draker has no intention of letting Galleon Halbert sink any deeper into his own self-pity. As the blacksmith starts to collapse, further into despair, Zeke cuts through the heavy mood with firm, uncompromising words, forcing him to face reality again. Galleon falters, clearly shaken by the sudden pressure. After a brief, tense silence, Galleon Halbert lowers his head once more. This time his voice is quieter as he apologizes again for the rude and disgraceful way he treated Zeke earlier. Zeke Draker simply waves off the apology, refusing to dwell on it. Instead, he tells Galleon to show him the weapons he claims he failed to forge. Galleon Halbert hesitates for a moment, then releases a weary sigh before guiding Zeke toward the back of the shop. Seeing Galleon Halbert in such a broken, defeated state, Zeke Draker understands that he cannot just walk away and leave him like this. If he wants the legendary blacksmith he remembers to return, then he will have to help Galleon find his way back to the path he lost. When they step out into the backyard, Galleon Halbert awkwardly apologizes for the messy state of the place. Tools, scraps of metal, and unfinished works are scattered all around. But Zeke Draker only sweeps his eyes over the chaotic scene and casually says that, honestly, it looks pretty cool. Galleon Halbert gives a quiet word of thanks, while Zeke Draker begins inspecting the weapons laid out across the yard. The blacksmith warns him to handle them carefully since the blades are still sharp. But as Zeke studies one sword after another, his eyes narrow with interest because he quickly notices something unexpected. These weapons are not failures at all. In truth, the craftsmanship is nearly the same as the weapons Galleon Halbert forged in the days when he was praised as the finest blacksmith on the continent. The shape, balance, and finish all carry the skill of a true master. Zeke Draker activates Dragon Eyes, allowing his gaze to pierce beyond the surface of the blades and examine their deeper structure. Almost immediately, the true problem reveals itself before him. He turns his attention back to Galleon Halbert and asks the question directly, without softening it or circling around the issue. The real problem, he says, is with the brazier, isn't it? Galleon Halbert can only stare at him in stunned silence, clearly shocked that Zeke Draker has identified the issue so quickly. But Zeke does not give him room to look away, dodge the question, or pretend otherwise. Zeke Draker presses him for a clear answer, then points out another detail already visible in the weapons before them. He has noticed something specific about the way Galleon is trying to forge these blades. Galleon Halbert is using a rare smelting technique, one that blends different metals together to create a new material. If done correctly, that material should be lighter than ordinary steel while also being stronger and more reliable. To show that he understands exactly where the process has gone wrong, Zeke Draker picks up one of the so-called failed swords. Then, with almost insulting ease, he snaps the blade cleanly in half. Zeke Draker looks down at the broken sword in his hand and comments coldly that its durability is pathetic. For a weapon made with such an advanced method, it is far too weak. Then he explains the true flaw behind the failure. The technique itself is not the issue at all. The real problem is that Galleon Halbert has not been removing the impurities properly, and those impurities are spreading weakness through the blade's entire inner structure. Galleon Halbert is left utterly speechless. With what seems like a single glance, Zeke Draker has seen through his whole forging process, understood the rare method he was using, and pinpointed the exact defect as though it were obvious from the start. After a long, heavy silence, Galleon Halbert finally calls out to him. His voice sounds hesitant and almost embarrassed, and he admits that what he is about to say may seem strange, but he has a request to make. Back inside the shop, Galleon Halbert pulls out a blueprint and carefully spreads it open in front of Zeke Draker. He does not try to conceal even the smallest part of the design, laying every detail bare before him. The moment Zeke Draker's eyes land on the page, he recognizes it instantly. There is no mistaking what he is looking at. It is the blueprint for the magic brazier. Zeke Draker remembers this design with perfect clarity from his previous life. This exact brazier was the key that allowed Galleon Halbert to perfect his craft and rise all the way to the peak of blacksmithing. Back then, Galleon Halbert had trusted Zeke Draker enough to reveal this greatest secret to him. And now, in this life, it feels as if that same moment is unfolding before him once again. Zeke Draker studies the blueprint in silence, his eyes tracing over the structure, the markings, and the symbols drawn across the page. It does not take him long to understand what the design is meant to accomplish. If Galleon Halbert can complete this magic brazier, then the flaws in his smelting process will vanish. The impurities weakening his weapons will no longer remain, and his forging will become flawless. But even as Zeke Draker understands the purpose of the design, one part of the situation feels odd. Something about it does not quite add up. Zeke Draker looks up from the blueprint and fixes his gaze on Galleon Halbert. If the design is already in his hands, he asks, then why has he not built it yet? The question lingers in the shop's heavy air. Zeke Draker waits calmly, watching Galleon Halbert for the answer that must explain everything. Galleon Halbert lets out a deep, exhausted sigh before finally explaining the problem. He is missing the most critical component needed to complete the brazier, the magic core, and just commissioning that one part would cost 10,000 gold coins. Zeke Draker's eyes widen slightly at the sheer amount. The price is ridiculous. An ordinary family might only spend around 10 gold coins across an entire month, which means this single component costs 1,000 times that amount. Hearing that, Zeke understands why it took Galleon Halbert a full decade to become the continent's greatest blacksmith in his previous life. Galleon Halbert knows perfectly well how unreasonable his request sounds, but desperation pushes him to say it anyway. Since Zeke Draker is a Draker and also a pure-blooded awakener, there may be a chance he can help acquire the core. In return, Galleon makes an astonishing promise. If Zeke helps him, he will forge any weapon Zeke wants, completely free of charge, for the rest of his life. Zeke Draker thinks through the request and quickly grasps just how difficult it really is. In practical terms, it should be impossible. He is not the family's guardian knight, so there is no way for him to casually secure such an outrageous amount of money. Even with his status as a pure-blooded awakener, 10,000 gold coins is still far beyond what he can currently reach. But he needs Graham, the Sword of Radiance, and that means he has to find some way forward no matter what. The real issue is connected to the laws of mana energy, and then, all at once, a reckless idea flashes through his mind. Zeke Draker does not drag out the decision any longer. Once the idea takes shape, he accepts Galleon Halbert's request and takes the blueprint into his own hands. Galleon Halbert still looks uncertain, unable to fully believe that Zeke Draker might actually solve a problem this impossible. But Zeke speaks with calm confidence, telling him that he knows a mage who may be able to help. If everything goes well, he will contact Galleon Halbert again with the results. As Zeke Draker turns away from the workshop and prepares to leave, he stops for just a brief moment at the doorway. Without even fully looking back, he throws one final command over his shoulder, telling Galleon Halbert to stop wasting himself by drowning in alcohol. But Galleon Halbert does not snap back, argue, or try to defend himself. Instead, he suddenly drops to his knees with a heavy thud and clutches tightly onto Zeke Draker's leg. Tears stream down his face as he clings to him in desperation, swearing with a trembling voice that if this plan truly succeeds, he will dedicate himself to Zeke for the rest of his life. Galleon Halbert keeps pouring out his gratitude again and again, his voice shaking so badly that the words almost blur together. But Zeke Draker does not let the emotional scene continue any longer. He simply shakes the man off, steps away, and walks out of the workshop as if the matter has already been settled. Later, at Draker Academy's professorial research building, Zeke Draker arrives at the research facility with a dark, stormy expression on his face. The absurd situation surrounding the magic brazier is still fresh in his mind, and the more he thinks about it, the more irritated he becomes. To Zeke Draker, the scumbags from the magic tower are clearly taking advantage of the situation. They have inflated the price to a ridiculous level, even though the work itself does not appear difficult enough to justify such an outrageous fee. In his eyes, it is nothing more than shameless greed disguised behind the name of professional expertise. As Zeke Draker moves through the quiet halls of the research building, he remembers that Fanon's specialty happens to be closely connected to this very field. If he can locate Fanon's research lab, then there might be a way to avoid dealing with the magic tower's absurd demand entirely. While Zeke Draker searches through the area around the building, something off to the side suddenly catches his attention. From a nearby alley, an unpleasant scene begins to unfold right in the corner of his vision. There, hidden away from the main path where fewer people would notice, a young boy is being brutally beaten by a group of bullies. The narrow alley makes the scene feel even more cruel, with the boy trapped and surrounded. The boy cries helplessly, his voice breaking as he begs them to stop. But surrounded by several attackers and with no way to fight back, he is completely powerless against the group pressing in around him. Zeke Draker grits his teeth as the sight lands in his chest with an unpleasant, familiar sting. He has seen this exact kind of scene before. Memories from his past life flicker through his mind, dragging back the same bitter disgust he felt back then. His fists tighten at his sides, frustration hardening across his face. Without hesitating for even a second, Zeke Draker changes direction and walks straight toward the alley. At the center of the group, Leon Conrad looks down at the battered boy with a cruel sneer spreading across his face. He spits out that the kid is worthless, using the helpless boy as nothing more than a target for the anger boiling inside him. But Leon Conrad's rage is not truly directed at the boy trembling on the ground. Beneath all that cruelty, the real source of his bitterness is still the humiliation of losing to Zeke Draker. By crushing someone weaker than himself, Leon Conrad is desperately trying to feel strong again. It is as if tormenting a helpless target can somehow restore the pride that Zeke Draker shattered in front of everyone. Leon Conrad drives his foot down, stomping the boy's head against the ground. His face twists with frustration, and through clenched teeth, he snarls as though he is trying to crush his own humiliation along with the boy beneath him. He insists that his fight with Zeke Draker was never a proper fight to begin with. In Leon Conrad's mind, it was nothing but a cheap trick, a lucky strike that should never have been counted as a real defeat. Leon Conrad refuses to accept the idea that Zeke Draker deserves to be called a pure-blooded awakener. To him, admitting that would mean admitting his own defeat was real. But the moment Zeke Draker steps into the alley and speaks, Leon Conrad's expression shifts instantly. The arrogance on his face freezes, as if the very sound of Zeke's voice has cut through the scene. At first, Zeke Draker wears a cocky, almost playful smirk. But in the next instant, that faint warmth disappears from his face, and his eyes turn frighteningly cold. His voice drops low, sharp, and commanding, slicing through the tense air of the alley. Every word lands with enough force to make the bullies feel the pressure behind it. Zeke Draker tells Leon Conrad that if he values his life, he should get down on his knees. Leon Conrad scoffs at the threat, trying to laugh it off, still refusing to believe that Zeke's awakening could possibly be genuine. But Zeke Draker does not waste time entertaining Leon Conrad's denial. His voice grows even colder as he orders him to bow immediately, warning him that if he refuses, this will be where it ends for him. Chilling pressure suddenly spreads through the alley, like a wave of ice. Leon Conrad shudders as his entire body stiffens, locking up before he can even decide how to move. Cold sweat begins to slide down Leon Conrad's face, as fear grips him from deep inside his body. He cannot understand what is happening. He cannot make sense of why Zeke Draker feels so terrifying all of a sudden. Only a few months ago, Zeke Draker had been nothing in Leon Conrad's eyes, someone he could easily look down on, but now, standing before them in that alley, Zeke feels like an entirely different beast. Leon Conrad clenches his teeth, his body trembling with frustration, as the pride he has been desperately clinging to begins to crack apart. He can feel his confidence slipping, and it only makes him angrier, desperate to reject the fear crawling through him. Leon Conrad snarls and calls Zeke Draker an inferior. Then, in a reckless attempt to seize control of the situation again, he orders his goons to rush Zeke all at once. Zeke Draker does not even flinch as the first attack comes flying toward him. He slips away from the incoming punch with effortless ease, and while moving, he gives them one final warning. Then, without showing even the smallest sign of strain, Zeke Draker begins dismantling the entire group. His movements are calm, precise, and far too fast for them to properly follow. The first attacker goes down almost instantly. One clean counter is all it takes, and the bully collapses before he can even understand how badly he has misjudged his opponent. The next one barely has enough time to react before Zeke Draker brings him down as well, and just as that body falls, another attacker comes hurtling toward Zeke from the side. Zeke Draker simply catches the incoming attacker as if stopping him requires no effort at all. Then he hurls him backward with ease, tossing him aside like he weighs almost nothing. In only a few short moments, the entire gang is scattered across the ground. They are beaten so quickly and completely that none of them even have time to understand what just happened. Leon Conrad watches the scene unfold in pure horror. Sweat pours down his face as the confidence he tried so hard to maintain collapses completely in front of Zeke's overwhelming strength. He cannot believe what his own eyes are showing him. The reality standing in front of him feels too impossible to accept. This is supposed to be the same Zeke Draker he once looked down on so easily. Yet now Zeke Draker walks toward him with a cocky smirk and mockingly tells him to relax, because the pain will only last for a second. Terrified, Leon Conrad staggers backward and yanks out his sword. He holds the blade out in front of himself like a shield, using steel to hide the fear he can no longer control. Leon Conrad shouts for Zeke Draker to stay away, his hands trembling around the hilt of the sword. In a panicked voice, he warns that he will cut Zeke if he takes even one step closer. Zeke Draker's expression darkens the moment he sees the blade. Calmly, he reminds Leon Conrad of the Academy rules, making it very clear that drawing a weapon inside the training area is not something that can be brushed aside. Leon Conrad's breath catches hard in his throat. In his panic, he has completely forgotten that rule, and now the weight of his own reckless decision crashes down on him all at once. Zeke Draker has no intention of letting Leon Conrad escape the consequences of what he just did. The moment the sword was drawn, the situation had changed. Zeke Draker draws his own sword in response and declares that, according to the Academy's laws, this fight can only end when one of them is dead. The person who pulled his blade first must take full responsibility for everything that follows. No matter how the battle ends, no one will have the right to blame the other side afterward. To make the duel official, Zeke Draker turns his attention toward one of the beaten boys, Liam Stone. He names Liam as the witness, ensuring that the situation cannot be denied or twisted later. Just as Zeke Draker prepares to begin the fight, Leon Conrad's remaining composure finally breaks apart completely. The arrogance he had been clinging to vanishes in an instant. Leon Conrad stammers in terror, his voice cracking as his knees give out beneath him. Throwing away every last shred of pride, the bully drops to the ground and desperately begs Zeke for mercy. Zeke Draker glares down at him in silence, and for a brief moment, sharp memories from his past life flash through his mind. The scene in front of him overlaps with the bitterness he remembers all too well. How pathetic. Zeke Draker coldly says exactly what Leon Conrad is: a filthy, trashy scumbag. There is no sympathy in his voice, only disgust. Then, in a sudden flash of movement, Zeke Draker swings his blade, but instead of taking Leon Conrad's life, he cuts off only his ear, leaving him alive with the consequence of his own cowardice. Leon Conrad lets out a sharp scream as pain explodes through him. His face contorts horribly, and both hands fly to the side of his head, desperately clamping over the wound while fresh blood slips between his trembling fingers. But Zeke Draker has not finished dealing with him yet. His gaze remains icy and unmoved, and when he speaks again, his voice carries such a deadly warning that the entire alley seems to fall into silence around them. Zeke Draker tells Leon Conrad not to even consider having the severed ear reattached. Then, with the same cold stare, he warns him that if they ever meet again, he will not be generous enough to stop with only an ear next time. The boy who had been beaten is still lying weakly on the ground, barely able to raise his head after everything that happened. In a faint, shaking voice, Liam Stone calls out to Zeke Draker and asks why he bothered stepping in to save him. Zeke Draker does not respond as though he performed some grand, righteous rescue. Without showing any sentimental softness, he coolly tells Liam Stone that he was not helping him at all. He was simply helping himself. As Zeke Draker turns his back on the alley and begins walking away, a strange thought quietly rises in the corner of his mind, slipping in before he can ignore it. Could it have been Gallion Halbert? Maybe the blacksmith's words, along with that broken, wounded look in his eyes, had reached Zeke Draker more deeply than he wanted to admit. Perhaps something about that despair had lingered with him, but Zeke Draker quickly pushes the thought aside. He shakes it off before it can settle any deeper, refusing to waste time dwelling on feelings he does not care to examine. At last, Zeke Draker reaches the place he had been searching for from the beginning. There, he finally finds Fanon, the professor he came all this way to meet. Zeke Draker does not bother easing into the conversation with greetings or polite small talk. He cuts straight to the point, immediately asking Fanon whether the request he brought can actually be done. Fanon answers him directly, saying that it is possible for a brief moment. Relief passes through Zeke Draker, and he is ready to leave the matter in Fanon's hands. But before he can walk away, Fanon stops him and tells him to wait, because there is something he needs to hear first. Fanon explains that the design's overall structure is not especially complicated, at least not on the surface. The true challenge lies in the core, which functions like the heart of the machine by controlling its power output. Because the circuit has unusual restrictions, it requires an enormous amount of energy despite being so compact. And worse, that energy output has to be adjusted constantly in real time, or the entire device becomes useless. Zeke Draker absorbs every detail, then asks the only question that matters, whether there is still a way to make it work. Fanon gives a small nod and tells Zeke Draker that there are two possible approaches. The first option would be to rebuild and modify the core's design from the very foundation. But Fanon immediately makes it clear that this path would demand an absurd amount of time. It could take 10 years, perhaps even 15. Zeke Draker freezes at the answer, repeating the number in disbelief as though he must have heard it wrong. Fanon lets out a sigh and confirms that, yes, redesigning the core would take that ridiculously long. Then he explains the second method. Instead of reworking the core design from scratch, they could use a different material as a substitute, which would save them years of effort. The problem is that this shortcut comes with one major condition: they would need a high-compression mana stone. The moment those words leave Fanon's mouth, Zeke Draker's body jolts upright. He asks if Fanon is truly serious, because he knows exactly what a high-compression mana stone is. It is an ancient artifact so rare and advanced that even modern technology cannot reproduce it. Fanon confirms Zeke Draker's suspicion without any hesitation. That is precisely the item they would need if they wanted the device to function properly. And as if that answer were not already troublesome enough, Fanon adds another harsh detail. Finding one inside an old ruin would be close to impossible. Fanon continues by explaining that if they want a stone compatible with this specific design, the cost alone would be around 3,000 gold. Zeke Draker falls silent when he hears the number. 3,000 gold is still an enormous sum, especially when he has only just finished trying to process the 10,000 gold needed for the magic brazier. And now another impossible expense has been placed directly in front of him. For a moment, Zeke Draker can only stand there, weighed down by the sheer scale of the problem. Waiting 15 years is completely impossible. But 3,000 gold is not some small amount Zeke Draker can simply pull together whenever he wants. Neither option is easy, and neither can be ignored. The danger becomes even greater because if anyone discovers that Zeke Draker is not actually an aura user, he will be expelled from Draker Academy without question. Everyone believes Zeke Draker can wield aura because of what they witnessed during the blessing ceremony. But the truth is something else entirely. That display was only an illusion created through his aether and healing abilities. And no matter how hard he tries, he still cannot use aura. Aether is a power ordinary humans cannot control at all, but aura is different. Most warriors can access aura far more easily, which is exactly why Graham, the Sword of Radiance, is not merely helpful to Zeke Draker. For him, it is absolutely necessary. Without that sword, Zeke Draker's entire future could fall apart. Still lost in thought, he keeps turning the problem over from every angle, convinced that somewhere, somehow, there has to be another path forward. Meanwhile, Fanon remains absorbed in the blueprint, studying it with open fascination. He murmurs to himself that whoever created this design must have been a genuine genius. Fanon continues marveling at how incredibly efficient the structure is, saying that even among relics from the Golden Age, craftsmanship of this level would be extremely rare, and at that exact moment something suddenly clicks inside Zeke Draker's mind. Zeke Draker's eyes widen slightly as a new idea begins forming. The scattered pieces of the problem start coming together in his head. Without wasting another second, Zeke Draker rises to his feet and tells Fanon to focus only on refining the design. Everything else, he says with firm confidence, will be handled by him. With that decided, Zeke Draker starts to leave, already moving with the determination of someone who has found his answer. Fanon looks completely baffled and asks if Zeke is seriously telling him to spend 15 years reworking the design. But Zeke Draker shakes his head and says there is no need for that at all, because he is going to bring one himself. With absolute certainty, he declares that he knows how to obtain a high-compression mana stone, leaving Fanon staring after him in speechless shock. As Zeke Draker moves forward with his plan, the history behind those ancient relics rises in his mind. The Golden Age, the era when magic reached its greatest heights, eventually came to an end during the Liberation War. That was the war where humanity rose up and fought to free itself from the rule of the dragons, struggling to take back its own future. The war finally ended when Bahamut, the evil dragon, was slain by Tarakan Draker. After that, humanity enjoyed a full century of peace, but the lairs left behind by the dragons still contained remnants of that vanished age. Those ancient treasures eventually came to be known as the Hero King's remnants. They were relics so advanced and extraordinary that modern humans could not hope to recreate them. Among those relics was the high-compression mana stone, a powerful artifact said to hold enough energy to sustain an entire village on its own. Draker Academy's central library stands quietly at the heart of the academy grounds, almost like a forgotten monument surrounded by the passing flow of student life. Zeke Draker arrives at the central library, a place that hardly anyone bothers to use anymore. Even though the building feels nearly abandoned, it is still carefully maintained, because legend says that the hero Tarakan Draker himself established it decades ago. Zeke Draker remembers that in his previous life, several Golden Age relics were discovered here during the Academy's record room expansion. The Magic Tower and the Archmage of Nirvana became involved almost immediately, and the discovery sent shockwaves across the entire continent. But in this life, those relics should still be hidden here, untouched by anyone. Zeke Draker begins searching through the vast library, but just as he expected, nothing reveals itself right away. If relics of that level were easy to find, someone else would have uncovered and taken them long ago. Zeke Draker activates Dragon Eyes and starts scanning the room with intense focus. His enhanced gaze sweeps carefully across every wall, every bookshelf, and every tile beneath his feet. At last, his eyes catch on something out of place. One tile looks subtly different from the rest, strange enough that it draws his attention despite the quiet darkness of the library. Zeke Draker approaches the tile and taps it carefully, testing it for some kind of hidden mechanism. Then he activates Spirit of the Soul, recalling the lessons his master once taught him. Aether has the ability to materialize, allowing its user to give it different properties depending on how it is shaped. It can become a cutting force, a blunt impact, or something else entirely. But Aether also comes with a severe drawback. The moment it is used, it begins consuming energy at a terrifying speed. Even keeping it active for a short time drains Zeke Draker's stamina heavily, and he can already feel fatigue starting to settle into his body. Still, this is not a moment where he can afford to stop and rest. He has come too far to turn back now. Without hesitation, Zeke Draker steps through the opening revealed behind the tile. Beyond it, he finds himself entering a hidden cave beneath the library. Zeke Draker lights a fire to push back the surrounding darkness and reveal the space around him. But as the dim glow spreads across the cave walls, his expression tightens and a deep frown forms on his face. In Zeke Draker's previous life, these ruins were not supposed to be found until almost 10 years later, and he certainly does not remember them being buried this deep beneath the academy. Just then, a faint sound of movement echoes from somewhere farther inside the darkness, making his heart beat harder. For one tense moment, he wonders if someone else has already discovered this place before him. But when he looks ahead, what he finds is not another explorer. It is a group of skeletons, undead workers, not lifeless remains, gripping shovels and pickaxes as they continue digging endlessly, as though they are searching for something buried in the depths. Zeke Draker immediately scans them with dragon eyes and confirms one important thing. They are not being controlled by a lich. That is good news. If there is no lich commanding them from behind the scenes, then these undead workers are nothing more than enemies that can be destroyed without hesitation. Zeke Draker reaches that conclusion instantly. Zeke Draker activates Critical Strike and launches himself forward like a blade cutting through the dark. In a single burst, he closes the distance before the undead workers can even properly sense him, then strikes with full force, smashing their brittle bones apart and crushing them one after another. As the final skeleton crumbles into scattered fragments across the ground, a system notification suddenly appears in front of Zeke Draker, cutting through the silence of the ruins. Zeke Draker has earned 2 karma points. A grin slowly spreads across Zeke Draker's face. He had been so focused on finding the hidden relics that he had almost forgotten about earning karma points entirely. But now that the system has reminded him, the look on his face begins to shift into something far more wicked. This place is no longer just an ancient ruin in Zeke Draker's eyes. Now it has become the perfect hunting ground for gathering even more karma points. Without wasting another second, Zeke Draker pushes farther into the ruins. He cuts down 20 more skeletons with ease, destroying them one after another while steadily piling up additional points along the way. Once Zeke Draker feels satisfied with the amount he has collected, he opens the system menu and checks the list of new functions available for purchase. Unfortunately, most of the options are still far too expensive for Zeke Draker to afford at his current level. Only one useful option is actually within reach for him right now, the minimap. Zeke Draker purchases it immediately. The system responds at once, updating his display and showing him his exact current location inside the ruins. At first glance, it resembles a magic map, which is already impressive enough on its own. But then, right before Zeke Draker's eyes, something even more surprising begins to happen. The minimap shifts, expands, and transforms into a full 3-dimensional display. Zeke Draker watches in amazement as the structure of the ruins unfolds before him. Passages, rooms, and hidden routes appear in clear detail, revealing the layout in a way that no ordinary map could ever manage. Then, among all the information spreading across the display, Zeke Draker notices one detail that immediately stands out from the rest. A single room on the map is marked in a different color. Drawn in by curiosity, Zeke Draker focuses on that highlighted space and selects it. The system identifies the marked area as a storage room. Then, without missing a beat, it offers to guide Zeke Draker along the most efficient route to reach it. Zeke Draker is stunned by how convenient it is. In his past life, the search party needed several days just to locate the storage room, yet now the system has found it for him almost instantly. To test the function, Zeke Draker follows the route shown by the system. As he moves through the maze-like ruins, he quietly marvels at how smoothly and precisely it guides him forward. With a skill like this, Zeke Draker realizes there is almost no chance he will ever get lost again, no matter how complicated the ruins become. At last, Zeke Draker reaches the destination marked by the minimap. But the moment he arrives, A new obstacle appears directly in front of him. A massive door blocks the way, standing firmly between Zeke Draker and the storage room waiting beyond it. Zeke Draker frowns as he studies the heavy surface of the door. Something this solid clearly will not open with a simple push, but he decides to test it anyway, just to see how it reacts. The instant Zeke Draker's hand makes contact with the door, a violent surge of magic bursts from its surface and forcefully repels him backward. His glove catches fire in an instant, forcing Zeke Draker to pull his hand away immediately. A cold chill runs through him as he realizes the spell could easily have torn off his entire hand. Now Zeke Draker understands why the Archmage of Nirvana and the Magic Tower became involved so quickly when this place was discovered in his previous life. Realizing that brute force is not going to get him through this door, Zeke Draker shifts his attention away from the barrier and turns to the system instead. Zeke Draker asks the system if it has any ideas for breaking through or bypassing the security device in front of him. In response, the system connects directly to the security mechanism and begins attempting to override the door's protection. A few tense moments pass, but the override attempt ultimately fails. Instead of stopping there, the system changes its approach and activates a manual override function. Zeke Draker blinks in surprise, caught completely off guard by what just happened. He asks, almost unable to believe it, whether the system has actually responded to him. The system answers clearly, confirming that it has indeed responded. Zeke Draker's eyes widen at the reply. He had never expected the system to give him an actual answer like this. And in that instant, a dangerous but hopeful thought flashes through his mind. If the system can answer him, then maybe, just maybe, it can also answer the questions that have been haunting him. Without hesitating, Zeke Draker asks why he was regressed. No answer comes back. Zeke Draker's expression hardens. He changes the question and asks who is behind the administrator system. Once again, there is no response. Frustration begins to rise inside him. But Zeke Draker tries one final time and asks who created the system in the first place. Silence. Nothing returns to him at all. Annoyed by the complete lack of answers, Zeke Draker finally gives up on questioning it for now. Instead, Zeke Draker tells the system to forget the questions for the moment and just open the damn door. The system confirms the request, and a low, heavy rumble rolls through the ruins as the entrance to the Dragon Slayer storage room finally unlocks. The moment Zeke Draker steps inside, his eyes widen in disbelief at the sight waiting before him. Just as he remembered from his previous life, row after row of chests filled with priceless relics and treasures stretch out across the storage room. Finding even one relic of this level inside ordinary ruins would already be close to impossible. Yet here, an entire collection is sitting right in front of Zeke Draker, almost as if it has been waiting all this time for someone to claim it. Zeke Draker moves carefully through the room, searching through chest after chest. At last, his eyes finally settle on the very item he came here to find. High compression mana stones. There are 4 of them in total, resting there like treasures left behind by another age. Without hesitation, Zeke Draker spends 1 karma point to expand his inventory. Then he safely stores one of the high-compression mana stones inside. Unfortunately, Zeke Draker's storage space is still far too limited for him to take everything in the room, so he makes a firm mental note to return later, once he has enough capacity to claim the rest. Just as Zeke Draker is about to leave the storage room behind, an eerie sensation suddenly crawls across his entire body. It feels like the darkness itself is brushing against his skin, warning him that something hidden has just noticed him. Moving purely on instinct, Zeke Draker glances back over his shoulder. And in that exact instant, glowing magic circles burst to life around him, flaring up from every side and locking around his body before he can take another step. Before Zeke Draker can even react properly, the spell completes itself. The light swallows him whole, and in the blink of an eye, he is forcibly teleported away from the storage room. The sudden shift throws Zeke Draker off balance. His feet hit solid ground, and he stumbles for a moment before quickly steadying himself, his eyes sharpening as he scans the unfamiliar space around him. This place is completely unfamiliar. No matter how hard Zeke Draker searches his memory, it does not match anything he remembers seeing inside these ruins before. Zeke Draker immediately turns his attention to the system and demands to know where he has been sent. The answer that comes back is completely unexpected. He is now inside the home of the Dragon Slayer. Zeke Draker digs through his memories, but even in his past life, he has never heard of a place like this. The room around him is dim, cold, and unsettling, with coffins lined up in the shadows like silent witnesses from a forgotten era. When Zeke Draker opens the minimap, he realizes he is actually not far from the room he just left, and yet strangely enough, there is no visible passage connecting this place to his previous location. That leaves only one explanation. Zeke Draker has stumbled into a hidden area that no one else has ever managed to discover. Knowing how rare an opportunity like this is, Zeke Draker does not waste a single second. He rushes toward one of the coffins, grips the heavy concrete lid, and begins forcing it open. Inside the coffin rests a full set of medieval armor, lying there in complete silence as if it has been waiting untouched for countless years. The system quickly identifies the equipment for him, marking it as exclusive gear created specifically for a dragon slayer. Zeke Draker lifts the armor and examines it more closely. Across its surface, he can see scratches, dents, and worn battle marks, all of them traces left behind by conflicts from a distant past. But something about this armor feels different from the Golden Age equipment Zeke Draker already knows. It carries a strange weight and presence that ordinary relics simply do not have. Then Zeke Draker's eyes catch on an unusual detail along the back of the armor, a circular hole built directly into the structure. He pieces the meaning together almost immediately. That opening must be connected to the high-compression mana stones he just took from the storage room. Without wasting another moment, Zeke Draker opens his storage and takes out one of the high-compression mana stones. Zeke Draker has no intention of letting a discovery this rare slip through his fingers. He slots the ancient relic into place, and the system instantly confirms that the mana battery has been installed successfully. A pulse of energy surges through the armor. Its surface begins to glow, and the once silent equipment seems to wake up right before Zeke Draker's eyes. As he watches the armor activate, Zeke Draker cannot stop a grin from spreading across his face. For a moment, it feels like he has just uncovered something incredible. This discovery could change everything. But only a second later, the armor starts glitching violently, jerking and convulsing like a machine breaking apart from the inside. Zeke Draker's excitement vanishes in an instant. Alarm flashes across his face as he realizes that something has gone terribly wrong. Before Zeke Draker can do anything about it, the entire set of armor explodes. A violent blast tears through the chamber, and thick smoke surges outward, filling the room. Only after the explosion does the system finally chime in, explaining that an overload has caused a critical equipment failure. It even adds that it attempted to warn Zeke Draker about the incoming explosion, though the warning has obviously arrived a little too late. The system awkwardly apologizes for the delay. At the very least, though, the blast has not caused Zeke Draker any serious injury. On the bright side, Zeke Draker has confirmed one important fact. The high-compression mana stones really are the power source meant to activate these ancient suits of armor. But that answer only raises an even larger question. If the armor needs such an enormous energy supply just to function, then what kind of insane abilities could it possibly possess when it is working properly? Zeke Draker makes a mental note to ask Professor Fanon about the armor once he gets out of the ruins. For now, he turns his focus back to exploring the strange chamber. The coffin room is eerie enough on its own, but the other rooms turn out to be completely empty. Still, he keeps searching until he finally reaches the last room. At first glance, this final room appears just as barren as all the others, with nothing obvious waiting inside. Then Zeke Draker's gaze falls on something sitting in the center of the room, a glass cube. The instant his eyes lock onto it, a system prompt flashes into view. Zeke Draker's breath catches in his throat. For one brief second, his mind goes completely blank, as if he cannot process what he is seeing. Then the realization strikes him all at once, and beads of sweat begin forming across his forehead. This is not just unexpected. This is completely insane. Zeke Draker can only wonder how unhinged Terrakan Draker must have been, because sealed inside that cube is nothing less than the founder's legacy. It is the heart of the cursed light dragon Bahamut. Zeke Draker can barely believe his own eyes. His ancestor had actually preserved the heart of the legendary dragon he killed, and left it behind like some twisted final gift for his descendants. Now Zeke Draker understands why he felt that ominous presence back in the storage room. But compared to the unsettling aura he sensed earlier, what is coming from this heart is on an entirely different level. As if confirming the thought running through Zeke Draker's mind, the system suddenly sends him a new notification. The heart of the cursed light dragon is reacting to Zeke Draker's presence. At that exact moment, dark energy surges through the air. It coils around Zeke Draker like invisible chains, tightening around his body before he can escape. A voice echoes inside his mind, deep, venomous, and soaked with malice. It whispers that he has no choice, and then the voice grows louder, swelling into a furious roar. It commands Zeke Draker to kill them all. His vision begins to blur, and his thoughts twist violently beneath an urge that does not belong to him. Zeke Draker's mind starts slipping toward the darkness, until his indomitable mental defense suddenly snaps into action and shatters the trance. A sharp pain stabs through his skull as he gasps for breath, but even after breaking free, something still lingers inside him. Zeke Draker's body feels wrong. His senses are distorted as if some part of him has been pulled out of place and forced into a shape that does not belong. Then Zeke Draker sees it. One of his eyes has turned pitch black. A cold dread creeps through him as the reality of what just happened begins to settle in. Zeke Draker clenches his fists and forces himself to remain calm, but the weight of the situation is impossible to ignore. The cube, the dragon's heart, and the presence that almost swallowed his mind are all far more dangerous than he expected. This is beyond dangerous. Still shaken by the encounter, Zeke Draker takes an uneasy step back, fully aware that he came terrifyingly close to losing himself to the darkness sealed inside that cursed artifact. A sudden system notification appears in front of him. It is an urgent quest, Terrakan Draker's test, and Zeke Draker must defeat the powerful curse embedded within Bahamut's heart. Before Zeke Draker can even fully process the challenge placed before him, the dark presence flares up again, stronger and more violent than before. His indomitable mental defense activates at once, trying to purge the corruption from his mind. But for the first time, the defense does not succeed. A surge of murderous intent crashes over Zeke Draker, like a tidal wave. The voice that once whispered now roars inside his skull, ordering him to kill them all. The words drill deeper into his mind, demanding obedience, while his vision darkens and his entire body stiffens beneath the overwhelming force. Both of Zeke Draker's eyes turn pitch black. The voice tempts him with freedom, true freedom, if he would only surrender himself to it. But Zeke Draker has always had his own definition of freedom. Through nothing but raw willpower, Zeke Draker managed to drag back the faintest sliver of control over himself. And before that crushing darkness could close around his mind for good, he forced his fading consciousness to make one final, desperate choice. He didn't allow himself even a heartbeat to think twice. Gathering every last bit of strength still left in his body, Zeke slammed his head straight into the glass cube in front of him. The impact sent a savage burst of pain, tearing through his skull, so sharp and violent that it yanked his mind back from the brink. Thin streams of dark blood slid down his face, but even then, Zeke's lips twisted into a fierce, almost mocking grin. Freedom? Was this really what they called? Freedom? What a ridiculous joke. True freedom was never something granted by another person. It was something you reached out and took for yourself. As if his defiance had struck directly at the heart of the curse, the glass cube suddenly exploded into countless shining fragments. The prison broke apart in every direction, and the curse that had held it together crumbled with it. A moment later, the system gave its answer, confirming the result of his struggle. The urgent quest had been cleared. And with that, Zeke Draker had finally claimed Terrakan Draker's last remaining gift for himself. But that victory was anything but painless. The instant the tension inside him finally snapped, an overwhelming wave of mental exhaustion crashed down on him, heavy enough to feel like a mountain had fallen onto his shoulders. If his determination had wavered for even a single second, everything could have ended in a completely different way. His battered body seemed to recognize just how close he had come to death, and on its own, his healing factor and infinite stamina activated, racing through him to repair the damage from the inside. Then, right before Zeke's eyes, something beyond belief began to unfold. The heart of Bahamut, freed at last from the prison that had sealed it away, began to stir as though it had awakened from an ancient, endless sleep. Slowly, it lifted into the air, surrounded by a fierce and otherworldly radiance that spilled across the ruined chamber around it. Then, bit by bit, it began drifting toward Zeke's chest, moving as if it had known its rightful destination from the very beginning. The moment it made contact, a massive surge of raw, overwhelming power burst through Zeke's entire body, flooding every part of him at once. And right behind that power came pain, an unimaginable scorching agony that burned through him from the inside out. A source of mana so dense, so pure, and so far beyond anything Zeke had ever encountered before poured into his body, forcing itself deep into every single cell. But there was one horrifying problem Zeke could not ignore. He had no mana circles strong enough or even capable at all of containing such an enormous torrent of energy. With no proper place to settle, that violent power began rampaging through him from within, ripping at his body as though it might tear him apart at any second. There was no time left to hesitate. If Zeke wanted to live, he had to act immediately. In one desperate, high-risk gamble, Zeke summoned his purple ether through the spirit of the soul. He poured everything he had into that single move, creating a tiny black hole in the palm of his hand and using it as a makeshift seal to contain the monstrous mana. It was reckless, dangerous, and almost insane. But with the abilities Zeke had right now, it was the only possible path to survival. Zeke clenched his jaw so hard it began to ache, forcing every remaining shred of focus into keeping that ether hole from collapsing. But the power inside him resisted like a living beast, thrashing violently against his control. The pressure kept building, swelling higher and higher inside his body, until at last it erupted all at once. A gigantic explosion blasted outward, and Zeke was standing right at the heart of it. The force tore through the entire room, wiping it out completely and carving a massive crater into the ground, where solid floor had stood only moments before. Smoke billowed through the wrecked space. Broken debris rained down all around him, and for one brief moment after the destruction, an unnatural silence settled over the ruins. When the dust finally started to thin, Zeke was still there, standing alone in the middle of the shattered remains, but only barely. His entire body felt as if it had been thrown into fire, and every nerve screamed in protest from the unbearable strain. He released a sharp, ragged breath, and as the worst of the pain slowly began to recede, a wave of relief finally washed through him. He had lived. His uniform was hanging from his body in torn, ruined strips, but across his chest, something entirely new had appeared. A mark had formed there, the unmistakable mark of Bahamut. The broken remnants of the glass cube had disappeared completely, leaving not even the smallest trace behind. Bahamut's raw mana was far from something anyone could take lightly, and the fact that Zeke had managed to endure it at all was nothing short of a miracle. In the end, it was his quick thinking that had kept him alive. As his eyes lowered toward the shattered pieces scattered across the floor, a faint reflection flashed back at him, revealing the mark now engraved on his chest. It looked like sealing away Bahamut's rampaging energy had left Zeke with more than just survival. There had been unexpected consequences as well. Just then, a new system notification appeared in front of him. The absorption of the cursed light dragon's heart had been completed. Immediately afterward, a torrent of new information surged into Zeke's mind. The immense amount of mana he had absorbed had completely remade his body. His constitution was no longer normal, and in the usual sense, it could hardly even be called human anymore. It had been elevated into something far greater, a divine body, but there was a dangerous limitation attached to it. According to the system, Zeke's current abilities were still far too weak to fully control this new power, so in order to prevent him from destroying himself, 95% of that energy had been forcibly compressed and sealed away. And that was not the only thing he had received. As the inheritor of his ancestors' legacy, Zeke had also been granted access to Terrakan Draker's secure library. Along with that authority, a beginner quest book had been unlocked, and a low-level administrator tutorial had become available as well. Zeke raised one hand and scratched his head, staring at the flood of information with open disbelief. A divine body, a hidden secure library, and now even a tutorial? What the hell was he supposed to do with all of this? The sheer amount of new information pressing into his head was almost too much for him to process all at once. So for now, Zeke shoved most of the notifications aside, deciding that he would deal with them later. There was only one exception. Apparently, the first Dragon Slayer had been feeling especially generous in his final moments. A fresh system prompt appeared before Zeke's eyes, asking whether he wanted to open Terrakan Draker's second dying gift. Just when Zeke thought there was no possible way anything else could surprise him, yet another hidden secret was placed directly in front of him. After barely surviving the cursed chamber and escaping death by the thinnest margin, Zeke finally made his way back to his mansion. Once he returned, he carefully secured every treasure he had managed to bring back with him. Even then, his gaze kept drifting back to the system prompt, still floating before his eyes. His title had changed. Zeke was now recognized as the one who had received the blessing of the ancient dragon, as well as the inheritor of Terrakan Draker, and those titles were not empty decorations meant only to look impressive. They carried benefits so powerful that they almost sounded ridiculous. Among those rewards, Zeke had obtained draconic control, along with the constitution of a divine body. But out of all the new abilities displayed before him, one stood out more sharply than the rest: incantation. Its description was brief, yet terrifyingly straightforward. This locked skill would allow his words to carry power. Just that much was enough to make it sound absurdly dangerous. Still, no matter how unbelievable these rewards were, one harsh reality had not changed at all. Zeke was still too weak to properly wield most of them. Draconic control meant that Zeke had the authority to command dragonkin. Any dragons placed under his rule would follow his orders without hesitation or question. The divine body, on the other hand, raised his combat potential to a completely different level. His ability to learn combat techniques had increased dramatically, and the efficiency of his ether circulation had improved by an enormous margin. But seeing those effects written inside a system window and actually experiencing them in combat were two very different things. If Zeke wanted to understand what this new power could truly do, he would need to test it with his own body. And just as he began considering what his next step should be, another system window appeared before him. This new message was still connected to Terrakan Draker. Zeke had already been granted access to the secure library, but before he could actually use it, the system required an information update. Just like always, the system answered as though it had already been sitting there waiting for Zeke Draker to ask the right question. In that same strangely polite manner, it offered to mark the exact location of the required update directly on his minimap. Zeke Draker was not exactly happy about being given yet another task so soon after barely surviving that nightmare. His body and mind had only just escaped one crisis, and now another errand had been dropped into his lap. But because this was connected to Terracon Draker's legacy, he knew he could not simply ignore it no matter how troublesome it seemed. Then Zeke's gaze sharpened. The longer he stared at the shape displayed on the map, the more something about it pulled at his memory. The arrangement of the paths and structures felt oddly familiar, as if he had seen this layout somewhere before. And after a moment, one particular place came to mind: Valhalla. Valhalla was known as the greatest knight training institution in the entire world, a place reserved only for warriors who possessed extraordinary talent, bloodline, or status. Ordinary people were not even allowed to gaze upon its grounds without administrator clearance, let alone walk inside. And under the current circumstances, even someone like Zeke Draker would not be able to enter without difficulty. The biggest issue was that Zeke Draker had never intended to enroll in Valhalla in this lifetime. He had already been moving according to his own plans, but now that something tied to Terracon Draker's dying gift was hidden somewhere inside those walls, those carefully arranged plans might need to change, whether Zeke liked it or not. It was almost as if fate itself had grabbed Zeke Draker by the collar and was pulling him deeper into his ancestors' legacy, refusing to let him walk away on his own chosen path. For the moment, Zeke Draker pushed that uncomfortable thought to the side and shifted his focus back to the beginner quest book waiting in front of him. The low-level administrator tutorial was about to begin, and once Zeke Draker managed to clear it, he would be allowed to access a quest built specifically to speed up his growth. And of course, wherever there were quests, there were always rewards waiting at the finish line. The whole structure felt strangely familiar to Zeke Draker. It reminded him of the mission boards used by adventurer guilds or the paid assignments that mercenaries accepted before heading out into danger. Eventually, curiosity won out, and Zeke Draker asked what exactly the tutorial required of him. But before he could steady himself or prepare for an explanation, the answer arrived in the bluntest way possible. The tutorial activated by itself. The space around Zeke Draker suddenly twisted and warped with violent force, and reality seemed to bend apart right in front of his eyes. Within only a few seconds, the entire world around him had changed completely. Beneath his boots, glowing grid lines spread out in every direction, stretching farther and farther until they disappeared into the distance. Beyond those bright lines, everything was swallowed by a deep, bottomless darkness. Even with that unreal space pressing in around him from all sides, Zeke Draker remained calm, carefully moving his eyes across the area as he tried to figure out where the system had brought him. This did not feel like the kind of teleportation Zeke Draker had experienced in the past. It was not as simple as being moved from one physical location to another. Instead, it felt as though the very rules of the world had been altered around him. And before Zeke Draker could fully organize that thought, a dangerous presence suddenly surged up from behind his back. Zeke Draker reacted without the slightest delay, twisting his body sharply and spinning around toward the incoming threat. From inside the darkness, a group of orcs came bursting forward with brutal momentum, their massive spiked clubs already raised overhead as they charged in to smash him down. Only then did the system finally decide to explain the situation, almost as if it had intentionally waited for the most dangerous possible timing. The tutorial quest had officially begun. Zeke Draker was given 60 minutes to defeat the monsters, and he had to use 2 or more different skills while doing it. If he succeeded, he would receive system points and unlock access to the system store. That reward was not bad at all. Zeke Draker's instincts as a fighter took control immediately, and just as the first wave of attacks came crashing toward him, a sword formed solidly in his hand. So this tutorial was meant to show him how to properly use the advantages provided by the system. Zeke Draker could not help but think that having something this useful earlier would have made things much easier. First 3 orcs rushed him together, their heavy weapons descending from separate angles at almost the same time. But every one of those vicious strikes met nothing but empty air. Zeke Draker had already slipped out of their range. The force of the missed attacks was so heavy that even the tutorial space itself seemed to ripple from the impact. And before the orcs could process where he had gone, Zeke appeared again, moving at a speed far beyond normal human limits. Swift steps. Continuous slash. With smooth, precise movements that looked almost effortless, Zeke Draker cut through them before the monsters could even track his path with their eyes. Monsters at this level could no longer be considered true threats to him. At this point, they were little more than practice targets placed in motion. The claymore in Zeke Draker's grip felt unbelievably light, almost as if its weight had vanished completely. That sudden, explosive increase in physical strength had to be one of the effects of his newly awakened divine body constitution. With this kind of power moving through his body, Zeke Draker felt certain that even a purple knight would not be difficult for him to defeat. After cutting down the tutorial orcs without any real struggle, Zeke Draker returned to the same spot where he had first appeared, and the separate dimensions surrounding him slowly began to fade away. Had everything that just happened been nothing more than an illusion? No, that could not be right. It had felt far too clear, too vivid, and too physically real to be brushed off as a simple trick of the mind. Whatever the truth was, clearing the tutorial had given Zeke Draker a very generous reward. With both the critical bonus and the time bonus added together, he received a total of 400 points, and access to the shop was finally unlocked. A spark of excitement rose inside him, and Zeke Draker opened the shop tab without wasting even a second. The moment he saw what was listed there, he was genuinely stunned. The shop was packed with incredible items: giant's flesh, the breath of a flame giant, and all sorts of rare relics that would sell for absurd amounts of money if they ever appeared on the open market. For a brief moment, an extremely practical thought crossed Zeke Draker's mind. Could he simply buy these items from the system and resell them for profit? And the shop was not only for buying things, it also included a function that allowed him to sell items already stored in his inventory. Unfortunately, the system would not allow him to sell his training claymore. His elven dagger, however, did show up on the list, but the listed value was only 4 points. That number instantly got on his nerves. Zeke Draker knew perfectly well that the dagger could bring in at least 100 gold pieces if it were placed in an auction, yet the system valued it as if it were barely worth anything at all. Judging that selling it would be a complete waste unless he was truly pushed into a corner, Zeke Draker closed the shop and finally decided to end the day. After everything he had been through, he had more than earned a proper night of rest. The next morning, Zeke Draker made his way to Draker Academy's research center to meet with Professor Fanon. Professor Fanon could hardly trust his own eyes. Zeke Draker had somehow managed to obtain a high-compression mana stone in only a single day. When the professor questioned him about where it had come from, Zeke simply brushed the matter aside. The real story was far too complicated, and he had no intention of explaining any of it. Before Zeke Draker had even finished drinking the tea in front of him, Professor Fanon had already completed the adjustments to the power source. When it came to anything related to magic, Professor Fanon truly was a genius. Even so, despite the calm look on the professor's face, Zeke Draker could still tell that Fanon had not let go of his suspicions. After all, high-compression mana stones were extremely rare treasures, and every known specimen had been carefully recorded in ancient documents. Each stone carried its own registration number, which made it possible to trace both its origin and its current owner. With one proper inquiry, someone could learn exactly where it had come from and who it belonged to. But the mana stones in Zeke Draker's possession were completely unregistered. No matter how thoroughly someone searched, they would never appear anywhere in the Central Continent's official records. Professor Fanon's doubts were completely reasonable, and honestly, that sharp skepticism was far better than blind trust. It was precisely that level of expertise and judgment that made him such an exceptional person. Zeke Draker could not help thinking that someone with Professor Fanon's talent should have been receiving far more recognition than he was getting in a place like this. With the design finally finished, Professor Fanon started up the apparatus, and everyone's focus shifted back toward Fafnir's breath, waiting to see how the completed device would perform. From there, the finished device was handed over to Gallion Halbert, the master blacksmith of Soul and Halbert. Zeke Draker and Professor Fanon remained close by, watching in silence as the blacksmith took his position and prepared to begin his craft. Inside Gallion Halbert's workshop, carefully arranged magic circles shone across the room, spreading a steady, mystical glow through the forge and bathing the entire workspace in magical light. Gallion Halbert's excitement was written all over his face, so obvious that it almost infected the people standing around him. At long last, he had been given the opportunity to forge a weapon that might finally satisfy even his own absurdly high standards. This was not some ordinary commission hammered out at the forge to Gallion Halbert. This felt like the kind of moment that could become the first line of a new legend. Once the demonstration ended in success, Professor Fanon left to attend his lecture, leaving Zeke Draker alone with Gallion Halbert. The blacksmith could barely hold back his gratitude. He had spent years dreaming of completing a magic brazier, but deep down he had never truly believed he would see it happen within his lifetime. Now, in his eyes, making a deal with Zeke Draker had become the best decision he had ever made. And since Zeke Draker had now honored his part of the agreement, it was finally time for Gallion Halbert to fulfill his own promise. Without any unnecessary delay, Zeke Draker reached into his bag and carefully drew out a particular item, handling it with obvious care. The moment Gallion Halbert laid eyes on it, his expression changed completely. His eyes went wide, and he immediately understood exactly what Zeke had placed before him. Inside the luxurious case rested a flawless dragon fang. Of all the rewards Zeke Draker had received after inheriting Terrakan Draker's will, Bahamut's sharpest fang was, without question, one of the most valuable treasures among them. Just the sight of that fang was enough to make Galleon Halbert tremble from head to toe, his whole body shaking with excitement he could not control. Tears poured down Galleon Halbert's face, snot running with them, as he gripped the massive fang with both hands like it was a sacred relic. For a moment, Zeke Draker could only stare at him in complete confusion. First, Zeke Draker had helped make the magic brazier a reality, and now he was granting a mere craftsman the kind of once-in-a-lifetime chance most blacksmiths would never even dare to dream of, forging a weapon from a real dragon fang. Completely overwhelmed by the honor of it, Galleon Halbert swore with every ounce of passion in his voice that he would create a blade beyond anything Zeke Draker could imagine, even if doing so cost him his very life. Those words struck Zeke Draker more deeply than he expected. They were the exact same words Galleon Halbert had once spoken in his previous life. Even after everything had changed, even in this second chance at life, Galleon Halbert was still the same passionate fool. That realization stirred something quiet and heavy deep inside Zeke Draker's chest. Leaving Fafnir's breath behind in the workshop, Zeke Draker entrusted the entire crafting process to the master blacksmith. With the greatest blacksmith on the continent now personally working on his weapon, Zeke Draker had no doubt at all that the finished blade would become something truly legendary. After stepping out of the forge, Zeke Draker made his way straight back to his room inside the Platinum Mansion. He had already gone through more than enough trouble just to secure a proper weapon. And now, for the first time in quite a while, he could finally allow himself to relax. A full week had passed since his duel with Duke Draker. Just as Zeke Draker was thinking about the note he had received, the one inviting him to a rematch, trouble arrived before his thoughts could even settle. A familiar presence slipped into his room without making a sound. Standing behind Zeke Draker was Duke Draker himself, and the old knight did not look pleased in the slightest. His eyes burned with anger as he demanded to know why Zeke Draker had ignored his invitation. The air inside the room suddenly grew heavy, thick with killing intent. Duke Draker was not simply annoyed. From the look in his eyes, he seemed ready to kill. Finding the old knight's reaction amusing, Zeke Draker decided to push him just a little further. In an almost casual tone, he claimed he had no intention of challenging Duke Draker again. That single sentence was enough to make the old knight snap. In the blink of an eye, Duke Draker closed the space between them and grabbed Zeke Draker with a grip like iron. Before Zeke Draker could properly react or get a word out, the furious knight hurled him straight through the open window, completely caught off guard. Zeke Draker felt his body suddenly drop into the open air outside. His room was located on one of the upper floors, and a fall from that height was not something anyone could treat lightly. If Zeke Draker crashed into the ground before his passive healing had the chance to activate, even he might not survive the impact. Moving purely on instinct, Zeke Draker reached toward the edge of the balcony, trying to catch himself before he fell any farther. But before his fingers could secure a hold, a powerful hand shot out and clamped around his throat. Duke Draker clearly was not finished with him yet. His grip tightened around Zeke Draker's neck as he glared down at him, his anger still blazing fiercely in his eyes. The old knight simply refused to believe that Zeke Draker had failed to understand the true meaning behind his letter. Zeke Draker had avoided him back in the treatment room, and now he was behaving like this. To Duke Draker, it felt entirely deliberate, as though the young man was going out of his way to crawl under his skin. With an impatient scowl, he gave Zeke Draker 5 seconds to stop playing around and start talking. But instead of showing fear, Zeke Draker merely smiled. In a calm voice, he pointed out that Duke Draker was the dishonest one, still pretending to be a gardener while demanding honesty from someone else. At that instant, a subtle change passed across Duke Draker's face. The old knight had expected Zeke Draker to show fear, or at least a trace of hesitation, but there was nothing like that in his expression. As the countdown reached its final second, Duke Draker's fingers loosened slightly around Zeke's neck, and a grin slowly spread across the old knight's face. Without any warning, Duke Draker tossed Zeke Draker back into the room as if he weighed nothing. Zeke hit the floor hard, smashing through enough furniture to wreck half the room, but thanks to his reinforced body, he avoided any serious injury. As Zeke Draker brushed himself off and lifted his gaze, he saw Duke Draker standing in front of him. No, in that moment it was garden keeper, Dexter, who extended a hand toward him. With a faint smirk on his face, the old knight finally admitted the truth he had been keeping hidden. He was not just some strange old gardener wandering around the estate. In the past, he had been a Black Knight of Draker. Zeke Draker put on an expression of surprise, though in reality, He had already figured that out long ago. Even so, Zeke Draker committed fully to the act, offering an exaggerated apology for failing to recognize such an esteemed member of House Draker and a once honorable Black Knight. Duke Draker narrowed his eyes, suspicion still lingering in his gaze, and asked whether this had been Zeke Draker's plan from the very beginning. Zeke Draker, shameless as ever, continued pretending he had no idea what the old knight meant, dragging the moment out for as long as he possibly could. Taking advantage of this rare opening in the conversation, Zeke Draker casually asked why Duke Draker had called himself a former Black Knight. The old knight's expression darkened immediately. He answered flatly that he simply no longer held the title, then refused to say anything more. Zeke Draker had known that knights could rise through the ranks, but he had not realized that their standing could apparently be taken away just as easily. Seeing that Duke Draker had no intention of explaining further, Zeke Draker let the subject drop. Even so, he did not fail to notice the faint tremble in the old man's hand. Perhaps Duke Draker's past carried far more weight than Zeke Draker had first assumed. And since the old knight had been willing to reveal his true identity, Zeke Draker decided it was only fair to answer that honesty with some of his own. Zeke Draker lowered himself before the knight and confessed the truth directly, holding nothing back. Zeke Draker admitted it plainly. He had known who Duke Draker really was from the very start. In fact, every move he had made until now, the provocations, the reckless attitude, even the moments that looked careless, had all been aimed at one goal: forcing Duke Draker to accept him as an apprentice. But Duke Draker did not explode in anger the way Zeke had expected. Instead, the old knight's mouth slowly curved into a smile, as though the sheer audacity of the boy in front of him had genuinely amused him. And in that moment, the Gale Knight finally made his decision. "Fine," Duke Draker said at last. From that moment forward, Zeke Draker would officially become his apprentice. For a brief second, Zeke Draker froze where he stood. That was all it took. He had braced himself for impossible trials and brutal tests, expecting Duke Draker to force him to prove his worth the hard way. And yet somehow, through nothing but stubbornness, perfect timing, and relentless persistence, Zeke had managed to secure a legendary master for himself. Not wanting to waste even a single breath, Zeke Draker immediately lowered his head in a deep, formal bow. With sincere resolve in his voice, he gave the apprentice's vow, swearing as Zeke Draker to bring honor to his master's name, follow his teachings, and pursue both wisdom and strength under his guidance. Duke Draker lifted an eyebrow, clearly caught off guard. Zeke Draker actually knew the old apprentice's vow. Most young knights these days had already forgotten traditions like that completely. But to Zeke Draker, those traditions still carried weight. Culture, discipline, and respect were not just empty decorations used to make knights look noble. They were virtues that every true knight should hold on to. Still, before they could move forward, there was one last question Zeke Draker wanted answered. He raised his eyes carefully and began by asking permission to speak to his master. The instant Duke Draker heard that word, his face twisted into a deep frown, and he snapped at Zeke Draker not to call him that. Zeke Draker smirked faintly at the old knight's reaction, but he continued as if nothing had happened. What he truly wanted to know was simple. Why had Duke Draker decided to accept him as an apprentice? After all, Duke Draker was infamous for turning away almost everyone who approached him. Even Andre Draker, the genius praised as the talent of the century, had been forced to beg for years before Duke finally took him in. Zeke Draker already had a few guesses of his own, but he wanted to hear the reason directly from Duke Draker's mouth. The old knight let out a low chuckle, then casually threw the question right back at him, telling Zeke Draker to try guessing for himself. Zeke Draker grinned without the slightest hesitation and answered that maybe it was because he was the family's genius. Duke Draker burst into loud laughter at that, clearly entertained by the confidence in his answer. Duke Draker quickly made it clear that talent had nothing to do with it. If raw talent was all he cared about, he would have chosen the girl from the Turun family instead. Then his expression grew firm, and he gave Zeke the real answer. The reason he chose him was tenacity. Talent alone, Duke Draker said, could never carry someone to the level of a Red Knight, much less all the way to a Black Knight. In reality, people blessed with extraordinary talent often shattered the moment true hardship blocked their path. Their potential was extinguished before it ever had the chance to fully bloom. Hearing that, Zeke Draker could not help but agree. He had already lived through an entire lifetime filled with struggle and disappointment. Time and time again, he had seen so-called geniuses, people everyone believed were destined to become Red Knights, fail to meet those dazzling expectations. Most of them never even advanced beyond the level of Blue Knight. The moment they ran into a wall they could not climb through talent alone, their growth came to a dead stop. With that, Duke Draker ended the conversation and rose to his feet. They had talked more than enough. Now it was time for Zeke Draker's very first lesson. Zeke Draker followed the old knight all the way to the empty western greenhouse. only to find something completely unexpected waiting beneath the quiet structure. Hidden underground below the greenhouse was an entire gymnasium. Zeke Draker had not even known a place like this existed. Duke Draker gave no explanation whatsoever and simply ordered him to start running. So Zeke Draker ran for 3 straight hours. He circled the track over and over again while Duke Draker stood there watching him in complete silence. There was no advice, no correction, and not a single proper instruction. Only Duke Draker's sharp eyes followed him, studying every step he took, every breath he drew, and every small shift in his movement. Zeke Draker could not stop himself from wondering what exactly his new master was trying to measure. Then, after what felt like an endless series of laps, Duke Draker finally called out and told him to stop. Zeke Draker halted immediately, relieved that the meaningless running had finally come to an end. But before he could even properly catch his breath, Duke Draker was already behind him. The old knight moved like a phantom, appearing without warning as his hand shot toward Zeke Draker's wrist with frightening speed. Zeke Draker's instincts moved faster than his thoughts. At the very last instant, he twisted his body away, narrowly slipping out of Duke Draker's grasp. Every fiber of his body screamed the same warning at once: create distance, and do it immediately. Duke Draker narrowed his eyes and looked down at his own hand. He had failed to grab Zeke Draker properly, but even that brief contact had nearly damaged the special glove the young man was wearing. That small exchange was enough to confirm Duke Draker's suspicion. His voice grew sharper as he asked whether Zeke Draker had some kind of problem with letting his pulse be checked. Zeke Draker knew better than to believe that a simple pulse check was all Duke Draker had been after. This sly old fox had been suspicious of him from the very beginning. It had started during their clash in the infirmary, and those doubts had only deepened during their fight in the greenhouse. And now, even after making Zeke Draker run 500 laps, Duke Draker still had not sensed even the faintest trace of aura coming from his body. On top of that, the moment Duke Draker reached for his wrist, Zeke Draker had pulled away on instinct. Duke Draker was finished circling around the truth. His gaze locked onto Zeke Draker, steady and unblinking, as he asked the question directly. Zeke Draker could not use aura, could he? The question hit Zeke Draker like a hammer to the chest, stealing his breath for a brief moment. Duke Draker had clearly investigated him. He knew about the bronze statue, and he had heard about the chaos caused by the unprecedented golden light Zeke had triggered. Now Duke Draker wanted the truth. If his suspicion was wrong, he said calmly, then all Zeke Draker had to do was let him check his pulse. Zeke Draker stared directly into his master's eyes. There was no malice in them, no accusation, and no cruel judgment waiting to strike. What he saw there was pure curiosity. For a Draker, aura was everything, and if anyone discovered that a noble of their bloodline could not wield it, the scandal would be devastating. Even knowing how dangerous that truth could become, Duke Draker did not seem concerned with politics, reputation, or family disgrace in that moment. He simply wanted to know what was real. Zeke Draker was lucky that Duke Draker was such an eccentric old bastard. If anyone else had cornered him like this, things could have turned ugly very quickly. For now, Zeke's goal remained the same. He needed to obtain Graham, his blade. Until that happened, Zeke Draker had to be extremely careful not to let suspicion about his aura spread any farther. This was a warning he could not afford to overlook, and he could not allow himself another mistake. But unlike his previous life, when he had been branded as the first failed awakener in Draker bloodline history, the situation was different now. This time, he did not have to bury every part of the truth beneath lies. After steeling his resolve, Zeke Draker calmly removed his special gloves. The moment the gloves came off, they revealed the unmistakable symbol of a pure-blood awakener, undeniable proof that Zeke Draker truly carried the noble lineage of Draker. Even so, although he had successfully awakened, Zeke Draker still could not use aura, and the reason remained unknown. By revealing only part of the truth, he hoped he could keep the rest of his secrets safely hidden. Zeke Draker lowered his gaze and released a shaky breath before offering an apology. In a trembling voice, he murmured that if the family learned he could not use aura, they would cast him out. Then, like a performer who knew exactly how to play the role, tears began to gather in Zeke Draker's eyes. In that instant, he looked just like a helpless, terrified child. Someone might as well have handed him an award for the act. Seeing his apprentice standing there on the verge of tears, Duke Draker's expression softened. In the end, a child was still a child, no matter how composed Zeke tried to appear. He was still a boy carrying a fate far too heavy for his age. Without another word, Zeke Draker extended his wrist and offered his pulse for examination. Duke Draker accepted his wrist and carefully sent his aura into Zeke Draker's body, searching through him for even the faintest sign of aura circulation. There was nothing. Not even a single drop of aura existed inside Zeke Draker, despite the fact that he had clearly awakened successfully. Duke Draker's brow furrowed deeply. This should have been impossible. He searched through everything he knew, trying to find some explanation that made sense. But no answer came to him. Meanwhile, Zeke Draker remained calm. He had expected Duke Draker to react this way because the results of the blessing rite were supposed to be absolute. Drakers were meant to awaken aura. Always. Even with everything he had seen right in front of his own eyes, Duke still couldn't bring himself to accept it so easily. He tried, with all the sincerity he had, to treat the impossible scene as reality, but his common sense kept pushing back, clawing for some explanation that would make the truth feel less absurd, rather than calmly admitting that the unbelievable thing before him was simply real. Duke's thoughts began racing in every direction. His mind twisted and turned, digging through every possibility it could find, desperately searching for an answer that sounded even a little less impossible. And just as Zeke had quietly expected, Duke eventually reached a conclusion that seemed to settle everything in his own head. His eyes narrowed, his expression sharpening slightly, and then in a low voice, as if speaking more to himself than anyone else, he muttered that Zeke had to be an irregular. Zeke blinked at that word, clearly hearing it for the first time. He tilted his head with open curiosity, repeating, "Irregular?" Duke answered with a firm nod, as though that one word alone was enough to explain the entire situation. Duke began to explain that irregulars were people born outside the normal framework of the world. They possessed abilities that didn't fit within ordinary limits, strange powers that ignored the rules everyone else had no choice but to obey. According to Duke, some irregulars could control aura and mana at the same time, something that should have been impossible for most people. Others were born with abilities so bizarre they almost felt unnatural, like the power to briefly peer into the future. And because people like that shattered normal logic just by existing, the world almost never welcomed them kindly. If Zeke's abnormal nature became widely known, Duke warned it would only draw useless trouble, dangerous attention, and problems that didn't need to exist. Duke folded his arms tightly across his chest, and the playfulness in his voice faded into something much heavier. For the time being, he said, this matter should stay hidden, a secret shared only between master and apprentice. Zeke gave a quiet nod, agreeing without argument, though deep down he already understood better than anyone how people who knew nothing about classes would react to someone like him. Duke looked him over again, studying him with renewed focus before continuing. He said Zeke's strange ability was likely connected to his absurd stamina and unnaturally fast recovery. Even a minor internal injury should have taken time to heal, yet Zeke seemed to spring back almost immediately after being hurt. Zeke chose not to say anything. He simply let Duke keep building the explanation by himself, because if this misunderstanding helped conceal Zeke's true secrets, then correcting it would only make things harder. Duke's gaze grew sharper as he thought it through even more deeply. Zeke's recovery was far beyond normal, almost as though even serious wounds could be repaired in an instant. After a brief silence, the old knight finally shaped his theory. If Zeke's stamina and regeneration were operating at such an extreme pace, then they had to be burning through an equally ridiculous amount of energy. And to Duke, that energy could only be aura. Zeke lifted an eyebrow slightly, but Duke pressed on without slowing down. His aura must have been constantly draining away to support his body's recovery, which would explain why there was almost nothing left for others to sense, or for Zeke himself to use. Zeke was genuinely impressed. For such an eccentric old knight, Duke had somehow stitched together an explanation that actually sounded believable. Keeping up his act, Zeke furrowed his brow and asked, with just the right amount of hesitation, whether that meant he would never be able to use aura at all. The moment Duke heard that, he burst into loud laughter, clearly amused that this was the part Zeke had decided to worry about. Duke shook his head like that concern was hardly worth losing sleep over. Aura, he said, could be put aside for now, because the Gale arts he intended to teach did not depend on aura in the first place. Zeke listened carefully as Duke moved into his explanation of special arts. A special art was a technique created by a knight who had pushed their abilities to the very limit, refining their skill until it reached a terrifying peak. In most cases, those arts were born from dragon-slaying techniques, and they required aura to unleash their true power. But Gale arts were an exception. They were built entirely on control of the body, turning raw physical mastery into something so sharp and precise that it could become frightening on its own. "Watch carefully," Duke said. And before Zeke even had time to blink, the floor under Duke's feet split apart, cracks bursting outward from the point of impact as a sudden wave of force rippled through the ground. With a single leap, the old knight launched himself across the gymnasium like a storm taking human shape. His speed was almost ridiculous. He cut through the air faster than Zeke's eyes could properly track, yet every motion was so fluid that not even a clear afterimage seemed to linger behind him. In just a few seconds, Duke crossed the arena again and again from different angles, carving through the space with effortless precision before landing lightly back at his starting point. He stood there as casually as if he had merely taken one ordinary step. Duke turned his gaze back to Zeke. a faint challenge glinting in his eyes as he watched for the boy's reaction. He asked whether Zeke had managed to catch everything. Zeke released a slow breath, steady and composed, then calmly asked if it would be all right for him to try the movement himself. For a brief moment, Duke could only stare at him, genuinely taken aback. Most people would have begged to see the footwork several more times before even imagining they could imitate it. But this boy was already stepping toward the idea of attempting it himself. The old knight threw his head back and laughed heartily, calling Zeke bold before finally giving him permission to go ahead. Zeke stepped forward and planted himself firmly, settling his body into position. Inside his mind, he replayed Duke's movements with sharp precision, following every foot placement, every shift in balance, and every explosive burst of power that had sent the old knight flying forward. Then, without another word, Zeke moved. His very first step landed directly over the footprint Duke had left behind. The instant his foot struck the ground, the force dug into the floor and carved a fresh crater beneath him. In the very next moment, Zeke disappeared from sight. Zeke traced his master's path almost flawlessly, stepping into each mark Duke had left behind without making a single mistake. And the moment he felt the movement through his own body, the hidden structure behind it suddenly clicked into place. These weren't random steps thrown together just to create speed. Every movement had a reason, and every shift carried a specific purpose. Some steps were designed to launch the body forward into an attack, while others existed to slip cleanly out of danger. Certain movements closed the distance in an instant, and others created space before an opponent even had the chance to react. After completing the final step, Zeke slowly brought his momentum under control and came to a smooth stop. Across from him, Duke stood completely frozen, staring in silence, too stunned to immediately find his voice. Duke had already known that this boy carried a frightening level of talent. But what he had just witnessed was on an entirely different level. This went far beyond anything Duke had braced himself for. Only a week earlier, Zeke had not been anywhere close to moving like this, and yet now his growth was so drastic that it felt like Duke was watching a completely different person. Duke had never seen anyone improve at such an absurd speed, especially not someone who already possessed Zeke's overwhelming natural potential from the beginning. Of course, just when the old knight was ready to sincerely admire him, Zeke's confidence had to show itself and spoil the moment. If only that arrogance of his could be pulled back even a little, Duke thought, then the boy would be close to flawless. Duke reached out, grabbed Zeke, and dragged him into a playful headlock, roughing him up with the clumsy affection of a master teasing his apprentice. He joked that Zeke had gone from crying his eyes out to perfectly copying a technique this difficult in what felt like no time at all. Some time had passed since that training began, and on this particular day, Zeke sat in the academy dining hall with a mountain of food piled in front of him. Meat, seafood, bread, anything he could get his hands on had somehow ended up stacked across his tray. Ever since becoming the Gale Knight's apprentice a month earlier, Zeke had been pushed through training so intense that even his appetite had changed completely. The harder Duke trained him, the more food his body demanded. While Zeke was focused on eating, Instructor Andre walked up to his table and asked whether he could spare a moment to talk. With his schedule already packed tightly from morning until night, Zeke barely even pulled his attention away from his meal. Still chewing through the moment, he told Andre to say whatever he needed to say right there. As it turned out, Andre only had one question. He wanted to know how Zeke had managed to convince Duke Draker to take him in as a disciple. Still more interested in his food than the conversation, Zeke answered in an even casual voice. He said he hadn't done anything special at all. Duke had simply chosen him on his own. Andre's expression darkened almost immediately. A flash of irritation crossed his face before he could fully hide it, making it painfully clear that Zeke's answer had not satisfied him at all. The resentment in his eyes was too obvious to miss. Inside Andre's mind, there seemed to be only one explanation that made sense. Zeke must have been picked simply because he was a pure-blood awakener. That assumption did not sit well with Zeke in the slightest. After finishing his meal, Zeke turned the conversation back on Andre without the slightest hesitation and delivered a sharp dose of reality. He pointed directly at the inferiority complex Andre had been carrying deep inside himself, exposing a truth the instructor clearly had not been ready to hear out loud. Andre's hands began to tremble with anger as he fought to keep his composure from cracking. Trying to force Zeke back into his place, he snapped that Zeke was still nothing more than a cadet. But Zeke had no intention of backing down there. He challenged Andre's words head-on, asking whether he truly believed someone like Duke Draker would choose a disciple for such a shallow reason. And even if his bloodline had helped him stand in that position, Zeke asked, didn't that still prove he had strength of his own? After all, the fact that Zeke could take the lineage he had been born with and turn it into a foundation for climbing even higher only made his worth more obvious. And he did not end the exchange there. Instead, he He gave Andre advice that was blunt, painful, and impossible to brush aside. Rather than wasting his energy protecting his pride and clinging to that inferiority complex, Andre would be better off working hard enough to become someone worth choosing. The words cut deep, but even Andre could not deny that there was a harsh truth buried inside them. Later that same day, at the Western Greenhouse Arena, the usual training session between Zeke and Duke had unexpectedly gained a third person. Someone had arrived ahead of both of them, and was already running around the track with desperate intensity, sprinting as though every single lap carried more weight than the last. Confused by the sight, Zeke turned toward his master, silently asking for an explanation. But Duke looked just as puzzled as he did, clearly having no idea what had suddenly gotten into the man either. As it turned out, instructor Andre had reached the arena before them and had practically begged Duke to let him train under him. Andre had been willing to begin from the absolute bottom, even if that meant being treated as nothing more than a servant. Amused by the sudden desperation in front of him, Duke decided to give him a test. If Andre could run 300 laps around the track without using aura, Duke told him, then he would at least consider accepting him. Now, right there in front of them, Andre was forcing his body forward one lap after another, driving himself closer to his limit through sheer determination alone. Duke could not completely hide his surprise at Andre's sudden resolve, and even Zeke had to admit that the instructor's effort was genuinely impressive. Andre Draker, as it turned out, was not merely a bitter scholar clinging to his position and pride. Beneath all that resentment, beneath the wounded ego he carried so openly, there was a stubborn core of real grit that refused to bend. And on that same day, while Andre was still driving himself forward in the arena, something much larger began to ripple through Draker Academy, pulling the attention of the entire institution in a completely different direction. Every student had been ordered to assemble at the training grounds, and the reason behind the summons was serious enough to place the whole academy on edge. The patriarch himself was about to arrive. From beyond the campus gates, the deep, heavy sound of hooves thundered through the air. A moment later, an elegant carriage bearing the proud insignia of Housedraker rolled into the academy, and almost instantly, every gaze turned toward it. The first to react was the academy dean, Howard Draker, a round, heavy-set man whose entire body seemed to jolt into motion the instant that carriage came into view. Howard quickly began issuing orders to his men, making sure the preparations for the Supreme Leader's arrival were flawless. Then he hurried to place himself at the very front, clearly determined to be the first person there to offer his greeting. When the carriage finally came to a stop and the door opened, Howard immediately bent into a deep, respectful bow. His plump face was filled with open reverence, as though the man before him stood far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Behind Howard, the knights moved with perfect discipline. One after another, they dropped to a knee and raised their blades in a formal salute. Right on time, exactly as noon arrived. The patriarch had entered the academy. At that exact moment, the academy bell rang out over the grounds, its sharp toll cutting through the air, with a clarity that felt stronger and heavier than usual. The sound seemed to spread to every corner of the academy, announcing to students, instructors, and knights alike that this was not an ordinary day. Then the man everyone had been waiting for stepped forward. Arthur Draker, the head of the Third Transcendent Household and the living symbol of the Dragon Slayer name, finally appeared before them. His presence alone carried a crushing sense of authority, the kind of weight that made people instinctively lower their heads before he had even spoken a single word. Arthur placed one firm hand on Howard's shoulder, standing over the dean with effortless dominance, and gave him a rare word of praise for all the work he had done. Arthur looked less like an ordinary man and more like a force of nature wrapped in human form, someone whose posture alone radiated power, control, and unquestioned command. Still bowing respectfully, Howard hurried to suggest that they move inside, using the fierce midday sun as a convenient excuse. But Arthur Draker was not the sort of man who allowed anyone else to decide the speed or direction of his steps. Meanwhile, several students gathered near the gates managed to catch sight of him. The moment they realized who had arrived, their eyes widened, and awe spread across their faces. Then, at last, Arthur stepped completely into view, allowing the young cadets and knights spread across the training grounds to see his face clearly. Standing before the next generation of dragon slayers, Arthur faced them head-on. His calm, commanding gaze swept across the gathered crowd, taking in each student with quiet authority. These students were the future of his clan, the strength and hope that would one day carry Housedraker forward. Arthur urged them to train with even greater intensity, to break through their own limits, and to sharpen themselves not only for personal growth, but for the honor and glory of the Draker family. Arthur's overwhelming presence and forceful words sank deep into the students' hearts. Stirred by his speech, they answered with loud, unified shouts, their voices rising together across the training grounds with absolute conviction. With the blazing sun still hanging high above them, Arthur finally turned away from the crowd and gave Howard the order to escort him inside. Behind closed doors, Zeke Draker was called before the leader of all knights, the guardian of the Dragon Slayer name, and more than anything else, his own father. When Zeke greeted him in a formal tone that sounded almost old-fashioned by modern standards, Arthur let out a faint chuckle, clearly entertained by the rare display. A small smile rested on Arthur's face as he poured tea into 2 cups. Then, with a calm motion of his hand, he invited his son to sit across from him. Arthur said that he had heard Zeke was fond of tea, so he had prepared a particularly rare variety, hoping it would suit his son's taste. To anyone looking at the scene from outside, it might have seemed like a considerate gesture from a caring father. But Zeke understood the hidden meaning right away. Even something as small as his personal preference for tea had already been reported to the upper ranks. There was an old saying that the emperor might fail to notice certain things, but nothing ever escaped the eyes of a Draker. And now, in that quiet room, seated directly across from his father, Zeke could feel the full weight of that saying pressing down around him. Arthur did not waste much time circling around the real reason he had called Zeke there. He had summoned Zeke because he had heard that Duke Draker had taken him in as a disciple, and true to his nature, the patriarch showed little patience for meaningless small talk or gentle lead-ins. Zeke, however, kept his voice humble and restrained. He downplayed the matter, saying that Duke was merely doing him a favor. Arthur admitted that he still could not clearly see what destination his youngest son was truly aiming for. Even so, he acknowledged that if Zeke continued learning under Duke's guidance, it would undoubtedly open the door to a remarkable future. But before Arthur could continue any further, Zeke interrupted him. Learning from Duke was not the end of his ambition. What Zeke wanted was much greater than that. He intended to become the strongest man on the entire continent. The instant Arthur heard that declaration, his eyes sharpened with interest. But Zeke had not finished speaking yet. Zeke declared that he would rise above everyone, climbing to a height of power so overwhelming that no one would ever be able to restrain the way he chose to live. That was the ambition burning fiercely inside him, and no matter what kind of obstacle stood in his path, Zeke had no intention of stopping until he reached that distant peak. Arthur studied his son in silence, his expression unreadable. Then, without warning, and without uttering a single word, he let the faintest trace of his aura slip into the room, just enough to make his message clear. In an instant, the air itself seemed to grow heavy. Zeke's body stiffened as invisible pressure closed around him from every side. It pressed down on him like a force he could not see, but one his body could feel with terrifying clarity. Cold shiver crawled down Zeke's spine, sharp enough to make his entire body tense. This was not ordinary aura. This was the astral sword, a power said to grant its wielder control over every living being caught within its range. It was the highest realm of aura manipulation, a level that only the most elite Black Knights could ever hope to touch. The sheer weight of Arthur's presence pressed against Zeke so heavily that his breath caught in his throat. Arthur's eyes gleamed with an emotion Zeke could not quite read. It might have been amusement, or it might have been a silent challenge aimed directly at him. Zeke realized that he had spoken far too boldly, maybe even recklessly. But even beneath the crushing pressure of his father's power, he refused to bow his head or take a single step back. Clenching his teeth, Zeke forced himself to stand firm and met Arthur's gaze directly. He did not take back his words. He did not retreat from the declaration he had made. Instead, he made his resolve even clearer. Yes, his goal was to surpass even his own father, and no matter what it required of him, he would turn that ambition into reality. Arthur watched Zeke closely for a brief moment. Then, as though the answer had satisfied him, he calmly withdrew the astral sword. The suffocating pressure disappeared from the room all at once, and Arthur simply lifted his cup as if nothing had happened, taking a calm sip of tea. Arthur admitted that Zeke's declaration was the most interesting thing he had heard in years. At first, he had come to the academy to support both the institution and his youngest son. But after witnessing Zeke's growth with his own eyes, Arthur began to wonder if that alone would truly be enough. Reaching into his finely tailored suit, Arthur drew out a small object and slid it across the table toward Zeke. Zeke's gaze immediately lowered, focusing on the item that now rested in front of him. It was a black card, marked clearly with the unmistakable insignia of the Draker family. For a brief moment, Zeke could only stare in stunned silence. Up until then, he had always believed that Black Knights like Duke stood at the absolute peak of strength. But Arthur Draker was different. Zeke could feel it now with chilling clarity. His father existed on a height that seemed completely separate from even the strongest knights Zeke had ever known, and the instant his eyes landed on that black card, a heavy, uneasy feeling began to settle deep in his chest. Zeke's words caught slightly in his throat, and Arthur's lips curved into a faint, knowing smirk. That small reaction was enough for him to understand that his son already knew exactly what had been placed before him. This was no simple luxury item or expensive family token. It was the black card itself, a symbol of absolute privilege granted only to a tiny handful of people. Privileges attached to that card were almost unreasonable. It had no spending limit, carried none of the usual restrictions, and opened doors to elite establishments and powerful circles that ordinary people could never even get close to. Put simply, it was like holding an endless stream of wealth and authority in the palm of one's hand. Arthur explained it as if it were nothing unusual, saying the card would be registered under both his name and Zeke's, which meant Zeke could use it however he wished. But Zeke was not innocent enough to accept such generosity at face value. He understood there had to be another intention hidden beneath the gift. Every transaction made with a black card would leave a record behind, which meant it could also serve as a perfect tool for tracking where he went and what he did. Even so, the fact that Arthur chose this method, instead of sending a squad of Black Knights to follow him, revealed something important. For now, the patriarch did not consider Zeke a genuine threat. At least, not yet. Zeke pushed down the discomfort rising inside him and accepted the card, silently deciding that he would only rely on it when he truly had no other choice. Arthur then dismissed him with one final word of encouragement, telling Zeke that if he truly wanted to become the strongest, then he would have to prove that ambition through his own effort. Zeke bowed once more, offering proper thanks to the master of House Draker with all the formality expected of him. Then he turned away and left the room, though his thoughts were already churning too violently to be easily pushed aside. After the door shut behind Zeke, Arthur remained seated for a moment. He leaned back in his chair, slowly closed his eyes, and let the quiet room pull him into deep contemplation. His youngest son's ambition had been far more unexpected than Arthur had imagined, and yet that very boldness made it impossible to ignore. Then, right in the middle of that heavy silence, the stillness of the room was suddenly broken. Duke Draker strode in as if formalities meant absolutely nothing to him. His voice carried a sharp, biting edge, and his expression was hard to read as he faced Arthur head-on without the slightest hesitation. Without softening his words in the least, Duke called Arthur a sickening old man straight to his face. Arthur only opened one eye, looking completely unmoved by the blunt insult. In a calm voice, he asked Duke why he was so angry. Duke crossed his arms, his tone dripping with contempt as he asked whether Arthur had suddenly decided to act like a father after spending a lifetime neglecting his own son. Arthur did not flinch at the accusation, but it had been years since anyone had dared to confront him that directly, and Duke was nearly the only man alive with both the strength and the nerve to do it. Arthur released a quiet sigh and insisted that he had no choice. This, he said, was simply the price of standing at the head of the household, because leadership always demanded sacrifices. Arthur added that Duke's words were dangerously close to slandering the patriarch himself, but Duke clearly did not care at all. He dropped onto the couch and stretched out like he owned the place, meeting Arthur's gaze as if daring him to do something about it. If Arthur had a problem with it, Duke told him to go ahead, put him in cuffs, and drag him away. Arthur chuckled, allowing the stiff formal mask to fall aside for once. Out of everyone on the continent, Duke was the only person he could speak to like this. Then Arthur reached into his suit again and pulled out something far more tempting than gold. What he produced was a bottle of dragon's breath, an extremely rare liquor so prized that even powerful people would struggle to get their hands on it. Arthur offered Duke a drink, as though the most natural way to continue such a tense conversation was to share a glass of something extraordinary. And almost at once, Duke's mood began to shift. A faint smirk pulled at the corner of Duke's mouth as he admitted that, if nothing else, Arthur truly did have excellent taste in alcohol. Once the liquor was poured and the glasses were in their hands, Arthur finally turned the conversation toward the real issue, the strange unrest that had begun spreading across the continent. Duke acted as though he had no idea what Arthur was talking about, claiming that he had simply been keeping to himself quietly at the academy. But Arthur knew Duke far too well to believe such a flimsy excuse. Duke had eyes and ears in far more places than most people would ever suspect. With a tired sigh, Duke set his glass down and asked why Arthur would bother asking a question when he clearly already knew the answer. Arthur did not argue or push him. He simply waited for Duke to continue. After a short pause, Duke leaned forward and his voice sank into a much more serious tone. The Emperor, he said, had lost his mind in pursuit of immortality. He was combing through the entire continent for anything at all, no matter how faint or uncertain, that might lead him toward eternal life. Arthur nodded, showing no surprise at the assessment. He had already reached the same conclusion on his own. Magic could slow aging to some degree, but true immortality was nothing more than legend, a mythical state no one had ever achieved and likely never would. Even so, one detail continued to trouble Arthur. The Emperor did not seem to be chasing a completely empty dream. He appeared to be searching for something real, something tied to the Elder Dragon, and if that was true, then the entire situation became far more dangerous than a ruler's foolish obsession. Neither Arthur nor Duke realized that Zeke had not actually gone very far. In the room next door, he stood leaning casually against the wall, with his hands tucked in his pockets, silently catching every word. Using soul manifestation, Zeke absorbed the entire conversation from beyond the wall, while continuing to refine his aura at the same time, forcing himself to endure the heavy strain because the information was simply too valuable to miss. To Zeke, every word he was hearing was priceless. Arthur suspected that the Emperor's search had most likely brought him close to a relic connected to the Elder Dragon. Duke considered the possibility in silence for a moment, and the more he thought about it, the more disturbingly plausible the theory became. And that led them to an even more serious question. What if the Emperor had already found it? Arthur slowly turned his glass in his hand as he weighed the possibility. It was not impossible. His personal unit, the Order of Black Knights, had been gathering intelligence, and every clue they had found pointed toward a single place, the northern continent. Duke's eyes sharpened the moment he heard that name. If this information was only now reaching him, then the Empire's spies had not obtained it yet. But sooner or later, they would. It was only a matter of time, and this entire obsession with immortality dragged Duke's thoughts back to an old memory he would have preferred to leave buried. Duke remembered the past far too clearly. The moment that insane emperor took the throne, he threw the world into a war meant to unify the continent. It was only after conquering half of the central continent that he finally stopped the bloodshed. Now it felt as though history was preparing to repeat itself. Back then, Duke had believed the emperor would eventually abandon that absurd, rotting dream of his. But Duke had been completely wrong. If that madman truly got his hands on an artifact capable of granting immortality, the whole continent could be dragged into a war unlike anything it had ever seen, a catastrophe so massive it might leave nothing behind but flames, corpses, and ruin. Arthur Draker had no intention of sitting quietly while a disaster like that unfolded. With the situation already this serious, he had made his choice. He would head north himself and deal with the matter directly. That single statement was enough to leave Duke visibly stunned. Arthur leaving his seat in the central continent was practically the same as inviting catastrophe to walk through the front door. If the patriarch was not there to keep the emperor in check, that power-hungry bastard could run wild without anyone restraining him. But that was exactly why Arthur had come to the academy in the first place. Aside from giving a half-hearted speech to the trainees, he had come to inform Duke of his plan, and because Arthur understood Duke so well, he had already predicted precisely how the old knight would react. There was no point in resisting the decision. Realizing that there was no real way to talk him out of it, Duke let out a long, heavy sigh. Then, wearing a reluctant smirk, he lifted his glass for a toast. Duke told Arthur fine, but warned him not to expect polite behavior from him while he was gone. Arthur chuckled at that because he had never expected Duke to behave nicely in the first place. The grumpy old guardian of the academy groaned in annoyance, but Arthur knew the truth very well. No matter how loudly Duke complained, he was more than capable of holding the fort. Meanwhile, in the room next door, Zeke was beginning to pay the price for listening in for far too long. Pain spread through his entire body, his vision started to blur, and the backlash from overusing soul manifestation finally came crashing down on him all at once. His knees buckled beneath him, and before he could catch himself, Zeke collapsed onto the floor. His breathing turned rough and uneven, and his bloodshot eyes made it painfully clear just how far the technique had pushed him. Even after absorbing the heart of Bahamut, Zeke still could not fully escape the side effects of soul manifestation. But the pain was worth enduring, because the information he had just obtained was far too valuable. Piece by piece, the scattered fragments were finally beginning to connect. The statue Zeke had obtained before his regression had never been some ordinary relic. It was an artifact tied to the Elder Dragon, the mysterious voice he had heard moments before his death, and the strange system messages that appeared after he awakened in his younger body. Now all of it was starting to make at least a little more sense. Without ever realizing it at the time, Zeke's past self had stolen the very artifact that the Emperor had been obsessively searching for. No wonder Zeke had been hunted down like an animal. That crazed dictator had mobilized his elite unit, the hunting dogs, and sent them after him, chasing him all the way to the ends of the world. Back then, Zeke had been so swallowed by revenge that he never stopped to question why the pursuit had been so relentless. His attention had been locked completely on the enemies in front of him, leaving him blind to the true reason behind everything. But now, at last, he had a concrete clue about his regression and the administrator system that had thrown him back through time. It was connected to the Elder Dragon's artifact, but that answer only led him into even deeper mysteries. Who could have created something capable of that? How much power would such a being have to possess? And most importantly, Why had something like it been made in the first place? Sitting there on the floor, Zeke drew in a deep breath and forced his mind to settle. He had chased after one answer, only to discover that even larger questions were waiting beyond it. Once the drinks were finished and their business had been settled, the two highest figures of Housedraker prepared to go their separate ways. Duke assured Arthur that he would make his move soon, and Arthur entrusted the matter to him without the slightest hesitation. But just as Arthur was about to leave, his steps suddenly came to a halt. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hallway changed. Arthur's sharp gaze locked onto the closed door of the room where Zeke was hiding, as though the wood itself meant nothing, and he could sense the presence waiting beyond it. Inside, completely unaware that danger was now moving closer, Zeke remained lost in his thoughts, turning over the mysteries of immortality and time travel. If he really had stolen the Emperor's artifact, then what exactly had convinced them it was tied to eternal life? Then he heard it, the heavy sound of footsteps approaching. The moment that sound reached Zeke's ears, every instinct in his body screamed a warning. Arthur Draker was getting far too close. In the very next instant, the door was thrown open, and Arthur Draker stepped into the room. His sharp, unreadable gaze swept from one corner to the other, scanning the entire space with the calm precision of a man who missed almost nothing. But the room was empty. Zeke Draker had felt the danger closing in and moved at the very last possible moment, slipping away before Arthur could catch him there. By the time Arthur crossed the threshold, Zeke was already sliding out through the window, escaping by such a narrow margin that even a breath of hesitation would have exposed him. Arthur silently looked over the empty room for a moment, then allowed that strange sensation to fade from his thoughts and turned away. Later that same day, Zeke returned to the Western Greenhouse Arena and threw himself back into his usual brutal training. It should have been one of those sessions where no one dared to bother him, but Decker, the ever-diligent old servant, ignored that unspoken rule for a reason. Decker bowed with an apologetic look and explained that a fellow student had come to see Zeke. Zeke's brows immediately pulled together in confusion. Who in the academy would go out of their way to visit him? He barely had anyone there he could honestly call a friend. Still, curiosity got the better of him, and he told Decker to let the visitor in. Zeke had not expected the person to be Liam Stone. The moment the large, sturdy student stepped into the arena, he lowered his head in complete submission. Zeke's eyes narrowed at once, suspicion rising immediately as he wondered what this guy was trying to pull. Then Liam opened his mouth, and his voice came out filled with raw, unfiltered sincerity as he pleaded for Zeke to accept him. Zeke let out a sharp breath, already regretting that he had not simply ignored Liam back when he had been humiliating Liam's so-called master. With irritation creeping into his tone, Zeke asked if Liam was seriously saying he wanted to become his subordinate. Liam lowered his head even further, keeping his voice steady despite the tension in the air, and swore his loyalty to Zeke. That answer was not what Zeke had expected at all. Raising an eyebrow, he asked what had happened to Liam's loyalty toward Jaken Wardek. The moment that name came up, Liam's face darkened. Anger flickered across his expression before he forced out the truth. Jaken Wardek had abandoned him. And without a powerful Draker standing behind him, Liam had no realistic chance of entering Valhalla as a trainee. Zeke's thoughts immediately drifted back to his previous life. Liam had been exactly the same back then, too. Zeke had never learned why Liam was so obsessively determined to enter Valhalla. But one thing had always been painfully obvious. Liam Stone would beg, crawl, and throw away every last scrap of pride if that was what it took to get inside. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, Zeke rejected him on the spot, calling him an idiot. If Liam was that desperate, Zeke told him to go chase after the Turan family or the Zimmons family instead. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Zeke made his position perfectly clear. He was not some convenient pillar for desperate people to cling to whenever they had nowhere else to go, and more importantly, even Zeke himself had no way to help Liam enter Valhalla. Zeke had no reason to believe anything coming out of Liam's mouth. For all he knew, this brute could have been sent by Jaken Wardek as a spy, waiting for the perfect chance to take revenge. The distrust in Zeke's voice was obvious, but Liam did not waste time arguing his case. Instead, he chose to prove it through action. In one quick, decisive motion, Liam reached down and pulled a knife from his waistband. Zeke's eyes sharpened instantly, and his body prepared itself for an attack, but Liam did not charge toward him. Instead, that fool turned the edge of the blade toward himself. Then, without even a flicker of hesitation, Liam made one vicious slash, cut off his own left ear. Blood burst across the arena floor, splattering down in dark, ugly drops beneath him. Zeke said nothing. He simply watched in silence as Liam let the severed ear drop to the ground, treating it as though it were nothing more than a useless object he had thrown away. Liam drew in a shaky breath, but the look on his face did not collapse. He admitted that Zeke had every reason to doubt him, then swore that he would do whatever it took to prove himself. And then he went even further, speaking with such frightening sincerity that the air itself seemed to grow colder. If Zeke wanted him mute, Liam would cut out his own tongue. If Zeke wanted him crippled, Liam would sever his own foot. Zeke could not deny what was right in front of him. This was an extreme, almost deranged display of loyalty, and Liam was not bluffing. The desperation in his voice and the blood streaming down the side of his face made that painfully clear. As Zeke watched Liam tremble while gritting his teeth through the pain, a different memory suddenly rose from the depths of his mind. It was the memory of another severed ear, one Zeke would have preferred never to think about again. And yet, seeing Liam in front of him now, watching him drive himself all the way to the edge, just for the chance to follow him, Zeke could not stop himself from remembering a time when he had once stood in a strangely similar position. In that memory, a battle-scarred veteran with hatred burning in his eyes knelt before the master from Zeke's past life, begging desperately to be made stronger than anyone else. Liam's voice shook as he pleaded again and again, clinging to the hope that Zeke would accept him. At last, after watching him for a long moment, Zeke finally moved. Without offering another word, Zeke tossed a training sword down in front of Liam, letting it land at his feet. Zeke declared that if Liam could endure even a single strike from him, then he would take him in. Liam's body was already swaying from blood loss, but the moment he heard those words, his face lit up. Even while half delirious from pain, he somehow managed to grin and rasp out his thanks, barely keeping himself upright. Zeke was not completely heartless, so he gave the idiot enough time to have his wound treated before the match began. Liam tightened his grip around the training sword, his thoughts racing wildly. He believed he still had a chance. After all, he could use draconic aura, even if only to a limited degree. But then Liam lifted his eyes and saw Zeke's stance, the way he held himself, and the sheer presence pressing out from around him. In that instant, it no longer felt like he was standing across from another student. It felt as if Liam was looking straight into the eyes of a monster. For the first time, Liam found himself wondering whether he and Zeke could even be called peers. Zeke had not taken a single step yet, but Liam could already feel the crushing weight of his aura bearing down on him. Liam's chest tightened painfully. His breathing came out in rough, uneven gasps, and his vision began to blur around the edges. The pressure was so overwhelming that even keeping his hands wrapped around the sword became difficult. Then Zeke attacked. His speed exploded in a single instant, his compact muscles compressing like coiled springs before unleashing a terrifying burst of force. Liam moved purely on instinct, lifting his blade to intercept the strike. He swung down in an attempt to parry the thrust, and the two training swords crashed together with a sharp impact that sent sparks scattering through the air. A heartbeat later, one of the swords spun violently upward, flipping through the air. The match was already over. Just as expected, Liam had been completely outclassed, his weapon knocked clean from his grip. If this had been a real fight instead of a test, Liam would have been dead before he even had time to understand what happened. Zeke exhaled slowly, disappointment clear in his voice as he looked down at Liam, who had collapsed flat against the ground. He asked if that was truly all Liam had to offer. Even Zeke felt a faint flicker of pity at just how miserable the sight looked. Even so, Zeke could still see stubborn determination burning in Liam's eyes. With a sigh, he offered him a piece of advice. Forget Valhalla and find some other path. But Liam refused to let go. He understood his situation better than anyone. After Zeke humiliated that spoiled brat Jaken Wardek, Liam had been discarded without a second thought. He came from a distant branch family, meaning that without his role as Jaken Wardek's attendant, he never would have been permitted to step foot in the cradle in the first place. And if Draker Academy could expel Zeke, a direct descendant of House Draker, then it would not hesitate for even a moment to throw away someone like Liam. Zeke turned to leave, believing the matter had already been settled. But then, something heavy suddenly clamped onto his leg. When Zeke looked down, he found Liam clinging to him with every bit of strength he had left, as though releasing his grip would mean losing everything. Zeke could not help wondering why this guy was so unbelievably desperate. In the previous timeline, Liam had been expelled from the academy, and the order he served had eventually collapsed as well. Yet through nothing but raw willpower, brutal battle experience, and a stubborn refusal to die, Liam had clawed his way upward until he eventually became a Red Knight and earned the title of Mercenary King. Now, with tears streaming down his face, Liam begged Zeke to give him one more chance to prove himself. Zeke narrowed his eyes as the last of his patience began to thin. Liam Stone was seriously, almost absurdly stubborn. In the end, Zeke finally gave in and told him he would get one final chance, warning him not to waste it. With that, Zeke agreed to take Liam under his wing. But there was one condition. Liam had been the one to claim that he would do anything. Liam Stone had been the one to say it first. If Zeke Draker wanted a servant who could never speak, then he would cut out his own tongue without even pausing to think. He had even gone as far as claiming that, if Zeke ordered it, he would sever his own feet. So Zeke decided to push that declaration to its absolute limit, giving Liam a command so cruel, so unreasonable, and so impossible that almost anyone else would finally break. Zeke placed a firm hand on Liam's shoulder, his grip heavy and unyielding. His expression darkened into something impossible to read, and in a grim voice he told Liam that if he was truly serious, then he should cut off his right arm. Those words hit Liam like a blade made of ice, and a cold shiver ran straight down his spine. Zeke did not soften the demand or laugh it off as a joke. His eyes stayed locked on Liam as he asked him which mattered more, his right arm or the chance to serve under Zeke. Zeke understood exactly what kind of choice he had forced in front of him. For Liam, losing that arm would mean throwing away almost every chance he had of ever becoming a proper swordsman. Any ordinary person, anyone with even the smallest trace of sanity left, would have backed down the moment they heard that condition. After saying his piece, Zeke turned away and slipped back into his training stance, fully expecting Liam to finally face reality, give up on this madness, and walk out of the arena on his own. But Liam did not head for the exit. Instead, without saying a word, he began walking silently toward a sword. Zeke's eyes narrowed the instant he noticed Liam's movement. At first, Zeke had thought this would not matter all that much. Even if Liam was expelled, the future would still keep moving forward. Liam would eventually suffer through hardship, rise through battle, become a Red Knight, and carve out his legend as the mercenary king. But the way Liam moved now made something feel deeply wrong. Then the realization struck Zeke all at once. Liam was not giving up. He was actually going to do it. Liam's fingers closed tightly around the hilt of the blade. Then he lifted the sword high over himself, angling the sharp edge directly toward his own arm. Zeke's body moved before his thoughts had even fully caught up. Driving his legs to their limit, Zeke crossed the distance between them in an instant. And just before Liam could bring the weapon down, Zeke's sword flashed through the air, cutting Liam's blade cleanly in half. The sharp clang of snapping metal rang across the arena, echoing through the open space. Liam stared blankly at his right arm, which was still attached to his body, as though his mind could not quite understand why it had not been cut away. Zeke, however, was absolutely furious. He grabbed Liam by the collar and yanked the big fool up from the ground, barking at him like he was dealing with someone who had completely lost his mind. Yes, Zeke's condition had been extreme, but that did not mean Liam should have treated it like an absolute command. What if Zeke had been the kind of bastard who made promises lightly and then threw them away afterward? If that had been the case, Liam would have destroyed his future for nothing. But Liam's hesitation had never been about the condition itself. In his eyes, there was something in this world worth even more than keeping his own arm. Zeke dropped Liam back onto his feet and fixed him with a cold, warning stare. If Liam ever pulled something that stupid again, Zeke told him he would be thrown out immediately, no matter how loudly he talked about loyalty. Liam had better remember that. For the first time, the tight, desperate tension on Liam's face finally began to loosen. Zeke's words were harsh, even brutal, but hidden beneath them was the answer Liam had been begging to hear. He was being allowed to stay. Still, there was another problem they could not simply ignore. Zeke told him they needed to get him to the infirmary right away, because he had absolutely no intention of letting his new subordinate walk around looking like a one-eared freak. After Liam's ear had been properly treated, he was brought to Zeke's personal banquet hall, where he was invited to sit down and share a meal. As Liam sat at the table, his hand kept drifting upward on its own. Again and again, he lightly touched the ear that had somehow been restored to its proper place. He still could not fully believe how quickly such a gruesome injury had been fixed. As it turned out, Zeke had used one of his healing potions to regenerate Liam's ear. The moment Liam understood that, guilt washed over him. A potion capable of something like that was rare and valuable, and his new lord had spent it on him from the very beginning. But Zeke merely waved off the concern, telling him to think of it as an investment, and nothing more. Now that the immediate chaos had finally settled down, Zeke turned his attention to the real reason behind Liam's desperation. He asked what could possibly be important enough for Liam to value it more than his own right arm. Liam's answer was short, simple, and painfully easy to understand. It was his mother. After Jake and Wardeck cast him aside, Liam received word that his mother had suddenly collapsed from an unnaturally high fever. She had managed to recover from that first collapse, but that was only the beginning of the nightmare. Soon after, strange markings shaped like red roses began spreading across her body, draining more of her strength with every passing day. Zeke's expression grew darker as he listened. Those symptoms sounded far too familiar to ignore. Liam had gone to such extreme lengths because he truly had no other choice. The village healers did not even know what illness she had, let alone how to cure it. The only hope Liam could still hold on to was Valhalla. Students of the academy, along with their families, were eligible to receive some of the finest medical treatment available anywhere on the continent. If Liam could somehow enter Valhalla, Then maybe his mother would still have a chance to survive. Zeke let out a long sigh as all the pieces finally fell into place. Without wasting another word, Zeke picked up a pen, dipped it into the inkwell, and began writing down the symptoms exactly as Liam had described them. Red rose-shaped markings, repeated high fevers. Zeke knew that disease far too well. 5 years from now, the entire central continent would be ravaged by the Rose Plague, a highly contagious illness that would leave behind an unimaginable number of deaths. Countless people would lose their lives before a radical treatment was finally discovered, a medicine powerful enough to wipe the disease out completely. After finishing his notes, Zeke leaned back in his chair for a moment, his mind already racing through everything he remembered from the future. Then Zeke held out the sheet of paper and handed it to Liam. Written on that paper was the formula for a medicine capable of treating Liam's mother's illness. The method was not especially complicated, and the necessary ingredients were not rare either. Any village healer with even basic skills should be able to prepare it. Liam stared down at the sheet, caught somewhere between disbelief, confusion, and overwhelming relief. How could something like this be possible? The village healers, people who had spent their entire lives learning medicine, had been completely powerless. Yet Zeke, a young swordsman sitting across from him, had written down a cure in only a few moments. In the future, the genius alchemist brothers, Al and Jeff, would be the ones to create this treatment and save countless lives across the continent. But before their discovery could spread freely, the Alchemist Association would monopolize the medicine, selling the cure for outrageous prices while exploiting desperate patients and their families. Eventually, Al and Jeff would reveal the formula to the public, and that was how even warriors like Zeke came to know about it. Of course, Zeke could not possibly explain any of that to Liam, so he offered the simplest answer he could and said he happened to know a good alchemist. With the cure now in his hands, Liam technically no longer had any reason to enter Valhalla or swear his life to Zeke. The greatest problem that had been driving him forward had just been solved in an instant. But Liam did not see it that way. He slowly rose from his seat, his expression firm, steady, and completely unwavering. Liam was the kind of man who kept his word, and he had already vowed to dedicate his life to serving Zeke. Clenching his fist tightly, Liam lowered himself onto one knee before the young lord and swore lifelong loyalty to him. Zeke had spent the entire day trying to push this big fool away, only to end up with Liam kneeling before him more determined than ever. Even so, hearing the future mercenary king pledge his loyalty out loud with his own voice gave Zeke Draker an unexpectedly calm sense of relief. He accepted Liam Stone's oath without any dramatic display, then looked him straight in the eye and left him with one final warning. Don't fall behind. If you can't keep up, I'll leave you behind. At that very same time, in a place far removed from Zeke Draker and Liam Stone, another meeting of a completely different nature was taking place behind the firmly closed doors of Dean Howard Draker's office. Det Owen Zimmons had come in person to meet the round, heavy-set Dean, and the serious look on his face made it clear that this visit had not been made for small talk. Owen Zimmons had arrived with a proposal, and the moment he calmly put it into words, Howard Draker was visibly taken aback. Owen suggested that this semester's exam should be adjusted to a higher difficulty. Howard Draker's eyebrow rose immediately. It was already unusual for a student to bring up the exam directly, but a cadet asking the academy to make the test harder was something he almost never heard. Owen Zimmons quickly lowered his voice and apologized in case his request sounded arrogant. Then he explained the reason he had come. The first-year cadets this year were far more talented than usual. Several powerful families had sent exceptional candidates, and beyond that, 2 pure-blood awakeners were among them as well. If the academy kept the exam at last year's level, Owen Zimmons continued, it would not properly reveal what those cadets were truly capable of. Howard Draker went quiet, slowly considering the suggestion. As irritating as it was to admit, the boy's logic was sound. After a brief silence, the dean gave a small nod, accepting the reasoning behind Owen's request. With the matter now decided, Owen Zimmons bowed with polished manners, stepped back without breaking his composed expression, and quietly left Howard Draker's office. After Owen was gone, Howard Draker leaned back into his chair, his eyes drifting toward the window. Then in a low murmur, he remarked that the apple truly did not fall far from the tree. Owen Zimmons was already thinking several moves ahead, just like his father. He could identify problems before they fully appeared and tried to handle them before they had the chance to grow into something troublesome. Few days later, the dungeon exploration exam finally began. The first-year cadets gathered in front of the ancient ruins, each pair waiting for their turn with weapons and supplies prepared. Draker Academy's semester evaluation was not some ordinary classroom test. The cadets would enter as duos, be sent into randomly assigned dungeons of different difficulty levels, and on paper, the goal sounded simple: escape before the time limit ran out. Just as expected, Zeke Draker and Liam Stone were paired together. Their preparations were already finished, and both of them stood ready to move. But Liam's stiff shoulders and restless expression made it obvious that tension was eating away at him. Zeke noticed it right away and spoke in a steady voice, telling him that nerves were normal, but fear must never be allowed to take control. Zeke Draker added that too much anxiety would make a person's hands slip at the worst possible moment, but becoming too relaxed was just as dangerous, because comfort could turn into carelessness. What Liam needed was a clear head and a sharp mind. Around them, some cadets chattered with excitement, while others stood rigid and silent, already swallowed by the pressure of the exam. Then, cutting cleanly through the noise, a guard called out their names: Zeke Draker and Liam Stone. Zeke Draker and Liam Stone stepped forward at once, heading directly toward the nearest ruined entrance, where their assigned trial appeared to be waiting for them. But right before they could pass through the entrance, a figure wearing black gloves moved into their path and stopped them from going any farther. "Wait," the man ordered in a sharp voice. Nearby, an armed academy guard raised his hand and pointed toward a different entrance instead, one set much farther away on the opposite side. The guard insisted that their assigned dungeon was over there, speaking in a tone firm enough to make it clear he was not inviting discussion. Zeke Draker's eyes shifted briefly toward the guard, and in that short instant he felt it clearly. Something about this situation was wrong. The man's expression remained stiff and unchanged, but that rigid calm seemed almost too forced, as though he was using that blank face to hide something underneath. Zeke Draker released a quiet sigh. Whatever scheme had been prepared for him, he was confident he could handle it. "Let's go," he muttered, leading Liam Stone toward the door they had been pointed to, even though the place practically reeked of a trap. Although the dungeons differed in difficulty, these ruins had been specially prepared for Draker Academy's exams, which meant they were still supposed to remain under the supervision of House Draker. The point of the test was not to throw cadets into a brutal death match. Their main objective was simply to survive inside the dungeon and locate the exit before the time limit expired. Each pair was given exactly 96 hours to complete the trial. In reality, time was the real opponent they had to defeat. Combat ability would still be judged, and students could earn additional points by bringing back monster heads as proof of their kills. But none of those bonus points meant anything if they failed to escape before the deadline. The moment the clock ran out, they would receive an automatic failing grade no matter how well they had fought. After Zeke Draker and Liam Stone entered the dungeon, the first part of their journey was strangely uneventful. No monsters charged out at them, no hidden traps snapped from the walls. They simply moved through the old ruins, surrounded by worn stone and an unsettling silence. After they had traveled for quite some time, the two finally stopped to rest. Their stomachs were full. There was no immediate danger pressing down on them, and it seemed like the right moment to get some sleep. Oddly enough, despite being the subordinate, Liam Stone was the one who urged Zeke Draker to rest first. Zeke had handled everything up to that point, from setting up camp to preparing their meal, so in Liam's mind, it was only right for the young lord to sleep before him. Zeke Draker told Liam Stone not to worry about him. With his current constitution, he could stay awake for 4 full days and still keep moving without any real problem. He even added, a little too shamelessly, that he could probably remain awake through the entire exam. Liam knew there was no point arguing, so with a reluctant grunt, he dragged his large body into the tent and finally lay down to rest. Left alone beside the bonfire, Zeke Draker sat in silence, watching the flames flicker and crackle as his thoughts slowly began to wander. 16 hours had already passed since they first stepped into the dungeon. On top of that, Zeke Draker had spent the 3 days before the exam training non-stop. Added together, that meant he had been awake for nearly 90 hours. His infinite stamina could keep his body functioning, but it did nothing to clear the thick mental fog gathering inside his head. And inside a dungeon where danger could emerge from any dark corner without warning, losing focus for even a single second could become fatal. The unnatural stillness around him stretched on, and the slow, silent passage of the night began gnawing at his exhausted thoughts. Zeke Draker could feel fatigue creeping over him, slowly dulling his senses one layer at a time. He considered waking Liam Stone and switching watches, but then he made the worst mistake he possibly could. His eyes slipped shut, and before he realized it, he dozed off. In his dream, Zeke Draker was dragged back to the frozen plains of the northern regions, back to a merciless land where the Emperor's crimson flag stood as a symbol of cruelty, slaughter, and endless bloodshed. A woman's corpse lay motionless in front of him, collapsed against the snow while blood slowly seeped out from beneath her body. That red stain spread wider and wider across the pure white ground, forming a horrifying contrast so vivid that it burned itself deep into Zeke Draker's memory. Zeke Draker's eyes snapped open, his breathing came out rough and uneven, and cold sweat clung to his skin. For a moment he sat frozen beside the dying warmth of the fire, as if the nightmare might still be bleeding into the world around him. But the bonfire was still crackling quietly, and the dungeon around him remained wrapped in silence. It had only been a dream. Even so, Zeekdraker would rather face an entire horde of monsters than be forced to relive that memory one more time. Then, in the middle of that silence, something suddenly pulled his attention sharply to the side. A sound rang out through the darkness. One of the bell traps he had set earlier had just been triggered. Zeekdraker's senses sharpened instantly. Whatever had entered the area, he was no longer alone. He snatched up his water canister and poured it over the bonfire without hesitation, killing the flames at once and dropping the entire campsite into darkness. And his voice sliced through the tent like a blade. "Liam, wake the hell up." As Liam Stone began stirring inside the tent, Zeekdraker pressed his back against the nearby wall, positioning himself close to the direction where the disturbance had come from. He read the situation carefully without rushing. Using his dragon eyes during a 4-day academy exam would draw far too much attention, so for now he forced himself to rely on his ordinary vision and waited for his eyes to adjust to the darkness. Then a smell drifted toward him through the air, sharp, foul, and strong enough to sting his nose. Sulfur. Zeekdraker connected the clues immediately. There was only one type of creature he knew that carried a stench like that, a pack-hunting monster ranked at danger level 3. A hellhound. In his previous life during this very semester exam, the top cadet, Reyna Turun, had hunted down an orc. But Zeekdraker had never once heard of a dungeon room in this test containing hellhounds. That alone was enough to tell him that something was seriously wrong. He stayed perfectly still, waiting for the beast to make the kind of dramatic entrance a monster like that usually would. But the expected charge never came. Instead, Zeekdraker noticed something far stranger. Even an alpha hellhound should only weigh a few hundred kilograms at most. Yet the deep, heavy echoes shaking through the cavern sounded like something several tons in weight was drawing closer. A mutant, maybe? Holding his breath, Zeke used the polished surface of his blade like a mirror and carefully angled it around the corner. Quick decision saved him. In the reflection of the blade, Zeekdraker caught sight of an enormous monster barreling straight toward them like a runaway freight train. With terrifying brute force, the beast smashed through the door and tore apart the surrounding walls, crashing into the ruins as if Fafnir itself had come charging through. The force of the hit burst outward like a violent shockwave, blasting Zeekdraker straight off his feet and sending him flying backward through the dungeon air. But even while his body was being thrown away, Zeke twisted with frightening control, turning smoothly in midair before dropping down and landing on both feet, steady as if the impact had barely moved him at all. Liam Stone immediately rushed to Zeekdraker's side, his face drained of color and his eyes stretched wide with alarm after that sudden ambush. But Zeke wasn't looking at the monster with fear or hesitation. His gaze had gone sharp and heavy, and as his expression darkened, he muttered a curse through clenched teeth. The Zimmons. Right before the clash happened, in that tiny instant, where most people would have missed everything, Zeekdraker had caught sight of one small detail. Tucked away on the Academy Guard's uniform was a trinket, and the symbol carved into it was unmistakably tied to the Zimmons family. So this was the kind of game they wanted to play. Zeke had already expected them to rely on schemes, traps, and dirty methods, but this crossed far beyond ordinary interference. This was not just a matter of passing the exam anymore. From this moment on, Zeke had another objective: break apart the enemy's plot and drag the hidden hands behind it into the light. That was when Zeekdraker finally took in the true danger standing before him. The hellhound he had been prepared to fight was already dead. Its head had been severed cleanly from its body, lying apart as its empty, lifeless eyes stared into the darkness. It looked almost as if the creature had died before it could even understand what kind of monster had killed it. And behind that brutal corpse stood the real culprit. A huge green-skinned figure loomed there, its white beard hanging beneath a savage face, its thick limbs packed with swollen muscle that twitched with violent strength. It looked less like a living creature and more like pure rage given flesh and bone. A troll. The instant Zeekdraker recognized it, his eyes narrowed with cold understanding. Their enemies hadn't simply released hellhounds into the exam dungeon. They had gone much further than that, sending in trolls as assassination tools. Liam Stone, however, could only stand there frozen, his entire body locked in terror. Trolls were rank 1 monsters, terrifying creatures with so much raw power that beasts like hellhounds and orcs were treated as nothing more than prey beneath them. Their blood was also famously precious, used as a key ingredient in healing medicine. The reason was simple. Trolls possessed an absurd level of regeneration, allowing their bodies to recover even from wounds that should have been fatal. Finally, Liam Stone forced himself out of his dazed fear. He clenched his jaw, tightened both hands around his sword, and stepped forward until he stood directly in front of Zeekdraker, putting his own body between his lord and the monster. "I'll hold it off," Liam Stone said, pushing as much strength as he could into his trembling voice, even though fear was still obvious in his eyes. "My lord, you need to get out of here." Zeekdraker released a short breath, almost like he found the situation ridiculous despite the deadly monster in front of them. This idiot. For a moment, he didn't even bother giving Liam a proper answer. Instead, Zeekdraker simply reached out and gave Liam Stone a light tap, nudging him aside as though he were correcting a child who had stepped into the wrong place. "Don't ever say something that pathetic again." Zeekdraker kept his eyes locked on the approaching troll, his gaze sharp, calm, and completely untouched by fear. "Besides, I'm not the kind of lord who abandons his subordinate when things get dangerous." Then, still watching the monster instead of turning back, he left Liam Stone with one final command. "Don't believe in me. Believe in your own strength," because the truth was simple. Liam Stone was not weak at all. In fact, he was nowhere close to being weak. To prove that belief, Zeekdraker chose to pull himself away from the front line. He would step back and let Liam Stone face the battle with his own hands. The moment Zeekdraker moved out of the way, the crushing tension sitting on Liam Stone's shoulders seemed to ease. It was as if some invisible weight had finally been lifted from him. Confidence slowly returned to his eyes, and after fixing his focus on the troll, Liam gave Zeke a grateful nod. Then Zeekdraker and Liam Stone moved at the same time, rushing toward the troll from opposite sides and forcing the massive creature to divide its attention between two incoming blades. For a brief moment, the oversized brute just stood there in confusion, unable to properly react as their swords cut into its body from two separate angles. Zeekdraker was deliberately restraining himself, adjusting his pace to Liam Stone's rhythm instead of simply overpowering the monster on his own. And as he watched Liam fight up close, Zeke found himself quietly impressed. Even against the troll's absurdly tough hide, Liam Stone was already landing clean strikes that actually mattered, his blade biting into the monster instead of just glancing off. What impressed Zeekdraker even more was Liam Stone's choice of targets. He kept aiming for the joints, cutting toward the places where the monster's movement could be weakened, which proved he had studied monster anatomy seriously on his own time. He was sharp, diligent, and much more thoughtful than his appearance suggested. As a subordinate, Zeke could hardly ask for someone better. Still, that did not mean Liam had finished growing. One of Liam Stone's flaws almost turned deadly in the next instant. The troll swung its enormous spiked club down with terrifying force, aiming to crush Liam into the dungeon floor as if he were nothing but paste. Zeekdraker moved the very second danger appeared. His footwork shifted in a flash, and before the troll's blow could land, he closed the distance and parried the attack with clean, effortless precision. Without even giving the troll his full attention, Zeekdraker's blade flashed through the air and cut straight through its weapon, splitting the huge club neatly in half. Liam Stone stumbled back, shaken by how close it had been, but still unharmed, then lowered his head in shame. "I'm sorry, my lord. I should have handled that better." Zeekdraker only shook his head, his voice calm and steady. "There's no need to apologize for your first real life or death battle. You did well." The troll, now robbed of its weapon, threw its head back and released a furious roar, its anger spilling out in a blind, bestial scream. The muscles beneath its green skin bulged grotesquely as it lifted both of its massive arms, preparing to rip into them using nothing but its bare strength. Before Liam Stone could be pulled into another dangerous mistake, Zeekdraker took full control of the fight. "All right," he said, raising his blade with a calm finality. "Time to wrap this up." Then his body blurred forward, and in the next breath, his sword strikes came down like a storm, ripping through the troll again and again so quickly that the monster had no chance to even catch its breath. The beast barely had enough time to understand what was happening before its enormous body gave out. With a heavy crash, it collapsed onto the dungeon floor, reduced to a mangled, blood-soaked heap. By killing the troll, Zeekdraker earned 30 karma points, a reward large enough that the danger they had just faced almost felt worth it. And on top of that, bringing down a troll during the academy exam would absolutely earn them a massive amount of bonus points. Once the battle was over, Liam Stone immediately moved to dismantle the corpse, cutting away whatever useful materials could be salvaged. While Liam worked, Zeekdraker's attention shifted elsewhere, focusing on a new message that suddenly appeared in front of him. Sudden quest. The mission itself was simple but intense. Within 72 hours, he had to hunt 100 monsters from 10 different species. Every kill would grant double karma points, and the final reward also included 2 random boxes. As Zeekdraker read the details, a smirk slowly formed on his lips. Things had become much more entertaining all at once. and the moment the word double appeared in the system prompt, the greed in his eyes was impossible to hide. There were still 79 hours remaining before the exam came to an end. For someone like Zeke Draker, killing 100 monsters within that amount of time would not be difficult. The real problem was not the number of monsters. The real challenge was finding 10 separate species, since most dungeon exams normally contained no more than 4 types of monsters at most. But because the Zimmons family had clearly interfered with this dungeon, there was a strong chance they had filled it with high-class monsters meant to guarantee that Zeke Draker would never leave alive. Ironically, that made the situation work in his favor. Managing the sudden quest, the academy exam objective, and the pursuit of a high score all at the same time would be demanding, but it was nothing Zeke couldn't handle. By the time Liam Stone finished dismantling the troll's corpse, their loot bag was already beginning to fill. Every team had been given special collection bags to store monster heads as proof of their kills. It was far less convenient than having a subspace pocket, but for the purposes of the exam, it was good enough to get the job done. With their first enemy defeated and their goal suddenly growing much larger than before, Zeke Draker and Liam Stone had no reason to stay where they were. It was time to move deeper into the dungeon. From here on, the hunt had truly begun. After that, time seemed to start slipping away faster and faster, each hour disappearing beneath the rhythm of battle and movement. A pack of burning wolves soon appeared in their path, flames flickering around their bodies, but they were wiped out before they could do anything to slow the two down. Before long, the remaining time had already dropped to 56 hours. Next came a nest of goblins, swarming in as another obstacle, but Zeke Draker turned them into easy prey. Their kill count climbed rapidly, their loot bag grew heavier after every fight, and eventually only 39 hours remained. After that, a giant bat appeared, a troublesome monster that attacked with devastating sonic waves powerful enough to shake the air around them. But even that dangerous creature was eventually brought down. For the past 2 days, their routine had become harsh, simple, and brutally repetitive. They killed monsters, set up camp when they had to, took whatever brief rest they could manage, then packed up and moved on to repeat the same cycle again. By the time the final day of the exam arrived, Zeke Draker and Liam Stone had already defeated more than enough monsters to secure an excellent score. As the two sat near the campfire, its light flickering across their faces, Zeke Draker glanced toward Liam Stone and asked, "So how does real combat feel?" Liam, still as humble as ever, scratched the back of his head and answered with honest uncertainty, "I'm not sure. It still feels like I have a long way to go." His reaction was perfectly natural after all. No one became comfortable with bloodshed after just 1 or 2 days. But at that moment, Zeke Draker had something far more urgent occupying his thoughts. The remaining time was slipping away quickly, and every passing moment mattered now. So far, Zeke Draker had subjugated 99 monsters in total, spread across 9 different species. But no matter how far Zeke Draker searched, that last species simply refused to appear. He had combed through every reachable corner of the dungeon, even lowering himself to hunting leeches and tiny insects barely bigger than a finger. Yet none of those pathetic creatures were accepted by the quest. At that point, Zeke Draker's patience finally started to crack. Those damn Zimmons had gone out of their way to rig the dungeon with powerful monsters, just to make sure he died in here, and yet somehow, they had failed to prepare enough monster variety for his quest. The thought alone was enough to make his irritation boil over. Then, without the slightest warning, a cold sensation crept down Zeke Draker's spine. His body reacted before his mind could fully explain it. Danger. Something deep in his instincts was screaming that a real threat was approaching. The ground beneath their feet began to shake, sending loose pebbles hopping and skittering across the cavern floor. Liam Stone, who had been seated near the campfire, lifted his head in confusion and glanced around as the strange vibrations rolled beneath him. A heartbeat later, the trembling became far more violent. Long cracks spread across the rocky floor like black spiderwebs, and the whole cavern began to rumble as if something enormous was forcing its way through the earth below. Zeke Draker's eyes sharpened the instant he felt it. He knew this sensation in one swift movement. He rushed toward Liam Stone while drawing his sword from its sheath. "Drop the bag and move, now!" he shouted. But Liam Stone was just 1 second too slow to react. Before Liam Stone could even fully process what was happening, Zeke Draker crashed into him and shoved him out of the danger zone. At that exact moment, something massive ripped up through the ground right where Liam had been standing. Blood burst through the cavern in a violent spray, splashing across the stone floor and painting the shattered earth in a deep crimson stain. For one terrifying second, Liam Stone's mind went completely empty. Panic surged through him so intensely that his body almost forgot how to move. Then Liam Stone's gaze snapped toward Zeke Draker's arm. The young lord's sleeve had been torn to ribbons, and his left arm looked horribly mangled, drenched in blood from the shoulder all the way down to his hand. With his heart pounding in his chest, Liam rushed toward him. "My lord, Liam Stone shouted in horror, but before he could spiral any further, Zeke Draker calmly raised a hand and waved him back. Relax, it's not my blood. Even with the ambush striking so suddenly, Zeke Draker had still managed to shove Liam Stone out of danger and counterattack at the same time. But now, whether that blood belonged to him or not was the least important problem in front of them. From the enormous hole torn open in the cavern floor, a gargantuan nightmare began to crawl out. Its grotesque body writhed and twisted through the broken rock as it searched hungrily for fresh prey. The moment Liam Stone recognized it, his throat went dry. A dungeon worm. An insanely dangerous monster. The kind of beast that normally required 8 properly trained purple knights working together just to bring it down. So this was the Zimmons family's final trap. This was no longer just interference with the exam. It had turned into a full-blown fight for survival. Liam Stone stood rooted in place, watching the burrowing giant rip through the cavern like a living freight train made of twisting flesh and rows of fangs. His hands curled into tight fists at his sides. He wanted to help Zeke Draker more than anything, but the painful truth was obvious. If he rushed into a battle like this without thinking, he would only become another obstacle in Zeke's way. Even so, Liam Stone refused to simply stand there and watch. He dropped down near their supplies and started rummaging through them in desperation, searching for anything, no matter how small, that might help Zeke Draker survive this fight. Meanwhile, Zeke Draker had already locked his entire focus onto the battle. His sword flashed again and again in front of him, deflecting hundreds of razor-sharp fangs as they lunged toward his body from every angle. This time, Zeke Draker's true battle instinct rose fully to the surface, becoming sharper, colder, and far more merciless under the crushing pressure. Even a blue knight would hesitate before facing a dungeon worm, inside such a narrow, unstable cavern. The creature devoured the earth as it moved, chewing through stone and soil with terrifying ease, as if the cavern itself were nothing more than soft flesh. That meant every second that passed pushed the situation further against them. If Zeke Draker failed to finish this quickly, then he and Liam Stone would either be buried alive beneath the collapsing cavern or torn apart by the monster's endless rows of fangs. The dungeon worm lunged again, its enormous body carving through the rock as it shot straight toward him. Zeke Draker slipped aside at the very last instant, ducking away with only inches separating him from that crushing mass. What Zeke Draker needed most was space to move, and now at last he had found it. The moment the dungeon worm surfaced again, he kicked off the ground and launched himself forward. His blade plunged deep into the monster's grotesque, pulsing abdomen. The attack struck solidly and sank into its flesh. But even a wound like that was still not enough to bring the dungeon worm down. Clenching his teeth, Zeke Draker dragged his sword through the creature's body, tearing the wound open wider and wider. Purple bile mixed with dark blood exploded from the dungeon worm's mouth, splattering across the cavern walls as its huge body convulsed in agony. But Zeke Draker had no intention of stopping with just that. His killing intent climbed to its peak, sharp enough to fill the air around him. If he had to slice the creature in half to end this, then that was exactly what he would do. But just as he prepared to deliver the finishing blow, the ground beneath his feet suddenly gave way. He had stepped onto a section of rock that had already been hollowed out from below, and the sudden drop shattered his balance. That single brief opening was all the dungeon worm needed to turn the fight back in its favor. Zeke Draker barely stopped himself from falling, hanging in place with his sword as the broken ground continued to crumble beneath him. But the monster did not let that chance slip away. It lunged at once, its long, sinuous body whipping forward and wrapping around Zeke Draker like an enormous constrictor. In the next instant, the pressure clamped down on him with suffocating force. Zeke Draker felt his bones creak under the strain, and his organs were squeezed together inside his body. A sickening surge of pain shot through him, forcing blood up his throat and into his mouth. The dungeon worm continued tightening its grip, its crushing power threatening to snap Zeke Draker in two. Then, from out of nowhere, a sword drove into the monster's hide. It was Liam Stone. Ignoring Zeke Draker's order to stay back, his desperate subordinate had charged in and stabbed the worm, trying to pull the monster's attention away. The strike wasn't enough to kill it, but it loosened the beast's hold just enough to matter. Zeke Draker's automatic healing activated immediately, rapidly mending the internal damage tearing through his body. And that small opening Liam created was all he needed. In a flash, Zeke Draker twisted free from the worm's deadly coils, flipped through the air, and landed at a safer distance from the thrashing monster. Still catching his breath, Zeke Draker turned a sharp look toward Liam Stone. "Liam, what the hell did you just do?" Liam raised his sword slightly and quickly explained the move he had made. "I coated my blade with anesthetic before I struck it," Liam Stone said, his hands still gripping the weapon tightly. Zeke Draker's eyes widened as the meaning of those words clicked into place. The main ingredient in that anesthetic was belladonna against humans. It merely numbed the senses and dulled their reactions. Against worms, even one as enormous and monstrous as this dungeon worm, belladonna worked as a deadly poison. Even while trapped under extreme pressure, Liam Stone had remembered the dungeon worm's weakness and adjusted his actions right in the middle of the battle. That kind of quick thinking and instant execution showed just how much natural talent Liam Stone truly possessed. For one brief moment, Zeke Draker felt as if he had caught a glimpse of the mercenary king Liam Stone was destined to become one day. Understanding just how important Liam Stone's move had been, Zeke Draker decided to bring him into the final strike. Now fully recovered, Zeke exploded forward, driving his speed to the absolute limit. He sprinted up the dungeon worm's enormous body, raced toward the sword he had embedded earlier, and tore it free in one powerful motion. With his blade back in his hand, Zeke Draker met Liam Stone's eyes and gave him the signal to move. Liam Stone clenched his teeth, gathered every last bit of strength remaining in his body, and poured it all into one final, desperate stab. Another dose of belladonna flowed straight from Liam Stone's coated blade into the dungeon worm's body, spreading through the monster in an instant. Almost immediately, the gigantic creature began to convulse, its long, hideous body thrashing and spasming violently as the poison took hold. The dungeon worm slammed heavily against the cavern floor, its enormous frame losing strength as its movements turned slow, clumsy, and unstable. The moment Zeke Draker saw that opening appear, he didn't hesitate for even a breath. He activated soul manifestation at once. Misty purple aura ignited around Zeke Draker's sword, wrapping along the blade like a dangerous haze and coating its edge in a strange, lethal glow. And just as he had said he would, Zeke Draker stepped in with a single, smooth, precise slash. There was no wasted motion, no hesitation at all, and his blade carved clean through the dungeon worm's monstrous body, splitting it straight in two. The dungeon worm's massive corpse came crashing down with a wet, thunderous impact, its two severed halves twitching and shuddering across the cavern floor, before they finally went still. Zeke Draker landed back on solid ground as calmly as if he had only finished a simple exercise, while system notifications poured across his vision one after another. The sudden quest had been completed. Every karma point he had earned was doubled, and as promised, 2 random boxes were added to his rewards. His total had now climbed to 780 karma points, giving him more than enough room to choose his next moves. On evaluation day, outside the dungeon gates, the cadets who had managed to survive gathered beneath the open sky in a wide formation. An instructor walked forward with a firm, businesslike expression and called for everyone who had escaped the dungeon to step up for scoring, while those with no further business were dismissed from the area. When Reyna Turan's name was called, she moved forward with quiet control, her posture composed and steady. The instructor looked directly at her and announced that her assessment would now begin. Reyna responded with a respectful nod and a calm, "Yes, sir." Then the instructor lowered his gaze to the clipboard in his hands and started reading out her results. "Escaping the dungeon gives you 30 points, the instructor stated clearly. In addition, you defeated 20 goblins, 2 hobgoblins, and 1 orc. That brings your final score to 180. A low wave of murmurs immediately spread through the cadets as the number settled over them. Everyone was stunned. Reyna Turan had fallen only just short of Abel Draker's 200-point record, delivering the kind of overwhelming result people would expect from someone with true, pure-blood talent. The instructor went on, explaining that Reyna Turan had passed with a margin of 130 points. Reyna simply nodded again and thanked him with calm politeness. Then the next name rang out across the field: Owen Zimmons. The instructor informed Owen Zimmons that his final score was 120, placing him 70 points above the minimum passing requirement. After glancing over the numbers, the instructor added in a measured tone that it was not a bad result at all. After her evaluation ended, Reyna Turan stood off to the side in silence. She remained still and composed, but her eyes continued to follow everything happening around her. Her gaze grew sharper as she reminded herself inwardly that pride would only become a chain around her neck. She had already been caught by that mistake once before, and she had no intention of letting herself fall into the same trap again. But then another thought slipped into her mind, one far colder and darker than the warning she had just given herself. If Owen Zimmons ever turned into a real threat, then he would be handled the same way they had tried to handle Zeke Draker. Just then, a nearby voice sliced through the tense air, sounding light, casual, and almost irritatingly relaxed. "Man, how long has it been since I saw sunlight?" The moment Owen Zimmons heard that voice, his eyes darted around sharply, searching for the speaker until his gaze finally landed on the person stepping into view. It was Zeke Draker. He emerged from behind a jagged tusk, one hand holding the severed head of a beast as casually as if he had just come back from an ordinary hunt. Gasps broke out among the cadets, quickly followed by frantic whispers. How was Zeke Draker still alive? Was that really the head of a dungeon worm? Wasn't the orc supposed to be the dungeon boss? Had Zeke and Liam Stone actually killed something like that on their own? Liam Stone stepped forward without saying a word and carefully set an urn down on the ground. Zeke Draker gave a dry little chuckle, his eyes settling directly on Owen Zimmons. You look surprised. Don't tell me you're actually happy to see me. Owen Zimmons's jaw clenched so hard that the tension showed across his face, and through gritted teeth he muttered, "Cocky bastard." Zeke Draker bent down slightly, a teasing grin spreading across his face as he looked Owen over. That poker face of yours looks way better when it cracks. Owen Zimmons offered no reply. Instead, he turned sharply on his heel and stormed away, his silence making the anger burning inside him even easier to see. Behind him, Zeke Draker watched him leave with a smirk pulling at the corner of his mouth. "Leaving already?" he called out after him, openly mocking him in front of everyone. As Owen Zimmons walked away, he cursed bitterly under his breath. Pure bloods were always acting as though he belonged beneath them. One day he would make them pay for looking down on him like that. Some of the cadets glanced uneasily between Zeke Draker and Owen Zimmons, their hands tightening around their gold tokens as uncertainty spread through the group. Zeke only shrugged, letting out a small laugh as he said with dry amusement, "Terrifying." Instructor Andre Draker then stepped forward, his stern expression cutting through the awkward mood like a blade. "Are you finished showing off?" Zeke Draker tilted his head a little, almost like he was greeting someone he had not seen in a while. Andre Draker sighed, then calmly pulled on a pair of gloves. "Let's begin your evaluation." Zeke Draker glanced toward the severed dungeon worm head and asked, "Is this really necessary? What if there's nothing else?" Andre Draker's tone immediately turned firm. "As long as I'm the one evaluating you, nothing gets skipped." Andre Draker's eyes shifted toward Zeke Draker's side. "Your collection bag is missing," Zeke answered with a simple nod. "Yeah, I lost it." Andre crouched down beside the dungeon worm's head and began inspecting it carefully before finally saying, "You got lucky." Zeke Draker remained silent, but the memory of what had happened flickered through his mind. The dungeon worm had ambushed him without warning, and in the chaos that followed, everything he and Liam Stone had gathered over 3 exhausting days had been lost. After going through all of that, Zeke Draker could not afford to walk back with nothing to show for it. So instead, Zeke Draker had taken the creature's head, and only someone as meticulous as Andre Draker would inspect the teeth closely enough to notice the scraps of leather and flesh still wedged between them, leftovers from the monster's earlier meals. At last, Andre Draker removed his blood-stained gloves and began calmly listing what he had found from the remains. Gremlins, goblins, hobgoblins, hellhounds, orcs, and a troll. The instant Andre Draker said those words, sharp gasps rang out across the field. Andre Draker straightened to his full height and continued in an even voice. "There were more, but to keep the scoring fair, we'll only count one of each. Trolls and dungeon worms are not included in the normal scoring list," Andre Draker explained. "However, according to the official records, 1 troll is valued the same as 3 orcs. A dungeon worm is valued at 6. He paused for a brief moment, mentally calculating the numbers. "That makes 90 points for the troll and 180 for the dungeon worm. Your final total comes to 368. You pass." One of the other instructors stepped closer, narrowing his eyes at the score as if he could hardly believe what he was seeing. "What was the top score back in our day?" The man beside him gave a small chuckle and replied, "Back then, hellhounds weren't even part of the evaluation." The cadets fell into silence, and the weight of Zeke Draker's unbelievable score settled over the entire field like a heavy pressure. Owen Zimmons suddenly stormed back into view, his voice rising with open outrage. "This is a scam! There's only one corpse, the dungeon worm!" He jabbed a finger toward the severed head, his eyes burning with anger. Zeke Draker answered without missing a beat. "That one head alone is worth 180. Maybe think before you start yelling." Then his gaze swept across the watching cadets. "Be honest. If any of you ran into a dungeon worm or a troll, do you really think you'd still be standing?" As he spoke, Zeke quietly watched their faces and measured their reactions. To his surprise, the cadets were actually taking his words seriously. Zeke Draker could see it clearly in their expressions. Was this really such a big deal to them? They were not laughing at him this time, and they were not dismissing him like some joke either. Not bad. Maybe for once, he had done something even they could not ignore. The Zimmons family had gone so far as to tamper with the final trial itself, all for the purpose of removing Zeke Draker from their path. Zeke Draker gave Owen Zimmons a brief sideways glance. Owen was involved somehow, that much was obvious. But there was no way he had acted alone. A trap of this scale required far more backing than one cadet could provide. The Zimmons family had power, influence, and eyes spread in places most people would never notice. Zeke Draker could almost feel that invisible pressure surrounding him. They were watching him. They were waiting for him to make a move, and if Zeke Draker behaved too cautiously, they would realize he had already seen through more than he should have. So for now, the smarter choice was to stay in character and keep playing the role they expected from him. Zeke Draker's thoughts were suddenly interrupted when Raina Turun stepped forward. Her quiet movement pulled his attention away from Owen Zimmons, and from the unseen gazes that still seemed to be watching from somewhere in the shadows. Raina Turun faced him with her usual composure, her voice calm and steady as she said, "This time, you win." Zeke Draker raised one eyebrow, studying her face as if trying to read what was hiding behind those words. What's that supposed to mean? Later, the scene moved away from the noisy evaluation grounds and into the stillness of the training hall. There, without the Academy's eyes fixed on him, Zeke Draker could finally turn his attention back to his own growth. A glowing status window appeared before Zeke Draker, its pale light hovering in the air, like a panel of floating glass. The words displayed clearly, Dragonkin Skill, Level 1, Gluttony. It allowed him to consume and digest massive quantities. The cost to unlock it was 50 points, and his current karma balance stood at 780. As Zeke Draker read through the description, the corners of his mouth slowly lifted into a grin. In his previous life, he had brushed this skill off as worthless trash, something not even worth considering. But now, 50 points was practically pocket change to him. Without wasting another second, he made his decision. Activate Dragonkin Skill, Gluttony. The moment the skill activated, a strange pulse rippled through Zeke Draker's body. It spread beneath his skin like a current of unfamiliar energy, and in front of him, the status window shifted again, updating with new information. A fresh description appeared before his eyes. Gluttony mode, anything Zeke Draker consumed would be transformed into raw energy, and if whatever he consumed possessed bloodline powers, there was even a chance he could absorb that ability for himself. Zeke Draker's eyes gleamed with sudden interest. So now he could absorb the powers of monsters. The realization made his grin widen even further. Looking at it now, he should have tested this skill much earlier. He reached into his bag and pulled out a strip of dried meat, holding it up between his fingers as he examined it. Let's see how well this energy conversion actually works. The instant Gluttony activated, the dried meat jolted out of Zeke Draker's hand and vanished into a swirling black void. It disappeared as if something like a bottomless swamp had opened for just a moment and swallowed it whole. Zeke Draker's eyes narrowed as he stared at the bizarre phenomenon hanging in front of him. What was that? Almost immediately, a new message flashed before his eyes, informing him that his missing energy had been replenished through absorbed energy. Zeke Draker steadied himself and blinked as the pressure lingering behind his eyes slowly faded away. The dull headache that had been sitting there disappeared, replaced by a strangely refreshing clarity, almost as if he had just woken from a proper nap. No, it felt even better than that. His arms and legs were lighter. The heavy exhaustion dragging on his body had vanished. His thoughts felt sharper, and even his ether had recovered slightly. The effect was not massive, but it was definitely there. Another message appeared before him, officially confirming the activation of the Dragonkin skill. Gluttony. Zeke Draker clenched his fists as a deep wave of satisfaction spread through his body. This skill had absolutely been worth unlocking. With Gluttony, Zeke Draker could now manage the energy cost of his abilities far more efficiently. There would be no more sudden mental crashes, and no more moments where fatigue made his entire body feel like it might break apart. And if Gluttony worked together with his infinite stamina, then the possibilities became dangerous. A fierce light burned in Zeke Draker's eyes, and a grin spread across his face. He could train endlessly now. No food, no sleep, no limits. From this point forward, everything would be different. His grin grew sharper, taking on a darker and more intense edge. If he wanted to, he could push his body for 24 hours straight without stopping for even a single break. Zeke Draker turned away without another word, and began quietly channeling the energy he had gained from consumed monsters, focusing inward as that power settled deeper through his body. Decker approached him carefully, but he stopped short when he saw Zeke Draker concentrating. Sorry, but it's urgent," he said, his voice cautious. Zeke did not bother turning around. "What is it?" Decker quickly answered. "Your sword? It's ready." That finally drew Zeke Draker's attention. A sly smile tugged at his lips as he turned his head. At last, the wait was over, and without delay, he headed straight to Galleon Halbert. "Is it finished?" Zeke Draker asked. The moment he arrived, Galleon Halbert gave him a simple nod and told him to wait there for a moment. While Zeke Draker waited, his mind drifted back to his previous life. Back then, Galleon Halbert had forged a sword for him as well. That blade had carried the name Graham. Graham had been a legendary weapon, forged from mithril and pure iron, a blade worthy of the reputation it carried. But this time, Zeke Draker had handed Galleon Halbert something on an entirely different level, a dragon's fang. With a material that extraordinary, the finished sword should have been incredible. In fact, Zeke Draker expected it to be every bit as impressive as the weapon from his previous life, maybe even greater. For a brief moment, Zeke Draker wondered whether the new blade might resemble Graham once again. But when the sword was finally brought before him, he froze. His brows pulled together, and suspicion sharpened in his eyes. "What the hell is this?" he muttered under his breath. The moment Zeke Draker took the sword into his hand, one detail immediately stood out above everything else. The weapon looked plain, almost unfinished. At a glance, it seemed as if it had been taken from the forge before anyone had bothered adding the final touches. Zeke Draker turned his gaze toward Galleon Halbert, raising his eyebrows in obvious doubt. "Did you leave the blade unsharpened on purpose?" Galleon Halbert gave a calm nod, completely unfazed by Zeke Draker's reaction. "That's simply the form this sword was meant to take." Zeke Draker slid the blade back into its sheath and exhaled slowly, as if turning the answer over in his mind. "So this is the shape you believe suits me best?" Galleon Halbert answered without even a trace of hesitation. "Yes." Zeke Draker fell silent. His hand moved slowly over his face, and something heavy, quiet, and certain began to settle deep inside him. Most people would have looked at a weapon like this and felt confused, maybe even disappointed. But because it came from Galleon Halbert, Zeke Draker knew there had to be a reason behind every part of it. Without Zeke Draker needing to explain a single thing, Galleon Halbert had understood something about him. Then Galleon spoke again. "It still doesn't have a name. I tried to give it one, but nothing fit. Perhaps you should name it yourself." Zeke Draker blinked, genuinely surprised by the suggestion. "Me? You want me to name it?" As the words left his mouth, his thoughts began drifting back once more. In his previous life, the name Solar Point Graham had also been given by Galleon Halbert. For a while, Zeke Draker had thought this new sword was simply Graham reborn, a familiar weapon reforged from the fang of a dragon. But now that he actually held it in his hands, he understood the truth. This was not Graham. This blade was something entirely new. "A name," Zeke muttered softly, almost without realizing he had spoken. Then he drew the blade across his own palm, slicing into his flesh without hesitation. Blood immediately welled from the wound and began running freely over his hand. Galleon Halbert's eyes widened in shock at the sight. But Zeke Draker did not flinch at all. He could already feel the familiar spark of regeneration stirring inside his body, ready to close the wound. Then, all at once, that healing came to a sudden stop. A message appeared before Zeke Draker's eyes. Administrator request confirmed. Class skill, healing factor, had been temporarily disabled. Zeke Draker let out a low, satisfied breath as the message faded from sight. It had worked. With controlled focus, he guided his mana into the blood streaming from his wounded hand. He let the blood flow over the blade, coating its surface, and the steel seemed to drink it in, as though something ancient inside the weapon had recognized the offering. From the side, Galleon Halbert stared in disbelief, his thoughts racing faster and faster. Was Zeke Draker truly doing what it looked like he was doing? Was this really a sword-naming ritual? Galleon Halbert had only ever read about this in old records, a forgotten rite from the Age of Dragons. To name a weapon in this way, the wielder had to mix aura or mana into their own blood. Once that blood touched the sword, the ritual would begin. The person performing the rite would lose consciousness, drawn into a timeless dream until the weapon's true name finally revealed itself. Then Galleon Halbert remembered the other part of the ritual, the danger. Its risks were so severe that the world had almost completely forgotten it. And yet, Zeke Draker was carrying out that ancient rite with terrifying precision. How did he know? Galleon Halbert wondered, his heart pounding hard in his chest. How could Zeke possibly know about something like this? Then Zeke Draker's body suddenly crumpled as his consciousness slipped away. Inside that strange and endless void, countless names began to twist, spiral, and drift around him like echoes searching for the one they belonged to. An endless storm of words, meanings, and half-formed impressions swirled around Zeke Draker from every direction, surrounding him like a boundless sea with no shore in sight. He floated weightlessly at the center of it all, reaching through the chaos again and again, searching for the one name that felt as though it had been waiting for him. A new path was beginning to open in front of him, and for the journey ahead, this blade could not remain nameless. It needed a title worthy of what it had become, something that could carry the weight of its power. Then, from within that overwhelming flood of countless possibilities, a single name cut cleanly through the noise. It rose above everything else, sharp, clear, and impossible to ignore. Black Sword, Bahamut. A system message formed before him, its words appearing with crisp, unmistakable clarity. Black Sword Bahamut had been registered as equipment. The very instant Zeke Draker saw those words, his eyes snapped open. Zeke Draker had returned to himself. As he lowered his gaze to the blade resting in his hand, red mana began curling around the weapon, flickering along the metal and twisting through the air, like embers that had come alive. Then the meaning of the name truly settled inside his mind all at once. Bahamut. Out of every possible name, that was the one he chose. That dragon had been nothing but pure evil. What was wrong with him? While Zeke Draker questioned himself in silence, Galleon Halbert stepped closer, his eyes widened with open admiration. "Truly incredible," he murmured, his voice low and filled with respect. Even among dwarves, hardly anyone remembers the sword-naming ritual anymore. Zeke Draker kept his face calm and answered in a steady, even voice. "I happened to come across it while studying ancient dragon history." Then his gaze lowered to the bandage wrapped around his palm. "It has been a long time since I actually needed one of these." Galleon Halbert gave him a small, respectful bow. "My lord, please rest for a moment. There is something I have been meaning to give you." Zeke Draker tilted his head slightly, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "All right, take your time, and thanks." What was he planning? Zeke Draker wondered as he watched Galleon Halbert step away. But before that thought could go any further, another system message suddenly flashed across his vision. Administrator request confirmed. Class skill, healing factor temporarily disabled. Zeke Draker blinked as the meaning of the message sank in, so even passive skills could be switched off. That changed everything. It meant he no longer had to reveal every ability he possessed. When necessary, he could hide them. Even if he were standing in front of Duke Draker himself, Zeke Draker realized he would not have to show every card in his hand all at once. His eyes drifted back down to the bandage wrapped around his palm. He could remove it later, he decided, leaving it in place for the moment. But right then, something far more important had taken hold of his attention completely: the sword. The moment Zeke Draker focused on it again, a fresh system screen appeared before his eyes. Black Sword Bahamut. Certain features were currently sealed, and they would only be released as the user became stronger. Zeke Draker stared at the message without moving, genuinely stunned by what he was reading. Sealed abilities that unlocked as he grew stronger? He had never heard of a weapon like that before. And on top of everything else, it was indestructible? It may have begun as a dragon fang, but now this blade had become something entirely beyond its original material. Then, without warning, blue mana began spiraling into the air, weaving itself together with the red energy already flickering around the sword. Even with that strange and beautiful swirl of power dancing around the blade, Zeke Draker's mind fixed on one thing above all else: aura conversion. He thought back to everything he had done to persuade Galleon Halbert to forge this sword. It had not been only because Galleon was a master blacksmith. It was also because he carried the legacy of Graham. Aura conversion, the rare ability to take ordinary raw mana and transform it into pure aura. That was the true reason this sword mattered so much. As Zeke Draker tightened his fingers around the hilt, the blue mana circling the weapon burned even brighter, casting a faint cold glow across the dark surface of the blade. "I was born unable to use aura," Zeke Draker reminded himself. And now this was the power that could carry him all the way to the level of a Red Knight. Just then, Galleon Halbert returned, breathing a little harder as he hurried back toward Zeke Draker. "There it is," he said, clutching something tightly in his hand. "I finally found it." He lifted his head, ready to speak again, but the moment his eyes landed on Zeke Draker holding the sword, the words caught in his throat before they could fully come out. "My lord, have you been?" Galleon Halbert stopped dead in the middle of his sentence, his eyes widening as he saw Zeke Draker surrounded by that luminous, aura-like glow. A slow, proud smile spread across Galleon Halbert's face. "You have already surpassed the Purple Knights." Zeke Draker looked down at the sword in his hand and muttered quietly, almost as if he could not believe it himself. "This thing is ridiculous." Galleon really outdid himself. Galleon Halbert gave a short, modest laugh. Compared to building that furnace, forging this was the easy part. Then his expression changed, becoming a little more serious as he added, "But I brought something even more important. Would you take a look at this?" He held out a small metallic object carefully in both hands. It was shaped like a scarab, delicate and intricate, with a polished surface that caught the light and revealed the unmistakable touch of master craftsmanship. Zeke Draker studied the object closely, his curiosity sharpening as his eyes traced over its details. "What is this?" Galleon Halbert lowered his voice and answered quietly, "My master made it." Zeke's brow lifted slightly, and a low hum escaped him as the meaning of that answer began to settle in. Even in his previous life, Zeke Draker had never once heard Galleon Halbert's name mentioned. But Gulrin Yober was different. That name struck him like a heavy drumbeat. The Golrin Yober, a legend among blacksmiths, a craftsman spoken of with more awe than even the most famous dwarves. Every creation Golrin Yober left behind was said to be incomparable. Each piece carried properties that no ordinary craftsman could ever reproduce, and some of his works were valued higher than entire territories. Zeke Draker looked back at Gallion Halbert, his voice lowering with genuine surprise. "You were Golrin's apprentice?" Gallion grinned, clearly pleased by the reaction. "I knew you could read Dwarven." Zeke Draker turned his attention back to the scarab resting before him. If this had truly been made by Golrin Yober, then there was no way it was just a simple ornament. Gallion Halbert puffed up a little, looking proud to confirm that suspicion. "Of course it is not. Turn the dial near its arms," Gallion Halbert instructed. Zeke Draker watched closely as Gallion placed his fingers on the tiny mechanism and carefully twisted it. With a smooth chain of mechanical clicks, the scarab unfolded piece by piece, expanding outward until it became a sleek, gleaming shield. "Mithril and wyvern bone," Gallion Halbert explained. "It can block almost anything. And if you turn the dial on the handle like this," he continued, demonstrating once more, the shield folded neatly back into itself and returned to its compact scarab shape. "It folds right back." Holding it out with both hands, Gallion Halbert lowered his head slightly. "It is not enough to repay your kindness, my lord, but I hope you will accept it." Zeke Draker stared at him for a moment before answering slowly. "You know you could have sold this and built yourself an entirely new furnace." Gallion's expression turned serious at once. "There is no way I could sell something my master made, not to just anyone." Zeke Draker blinked, genuinely taken aback by that answer. "You do understand this thing is worth tens of thousands of gold, right?" Gallion Halbert paused, visibly surprised by the number. "It is?" Then he let out a soft chuckle and gave a small shrug. "Then that is all the more reason I would be honored if you accepted it." Zeke Draker accepted the scarab from Gallion Halbert's hands and carefully turned it over, feeling its weight and texture against his palm. It was small compared to Blacksword Bahamut, but if it truly came from Golrin Yober, then it was anything but ordinary. Slowly, he placed the scarab on top of the blade. The instant the scarab touched the sword, a powerful surge pulsed through Zeke Draker's body. A rush of unmistakable energy flooded into him, confirming his suspicion. Just as he thought. This object was far more than it appeared to be. Zeke Draker closed his fingers firmly around the scarab, feeling the rare power hidden inside it. This was not some ordinary keepsake. It was precious. It was real. "Thank you, Gallion," he said quietly. Gallion Halbert's face brightened with a wide, heartfelt smile. "I'm just glad you like it." Back at the training hall, Zeke Draker opened the box placed in front of him and lifted out a pair of heavy, dark gauntlets. They were made from meteoric iron, a rare and powerful material so difficult to refine that most craftsmen would never even dare attempt it. As Zeke Draker looks down at the gauntlets resting in his hands, turning them slightly as if trying to read every detail in the metal, a system window abruptly flashes into existence before his eyes. The message is blunt and unmistakable. The special ability is still locked. To activate it, he needs the full meteoric iron set equipped, not just this single piece. Zeke's expression sharpens, his eyes narrowing as he reads the notice again with far more attention than before. These gauntlets clearly are not just some ordinary equipment drop. His thoughts drift back to the moment he first obtained them, when those two random containers appeared under the label of Surprise Quest rewards. Back then, he had dismissed them as nothing more than another pair of mysterious treasure boxes. Now, with the system's warning still glowing in front of him, it is painfully clear that his first assumption had missed the mark completely. The more Zeke thinks about it, the more his curiosity begins to rise. Slowly, he shifts his focus away from the gauntlets and toward the second box sitting beside him. Zeke reaches out, lifts the lid, and peers inside. The instant his gaze lands on the contents, his eyes widen just a little, caught off guard by what he finds there. For a brief moment, all he can do is stare and wonder what exactly he is looking at. Inside the box lies a map, carefully resting in place as if it had been waiting for him all along. But before Zeke can even make sense of its markings or understand why it was included among his rewards, another system message appears right in front of him. The system identifies the map and reveals that it is connected to a figure known as Grandmaster Gezer, making the item feel far more important than it first appeared. The moment that name appears, something stirs in the back of Zeke's mind. His brow tightens as he searches his memory, trying to place where he has heard it before. Could it possibly be tied to Hero King Kaiser, the legendary hero from that famous ancient tale? The story of Hero King Kaiser and the Knights of the Clock Tower, the group said to have founded the Kingdom of Kronos, is a legend known across the entire continent. Even so, most people have always treated that story as nothing more than a beautiful fantasy. It sounds too magnificent, too perfectly heroic, and far too polished to be taken as serious history. Since there has never been any solid evidence to support it, scholars never placed much trust in the tale. But standing there now with this strange map in front of him, Zeke can no longer be completely sure. What if Kaiser had not been just a legend after all? What if he had truly existed somewhere in the past? The thought barely finishes forming in Zeke's mind before another system notification flickers into view. The system announces that the examination of the map has been completed, confirming that it has finished analyzing whatever secrets were hidden within it. At the same time, the final coordinates are transferred directly onto Zeke's mini-map, marking a destination he can now clearly track. A new image opens before him, revealing the Gain Mountains, a distant region known for being remote, rugged, and dangerous, far removed from ordinary civilization. Zeke studies the image for only a moment before recognition settles in. He knows this place. Those mountains lie deep within barbarian territory, yet strangely, instead of filling Zeke with unease, that fact gives him a small but noticeable sense of confidence. If that is the location, then perhaps this journey will not be as difficult or troublesome as he first assumed. Before Zeke can dwell on it for long, more system notifications begin appearing in rapid succession, one after another. One message declares that the tutorial has ended due to the skills Zeke has accumulated, while another informs him that he has obtained a potential quest item, causing new achievement quest data to unlock. As Zeke calmly reads through each message, the meaning behind the entire process starts to become clear. This tutorial was never just a simple introduction or a harmless warm-up. It had been deliberately structured to build him up piece by piece, sharpening his abilities and preparing him for whatever challenge was waiting beyond this point. Then the final message appears, tying everything together. The tutorial for a low-tier administrator is about to begin. Zeke reads it without the slightest tremble in his face, remaining completely steady. Now he understands exactly what this means. The real trial begins here. From this point forward, there will be no more gentle guidance, no more simple wins handed to him, and no easy path laid out in front of his feet. Zeke's gaze shifts toward the list of rewards displayed before him, his eyes moving over each item with quiet focus. Compared to the rewards he had received earlier, these are in a completely different class. Their value is obvious at a glance, and this time, Zeke has no intention of letting even a single one slip away. He is ready to claim them all. Zeke opens his status screen and finally makes up his mind. The points he has been holding back until now are no longer going to sit unused, and he begins spending them with a clear purpose. The system responds immediately. 50 points are consumed, and with that payment made, Zeke successfully unlocks level 2 draconian skills. Another message follows almost instantly, confirming that the newly unlocked skills have now been activated and are available for Zeke to inspect. Zeke looks over the updated skill list, scanning each new option carefully. But as his eyes move farther down the screen, he notices that the next stage still remains sealed away. According to the system, opening that next tier will require 80 points, making it clear that advancing further will demand an even bigger investment. Zeke still has plenty of points left to use, but he knows better than to throw them around carelessly. Chances like this will not come often, and every point could matter later. So instead of spending everything in one reckless burst, he chooses to move with caution and think ahead. For now, Zeke selects only the upgrades that matter most, choosing the skills that will give him the greatest advantage while still leaving 400 points safely in reserve. With that decision made and his preparations settled, he turns his attention toward what comes next, his eyes fixed firmly on the future ahead. Another system message appears in front of him, announcing that one of his draconian skills has just been activated. Zeke lowers his eyes toward his hand and watches the transformation begin. His skin shifts and hardens, reshaping before his very eyes, until his hand becomes a frightening dragon claw, covered in sharp, gleaming scales that look ready to tear through anything in their path. The intense power radiating from that transformed hand is strong enough to make even Zeke pause for a moment in surprise. Wanting to understand just how much force the skill can produce, he gathers himself and releases a sudden burst of power. The result is so explosive that it catches him completely off guard. The attack's strength is far beyond what Zeke had expected from the skill, making it clear that this ability is not merely impressive on paper. A small grin slowly appears on Zeke's face as he looks at the aftermath. He has to admit it to himself. The power of this skill has surpassed his expectations by a wide margin. After testing the claw, Zeke moves on to the next ability. He reaches for his sword and activates another draconian skill, Dragon Scale Armor. In the next instant, scales spread across his body like a wave, forming a smooth yet sturdy layer of protection over him. Zeke grips his blade and swings with full force, but instead of cutting through, the sword rebounds harmlessly from his own armor. He had not even infused aura into the strike. It was simply a clean, serious blow made with real strength, and still it failed to leave even the smallest scratch. To Zeke, the durability feels no different from wearing reinforced plate armor, except now he can gain that level of protection even while fighting barehanded. He commits the lesson to memory. Dragon Claw will serve as his offense, while Dragon Scale armor will become his defense. With this new power flowing through him, Zeke can feel that the situation has completely changed. The true game is finally beginning, now fully prepared. He gives himself a firm nod as if sealing his resolve. All right, it is time to move. The scene shifts to the center of Draker Academy, where the main training hall is packed with cadets standing in neat, disciplined rows. Around them, the instructors take their positions, preparing to begin the official briefing. One instructor steps forward and speaks to the gathered cadets, his voice carrying through the hall, before the semester exams and the practical aura exam can officially begin. He explains that every student must first understand the rules. He motions toward a row of humanoid training dummies lined up behind him. At first glance, they may look like simple practice targets, but these are anything but ordinary. They have been specially built to endure tremendous punishment, and basic physical attacks will not so much as dent their surfaces. To demonstrate, the instructor gathers aura around his fist, the energy tightening as he prepares his strike. Then he drives a clean punch straight into one of the dummies, and the target breaks apart under the force of the impact. The instructor turns back to the cadets, making sure every one of them understands the warning. With proper aura control, destroying one of these dummies is not difficult. But if a cadet cannot even leave a single mark on their assigned target, they fail immediately. There will be no second attempt, no chance to continue to the other exams, only an instant return to basic training. The seriousness of those words settles heavily over the training hall. A low wave of whispers begins spreading among the cadets, because none of them wants to picture the shame of being sent all the way back to the very beginning. Then the instructor calls out the first name, Aaron. Aaron steps forward, a hint of nervousness showing on his face, but he still moves without hesitation, off to the side. Owen Zimmons watches him closely, quietly noting that the first few cadets in these kinds of tests always tend to look a little shaken. As Owen observes them, he cannot help comparing their training to the education he received back at home. After all, the very foundation of aura instruction at Draker Academy was created by his own family, the Zimmons family. Because of that, Owen is convinced that even someone born as an awakener would still struggle to match the level of aura control he possesses. And Owen Zimmons hears his own name called. He steps forward with absolute confidence, draws his sword from his shield, and begins channeling aura through the blade with smooth, practiced control. The cadets watching from nearby immediately begin murmuring among themselves, their eyes drawn to the energy gathering around his weapon. Some of them can hardly believe what they are seeing. Is that sword resonance? One of the instructors raises an eyebrow, clearly impressed by the display. For a 13-year-old to show that level of control is rare. Another instructor nods knowingly, as if the explanation is obvious. Since Owen comes from the Zimmons family, it only makes sense. Owen does not waste a single second, with his aura already flowing through the sword. He drives the blade into the dummy and destroys it cleanly in one decisive strike. Watching cadets immediately erupt into laughter and applause, their excitement filling the hall as they react to Owen's effortless performance. A surge of pride rises inside Owen Zimmons as he turns his eyes toward Abel Draker, clearly wanting his display to be seen. The instructor brings his hands together with a crisp, echoing clap that cuts through the noise of the hall. With an approving look, he praises Owen openly, saying that the result is impressive and exactly what one would expect from someone born into the Zimmons family. Owen Zimmons allows a self-assured smirk to spread across his face, clearly enjoying the attention. Then, as if the victory already belongs to him, he walks over to Abel Draker with an easy stride and casually pats him on the shoulder. In a relaxed, almost teasing tone, Owen begins to say that at this rate, it will not be long before Abel. But Abel Draker does not let him finish. With a cold, dismissive motion, he brushes Owen's hand off his shoulder and cuts him down on the spot, telling him not to act so smug because it is rude. Owen's face stiffens at once, his jaw clenching as irritation flashes sharply in his eyes. He looks ready to snap back with something of his own, but before he can get a word out, the instructor calls the next cadet's name, forcing the exam to continue. As the test moves on and cadet after cadet steps into position, the instructors begin to pick up on something unusual in the flow of the exam. Technically, no one has failed yet, but the atmosphere is clearly off. Many of the cadets look unsettled, their shoulders tense, their movements stiff, and their timing just a little wrong. Owen Zimmons' performance has shaken them far more deeply than they want to show. Standing off to the side, Raina Turin watches everything unfold in silence. Every student in the special class may be capable of channeling aura, But from the way they move and control their power, Reina can tell that only a small handful truly rise above the others. Then Reina Tarun steps forward from the line, taking a quiet breath as she gathers herself. Her voice comes out calm and clear as she addresses the instructor, saying that she has a request. The instructor turns his gaze toward her, his expression sharpening slightly as the hall grows a little more attentive. He asks her what it is. Reina Tarun holds his gaze without flinching and states her request plainly. She wants to be evaluated according to the dragon-slaying arts standard. The instructor raises an eyebrow, clearly aware of how serious that request is. He reminds her that the grading system is intended for higher-ranking cadets and that it is far more demanding than the usual standard. Reina answers without the slightest hesitation, her voice steady as she says she understands. Hearing this from the side, Owen Zimmons frowns, thinking that ever since Reina Tarun became a pure-blood awakener, she has certainly grown bold, perhaps even a little too bold. Owen Zimmons knows better than most how difficult it is just to keep aura stable inside a blade. But the dragon-slaying arts are far beyond ordinary aura handling. Every attack requires complete precision with the aura flow controlled down to the smallest adjustment. The moment that balance slips, even slightly, the technique falls apart. Inwardly, Owen Zimmons scoffs at her confidence as far as he is concerned. Reina will be fortunate if she can land even a few proper strikes before her aura runs dry. To him, she is reaching too high, trying desperately to stand on the same stage as him, and all she is doing is preparing herself for a humiliating failure. The instructor, knowing exactly how unforgiving the dragon-slaying arts standard can be, studies Reina Tarun once more and asks if she is truly certain. He makes it clear that failing under those conditions will not be treated lightly. Reina does not pause for even a heartbeat before confirming that she is certain. After a moment, the instructor gives a slow nod and accepts her request. Reina Tarun lowers her head in a brief, composed bow, thanking him with quiet respect before turning toward the testing area. She walks into position, plants herself firmly before the dummy, and wraps her fingers tightly around the hilt of her sword. Then, with controlled breathing, she begins drawing aura into the blade. The very instant Reina Tarun moves her sword, the mood inside the training hall changes, as if every pair of eyes in the room can feel something powerful about to happen. Her strike lands against the dummy, and a destructive wave surges forward from the impact, tearing through the target with frightening force. It is not just a rough burst of power. The energy explodes outward with raw intensity, yet every bit of it is focused into one clean, devastating blow. The dummy does not merely split, crack, or collapse. It is completely demolished, blown apart so thoroughly that shocked gasps immediately burst through the training hall. For a moment, the cadets can only stare at the wreckage in stunned disbelief. Then whispers begin racing through the crowd like sparks catching dry grass. Reina Tarun is not simply competing with Owen Zimmons at all. Her aura control stands on an entirely different level. Everyone had been treating Owen Zimmons as the aura prodigy of the room. But what Reina Tarun just revealed is far beyond what most of them ever imagined. Owen Zimmons hears the whispers spreading around him, and every single word seems to dig deeper beneath his skin. His hands curl into tight fists at his sides, and his jaw locks as he struggles to contain the anger rising inside him. He mutters quietly under his breath, trying to force down the fury boiling in his chest before it can spill out in front of everyone. Reina Tarun remains where she is, her sword still extended in Owen Zimmons' direction, silent and unmoving. Owen narrows his eyes at the sight, convinced that her silence is not accidental, that it is a challenge aimed at him, maybe even a quiet taunt. But behind Owen Zimmons, Zeke Draker watches the whole scene with quiet amusement. A sly grin tugs at his lips. Because from the beginning, Zeke knows Reina Tarun was never paying Owen the slightest attention. And now, whether Owen likes it or not, the gap between them has been made clear to everyone in the hall. Zeke Draker steps forward, sensing that the tension surrounding the exam is beginning to twist in a direction no one expected. A sharp memory flashes through his mind. Owen Zimmons staring straight at him, that intense gaze demanding some kind of answer. There is no real point in looking away from a look like that. And if this is what they expect from him, then perhaps, just this once, Zeke Draker should answer those expectations directly. Zeke Draker raises his hand calmly, drawing the attention of the instructors and cadets alike. In an even voice, he says that he would also like to be evaluated under the dragon-slaying arts criteria. One of the instructors lifts an eyebrow at once, his expression showing clear doubt and very little patience for what he assumes is a reckless request. He snaps back, asking whether Zeke thinks the test is easy just because Reina Tarun managed to pass it, reminding him that she is a pure-blood awakener. But before the instructor can continue scolding him, another instructor steps in, raising a hand and cutting the lecture short. The second instructor states that Zeke will be tested under the same conditions as Reina Tarun. Then he turns his attention directly to Zeke Draker and asks whether those terms are acceptable. Zeke Draker gives a quiet, composed nod, his expression barely changing. He answers simply that those conditions work for him. Off to the side, one instructor leans closer to another and mutters under his breath, asking who that kid is, because he does not remember seeing him in class. The other instructor quietly adds that the attendance records are all accounted for as well. The head instructor answers without any hesitation, explaining that Zeke won a wager against instructor Andre Draker, and since the questioning instructor is new here, he probably has not heard the full story yet. Then the head instructor identifies him plainly. That cadet standing over there is Zeke Draker. He is the Golden Light Pure Blood Awakener, who suddenly appeared from seemingly nowhere. Not only that, he is also the same cadet who shattered Sir Abel Draker's record during the dungeon escape exam. Zeke Draker walks into the training grounds with his sword in hand, the attention of the hall now fixed on him. Just as he prepares to strike the practice dummies, a system alert suddenly appears before his eyes. The system informs him that the ether Zeke Draker has lost is now being redirected, converted, and channeled into aura. A blue glow begins to gather around his sword, the energy twisting along the blade and swirling tightly around the edge, as if being drawn into a sharper form. Zeke Draker clenches his teeth slightly as he steadies the rising surge inside the blade. Controlling this flow is still not simple, and he can feel the strain of managing it, but he knows it should be more than enough to complete the task in front of him. He tightens his grip around the hilt, settles his stance, and focuses his breathing, preparing to release the technique in one clean motion. From the sidelines, Reyna Turun watches him with sharp attention. The moment she sees his stance, her eyes widen in shock, because she recognizes it instantly. It is Dragon Slaying Arts, Chapter 1, Verse 4, Skysliss Strands. A sharp breath slips from Reyna Turun as realization hits her. Zeke Draker has not simply memorized the technique or imitated its outer form. He has refined it to a level that is genuinely astonishing. In her eyes, his form may even be strong enough to rival that of instructor Andre Draker himself. Every movement Zeke Draker makes is crisp, precise, and perfectly controlled, with no visible flaw in his posture, timing, or aura flow. Then he swings. In the next instant, the dummies are blown apart, shredded by the overwhelming force and razor-like precision of his strike. Deep inside, Zeke Draker reflects quietly on the technique he has just used. To him, this is no longer merely a movement he studied or copied during training. For his regression, Zeke Draker spent 2 full years drilling this technique into his body over and over again, repeating it until the motion became part of him. Now, every step, every shift of aura, and every movement of the blade comes to Zeke Draker as naturally as instinct itself. As the final ripple from Zeke Draker's strike dies away inside the training hall, he slowly exhales, letting the tension leave his body. There was once a time when he considered the dragon-slaying arts nothing but dull, repetitive practice. But now that he is rebuilding his foundation from the very beginning, those same techniques no longer feel quite so boring. And if nothing else, that little demonstration should have been enough to unsettle Reyna Turun, even if only for a moment. The instructors begin exchanging low murmurs among themselves, their eyes still locked on the destroyed targets scattered across the floor. One of them notes how smoothly Zeke Draker wrapped aura around his sword, while another quietly points out the sheer destructive force compressed into that single strike. Those quiet comments quickly begin to spread between the instructors, and before long, a few of them start wondering in disbelief whether Zeke Draker might already be approaching the level of a purple knight. Zeke Draker lowers his eyes toward the shattered remains lying across the ground in front of him, taking in the damage his own attack left behind. Yeah, there is no denying it now. He definitely overdid that one. It looks like a portion of his aura slipped out without him realizing it, turning what was supposed to be a controlled demonstration into something far flashier than he intended. Zeke Draker mutters quietly under his breath, almost as if scolding himself, saying that he only meant to match Reyna Turun's display, not draw this much attention to himself. Nearby, one of the instructors continues staring at the ruined dummies, his mouth hanging slightly open, as he struggles to accept what he has just seen. In a stunned murmur, he says that a first-year cadet has already reached the level of a purple knight. At the edge of the training field, Owen Zimmons stands completely silent, watching the scene with his fists clenched so tightly that tension gathers across his knuckles. Reyna Turun remains nearby without saying a word, but the faint curve forming at the corner of her lips gives her expression a dark and unreadable edge. The scene shifts to the headmaster's office, where the atmosphere is far calmer. The headmaster calmly offers Zeke Draker a cup of tea, then brings up his unexpectedly outstanding results from the semester exam. Zeke Draker answers with modest restraint, saying that he only got lucky. The headmaster lets out a soft chuckle, his tone gentle but clearly unconvinced. and points out that becoming a purple knight at 13 years old is not something luck can explain. For a moment, Zeke Draker finds himself with no proper answer to that. But before he can search for the right words, the headmaster continues, giving him no real chance to deflect. The headmaster watches Zeke closely and asks how he would feel about taking the grade advancement exam. Zeke blinks, clearly caught off guard by how suddenly the proposal is placed in front of him. Zeke Draker repeats the words in his mind, wondering if the headmaster is talking about skipping a grade. The headmaster leans back slightly and explains that Draker Academy does allow advancement when a cadet's ability clearly proves they are ready. It could mean moving ahead by one grade or perhaps even more, depending entirely on Zeke's performance. Zeke Draker thinks over the offer in silence, measuring the meaning behind it. The headmaster is moving much faster than Zeke expected, but the decision itself is not unreasonable. After all, Zeke has already attracted far more attention than he originally meant to. With a polite smile, Zeke Draker accepts the offer. He understands perfectly well that agreeing to this means stepping into something far larger than just another ordinary academy exam. After leaving the office, Zeke Draker walks away and mutters quietly under his breath that the headmaster is definitely scheming something behind that calm expression. Even so, Zeke Draker decides that for the time being there is no harm in playing along and watching where this path takes him. Back inside the headmaster's office, the headmaster turns slightly toward the person seated across from him, his calm demeanor still unchanged. In a measured tone, the headmaster says that both Raina Tarun and Zeke Draker, two pure-blood awakeners, have agreed to take the exam. The figure seated opposite him gives a small, controlled nod, answering that they understand and will make the necessary arrangements. The headmaster folds his hands together in front of him, and a faint smile slowly appears on his face. From the look in his eyes, things are about to become very interesting. Inside the upper-class aura training hall of Draker Academy, Zeke Draker and Raina Tarun stand side by side, both waiting quietly for the grade advancement exam to begin. A tense silence fills the hall, so heavy and still that even the smallest shift of posture or breath feels impossible to ignore. Raina Tarun keeps her eyes fixed on Zeke Draker without blinking, staring at him as though she is trying to read something hidden beneath his calm face. Zeke Draker lets out a quiet sigh, silently wishing that Raina Tarun would stop staring at him with such intensity. But before that silence can drag on any longer, a voice suddenly calls out from the far end of the hall. The voice offers an apology for keeping them waiting, cutting cleanly through the stillness of the training hall. A tall man strides into the room, his armor catching the light as he moves with the steady, composed presence of someone who has spent years on the battlefield. The man is Sir Owl Draker, the official examiner assigned to the Great Advancement exam, and a knight who belongs to the Draker main family. The moment Zeke Draker sees him, his expression shifts ever so slightly. He murmurs the name Owl Draker under his breath, wondering if this man could really be the same person once known as the Dieback Blade. Almost immediately, Zeke's thoughts begin drifting backward. A memory flickers through his mind, carrying with it the chill of night air, the heavy weight of a lifeless body in his arms, and the rough scrape of fingers digging into the earth to make a grave. In that memory, Zeke Murray approaches the scene and gradually slows his steps, his attention drawn to the unfamiliar man standing near the corpse. His voice turns sharp and cold as he mutters the words Empire's Mutt, clearly recognizing what the man represents. Zeke Murray then moves toward the corpse, kneels down beside it, and presses the shovel into the soil as he prepares to help with the burial. In a quiet voice, Zeke Murray says that even if he had been told not to do it, he would still have gone through with it anyway. Then he introduces himself in a steady tone, giving his name as Zeke Murray from the Northern Allied Forces. Zeke Murray looks up at the man and asks if he is a Draker. The man shakes his head and says that life is already behind him. Zeke lets out a short laugh and says he walked away as well, before asking what he should call him now. The man meets Zeke Murray's eyes directly, his gaze calm and unwavering, and answers with quiet certainty. He calls himself the Dieback Blade. As the memory fades away, Zeke Draker blinks back into the present and softly repeats that name to himself. Owl. Somehow, that name fits the Dieback Blade far too well. Zeke Draker pulls his attention fully back to the present, just as the formal proceedings of the exam begin. Zeke Draker and Raina Tarun both lower their heads in a deep, respectful bow and address him as Sir Draker in unison. Then an instructor steps forward and begins explaining the rules of the exam. The instructor announces that this exam will follow the Illumin Cradle method, meaning it will be conducted as a sword duel with no time limit. He continues by explaining that the match will only end when one side yields or becomes unable to continue, and that both examinees are expected to give everything they have. Without hesitating, Raina Tarun steps forward and declares that she will go first. But Owl Draker remains perfectly calm and raises one hand to stop her, saying there is no need for them to take turns. Instead, he tells them to come at him together. For a brief heartbeat, both Zeke Draker and Reyna Turun freeze in place, their eyes widening as the meaning of his words sinks in. Together, they are not being examined one at a time. They have to face Owl Draker at the same time. After Owl Draker openly challenges both of them to attack at once, Zeke Draker casts a quick glance toward Reyna Turun, checking her reaction. In a steady level voice, Zeke Draker tells Reyna Turun to stay calm. There is an obvious gap between their abilities and Owl Draker's, and in truth, the test has already begun. Reyna shoots him a sharp, irritated look, but Zeke remains completely unfazed. Zeke Draker warns her that if she rushes in recklessly without thinking, she will only lose points before the fight has even properly started. Reyna Turun gives no verbal response. Instead, her eyes snap forward, her gaze becoming sharper and more focused as she processes the situation. A small, hidden smile tugs at Zeke Draker's lips. Her ability to understand quickly is still as sharp as ever. He leans in just slightly, keeping his voice low, and tells Reyna Turun that they only need to land one clean hit. And there is a way to make that happen. Zeke Draker and Reyna Turun both sink into position, their feet settling against the floor as their bodies lower just enough to prepare for the first strike. Around them, the training hall seems to tighten with pressure, the silence turning sharper as the confrontation finally begins to take shape. Zeke Draker reaches for his weapon and draws his sword, revealing a worn wandu from the Eastern Empire. The blade is clearly old, its surface weathered by time, but the moment it rests in Zeke's grip, it fits him so naturally that it almost looks like part of his own arm. Zeke Draker can feel it right away. Reyna Turun's pride has been struck hard and the wound is still fresh. But no matter how bitter that humiliation feels, wounded pride will not help either of them survive this exam. Right now, there is no room for emotion, ego, or personal resentment. They already decided on a plan, and at this point, the only thing that matters is whether they can follow it through without hesitation. Zeke Draker turns his eyes toward Reyna Turun, silently checking if she is ready. Then, in the next breath, both of them move. The clash erupts instantly, their blades driving forward with explosive speed, the force of the opening exchange cutting through the tension like a thunderclap. Steel shrieks through the air as Zeke Draker and Reyna Turun attack Owl Draker together, pressing him from opposite sides and trying to trap him between their blades before he can slip away. Reyna Turun clenches her jaw as the pressure crashes down on her from every direction. In that moment, she finally understands what true strength feels like when it is standing directly in front of her. Just as Zeke Draker instructed her, Reyna Turun aims carefully for weak points, tiny gaps, and the briefest openings in Owl Draker's movements. But no matter how sharply she strikes, she cannot land even one solid hit, let alone deal damage that would actually matter. Then Zeke Draker hears the words resound inside his mind. Dragon Slaying Arts, Chapter 3, Verse 1. Blue mana begins gathering along the edge of his blade, pulsing with dangerous intensity. This technique demands more than strength. It requires the will to kill. With that intent locked firmly in place, Zeke launches himself forward, his sword carving a sharp path through the air. But Owl Draker moves aside with terrifying smoothness, his body shifting just enough to let the attack pass him by. He slips beyond the strike so effortlessly that it feels as though he had predicted Zeke's move before it even began. And in that same split second, Owl Draker turns the opening against them, unleashing a fast counterattack that slams into Reyna Turun from the side. Reyna Turun's guard shatters beneath the impact, her defense giving way all at once under the force of Owl Draker's strike. Blood scatters from Reyna Turun as her body is thrown off balance and crashes violently onto the floor of the training hall. One of the instructors cries out in alarm, their voice cutting through the hall as they urgently ask whether Lady Reyna Turun is all right. Reyna Turun refuses to stay down. She forces herself back onto her feet, breathing harshly and unevenly, her body trembling as she fights to steady herself. "I am fine," Reyna Turun answers, though her rough breathing makes it clear the blow hit hard. Then she warns the instructors not to come any closer because this fight is far from safe. And right then, the truth sinks in. She had blacked out, even if it was only for a single second. If she cannot even keep herself conscious under that pressure, how can she possibly create an opening? Reyna Turun finally understands that with her current level of skill, facing Owl Draker head-on gives her no chance of victory. Reyna Turun's eyes narrow as she looks at Zeke Draker, disbelief flashing across her face. He cannot possibly be suggesting what she thinks he is suggesting. There is no way she would stoop so low as to use such a disgraceful tactic. To Reyna Turun, relying on something that underhanded would tarnish the dignity of a proper duel. The very idea clashes with everything she believes a fair fight should be, and she is not willing to accept it so easily. Zeke Draker only gives a casual shrug, completely unmoved by the disgust in her expression. Honor does not feed you, he says bluntly, his voice flat and practical. This is not some noble showdown. It is an exam, and it is meant to test whether we can kill. As he says it, Zeke Draker places a hand firmly on Reyna Turun's shoulder, as though that simple touch is enough to end the argument. Reyna Turun lets out a sharp breath, frustration tightening across her face. Still, she cannot deny the truth of the situation. She was the one who asked Zeke Draker for help in the first place. Even then, Reyna Turun cannot stop herself from challenging him. Does Zeke Draker really believe that strategy alone can take down someone on Owl Draker's level? But Zeke's confidence does not shake for even a moment. We are not overpowering him, he tells her. We are just opening a crack. One clean chance. That is all we need. Zeke Draker leans in a little, keeping his tone steady and controlled, then reminds Reyna Turun of the match they fought back at the cradle. Why did you miss the rope? Zeke Draker asks. Reyna Turun's expression twists into a scowl as that memory rises back to the surface. I did not expect you to use something like that. Reyna Turun admits, still clearly irritated by the memory. Zeke Draker gives a small nod, as if she has just proven his entire point. Exactly. And Owl Draker will not expect it either, Zeke Draker says, letting the meaning of those words settle between them. Lifting his blade up onto his shoulder, Zeke Draker points toward Reyna Turun with a knowing glint in his eyes. Wait for my signal, he tells her. It will work. We only need one opening. Then, before Reyna Turun can give him any kind of answer, Zeke Draker kicks off the floor and charges forward. The edge of his sword flares to life as the dragon-slaying arts awaken once more, raw energy racing along the blade like a line of wildfire. Owl Draker's eyes narrow by a fraction as he watches the movement. He recognizes the form immediately. That technique belongs to Sir Duke Draker. With calm, practiced ease, Owl Draker shifts his body and steps aside, avoiding the incoming attack without a wasted motion. Zeke Draker grins as he presses in closer, his blade still driving forward. No more holding back, right? He says, almost daring him. Their swords crash together, and the moment steel meets steel, a brilliant burst of light explodes between them. Owl Draker flinches, thrown off for barely half a second, as a strange glint flashes within the mana. His eyes widen in recognition. Mana inheritance. The raw radiance of a pure-blood awakener floods the area, spreading outward into a blinding flare that swallows everything in sight. Cheap tricks, Owl Draker mutters under his breath. Blinding me will not be enough. But even as he says the words, a faint thread of doubt begins to slip into his mind. How is Zeke Draker still moving so accurately inside this churning darkness, as though he can see every detail perfectly? The shadows roll across the training hall until they swallow it completely, erasing the walls, the floor, and every clear line of sight. And yet Zeke Draker moves through that darkness with unnatural ease, gliding forward as if the light had never vanished at all. Concealed within the pitch-black veil, Zeke Draker lets a small smirk appear on his face, hidden from the others by the darkness surrounding him. Perfect timing to test it, he thinks to himself. The new draconian skill, and because this is only an exam, there is no reason for him to spill anything unnecessary. The air gives a single heavy pulse. Dragon Claw. Yellow mana bursts from Zeke Draker's blade, ripping through the darkness in jagged arcs. The strike tears across the shadowy veil and splits it apart as if claw marks have been carved through the air itself. Owl Draker's body tenses as he feels the force behind the attack. A strike carrying that much power should never belong to a first-year cadet. But Zeke Draker is no longer moving like an ordinary first year. In the middle of the exchange, he turns his gaze briefly toward Reyna Turun. Reyna Turun is still caught inside the darkness, struggling to find her bearings as the blackness closes in around her. Unlike Zeke Draker, she cannot move cleanly through that suffocating dark field. It makes her wonder whether all of that power Zeke released was meant for one purpose only, to block Owl Draker's sight. It is the kind of tactic that usually only succeeds against opponents far weaker than the one standing before them now. But before that thought can settle, Zeke Draker attacks again. Owl Draker dodges by the narrowest margin, slipping just out of reach. Yet something about Zeke Draker's movement does not feel right. Zeke Draker's rhythm has not collapsed at all. His attacks continue to flow smoothly, each strike deliberate, fluid, and razor-sharp, chaining into the next with a level of control that is almost frightening. Then, in the very next heartbeat, Zeke Draker vanishes from sight completely, his figure melting away so suddenly that it looks as if the darkness has opened its jaws and swallowed him whole. Dieback spins around on pure instinct, his gaze snapping sharply from one side of the training hall to the other. But no matter how fast he searches the shadows, there is no solid target waiting for him. The only thing left behind is a faint, almost ghost-like silhouette. slipping through the moonlit air like a thin mist drifting just beyond reach. Around that fading presence, the space begins to ripple with mana. Pale, glowing traces curl through the darkness, twisting and winding like delicate threads of light caught in the air. Then strange echoes begin to spread across the hall, bouncing from one wall to another until the sound loses all direction and no one can tell where it truly started. Movement seems to stir from everywhere at once. Zeke Draker's presence fractures, blends, and dissolves into the illusion so completely that every trace feels suspicious, and no single sign can be trusted. Dieback grits his teeth, irritation cutting across his face. At this point, his eyes are deceiving him, his ears are misleading him, and even his instincts are handing him nothing but lies. Then Zeke Draker appears again, already closing in with his sword drawn. His eyes remain calm and steady, a quiet smile resting on his lips as he steps forward and swings without hesitation. But right as that attack comes in, alarms suddenly erupt throughout the hall. A sharp, piercing shriek tears through the air, and Dieback's thoughts jolt violently from the sudden shock. He understands the trick almost at once. This is the kind of device he has seen before. A single-use mechanism made from simple parts, small enough to conceal and driven by magic that does not need to break or destroy anything. It only needs to flash with light, it only needs to scream with sound, and in the middle of a fight like this, that alone is already enough to change everything. Deafening blast tears through the training hall, exploding outward in one violent burst and drowning out every other sound around them. Zeke Draker throws both arms up to protect his ears at that exact moment, while Reina Tarun immediately catches the opening and launches into motion. The raw force of the noise slams into Dieback like a heavy hammer crashing directly against his skull. He reels backward, both hands flying to his head as pain and shock hit him at once. But the realization arrives too late. A curse slips from his mouth. He had underestimated Reina Tarun's plan, and now that mistake is cutting into him in the worst possible moment. Reina Tarun and Zeke Draker rush in together, closing the distance side by side as their blades flare to life in perfect rhythm. Standing shoulder to shoulder, they pour their strength into the same technique, drawing on the power of the dragon-slaying art together. Chapter 4, Verse 1. Full Moon Slash. Two dazzling arcs rip through the air at the same time, so sharp and radiant that they steal the breath for one beautiful instant before turning deadly in the next. But at the very last possible second, Dieback's instincts flare to life. He clenches his teeth, forces his body to obey, and twists away just in time. The attack slices past him, cutting through empty space and missing its intended mark. After that brutal exchange, both Zeke Draker and Reina Tarun finally give out. Their wounded bodies can no longer hold them upright, and they collapse onto the floor under the weight of everything they have endured. Medics rush in at once with stretchers, moving quickly across the field as they lift the two injured cadets and carry them away from the training hall. The examiner then turns toward Dieback, gives him a short nod of approval, and offers only a single, simple judgment. Well done. That is when Duke Draker enters the scene, appearing with an almost casual air as he brushes dirt from his shoulder and raises one hand in an easy greeting. He tells Dieback that Owl Draker seems to have disrupted someone else's entire technique, throwing its rhythm completely off balance. Then Duke Draker lets a faint smirk tug at his mouth and turns toward the Gale Knight. He asks if he is still as stiff and rigid as ever, casually wondering aloud how his own discipline compares these days. Dieback does not respond. His expression remains still and unreadable, but his thoughts have already slipped back to Duke Draker's final move. He remembers it with perfect clarity. In the middle of the fight, Duke Draker had actually dropped his sword just to raise his guard, throwing away a perfect chance to counterattack. Dieback cannot help wondering whether he ever truly fights to win, or if he always reveals only the absolute minimum needed to pass. His gaze slowly lowers to his injured hand, and in the silence that follows, one name settles heavily inside his mind: Zeke Draker. That boy has already gone far beyond anything I have the right to judge. The scene then shifts to a dignified meeting hall, where the instructors have gathered together with the dean to finalize the exam results. The dean rises from his seat, and in a calm voice assumes that there are no objections. One by one, the instructors give silent nods. No one speaks against the decision, and with everyone in agreement, the final result is settled unanimously. Not long after, the results are posted on the board for all to see. Reina Tarun and Zeke Draker have both advanced, moving up into the 3rd and 5th grade. After that day, Zeke Draker's life finally begins to calm down, settling into a rhythm far quieter than the chaos of the exam. For a time, he trains directly under Duke Draker in the Gale Arts, receiving personal instruction from him. But eventually, that role is handed over to Andre Draker instead. Zeke Draker also keeps exchanging messages with Professor Fanon for a while, though Fanon later transfers to the Royal Magic Laboratory in Delphoa. Bit by bit, Zeke drifts away from the world of noble families, Strangely enough, Owldraker still shows up every few months to challenge him, and whenever Zeke remembers that, he cannot help letting out a quiet laugh. Then one day, something inside him seems to click into place. Zeke Draker takes a leave of absence, shuts himself inside a training hall, and throws himself completely into improving. 2 full years pass in that secluded routine, and by the end of it, he graduates. Now the scene shifts once more, this time into the towering corridors of the Valhalla institution. Decker approaches Zeke Draker with a respectful smile and offers his congratulations. Zeke Draker has just become the youngest person ever admitted, and Decker remarks that the patriarch must be delighted by the news. On the screen, his name appears clearly, Zeke Draker, 15 years old. Then Decker adds, with a hint of genuine surprise, that even the dean personally wrote him a letter of recommendation. Zeke simply answers with a faint smile and a small nod. And with that, the quiet 2 years Zeke Draker spent in seclusion finally come to an end. Since there are still 3 months left before the entrance ceremony, Zeke tells Decker to go ahead to Atlas without him. Decker begins to speak, but Zeke Draker lifts one hand and gently cuts him off with a small wave. He says he wants to spend some time alone, with no visitors and no interruptions. Surely Decker understands exactly what he means. Decker lowers his head respectfully and answers, "Yes, young master." Zeke Draker closes his eyes, and his thoughts drift toward the Gate Mountains, where Gezer's remains are hidden away. This vacation gives him the perfect excuse. He can enter the mountains through the Argos Adventurers Guild without reporting it to anyone. But just as that plan settles in his mind, a knock sounds at the door. The person at the door is Liam Stone. Liam Stone steps inside the room, bows with polite formality, and greets him in a respectful voice. "Greetings, Zeke Draker." Zeke Draker raises an eyebrow at the stiff greeting and lightly reminds him not to be so formal, just as he has already told him before. Liam Stone immediately straightens his posture. But before the conversation can go any further, Decker excuses himself from the room. Zeke Draker gives him a small nod and reminds him not to forget about the Blackheart issue at Valhalla. As Liam Stone reaches the doorway, he pauses and asks why he was called all the way to the Platinum Mansion. Zeke Draker walks over and places a notebook directly into his hands. He explains that he heard Liam has been transferred into the special class, and that is not something he can simply overlook. Inside the notebook is everything Liam Stone is going to need. Likely exam topics, training methods, and even a checklist of essential equipment. Zeke Draker tells him that if he brings it to Fafnir's Breath, they will prepare everything for him. And by the time Liam Stone reaches his 4th year, he will need a sword of his own. Fafnir's Breath will forge that blade for him, and Zeke Draker has already handled the cost in advance. Tears start to well up in Liam Stone's eyes as he clutches the notebook with both hands, holding it as if it is something precious. His voice shakes with emotion while he looks at Zeke Draker and promises, with all the sincerity he can gather, that he will never disappoint him. Zeke Draker lets out a quiet sigh, his expression showing a faint hint of exasperation as he watches Liam Stone grow so emotional. Instead of accepting the promise dramatically, he tells him to relax a little and stop treating every single word like some life or death oath. But Liam Stone only stiffens even more. His back snaps straighter until he is standing like a board, and with complete seriousness, he earnestly promises that from this moment on, he will correct that behavior as well. Time continues to move forward, and the story slowly leaves the quiet halls of the mansion behind, opening out toward a new land and the beginning of a very different journey. At the far northern border of the central continent lies the kingdom of Argos, a powerful nation counted among the 4 great kingdoms, standing alongside Delphoa, Thebia, and Alencia. Across Argos, the enormous giant mountains rise like a massive stone wall, stretching over the land with countless dungeons hidden deep within their rugged depths. Those dungeons attract adventurers from every direction, all chasing wealth, fame, and a chance to change their lives. Long ago, the first king of Argos built the kingdom's economy around dungeon exploration and created the Adventurers Guild, an organization that has since expanded across the continent under the authority of the royal family. Inside one of those crowded guild halls, the noise of adventurers fills the air until a clerk's voice suddenly rings out clearly over the commotion, calling for number 546. When that number is called, Zeke Draker steps forward with calm, unhurried movements, blending into the line of applicants as if he is nothing more than another ordinary newcomer. The clerk hands him a registration certificate and congratulates him under the name Zeke Murray, officially welcoming him into the guild before asking him to provide the rest of his documents. Zeke Draker takes the certificate without showing much reaction, offering a quiet word of thanks while keeping his expression composed and difficult to read. For him, using a false name is not just convenient. It is the safest choice he can make in this situation, If he were to walk around openly under the Draker name, he would be practically announcing his identity to every enemy, spy, and greedy opportunist lurking anywhere in the region. Once the registration is finished, he boards a caravan headed for the mountains, slipping into a loud crowd of adventurers and passing himself off as just another traveler hoping to earn rewards from the dungeons. All around him, the caravan is packed with restless noise, rough laughter, endless chatter, and adventurers raising their voices as they brag over one another. One of the adventurers leans closer with a grin, nudging Zeke Draker as he studies that calm, unreadable face. Then he asks, in a familiar tone, whether this is Zeke's first time entering a dungeon. Another adventurer quickly joins the conversation, acting overly friendly as he offers to let Zeke Draker travel with their party, claiming their group is made up of decent, trustworthy people. He goes on to say that the dungeons have been especially brutal lately, warning that one careless step could turn a rookie into monster food. Zeke Draker only lets a silent smirk tug at the corner of his mouth. Trash like this exists everywhere, and anyone familiar with dungeons knows the first party to enter gets half the loot. And when rookies are involved, some are thrown forward as bait, while others simply vanish, sold into the slave trade before anyone even has the chance to ask what happened. Zeke Draker remains quiet for a moment, his eyes narrowing slightly as the men continue running their mouths. Then his voice cuts cleanly through the noise, cold enough to kill the mood in an instant. "Shut up." The man sitting beside him flinches at the sudden chill in Zeke Draker's tone, his grin faltering as he nervously asks whether he said something wrong. Zeke Draker does not bother giving him an answer. Instead, he turns his attention away and fixes his gaze toward the front of the caravan. He calls out to the driver, warning him that monsters are approaching from 500 meters behind them, off to the left side. But the driver only laughs it off, insisting that the road ahead is perfectly clear. Another adventurer speaks up with easy confidence, saying these roads are protected by kingdom patrols, so there should not be any beasts anywhere nearby. Then he accuses Zeke Draker of being far too jumpy. Zeke Draker simply lifts one hand and points toward the trees lining the side of the road, his voice calm as he asks them to explain what is coming through there. A massive ogre bursts through the underbrush with terrifying force, tearing into view from the trees, and in an instant the entire caravan is thrown into chaos. Screams ripple from one wagon to the next as panic erupts, and the adventurers finally realize the danger has already reached them. Blood splashes across the dirt road while people scatter in every direction. Some desperately try to run, while others fumble for their weapons and attempt to fight back. But before they can regain control of the situation, they are struck down one after another. Zeke Draker slips behind a tree and remains completely untouched, watching the slaughter unfold with sharp, steady eyes. An ogre showing up this deep inside a secured zone makes no sense at all. Something is clearly wrong, and the defense perimeter must have failed. But Argos soldiers are not careless amateurs. They are elite troops, and a breach like this should not happen so easily. Judging by the level of the adventurers gathered here, no ordinary monster should have been able to push this far into protected territory. Then, through the screams, blood, and chaos, Zeke Draker notices what is really going on. This is not a simple monster attack. A human hand is controlling the situation from somewhere behind the scenes. The realization settles into his mind all at once, sharp and clear, fitting the pieces together with disturbing ease. If this carnage is not truly the work of a monster, then there is only one answer left. A person must be behind it. Someone has deliberately gone through the bodies afterward, damaging them just enough to make the scene look like a wild beast tore through the caravan. But the more carefully Zeke Draker studies the wounds, the more obvious the deception becomes. The cuts are far too clean, too accurate, and too controlled to have been made by any creature's claws or teeth. He crouches beside one of the corpses and murmurs under his breath. There are no signs of a real struggle, and every victim was killed in a single strike. That combination of precision and power points to only one conclusion: the killer has to be at least a purple knight. Zeke Draker slowly rises back to his feet, his voice low as he decides that he cannot afford to remain here any longer. If someone finds him standing alone on this blood-soaked road, the entire situation could be misunderstood. Leaving the massacre behind, Zeke Draker sharpens his focus once more, because right now finding traces of Gezer matters more than anything else. Before long, he arrives at a dark forest where skulls hang from the branches, tied in place with strips of bark like grim warnings swaying quietly in the shadows. Zeke Draker recognizes the sign without needing to think. This is barbarian territory. At the same time, his minimap flickers, signaling that he is finally getting close. The ruins of Gezer are just ahead. But then an unsettling question cuts into his concentration. Why are the Rome Empire's hunting dogs here? They are elite knight trainees who serve directly under the Empire's command, raised and trained for one purpose, to track targets relentlessly and kill them without hesitation. At this point in history, the world still has no idea they exist, but before much longer they will become one of the Rome Empire's core forces in the continental war that is steadily drawing closer. Zeke Draker's eyes narrow as he pieces together the signs he has been following. The trail, the spacing, the movement patterns, he has been tracking them for some time now, and it is definitely them. Their methods are far too distinct to mistake. Now Duke Draker's confidence makes far more sense. The Rome Empire's fanatical obsession with immortality has already pushed them into every hidden corner of the continent. Even before his regression, Zeke Draker remembers how obsessively they hunted for rare artifacts and secret relics. Conquering the continent was never the Rome Empire's only ambition. Beneath that grand goal, they were searching for something much stranger and far more dangerous: eternal life. And now Zeke Draker cannot stop himself from wondering whether they have already found Gizer's ruins. He needs to confirm the truth with his own eyes. In the next instant, Zeke Draker disappears from the place where he had been standing. The hunting dogs and the guards jerk in shock, startled by the sudden disappearance as Zeke Draker's presence vanishes without warning. One of the guards reacts first, his body snapping into action as his hand shoots toward the pistol at his side. But before his fingers can even wrap around the grip, Zeke Draker is already there, appearing directly in front of him like a shadow that crossed the distance in an instant. A thin flash of steel slices through the air, so quick and clean that there is barely any sound at all. With one controlled strike, Zeke Draker cuts through the man's hand before he ever gets the chance to pull the trigger. Pistol slips free from the guard's ruined grasp and tumbles down to the ground, landing with a sharp metallic clink that cuts through the tense silence. Zeke Draker does not so much as flinch as a golden flare suddenly rockets upward, streaking into the sky before bursting open like an emergency signal. His eyes lift to follow it for just a brief second, and that is enough for him to understand that whoever fired it is probably the leader. Even so, as his gaze moves across the area, something about the scene feels wrong. There are only 3 operatives in sight, and that number does not add up at all. Zeke Draker turns his attention to the man twisting in pain on the ground and asks in a calm and measured voice whether they are the perimeter team. There should be 12 of them out here, which means the situation has already gone off course. He demands their names and asks who sent them, but the men answer him with nothing but stubborn silence. Then, out of nowhere, one of the men throws himself forward in a desperate charge, lunging at Zeke Draker as if one reckless attack could somehow turn everything around. Zeke Draker only shifts his body to the side with effortless composure, letting the strike pass by harmlessly as though it had never been a real threat. His voice sinks lower, carrying a cold edge that makes the remaining men stiffen where they stand. Even now, they still do not seem to grasp what kind of situation they are trapped in. Because from this point on, Zeke Draker is the one asking the questions. He turns his unreadable gaze toward the last 2 men still on their feet, calmly weighing them both. There are 2 mouths left in front of him, but only one needs to stay alive long enough to speak, so he asks which one of them will answer first, and both men freeze, hesitation written all over them. Just then, a faint light flickers across Zeke Draker's screen. He has already forced his way into their live feed, and the image on display shows a cramped, improvised base packed with equipment, stacked supplies, and armed personnel moving through the cluttered space. This is their operations center. The wounded knights, the wreckage, scattered around the area. The hidden base tucked away from sight. Piece by piece, everything starts fitting together. If these people have truly discovered the ruins of Gizer, then Zeke Draker will confirm it soon enough. And if even one of them dares to make a move against McCain, Zeke Draker will make sure they are buried right where they stand. Far past the edge of barbarian territory, 2 guards stand posted in front of a sealed basement entrance, surrounded by air that feels heavy, stagnant, and unnaturally still. One guard scoffs quietly, muttering that there is no real point in protecting a place this cursed. The other gives a dull agreement, sounding just as uninterested. But before either of them can truly let their guard down, a sharp sound cuts through the air, and the first guard collapses without even getting a chance to cry out. A single heartbeat passes, and then the silence is broken again. The second guard drops to the floor as well, farther inside the base. Another man calls out in confusion, asking where the others have disappeared to. He stops for a moment, listening into the quiet, wondering if that strange noise from just now was something he actually heard. Another voice answers that it was nothing, but before he can finish speaking, Zeke Draker steps out from the darkness in front of them. In the dim light, steel flashes. One man is cut down instantly. Another tries to shout for help, but Zeke Draker's blade reaches him before the warning can escape, slicing the sound off in the middle of his breath. For a brief moment, the sight drags an old memory back to the surface. Another raid, another night choked with the same suffocating tension and that same ruthless precision behind every movement. It feels almost exactly like the operation against the Pabella cartel. That was the assault that brought a 5-year war to an end in a single night. The rhythm of the killing feels the same now, and even the thick scent of blood hanging in the air is painfully familiar. Then a new figure steps into view, the boss of this hidden base. He studies Zeke Draker's movements carefully, his eyes narrowing as he tries to recognize the technique being used. He mutters that the knife work looks southern, then starts throwing out names like McCain and Pabella, as if he is trying to place which faction Zeke Draker belongs to. In the end, he dismisses the question as meaningless. Zeke Draker has already come too far to leave alive, so the boss orders him to surrender, promising that if he does, his death will be quick. Zeke Draker calmly looks the so-called commander over from head to toe and reaches his judgment almost immediately. At best, this man is still a rookie. He might barely be considered Blue Knighthood material, and even that assessment feels generous. Compared to the true hunting dogs Zeke Draker remembers from his previous life, this man is nowhere near their level. And yet this same man has the arrogance to offer him mercy. If these people truly cared about the comrades who had just fallen, they would already be rushing at him in a blind rage. But they are not. That single detail tells Zeke Draker everything he needs to know. These are not locals fighting to protect their homeland. They are agents from the central continent, and he accepts that fact without the slightest flicker of emotion. Another enemy charges in, driven by desperation and fear, throwing himself forward in the hope that he can land even one hit before the entire situation falls apart. Zeke Draker slips through the darkness like drifting smoke. With one fluid turn of his wrist, the first man falls, then another drops, and then another after him, each one brought down by a single clean movement. When he finally comes to a stop, Zeke Draker looks over the bodies with quiet disbelief. Is this truly all they are capable of? Have the hunting dogs declined this much, or has he simply climbed so far beyond them that they no longer feel like threats? Either way, the answer does not matter anymore. A notification flashes across his interface, confirming the kills and alerting him that mana reflection has been activated. Then, in a single instant, everything is swallowed by darkness. The entire base loses power. One by one, the lights flicker out. Panic begins rippling through the room, and the commander's body goes rigid as his thoughts are suddenly cut off. He struggles to make sense of what just happened. Could this be some kind of interference caused by a dragon slayer? But Zeke Draker did not come in carrying any obvious weapon of power. There is no visible aura surrounding him, no traceable mana trail, and nothing that clearly explains the collapse. There is only a blade, a shadow moving through the dark, and perhaps, just perhaps, a failure somewhere inside the system itself. The commander shouts to steady his men, ordering them to stay alert and hold their positions. The power should come back soon, he tells them, so no one is to break formation. Then, in the darkness, something starts to glow, a faint, pulsing light rising from the fallen bodies scattered across the floor. The commander can only stare at it, frozen in place and unable to look away. So the rumors are true. The Rome Empire is not simply interested in this location. They are desperate for it. They are searching for the ruins of hero King Gezer. Low murmurs spread through the room, and several of the soldiers glance around in confusion, clearly having no idea what ruins are even being talked about. By then, Zeke Draker is already standing behind the commander, his blade drawn and ready. He does not need any more proof, and he does not need to keep guessing. He will find the ruins himself. The commander senses the danger too late and begins to plead. With his voice shaking, he swears that he knows absolutely nothing, but at this point, his excuses carry no weight. Zeke Draker's blade comes down, and in the next instant, the commander's life is cut short. Zeke Draker steps away from the body, his expression calm, and mutters quietly under his breath. McCain will be the one blamed for everything that happened here. The thought settles in his mind with cold certainty. McCain, the cartel that rose from the ruins left behind by the fallen Cusco kingdom. It was a force born out of chaos, held together by sharp blades, spilled blood, and the weight of gold. If Zeke Draker wanted to, he could vanish from this place without leaving even the faintest trace, using Draker techniques to erase every sign of his presence and clean the entire scene. But this time he chooses not to do that. Instead, he leaves the knife work behind. That recognizable style will guide every suspicion straight toward McCain. Let the Rome Empire chase shadows if they want. Let them retaliate and strike back as violently as they please. If the cartel burns because of it, then so be it. Every flame will still move Zeke Draker's greater plan forward. Zeke Draker's mind drifts back to the letter he intercepted, replaying its words piece by piece. And the more he thinks about what was written there, the more obvious it becomes. The Emperor's fixation on those ruins is not just serious. It runs far deeper than anyone on the outside could have guessed. The message itself had been brutally simple. with only one command written as if there was no room for failure: locate the ruins, no matter what it takes. But the search was not confined to the central continent anymore. It had already spread outward, stretching past familiar borders, crossing beyond the eastern waters, and even pushing across the dark seas. The hunting dogs had been deployed everywhere, moving through every region like unleashed hounds, and even Angiotron was beginning to show itself again. That was the final piece Zeke Draker needed. His worst fear had been right. The hunting dogs had returned, and this time they were moving at full strength. Even so, there was one thing they still had not accomplished. They had not found Gezer yet, and as long as the ruins remained hidden, Zeke Draker still had a chance to reach them before anyone else. Then, without warning, a crimson streak tears across the sky, blazing against the freezing air like a red gash suddenly opening above the forest. Zeke Draker's head snaps upward immediately, his eyes locking onto the light. He knows that signal the instant he sees it. A disaster flare. Zeke Draker charges through the snowy jungle, weaving between frozen trees while his sharp gaze scans every gap, every shadow, and every narrow route that might give him a way to slip out. But by the time he searches for an escape, it is already too late. His pursuers are moving in from every side, and in that moment, the true meaning behind the flare crashes into his mind. This is the 5-part red flare signal, the absolute snare. It is a ruthless hunting formation built around a central flare, drawing soldiers and hounds in from every direction. Once the signal goes up, the net tightens step by step around the target, leaving no room to run and forcing them toward only two endings: capture or death. Zeke Draker remembers that tactic all too well, because he once used the exact same method after stealing an artifact in the past. But now, the Imperial troops of the northern continent are the ones using that same trap against him. When he opens his system, however, he notices something important. He has a trap of his own waiting there, one that can respond to their encirclement with a danger every bit as deadly. So Zeke Draker stops running without another moment of hesitation and turns back toward the approaching chase. One after another, his enemies close the distance, spreading out through the snow and trees as they begin to form a ring around him. Among them, a man with a scar carved across his forehead surges forward first, lifting his sword high as he rushes straight at Zeke Draker. Zeke Draker does not retreat or even blink. With a blade gripped in each hand, one held back behind him and the other poised to respond, he plants himself in place and waits for the attack. He meets the incoming blow directly, and the impact rings sharply through the trees as their swords collide and lock together in a bright crossing flash of steel. Above the center of the fight, a man dressed in yellow glides through the air, watching the clash below from overhead with careful eyes. From that angle, Zeke Draker understands the formation almost immediately. His gaze shifts toward the scarred man, who subtly covers his mouth as if passing along a hidden signal. The man in yellow tightens his fingers around his sword, sensing the change in the battlefield at the same time. These enemies are clearly different from the ones he faced in the cave. More fighters emerge from all directions, steadily shrinking the circle around him, while Zeke Draker remains trapped at the center. The situation has turned messy. He brings up his system and checks every nearby position along with their skill levels, realizing with a cold clarity that he should have escaped long before the net closed. But now that the trap has fully tightened around him, there is no clean way to turn back. Zeke Draker's hand rises to the pendant hanging from his neck, and for a brief moment, hesitation flickers across his face. He clearly does not want to depend on this power, but with the enemy pressing in from every side, he has no other option left. Places the pendant into his mouth, and the moment it disappears between his lips, smoke erupts upward. The cloud spreads fast, pulling gas from the air around him as it swells across the battlefield. "What the hell is that?" someone shouts from inside the confusion. Another alarmed voice calls out a warning, wondering if Zeke Draker is targeting one of them. Zeke Draker's eyes widen as he instantly sees through what is happening. It is only a smoke bomb, a diversion meant to blind and confuse them, and he shouts the warning out loud. Then more smoke bombs detonate one after another in every direction, flooding the battlefield with thick, choking clouds. His enemies yell over the chaos, ordering each other not to let him get away and demanding that the line close tighter. By the time they rush in to seal the gap, Zeke Draker has already slipped into the smoke, vanishing completely from their sight. Someone barks an order for the squad to hold position, insisting that Zeke Draker is still trapped within the encirclement. He commands everyone to stay alert and watch for even the smallest movement in the haze. Another sharp voice follows right after, ordering the soldiers to check the shadows. The soldiers sweep their eyes through the rolling smoke, their bodies tense and weapons ready, searching every drifting shape for any sign that Zeke Draker is still nearby. But the scarred man's expression tightens as an uneasy feeling crawls over him. Something is off. He cannot sense Zeke Draker at all. Had Zeke Draker understood their plan from the very beginning? Or had the horn they blew changed the entire situation in a way none of them expected? Then, with no warning at all, one of the soldiers is thrown through the air like a shattered doll. The scarred man's eyes go wide with disbelief as he shouts, demanding to know what is going on. There are barbarians nearby, but his squad has not done anything to provoke them, so this level of violence makes no sense. Before he can figure it out, another soldier rushes forward, yelling that the barbarians should not even be there, and swings his sword at the massive figures. The blade connects, but it barely leaves a scratch. The soldier stares at his weapon in stunned horror. In the very next moment, a barbarian charges in and tears him apart without hesitation. And only then does the scarred man fully realize how badly outmatched they are. Panic sharpens the scarred man's voice as he urgently orders everyone to retreat. He has never seen the barbarians enraged to this degree before, and he knows his men have no chance of winning against them in this state. He raises his gun and fires a signal flare into the sky, activating the absolute snare again. But this time, the purpose is not to trap Zeke Draker. It is to drag his own squad out of danger. The barbarians roar and surge after them, their voices shaking the jungle. Some shout for their own tribesmen to pull back, while others thunder through the trees in pursuit of the fleeing soldiers. After the soldiers disappear into the trees, the man in yellow lowers himself to one knee in silence, his eyes fixed on the broken ground beneath him. It worked even better than expected. Zeke Draker murmurs this to himself while holding the pendant in his hand, now partly broken and revealed to be shaped like a barbarian horn. Battle horn. Only now does Zeke Draker truly understand that the object was never just some ordinary trinket hanging from his neck. Fragments of old memories begin flickering through his mind, one after another. He remembers the days he spent with the Mohawk tribe, their customs, their warnings, and the way they treated certain sounds not as simple noise, but as something sacred. The sound produced by that horn had never been ordinary at all. It was a sacred call. A warning signal meant to rouse the tribe whenever outsiders or invaders set foot on holy ground. Outsiders may have called them savages, but their traditions carried a depth most people never bothered to understand. Zeke Draker quietly observes that this fake horn probably has only one use left before it breaks completely. He pushes farther into the jungle, brushing thick leaves and heavy branches out of his way, as he mutters that it is finally time to find the real ruins. The path eventually brings him to ancient stone walls half buried beneath the jungle's overgrowth, and the moment he reaches them, his system suddenly reacts to something hidden inside. The readings reveal a fallen dragon bond, and corrupted energy clings to it like rot spreading across something that was once sacred. Zeke Draker immediately ducks into cover, keeping his body low as he quietly brings up the system interface without exposing his presence. His eyes move carefully over the readings, studying each detail with a mixture of caution and curiosity as he tries to understand exactly what the system has discovered. When Zeke Draker checks the map, he notices a chamber positioned far above, marked as a place connected to the downfall of the dragon god. His eyes narrow, and he asks the system whether he can access it. System responds immediately, its message appearing without delay, as it confirms that Zeke Draker's administrator authority has been recognized, and that the control link to the structure has been successfully connected. Access to the home of hero King Gezer is officially granted, and the ancient ruin begins to awaken, slowly answering Zeke Draker's command, as if it has accepted him as someone with the right to enter. As the huge ancient door groans from deep within its frame and slowly creaks open, the fallen dragonborn nearby begin to move as well, their corrupted bodies twitching in reaction to the shifting structure. Zeke Draker's eyes narrow sharply, his focus tightening as he watches every small movement around him, tracking each twitch and stir with careful, practiced attention. If Zeke Draker can move before the fallen dragonborn fully react, then there may still be a narrow chance to slip through the opening without being forced into a full-scale battle. In the next instant, he launches himself forward, dragon-slaying arts driving power through his body as he shoots across the stone floor like a bolt of lightning. Wind bursts around Zeke Draker as he activates the Gale arts, and at the same time he lays shadowless traps along his route, blurring the fallen dragonborn's vision and making his path harder to follow. A mana shield pulses into place around him, masking the exact line of his movement, while the traps scatter false traces through the air, confusing anything trying to track him. Using that tiny opening before the monsters can adjust, Zeke Draker drives straight toward the ancient door without looking back. But just as he closes in on the entrance, a monstrous fallen dragonborn rises behind him, its enormous jaws stretching wide as it lunges forward, trying to swallow him in one bite. Zeke Draker does not hesitate for even a fraction of a second. He twists back with his sword already in hand and unleashes the dragon-slaying arts in a single decisive motion. Chapter 7, Verse 1, Dragon Head Severance. His blade rips through the beast in a savage flash of steel, but the moment the creature is split apart, its blood sprays outward and splatters across Zeke Draker's body. Breathing hard, Zeke Draker lowers his gaze to the blood coating him, studying the strange color and texture with a tense, wary look. So this is what fallen dragonborn blood looks like up close. He mutters under his breath, questioning whether the blood is supposed to be acidic, because the way it clings to him feels far too unnatural to be ordinary. Then, without warning, his system lets out a sudden ping. His class-based kill healing factor activates, reacting both to the damage on his body and to the fallen enemy he has just cut down. At that exact moment, a cold and terrible memory rises from the depths of Zeke Draker's mind. He remembers the nine-headed Hydra from his previous life, a monster whose blood was just as unnatural and whose body was nearly impossible to kill. Back then, Zeke Draker barely made it out alive, and now, in that memory, all 9 of the Hydra's heads turn toward him at the same time. Zeke Draker steadies his stance, refusing to back away this time. He will not run. Not here and not now. This time, he is going to test exactly how far his current power can carry him. Smoke, dust, and shattered stone whirl across the battlefield as Zeke Draker moves through the chaos, slipping past attack after attack, while his sword flashes each time he finds an opening. A massive fallen dragonborn rushes straight at him, lifting its weapon overhead as it prepares to bring down a crushing blow meant to end him in one strike. Zeke Draker clenches his teeth, his thoughts racing as he measures the threat in front of him. How are his dragon-slaying arts supposed to deal with creatures like this? In an age where true dragons have already disappeared, these dragonborn creatures are the closest remnants left behind. But every time Zeke Draker cuts them down, their bodies regenerate, and they rise again as though the wounds never existed. Frustration tightens inside his chest as the answer becomes painfully clear. His current strength still is not enough to destroy them completely. His eyes lock onto the dragonborn positioned roughly 30 meters away from the ancient door. Zeke Draker commands the system to open the door, then almost immediately follows with another order, telling it to close again. The system obeys without delay, confirming that the administrator's request has been received and carried out. The door to the home of Hero King Gezer begins to shut once more, sealing the path behind him with the heavy finality of ancient stone. With his escape route now closed off, Zeke Draker stops conserving his strength and throws everything he has into the battle in front of him. Power surges through every part of his body as he releases the dragon-slaying arts at full force, no longer holding anything back. The wind roars violently around him as he strikes with the 5th form of the Gale arts, then layers that force together with the split power of Windslip. A blue aura engulfs Zeke Draker's entire body, crackling around him like condensed lightning, wrapped tightly around his frame. In one fast, fluid motion, he launches a mana-infused projectile through the air using the single rope technique. The impact tears through the enemy formation, and for the first time in this battle, victory feels close enough for him to grasp. But the instant Zeke Draker turns to pull back, one of the dragon-born creatures barrels toward him, spinning with brutal force like a living wrecking ball. Zeke Draker throws himself to the side at the very last second, barely clearing the attack as it rips past him with enough force to tear through anything in its path. That tiny moment of relief vanishes almost as soon as it appears. The Hydra is still chasing him. Its heads lash forward one after another, spraying blood through the air until it splashes across Zeke Draker's body again. Zeke Draker's face twists into a sharp scowl, irritation and pain flashing across his expression. That thing is still coming after him? The thought snaps through his mind with clear frustration as he realizes the Hydra has no intention of slowing down. With his sword still in hand, Zeke Draker braces himself once more, planting his feet firmly as the danger closes in from the front. Fine. If the Hydra wants his arm that badly, then Zeke Draker will give it exactly the bait it is reaching for. Purple mana erupts violently around him as he slashes upward, forcing every bit of strength he can gather into that single strike. Agonizing pain tears through Zeke Draker's body as his arm begins to burn, the skin peeling away under the damage until raw muscle is exposed beneath. His roar tears through the battlefield, sharp and furious enough to cut across the surrounding chaos. Poison fog. Zeke Draker understands it in an instant. The Hydra is not fighting with raw power alone. Its body is filled with vicious tricks. The system's warning cuts into his mind, announcing that he has been poisoned by the 9-headed dragon Hydra. But even then, Zeke Draker refuses to stop moving. Even as weakness begins spreading through his body, Zeke Draker reaches deeper into himself. drawing out the power of soul manifestation and triggering another hidden layer of strength. The air around him trembles beneath the pressure of raw mana, growing so thick and violent that the space nearby seems to distort. One of the Hydra's heads suddenly bursts apart in a violent spray of blood, crashing down onto the ground with a sizzling, crackling splatter. Another head turns toward the ruined remains, staring at the carnage as if it cannot comprehend what has just happened. Zeke Draker does not relax for even a heartbeat. His eyes shift toward the next target, and his body is already preparing to strike again. One of the Hydra's heads suddenly lunged forward, its long neck snapping out as its jaws ripped wide open. A thunderous roar blasted across the battlefield, so loud it seemed to shake the very ground under Zeke Draker's boots. But even with that monstrous pressure crashing toward him, Zeke didn't so much as flinch. His eyes narrowed instead, sharpening as they fixed on one single point. One gap, one target, one chance to break through. A sharp burst of light flashed across the system screen in front of him, cutting through the chaos like a signal flare. At that moment, the draconian skill finally activated. Dragon's dignity had awakened. An enormous wave of pure dominance erupted from Zeke Draker's body, rolling outward with crushing force. Mana twisted around him like a violent storm, thick, heavy, and commanding, each pulse carrying the weight of a true dragon's authority. The air around him seemed to warp beneath that pressure, and the Hydra was swallowed inside the suffocating aura before it could react. In the very next instant, Zeke Draker's eyes blazed with a vivid purple light. That fierce glow burned deep inside his pupils, and for a brief moment, the world around him seemed to bend and distort, as if reality itself had shifted only for him. Then, right before his eyes, a warped vision of the dragon appeared. It was massive, towering, and terrifying in form, yet its enormous body trembled as though it had suddenly been forced to stand before something far greater and far more absolute than itself. At the same time, the Hydra's actual body began to tremble too. Its huge frame locked up in place, and every one of its heads went rigid as fear dug deep into the creature's instincts and froze it from the inside out. "If you don't want to be crushed, move," Zeke Draker growled, his voice low, cold, and filled with threat. The beast hesitated for a brief moment, its many heads twitching uneasily as if torn between rage and terror. But in the end, it backed down, shrinking away as it slithered out of his path. Zeke Draker didn't waste even a single heartbeat after that. He forced his body forward and reached the door, though his steps were unsteady and his exhausted frame swayed with every breath. Barely managing to keep himself upright, he panted heavily and muttered under his breath. Why didn't I just use Dragon's dignity earlier against the Dragonborn? His fingers hurried across the system interface as he searched through the alerts, trying to find any sign that his condition was getting worse. Infinite stamina was still active, but even that couldn't stop the Hydra's poison from continuing to eat away at him from the inside. And the more he checked, the more his worry pressed down on him. Then a new system prompt suddenly flashed into view before him. Fear status had been inflicted on the fallen Dragonborn. Another line appeared immediately after it, asking whether he wished to activate Dragon Control Authority and attempt subjugation. Zeke Draker's eyes narrowed as he stared at the message. So the fear created by Dragon's dignity hadn't just shaken the creature, it had actually taken effect. The instant he tried to reach out through the system and force the creature under his control, the attempt was stopped cold, like he had slammed into an invisible wall. Access denied, administrator authority insufficient. Zeke Draker's fists clenched tightly at his sides, frustration twisting across his face. "I need administrator rights for everything," he muttered bitterly, his voice rising even though the pain was still tearing through him. "I can't even use this power the way I'm supposed to." But before he could curse the system any further, another warning struck the screen with brutal timing. The Hydra's poison had intensified once again, spreading even deeper through his body until it finally reached a lethal stage. Zeke Draker cried out as the pain ripped through him all at once, sharp, merciless, and overwhelming enough to force his body to buckle beneath it. Even his healing factor was beginning to fail him now. His breaths came shallow and strained, and he had to force the words out through the pressure in his chest. There has to be a way to fix this. Almost as soon as that desperate thought left him, the system answered, as if responding directly to the panic tightening around his mind. Activate Glutton, a skill capable of consuming bloodline-based abilities. A sudden flicker of hope flashed through Zeke Draker's eyes. If this poison came from a bloodline trait, then Glutton might be able to devour it directly. His pulse pounded harder as his gaze shifted toward the fallen Dragonborn. Draconian skill flared to life inside him, releasing a strange, ravenous power that felt as if it had been waiting for something to consume. The blood scattered on the ground near Zeke Draker began to glow with a faint red light. Tiny crimson sparks shimmered across the floor like dying embers, flickering weakly in the darkness around him. Dragon stared in shock as that energy was pulled away from the blood and drawn toward Zeke. fallen dragonborn energy absorbed, Glutton's skill rank increased. As the last traces of the creature's life force seeped into him, Zeke Draker felt a portion of his strength return, though it was far from a complete recovery. Partial bloodline absorbed. Constitution incomplete. Then the overload slammed through his body, and he collapsed to his knees, shaking violently from the force of it. Then, with a sudden surge of strength, Zeke Draker drove his fist down into the ground, the heavy impact echoing beneath him through the ancient floor. "Bingo!" he breathed, and despite how battered and drained he looked, a weak but satisfied grin slowly spread across his face. The system rang out one final time. Hydra poison neutralized. Poison resistance constitution acquired. Zeke Draker looked over the updated stats, taking in the low-rank administrator privileges, the newly obtained skills, and, more than anything else, the single trait that had just saved his life. He leaned back slightly, his thoughts moving quickly as he processed what had just happened. So this was the true meaning of poison resistance. As Glutton leveled up, Zeke Draker paused and wondered whether the increase had occurred because he had absorbed an elimination target. When the system confirmed his guess, his gaze sharpened. This was not just a simple boost in power, it was a clue, and a vital one at that. Zeke Draker forced his battered body back onto its feet and pushed through the ancient doorway. "Time to move," he muttered, still struggling to steady his breathing. "That Hydra cost me way too much time." As he stepped forward, his thoughts began drifting toward the old legend of Hero King Kaiser. According to the legends, Kaiser had been born as a being between two worlds, half human and half fairy, the child of a wise sage and the fairy monarch herself. But from the very moment he came into the world, fate had already turned against him. Betrayed and abandoned deep within the forest, he only survived because a sacred wolf discovered the helpless child and raised him as one of its own. As Kaiser grew older, he fought to free oppressed humans from their suffering. And over time, those battles led him to establish the Kingdom of Kronos here on the central continent. Zeke Draker continued walking deeper into the ruins, recalling just how few reliable records of Kaiser's life had managed to survive through the ages. And yet now, despite all those gaps in history, the proof was right in front of him, silently waiting within these ancient ruins. Kingdom may have been smaller than the grand legends had always claimed, but one thing was now impossible to deny. Kronos had truly existed. At last he came to a stop before a massive door, feeling as though he had reached a place where forgotten legend and the present moment were connected by a single bridge. Then the system chimed again, its sound cutting cleanly through the heavy silence around him. "The home of Hero King Kaiser has opened." Zeke Draker drew in a steady breath and stepped through the doorway. Inside the dim corridor beyond it, his attention was drawn toward a large stone, and he slowly reached out, placing his hand against its cold surface. "So this is where Hero King Kaiser's secret technique is hidden," Zeke Draker whispered, his voice low as it echoed faintly through the shadowed passage. The system responded without delay. An achievement quest had been triggered, and this one was directly connected to Kaiser himself. Zeke Draker barely had enough time to process that information before a sudden warning slammed across his screen. "You cannot exit this area until the quest is completed." The moment Zeke Draker read those words, his entire body stiffened. Something beyond that door had reacted to his thoughts, almost as if someone or something hidden inside had been watching him from the darkness. Zeke Draker glanced back uneasily, his guard rising at once. Then the system revealed the title of the quest, Linked Quest, Hero King's Wisdom. The details began unfolding one line at a time before his eyes, but one specific line made him freeze completely. Reward, the Fairy Monarch's Tear. Zeke Draker's breath caught in his throat, and for a moment he could only stare. It was a relic said to grant wishes, and it was directly connected to the Fairy Monarch, Kaiser's own mother. The meaning behind that reward hit him immediately, sending his thoughts racing in every direction. A wish-granting item with the power of the fairy lineage. Zeke Draker couldn't tear his eyes away from the mission reward. The Fairy Monarch's Tear, a legendary relic said to grant any wish, something with enough power to change everything. With his palms still pressed firmly against the surface of the stone, Zeke Draker's brows drew together in confusion. "I have no idea how this thing works," he muttered under his breath, his eyes studying the strange object closely. "But there's no way it's anything normal." The mystery only made his curiosity grow stronger, so he turned to the system and asked how he was supposed to proceed. A moment later, the reply appeared. Request acknowledged. Almost immediately, the system began digging through the chamber's hidden magical video records, searching through the preserved images and memories buried inside the ancient space. After scanning through the archive, the system found 546 recorded images connected to Hero King Kaiser. But out of all those records, only 12 met the exact conditions Zeke Draker needed to move forward. The first recording shimmered, then flickered to life before him. The system identified the ancient language of Kronos the moment it appeared, and before Zeke Draker could miss a single word, it translated everything instantly into a language he could understand. On the glowing screen, Hero King Kaiser stood there with the blunt confidence of someone who had never doubted himself for even a second. Then he spoke, declaring simply, "A sword is just a sword." A frustrated voice answered from somewhere within the recording, complaining that he couldn't even swing the weapon properly. Kaiser's response came sharp and immediate. "Stop whining," he snapped, cutting through the complaint without mercy. Then, within the image, Chaton Draker appeared. The moment Chaton Draker came into view, Kaiser turned his attention straight toward him. He scolded Chaton Draker harshly, telling him to get himself together instead of standing there making excuses. The recorded image trembled faintly, but Zeke Draker recognized the man almost at once. This was Chaton Draker, the knight known for serving Hero King Kaiser with absolute loyalty, a man who followed his king's commands without ever questioning them. Kaiser continued speaking, breaking down swordsmanship in that rough, brutally direct style of his. There were no complicated secrets, no refined theories, and no graceful explanations. To him, it was simple. Swing the sword with everything you have, then keep swinging until you can no longer stop. Then, without warning, red mana erupted from the recorded image. It surged outward like a violent wave, rushing across the space and wrapping itself around Zeke Draker's body. The pressure slammed into him with such overwhelming force that his knees nearly buckled instantly, driving him down toward the ground as if the air itself had turned heavy. Zeke Draker clenched his teeth, his face tightening from the strain, but he refused to retreat. Instead of backing away, he dug in and forced himself to endure the crushing weight bearing down on him. This is Hero King Kaiser's advancement. The system's confirmation appeared clearly before him, leaving no doubt about what he was witnessing. A slow grin began to spread across Zeke Draker's face. This was it. This was exactly the kind of legacy he had pushed this far to find. "Play it again," Zeke Draker said, his eyes locked on the recording with renewed intensity. From the very beginning. With his sword gripped firmly in his hand, Zeke Draker threw himself into training right away, carefully copying each movement from the recording with absolute focus. Several days slipped by inside that sealed training space, with Zeke Draker completely cut off from the outside world and locked in with nothing but the legacy before him. Across from the entrance, 3 rooms had been prepared for whoever reached this place. One room was filled with enough supplies to last for months. Another was arranged for rest and everyday needs, and the final room held both a library and training equipment. After looking over the setup, Zeke Draker guessed that this place had most likely been built as a legacy chamber for the successor Kaiser had chosen. Everything about the arrangement fit that purpose. So he returned to his training, raised his sword again, and repeated the same motion over and over until he had swung tens of thousands of times. He eventually managed to reproduce the outward form of the technique almost perfectly. But the deeper sensation hidden behind each movement, that core feeling Kaiser carried in every swing, still continued to slip beyond his grasp. Then a notification appeared in front of him. Advancement acquired. Hero King Kaiser's technique. The word elemental flashed across the system screen, drawing Zeke Draker's attention at once. Wondering what it meant, he asked the system for more information, and the answer came back without delay. Advancement, morning speed, Hero King Kaiser's specialty. Before Zeke Draker could fully process those words, the spirit of Hero King Kaiser suddenly appeared right in front of him. The legendary monarch stepped forward, with a presence so powerful it seemed to fill the entire space. And the system confirmed exactly who he was. Sovereign of the ancient kingdom of Kronos. Zeke Draker stared at him in stunned silence, frozen where he stood, the awe in his eyes impossible to hide. Kaiser didn't say a single word. He simply drew his sword in one smooth motion and lunged forward, launching an attack before Zeke Draker could even prepare himself. Zeke Draker barely dodged in time, twisting away by instinct, but the force behind Kaiser's strike still exploded past him and blasted him backward, slamming his body hard into the wall. "Get on your feet," Kaiser barked, his voice sharp and merciless. Zeke Draker clenched his jaw and forced himself back up, feeling as though he had just been thrown into a fight against a battle-hardened master from a forgotten age. Kaiser, watching him rise, grumbled under his breath. He might actually have a talent for swordsmanship. The old knights would die all over again if they saw this. The raw power radiating from Kaiser was almost ridiculous. Zeke Draker steadied his breathing, trying to calm the shock in his body, while one question rose in his mind. Was this some kind of trial? Kaiser charged again, crossing the distance in an instant. His sword came slicing down with terrifying speed, leaving Zeke Draker almost no time to react. Zeke Draker slipped away by the narrowest margin, barely keeping pace with the attack. As the blade flashed past him, a sharp thought cut through his mind. Was the Hero King actually trying to kill him? His grip tightened around his weapon, knuckles tense against the hilt, and the doubt he had been holding back slipped out of his mouth. Can I really face a Hero King head-on? Kaiser laughed at him, the sound sharp, rough, and openly mocking. Just from that laugh alone, it was clear he had no patience for Zeke Draker's hesitation. For a brief moment, Zeke Draker stopped moving. He pushed away the noise in his mind, lowered his sword, and forced both his body and his thoughts into complete stillness. Then, as he lifted the blade once again, blue mana began surging around him in a fierce, blazing glow. His eyes sharpened with focus, and he said, "All right, my turn." Kaiser looked at the blue light gathering around Zeke Draker and gave a faint smirk. "What? Are you some trainee under Chaton Draker?" he asked, amused by what he saw. "What do you call that power?" Zeke Draker didn't bother answering with words. Instead, he kicked off the ground and rushed straight toward Kaiser, blue energy crackling around his body as he closed the distance. Kaiser raised his sword almost lazily to receive the attack, his eyes glancing over the energy as if he were testing its nature. "You call that aura, do you?" With almost no visible effort, he shifted his blade and turned Zeke Draker's strike aside. "No, that's not it." Zeke Draker's eyes widened as the realization hit him. Even the smallest movement Kaiser made carried a terrifying weight, each motion packed with crushing force. The Hero King stepped in calmly, his blade steady and deadly as it came forward again. "Forget the name. If it's fun, that's enough," Kaiser said, striking once more without hesitation. Zeke Draker ducked beneath the incoming blow, his body moving almost entirely on instinct as he shouted back at him. "Then, let's enjoy it." Their swords collided with a violent crash, and radiant waves of mana burst outward from the point of impact, filling the space with explosive light. The force of the collision shook Zeke Draker all the way down to his core. "I knew it would be hard," he muttered through clenched teeth, struggling against the pressure. "But this is unreal." The gap between them felt less like a difference in strength and more like an endless void opening right in front of him. "I'm nothing," Zeke Draker whispered, the crushing weight of that difference settling over him for a single, dangerous moment. No, he couldn't allow himself to sink into that thought. Kaiser wasn't simply stronger, he was standing in an entirely different realm. Is this what it means to be a Hero King? Zeke Draker wondered, his mind racing even as the battle continued. Deep down, Zeke Draker understood something clearly. This brutal clash, as overwhelming as it already felt, was only the beginning. Then, all at once, the system lit up in front of him. Multiple skills activated at the same time. One-hit kill, high-speed movement, rapid slash, and dragon claw from the Dragon King set. Kaiser's gaze swept over Zeke Draker from head to toe, cool and unreadable, as if he were measuring every trace of power leaking from him. "So you're using Dragon King techniques without actually being one?" he said, his voice edged with curiosity and contempt. But before Zeke could even gather a response, the Hero King stepped in again, closing the distance between them with terrifying speed. Kaiser's eyes narrowed sharply as he watched the energy gathering around Zeke Draker's body. The look in his eyes changed, like he had noticed something hidden beneath the surface. "Elemental power, is that what this is?" He asked the question right in the middle of his attack, as if even striking Zeke down wasn't enough to interrupt his observation. Zeke Draker flinched under the pressure bearing down on him, but he gritted his teeth, forced his body to respond, and swung back with every bit of strength he could summon. Zeke Draker unleashed his counterattack with full force, driving all of his power into the motion of his blade. Their swords flashed across the space between them, each slash carving a bright streak through the air as the battle accelerated. Sparks exploded every time their blades collided. Each impact struck harder than the last, and the air around their swords shuddered as if the room itself was trembling from the force. Zeke Draker kept pushing back with everything he had, refusing to give Kaiser even a single easy opening. But the longer their exchange dragged on, the more painfully obvious the gap between him and the Hero King became. When the clash finally came to a halt, Zeke Draker slowly opened his eyes. His body was still tense, his breath unsteady, and the overwhelming force of the battle continued to ring through him. Kaiser was sitting nearby as if the entire fight had barely mattered, calm and composed like he had only been passing the time. "You're still weak," he said flatly, not bothering to soften the truth. "But at least now you've finally started to wake up." Faint grin pulled at the corner of Kaiser's mouth. "And I wasn't even fighting seriously," he added almost casually. "I turned off my skills, my Dragon King powers, and my elemental force. I didn't use any of them against you." Then Kaiser seemed to notice something unusual. His expression shifted, and he stepped closer to Zeke Draker, his gaze sharpening as though he were looking directly into something ordinary eyes could never see. "Your soul is partially merged with the spirit realm." Zeke Draker repeated the words with clear confusion in his voice. "The spirit realm?" Kaiser gave a small nod, his face calm, as if he had just stated something completely obvious. You've brushed against the edge of death more than once while still trapped inside a mortal body, Kaiser explained. That's probably the reason you can touch elemental power in the first place. Zeke Draker tried to follow what he was saying, but the explanations were piling up faster than he could sort through them. He shook his head and said, You keep throwing around things like Chaton's skills, the spirit realm, and elemental power. I don't understand any of it. Can you explain it in a way I can actually follow? Kaiser frowned, his eyes narrowing as they pierced straight through Zeke Draker's act of confusion. Quit pretending, he said firmly. You're not nearly as clueless as you're trying to make yourself look. He stepped even closer, lowering his voice as the question became heavier. What is it you're really chasing? Zeke Draker stayed silent, his expression tightening as he struggled to find an answer that felt honest enough. Kaiser didn't bother waiting for Zeke to speak. He answered for him, voice steady and certain. You're pushing forward because of one thing, the elemental sword. Kaiser straightened, his presence becoming firm and unshakable. Elemental power isn't just some ordinary energy, he said with absolute conviction. It's the raw force that supports every part of existence. Water, fire, earth, and wind. Those four elements are what govern everything in this world. And the elemental sword pulls its strength straight from those very forces. Kaiser lifted his blade and the air around him changed in an instant, growing sharper and heavier. Watch closely, he said. This is a wind elemental field combined with a strong blade technique. As he spoke, a controlled gust began to coil around Kaiser's sword, rippling through the air like an invisible current, slowly taking form. The source behind all elemental power, I call it ether. Zeke Draker could only stare in stunned silence. Until that moment, all of it had sounded like theory, something distant and abstract, but now it was unfolding right in front of his eyes. Elemental power was no longer just a vague concept floating in his mind. It felt alive in the space before him, breathing through the air like something closer to ancient magic than ordinary swordsmanship, something primal, deep, and far older than any explanation. Kaiser stepped back slightly and pointed his blade toward Zeke Draker, silently giving him the floor. Your turn, he said. Show me what you've managed to grasp. Zeke Draker hesitated for a brief moment, then voiced the question forming in his mind. If ether is what fuels elemental power, then why can't I sense it clearly from you? Is there a method for converting ether into that kind of force? Kaiser's eyes narrowed a little, and for the first time, genuine surprise flickered across his face. Kaiser drew out more energy, and the wind circling around his sword grew even stronger. The current tightened, sharpening around the blade until the air itself seemed to coil under his control. But when Kaiser finally opened his mouth to answer, the words did not come cleanly. He paused, then admitted with visible reluctance. I can't really explain it. Zeke Draker watched him closely, noticing the hesitation right away. That feeling was familiar. Every mentor he had learned from seemed to operate through instinct, yet none of them could fully describe the deeper mechanics behind the powers they used so naturally. His gaze lowered toward Kaiser's blade, and Zeke Draker sharpened his focus even further. It's not that there's no ether, he muttered, studying the flow carefully. It's just incredibly faint. It's buried deep inside the current. You've refined it so tightly that I can barely detect it at all. Kaiser glanced down at his own weapon, looking genuinely puzzled. Then why can't I sense it that way? Zeke Draker stepped forward, tightening his grip around the hilt of his sword. No matter, he said, his voice growing steadier. I'll find the answer myself. Kaiser raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement returning to his face. Getting bold now, aren't we? Zeke Draker closed his eyes and slowed his breathing, forcing his mind into focus. Inside his head, he repeated Kaiser's words over and over. A full-force strike is elemental power. That phrase echoed through him again and again, until, at last, something began to click into place. Maybe the secret wasn't only about releasing power. Maybe the real key was restraining it, compressing it, and shaping it into something controlled and precise. Zeke Draker's eyes snapped open, and he swung his sword in one decisive motion. Power erupted from his body as wind burst to life around him, and the entire field seemed to shift under the pressure of his aura. Kaiser watched the movement with visible surprise in his eyes. You just tapped into elemental power, he said. But almost immediately his tone sharpened and his expression grew more serious. That technique, though, it resembles dragon tongue, and not in a good way. Zeke Draker staggered slightly, his breathing rough from the strain. Dragon tongue? Kaiser's face darkened into a deep scowl. Dragon tongue is sacred, he said. Only dragons, or perhaps the Dragon King, can truly wield it. No human body can withstand it. Every single time you use that power, it tears you apart from the inside. Zeke Draker's expression tightened with confusion as Kaiser continued without mercy. You and a dragon are built differently. Your soul is far too small for that kind of force. Trying to channel it is like pouring fire into a paper cup. It will burn straight through every time. What you're doing isn't mastery. It's nothing more than a flawed imitation. And whoever gave you that power didn't give you a blessing, Kaiser said coldly. They handed you a broken curse. After a short pause, Kaiser's tone shifted just slightly. Still, if you can find a way to access that power again, then maybe it's something worth chasing. Zeke Draker's thoughts immediately started racing, memories rising one after another before he could stop them. His mind flashed back to the Dragon Slayer's sanctuary, to the moment he had absorbed Bahamut's heart. The system message from that day echoed through his memory as clearly as if it were appearing in front of him again. Dragon Tongue acquired, currently unusable. That ability had been listed as part of the Dragon King skill set. If I can unlock it completely, Zeke Draker realized, his eyes sharpening with the thought, then I could use full force strikes without holding anything back. That realization changed everything. It gave him a fresh reason to push harder, move faster, and drive himself even further beyond the limits he had already reached. But before Zeke Draker could sink too deeply into that line of thought, Kaiser raised his sword again. Do I need to beat the daydreaming out of you? Get on your feet? Zeke Draker hurriedly scrambled back up, and this time, Kaiser's voice softened just a little. Advanced training takes much longer than learning the basics. With your heavenly body and all those synchronization sessions, you're finally beginning to understand it. You're learning how the elemental sword actually works. Zeke Draker nodded, sweat running down his face as he listened. Kaiser continued. Think of it like casting a spell. A mage channels mana through a formula. This works in a similar way, except you're channeling elemental force through ether. Your sword isn't merely a weapon, Kaiser said, his gaze steady. It becomes a conduit, drawing in spirit energy and guiding the raw power of the elements through its edge. From there, the days began to blur together as their training grew harsher and more intense. Zeke Draker pushed himself without mercy, repeating and refining every movement until each swing became sharper, cleaner, and more controlled. Little by little, he learned to synchronize his spirit with the elemental field, and the more deeply he understood it, the more naturally the elemental sword began to answer him. The wind started responding to his will, and the air around him hummed with energy at his command. At last, Kaiser sheathed his blade and took a step back, finally looking at Zeke Draker as if he had become someone worth paying attention to. Now you're worth watching, he said bluntly. But don't get smug. The next phase will crush you if you walk into it without preparing yourself, Kaiser warned, his tone calm, but carrying a weight that made the warning impossible to ignore. Rest while you still have the chance. Zeke Draker was still trying to catch his breath, sweat sticking to his face and dripping along his jaw, but he lifted his head anyway and asked, "While we're resting, do you mind if I ask you something?" Kaiser gave him a short nod, granting permission without making a big deal of it. Speak. The instant that word left Kaiser's mouth, Zeke Draker's eyes sharpened, curiosity pushing through his exhaustion. As Zeke Draker looked at the faint particles drifting quietly through the air around them, something suddenly clicked into place in his mind. These things floating around us, he said slowly, watching them shimmer in the space between them. They're elemental force too, aren't they? And once that question came out, he kept going. I met someone named Hersian before, Zeke Draker continued, his gaze still thoughtful. He talked about using aura, and he said it belonged to Chatone Draker's discipline. What exactly did he mean by that? Kaiser leaned his back against a nearby stone, his expression shifting into something more reflective. Aura is exactly what the name suggests, he explained. It's spiritual force radiating out from inside the body. But Chatone Draker looked at things from a different angle. He believed humans could never use the elemental sword the same way dragons or spirits could, so instead of chasing the same path, he carved out a separate one for himself. Zeke Draker's brows drew together as he processed that. So everything I've been doing, that's Chatone Draker's technique? Kaiser nodded once, confirming it without hesitation. Exactly. That's why Hersian was able to recognize it. But there's something most people never knew. Chatone Draker had a title he never revealed to anyone else. Kaiser paused briefly, then said the name as plainly as possible. Chatone Draker. Zeke Draker's pulse jumped the moment he heard it. That single name changed the shape of everything he thought he knew. Chatone Draker, the man remembered as Hero King Kaiser's loyal right hand, was also the source of aura cultivation. So it had really been Chatone Draker, not Tarakan Draker? Then why had history hidden that truth so completely? I see, Zeke Draker said quietly, pulling in a slow breath to steady himself. Then he raised one last question, his voice more serious than before. Then tell me one more thing. What is the spirit realm, really? Ever since I learned the elemental sword, I felt it close by, but I still don't understand what it actually is. Kaiser didn't answer him right away. Instead of speaking, Kaiser suddenly raised his hand and slammed his palm hard against the ground beneath them. The floor split open with a violent crack. tearing apart under the force of his strike, and a fierce surge of wind burst upward from the gap. Zeke Draker stumbled backward in shock as the entire atmosphere around him changed at once. The air became thick with energy, and a deep, resonant hum of wind seemed to vibrate through his very bones. It was the same sensation the elemental's sword had been drawing from all along. As Zeke Draker looked around, the scattered pieces finally began to fit together. This was the presence of the spirit realm. It's not some separate place, Kaiser said firmly. It's a layer of reality that has always existed around us. Spirits dwell there, and so does the purest elemental energy. Once you can truly sense it, power will never be out of reach again. Zeke Draker closed his eyes, letting those words settle into him. He no longer tried to reach for the elements as though they were something far away. He could feel them inside himself. The wind was no longer merely obeying his command. It was moving with him. He wasn't just using it anymore. He was beginning to become one with it. Kaiser continued, speaking more carefully now, as if he wanted Zeke Draker to understand the shape of it rather than cling to the exact wording. Technically, they aren't the same thing, but you can think of it this way. The spirit realm is like the afterlife, while the material realm is the place where the living exist. Once a physical body leaves the material realm, it ends up in the spirit realm, and after that, there's no returning. It's like an invisible wall shuts behind you, sealing the way back forever. Zeke Draker's eyes flashed as understanding struck him all at once. My master said my soul was partly linked to the spirit realm, he said, staring ahead as the meaning sank in. And now I'm standing here in front of you, actually experiencing it. Kaiser's voice dropped lower, becoming more serious. I've never seen another case like yours, but there are still ways to pass through that barrier. He lifted his hand and cut a path through the swirling wind, parting the current as easily as if it were cloth. In my case, a dragon helped me. Zeke Draker hesitated for a beat, then blurted out. A dragon? Wait, you're serious? Kaiser looked genuinely confused by his reaction. Is there a problem with that? Zeke Draker frowned. Dragons don't exactly go around helping humans. Kaiser folded his arms, looking as if Zeke had said something absurd. Where did you hear that nonsense? No creature cherishes humans more than dragons. Zeke Draker stiffened, disbelief spreading clearly across his face. What kind of twisted logic is that? He snapped, unable to hold back his reaction. Since when do dragons care about us? His thoughts drifted immediately to Bahamut, the dragon once known for destruction and annihilation. Maybe dragons really had been different in the ancient past. But if that was true, then what had changed? Why had such a deep distance formed between dragons and humans? Kaiser straightened his posture, his eyes firm as he looked directly at Zeke Draker. Do you really need me to spell it out for you? You're standing here right now because of that bond? Reached out and tapped Zeke Draker on the chest with one finger. That heart beating inside you, and my sword forged from a dragon's fang. Bahamut didn't hand over things like that for no reason. Zeke Draker froze where he stood. He didn't give them willingly? Kaiser answered with a slow nod. Bahamut has a foul temper. Sure, Kaiser said, speaking as if he knew the dragon all too well. But he also has a heart. He can't turn away from someone who speaks from the soul. Zeke Draker's thoughts spun wildly at that revelation. So Kaiser and Bahamut, the dragon remembered as a destroyer, had actually been allies. That truth felt far too heavy to say out loud, at least for the moment. Zeke Draker rubbed the back of his head, trying to play off the shock before it showed too clearly. Yeah, my clan has always served Lord Bahamut, he said, forcing his tone into something casual. We offered those things to him as part of our duty. Then he pushed a grin onto his face. I guess people just get the wrong idea about me. Kaiser burst into hearty laughter, clearly amused by the answer. You've still got that fierce loyalty running through your blood. Then his voice softened just a little, turning more nostalgic. Bahamut's temper has gotten him into trouble more than once. I had my fair share of clashes with Kronos because of it. Zeke Draker immediately perked up. Kronos? You mean the dragon? His gaze narrowed. Wait? Or are you talking about the kingdom? Old stories passed down through Zeke Draker's ancestors flickered through his mind one after another. Bahamut mentioned him often. Was the kingdom of Kronos really named after Lord Kronos? Kaiser gave a soft chuckle, as though the memory still amused him after all this time. Kronos was my contractor. I couldn't think of a good name for the kingdom, and there he was, lounging around and sipping tea. So I named the kingdom after him. Zeke Draker's eyes widened again. A dragon drinks tea. That has to be one of those shape-shifting things, right? Kaiser smiled faintly, his gaze drifting far into the past. Kronos never seemed surprised by how humans behaved. Honestly, I think he just wanted to make sure his name lived on. Zeke Draker started to respond, But before he could get the words out, Kaiser suddenly went quiet, and in that brief silence, another thought clicked into place inside Zeke Draker's mind. Thousands of years ago, dragons and humans must have lived peacefully side by side. But if dragons openly used their full strength to help people, that overwhelming power would have thrown the balance of the entire world into chaos. To prevent that from happening, dragons had likely suppressed their own power, taken on human forms, and formed sacred contracts with chosen individuals who could act in their place. People like King Kaiser had not been ordinary rulers. They had been contractors bound to dragons through something far deeper than simple alliance. Zeke Draker's thoughts began to tumble forward even faster. Could that be why ancient artifacts were so absurdly powerful? Had they been created through cooperation with dragons? But then, what had gone wrong? Why had that bond disappeared from the world? Kaiser abruptly lifted his hand, cutting straight through Zeke Draker's spiraling thoughts. If you think any harder, my head's going to fall off from waiting. Zeke Draker snapped back to the present and let out a quiet sigh. Maybe it really was time for him to properly read through those old records. He walked up to Kaiser with a faint smirk tugging at his lips. You waited 2,000 years for someone to inherit your place? A few more minutes won't kill you? Kaiser grinned right back at him. You really do have that attitude. Kaiser's gaze sharpened again as he studied Zeke Draker closely, as if measuring how far that confidence could truly carry him. Let's see how long that confidence lasts, he said. It's time for your final training. With that, he lifted his sword. We're going to spar. The air around them grew heavy the moment Kaiser raised his blade, its edge catching the light with a dangerous gleam. But this won't be like our usual fights. There's a twist. A strange stillness settled across the field, as if even the wind had stopped to hear the rules. From noon onward, no food and no rest. The match ends only when I say it ends. Kaiser leveled the sword directly at Zeke Draker, making the restriction impossible to misunderstand. And you'll be limited. You may use only the elemental sword. No other techniques are allowed. Zeke Draker tilted his head slightly, testing the boundary with a hint of defiance in his voice. And what happens if I decide to break the rules? Kaiser's smirk deepened at once, sharpening into the kind of smile that felt less like amusement and more like a warning. In one swift motion, Kaiser unleashed the elemental sword and ignited a field of fire all around him. Flames exploded outward in wild, chaotic waves as flame dance roared to life. The temperature spiked instantly, and the air turned thick with scorching heat and raw, oppressive force. Kaiser stepped forward through the flames, fire trailing behind him as his eyes locked directly onto Zeke Draker. Want to break the rules? His grin widened, fierce and merciless. Then I hope you've got a few lives to spare because you're going to need them. Sunlight poured down from above as Zeke Draker slowly opened his eyes, finding himself lying flat on his back beneath the brightness. He blinked against the harsh light, his thoughts still groggy and sluggish as they tried to piece together what had happened. Did he black out during the test? That question drifted through his mind for a moment, and then the realization hit him. This was already the second time he had collapsed like this. The first time had been back when he was partnered with Duke Draker. A clear chime rang in his ears, and the system delivered its warning. Excessive skill usage has breached the fatigue threshold. Emergency shutdown of consciousness has been triggered for user safety. Zeke Draker sighed inwardly as the message sank in. Last time he had pushed the Dragon King's abilities too far, and the system had knocked him unconscious by force. But this time was different. This was not backlash from borrowed power. This was pure physical exhaustion. Since his regression, it was the first time his body had been pushed so completely to its limit that he had fainted from sheer bodily strain. Zeke slowly forced himself back upright, his body still heavy as he blinked and took in the dead silence pressing in around him. He turned his head through the ruined space and called out, "King Kaiser!" His voice echoed across the broken remains, but no reply came back. Everywhere Zeke looked, there was only destruction. Shattered stone covered the ground, collapsed walls leaned in jagged piles, and the place that should have been filled with life now felt painfully hollow and empty. There was no one beside him, no sign of movement, and no presence answering his call. Zeke stood there completely alone, his gaze narrowing as a cautious thought crept into his mind. Had he somehow been dragged back into the spirit realm again? He slowly swept his eyes over the broken remains of the kingdom, studying the wreckage while trying to calm the confusion in his head. As he steadied himself, his thoughts drifted back to the trial, and especially to those final moments when he had finally managed to use the field of water much more smoothly than before. Right at that moment, a system message flickered into view before him. The instant Zeke saw it, his eyes lit up. The linked quest had officially been completed. Another line of text appeared immediately after, informing him that extra rewards had been issued because he had cleared everything within the required time limit. A slow, satisfied grin tugged at Zeke's face. Somehow, after all of that, he had really pulled it off. Then the notifications began pouring in one after another. Rewards confirmed. Fairy King's tier obtained. 500 karma points awarded. 3 random skill cards received. Achievement quest complete. Additional rewards granted. Victory officially acknowledged, and on top of all that, his system authority had been upgraded to Intermediate Administrator, unlocking new system functions. Zeke stared at the flood of glowing messages, his lips parting slightly in disbelief. This was far more than he had expected to receive all at once, but the system still wasn't finished. It announced that the Wagner quest book had been raised to the intermediate tier. Item shortcut slots were now available. Minimap portal travel had been activated. The administrator's soul had been partially unsealed. As for Bahamut's heart, it was still sealed, but the seal's condition had dropped from before and now sat at 90%. After that, even more information rushed into view, stacking across the air like a waterfall of glowing windows. Skills, menus, newly available functions, and administrator privileges appeared all at once, leaving barely any room for Zeke to process them. For a moment, Zeke could only stand there and stare at the floating windows, stunned by the sheer volume of information filling his vision. It was immediately obvious that sorting through all of these changes was not going to be a quick job. He brought a hand to his chin and rubbed it slowly, sinking into thought. Back when he had first absorbed Bahamut's heart, the seal had been fixed at 95%. Now, after everything that had happened, it had fallen to 90%. Suddenly, another system message flashed before him, warning that the detected power was still beyond the host's current capacity. 95% of the acquired power had been compressed and sealed away. Zeke's expression shifted as realization settled over him, so that was why the seal had never fully opened before. He gave a faint nod, remembering far too clearly how dangerous it felt when overwhelming power surged through the body all at once, and after calculating it in his head, he understood that he was only using about 10% of the true strength hidden inside Bahamut's heart. His gaze sharpened as the pieces began locking into place. Even Dragon Tongue, that strange skill karma points couldn't influence, along with the Dragon-type domination ability, might both be connected to the current condition of Bahamut's seal. Zeke lowered his voice, speaking almost like he was reminding himself, from now on he would have to watch that seal carefully. Then his eyes shifted back toward the reward boxes, still waiting inside the system window. With a single thought, he opened them. The first reward materialized right away, boots forged from mature iron, described by the system as incredibly light, while still possessing impressive durability. The next item appeared immediately after. It was leg armor, also crafted from mature iron, carrying the same advantages as the boots. A lightweight build combined with sturdy, reliable toughness. And the third reward rose from the list, a pair of crystal earrings, according to the system. They possessed a special effect that boosted mana regeneration speed by 15%. Zeke let out a quiet whistle as he examined the items more closely. These were definitely not ordinary rewards. He lifted the crystal earrings toward his eyes, admiring the delicate craftsmanship and the clean shimmer running through the material. If he ever decided to sell something like this, it could easily bring in a serious amount of money. A pleased grin soon spread across his face. With the mature iron boots and leg armor added to what he already had, they now matched well with his gauntlets. At this pace, Zeke realized he was getting surprisingly close to completing the entire equipment set. Zeke tilted his head slightly, his attention returning to the system menu hovering in front of him. Now that the equipment rewards were checked, it was time to see what those 3 random skill cards had given him. He tapped the option without delay, and the system responded to his command almost instantly. A fresh notification flashed before his eyes, announcing that a new skill had been successfully unlocked. The first skill was Static Electricity, a C-rank ability. As the system began displaying its explanation, the second reward revealed itself as well. Another skill had been unlocked, and this one was called Flash Bomb. The system continued by laying out the details of that ability too. Then, after a brief pause, the third and final card exposed its result, registering the last skill inside the system window. Zeke's brow furrowed slightly when he saw the final results. All 3 skills were C-rank. He released a small sigh, but the disappointment didn't linger for long. After all, if powerful high-tier skills were handed out that easily, then everything he had fought through to earn them would have felt meaningless. A new alert rang out as static electricity activated. At once, the edge of Zeke's sword began to spark, thin arcs of lightning crawling across the blade in sharp, flickering threads. Seeing the electricity dance along the metal, Zeke raised an eyebrow. For something ranked only at C, the effect was much stronger than he had expected. At first glance, it seemed like a simple ability, but the more he looked at it, the more flexible its applications appeared to be. He gave a small nod to himself, already running through possible combinations in his mind. If he connected Flash Bomb with Dissonance, The result might create something even more useful than the artifact he had relied on during the rank advancement test. Zeke glanced back toward his status window and muttered under his breath. Thanks to the system upgrade, several new functions had finally opened up for him. He selected one of the newly unlocked options from the menu and opened it to see what it could do. The system displayed the new item shortcut slots and explained that registered items could now be activated almost the same way as skills. Zeke let out a thoughtful hum as he read through the description. That was definitely convenient, especially as an emergency backup during dangerous situations. He studied the available choices carefully, weighing what would actually be worth placing there. With his infinite stamina and his healing factor, he wondered whether it was even necessary to waste those valuable shortcut slots on ordinary potions. But then a quiet warning tugged at the back of his mind. No ability was perfect, no matter how powerful it seemed. He thought back to Kaiser, an opponent whose overwhelming strength could not be overcome through endurance alone. There was absolutely no guarantee that he would never face someone like that again. In fact, the next enemy might be even more dangerous. And on top of that, Zeke still didn't know whether his healing factor had an actual limit. Once that realization settled in, he stopped hesitating. He quickly moved his hand and clicked the purchase button, locking in his decision without wasting another second. Through the system shop, a top-grade healing potion was purchased. The moment the purchase went through, the item was immediately registered into one of his newly unlocked shortcut slots. Zeke checked the karma points he had left and gave a small, firm nod. It had been expensive, but considering what it could save him from, it was absolutely worth the cost. He read over the potion's effects and details once more, then murmured quietly to himself. This would be his failsafe, his final backup when things truly went wrong, something even more reliable than infinite stamina in the worst possible moment. While the system continued flashing alerts in front of him, Zeke's gaze was caught by one message in particular: the Fairy King's tear. He took out the small bottle and held it carefully in his hand as the system brought up its description. According to the message, this tear had been shed when the hero king fell victim to a treacherous shortcut scheme. The system explained that by using the bottle as a medium, he could summon the Fairy King from the spirit realm one time. Zeke's fingers tightened slightly around the small bottle. Out of every reward he had received, this one might actually be the most valuable. Then he blinked, the meaning suddenly hitting him. The Fairy King he had encountered earlier that day, this item was connected directly to him. Zeke stared down at the tiny bottle resting in his hand. According to legend, the Fairy King was said to grant wishes to humans. And if that old story was true, then this bottle might give Zeke one single wish, maybe even any wish he wanted. His grip tightened just a little more around the bottle. But there was only one chance to use it, and something this precious could not be wasted on a careless impulse. As he looked at the tear inside, Zeke quietly made up his mind. He would keep it with him until the moment truly mattered. With that decision settled in his heart, Zeke turned away from the ruins and started walking forward. When the right time finally came, he was certain he would know exactly when to use it. Not much time had passed before the world around Zeke suddenly warped and changed. He blinked once, then found himself surrounded by familiar counters, familiar walls, and that unmistakable atmosphere. After a brief look around, realization settled in. He had arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Zeke's eyes moved quickly from one side of the room to the other, checking every corner and every detail of his surroundings. It only took a moment for him to understand the situation clearly. He hadn't walked here. He had been teleported. A faint look of interest appeared on Zeke's face as he processed it. This new portal travel function from the system was not just some flashy bonus with no real use. It worked exactly as promised, and almost as if responding to his thoughts, the system chimed again. A system message appeared in front of his eyes, calmly asking whether he wanted to use system portal travel. Before he could fully react, another prompt followed right behind it, instructing him to select the destination he wanted to travel to. Zeke began scrolling through the minimap, his eyes moving over the marked locations as his curiosity grew stronger. So this meant he could simply choose a place from the map and appear there directly. One notification after another began to pop up, showing the required point costs for locations such as King Kaiser's Sanctuary and the Argos Kingdom's 8th Adventurer's Outpost. Zeke nodded slightly as he understood the rule behind it. The farther the destination was, the more points it consumed, but aside from that, there didn't seem to be many harsh restrictions. If he had enough points stored up, then in theory he could even cross between continents in the blink of an eye. Just imagining that possibility made the corner of Zeke's mouth lift into a small smirk. This function was more than just convenient. For someone like Zeke, it was practically the perfect tool for cutting off anyone trying to track him or follow his movements. It would be incredibly useful for the plans he had from here on out. But just then, something nearby pulled his attention away. Zeke glanced back, and his expression changed slightly. Flowers were blooming there, even though the winter air should have made that impossible. As he studied the area more carefully, recognition slowly settled over him, and his brows drew together. There was no doubt about it. This place was Valhalla, the most elite night training academy on the central continent. Before Zeke could continue thinking through the situation, a man's voice broke through the silence. The speaker said that in all 10 years he had served as principal, he had never once dealt with a case like this. Zeke turned his gaze toward the man who had spoken. The principal let out a weary sigh, and the displeasure on his face was obvious. A student had appeared an entire month after the entrance ceremony, and he clearly was not pleased about it. He had never imagined that he would end up spending 4 whole months tangled in a situation this troublesome. Zeke's eyes shifted toward the guide holding the recommendation letter, and one warning written on it stood out immediately. If a student failed to attend the entrance ceremony, then whether they were admitted or not would be left entirely to the principal's discretion. Technically, waiting until the next year was still an option, but Zeke already knew that was not something he could afford. He needed access to the secured archives, which meant he had to convince the principal here and now, no matter what it took. Zeke stepped forward and bowed respectfully before speaking. He explained that while he had been training on his own, he had entered a trance in an attempt to overcome his weaknesses, lost consciousness, and remained in that state for quite some time. Principal Flaubert Borges, who had been trimming something with his scissors, suddenly stopped midway through the motion. "A trance?" he repeated, his eyes narrowing as he fixed his sharp gaze on Zeke. Was that truly the excuse Zeke intended to give for missing the entrance ceremony? Zeke could feel the pressure coming from him. It was not loud or explosive, but heavy, controlled, and suffocating, like an invisible weight settling over the entire room. This man was Flaubert Borges, the former longest-serving captain of the Royal Guard, and a figure whose name was respected across the entire continent. Even now, people still talked about the fact that a third-bracket official had personally visited him 3 separate times, all for the sake of offering him the position of principal. Zeke braced himself inwardly. Persuading a man like this was never going to be simple. He quickly read the room and understood that emotional pleas or weak, convenient excuses would only make him look worse. Flaubert Borges was clearly the kind of man who placed discipline above almost anything else. Zeke lowered his head and spoke in a firm, steady voice. He admitted that there was no excuse for missing the entrance ceremony, even if he had 100 mouths to explain himself. But even so, he made it clear that everything he had just said was the truth. Flaubert Borges remained silent for a moment, simply watching Zeke with a steady gaze that revealed nothing of what he was thinking. After a long pause, the principal finally opened his mouth. Falling into a trance was not something that happened easily. If anyone else had made such a claim, he would have dismissed it as arrogance and thrown them out on the spot. However, Zeke had been personally recommended by the academy head. Flaubert Borges leaned back slightly, then delivered his decision. He would prepare a test. If Zeke could prove that the training he supposedly underwent was worth more than the time he had missed, then his admission would be approved. Zeke's eyebrows twitched slightly in surprise. So Howard Draker really had gone out of his way to pull strings for him. As annoying as it was to admit, Howard had helped open the path in front of him. Zeke gave a small nod of appreciation, accepting the opportunity for what it was. Right now, this was not the time to be picky about how he was allowed through the door. Principal reached toward the small bell resting on his desk and rang it once with a crisp sound. Almost immediately, the secretary stepped into the room. Flaubert Borges ordered that an empty training room be prepared right away and instructed the secretary to inform the department heads as well. They would be conducting an additional entrance evaluation. The secretary bowed deeply, then turned and hurried off to carry out the order. Before long, everyone involved had gathered inside Valhalla's private training room for cadets. Zeke looked over the crowd that had assembled around him, and his thoughts settled into place. This was exactly what he had expected. Every professor standing in that room was someone he had seen mentioned in the Continental reports. Renowned knights, powerful instructors, and famous names known throughout the continent had gathered one after another. The principal's voice cut through the tense air. Since everyone was now present, it was time for Zeke to demonstrate the results of the training he claimed to have undergone. Zeke stepped forward, moving into the center of the training room under everyone's watchful eyes. He knew very well that he could not reveal the elemental sword here yet. Instead, Zeke drew his blade and calmly settled into his stance. From every direction, the instructor's gazes pressed down on him, sharp, strict, and full of evaluation. These were the elite teachers responsible for raising the finest knights on the continent. Zeke understood that if he showed them some outdated or ordinary technique, it would not even be enough to catch their attention. At the same time, he had no intention of hiding absolutely everything he was capable of, so Zeke made his decision. He would reveal just enough for them to glimpse the level he had truly reached. In the next instant, a powerful surge of energy burst out from Zeke, spreading through the hall like a heavy wave rolling across the air. He then pulled that force inward, gathering it tightly, and concentrating every bit of it into the sword in his hand. The instructor's eyes widened as the aura around Zeke's blade began to shine, forming a brilliant and unmistakable glow along the edge of the weapon. What they were witnessing was something rare enough to be called extraordinary. Zeke had formed an aura blade. For a moment, the instructors could do nothing but stare in stunned silence. Zeke had already reached the level of a Blue Knight, and he was only 15 years old. Until now, the previous record had belonged to Abel Draker, who had reached that stage at 19. Compared to that, Zeke's achievement was so absurd that it almost felt impossible to accept. The instructors quickly began whispering among themselves, assuming that such an unbelievably early breakthrough must have been possible because Zeke was a Golden Awakener. That was when Zeke realized he had made a mistake. A memory rose in his mind from the time he had asked Kaiser what he thought about aura. The Hero King had dismissed aura as nothing more than a cheap trick used by the weak. After sparring with Kaiser and measuring himself against that kind of standard, Zeke had become so accustomed to it that he had forgotten to properly suppress his own aura. As he watched the instructors whisper, debate, and argue among themselves about his level, Zeke felt a quiet sense of relief settle inside him. At the very least, they only believed he was a Blue Knight. And before he had crossed paths with Kaiser, that judgment would have been exactly correct. But after Zeke had learned to master the elemental sword, the nature of his aura had already transformed into something completely different from what it had once been. He was no longer standing at the level of an ordinary Blue Knight. Without the instructors realizing it, Zeke had already crossed that boundary and stepped into the realm of a Red Knight. And the difference between those two ranks was far from minor. At a quick glance, Blue Knights and Red Knights might appear similar, since both were capable of creating an aura blade. An aura blade was a terrifying technique that coated the sword in an extremely thin layer of condensed, sharpened energy, turning an already deadly weapon into something far more lethal than normal steel. However, a Blue Knight could only summon the aura blade and hold its basic shape, while a Red Knight could manipulate that aura freely, changing its form without losing even the slightest bit of cutting power. Zeke felt a quiet wave of relief that he had stopped himself before showing too much. If he had pushed that demonstration even one step further, the entire situation might have become impossible to explain or control. While he watched the instructors struggle to process what they had seen, a loud voice suddenly tore through the heavy atmosphere in the room. Someone shouted out that Zeke was amazing, and the sudden burst of praise made him flinch just a little, caught off guard by how direct it was. The voice belonged to none other than Flaubert Borges, who was now looking at Zeke with a bright, genuinely impressed smile. The principal declared that Zeke had shown more in that single instant than most students managed to show after spending a full month at Valhalla. He even added that if awakening potential alone were the standard, Zeke could have skipped several years of training altogether. As Zeke calmly slid his sword back into its sheath, he stared for a brief moment, because Flaubert Borges's attitude had completely flipped. Zeke lowered his head with proper respect and apologized to Flaubert Borges for failing to attend the entrance ceremony, openly admitting that the responsibility was his. But the principal simply laughed it off, waving away the matter and telling him not to worry about it anymore. After that, Flaubert Borges turned toward the gathered instructors and asked if anyone had any objections to Zeke's admission. At that moment, it became very clear that the principal had a soft spot for truly outstanding talent. The instructors exchanged brief glances with one another. Then, one by one, they gave their approval. One of the instructors even remarked that an aura blade manifestation that clean and distinct was rare, even among knights already serving in active duty. With a display like that, there was no reason to keep testing him any further. Flaubert Borges nodded in clear satisfaction, then formally welcomed Zeke Draker as a new student of Valhalla. Midland Atlas was not the kind of city that could be compared to an ordinary capital. It was massive, so enormous that its scale could rival an entire kingdom, and it stood directly at the heart of Midland. Within that city stood Valhalla, the continent's greatest institution for training knights, carrying unmatched prestige. The Draker family's Four Seasons fortress was also located there, and because the Draker patriarch and the family's most important figures resided within its walls, many people regarded that fortress as the true stronghold of House Draker. Before long, the scene shifted once again. Zeke soon arrived before a grand mansion, an impressive residence that had been prepared specifically for him to use as his own. Even Zeke, who had experienced more than enough luxury in his life, found himself thinking that the mansion was far more extravagant than necessary. As he slowly pushed open the front door and stepped inside, he immediately noticed that two figures were already waiting for him within the mansion. The moment Zeke crossed the entrance, confetti burst into the air in a colorful explosion, and loud, cheerful voices rang out to welcome him to Valhalla. The person who had set off the confetti was none other than Duke Draker. Standing right beside him was Andre Draker, and to make matters even more absurd, both of them were wearing ridiculous clown costumes. Zeke froze on the spot, completely stunned by the sight of his own master dressed like that. Duke Draker casually tapped Zeke on the shoulder with a playful grin and praised him, joking that Zeke was the very first person he had ever seen who somehow managed to miss Valhalla's entrance ceremony. Then Duke Draker declared that since Zeke had finally arrived, it was time to begin. Zeke could only stare back at him in confusion, with absolutely no idea what his master was talking about. As it turned out, after arriving in Atlas, Duke Draker and Andre Draker had gone ahead and prepared a surprise enrollment party for him. Zeke, however, couldn't help wondering why the two of them were inside his mansion at all, instead of being at the academy where they belonged. Apparently, Duke Draker had been called to the Four Seasons Fortress by the Patriarch. Then, roughly a month earlier, he had decided entirely on his own to become Zeke's personal housekeeper at the mansion. Andre Draker then explained that he had taken up a position at Valhalla as an assistant professor. With an apologetic look on his face, he told Zeke he was sorry for appearing so suddenly without any warning. To Zeke, though, this felt far less like coincidence and far more like Andre Draker had simply followed him all the way here. He was not exactly pleased by the situation. All he had wanted was a little peace and quiet. Yet these two had marched straight into his private space without asking him anything. After drinking several bottles of liquor throughout the celebration, Duke Draker and Andre Draker eventually collapsed where they were and passed out. By that point, the night outside had already grown deep, dark, and quiet. The scene shifted again, this time toward a dimly lit bar hidden away in the darkness. A coin dropped onto the counter with a sharp clink as someone placed an order for a beer. The bartender's eyes widened the instant he noticed the Draker emblem marked on the customer's gloves. The person standing in front of him was Zeke. Zeke spoke in a casual tone, almost as if he had simply come in for an ordinary drink, and told the bartender that he wanted to meet Kay. The moment that name left his mouth, the entire bar went silent. Every head turned towards Zeke, and from every direction, weapons were drawn in a flash. Zeke did not flinch in the slightest. He merely raised one hand, calm and completely unshaken, then asked if they really wanted to test him. The moment the men noticed the Draker symbol, the dangerous tension in the bar immediately began to fall apart. They quickly lowered their weapons, sat back down in their seats, and returned to their drinks as though nothing unusual had happened at all. The bartender, now visibly nervous, hurriedly apologized to Zeke for failing to stop the others before the situation escalated. Then he reached up toward the shelf, pulled down a bottle, and revealed a hidden door concealed behind it. The bartender told Zeke that he would personally guide him to the branch manager. As they made their way through the tunnel, Zeke noticed that the passage was covered in multiple layers of protective magic, including both second and third-tier enchantments. He recognized the construction of those spells almost immediately. This was Kay's work. Before Zeke's regression, two major intelligence networks had controlled the continent's flow of information: the Draker family's Order of the Black Knights and the Rome Empire's Imperial Intelligence Bureau. But there had been one more organization operating beneath the surface, moving quietly through the shadows: the Syndicate. Originally, the Syndicate had been nothing more than a loose collection of smugglers. But once Kay joined their ranks, everything changed. She took their scattered smuggling routes and reshaped them into the foundation of a fast, efficient, and extremely dangerous intelligence network. In Zeke's previous life, around this same period, he would have already been expelled from the academy. After that, he would have ended up under McCain's command, desperately struggling just to stay alive, before eventually clawing his way up and becoming one of their hitmen. Back then, Kay had only been a branch leader. She had approached Zeke with a job, asking him to clear out an important transportation route. Her real goal had been to expand her influence and rebuild the Syndicate into an organization powerful enough to stand against both the Order of the Black Knights and the Imperial Intelligence Bureau. Through her skill, persistence, and ruthless efficiency, Kay eventually achieved exactly that. Over time, the Syndicate came under her control and became hers in every meaningful sense. Later, after Zeke had lost everything to the Empire, Kay appeared before him once again. She gave him information about the artifact the Emperor had been chasing. At the same time, she warned him that reaching it would be anything but easy and told him to be careful. Kay had thrown the full weight of her support behind Zeke's revenge, saying it was simply her way of repaying him for helping her transform the Syndicate into what it had become. Zeke knew better than anyone just how valuable that support had been. Without Kay's information, he never would have been able to get anywhere near the artifact. He would not have even had a real chance. One truth was painfully clear to him now. Information itself was a weapon, and with the future no longer guaranteed to follow the path he remembered, securing the right information was the strongest advantage he could obtain. The bartender stopped in front of a door, knocked, and then opened it for Zeke. As Zeke stepped forward, he thought to himself that maintaining a connection with Kay through this deal would only work in his favor from this point onward. Zeke stepped through the doorway. The darkness inside swallowed him for a moment. His eyes slowly adjusted to the dim room, and only then did he notice a single figure sitting quietly in the shadows. A match suddenly sparked to life in the gloom, its tiny flame flaring bright for an instant before touching the end of a cigarette. Even after all the time that had passed, the person before him was exactly the same as Zeke remembered. It was Kay. A moment later, a mana lamp flickered on, spreading a soft glow through the room and slowly revealing the space around them. Through the thin veil of cigarette smoke, Kay looked straight at Zeke and asked why he had come all the way there. She was a striking woman with vivid red hair and a bold presence that immediately caught the eye. But the sharpness in her gaze made one thing clear: she had no patience for useless conversation. Kay told Zeke to skip the small talk and get straight to the reason he was here. Zeke did not bother dressing up his answer or circling around the subject. He stated plainly that he wanted to establish a trade arrangement with the syndicate. Kay raised one eyebrow, her eyes narrowing with sharp curiosity as she studied him. A 15-year-old prodigy, a noble, a pure-blooded awakener from Housedraker, and already someone who had reached the level of a Blue Knight. Why would a person like that want to work with a criminal organization? Zeke was quietly impressed by how fast she had gathered that much information. What had happened at Valhalla had only just taken place, and yet Kay already knew the details well enough to use them against him. Still, Zeke did not let even the slightest hint of surprise show on his face. He simply reached into his coat. It was obvious that Kay was testing him, and just as obvious that she had not accepted the idea of cooperation yet. So Zeke placed something on the table between them and told her to judge the matter only after seeing it for herself. Kay's gaze dropped to the pair of earrings resting on the table. Zeke explained that they were not ordinary pieces of jewelry but artifacts, and then calmly urged her to put them on and test them herself. Kay asked if they were meant to help with mana recovery, her voice sounding more doubtful than impressed. Artifacts with effects like that were not especially rare, so she clearly was not expecting anything remarkable. Even so, she decided to humor him. With a casual motion, Kay picked up the earrings and slipped them on. The very next instant, the cigarette dropped from her lips. In that single moment, Kay felt it clearly enough that there was no room for doubt. The artifact's power flowed directly into her mana circulation, accelerating her recovery rate by 15%. For someone who truly understood magical items, that number was not just impressive, it was outrageous. Most mana recovery artifacts only improved recovery by about 1%. Even high-end pieces, the kind most people would call exceptional, usually struggled to reach 3%. And yet this pair of earrings was operating 5 times beyond that already rare standard. Kay stared at Zeke in stunned silence. There was no way an artifact like this could have reached the market without her hearing even a whisper of it, which left only one possible explanation. Either Zeke had discovered it through a hidden channel even Kay herself did not know, or he had obtained the artifact directly on his own. As that realization sank in, Kay's expression grew far more cautious. Zeke, still wearing a relaxed smile as if everything was going exactly as expected, asked her casually whether she was finally ready to have a proper conversation. Kay could not help but wonder what kind of person Zeke Draker truly was. After that, Zeke began explaining the arrangement in detail. With the sealed personal statement in Kay's possession, she would be able to open a new account. He had already prepared a representative to handle the process, so all she needed to do was visit the Northern Atlas Bank and deal with the item there. Kay understood that Zeke intended to sell the earrings, but she had not expected him to involve her in moving such mysterious artifacts. Then Zeke laid out his conditions. She would receive 10% from each sale, plus an additional bonus for every 10,000 earned. For Kay, this was exactly the kind of offer she had been waiting for, and honestly it was about as favorable a deal as she could have hoped to receive. At the same time, Kay quickly realized that Zeke was not making reckless guesses. Somehow, he already knew that she was a mage. Kay took the contract into her hands and told Zeke that she accepted the deal. She then offered a brief wish for success, saying she hoped everything would go well for both of them. But just as Kay turned as if to leave, Zeke stopped her with one final question, a faint smile still lingering on his face. He asked whether her ghost ship was doing all right. Kay's eyes narrowed immediately. In the blink of an eye, several men appeared behind Zeke, each of them holding a dagger at the ready. Kay's voice dropped into something cold and sharp as she demanded to know where he had heard about that. Zeke only chuckled, brushing off the danger as if it were nothing more than a harmless question. He teased Kay for reacting so tensely and even invited her to go ahead and threaten him, if that was what she wanted. Then, in the next instant, the entire atmosphere of the room changed. Zeke released his dragon fear. Pressure crashed down over everything like an invisible force, smothering the room and overwhelming everyone within reach. To Kay, it struck as though something had clenched her very soul, forcing her to stare into a bottomless abyss. Despite herself, Kay's body began to tremble. The men standing behind Zeke started shaking as well. their hands no longer steady around the daggers they had drawn. In that moment, Kay understood something with chilling clarity. The information she had on Zeke was nowhere near enough. Even if she used the full strength of the syndicate, she could no longer be certain they would be capable of touching him. Zeke then calmly suggested that they move somewhere more appropriate for a real discussion. The setting shifted to the syndicate's Atlas branch office. Kay was now seated behind her desk while Zeke stood across from her, his eyes moving carefully over the contents of an oath contract. Zeke remembered that contracts like this were commonly used among mages, serving as a direct and practical method of binding an agreement through blood. The contract structure itself was simple, but the power enforcing it was absolute. Once both parties signed, a seal would appear on each of their arms, and if either side betrayed the other, death would be the result. Even if someone somehow used betrayal or assassination to dissolve the seal, the punishment would not simply disappear. The consequences would remain severe, leaving behind an endless restriction that would make life almost unbearable. Kay, wanting at least some form of protection, asked Zeke to sign the contract. Someone like him could easily change his mind and kill her, so she had no intention of relying on trust alone. Zeke gave her a knowing smile and agreed without the slightest hesitation. He cut his hand with the pen and signed the document using his own blood. The moment his blood touched the contract, a magic circle formed above him and began to glow. Zeke told Kay that if signing contracts was what it took to earn her trust, then he would sign as many as necessary. Immediately afterward, their signatures burned into existence on both of their arms, appearing like sealed marks etched into their skin. With the formalities finally complete, Zeke sat down across from Kay and said it was time for them to talk properly, not as strangers but as partners. Zeke looked across the desk at Kay and went straight to the point, asking if someone was using her ghost ship to move Soma into the market. Kay released a long, slow sigh, and the tension that tightened across her face told Zeke everything he needed to know. Somehow, he had already found the truth, so trying to deny it now would only be pointless. In the end, Kay admitted it. The ghost ship was indeed being used to distribute Soma throughout the market. Soma was a forbidden drug, and ever since the Civil War caused the Old Kingdom to collapse, the southern region had become a refuge for the people producing it. Zeke quickly sorted through the pieces in his head, then guessed that the reason behind this situation had to be connected to one of the transcendent households. Ki confirmed his suspicion without hesitation. Her clients wanted to avoid clashing with them no matter what. The only land route that connected the central region to the southern region cut across a massive desert controlled by Ishtar, one of the transcendent households. But several years earlier, Ishtar had sealed the entire area off from outsiders, completely cutting off land trade. With the land route blocked and most of the sea routes already under Pabella's control, Zeke understood why Kay had turned to the syndicate's hidden maritime routes for transportation. Kay admitted that she had been lucky enough to find a buyer willing to pay for that service. Markin and Pabella were the two massive criminal organizations that ruled over the lawless South. The Central Forests split their territories in two, with Markin controlling the northern side while Pabella dominated the south. Up until now, Markin had depended heavily on land routes to keep its operations moving. But once those routes were no longer available, Markin had no choice but to push its business out toward the sea. After Ishtar shut the region down, Markin was left frantically searching for new maritime paths it could use. The problem was painfully simple. Pabella already had the seas under its control. Kay brushed aside the broader explanation and returned to the question that mattered most to her. What she really wanted to know was how Zeke had learned about the ghost ship in the first place. The syndicate had hidden that vessel beneath a complete invisibility spell, specifically so it would never draw unwanted attention. Concealed from both the Navy and pirates, the ghost ship had become one of the syndicate's most valuable assets, and they guarded the secret of its existence with extreme caution. Zeke obviously couldn't tell Kay the real reason that he remembered it from his past life. So instead, he dodged with a smirk, asking if someone in her line of work was really trying to get information from him for free. Then, without giving her time to press further, he shifted the conversation to Pabella's offer. Kay froze for a brief moment, clearly thrown off by the fact that Zeke knew about that as well. At that point, pretending otherwise was useless, so she admitted he was right. Pabella had offered twice the amount Markin was currently paying, but there was one condition attached. The syndicate would have to cut every tie it had with Markin. Kay told Zeke they were still weighing the proposal. Zeke immediately told her to refuse it, explaining that staying connected to Markin was the best way for the syndicate to keep both factions in balance. If they abandoned Markin now, they would lose an important Soma client. Then Zeke revealed a truth so shocking it landed like a bomb. Pabella, he said, had originally been made up of pirates defeated by the White Silver Knight. Kay shot up from her seat in disbelief, unable to accept what Zeke had just said. Pabella had a reputation for being organized and principled, not reckless and crude like old pirate crews. Kay insisted that they were nothing like those people, but Zeke cut straight through her argument. That reputation, he told her, was nothing more than a polished mask. Zeke explained that what Pabella truly wanted was the Syndicate's greatest secret, the ghost ship and the hidden sea routes connected to it. Markin wanted the operation to keep running, but Pabella would tear everything apart the moment they uncovered how it worked. Even after hearing that, Kay still insisted that Zeke had to be mistaken. In her mind, the Southern Pirates and Pabella were completely separate groups. Zeke slammed his hand down on the table, cutting off the argument in an instant. He told Kay that information always came with a price, and now it was her turn to pay. He only had one request: set up a meeting with Don Juan, the head of Markin. If she could do that, Zeke would make her the new boss of the syndicate. Kay was left completely speechless, unable to form a response. With that final statement still hanging heavily in the air, Zeke turned away and walked out of the building. Kay's information network was impressive, but Zeke knew better than anyone where its limits still remained. As things stood now, it still was not enough. In the past, the fastest way to seize control of the syndicate's intelligence had been to level the playing field first, then absorb every rival organization standing in the way. Zeke hoped that the spark he had set today would eventually spread into a wildfire powerful enough to burn all the way to Don Juan himself. The scene then shifted back to Valhalla. Zeke looked around the academy grounds, and right away, he could feel how different this place was from both the Cradle and Draker Academy. The atmosphere here felt freer, rougher, and almost chaotic, as if every student and instructor moved according to their own rhythm instead of following one strict order. As Zeke took in the unfamiliar energy around him, he wondered when the guide assigned by Flaubert Borges would finally show up. Right at that moment, someone called out to him. A boy with a tattoo on his face came strolling toward him with an easy grin, then held out his fist as if he were greeting an old friend rather than meeting Zeke for the first time. Zeke simply stared at him, unable to understand why this complete stranger was acting so familiar. The boy gave Zeke a playful tap on the shoulder and joked that he still had that stiff academy attitude clinging to him. Zeke brushed the boy's hand away without hesitation and asked bluntly if he was supposed to be the guide. The boy copied Zeke's serious tone in a teasing voice, then immediately broke into another grin and told him to relax. Throwing up a rock and roll hand sign, the boy told Zeke to loosen up a little. Yes, he was the guide, personally chosen by Flaubert Borges to show Zeke every corner of Valhalla. And judging by the way he kept talking, he clearly loved the sound of his own voice. Halfway through his rambling, he suddenly realized he had not even introduced himself yet. With dramatic flair, he finally announced his name, Diego Villa. The moment Zeke heard that name, he was caught off guard. Diego Villa introduced himself as the evangelist of New Age fusion, a style that mixed Southern percussion with central melodies. Then he stuck out his tongue in a playful gesture and said he hoped they would get along. Zeke turned his gaze away from Diego and replied flatly that he hoped so too. Surprised by that answer, Diego leaned in closer and asked if Zeke was already starting to warm up to him. Zeke answered in a dry tone that it would depend entirely on his mood. What Zeke had not expected was to meet Diego Villa here of all places, the man who would one day become known as the Metered Knight, one of the legendary 5 Divine Knights. Those 5 would later rise into major figures during the Great Continental War. The first among them was Bishop Kastek, the Silent Knight. The second was Jeffrick Solma, the Haze Knight. Then there was Asta Elidolf, who would later be known across the continent as the Illusory Knight. After them came Reyna Tarun, the Lightning Knight. And completing that legendary group was Diego Villa himself, the Metered Knight. As Zeke thought it through, he remembered hearing that all 5 Divine Knights had once been alumni of Valhalla. This seemed like the perfect opportunity to investigate whether that rumor was actually true. And if it was, then Valhalla might give him an enormous advantage moving forward. As they walked together, Diego glanced over at Zeke and complained that he was starving. Apparently, wandering around had worked up his appetite. Then he asked if Zeke had ever tried Southern food before. Zeke answered that he could not exactly say he had pleasant memories of it. Diego chuckled and told him that he must never have tasted the real thing. A short while later, Zeke took a bite of a taco, paused as he tasted it, and then admitted that it was not bad at all. Diego's face lit up with a proud, satisfied grin, like Zeke Draker had just praised the finest dish in the entire world. Obviously, it tastes good, he said, sounding almost offended that there had ever been any doubt. This isn't the kind of ordinary taco you can just pick up anywhere. It's a special Valhalla-style mix made with shark dragon meat. Even someone from the South like me has to admit food on this level deserves respect. Zeke Draker could not deny it anymore. Whatever he had imagined Southern food would taste like, this was far beyond that. The flavor was deeper, richer, and far more satisfying than he expected, and the second Zeke admitted it out loud, Diego's eyebrow rose slightly, his expression turning smug, as if he had been waiting for this exact reaction. "Wait a second," Diego said, suddenly leaning across the table with sharper interest in his eyes. "You've actually been to the southern continent before?" Zeke Draker stopped for a brief moment, as if weighing how to answer, then replied in his usual calm tone. "Not really. I've only heard stories about it." Once the meal was finished, the two of them bought some tea and settled back down, the atmosphere loosening into a quieter conversation. Zeke Draker lifted his cup, took a slow sip, and then glanced across at Diego. "So," he asked, his tone casual but curious, "how does someone from the south end up coming all the way to Valhalla?" Diego leaned back in his chair as if that was the exact question he had been waiting for all along. "That's a long story," he said lightly, almost too casually. But then, with no warning at all, he revealed something completely unexpected. His parents were actually the rulers of a small kingdom on the southern continent. Zeke Draker stared at him and blinked. "You're royalty?" Diego just nodded, treating the answer like it was nothing unusual. The southern continent was divided among several small kingdoms, each with its own history and struggles. But when the Cusco kingdom collapsed during a vicious civil war, countless people who had lived there were forced to abandon their homes, leave everything behind, and migrate toward the central lands just to survive. Diego raised his cup with a bright, carefree smile, looking far too relaxed for someone making such a ridiculous confession. "Yep, I'm a prince, pretty impressive, right?" Zeke Draker could only stare at him in stunned disbelief. "A prince? Seriously? You?" No matter how hard he tried, he could not connect Diego's sloppy, easygoing attitude with the idea of royalty. Diego simply laughed it off, then explained that some stubborn elders back home still treated the royal family's ancient twin sword technique like a sacred treasure. And since Diego happened to be one of those rare talents who could wield two blades with exceptional promise, those same old-fashioned people decided he should be sent all the way to Valhalla to properly sharpen that gift. Then Diego's grin stretched even wider, shameless and completely unapologetic. "But honestly, I'm not that interested in swordsmanship," he admitted. "My real passion is music. I'm completely devoted to it." After hearing that, Zeke Draker could not stop himself from wondering out loud. "What about the people who are counting on you?" Zeke Draker asked, his eyes narrowing slightly. Diego dismissed the question with a loose wave of his hand, brushing it aside like it barely mattered, and instantly shifted topics. "Hey, want to join the Southern Fusion New Age Music Research Club?" Zeke Draker answered without even taking a breath to think. "No thanks." And with that, the scene moved on to a lecture hall. Inside the lecture hall, Zeke Draker looked around and immediately noticed that the atmosphere felt different from an ordinary class. There was a strange energy in the room, almost like everyone was waiting for something special. He turned toward Diego and asked, "Are we even allowed to sit in on upperclassmen lectures like this?" Diego only shrugged, completely relaxed. "Stop thinking of this place like some normal academy. This is Valhalla. Freedom is kind of the whole point. If it helps you learn, then nobody's going to stop you." Diego leaned a little closer, lowering his voice like he was sharing some secret piece of information only insiders knew. "Besides, today's lecture is supposed to be pretty rare. I heard the school is bringing out something seriously huge." Zeke Draker glanced at him with clear irritation and rolled his eyes. "Do you ever get tired of running your mouth?" Zeke Draker tried to block Diego's voice out and focus on anything else, but as he sat there, the low murmurs spreading through the lecture hall slowly drifted into his ears. The nearby students were whispering about him. Some were calling him the youngest person ever admitted into Valhalla. Others were talking about how he was a direct descendant of House Draker, a terrifying prodigy who had even managed to defeat an instructor. Diego suddenly twisted toward Zeke Draker, his eyes going wide as if the obvious truth had only just slammed into him. "Wait, you're a Draker?" Zeke Draker looked back at him with a flat stare, the kind of expression that said Diego might genuinely be losing his mind. Without saying anything at first, Zeke Draker raised one of his gloved hands directly in front of Diego's face. Then, in a dry and completely unimpressed voice, he asked, "What exactly did you think these were?" Diego blinked at the gloves, looking honestly puzzled. "Okay, what are they?" Zeke Draker immediately snapped back, unable to hide his disbelief. "You really are an idiot. These are pure-blood gloves. Only pure-blood Draker Awakeners wear them." Diego's mouth fell open as the realization finally caught up with him. He suddenly remembered that Zeke Draker had not even removed those gloves while eating earlier. "Man," Diego muttered, staring at him like his entire impression had just been flipped upside down. "I thought you were just some badass committed to his personal style. I seriously had no idea." Zeke Draker gave a dry, humorless chuckle and shook his head in disbelief. "You came all the way to Valhalla," he said, "and you still didn't know what pure-blood gloves were?" Then Zeke Draker noticed that Diego was starting to panic a little, his casual confidence suddenly cracking around the edges. That nervous reaction was exactly how most people acted once they realized they were sitting beside a pureblood. Oddly enough, seeing such a normal response from Diego made Zeke Draker feel a little more comfortable. For one brief moment, Zeke Draker thought he might finally get some peace and quiet. Diego had gone silent, and the lecture hall noise seemed to settle around them. But right as Zeke began to enjoy it, Diego opened his mouth again. "Now it all makes sense. No wonder you act like such a snob." Zeke Draker let out a tired groan under his breath, his shoulders almost sinking from exhaustion. At that point, he truly had no idea how he was supposed to respond to Diego anymore. Diego casually threw an arm around Zeke Draker's shoulders, acting like they had already been close friends for years. "Hey, since you're a Draker, you should have paid the bill earlier." Then he burst into loud laughter and quickly added, "Kidding, kidding." His voice echoed through the lecture hall so clearly that students all around them turned to stare. Zeke Draker could barely believe how much louder and more shameless Diego was getting. Just then, from the front of the room, Dean Flaubert sharply clapped his hands together, the crisp sound cutting through the scattered chatter and signaling for everyone to settle down. Almost instantly, the entire lecture hall went quiet, the students falling silent as if the room itself had been placed under command. Zeke Draker looked across the room again, taking in the packed rows of students around him. With that many people gathered in one place, it was obvious that everyone had come specifically for Dean Flaubert's special lecture. Dean Flaubert looked over the crowded lecture hall with a pleased smile. "It seems everyone is looking forward to today's lecture," he said. Meanwhile, Diego had already pulled out a book and slid it towards Zeke Draker, completely ignoring the mood in the room. "Check this out. What do you think of these lyrics? The rhyme scheme is insane, right?" Zeke Draker gave him a sharp sideways look. "Didn't you say we came here to listen? At least pretend to pay attention." Up at the podium, Flaubert skipped over any long greeting and moved straight into the main point. "Let's get straight to it," he announced. It was not easy to invite today's guest. "Please welcome a returning Black Knight of House Draker," Dean Flaubert continued, his voice carrying clearly through the hall, someone who has only just come back from the battlefield. The moment Zeke Draker saw the person stepping forward, his expression immediately brightened with recognition. He remembered that this man had only recently returned to the Four Seasons Fortress. So this was the moment he was finally stepping out onto the wider stage. Zeke Draker thought around him. The entire lecture hall seemed to sink into stunned silence. The man standing before them was none other than Duke Draker. Whispers broke out almost immediately, spreading from row to row. "The Gale Knight," someone breathed in disbelief. "He disappeared for so long," another student murmured nearby. "I heard he'd been spotted near the fortress, but I didn't actually believe it." Duke Draker stood calmly at the podium, and even without raising his voice, his presence alone was enough to seize control of the entire hall. "It is good to see that so many of you still remember me, even after my time away from the front lines," he said. "Make sure you carve today's lesson deep into your soul." Then he revealed that he had once begun as an ordinary academy student, just like all of them, before climbing all the way to the rank of Black Knight. To Zeke Draker's surprise, the lecture turned out to be much more interesting than he had expected at first. The students did their best to stay focused, sitting upright and keeping their eyes forward. But as the minutes stretched on, the weight of exhaustion slowly started pressing down on the room. One after another, students began to lose the battle against sleep, their heads dipping forward as they struggled to keep their eyes open. Diego, however, was not even making the effort to pretend anymore. He had completely disappeared into his own world, absorbed in his lyrics as he scribbled into his book and stared at the page. Beside him, Zeke Draker sat in silence, mentally counting every passing minute. He's been bragging for 2 hours straight, Zeke thought. Is he ever going to stop? Just then, Dean Flaubert stepped forward with a microphone in hand and addressed the tired lecture hall. "For those of you who are actually listening, I understand your pain," he said. "Unfortunately, we are out of time." Zeke Draker quietly released a breath of relief, glad that the lecture had finally reached its end. Flaubert glanced down at his watch before continuing. "Next, we have someone all of you should know, so she hardly needs an introduction. Even with her busy duties as a guardian knight, she still made time to come here today." Zeke Draker's eyebrows lifted slightly at those words. That announcement had caught him off guard, and his attention sharpened almost immediately. Within House Draker's hierarchy, knights were ranked step by step, beginning with normal knights, then rising to intermediate knights, advanced knights, and finally the elite guardian knights at the very top. There were fewer than 10 guardian knights in total. So whoever this next speaker was, she had to be a figure of enormous importance. Flaubert checked his watch again, and this time his expression tightened faintly. Under his breath, with a hint of impatience, he muttered, "What is keeping her?" At that exact moment, a woman with striking platinum blonde hair stepped into the lecture hall, instantly drawing attention toward the entrance. She wore gleaming white full-plate armor from head to toe, And as she moved forward, every polished surface caught the light, making her presence feel bright and impossible to ignore. Even with that unmistakable appearance, Zeke Draker did not recognize her right away. For a moment, he simply watched her enter, trying to place who she was. The students around him, however, reacted instantly. Their excitement rose all at once, spreading through the lecture hall like a sudden wave. One student whispered in barely contained awe, his voice trembling with excitement. "Man, I'm so glad I chose Valhalla. I never thought I'd actually get to see the White Silver Knight in person." The moment Zeke Draker heard that title, his head snapped toward the woman, White Silver Knight. The name hit him all at once, and recognition finally struck. Of course, this woman was the first direct descendant of House Draker, Carly Draker, Zeke Draker's own older sister. Carly Draker was already spoken of like a legend, especially in the port town of Isen, one of the most important trade hubs on the central continent. In the present day, Isen served as a crucial connection point for major trade routes leading to the Dolta Republic, the southern continent, and even the distant eastern lands. But Isen had not always been the prosperous, orderly town people knew now. Not so long ago, it had been a haven for southern pirates, a lawless and dangerous place where criminals gathered freely and danger waited around nearly every corner. But everything began to change after Carly Draker officially became a knight of House Draker. Once she turned her attention toward Isen, she started cutting through the darkness that had settled over the port town, driving out every outlaw and criminal who had taken root there. And in just 5 years, Carly Draker achieved what so many others had tried and failed to do. The pirates who had once controlled Essen from the shadows were hunted down and pushed out completely until even the trace of their influence disappeared from the town. From that moment forward, Isen was reborn as the greatest port under House Draker's protection, no longer a lawless den of criminals, but a safe, powerful, and respected trade center standing proudly on the coast. As for the few pirates who somehow survived Carly Draker's purge, they had no choice but to abandon Isen and flee for their lives, scattering toward the dangerous southern waters near the Dolta Republic. Because Carly Draker had secured those essential trade routes and restored order to Isen with her own strength, she earned the title of the youngest Guardian Knight in history. It was an achievement so extraordinary that even Abel Draker, despite all of his advantages, influence, and support, had never been able to reach it. Back inside the lecture hall, Zeke Draker kept his gaze locked on his older sister, studying her from where he sat with a quiet expression that gave almost nothing away. Zeke Draker had expected someone important to appear for such a special lecture, but Carly Draker was the very last person he imagined would walk through that door. The instant she came into view, his mind naturally returned to the fierce succession struggle, still taking place between Carly Draker and Abel Draker. It also made sense that Zeke Draker had not recognized Carly Draker immediately. Even before his regression, something serious had happened to her, something significant enough to alter the image of her that remained in his memory. At the front of the hall, Carly Draker released a sharp, irritated sigh. Then she lifted one finger and tapped it against the podium, the crisp sound cutting clearly through the restless atmosphere. After that, Carly Draker raised her voice and gave only one short command: silence. The effect was immediate. In that single instant, the entire lecture hall froze, as if the air itself had been sliced apart. Not even the smallest whisper lingered in the room. Zeke Draker watched the students stiffen and fall silent, but there was not a hint of surprise on his face. When a Guardian Knight issued an order, people did not stop to argue, question, or hesitate. Fear came first, and obedience followed naturally right behind it. Carly Draker stood before the students with a sharp, commanding stare, her voice slicing cleanly through the heavy silence. She told them that this kind of disorder would never have been accepted in the Valhalla she remembered. In her time, the moment someone stood before them, silence and respect were the bare minimum. Then she said it without softening the blow. If their ancestors could see them behaving like this, they would be ashamed. Carly Draker asked them if they honestly believed the peaceful lives they were enjoying had simply been handed to them for free. It had not. That peace had been carved out through blood, sweat, and sacrifice. The room sank into an even deeper silence, and none of the students could find a response. But Carly Draker had no intention of stopping there. Carly Draker continued, making it clear that simply knowing the truth was meaningless if they failed to show that understanding through their actions. Only when their behavior reflected what they claimed to know would their words carry any real weight. Zeke Draker watched her quietly, his expression still calm and controlled. Even so, this strict, uncompromising side of Carly Draker was something he had not truly seen before. Carly Draker went on, telling them that becoming a true knight required discipline, relentless training, and respect for the rules that shaped their path. Only a life built on that kind of structure could forge the mindset of a proper knight. As Zeke Draker listened, He had to admit that his sister sounded almost like an old soul trapped inside a young body. When the students finally began leaving the lecture hall, quiet complaints started spreading among them. Carly Draker's words clearly had not landed well. Some even grumbled that they wished Duke Draker had been the one to speak instead. Zeke Draker understood that Carly Draker's lecture carried real weight, but it was painfully obvious that most of the students had not taken her message to heart. As Zeke Draker walked along with the flow of departing students, something Diego Villa had said earlier suddenly came back to him. With that same wide grin plastered across his face, Diego Villa had turned to Zeke Draker and apologized for dragging him through what felt like a 5-hour writing class. Then, instead of looking tired, Diego Villa said it had actually fired him up. After that, he proudly declared that his Valhalla tour was complete and announced that he was heading out. Zeke Draker was honestly relieved to watch Diego Villa leave. With Diego Villa finally gone, he could focus again on what actually mattered: finding new talent and tracking down Tarakan Draker's hidden library. Right now, while he was free from distractions, seemed like the perfect chance to make his move. But just as Zeke Draker was about to take his first step forward, a familiar voice called his name from behind him. Zeke Draker turned around, and the moment his eyes shifted back, he saw her standing there. Carly Draker was behind him, calm and composed, yet carrying a presence that was impossible to ignore. She looked at him directly and asked if he had a moment to spare. The next scene opened inside Valhalla's public training hall, where the wide, polished floor stretched beneath the bright lights like an arena silently waiting for a battle to begin. Carly Draker stepped forward without the slightest hesitation, then drew her sword. The blade came free with a clean, radiant glow that immediately caught Zeke Draker's attention. Zeke Draker recognized the weapon at once. It was the mithril sword that the Holy Kingdom had gifted to Carly Draker. At the time, the Holy Kingdom shared a border with Eisen, and it had suffered under the very same pirate threat that tormented the entire region. After Carly Draker drove those pirates away and secured the area, the Holy Kingdom offered her a symbol of gratitude, a pure mithril sword, along with a matching suit of armor crafted to go with it. With that brilliant white-silver sword and armor gleaming around her, Carly Draker eventually became known by the title that made students whisper in awe wherever she appeared, the White Silver Knight. Carly Draker looked straight into Zeke Draker's eyes, her gaze steady and demanding. She told him not to hold anything back. What she wanted was to see the full extent of what he could truly do. Zeke Draker laced his fingers together and stretched out his arms, still unsure why Carly Draker had approached him in the first place. A duel was not what he had expected from this sudden invitation. Then the reason clicked into place. She must have heard the rumors claiming that he had reached the level of a Blue Knight. Without showing any unnecessary reaction, Zeke Draker calmly lowered his sword sheath to the floor. Then he drew his blade, preparing himself for the match in silence. Carly Draker's words echoed through Zeke Draker's mind. She wanted to see his real skill, and he accepted that request without argument, ready to show her exactly what she had asked to witness. But deep inside, Zeke Draker also understood one thing very clearly. No matter what Carly Draker wanted from him, he could not reveal everything he was truly capable of. Carly Draker was not the only person who might be paying attention. If Zeke Draker exposed the full depth of his strength here and now, the trouble it created could become far more dangerous than the duel itself. House Draker lived by one brutal rule: only the strong survived. Reaching Blue Knight level at Zeke Draker's age was already shocking enough to shake people. If anyone discovered that he had actually stepped into Red Knight territory, the consequences could become deadly. Abel Draker's faction, already entangled in the succession battle, would not hesitate to eliminate him. And as for the Patriarch, Arthur Draker would do everything possible to drag Zeke Draker under his control. No, Zeke Draker could only show his true power after he had surpassed his father. For now, what he needed was the support and protection that came from a transcendent family's legacy. But that did not mean he planned to follow the path they had prepared for him. The instant that thought passed through his mind, Zeke Draker and Carly Draker launched themselves at each other. Their blades collided with a sharp metallic crash, and the force of the impact sent bright sparks scattering through the air between them. Carly Draker pressed down hard against Zeke Draker's sword, forcing weight into the clash. Then, without wasting even a breath, she shifted her momentum and swung fiercely toward his head. Zeke Draker twisted his body away from the attack, trying to slip past the incoming blade. But his movement was just a tiny fraction too slow. Carly Draker's blade grazed across Zeke Draker's face, leaving a clean mark behind as it passed. Without showing the slightest hesitation, Zeke Draker gave a silent command inside his mind to stop his healing. Against a guardian knight like Carly Draker, he could not risk letting anyone notice his regenerative ability. Zeke Draker had already learned that lesson once before during his time with Duke Draker, and he had no intention of repeating the same mistake. Carly Draker's attacks grew faster and more ruthless with every exchange. She drove Zeke Draker backward step by step, then closed the distance in an instant and unleashed a heavy strike that sent him flying. Another slash followed soon after, cutting into Zeke Draker again, this time carving across his shoulder. Zeke Draker began to wonder if restricting himself to Blue Knight's strength was putting him at too much of a disadvantage. Carly Draker gave him no opening and no space to breathe, and at this pace he would not be able to keep up for long. Then Carly Draker rose into the air, her body lifting as her sword came up high above her head, gathering momentum for the next decisive blow. In the next instant, she dropped straight toward Zeke Draker in a full-force dive, bringing the full weight of her attack crashing down in his direction. Zeke Draker braced himself and chose to meet Carly Draker head-on, raising his sword as their blades locked together in midair with brutal force. The power behind Carly Draker's strike exploded outward in a massive burst, and the impact shook the entire training hall like the floor itself had been struck. When the dust finally began to settle, Carly Draker was standing over Zeke Draker, her sword pressed firmly against him as the duel came to a crushing pause. Carly Draker lowered her gaze to Zeke Draker's weapon, studying the blade with a calm, assessing look. Then she said that after taking an impact like that, most swords would have already shattered or snapped clean in two. A faint trace of approval entered her voice as she added that Zeke Draker had somehow managed to obtain an excellent blade. Zeke Draker was still trapped beneath the crushing weight of Carly Draker's sword, his arms tight with strain as the pressure forced down on him. Even with his muscles trembling under the force, he managed to pull a small smile onto his face. Then, in the very next instant, Zeke Draker gathered a quick burst of strength and shoved back. The sudden force pushed Carly Draker away just far enough to open a little space between them and give him room to breathe. Zeke Draker lifted one hand to his cheek and wiped away the blood trailing from the cut. As the warmth smeared across his fingers, one painful truth became impossible for him to ignore. Trying to face someone on the level of a red knight while forcing himself to appear no stronger than a blue knight was practically asking to get crushed. The moment that thought crossed Zeke Draker's mind, Carly Draker's voice cut sharply through the training hall. She asked if he truly believed that creating distance would make him safe. Zeke Draker did not grasp the meaning right away, but when he turned his head to the side, the realization hit him all at once. Zeke Draker had misjudged the situation. Before Carly Draker became famous as the White Silver Knight, she had carried another name, one that was just as fearsome, if not more so. She had once been called the Giant's Blade. Carly Draker's aura blade was nothing like the ordinary techniques other knights used. It was massive, broad, and overwhelming, a sweeping edge of power so enormous it looked less like a sword technique and more like a blade forged for a giant. By the time Zeke Draker turned his head, that huge blade of aura was already rushing directly toward him. He clenched his teeth and braced his body for the collision, but even before it landed, he could feel that the force behind it was far beyond something he could simply endure with ease. The attack slammed into Zeke Draker with crushing power, blasting his body backward and sending him flying straight into the wall. Zeke Draker's sword was driven hard into the ground, and Carly Draker's attack tore through the space ahead of it, ripping apart everything in its path and carving destruction across the training hall floor. Carly Draker paused for a moment after the impact, her eyes narrowing as a brief flicker of concern crossed her face. For an instant, she wondered whether she had failed to hold back enough. But right then, from within the broken wreckage and drifting dust, Carly Draker noticed something moving. Zeke Draker slowly stepped out from the rubble, his figure emerging through the dust as fragments slid off his battered body and fell around his feet. He pressed one hand against the damaged wall to keep himself steady, then looked toward Carly Draker and showed her a faint smirk, even though his body clearly looked like it had taken a brutal hit. On the inside, however, Zeke Draker felt quietly satisfied. The way he had taken the attack looked convincing, and the injuries covering him only made the performance feel even more believable. Now all Zeke Draker could do was hope that Carly Draker had accepted what she had seen at face value and had not noticed the truth hidden beneath his act. Carly Draker finally slid her sword back into its sheath and began walking toward him, the sharp tension from the duel gradually fading with each measured step. "You're incredible," Carly Draker said, and this time the surprise on her face was genuine. She could hardly believe that Zeke Draker had actually managed to block that attack at all. Carly Draker studied him carefully for another moment, then admitted that Zeke Draker had exceeded her expectations by far. After that, she let out a quiet sigh and said there was something she needed to talk to him about. But before Carly Draker could continue, the strength suddenly drained from Zeke Draker's body, and he collapsed without warning. Carly Draker rushed to his side immediately, reaching him before he could hit the ground completely. She caught him and pulled him up, supporting his weight against her. When Carly Draker checked Zeke Draker's condition, her expression quickly turned serious. His internal injuries were worse than they appeared from the outside, and she wondered if he had pushed his aura further than his body could safely endure. Carly Draker reached into her pocket without delay, took out a small vial, and carefully poured the medicine inside into Zeke Draker's mouth. "This is the highest grade recovery potion in our family," Carly Draker told him, keeping her voice steady as she supported him. "Drink it slowly." The moment Zeke Draker swallowed the potion, a soft, gentle glow began to spread across his body. At the same time, he gave a silent command to his system, temporarily activating his healing factor. In a situation like this, using his healing would not look suspicious at all. Every move Zeke Draker had made so far had been part of a much larger plan. Zeke Draker was concealing his true strength while carefully acting like someone who had only recently reached the level of a Blue Knight. So when Carly Draker, the giant's blade, unleashed her attack, Zeke Draker deliberately met it with only the bare minimum defense required, allowing himself to take the hit in a way that looked natural. But just before the impact landed, Zeke Draker noticed something strange. For the briefest instant, a tiny opening appeared inside Carly Draker's strike. Zeke Draker did not know why that opening had appeared. He had taken Carly Draker's aura head-on, not by skillfully manipulating aura himself, but by relying on pure resistance. Since his body could not channel aura normally, it naturally pushed back against the force instead. Carly Draker, however, believed that Zeke Draker was capable of using aura. Because of that misunderstanding, she assumed his injuries came from forcing himself to go beyond his current limits. As Zeke Draker slowly lifted his head, he brought one hand up to it, acting as though he was pushing through a sharp headache. Carly Draker leaned in closer and asked if he was feeling any better. Zeke Draker gave Carly Draker a tired but sincere smile. Then he addressed her respectfully as Dame Carly, and thanked her from the heart for helping him. Carly Draker gently shook her head, correcting him in a softer tone than he expected. She told Zeke Draker that he should call her sister instead. Zeke Draker blinked, caught completely off guard by her response. That was not the kind of answer he had expected to hear from Carly Draker at all. The scene then shifted to the outskirts of Atlas, where a carriage rolled quietly along a calm road, moving away from the noise and movement of the city. Inside the carriage, Carly Draker poured a cup of tea for Zeke Draker, and told him she had prepared it especially for him. She explained that it had been airshipped all the way from the eastern continent because she had heard he liked that particular variety. Zeke Draker thanked her, though the gesture clearly left him a little surprised. Her words immediately reminded Zeke Draker of something Arthur Draker had once said. He could not help wondering just how far the rumor about his preference for tea had actually spread. Zeke Draker glanced around the inside of the carriage, taking in the unexpected comfort and carefully arranged interior. Then he admitted that he never would have guessed it looked like this from the outside. From the exterior, the carriage had looked plain and unremarkable, the kind of vehicle most people would pass without a second glance. Carly Draker explained that it was covered with camouflage magic, because a guardian knight's carriage attracted far too much attention otherwise. Zeke Draker found the situation strange. They had left the training hall and traveled all the way to the outskirts of Atlas by carriage, which meant this conversation was clearly not meant for public ears. He looked at Carly Draker and asked whether what she was about to tell him was something others should not hear. Carly Draker nodded. Then, with a serious expression, she told Zeke Draker that this was about the butchering knight, and that she needed more power if she was going to stop Abel Draker. Zeke Draker was completely caught off guard by that answer. He asked if she meant Abel Draker, the second son. Carly Draker answered calmly that she would explain everything from the beginning. Carly Draker told Zeke Draker that one of House Draker's most important principles was the oath of neutrality, a rule meant to keep the family from interfering in conflicts between nations. But Abel Draker had already violated that principle. He was now supporting the Rome Empire in its conflict against the Kingdom of Valencia. Only then did Zeke Draker realize that Abel Draker had been putting his plans into motion for quite some time. His eyes sharpened as he asked whether the Four Seasons Fortress truly had no idea what Abel Draker was doing. Carly Draker answered in a flat, blunt voice. They knew the problem was that they had chosen to look the other way. Carly Draker explained that the Four Seasons Fortress was no longer standing as one united force. A divide had already formed inside it, and some of the elders in the assembly were now supporting the Rome Empire by backing Abel Draker. Zeke Draker narrowed his eyes as he listened, then asked if every elder had already sided with the Empire. Carly Draker shook her head and replied that some of them were still trying to remain neutral. Zeke Draker was stunned by that response. The assembly had always been known for its rigid pride and lofty ideals, yet now some of those elders were simply sitting on the fence. Something about that did not make sense. At this rate, Zeke Draker said, his voice low with concern, it's only a matter of time before the rest of them fall in line too. Carly Draker nodded quietly, admitting without argument that she saw the situation the same way. Carly Draker admitted that she had been searching for a way to stop Abel Draker before the situation passed the point of no return. Waiting around and hoping he would make a mistake was no longer something she could afford to do. If Abel Draker was allowed to continue moving freely without anyone stopping him, the matter would no longer stay confined to a simple dispute within the family. Sooner or later, the tension would break past every limit, spiral completely out of control, and ignite into a full-scale war. Zeke Draker knew that Carly Draker's warning was right. 3 years had already passed since his regression, and in only 7 more years the continent would be swallowed by a war unlike anything it had ever experienced. Under Abel Draker's command, House Draker and the Rome Empire would advance side by side. Nations would fall one after another. The sky would seem to darken under the weight of chaos, and blood would stain the entire continent. Carly Draker said her choice had already been made. She would obtain the strength needed to stop Abel Draker with her own hands. At the moment, Abel Draker held influence over the upper ranks of House Draker, and he believed the lower-ranking knights would simply follow wherever those in power led them. But Carly Draker rejected that idea completely. True knights, she told Zeke Draker, did not lower their heads just because authority demanded it. They followed justice. That was exactly why Carly Draker had started gathering knights from across the Four Seasons fortress, searching for those who still valued honor over comfort and convenience. Then she looked at Zeke Draker and made her position clear. She would not force him to join her cause. He was still young, he was a pure-blood awakener, and even if he never stood on her side, his future was already guaranteed. Zeke Draker quietly raised his cup and took a slow sip of tea, his eyes remaining on Carly Draker across from him. As he watched her steady expression, he felt as though he was finally beginning to understand what kind of person his sister truly was. Carly Draker was not merely stubborn, and she was not moving because of pride alone. She was resolute, someone who lived according to the convictions she carried. If bending herself was what it took to uphold justice, she would do it without hesitation. In every possible sense, she was painfully, almost impossibly righteous. That was when Zeke Draker finally understood why there had been a gap in Carly Draker's giant's blade earlier. At the final moment, her concern for him had shaken her focus and opened a tiny weakness in the strike. She looked as cold and unbreakable as any member of House Draker, but underneath that hard exterior, she was carrying a surprisingly gentle heart. Carly Draker warned Zeke Draker that if everything went wrong, he could be branded a traitor right alongside her. She urged him to think carefully before giving any answer. Zeke Draker appreciated that she was not trying to hide the danger or decorate it with pretty words. She was telling him the truth exactly as it was. Zeke Draker set his teacup down with quiet resolve, then rose from his seat. A moment later, he lowered himself onto one knee in front of Carly Draker. Without showing even the slightest hesitation, Zeke Draker told Carly Draker that his decision had already been made. Even if he was not yet worthy of walking that road, he wanted to follow the same path of chivalry she had chosen. For a short moment, Carly Draker could only look at him in silence, visibly stunned by the answer he had given her. Then her expression slowly softened and a quiet smile appeared on her face. With genuine warmth in her voice, Carly Draker thanked Zeke Draker from the bottom of her heart. The scene shifted to the Valhalla research facility, where Zeke Draker stood in front of a glowing status window in his previous life. He had learned about House Draker's secret movements through Kay, but he had never imagined that corruption had already taken root inside the family, long before the Continental War ever began. Zeke Draker's original plan had been simple. He would leave House Draker early, keep himself outside Abel Draker's reach, and quietly build up his strength for the war that was certain to come. But now that Carly Draker shared part of his vision, staying inside the family began to look like the more powerful move. In truth, Zeke Draker actually preferred this new direction. Remaining close to House Draker would let him monitor Abel Draker's movements far more closely. And with Carly Draker standing at the front, Zeke Draker could avoid taking the full force of the backlash himself. But to make that plan work, he needed to become an official knight and help gather public support behind Carly Draker. Even though Carly Draker was the eldest child and had already climbed all the way to the rank of Guardian Knight, she still had a serious weakness in the eyes of House Draker. She did not possess the bloodline of an awakener, and she did not come from one of the great houses. In Zeke Draker's past life, that very weakness had cost Carly Draker the struggle over the family's future, and in the end she had been defeated by Abel Draker's power. But if a pure-blood awakener like Zeke Draker openly declared his support for Carly Draker, the balance inside the family could shift. Even so, the idea of acting like a proper, upright knight felt strangely awkward to him. It simply did not fit his nature. While Zeke Draker continued turning the entire plan over in his mind, he checked the map in front of him and realized that he had nearly reached his destination. Zeke Draker arrived at Valhalla's enormous central library, a towering building packed with knowledge from end to end, and stepped inside without wasting any time. His purpose was clear from the beginning. He had come here to locate Tarakan Draker's hidden library. Deep between the towering rows of shelves, Zeke Draker entered a restricted section where ordinary students were not supposed to wander. Then a system prompt suddenly flashed before his eyes, confirming that he had arrived at the target location. Zeke Draker could barely believe that this ordinary-looking place was supposed to be the legendary secret library. Zeke Draker slowly scanned his surroundings, but disappointment settled over him almost immediately. Nothing stood out. Nothing seemed mysterious, and nothing about the room gave off the feeling of an important hidden place. Since the system had guided him all the way here, Zeke Draker had expected something far more dramatic. He had even imagined finding some kind of clue connected to Bahamut's heart, or perhaps one of Bahamut's fangs. For a brief moment, Zeke Draker wondered if coming to this place had been nothing more than a complete waste of time. But just as that doubtful thought passed through his mind, Zeke Draker took one more step forward. The system immediately chimed in, notifying Zeke Draker that it had detected a data storage point nearby. The moment that message appeared, an enormous bookshelf suddenly materialized right in front of him. Zeke Draker froze on the spot, stunned not only by the shelf appearing out of nowhere, but also by the new message now glowing across his system screen. The system confirmed that Zeke Draker had discovered the hidden library of none other than Tarakan Draker, a figure who had once held the role of an administrator. Zeke Draker could hardly believe what he was seeing. Tarakan Draker had possessed access to the same kind of system that Zeke Draker was using now, and that realization struck him with tremendous force. This bookshelf must have been designed to reveal itself only through system recognition. That would explain why no one else had ever accidentally found Tarakan Draker's secret library before. Then the system informed Zeke Draker that all of Tarakan Draker's stored data had been synced and integrated into his own records. From that point forward, Zeke Draker would have permanent access to this hidden collection of knowledge. To make the enormous contents easier to search through, the system sorted everything into 4 major categories: an organization management manual, dragon slaying manual version 5.21, reference materials, and a collection of proverbs for personal growth. Zeke Draker decided that he would explore each section properly later. For now, he asked the system to search for whatever would help his current growth the most. The system responded almost instantly, informing Zeke Draker that it had located a suitable match for his request. On the massive bookshelf, one book began to glow, separating itself from the countless other volumes around it. A moment later, the book appeared directly in Zeke Draker's hand. When he lowered his gaze to the cover, he read the title written there: The Secret Technique of the True Dragon Swordplay. Zeke Draker had never come across this sword technique before. Curious, he turned the book over to check the author's name, and the instant his eyes landed on it, his entire body froze. That name hit Zeke Draker like a sudden bolt of lightning, stopping his thoughts for a moment. The book had been written by none other than Sheltern Draker, the trusted advisor who had served the hero King Kaiser. The next scene opened with Sheltern Draker seated inside his study, a pen held carefully in his hand as he began writing down his thoughts. Sheltern Draker began by explaining the reason he had felt compelled to create the true dragon swordplay in the first place. He started by looking back on how the bond between dragons and humans had first begun through the great hero King Kaiser. Because of Kaiser, even ordinary humans became able to form contracts with the supreme beings known as dragons. But Sheltern Draker understood something important. Dragons did not lend their strength to humans out of kindness. The truth was that the dragons pitied humanity. In their eyes, humans were fragile creatures, weak beings without the natural gifts and overwhelming power that other races were born with. Even so, because of Kaiser's influence, more and more humans became dragon contractors. Those people spread across the world, using the borrowed power of dragons to build thriving civilizations. But the more quickly humanity advanced, the more uneasy Sheltern Draker became. He simply could not bring himself to trust the dragons. If beings with that much power were only helping humans out of pity, then what would happen if that pity disappeared one day? What would humanity possibly do if the dragons suddenly turned against them? In Sheltern Draker's eyes, if such a day ever arrived, humans would have no real way to resist. They would be wiped out in an instant. Driven by that fear, and by the heavy sense of responsibility pressing on him, Sheltern Draker began searching for a method that would allow humans to fight back against dragons. The first possibility that came to Sheltern Draker's mind was magic. But that path carried one fatal flaw. Magic itself had originally come from dragons. Dragons had etched magical circles directly into human hearts, granting people the ability to handle mana, a force their own bodies were never naturally capable of producing. Because of that, trying to turn magic against dragons was almost laughable. It was no different from trying to smother a blazing fire with a sheet of paper. Then Sheltern Draker thought of the elemental sword wielded by the hero King Kaiser, a power so extraordinary that even dragons had recognized it with respect. But that strength was not something anyone could simply learn or inherit. It was a unique gift connected to the bloodline of the fairy monarch, and when Kaiser died, that power disappeared from the world with him. With every obvious road blocked off, Shelturndraker threw himself deeper into research, desperate to uncover a strength that truly belonged to humanity. He studied the rough and practical sword techniques of the North, then turned his attention to the strange and mysterious martial arts of the East. No method was too crude, no theory too strange, and no possibility too small for him to examine. He chased every lead that might help humans break past the limits they were born with. And just when it seemed like Shelturndraker had reached a complete dead end, unexpected help arrived from Kronos, the dragon who had once formed a contract with the hero King Kaiser. Kronos insisted that he was only lending a hand because Shelturndraker's research had caught his interest. But there was something deeper behind the dragon's determination, something unspoken that made Shelturndraker uneasy. Even so, he accepted the offer and kept pushing his research forward. Eventually, Shelturndraker and Kronos discovered an entirely new kind of power, aura. It was not magic, and it was not elemental energy either. It was something separate from both, a force that only humans could truly control. After Kaiser left for the spirit realm, Shelturndraker continued refining everything he had learned about aura. Before long, he succeeded. He uncovered its principles, figured out how it could be used, and even created a sword style meant to draw out its full potential. Shelturndraker gave that sword style a name, the True Dragon Swordplay. Then he released it to the world, expecting it to become something meaningful, but the response waiting for him was much colder than he had imagined. In an era where people could gain strength quickly through tools and methods created by dragons, almost no one wanted to follow a path that demanded patience, discipline, and brutal effort. Shelturndraker's creation was largely ignored. While recording his findings, he admitted that he felt relieved the dragons had not betrayed humanity after all, and yet, even in that peaceful time, he still believed his sword style would someday be needed. So he left his work behind, hoping that one day someone would take it up and truly master it. As Zeekdraker turned through the pages of the book, carefully reading the contents, a new message suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. A new quest had begun, successor of Shelturn. The system challenged Zeekdraker to learn Shelturndraker's secret technique within 3 months, and the reward listed at the end was enough to make him stop and stare, the coordinates to the Kronos Kingdom's treasury. Zeekdraker placed the book back onto the shelf, but his gaze remained on it for a moment longer. No matter how calmly he tried to act, the reward was undeniably tempting. Zeekdraker imagined what kind of legendary artifacts might be sleeping inside a treasury like that. But 3 months was an incredibly short amount of time. He could not help wondering if this true dragon swordplay might be even more difficult to master than the elemental sword. Even so, Zeekdraker made up his mind to fully commit himself to learning the true dragon swordplay, and in a bitter twist of fate, Shelturndraker's old fears had ultimately proven to be correct. The dragons had eventually betrayed mankind, and that betrayal became the spark that led to the outbreak of the Liberation War. As that grim truth settled in his mind, Zeekdraker asked the system if there were any other valuable records hidden inside the secret library. Something like Draker's personal journal. The system began processing Zeekdraker's request, searching through the stored data one record at a time. Soon, it found something that matched exactly what he was looking for. Then the system announced that a magical video log would begin playing. At the same moment, the secret library surrounding Zeekdraker started to blur, fade, and dissolve from sight. Zeekdraker froze in place, stunned by the sudden transformation unfolding all around him. The sensation was strangely familiar. It felt almost exactly like the moment the tutorial had first begun. In the very next instant, Zeekdraker found himself standing in the middle of a vast desert, surrounded by nothing but endless stretches of sand. Confused by the sudden shift, Zeekdraker slowly turned his head, scanning the barren landscape that seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction. But the space around him did not feel natural. It felt artificial, like an environment constructed by the system for the sole purpose of replaying a stored record. Then Zeekdraker turned again, and the sight waiting for him made his entire body go still. Something enormous and terrifying was rising from beneath the desert ground, its presence so overwhelming that the air itself seemed to tighten around it. Zeekdraker could not move, not even by a single step. His mental defense skill activated at once, trying to protect his mind from the fear crashing over him like a wave. But even with that protection, it could not completely stop the tremors running through his body. The creature standing before Zeekdraker felt far too real. It did not seem like a simple illusion or a harmless playback at all. Zeekdraker could barely process what was happening. He was standing face to face with a being once hailed as the king of all creation, a dragon. Just as fear began tightening around him, a voice rang out across the desert, calling the monstrous being by name, Bahamut. Zeekdraker froze all over again. That was Bahamut, the evil dragon. Zeke Draker whipped his head toward the direction of the voice, and what he saw left him stunned. Until the man spoke, Zeke had not sensed his presence at all. Standing behind Zeke Draker was a figure wrapped in overwhelming power, someone who felt less like an ordinary man and more like a monster in human form. The blurred figure walked forward without stopping and passed straight through Zeke Draker's body. That was when Zeke Draker finally understood. He was not truly standing in that moment. He was only watching a record, most likely a memory left behind inside Tarakan Draker's journal. Zeke Draker guessed that this might be the legendary confrontation between Bahamut and Tarakan Draker, the famous battle that had been passed down through the tales of the Dragon Slayer. Bahamut lifted one colossal claw high above the desert, casting a terrifying shadow over the sand, then slammed it down into the ground with monstrous force. Zeke Draker watched with his breath caught in his throat, excitement rushing through his chest despite the fear. This was not just some ordinary record. This was history itself unfolding right in front of his eyes. But Tarakan Draker did not react in the slightest. He did not flinch, did not step back, and did not show even the faintest trace of fear. Bahamut looked down toward Tarakan Draker, his attention fixed on him, and questioned him. Why the hesitation? Even after Bahamut's words echoed through the desert, Tarakan Draker remained completely silent. Then Bahamut said something that overturned everything. Zeke Draker thought he understood. In a voice filled with heavy disappointment, Bahamut called Tarakan Draker his contractor. Zeke Draker was stunned. Tarakan Draker had been Bahamut's contractor. Did that mean he had been connected to Bahamut the same way Kaiser had once been contracted to Kronos? None of the legends had ever mentioned anything like this. To Zeke Draker, the revelation made no sense at all. If Tarakan Draker had truly been Bahamut's partner, then how had he ended up defeating the dragon in the first place? What had really happened in that battle? The one that turned Tarakan Draker into a legend? Zeke Draker's thoughts began spinning in confusion as strange distortions flickered across the desert around him. The world before his eyes started to glitch, crack, and break apart. Something was clearly wrong with the record. Then Zeke Draker noticed Tarakan Draker speaking, his lips moving as if he were revealing something important. But the words never reached Zeke's ears. The broken playback swallowed the sound completely. Frustration surged through Zeke Draker, and he called out to the system, demanding that it repair the visual error immediately. But the system refused Zeke Draker's request. Zeke Draker clenched his teeth, irritation burning through him. Why did the record have to fail now, right at the most important moment? Then Zeke Draker turned his attention back toward the broken scene, and for the first time, he finally saw Tarakan Draker clearly. A sharp memory suddenly surged up inside Zeke Draker's mind, cutting through his thoughts like a blade. It was the conversation he had once had with Kaiser, so vivid and immediate that for a moment it felt as though the Hero King's voice was speaking right beside him again. At that time, Zeke Draker had asked Kaiser something that had been quietly troubling him for a while. He wanted to know whether a dragon, after forming a contract with a human, could ever turn against that person and betray them. Kaiser's reaction had been almost dismissive. He had simply laughed, as if the question itself was so ridiculous that it barely needed an answer, brushing the possibility aside without even giving it much thought. According to Kaiser, if betrayal ever occurred between dragons and humans, it was always the humans who abandoned the dragons first. And just as that old answer resurfaced in Zeke Draker's mind, the scene before him showed Tarakan Draker drawing his sword free from Bahamut's shattered skull. Right in front of Zeke Draker's eyes, Bahamut's colossal body began to collapse. The once overwhelming dragon slowly broke apart, its flesh and form crumbling piece by piece into gray ash until there was nothing left of its massive body at all. Zeke Draker could do nothing but stare, rooted in place by disbelief. Then, after the last trace of Bahamut's remains vanished into ash, two objects appeared before Tarakan Draker, Bahamut's heart and Bahamut's fang. Zeke Draker's breath caught the instant he recognized them. Those were the exact same relics he had once received at the Dragon Slayer's residence, and seeing them appear here, in this memory, made the entire scene feel even more unsettling. A new question began pressing into Zeke Draker's thoughts. Did all dragons leave behind something like this when they died, some final remnant of their existence, or was this strange phenomenon only connected to certain special beings? He remembered the pureblood gloves he was wearing, gloves that had been crafted from dragon hide. But even with that example in mind, he still could not shake the feeling that Bahamut's case was different, far too unusual to be treated as ordinary. While Zeke Draker was still turning that thought over, the sky above him suddenly tore open with a violent distortion. The world itself seemed to warp and glitch, shaking the memory apart, and that force dragged him out of the scene. For one brief second, he wondered if the recording had finally reached its end. Now, sitting on the ground, Zeke Draker stayed still for a moment, forcing himself to breathe and gather his scattered thoughts. What he had just seen did not fit neatly with the stories and explanations he had always known. After thinking it through for a while, Zeke Draker decided that it was time to head back. But just as he was about to leave, something unexpected caught his attention and made him stop. Draker's hidden library had now been completely absorbed into the system. From this point on, Zeke Draker would be able to access it whenever he wanted, as if the entire space had become part of his own available resources. Zeke Draker wasted no time testing it. He immediately tried to replay the memory once more, hoping that this time he might be able to hear the final words exchanged between Bahamut and Terrakan Draker. But the result was no different. That same warped distortion appeared again, blocking the most important moment as though some unseen force had deliberately sealed it away. The final conversation between them remained just out of reach. Still, Zeke Draker understood that the experience had not been worthless, because he had still gained something important from what he had witnessed. He had uncovered a hidden truth. The famous dragon-slaying arts were not truly an original combat style. They had actually developed from the deeper foundation of true dragon swordplay. Terrakan Draker had taken the complex and highly difficult techniques created by Sheltern Draker, then stripped them down and reshaped them into something more practical for real battle. That refined version eventually became the fighting style known in the present era, but in simplifying it, something had clearly been lost: its raw, destructive power. Form passed down through history no longer contained the overwhelming force required to kill a true full-blooded dragon. Even so, Zeke Draker could not deny that the dragon-slaying arts still had one powerful strength of their own. Because the technique could merge with the user's natural talent and personal strengths, it had the potential to become far more effective in practical combat. It may have sacrificed some pure destructive force, but in return it gained flexibility, usefulness, and the ability to adapt to different fighters. What disturbed Zeke Draker the most was the enormous gap between the glorious legend everyone repeated and the truth buried inside Terrakan Draker's journal. The public story said Terrakan Draker had enslaved Bahamut and brought peace to the world. But now, to Zeke Draker, that version sounded more like a polished hero tale than the actual truth. In Terrakan Draker's own records, there was not even a single mention of any contract between him and Bahamut, and something that significant was not the kind of detail someone would simply forget to write down. The scene shifted after that, and Zeke Draker found himself standing outside alone. Before long, a messenger pigeon fluttered down nearby, and he reached out to take the letter it was carrying. The message was from Kay. Kay had carried out Zeke Draker's request exactly as he had given it to her. She had searched across the continent, gathering every version of the Dragon Slayer legend she could get her hands on. Even after all that, Kay admitted that she still could not understand why Zeke Draker had suddenly become so obsessed with these ancient myths. She explained that she had even checked untranslated texts, digging through sources most people would never bother with. But no matter where she looked, she found no record of contracts between dragons and humans. There was also nothing about the specific dragons connected to Terrakan Draker or Kaiser. However, one strange point kept bothering her. Across different regions and separate records, the wording was strangely alike, so similar that it almost felt as though someone had carefully shaped every account to follow the same approved version of history. The further Kay investigated, the more obvious it became that something about the history had been altered. And with each new discovery, the sense of unease surrounding those records only grew heavier. Then, just when Kay seemed to be getting close to something more, a warning came down. The Draker family had stepped in, and the syndicate immediately pulled back, unwilling to provoke one of the most powerful bloodlines on the continent. Zeke Draker read the entire message in silence, his expression unreadable. Then, without even a moment of hesitation, he set the letter on fire and watched as the flames consumed it completely. A cold, heavy sense of alarm settled deep in his stomach, the kind of warning feeling that could not be ignored no matter how calmly he tried to think. The Drakers, his own family, were actively suppressing information about Terrakan Draker, but the question that kept clawing at Zeke Draker's mind was simple: why would they do that? After all, the entire prestige of the Draker family had been built on Terrakan Draker's legend, on the name and glory of the so-called first Dragon Slayer. For the Draker family to hide the truth about Terrakan Draker or about Bahamut did not make sense at all when viewed from the surface, and yet Zeke Draker could not shake the pressure tightening in his chest. Somewhere out there, someone was deliberately keeping something hidden from him. Determined to uncover that missing piece with his own hands, Zeke Draker turned away and headed back toward the house. As he stepped inside, his mind was already focused on the system, preparing to call it out and give his next command. But before the words could fully leave his mouth, a strange feeling struck him. Something was wrong. Wrong enough that Zeke Draker stopped immediately. He paused near the door, quietly closed it behind him, and swept his gaze across the room with calm, sharpened caution, taking in every corner as if the air itself had changed. Everyone should have been gone that day. Decker and the rest of the staff were off duty. while Duke Draker and Andre Draker were both occupied with their own matters elsewhere. So if nobody was supposed to be inside the house, only one question remained in Zeke Draker's mind. Who exactly was watching him? Zeke Draker moved carefully and started up the stairs, keeping each step quiet while his senses sharpened to a dangerous, razor-like edge. Inside his mind, he gave the system a silent order to bring up the mini-map, needing a clear reading on anything or anyone hidden nearby. The system answered immediately. Two unfamiliar presences appeared in his awareness, one inside the house itself, and another positioned outside. For a brief moment, Zeke Draker considered the possibility that the hunting dogs from the giant mountains had somehow tracked him all the way back here. But he dismissed that idea almost as soon as it appeared. He had not drawn his sword, and he had not used any dragon-slaying techniques, so even they should not have had any trail to follow. No, this situation felt different. Whoever these intruders were, they had not come by chance. Someone else had clearly sent them, and Zeke Draker intended to find out exactly who was behind it. In fact, as he moved forward, one particular person was already beginning to surface in his mind. When Zeke Draker drew closer to his room, the intruder inside remained focused entirely on the door, staring at it with fixed attention as he waited for Zeke Draker to come in. That narrow focus was exactly where the intruder made his mistake. Because Zeke Draker had no intention of entering through the door. Instead, he slipped silently through the window behind the intruder, clinging to the wall like a shadow that had peeled itself away from the darkness. From behind the intruder, Zeke Draker's voice cut through the silent room like a cold blade. His tone was low, steady, and merciless as he asked, "Did Abel Draker send you?" The intruder's shoulders jolted the moment he heard that voice behind him. In the very next instant, he spun sharply toward the window, his body moving on instinct before his mind even had time to understand what had happened. But Zeke Draker was not truly waiting for an answer. In his head, the explanation had already taken shape. Abel Draker must have discovered his connection with Carly Draker and decided to send an assassin before Zeke could become an inconvenient loose end. Zeke Draker landed lightly inside the room, almost without a sound, and with one smooth motion of his hand, he pulled a dagger from his inventory. His eyes remained calm and unreadable as he said, "You don't need to answer." Then, before the intruder could fully brace himself, Zeke Draker shot forward in a blur, closing the distance instantly and slashing straight toward him without warning. The dagger was stopped at the very last moment, halting just before it could carve into the intruder's throat. But Zeke Draker did not retreat even a step, keeping the pressure locked on him with ruthless control. His gaze narrowed, cold and sharp, as he warned the man in an unnervingly calm voice. "I have plenty of ways to make you talk." Their weapons collided over and over again, filling the room with the piercing ring of steel. Each impact threw out quick flashes of sparks, briefly lighting the tense space between them. Zeke Draker pressed forward with relentless speed, forcing the battle to move at his pace. But the intruder was no easy opponent either, matching every strike with clean, controlled blocks that showed real skill. When Zeke Draker shifted his footing and drove in a heavier attack to break the exchange, the man read the motion immediately. He countered without delay and shoved Zeke Draker back with a level of force that was far from ordinary. Zeke Draker planted one foot against the ceiling, kicked off with precise control, and twisted his body through the air. A moment later, he landed smoothly back on the floor, as if that acrobatic movement had taken no effort at all. As the clash continued, Zeke Draker's eyes grew sharper. While his body kept moving, his mind began piecing together the intruder's identity from the details hidden inside each exchange. No matter how thoroughly someone covered their face or concealed their name, the habits engraved into their swordsmanship were not so easily erased. The rhythm behind the man's attacks, the angle of his blade, and even the way his feet shifted across the floor all pointed to one unmistakable origin. This was a combat style from the northern Gorkha kingdom. The rangers of that region were famous throughout the continent. As elite scouts and warriors from the northern lands, they were known for carrying their distinct kukri blades and were often praised as guardians who protected the continent itself. Because their skills were so specialized, Gorkha Rangers were treated as valuable assets even in the central lands, especially when a mission required stealth, discipline, and flawless precision. That realization instantly changed Zeke Draker's understanding of the situation. This was not Abel Draker's doing. He adjusted his stance and struck again, all while questioning why a Gorkha Ranger would be here in the first place, because assassination did not fit their code, and they usually avoided jobs that could spark blood feuds. Zeke Draker steadied his blade and began watching the man more closely. The Ranger was clearly holding back, and Zeke had already created several openings on purpose, gaps that any skilled fighter should have taken immediately. The man ignored every one of them. He had more than enough skill to push the offensive, yet whenever a chance appeared, he deliberately let it slip by. That was when Zeke Draker finally understood the true shape of the situation. These intruders had not come here with the intention of killing him. Their real goal was to seize Zeke Draker alive and take him somewhere else, not leave his body behind in that room. At that exact moment, Zeke Draker noticed a small round object rolling in through the window, bouncing lightly before it slipped toward the hallway. The second intruder, the one waiting outside, had finally decided to make a move. Zeke Draker recognized the object right away. It was a sedative device, the kind used to bring down a target without causing serious injuries. Without wasting even a breath, Zeke Draker swung his sword and struck the device in midair. But he was already a step too late. The mechanism inside had been triggered. A dense cloud of gas exploded outward, spreading through the room almost instantly and swallowing the surrounding space in a thick haze. The moment that sharp, earthy smell reached his nose, Zeke Draker identified it at once. It was mandragora rootlets, a common ingredient often used in sleep-inducing mixtures. Zeke Draker let the dagger slide from his fingers and allowed his body to slump forward, deliberately choosing to play along with the trap they had prepared. As soon as the system detected the mandragora compound spreading through the air, it activated Zeke Draker's poison resistance on its own. Even so, Zeke Draker dropped to the floor as though the sedative had taken effect. He kept his breathing slow, his muscles loose, and his body completely limp while pretending to lose consciousness. The ranger moved closer and lifted Zeke Draker's body from the floor. Not long after, the second figure climbed in through the window as well, joining him to help carry Zeke away. While they began securing Zeke Draker for transport, he remained perfectly limp and silent. Behind that fake unconsciousness, however, his mind kept turning, wondering who had sent them and why they wanted him alive badly enough to go this far. The scene then shifted to a secluded house on the outskirts of Atlas, standing far away from the city's noise, crowds, and constant movement. Inside that isolated house, Zeke Draker sat bound in heavy iron chains. Around him, armed Gorka Rangers stood positioned on every side, watching him closely with weapons ready. Zeke Draker's eyes passed over the guards and their weapons without lingering for long. Instead, his attention settled on the man seated directly across from him. To Zeke Draker's surprise, the person in front of him was not some local authority from Atlas. It was Cliff Reinhardt, the head of the Reinhardt Merchant Group, and when Cliff noticed recognition flicker in Zeke's eyes, he seemed to think the conversation would become easier from that point on. Zeke Draker did know Cliff Reinhardt. In fact, this was not the first time their paths had crossed, even if Cliff himself had no way of knowing that. In Zeke Draker's previous life, Cliff Reinhardt had been an important figure. The Reinhardt Merchant Group had been counted among the 10 greatest trading powers based in the Kingdom of Valencia. But the war started by Abel Draker and the Rome Empire had eventually consumed everything, dragging both the Reinhardt Merchant Group and the Kingdom of Valencia down into ruin. During that chaotic period, Zeke Draker and Cliff Reinhardt had fought on the same side. What remained strange in Zeke's memory was that Cliff had once handed him crucial information about the Empire, only to vanish afterward and return to his doomed homeland. After that, Zeke Draker never saw Cliff Reinhardt again. And now the very same man who had once risked everything to escape was sitting before him once more. Whether Cliff had gone back out of loyalty to his homeland or for some other reason, Zeke could not say. But from his point of view, it had always seemed like a sacrifice without meaning. Cliff Reinhardt began by apologizing, his voice calm as he acknowledged the rough and forceful manner in which Zeke Draker had been brought to this place. At Cliff Reinhardt's signal, one of the Gorka Rangers stepped forward, the same man who had captured Zeke Draker and unlocked the heavy chains around him. Cliff then promised that he would compensate Zeke for the trouble, saying that he wanted to speak with him properly. Once the restraints came off, Zeke Draker simply rolled his wrists, showing no fear, panic, or discomfort. Then he looked at Cliff Reinhardt and told him to get straight to the point. Cliff Reinhardt was visibly taken aback by how composed Zeke Draker was. In a situation like this, most people, especially someone so young, would have shown at least some tension, but Zeke did not reveal even the smallest trace of uncertainty. Cliff Reinhardt had clearly intended to lead the conversation and control its pace, but Zeke Draker had already seized the initiative. Realizing the balance had shifted, Cliff quietly handed him a stack of papers. Cliff Reinhardt explained that the documents contained information about a new disease spreading quickly through the southern regions of the central continent. Zeke Draker lowered his gaze to the reports now resting in his hands and asked why Cliff Reinhardt was showing him something like this. As Zeke Draker flipped through the pages one after another, his eyes suddenly stopped on a specific report buried among the documents. Cliff Reinhardt noticed the subtle shift right away, catching the exact moment Zeke Draker's calm expression tightened, and his gaze became noticeably sharper. The report Zeke Draker had stopped on was focused on Elena Stone, Liam Stone's mother, and written plainly within it was the fact that she had once been infected with the Rose disease. The only reason Elena Stone was still alive was because Zeke Draker had given Liam Stone exact instructions on how to treat her. stepping in before the disease could take her life for good. Without offering any reaction, Zeke Draker tossed the document onto the table and demanded to know what Cliff Reinhardt was getting at. Cliff answered in a calm voice, confirming that the sickness now spreading through the region was indeed the Rose disease, a cruel illness, infamous for killing every single person it infected. And yet Elena Stone had not just escaped death. She had recovered completely, as if the absolute fate tied to that deadly disease had somehow been overturned. Cliff Reinhardt explained that he had already questioned Elena Stone's attending physician, but the doctor had refused to say a single useful word. So Cliff turned his attention straight to Zeke Draker, watching him carefully as he asked whether Zeke knew something about it. Zeke Draker let a faint smile touch his face. From Cliff Reinhardt's tone, his timing, and the way he was steering the conversation, it was obvious that the merchant had already guessed the truth, but was still probing carefully for confirmation like a proper businessman. Zeke Draker assumed Cliff Reinhardt was trying to get his hands on the cure for himself, and with an illness this lethal, that was an incredibly sharp move. A medicine capable of saving Rose disease victims would be worth an unimaginable fortune, greater than even the combined wealth of the entire continent could easily measure. But Zeke Draker also understood Cliff Reinhardt well enough to doubt that simple profit was the only motive. No ordinary merchant, no matter how bold or greedy, would dare kidnap someone from a transcendent family unless there was something far more urgent behind it. So Zeke Draker did not bother denying it. He admitted openly that he was the one who had provided the cure that saved Elena Stone's life. The moment those words reached Cliff Reinhardt, his expression shifted at once, and visible relief spread across his face like a weight had finally been lifted from him. Cliff Reinhardt rose from his seat, unable to fully contain the excitement pushing through his composure, and quickly told Zeke Draker to name whatever price he wanted. Whatever amount Zeke Draker demanded, Cliff Reinhardt made it clear that he was willing and ready to pay it. But Zeke Draker only raised one hand slightly, wearing an amused grin as he asked why Cliff Reinhardt was suddenly getting so worked up. Then Zeke Draker pointed out with a calm edge in his voice that Cliff Reinhardt did not sound like a merchant at all in that moment. That comment clearly hit a sensitive spot. Irritation flickered across Cliff Reinhardt's face, and that tiny reaction was enough to tell Zeke Draker what he needed to know. This was not about making money. Cliff Reinhardt was trying to save someone who mattered to him. Zeke Draker leaned back in his seat, his posture loose and relaxed, and suggested that the two of them make a deal. Cliff Reinhardt sat down again, his eyes fixed carefully on Zeke Draker. Zeke offered to hand over the formula in exchange for 3 favors to be paid later, and Cliff immediately asked what kind of favors he meant. Zeke Draker answered that he had not decided yet, but when the time came, he would let Cliff Reinhardt know. He also assured him that none of the favors would go beyond what the Reinhardt Merchant Group could handle, so there was no reason for Cliff to look so alarmed. Even after hearing that, Cliff Reinhardt remained cautious. He asked whether they could establish some limits ahead of time, just to make the terms of the agreement clear from the beginning. Zeke Draker simply smiled at that request. After letting the silence hang for a moment, he wrote down the treatment instructions for the cure and slid the paper across the table toward Cliff Reinhardt. Told Cliff Reinhardt that every step had to be followed exactly as written, but just as Cliff reached out to take the paper, Zeke Draker drew it back slightly, keeping it just out of his grasp. There was still one thing Zeke Draker wanted answered before he handed it over. Who was this medicine really meant to save? The instant Cliff Reinhardt heard that question, his body went stiff, and the change in his posture was impossible to miss. After hesitating for a short moment, Cliff Reinhardt answered in a nervous voice that it was merely a business decision, a way to secure a valuable product before anyone else could. But Zeke Draker did not buy that explanation. He calmly pointed out the obvious holes in the story. Cliff had gone so far as to hire Northern Rangers to abduct someone from a transcendent bloodline. On top of that, Cliff Reinhardt's reactions were far too emotional for a cold, profit-driven merchant. Zeke Draker told him plainly that this was not how the Reinhardt Merchant Group usually operated, and Cliff understood immediately that Zeke had already seen through him. With a quiet sigh, Cliff Reinhardt lowered himself back into his seat, the resistance leaving his shoulders, and finally admitted that the cure was meant for someone connected to the royal family of Valencia. That answer caught Zeke Draker by surprise. He asked at once who the person was, but Cliff Reinhardt shook his head and refused to reveal the name. Zeke Draker narrowed his eyes, unable to hide his puzzlement at that level of secrecy. Did Cliff Reinhardt understand just how many people belonged to Valencia's royal family? Then Zeke Draker noticed something in Cliff Reinhardt's eyes, a firm, heavy resolve that felt strangely familiar, as if he had seen that look somewhere before. He remembered Cliff Reinhardt once saying that he intended to return to Valencia. Back then, Zeke Draker had warned him to think carefully, because both the kingdom and the Reinhardt Merchant Group were already moving toward ruin, and going back would only lead Cliff straight to his death. Zeke Draker had urged him to flee north and preserve his own life instead. Cliff Reinhardt had quietly thanked him for the warning, but then said he was done running away. He had wanted to face whatever was waiting for him in Alencia, even if the road ahead led directly into disaster. The eyes Cliff Reinhardt showed now were not the same eyes Zeke Draker remembered from his previous life. Back then, they had burned with fierce determination, but now they carried the heavy stillness of resignation. Cliff Reinhardt apologized and said he could not reveal anything more. By that point, Zeke Draker understood clearly that this situation was far larger than a simple chance to make money. Whoever needed that cure truly mattered to Cliff Reinhardt. Then Zeke Draker remembered something his sister had once told him. Abel Draker had supported the Rome Empire during its war against Alencia. The kingdom had already been weakening under racial tension and royal infighting, and with the Continental War still waiting in the future, Zeke Draker saw an opportunity. A direct link to Alencia's royal bloodline could become extremely useful later. Without pressing Cliff Reinhardt any further, Zeke held the paper out to him and said it was fine if he did not want to explain. As Cliff Reinhardt accepted the formula, Zeke Draker told him their contract was now officially in effect. Cliff Reinhardt's hands trembled slightly as he held the paper, clutching it close to his chest like someone had just placed a lifeline directly into his grasp. From the look on his face, anyone could tell that this formula was not just valuable to him. It meant everything. Zeke Draker broke the heavy silence by apologizing for interrupting the moment. Then, with almost casual ease, he asked whether Cliff Reinhardt would mind if he used his first favor immediately. Cliff Reinhardt drew in a steadying breath and carefully secured the paper, handling it as though even the smallest crease would be unforgivable. Then he nodded and said Zeke Draker could ask for anything, as long as it remained within the Reinhardt Merchant Group's ability. Zeke Draker smiled when he heard that. His first request was surprisingly simple. He wanted the Reinhardt Merchant Group to hire him. Cliff Reinhardt clearly had not expected that answer, and for a moment he seemed to wonder whether Zeke Draker was planning to start some sort of business. Zeke then explained that what he actually needed was a false identity he could use for a short time. Cliff Reinhardt remarked that if Zeke Draker merely wanted a fake identity, he should have been able to obtain one easily enough without relying on him. If that was truly all he needed, there was no reason to spend a favor on it. So Cliff pressed him to say what he was really after. Zeke Draker clarified that he intended to use the identity on the southern continent, a dangerous territory overrun with crime, where careless preparation could easily get someone killed. The Reinhardt Merchant Group, however, had built enough trust there to conduct trade even with the cartels. Cliff Reinhardt admitted that Zeke Draker's assessment was correct. He said he was not especially proud of the kind of dealings the group had carried out in that region, but he understood what Zeke needed. Then he suggested that Zeke use his cousin's name, assuring him that the cartels would not openly doubt him if he moved under that identity. Zeke Draker was satisfied with that arrangement and asked Cliff Reinhardt to prepare regular transportation to the south as well. He also requested a large house where he could stay, explaining that he planned to store cargo there. Then he declared that all of this would count as his first favor, since he had, after all, been kidnapped and dragged to this place. With that settled, Zeke asked whether his return had already been prepared. Cliff Reinhardt forced a smile, though the irritation on his face was becoming harder to hide. The requests were turning more and more troublesome, and he could not help wondering whether Zeke Draker had any conscience at all. Even so, Cliff Reinhardt accepted the request and promised to contact Zeke Draker once all the preparations were complete. He then added that the Gorka Rangers would provide a horse for Zeke's return. Zeke Draker was slightly surprised by how calmly Cliff Reinhardt agreed to everything, and that reaction only confirmed his earlier suspicion. The person who needed the cure must be incredibly important to him. Once the agreement was finished, Cliff Reinhardt left the remote house together with his guards. A moment later, the dark brown-haired ranger and his partner stepped towards Zeke Draker, then told him to follow them. Once they stepped outside the house, the Gorka Rangers brought a horse over for Zeke Draker. With just a quick look at its posture, coat, and steady breathing, Zeke could tell it was no ordinary mount, but a well-trained horse of excellent quality. As Zeke Draker walked past the Rangers, his hand flashed out so quickly that neither of them had time to react. In that instant, he snatched something from them, slipped it straight into his inventory, and then climbed onto the horse as if absolutely nothing had happened. Seated calmly in the saddle, Zeke Draker listened as one of the Rangers spoke in a level voice, informing him that their work here was finished, and that they would now be taking their leave. Zeke Draker looked down at them from horseback, his expression casual, and asked whether that meant their contract with Cliff Reinhardt had come to an end as well. The Rangers stiffened visibly, caught off guard by his words. The brown-haired Ranger turned toward Zeke Draker with surprise in his eyes, and remarked that he had not known Zeke could speak Orkali, before asking with genuine curiosity whether the Draker family even taught that language. Zeke Draker gave a light smile and replied that it was nothing more than a personal hobby. Then, still speaking in the same relaxed tone, he revealed what he really wanted. He wished to hire them for a job to rescue someone being held prisoner by McCain. The brown-haired ranger glanced toward his partner, silently checking his reaction. But the other ranger immediately shook his head, rejecting the request without even needing to say a word. Zeke Draker asked whether the reward he was offering was too low, but the ranger explained that money was not the issue. Since the request matched the kind of conditions already discussed through the Reinhardt Merchant Group, the profit itself would have been more than enough. According to the ranger, the real problem was Zeke Draker himself. Their king refused to make deals with anyone belonging to a transcendent household. Zeke Draker was honestly taken aback by that answer. For a moment, he found it difficult to believe that this was the serious obstacle they had been worried about. He reminded them that Cliff Reinhardt would be preparing a false identity for him, and that any commissions sent to Gorka could simply be written under that name. After considering it for a moment, the ranger finally conceded that such an arrangement would be acceptable, provided Zeke Draker's real identity was never exposed. Zeke Draker then added that there was still one more matter they needed to settle before anything could move forward, though the ranger did not seem to understand what he was referring to. At that moment, Zeke Draker casually tossed 2 kukri blades down onto the ground in front of them, letting the weapons land at their feet. Both rangers froze on the spot. Their eyes widened in shock as they recognized the sacred weapons lying on the ground before them. A kukri was not merely a weapon used in battle. It was granted only to rangers who had been formally acknowledged as true warriors, and to them it carried a weight equal to their lives, almost like a partner bound to their soul. For those blades to have been taken without either ranger noticing meant only one thing. Their lives had already been placed in the hands of someone whose skill stood far above their own. Zeke Draker remarked calmly that returning the weapons was simply his way of expressing gratitude for the kidnapping. The 2 men were left completely speechless, and after a tense pause, the brown-haired ranger muttered that Zeke Draker was a monster. Zeke only smiled back, complimented the man's skill with the common tongue, and said he hoped they would meet again. After his meeting with Cliff Reinhardt, Zeke Draker began seriously thinking about the comrades he would need at his side in the future. The people he focused on were the heroes who would make their names during the Continental War, and later come to be known as the 5 Divine Knights. Zeke Draker decided he would approach them now, build connections before everything truly began, and eventually draw them over to his side. He was certain that people of that caliber would become priceless allies. Fortunately, Dean Flaubert Borges supported him in an extraordinary way and revealed that all 5 of them had graduated from Valhalla. The real difficulty, however, was the timing. The Silent Knight, Bishop Kastek, had already graduated from Valhalla and had gone on to enter the Knight Order of the Thebia Kingdom. The Haze Knight, Joffric Solma, belonged to the graduating class, but at the moment he was away from the academy for field training. Asta Elidolf was currently on leave and refused to return to Valhalla because of her severe insomnia. Reyna Turun would not enroll until the following year, and since she was related to Zeke Draker by blood, he expected there would be plenty of opportunities to meet her later. In the end, after weighing all of those circumstances, the only person Zeke Draker could actually reach right away was Diego Villa. In the next scene, somehow, Zeke Draker found himself sitting behind a drum set, playing along with Diego Villa and his band. Zeke Draker could not clearly remember how the situation had turned into this. All he knew was that he had visited Diego Villa's club because he wanted to get closer to him. Diego Villa had immediately thrown an arm around Zeke Draker's neck, grinning brightly as he declared that Zeke had arrived at exactly the right time because the band desperately needed a drummer. First, Zeke Draker had no idea what Diego Villa was talking about, but Diego insisted that he wanted to jam, then cheerfully pushed Zeke toward the drum set while congratulating him on joining the Southern Fusion New Age Music Research Club. Still confused by the sudden turn of events, Zeke Draker began striking the drums anyway. Gradually, his movements started falling in line with the band's rhythm, and before long, he decided there was no harm in simply letting himself enjoy the music. By the time the performance finally ended, Zeke Draker looked completely exhausted, worn down from trying to keep up with Diego Villa's endless and overwhelming energy. When Zeke Draker returned to his mansion, his butler was already waiting at the entrance and greeted him with a respectful bow. Zeke Draker informed him that he was going to train, then ordered the servants not to disturb him for the time being. Inside the training chamber, Zeke Draker planted his sword firmly into the ground and sat down, turning all of his attention toward studying True Dragon's swordplay. The text instructed him to gather and concentrate the flow of aura until it pierced through his blood vessels, allowing him to move beyond the microcosmic orbit and enter the macrocosmic orbit. Zeke Draker had never come across terminology like that before, but once he studied the book himself, He finally understood why Draker had reworked the original style into the dragon-slaying arts. Every technique demanded an extreme level of aura compression and release. This was not ordinary swordsmanship meant for fighting humans. It was a style created purely to battle dragons, and its killing power reached the same level as an elemental sword. Draker rose to his feet, drew his weapon, and settled into a firm stance, his gaze fixed straight ahead with steady concentration. He released his energy and pushed himself to create a sword art that could surpass even the dragon-slaying arts he already knew. The method required him to compress his aura until it became so dense that it could not be compressed any further, building enough force to cut through a great dragon with a single strike. Following those instructions, Draker swung his blade. At that moment, Decker stepped into the training ground and saw his master's sword moving at a speed so astonishing that it immediately caught his attention. A smile spread across Draker's face as he continued performing each slash. His divine body allowed him to move at an exceptional level almost naturally, speeding up the way he absorbed and learned combat techniques. It also allowed ether to travel through his body at remarkable speed, making every movement sharper, smoother, and more fluid than before. The divine body seemed to show Draker the exact steps he needed to follow, as though the completed form of the technique had been laid out before him like a clear path. Draker followed that guidance without hesitation, and with each repeated motion, his understanding and mastery deepened faster and faster. At last, Draker raised his sword and unleashed a clean, flawless strike, refined to the point that it looked almost perfect. In that instant, he felt something shift inside him. It had not been long since he broke through his previous barrier and reached the level of a red knight. Yet now Draker realized that he was already approaching the threshold of the next stage, drawing close to the realm of a black knight. Under normal circumstances, Draker would never chase such rapid advancement because he believed that reckless growth could leave behind weaknesses that would limit him later. But the heart of Bahamut resting inside his Aether Hall resonated fiercely with true dragon swordplay, pulsing as if it had been waiting for this exact moment to arrive. That violent resonance drove Draker onward, pushing him to swing his sword again and again as he chased the strange sensation pulsing through him before it could fade from his grasp. While his body kept moving through the motions, a brilliant symbol suddenly spread across Draker's chest. Along with it, unfamiliar letters appeared, glowing with an eerie, almost otherworldly light that did not belong to any ordinary language. Draker's body stiffened in surprise as a mysterious energy surged over him all at once. It wrapped around him from head to toe, and before long even his eyes darkened completely, turning black as though something ancient had awakened inside him. Before Draker could even begin to understand what was happening to his body, a system message appeared clearly inside his mind. Bahamut's heart had reacted to Draker's true dragon swordplay, and now the memories carved deep within that heart were about to be revealed before Draker's eyes. The instant Draker understood the meaning behind those words, shock ran through him. Then, his surroundings collapsed into darkness, and his consciousness was pulled away into a place he had never seen before. At first, there was nothing around him but pitch-black emptiness. Then, from somewhere within the dark, the sound of footsteps began to approach, and when Draker lowered his gaze, he saw an enormous dragon standing before him. A figure addressed the massive beast as the Lord of Dusk, Bahamut. The man said he had come with a request, and at the sound of those words, Bahamut slowly opened his eyes. The man then took out a book and asked Bahamut to protect the true dragon swordplay he had created. Only at that moment did the identity of the mysterious figure become clear. This man was Draker. Bahamut rose to his feet, his enormous body filling the cavern with a suffocating presence. He told Draker that he had always known him to be detestable, but he had never once imagined the man was actually insane. At that moment, Draker finally understood without any doubt. The man standing before Bahamut, speaking to the dragon without flinching, was none other than Draker himself. Bahamut demanded to know whether Draker was truly planning to hand over a technique created to kill dragons to an actual dragon. Draker answered without the slightest hesitation, revealing that Kronos had already given his approval. The moment Bahamut heard that, his rage exploded. He slammed his hand down against the ground, and the energy gathered throughout the cavern began to take shape, forming enormous weapons that hovered threateningly in the air. Bahamut declared that Kronos had been deceived by humans and had lost the clear judgment required of a mediator. Realizing that Bahamut had no intention of listening calmly, Draker placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. In response, Bahamut formed even more spears above him, their sharp points filling the air as he roared that he had no faith in Kronos' rambling prophecies. The instant Bahamut finished speaking, he released the spears, sending them shooting straight toward Draker with terrifying speed. Draker drew his sword in one swift, precise motion. He met the first massive spear head-on and deflected it aside with such smooth control that it looked almost effortless. But that was only the beginning. Countless spears still remained in the air. Yet Shelturndraker did not take even a single step back, standing firm as he intercepted every weapon that came within reach. Each spear carried enough destructive force to smash the entire cavern apart and bury everything inside beneath collapsing stone. And yet, while Bahamut continued that relentless barrage, Shelturndraker calmly brushed aside every attack with measured, flawless swordplay, as if he had already read the path of each strike. Draker watched the scene in stunned awe. For the first time, he felt like he was truly witnessing the pinnacle of creation itself, the overwhelming power of draconic magic. The pressure radiating from those spears was so intense that it almost felt unreal, as though attacks of that scale should not be able to exist in the world. Draker admitted inwardly that, at his current level, he would barely be able to knock down one or two of those spears. Yet Shelturndraker endured the entire storm without faltering, and in that moment, Zeke understood that his ancestor was a monster on a completely different level. Bahamut then ordered Shelturndraker to leave his lair, warning that his next attack would be aimed at the Kronos kingdom itself. Shelturndraker remained calm and asked whether Bahamut was truly prepared to go that far, reminding him that even he would face karmic sanction. As soon as Shelturndraker spoke those words, the countless spears hanging in the air began to fade away one after another. Bahamut scoffed, dismissing karmic sanction as nothing more than a joke, and withdrew the energy he had unleashed. Raising one hand, he absorbed the remaining power scattered through the cave, then mocked Shelturndraker, asking what a mere human could possibly understand about karmic sanction. He declared that no matter how many humans he crushed beneath his feet, that punishment would never apply to him. Shelturndraker drove his sword into the ground and quietly remarked that everything had unfolded exactly as Kronos had foretold. Then, from inside his coat, Shelturndraker pulled out a luxurious pocket watch. The moment Bahamut laid eyes on it, his eyes widened with unmistakable surprise. Bahamut spread his wings wide, condensing his energy into a colossal sword of terrifying size. Then he mocked Shelturndraker, asking if borrowing Kronos' power had made him believe he could stand against Bahamut. With one devastating sweep, Bahamut hurled that enormous sword straight toward Shelturndraker, sending the massive blade crashing through the air. Shelturndraker did not panic. He simply raised the pocket watch in his hand and pressed its mechanism with calm precision. In the next instant, a vast magical circle shaped like a clock appeared beneath Shelturndraker's feet, and Bahamut's destructive attack froze completely in midair. Draker was stunned by what he was seeing, almost unable to believe the impossible sight unfolding right in front of him. But there was no denying it. The magic from the watch had truly stopped Bahamut's strike. Draker's shock only deepened when he realized that clock-like magic circles had also spread above and below Bahamut, restraining the dragon and locking his massive body in place. Draker concluded that this incredible magic must have come from the watch itself, and at the same time he remembered what Bahamut had said earlier about Kronos' power. Only then did Draker understand the truth. That pocket watch was not an ordinary artifact. It was an item infused with Kronos' essence. As Draker studied the watch, Bahamut roared in frustration. The deafening sound crashed through the cavern so violently that Zeke had no choice but to cover his ears. Bahamut smashed his hand into the ground, then drove his head down with brutal force, shattering the magic circle beneath him. Drool spilled from between his fangs as fury completely overtook him. He demanded that Shelturndraker explain the vision he had just been forced to witness. Shelturndraker told him that what he had seen was Kronos' prophecy. Then he asked whether Bahamut finally understood why true dragon's swordplay had to be entrusted to him. Bahamut growled that dragons forming contracts with humans had been a mistake from the very beginning. Shelturndraker did not deny that statement, but he insisted that humans should rise through their own strength instead. Bahamut exhaled heavily through his bared fangs, still glaring at Shelturndraker, and ordered him to hand over the book containing the dragon-killing technique. Using magic, Bahamut flipped through the pages at incredible speed, scanning the contents in only a few moments. Then he snapped the book shut and acknowledged the quality of Shelturndraker's work. Shelturndraker said that the technique had been created to protect the world. But Bahamut let out a bitter laugh and declared that what Shelturn truly wanted to protect was not the world at all, but mankind. Unable to refute Bahamut's words, Shelturndraker fell silent. Bahamut then tapped the book lightly with one claw, and the entire volume vanished from sight. Bahamut declared that he would safeguard the book. It would remain sealed away, never to see the light of day unless Kronos' prophecy truly came to pass. Shelturndraker turned away and said it hardly mattered in the end. because given enough time, humans would inevitably learn how to wield aura. Bahamut warned that if such a day ever came, he would personally exterminate humanity, convinced that creatures so small and insignificant could never truly master that power. Sheltern merely smiled and explained that this was exactly why he had created true dragon swordplay, because what he feared most was not humanity, but the dragons themselves. Even after everything that had happened, he still chose to believe in Bahamut and Kronos. And for a dragon who had spent so long expecting nothing from mankind, hearing words like that did not simply pass him by. They sank in far deeper than he had ever thought possible. As Sheltern finally turned away to leave, he shared one last truth with Bahamut. Kronos had always foreseen that one day Bahamut would encounter a human contractor, someone he could stop guarding himself against, someone he might eventually allow into his heart. With those final words left behind in the quiet air, Sheltern departed without another sound. Bahamut slowly lowered his massive body back down, and a sharp, icy scoff slipped from him, as though the very suggestion disgusted him. In his mind, the idea that he would ever open his heart to something as insignificant as a mere contractor was so absurd that it was not even worth taking seriously. And with that dismissive thought still hanging heavily in the silence around him, Bahamut let his eyelids fall shut, slowly closing himself away from the world. The very next instant, Zeke was violently pulled back into the present. He found himself sitting on the ground, his body still weighed down by the aftershock of the vision, while his unfocused eyes stared emptily up at the ceiling above him. Zeke still could not fully grasp the true weight behind everything that had passed between Bahamut and Sheltern but even through that confusion, one thing had become painfully, unmistakably clear to him. Bahamut carried a hatred and distrust toward humanity, so deep it felt almost bottomless. And because Bahamut's heart was now resting inside Zeke own body, that bitterness no longer felt like something distant or separate. Whether he wanted to or not, Zeke could sense the dragon's old wounds, his rage, and his sorrow brushing painfully against his own heart. At the same time, Zeke could not forget one important fact. In the end, Bahamut had still formed a contract with Draker. That alone made him wonder what could have possibly happened to make such an arrogant, mighty dragon change his mind. After witnessing those broken fragments of the past, Zeke threw himself even deeper into researching the old war, pushed forward by a curiosity that refused to quiet down. Yet the more records he examined, the more obvious it became that every historical account connected to Draker had been intentionally distorted by House Draker. In the current era, Draker's contracted dragon was remembered by the world as nothing more than an evil dragon. And because that corrupted reputation had been accepted as fact, finding even one reliable document that told the real truth had become almost impossible. While Zeke continued splitting his days between investigating the past and training in true dragon swordplay, a message from Cliff Reinhardt finally reached him. Inside the letter, Cliff informed him that all preparations for the first request had been completed. Zeke had only asked for a fake identity, something believable enough to stop people from questioning his movements. But when he saw that Cliff Reinhardt had arranged for him to become the deputy manager of the Reinhardt Merchant Group's southern branch, he stopped for a moment in disbelief, feeling that Cliff had handed him a position far more impressive than anything he actually needed. As Zeke continued reading through the letter, a soft tapping sound suddenly came from the window. A bird was pecking lightly against the glass, and the moment he noticed the messenger pigeon waiting outside, a faint smile appeared on his face. He understood right away that Kay had finally reached her decision. Their meeting place was the Secret Garden Hotel, a hidden establishment located in Atlas, right within the syndicate's sphere of influence. On the top floor of that discreet hotel, Zeke stepped into a private room, prepared away from prying eyes. Kay was already waiting for him inside the room. Zeke arrived wearing his disguise, carefully concealing the identity that would have drawn far too much attention if anyone recognized him. The moment Zeke entered, Kay greeted him as her partner, welcoming him into the VIP lounge in a voice that sounded noticeably more relaxed and familiar than it had before. Zeke gave a faint smile, clearly amused by how naturally Kay had started calling him her partner. But before he could say anything in return, his gaze slipped past her and came to rest on the wide, transparent glass wall overlooking the city beyond. Kay could not understand why that view seemed to seize his attention so completely. Zeke had spent time in Atlas before, but he had never once seen the city from a height like this. Beyond the glass, Atlas spread out beneath the night sky in dazzling lights, so brilliant and unreal that it looked nothing like the ruined, broken city he remembered from the Continental War. For a short while, Zeke simply stood there in silence, his eyes fixed on the glowing cityscape. Then, as if pulling himself back from an old memory, He quietly admitted to Kay that he had never known a place like this existed in Atlas. Kay watched him with visible surprise, not having expected someone like Zeke Draker to become so absorbed by something as ordinary as a view of the city. Kay explained that the hotel was one of the syndicate's side businesses, a discreet location created for people of the underground world to hold conversations without worrying about unwanted ears. As she spoke, she poured drinks for both herself and Zeke Draker, but he calmly pushed his glass forward and told her that he did not drink liquor. Kay found his answer unexpectedly amusing, with a teasing look. She wondered aloud if he was refusing alcohol because he was still underage, then added with a sly little smile that he had a surprisingly cute side to him. Zeke Draker corrected her immediately. It had nothing to do with being too young to drink. The reason was far simpler. Alcohol no longer had any effect on his body. He had discovered that strange fact back during the celebration held after his entrance, when he had tried drinking for the first time in this life. The instant the alcohol entered his system, his poison resistance skill recognized it as a toxin and purified it from his body almost immediately, leaving him completely unaffected. Before his regression, Zeke Draker had sometimes gone out of his way to drink, simply because he wanted to feel that hazy sensation of intoxication. But now, even that small indulgence was impossible for him. Since alcohol gave him nothing, he had naturally started preferring tea instead, something he could actually taste and enjoy. Kay accepted his explanation without digging any further. Then her expression changed, the light teasing mood fading from her face, and she remarked that there was no point wasting more time on idle conversation when she had something much more important to show him. She took out a report along with several photographs and laid them out in front of Zeke Draker. Then, in a firm voice, she told him that Pabella really was involved in piracy. Once Kay began investigating the matter seriously, evidence started appearing one piece after another. What unsettled her the most was not just the evidence itself, but the fact that her own organization had somehow failed to notice something this obvious until now. The clearest proof was Pabella's sudden and unexplained expansion after they had supposedly been wiped out by the White Silver Knight. And on top of that, their financial records showed profits that had never been officially documented anywhere. Kay pointed to one of the men shown in the photographs and identified him as Joaquin Fernandez, better known by the name El Mencho. Although he was McCain's second-in-command, he had secretly maintained hidden connections with Pabella behind the scenes. Kay then explained that she had chosen not to report this discovery to her superiors. If information like this reached the wrong people, it could throw the entire syndicate into chaos. As she put it, there were moments when not knowing the truth really was a kind of blessing. She was just about to shift the conversation toward the artifact Zeke Draker had asked her to find a buyer for. But before she could continue, something far more disturbing caught her attention. Zeke Draker was smiling, and the look on his face sent a cold chill down Kay's spine. Wearing that frightening expression, he thanked her for doing him an enormous favor, then calmly declared that he would now show her exactly how he intended to make her the boss of the organization. The scene then shifted to a town drenched in rain, where trains rolled steadily along the tracks beneath a heavy gray sky. Their low, rhythmic rumble cut through the wet streets as rainwater shimmered across the ground. In a narrow alleyway, Zeke Draker appeared beneath the cover of an umbrella. Standing quietly in the rain, he opened his system interface and checked his status, where the system confirmed that a portal had successfully opened at the designated location. He had accomplished this using the Minimap's portal function. It cost him a large amount of karma points, but in exchange, it allowed him to move in a way no one would even think to question. Even among the Nirvana family, one of the three transcendent families renowned for their mastery of magic, only a tiny number of people were capable of using teleportation spells. Under normal circumstances, anyone traveling between cities would have to use a large-scale portal operated by a magic tower. But thanks to his unique system function, Zeke Draker could make his sudden movements appear as though they were nothing more than ordinary coincidence. A dark smile slowly spread across Zeke Draker's face as he imagined how certain elders would react once his next moves were set in motion. For now, all he had left to do was wait patiently for night to fall. Later that night, flames surged violently around a building, bathing the area in bright orange light as the fire climbed higher and higher. Terrified citizens shouted in panic, desperately calling for firefighting mages to come as quickly as possible. Some people in the crowd began wondering aloud whether the building's owner had already been contacted, and while fear and confusion spread through the gathering, Zeke Draker quietly mixed in among them before slipping away from the chaos without drawing anyone's notice. Elsewhere, Kay stood out on her balcony with a cigarette held between her fingers. Smoke drifted slowly into the night air, but her thoughts were not on the city around her. They were fixed entirely on Zeke Draker. Until now, Kay had assumed Zeke Draker's reckless confidence came from the fact that he was a Draker. But after hearing what he had planned, she realized that he was not merely bold or fearless. He was operating on a completely different level. Dangerously, impossibly insane. She could still remember their earlier conversation with perfect clarity, especially the moment Zeekdraker told her that he planned to set fire to every Soma warehouse belonging to McCain across the central continent. The instant Kay heard those words, she had shot up from her seat in shock. Zeekdraker had asked her to provide the warehouse locations, but she told him that such information was only accessible to McCain themselves and the highest-ranking executives within the syndicate. She warned him firmly that if he moved that recklessly, there was an overwhelming chance he would be caught. But Zeekdraker dismissed her warning without the slightest sign of concern. He explained that he had never intended to keep the matter hidden in the first place. Instead, he planned to force all the blame onto El Mencho, because the syndicate would inevitably need a clear suspect. And when Kay admitted that she had not yet reported Pabella's connection to piracy, she instantly understood what he was truly trying to do. Zeekdraker praised her quick instincts, then calmly moved the glasses and drinks aside from the table. With that same unsettling smile still resting on his face, he told her that they would not even have to put in that much effort. All Kay needed to do was gather every syndicate executive connected to McCain and Pabella, neatly tie the entire matter together, and then report everything directly to Don Juan. Kay could only stare at him in horror as the full scale of Zeekdraker's plan settled over her all at once, leaving her frozen beneath the weight of what he intended to unleash. Kay's body trembled under the sheer weight of Zeekdraker's confidence. Her face tightened with fear as she stared at him and asked if he truly understood what would happen if this plan collapsed. But Zeekdraker did not waver for even a heartbeat, calmly telling her that he understood the consequences better than anyone. Still shaken, Kay forced herself to speak, her voice strained as she reminded him that traitors inside the syndicate were not simply executed and forgotten. They were turned into examples, broken in ways so cruel that even death would feel like mercy compared to what awaited them. Before Kay could push the warning any further, Zeekdraker suddenly reached for a wine bottle on the table. In one violent motion, he slammed it down with enough force to shatter it against the surface, and the sharp crash burst through the room, making Kay flinch back in shock. Then Zeekdraker's voice exploded through the tense silence. Burning with anger, he demanded why any of that should matter when, in the end, every single one of those executives was going to be swept away anyway. He drove the point into her even harder, asking if she really planned to spend the rest of her life as nothing more than a low-ranked dog crawling beneath the syndicate's orders. After all, she had already accepted his proposal, the plan to rise all the way to the top and seize control of the organization itself. Zeekdraker's eyes bore into Kay like a sharpened blade as he told her there was no longer any space left for fear or hesitation. She had already set foot on this road, and from now on, her only choices were to raise the stakes and keep moving forward, or fold completely. He demanded that Kay decide, right then and there, what kind of future she wanted to claim for herself. His words hit her hard and left her visibly shaken, but somewhere deep down, Kay knew that he was not wrong. Kay reminded herself that she had never entered the syndicate just so she could spend her whole life doing the dirty work other people shoved onto her. And the man standing before her was anything but ordinary. Zeekdraker was the genius who had exposed Pabella's hidden identity when everyone else had missed it, the one who uncovered ancient ruins buried beyond the reach of recorded history, and the one who retrieved countless high-grade artifacts with an almost terrifying level of precision. When faced with that kind of ability, Kay could no longer treat this as some reckless, ordinary gamble. If she chose to follow Zeekdraker, then she had to accept that she was placing every last thing she had on the line. Then, without warning, Kay reached for the wine bottle, pulled it toward herself, and drank it down in one swift motion, as though she were burning her hesitation away and sealing her decision with fire. For a brief moment, even Zeekdraker looked surprised by her sudden action. But Kay held his gaze without backing down and declared that she would bet everything on this because if they failed, death was already guaranteed either way. With fierce resolve blazing in her eyes, Kay made her answer unmistakably clear. She was no longer hesitating, she was going all in. Zeekdraker's expression softened into one of satisfaction, pleased by the determination she had finally shown. Then he assured her that she would not regret choosing to stand on his side. But later, when Kay looked back on that moment by herself, the confidence she had shown in front of him was nowhere to be seen. Her hands trembled so violently that she could barely keep them steady. She gripped her own arm tightly, forcing herself to breathe and calm the shaking in her body. Then, in a quiet whisper, meant only for herself, she said she would believe in Zeekdraker and place everything she had on the line. On her desk lay a newspaper reporting that sudden fires had broken out almost simultaneously across the central continent. Investigators were still debating whether the incidents were coincidence or deliberate arson, but the official conclusion had already written them off as negligence. At that very same time, in a grand mansion far away from Kay's balcony, another man sat behind an expensive desk, reading the exact same newspaper with a heavy silence around him. With a drink clenched tightly in his hand, the man cursed the unknown culprit under his breath. He swore that whoever had dared to burn down his warehouses would be made to suffer a slow, agonizing death. That furious man was none other than Don Juan, the feared and powerful head of the McCain cartel. Meanwhile, inside another mansion, Zeke Draker sat at a table, anxiously tapping his fingers against the surface in a restless rhythm. He muttered to himself that the semester was almost over and that half a year had already passed since he revealed he had reached the level of a Blue Knight. Zeke Draker had always expected that something would eventually come to him after making that revelation. Still, he had not imagined that it would arrive quite this quickly. The invitation to the promotion celebration banquet left him feeling uneasy. Among young Drakers, this kind of banquet was held when someone crossed the wall from being a yellow swordsman and officially stepped into the rank of a true knight. Even within House Draker, reaching the level of a purple knight or a blue knight usually happened around the age of 20. Because of that, the promotion celebration was treated almost like a Draker-style debutante, a formal occasion where one's name and status were announced to the world. Zeke Draker thought back and realized that it had been nearly 3 years since he had last stood face-to-face with the Patriarch. At this point, all he could do was hope that the entire event would pass without trouble. Before long, the scene shifted to the central banquet hall of the Four Seasons Fortress, where the celebration was about to unfold. There, the Patriarch stood, dressed in white, his presence calm and dignified as he spoke with the honored guests who had gathered for the occasion. In the middle of the gathering, Abel Draker approached him and offered a respectful greeting. The Patriarch turned toward his son, and his expression warmed as he welcomed him. Abel Draker glanced across the banquet hall, taking in the crowd of prominent faces, before remarking that this was the first time he had ever seen so many distinguished figures gather for a promotion celebration banquet. His father agreed without hesitation and explained that such attention was only natural. After all, everyone's eyes were now fixed on Zeke Draker, the youngest person on the entire continent to reach the rank of Blue Knight. Abel Draker immediately understood the quiet sting hidden beneath his father's words. Before Zeke Draker had appeared and shattered expectations, that record had belonged to him. The Patriarch then reminded Abel Draker that he needed to prepare for the rite, since Zeke Draker would be arriving very soon. He added that it was a shame they could not talk longer, especially after being apart for so much time. Abel Draker bowed with controlled respect and told his father not to worry, while the Patriarch smiled and instructed him to enjoy the evening. But as Abel Draker watched his father walk away, the polite expression on his face slowly faded. Deep within his eyes, a dark flicker of hatred began to burn. Outside the banquet hall, Zeke Draker walked beside his master, Duke Draker. Zeke Draker wore the formal attire of House Draker, while Duke Draker, dressed in a suit, looked far more proper and restrained than usual. Zeke Draker mentioned that he rarely saw his master at home these days. Duke Draker answered bitterly, complaining that the Patriarch had been working a retired man to the bone, leaving him with barely enough time to return home, and as if that were not enough, he had even been forced to serve as Zeke Draker's escort despite already being buried in responsibilities. Duke Draker grumbled on, saying the Patriarch had justified the order by claiming that, on such an important day, it was only proper for a master to personally escort his disciple. From the sharp irritation in his master's voice, Zeke Draker quickly understood the real reason behind Duke Draker's sour mood. He was exhausted, overworked, and clearly running on very little patience. Curious about their destination, Zeke Draker asked if they were heading to the Spring Garden. Duke Draker confirmed it, then reminded him that the Spring Garden was the only area inside the Four Seasons Fortress where outsiders were allowed to enter. As they continued walking, Zeke Draker found himself thinking about the structure of the fortress, which was divided into 4 major facilities, each one serving a different role within House Draker. The Spring Garden was used for ceremonies, receptions, and formal gatherings where guests from outside House Draker were invited in. The Summer Lock was the place where most of House Draker's business affairs, administrative duties, and internal operations were handled. The Autumn Fell served as the ceremonial hall for rites conducted within the household itself, including important events such as formal knighting ceremonies. And finally, the Winter Keeps protected the rare artifacts that House Draker had collected throughout more than 1,000 years of history. For Zeke Draker, this was the very first time he had ever entered the Four Seasons Fortress. In his previous life, he had already been expelled from the academy by this point, so he had never once been given the chance to stand in this place. When they arrived at the entrance, Duke Draker explained that only the central figure of the event was permitted to pass through those doors. Duke Draker placed a firm hand on Zeke Draker's shoulder and admitted that he would not be able to accompany him inside, since there were other matters he had to take care of. Before sending him in, Duke Draker told his disciple to stay strong, keep his mind steady, and do the best he could once he stepped inside. Zeke Draker smiled, genuinely warmed by the concern his master was showing him. Then he laughed softly and said that Duke Draker was worrying far too much. Duke Draker laughed in return and told him that, to be honest, he would be satisfied as long as his disciple managed to get through the event without causing some kind of scene. As Zeke Draker drew near the entrance, a brilliant fanfare suddenly burst through the hall. The sharp sound of trumpets sliced cleanly through the low murmur of conversation, announcing his arrival before he had even fully stepped inside. Right after the music rang out, the herald's powerful voice carried across the banquet hall, proudly declaring that the star of the evening had arrived. In that instant, the scattered conversations fell away one by one, and countless pairs of eyes turned directly toward Zeke Draker. The musicians lowered their instruments in perfect order and shifted into neat formation, opening a formal path to welcome him. With the full weight of the hall's attention pressing down on him, Zeke Draker stepped inside and began descending the stairs at a slow, composed pace. A ripple of gasps and hushed whispers quickly spread among the guests. None of them could easily accept that a boy who was only 15 years old had already reached the level of a blue knight. Some murmured that this must be the overwhelming power of a golden light, pure-blood awakener, while others whispered that Zeke Draker had not only broken Abel Draker's record as the youngest Blue Knight, but had also exceeded Abel Draker's achievements at the Academy. Zeke Draker moved forward through the watching crowd and knelt before Arthur Draker. Arthur stood above him with solemn dignity, then declared in a steady voice that his son had now taken his first true step onto the path of a knight. With a measured ceremonial gesture, Arthur Draker raised his sword and lightly touched the blade to Zeke Draker's shoulders. Then, letting his voice carry through the grand hall, he commanded his son to advance with honor and bring glory to the name of House Draker. But to Zeke Draker's surprise, Arthur Draker did not end the ceremony there. The patriarch continued speaking, announcing to everyone present that from that day onward, Zeke Draker would be recognized as a formal knight of House Draker. The moment those words left Arthur Draker's mouth, shock swept through the entire banquet hall. Stunned murmurs rose from every corner, filling the air with disbelief. As far as anyone could remember, no one had ever been granted the rank of formal knight at such a young age. After all, that title required far more than talent alone. The Drakers, blessed with aura, could often reach Purple Knight or Blue Knight earlier than others, but House Draker had always placed actual accomplishments above mere aura proficiency. Even Abel Draker, who had once been celebrated as the youngest Blue Knight in history, had still needed 3 full months of effort to gather enough achievements before receiving official recognition. Arthur Draker's announcement overturned that precedent completely. And yet, despite the shock spreading through the hall, no one dared to raise an objection, because the authority to grant such a rank belonged to the patriarch alone. Zeke Draker remained kneeling in place, his posture steady on the outside, while inside he struggled to understand what his father was truly thinking by making such an unexpected decision. Arthur Draker smiled broadly as he introduced his son with unmistakable pride before the gathered guests. He spoke of Zeke Draker's golden light awakening, his unprecedented achievement as the youngest Blue Knight, and even said that one day Zeke Draker might surpass him. Then, as if catching himself, he made a light-hearted comment about not wanting to sound like too much of an overly doting parent, and laughter spread throughout the hall. Arthur Draker then lifted his glass of wine high into the air. In a clear voice, he prayed for Zeke Draker's blessed future, for peace across the continent, and for the eternal glory of House Draker. His words rang out beneath the high ceiling of the grand banquet hall, and in response, every guest raised their glass together in perfect unison. Zeke Draker lowered his head, maintaining the proper posture expected of him before the crowd. But inwardly, his gaze turned cold, filled with disbelief as he watched his father put on such a convincing performance. He could not erase the memory of how indifferent Arthur Draker had been when he was exiled in his previous life. That cold memory clashed painfully with the proud and affectionate father now smiling before the crowd. Then Arthur Draker called out to him, pulling him back to the present. Zeke Draker quickly buried those thoughts, lowered his gaze again, and made it seem as though nothing had crossed his mind at all. Arthur Draker then suggested that the two of them speak somewhere private, as father and son. Soon after, they left the banquet hall together, stepping away from the watching guests. Elsewhere inside the hall, a man wearing glasses stood beside Abel Draker and quietly advised him to fix his expression. In a low voice, he pointed out that the way Abel was looking at his father and younger brother seemed far too hostile. The bespectacled man reminded Abel Draker that an older brother should not be glaring at his younger sibling during a moment meant for celebration and congratulations. Abel Draker forced his face back into a calm, controlled expression. Then, as if shifting the conversation away from his own emotions, he asked about the prince. The bespectacled man explained that the prince had said he would come once the rite was finished, so he was expected to appear at the banquet very soon. Abel Draker then suggested that they step away for the moment. The man beside him accepted the suggestion without any objection. Later, Zeke Draker emerged from Arthur Draker's office with a small token held in his hand. It was far from an ordinary token. With this item, Zeke Draker would be able to exchange it for one of House Draker's treasured artifacts. Zeke Draker stared down at the token in his palm, wondering why the patriarch had gone so far as to give him something this valuable. But after thinking for a moment, he decided there was no real use dwelling on it too deeply. He began making his way back toward the banquet hall, thinking about how the celebration was supposed to continue for several more days. Just imagining the long stretch of forced smiles and formal manners made him doubt whether he could keep a proper expression the entire time. Zeke Draker quietly reflected that the life of nobility truly was not something just anyone could endure. While that thought was still passing through his mind, someone called out to him. Zeke Draker turned slightly to the side, and a gentle voice spoke up, saying that this was her first time meeting him in person. Standing before him was a beautiful young woman with striking blue hair. She placed one hand gracefully over her chest, bowed with refined elegance, and introduced herself as Melissa Alencia, the first princess of the Kingdom of Alencia. Zeke Draker's brows tightened ever so slightly as he silently studied the girl before him. This was Melissa Alencia, the leading candidate to inherit the throne of Alencia. At present, Melissa Alencia was already acting in place of the sick and ineffective king. She had pushed forward bold policies meant to improve the lives of common citizens, and those reforms had earned her overwhelming support from the public. But those very reforms had also placed her in constant conflict with the deeply entrenched nobility of Alencia. Zeke Draker thought grimly that once Melissa Alencia officially rose to the throne, those same aristocrats would almost certainly scramble to win her favor. A vivid memory from Zeke Draker's previous life surfaced in his mind. That once promising princess had mysteriously vanished, just as tensions with the Rome Empire began to escalate. Rumors spread across the continent that she had been assassinated by imperial forces, and when Alencia eventually fell in the war, the truth vanished along with it. Zeke Draker observed Melissa Alencia even more carefully, his caution growing stronger behind his calm face. In this life, she had been keeping a low profile, but if she was willing to appear at such a formal gathering, then perhaps the flow of fate had not shifted as much as he wanted to believe. A sharp glint flashed through Zeke Draker's eyes as he remembered something Cliff Reinhardt had once told him about the royal family of Alencia. His gaze returned to the blue-haired princess, who continued smiling kindly at him. But beneath Zeke Draker's composed expression, quiet suspicion began to stir. Zeke Draker placed one hand over his chest and bowed with polished respect. Wearing a dignified smile, he stepped forward and told Melissa Alencia that it was an honor to meet her, extending his hand with practiced grace. He spoke smoothly of her reputation and of the privilege of having her attend the banquet. His composed voice blended naturally into the soft hum of conversation moving around them. But Zeke Draker's words were not simple flattery. He acknowledged her reforms as something far beyond shallow gestures of goodwill, speaking as though he understood the careful budgeting, planning, and execution required to make those policies a reality. Melissa Alencia was caught off guard for a brief moment. She seemed nearly speechless, surprised by how clearly Zeke Draker understood the hidden difficulties behind the work she had been carrying. She gently covered her mouth with a faint smile, quietly realizing that the rumors describing Zeke Draker as someone unlike anyone else had not been exaggerated. In a soft and sincere voice, Melissa Alencia admitted that she was genuinely touched to meet someone who understood just how difficult her position truly was. After offering him another elegant bow, Melissa Alencia excused herself with graceful restraint. She said she could not monopolize the guest of honor for too long, then prepared to take her leave. Zeke Draker's eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed the subtle, uncomfortable glances being directed toward the two of them from around the hall. Most of the guests continued chatting as if nothing unusual had happened, but a few lingering looks remained fixed on Zeke Draker and Melissa Alencia, watching them more closely than before. Melissa Alencia gently reassured him before leaving, saying that she was certain they would meet again someday under better circumstances. Zeke Draker offered her a polite farewell and watched as she walked away with calm, elegant steps. Only after Melissa Alencia had disappeared from his side did he let out a quiet sigh of relief. Although Zeke Draker had maintained a calm and composed expression throughout the evening, the exhaustion was already pressing heavily down on him. Banquets like this had never suited him. Honestly, he would have much rather been sparring with Kaiser instead. All at once, heavy footsteps began echoing across the floor, each one landing with sharp, deliberate weight. A second later, the unmistakable clatter of metal armor rang through the banquet hall, cutting through the elegant atmosphere like a warning bell. Zeke Draker's expression darkened the instant that sound reached his ears. Someone had entered a formal banquet, dressed in full armor, and that single detail was strange enough to make him sharpen his guard. Then a loud, booming voice rolled across the hall. powerful enough to seize the attention of every guest in the room at once. At the same time, a crimson cape swept through the air with dramatic flair, turning the entrance into something far more theatrical than a simple arrival. A man in gleaming armor strode forward with absolute confidence, a long sword hanging at his hip. Around him, a group of knights followed closely, making his appearance even harder to ignore. Everything about him was bold, exaggerated, and impossible to overlook, with confidence written plainly across his face. He addressed Draker directly, acknowledging him as the youngest Blue Knight in history. The man was Callus Nerva Constantinus, the fourth prince of the Rome Empire. And in Draker's previous life, he was the very person who had joined hands with Draker and helped set the Great Continental War into motion. Callus Nerva Constantinus introduced himself with grand, overflowing bravado, each word dripping with imperial pride and an almost unbearable sense of self-importance. But Draker did not allow even the slightest crack to appear in his composure. He placed one hand over his chest and bowed with proper respect. Yet he deliberately left the prince's extended hand untouched. For just a brief moment, Callus Nerva Constantinus's face stiffened at the quiet rejection. Still, he quickly forced a strained smile back into place, then threw an arm around Draker's shoulders with exaggerated friendliness, acting as if the two of them had been close companions for years. Then, carrying on with the same loud, flamboyant energy he had brought into the hall, the prince demanded wine. Callus Nerva Constantinus declared that this was a historic meeting between the most charming man in the entire empire and the future strongest knight on the continent. As red wine was poured and glasses were lifted, Draker accepted his own glass without letting any disturbance show on his face. But around them, uneasy murmurs began spreading quietly among the guests. Some whispered that Draker was still too young and had accepted the prince's gesture far too readily. Others muttered that Callus Nerva Constantinus was behaving far too recklessly, showing almost no caution even while standing before Draker. The prince merely laughed even louder, as if the tense atmosphere amused him. Brushing it all aside, he declared that they should drink until they could no longer stay on their feet. Before Draker could respond, Draker stepped into the scene and greeted the fourth prince with a respectful bow. Callus Nerva Constantinus welcomed him warmly and tried to drag him into the revelry, but Draker calmly suggested that they speak in private instead, pointing out that there were far too many eyes watching them inside the hall. Callus Nerva Constantinus hesitated for a moment, as if reluctant to abandon the spectacle, but eventually agreed. Before leaving, he looked back at Draker and apologized, promising that next time they would drink together beneath the moonlight and raise a toast to the legends of the Dragon Slayers. With that, Callus Nerva Constantinus left the hall with his entourage trailing behind him, and Draker went along with them. Once they were gone, the banquet hall fell into a tense silence, broken only by the uneasy whispers drifting through the crowd. Guests soon began murmuring among themselves, commenting on the prince's strange behavior and praising Draker for handling the situation so smoothly. Draker listened without saying a word, his expression darkening as he realized that all that admiration was now being directed toward Draker. What bothered Draker even more was the timing. The connection between Draker and the fourth prince seemed to have formed much earlier than the timeline Kay had once reported to him. Their casual familiarity made it clear that the two had been tied together for quite some time already. To Draker, that was a grim warning sign that the Continental War might begin sooner than he had originally expected. Later, inside a grand building bathed in sunlight, Draker stood quietly while looking down at the badge resting in his hand. It was a badge that could be exchanged for internal reports belonging to Draker. As he stared at it, he thought back to his private meeting with Draker, remembering how the Patriarch had casually asked about his progress toward becoming the strongest on the continent. Draker's words had sounded friendly, and on the surface his tone had seemed harmless. But Draker could clearly feel the hidden pressure buried beneath that gentle way of speaking. Draker had then insisted that Draker call him father whenever they were alone. That request stirred up an unpleasant memory of Carly Draker once making an eerily similar demand. As Draker thought through the situation, he realized that Draker was already acting boldly enough to gather elders to his side. Carly Draker had sensed the danger and was already preparing countermeasures. Draker, however, appeared either completely unaware of it or deliberately pretending not to notice. Because of that, Draker could only assume that the Patriarch was quietly aligned with Draker for his own safety. He decided it was better to treat that suspicion as the truth, so he answered Draker with careful calm and addressed him as father. Draker gave a faint smirk, almost as if Draker's response amused him. Then he slid a token across the table toward him. Draker explained that the token could be exchanged for one of the treasures stored inside the Winter Keeps, a place known across the continent for housing rare and ancient relics. However, he also warned Zeke Draker that among those treasures were many useless objects pretending to be valuable items. If Zeke Draker wanted something worthwhile, he would need to choose with care. Zeke Draker accepted the token without showing much emotion and calmly replied that he would remember Arthur Draker's warning. Later, at the Winter Keep Sanctuary inside the Four Seasons Fortress, Zeke Draker stood silently with the token in his hand. He still had no idea what kind of scheme Arthur Draker had in mind by granting him access to such a place. But as Zeke Draker clenched the token tightly in his palm, a fierce, exhilarated smile spread across his face. Whatever Arthur Draker was planning, Zeke Draker had already decided that he would make full use of every resource placed within his reach. And so Zeke Draker stepped into the winter keeps of the Four Seasons Fortress, entering the treasury of the Dragon Slayers to claim an artifact for himself. As Zeke Draker entered, a female caretaker greeted him with polite composure, saying they had been waiting for his arrival. The interior was elegant yet imposing, carrying a refined, almost royal atmosphere, and the vault door ahead was so enormous that an entire group could have walked through it side by side. The caretaker then asked him to follow her so she could briefly explain how the storage facility operated. She explained that the Draker treasury currently held roughly 17,000 rare artifacts. As long as Zeke Draker had the required number of tokens, he could exchange them for as many items as he was qualified to claim. Hearing that, Zeke Draker's interest sharpened, and his eagerness to enter and find an artifact suited to him grew even stronger. However, the caretaker also gave him an important warning. There was no time limit on how long he could stay inside while making his choice, but once he selected an artifact and left the facility, he would not be allowed to enter again using the same token. He had to keep that in mind and choose wisely. Zeke Draker understood her explanation, but the complete lack of visible security caught his attention. When he entered, he noticed there were no guards stationed nearby, even though countless rare artifacts were stored inside. The caretaker calmly told him that guards were unnecessary, and when she saw his confusion, she explained that the security magic placed over this location was on the same level as the magic protecting the Patriarch's study. On top of that, every relic kept in storage was being tracked by magic, making theft practically impossible. Zeke Draker was reminded once again that appearances could be deceiving. The caretaker then asked him to place the token he had received into the machine. Zeke Draker took out the token and, following the caretaker's instructions, dropped it into the machine. A moment later, the enormous vault door in front of him began to open with a deep, heavy motion. What Zeke Draker had not expected was the sheer scale of the space waiting beyond the door. The inside of the vault was far larger than its outer appearance had suggested. Rows upon rows of shelves stretched deep into the storage area, lined with relics and rare artifacts that seemed to continue endlessly into the distance. Zeke Draker looked around with fascination, then stepped inside to begin searching for the artifact that would suit him best. From outside the vault, the caretaker told him that she would leave him to look around on his own. Facing the endless rows of relics, Zeke Draker imagined that it would take hours just to figure out what each item was capable of doing. So, rather than wasting his time examining every single object one by one, Zeke Draker asked the system whether it could arrange or filter the relics according to the exact criteria he wanted. The system responded at once, stating that the administration request had been confirmed, and that the relevant function had now been linked to Dragon Eyes. It then instructed Zeke Draker to select a target item by using Dragon Eyes. At first, Zeke Draker felt confused when he heard the system mention Dragon Eyes, but after a brief pause, the meaning of the instruction clicked into place. Dragon Eyes was originally a skill that allowed the user to view detailed information about a person after observing them carefully, and now, through the administrator's request, that same ability could also display information about detected objects. Without wasting a single second, Zeke Draker activated shadowless steps from the Gale Arts. His body blurred through the treasury at incredible speed, his eyes sweeping over relic after relic, so the system could register and identify everything stored inside. Once Zeke Draker finished scanning the entire storage room, the system gathered the information and neatly organized it. Then it informed him that the selected items would now be displayed on his minimap. The number that appeared before him was almost absurd. In total, 17,138 items had been selected. For a moment, Zeke Draker froze in place, genuinely stunned by the ridiculous number in front of him. He had never imagined there would be that many possible candidates, but since he could only choose one item, he quickly told the system to remove anything that was not a true artifact, including ordinary objects and consumable items. The system responded immediately to his command, sorting through the massive list exactly according to Zeke Draker's instructions. Even after that first filter, 9,032 items still remained. The number was still far too overwhelming, and Zeke Draker could already feel exhaustion creeping over him just from looking at the list. So Zeke Draker issued another command to the system. This time, he ordered it to exclude every sword that was inferior to the Stygian blade. In almost no time at all, the list changed again, and when he checked it, it looked as if every sword had vanished from the selection. That alone told Draker just how exceptional the Stygian blade truly was. Even when measured against the countless artifacts stored inside Draker's treasury, that weapon still stood above the rest. As Draker continued scrolling through the remaining items, one particular artifact suddenly pulled his attention. Unlike the others, no information appeared for it at all. Curiosity immediately stirred inside him. Following the coordinates shown on the minimap, Draker moved toward the shelves to see the mysterious item with his own eyes. When he reached the marked location, he found a bracelet resting quietly on the shelf. Its information still refused to appear, and at first glance it looked like nothing more than a plain accessory. Draker stared down at the bracelet with a puzzled expression. Then the system responded, explaining that the item had reacted to the title heir of Draker. That answer only made Draker even more curious. If the bracelet had reacted to a title connected to Draker, then there was a strong chance that this object had once belonged to Draker himself. Even so, no additional information about the bracelet appeared before him. But the moment Draker slipped it onto his wrist, the seemingly ordinary item suddenly began to react. The system explained that the bracelet contained an embedded guardian stone, and that this stone possessed the ability to call forth a summon suited to the user's soul. It then announced that Draker had now taken possession of the sacred guardian stone, and could summon a compatible being through its power. The instant he heard that, unease crept across Draker's face. Realizing that the bracelet had already been registered as his possession, he wondered if there was still a way to remove it before things became irreversible. But the system rejected his administration request. It explained that because the item had entered his possession through its connection to the heir of Draker title, it could no longer be removed. Draker cursed the bracelet under his breath. Because of this unexpected development, he could no longer properly inspect the other items, and all the careful plans he had made seemed to have gone up in smoke. Still, after forcing himself to think it over, he decided that this outcome might not be as terrible as it first appeared. Looking at it more positively, the bracelet was part of Draker's legacy, which meant it was likely far more valuable than most ordinary artifacts. With that thought in mind, Draker asked the system to activate the bracelet's properties, and the system replied that it was activating the sacred guardian stone and searching for a summon suited to the user's soul. Suddenly, lightning flashed through the storage room, filling the quiet treasury with crackling blue light. The system announced that the summoning process had begun, and because the blessing of the fairy monarch was ranked even higher, a holy beast had also been included in the search parameters. Draker stood still and waited as the gathering energy swirled around him. Then the system confirmed that it had successfully found a holy beast compatible with the user's soul and began the summoning process. In the next instant, the entire room erupted with lightning. Amid the dazzling flashes of blue light, a holy beast appeared before Draker. The system announced that the holy beast, a draconic steed, had been successfully summoned. Draker stared at the holy beast in complete fascination, his eyes fixed on the majestic creature now standing before him. First, he had obtained Bahamut's heart and fang, and now he had gained an artifact capable of summoning a holy beast. Draker could not help wondering just how many unbelievable things Draker had once possessed. The beast, however, showed no hostility toward him at all. Instead, it approached Draker with surprising friendliness, almost as if it wanted him to reach out and pet it. As Draker looked at the creature, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. It did not feel like they were meeting for the first time. It felt more like they had finally reunited after a very long separation. Rather than waste time overthinking that feeling, Draker decided to give the holy beast a name. He named it Bucephalus. Bucephalus seemed to love the name right away. The holy beast moved closer to Draker and urged him upward, practically pulling him onto its back. It was a holy beast that seemed to understand Draker's intentions without needing a single word. As Bucephalus settled him firmly onto its back, Draker could feel both the creature's immense strength and its uncanny awareness. With that, Draker left the treasury riding on Bucephalus's back. Gripping himself steady, he told the holy beast to run like the wind. The moment Bucephalus moved, lightning scattered wildly in every direction, streaking through the space like living veins of blue light. Bucephalus surged forward with incredible speed, so fast it felt almost like racing at the speed of light. In that instant, Draker realized that he had somehow obtained something truly extraordinary. When Draker returned home, one question still lingered in his mind. He could not help wondering why the caretaker had allowed him to take the bracelet without asking any serious questions. The caretaker's answer had been surprisingly simple. To her, the bracelet Draker chose looked like an ordinary, worthless trinket. nothing more than a piece of trash buried among the countless relics. Then, without warning, a voice congratulated Zeke Draker on officially becoming a proper knight of House Draker. Zeke Draker turned his head toward the voice, curious to see who had come to visit him. Standing there was Cliff Reinhardt, and beside him was none other than Melissa Alencia, the true owner behind the Reinhardt Merchant Group and the first princess of the Kingdom of Alencia. Zeke Draker had been resting in his room when Cliff Reinhardt entered, and congratulated him on his new title. But Melissa Alencia's presence made this visit far more important than a simple courtesy call. Zeke Draker addressed her as the first princess of the Kingdom of Alencia and stated plainly that she was also the true head of the Reinhardt Merchant Group. Melissa Alencia let out a soft laugh, clearly amused that Zeke Draker had already seen through her real identity. After all, Princess Melissa Alencia had recently reduced her involvement in foreign affairs, and yet she had still appeared in person at Zeke Draker's promotion banquet. Unfortunately for her secrecy, that timing lined up almost perfectly with the moment the Rose disease patient was completely cured after Cliff Reinhardt received Zeke Draker's medicine. Those clues connected far too neatly. For Zeke Draker, they were more than enough to uncover the truth behind Melissa Alencia's connection to the merchant group. Melissa Alencia accepted his conclusion without hesitation. She said that if Zeke Draker already knew that much about her, then there was no need for a formal introduction, and they could simply move straight to the real reason she had come. She then told Zeke Draker that she had urgently requested this meeting because she needed his assistance. Zeke Draker's curiosity sharpened, and he asked what kind of assistance she meant. Sitting across from him, Melissa Alencia calmly replied that before she explained, he should first examine the document she had brought. Melissa Alencia added that Rose disease had recently appeared along the borders of the Kingdom of Alencia, and the documents she handed to Zeke Draker contained the analysis results produced by the Nirvana family. Zeke Draker quickly scanned through the document, reading every line with sharp focus. But once he understood what was written inside, his eyes widened in shock. Zeke Draker carefully scanned through the document in his hands, his gaze moving over every line as the weight of its contents settled in. Then he slowly lifted his eyes back toward Melissa Alencia and asked her directly whether the conclusion written there was truly accurate, whether the Rose disease was not a natural disaster at all, but a pathogen intentionally engineered through magic. Melissa Alencia responded without the slightest delay, her tone firm and certain. She explained that the investigation had been handled by the Nirvana family, one of the 3 transcendent families on the continent, a family whose command over magic was so exceptional that their analysis could not be treated lightly. In other words, this was no longer something that could be dismissed as a guess, a rumor, or a wild accusation. The conclusion was painfully clear now. The Rose disease was truly an artificial illness, something designed by human hands rather than born naturally from the world. As Zeke Draker thought about the frightening speed at which the disease was spreading, a cold anger began to tighten in his chest. The pace was much faster than what he remembered from his previous life, and that difference made him wonder if his own regression had already started twisting the course of history. Melissa Alencia was not finished yet. With the same grave expression on her face, she kept her attention on the documents and the maps spread out before them, then began adding even more details to explain just how serious the situation had become. She explained that, exactly as the document recorded, the very first confirmed case of the Rose disease had appeared in a small village near the border, where the Kingdom of Alencia met the Rome Empire, a location that immediately made the matter suspicious. The strangest part was not simply where the illness had begun. It was the direction it took afterward. Rather than moving toward the territory of the Rome Empire, the infection seemed to curve away from it, as if its path had been deliberately guided elsewhere. Melissa Alencia began placing pins onto the map one after another, each pin marking another infected location with careful precision. As the markers gathered across the surface, the pattern became impossible to overlook. The disease was spreading only farther into the Kingdom of Alencia. The instant Zeke Draker saw that trail stretching across the map, the answer became clear in his mind. The Rose disease had almost certainly been created by the Rome Empire, and then released in a way that would drive the damage directly into Alencia. Zeke Draker immediately connected this discovery to the history he already knew. In his previous life, the Kingdom of Alencia had collapsed far too easily under the Rome Empire's advance, and now he understood that this disease must have been one of the hidden reasons behind that fall. At the same time, he finally realized what sort of help Melissa Alencia had come seeking from him. For a short moment, Zeke Draker said nothing. Then he looked straight at Melissa Alencia, his eyes steady, and asked her plainly what exactly she wanted him to do. Before she even needed to explain it further, Zeke Draker narrowed the matter down himself. He asked whether what she truly wanted was the authority to mass-produce the Rose disease treatment and distribute it across the kingdom. Melissa Alencia gave him a clear and direct answer, without pretending otherwise. Yes, that was exactly why she had come to him, and why she needed his cooperation. She explained that, under the contract they had already made, the Reinhardt Merchant Group had only obtained the right to produce the treatment. If they wanted to distribute it widely and continue doing so over a long period of time, they would need a separate agreement with Zeke Draker. Melissa Alencia then added that there was another interesting condition connected to the issue. However, she made it clear that she had no intention of revealing every card from Zeke Draker's point of view. As a businesswoman, she knew better than anyone that the person who exposed their intentions too easily was usually the first one to lose in a negotiation. Even so, now that she had successfully created the chance to sit across from Zeke Draker and discuss a deal, Melissa Alencia made her stance obvious. She had not come all this way just to leave with nothing in her hands. Zeke Draker let out a quiet laugh at her bold confidence. Just as he expected, the real mind behind the Reinhardt Merchant Group was not the kind of person who would simply lower her head and beg for help without preparing leverage of her own. And when Zeke Draker thought about it, that made perfect sense. The Reinhardt Merchant Group was ranked among the 10 greatest merchant groups on the continent, and an organization of that level could never have reached such heights through luck or empty words alone. Melissa Alencia then placed her offer on the table. She intended to distribute the treatment to her citizens as relief supplies, and Zeke Draker would not have to concern himself with either the production process or the distribution network. In exchange, she would compensate him properly by handing over 20% of the Reinhardt Merchant Group's shares. Zeke Draker fell silent as he calculated the true value of her proposal. The Reinhardt Merchant Group was already one of the continent's top 10 merchant groups, and if it avoided collapsing alongside Alencia during the Continental War, as it had in his previous life, its future growth would be almost unimaginable. Even based on its current value alone, converting 20% of the Reinhardt Merchant Group's shares into money would easily be worth several million gold at the very least. And if the war could be prevented, allowing the Reinhardt Merchant Group to survive and continue expanding, that same 20% stake could eventually grow into an asset worth nearly $1 billion gold. Zeke Draker could not deny that the offer was extremely tempting, but he still found himself questioning her judgment. What if he had secretly been aligned with the Rome Empire? She had revealed her plans to him without truly confirming where his loyalty stood. On top of that, she was offering him an enormous 20% share of her merchant group as compensation. From Zeke Draker's perspective, the amount of trust and risk involved in that decision was hard to fully understand. Melissa Alencia smiled faintly, as though she had already expected that exact question from him. Then, with calm confidence, she answered that she already knew Zeke Draker was not someone standing on the Rome Empire's side. She explained that living as a princess while also building and managing a merchant group had given her one particular advantage. It had sharpened her ability to read people and notice the subtle signs others often missed. To be honest, ever since their conversation at the banquet, Melissa Alencia had been quietly watching Zeke Draker from a distance. His behavior had been subtle, but to her the pattern was clear. He treated anyone connected to the Rome Empire with a coldness that could not be ignored. And when Zeke Draker refused to shake hands with Callus Nerva Constantinus, the fourth prince of the Rome Empire, her suspicion turned into certainty. To everyone else, it might have seemed like Zeke Draker was simply being courteous by bowing instead of extending his hand. But Melissa Alencia saw something else in that gesture. It felt like instinctive rejection, almost disgust, as if he could not even bring himself to touch Callus Nerva Constantinus. That was the moment she knew Zeke Draker was not aligned with the Rome Empire. Zeke Draker could not help but feel genuinely impressed. Melissa Alencia had managed to read far more from his smallest movements and restrained reactions than most people would ever have noticed. Then Melissa Alencia addressed the matter of money as well. Her expression grew firmer, and her voice carried a quiet resolve as she said she would do everything within her power to save her people. The moment Zeke Draker heard those words, his thoughts drifted to Alicia, the Queen of Alencia, who had once given up her own life without hesitation for the sake of the people she ruled. To Zeke Draker, Melissa Alencia seemed strikingly similar to Alicia. Even the unwavering determination behind her words felt almost identical, as though the same sense of duty burned within both of them. After weighing everything carefully in his mind, Zeke Draker finally made his decision and accepted Melissa Alencia's offer. Before the matter ended, Melissa Alencia gave him one final warning. There was only one thing he absolutely had to be careful about. He must never reveal her true identity to anyone. 2 weeks later, deep beneath the estate, Zeke Draker stood alone inside the basement training hall with his sword in hand, continuing his silent training in the heavy stillness of the underground room. Everything that had been placed in his path had already been smashed apart, broken into pieces as he pushed himself to test the limits of his strength, his control, and the abilities he had gained. A bright magical glow wrapped around Zeke Draker's sword, pulsing along the length of the blade as if the weapon itself had absorbed his power and was now radiating it back into the air. When Zeke Draker finally brought his movements to a stop, he lowered his sword slightly and shifted his attention toward the status window in front of him. By this point, he had already mastered True Dragon's swordplay, a skill powerful enough to have reached the impressive rank of S. It had taken him roughly a month to reach that level and earn such a title, an achievement so absurdly fast that for almost anyone else it would have been impossible to believe. The system screen laid out everything he had accomplished so far, showing the quest he had completed along with the rewards that were now waiting to be claimed. Among those rewards, Zeke Draker received a time bonus as well as the Chronos Kingdom Relic Radar. He also obtained 2 random boxes, which helped make up for the points he had spent when he burned down McCain's storeroom. Zeke Draker checked the Chronos Kingdom Relic Radar immediately, expecting it to guide him forward, but he soon discovered that he could not simply head straight to the corresponding coordinates just yet. The system informed him that before those coordinates could actually be activated, he first needed to find a seal capable of unlocking them. A message appeared across the screen explaining that once Zeke Draker located the scattered seals, he would be able to activate the radar. The positions of those seals had now been linked to his interface and were visible on the minimap. On the minimap, 2 of the seals were marked near the central area, while another appeared farther toward the north, and 1 more was positioned toward the south. Since each seal was separated by a considerable distance, Zeke Draker immediately understood that tracking all of them down would take a fair amount of time and effort. But as he studied the map more closely and considered the distance between each marked location, an idea suddenly came to him, one that might make the entire search far easier. Zeke Draker remained in the basement training hall of his mansion, still standing amid the broken traces and harsh marks left behind by his intense training. Just then, the system panel appeared in front of him once again, revealing that he had received another reward. This time, however, the reward was not an item or tool, but only a title. Together with that reward, Zeke Draker also received a new linked quest. The goal was to track down the scattered seals of the Chronos Kingdom and restore each one to its original condition. But what really made him pause was the strange note about treasures from the treasury being treated as part of the reward once the seals were restored. Even so, Zeke Draker remembered that there were artifacts in the world capable of reacting to certain titles, which meant this new title might also be hiding some special function he could not see yet. Since the quest had no time limit pressing down on him, he chose not to rush, quietly setting the matter aside for now. For the moment, Zeke Draker decided it was better to keep his attention on the problems already standing right in front of him. The Chronos Kingdom seals could wait. He could track them down gradually, one by one, after the more urgent matters were dealt with. After leaving the training hall behind, Zeke Draker received a reply from Kay. It had already been some time since he had last dealt with the troublesome people waiting for him in the south, so he decided that now was the right moment to head back there. Zeke Draker changed into a different set of clothes and soon arrived at Port Golfa, a port town located on the southern continent. There, he blended into the surroundings under the identity of Zeke Murray, carefully wearing that role as naturally as possible. As the guards escorted him through the bustling port, the salty scent of the sea drifted in on the wind and brushed past him. But beneath that familiar ocean air, Zeke Draker also caught the sharp, unmistakable smell of blood, and that alone told him the South had not changed one bit. The guards lowered their heads and saluted him with visible excitement, clearly honored by the rare opportunity to walk beside the vice branch manager of the Reinhardt Merchant Group's southern branch. Their faces practically shone with pride as they escorted him forward. They warmly cheered him on and even said they hoped they would have the chance to meet him again someday. But Zeke Draker had no desire to attract attention. All he wanted was to move through the area normally, without revealing anything unnecessary about himself. While continuing along the port, Zeke Draker quietly compared the South he remembered before his regression with the South now standing before him. Then, from somewhere ahead, the Northern Rangers began approaching him. One of the Northern Rangers commented that the merchant outfit suited him better than expected. But Zeke Draker did not bother reacting to the compliment. Instead, he went straight into the matter at hand and asked whether they had followed his instructions and carried out the plan properly. One of the Rangers answered at once, saying everything had been handled exactly as ordered. He then added that on the day of the operation, they would use the confusion to slip in and rescue the girl McCain was keeping imprisoned. Zeke Draker seemed confident that his men had already studied the plan in detail. Even so, he reminded them that whether they were guarding the target or escorting her out, not even the smallest mistake could be allowed, and they had to remain alert until the very end. The Ranger promised that they would do exactly that, but then admitted there was something they still could not stop wondering about. Perhaps it was to prevent any information from leaking, but they still had not been told what would create the chaos during the operation. All they knew was that some major incident was supposed to happen in the South soon. Zeke Draker told him plainly that it would not be anything festive, like a celebration or a festival. What was coming would be far more disorderly than anything the ranger was imagining, because in Zeke Draker's mind, that day would be the day McCain vanished. While they were still speaking, a guide approached with polite caution and asked the vice branch manager whether he was interrupting their conversation. He then explained that he had been assigned to guide him throughout his stay. Zeke Draker answered in a calm voice that their conversation had already come to an end. Then, without lingering any longer, he told the guide to lead them to wherever they were supposed to go next. The guide asked him to follow him to the carriage prepared by the merchant company. Just before Zeke Draker walked away, one of the rangers threw out one final question, asking whether they were going to war with McCain. Zeke Draker simply replied that they were not, said it had only been a joke, and left without another word. Inside the carriage, Zeke Draker sat with Kay beside him, the two of them being taken toward Don Juan's birthday party as the wheels rolled steadily along the road. Zeke Draker asked whether the house provided by the merchant group had already been inspected. Kay replied that it had, explaining that while the outside looked rather worn down, the interior was still in decent shape. It also had plenty of storage space, and they had already adjusted the inside so it could meet the standards of a proper hotel. From there, the two of them began reviewing the plan they had prepared. Kay explained once again that today was Don Juan's birthday, which meant all of McCain's executives would be gathering for business. Because of that, Kay, as the center of the deal, and her supporter, Zeke Murray, would attend the meeting properly. Zeke Draker asked why they were repeating the same plan for the 5th time already, even teasing her that by this point a Soma addict would have memorized it. Kay snapped back at him, saying she could not help being nervous because she did not have nerves made of steel like he did. To her, feeling anxious was completely natural, especially after he dragged her into such a dangerous scheme without caring how much stress it would cause her. Only then did Zeke Draker realize that Kay's reaction was actually the normal one. He had become so accustomed to danger that he had barely considered how terrifying this whole situation would feel to someone standing in Kay's position. Kay even asked what would happen if their enemies somehow discovered that they were the ones responsible for burning down McCain's Soma warehouse. Rather than comforting her, Zeke Draker chose to tease her even more. He said that McCain usually paralyzed traitors first, then abandoned them in Shock Dragon Swamp to die. The second Kay heard that, fear spread across her face, and she began panicking over the possibility that they might still be caught despite all their careful preparations. Zeke Draker did not give her any chance to calm herself. Instead, he pushed the joke further, saying things would be even worse for a mage. If a mage were caught, they might be cut into pieces, with their organs and body parts sold on the market. In the South, there was even a common belief that keeping a mage's corpse nearby could help ward off curses. Kay listened to every single word, and with each horrifying detail, her face grew paler and paler, as though her soul itself was trying to float out of her body from pure shock. All of a sudden, Kay could no longer tell whether the necklaces worn by McCain members were fake decorations or made from actual remains. Even the finger-like ornaments hanging from them started to look disturbingly real in her eyes. Kay told Zeke Draker that if she died, he had better gather all of her body parts and bury them somewhere nice. Then, still visibly shaken, she asked how he knew so much about these things in the first place. Zeke Draker heard her question clearly, but the answer only passed through his mind. Once he had known the South better than anyone else. He had been the one who helped lift McCain into prosperity, and he had also been the one who dragged it down into destruction. Before his regression, after being expelled from the academy, he had been captured by a slave trader and sold to a Soma plantation owned by McCain. From there, he was thrown onto the battlefield again and again as a human shield. Yet somehow, every time, he alone survived and came back. He had no choice but to keep enduring, moving forward with nothing but his will. And after surviving as a human shield for the 6th time, Don Juan himself finally noticed him and brought him in as a hitman. Looking back on it now, Zeke Draker even thought that Don Juan had possessed a sharp eye for talent, no matter how twisted and brutal the path had been when he pulled Zeke into McCain. Later, Zeke Draker was sent out on missions, and during those assignments, he eliminated a Purple Knight along with many other enemies who stood in his way. He had even faced Blue Knights, warriors known for their terrifying strength, and still managed to defeat them using his own skills and abilities. After Zeke Draker killed a dozen Blue Knights, his place within the McCain cartel became something no one could ignore anymore. Before long, Zeke Draker had climbed all the way up through McCain's bloody hierarchy, rising higher and higher until he reached the very top. Eventually, Don Juan tried to name Zeke Draker as his next heir. But on the very day that announcement was supposed to be made, Zeke Draker killed everyone in that room, the top executives and Don Juan himself, before turning his back on the organization and walking away from it all. A faint, almost gentle smile touched Zeke Draker's face as he thought that everything from those days belonged to the past now. But just then, Kay's voice cut sharply through his thoughts as she shouted at him, pointing out that he had been avoiding her question for quite a while. With a stern expression fixed on her face, Kay demanded an answer from him again. If Zeke Draker knew that much about McCain, then was he actually one of their spies? Zeke Draker replied casually, his expression not changing in the slightest, and said that no, he was not. Kay continued pressing him for a real explanation, but Zeke Draker merely laughed it off, clearly enjoying just how easily he could tease and unsettle her. Soon after, their carriage arrived at Don Juan's mansion, where a lively birthday party was already unfolding in full swing. From there, they were guided away from the public celebration and led deeper behind the mansion, eventually entering a secret meeting room hidden from the eyes of the ordinary guests. Kay stepped forward and introduced herself to Don Juan, placing one hand over her chest in a respectful gesture. Then she bowed politely and said it was an honor to meet him. Meanwhile, Zeke Draker quietly studied the atmosphere inside the room. Every detail around them carried a clear sense of wealth, but beneath that luxury was a dangerous pressure that could not be ignored. It seemed that every important hitman had gathered there, and among them were infamous outlaws, rogue rangers, and other dangerous figures from across the South. Zeke Draker observed the scene with interest. All the top executives were seated around the oval table, and the secret meeting had already begun before them. Don Juan looked at Kay and said he had not expected her to be a girl, his gaze lingering on her as he openly commented on her appearance. He then told her that a beautiful mage was more precious and rare than any jewel. Since he had no intention of stopping her from speaking, he wanted to hear what sort of wisdom she had brought before him. Kay did not waste time with greetings or unnecessary flattery. She went straight to the core of the matter and brought up the Soma warehouse that had burned down several months earlier. The moment those words left her mouth, shock rippled through the room. Everyone there seemed to wonder why she would dare to mention such a sensitive incident in this place. Don Juan himself fixed his gaze on Kay and said that he could never forget what had happened that day. Then he asked her why she had chosen to bring up that incident now. Fear flickered across Kay's face as she stood before Don Juan and the dangerous men gathered around him, but she forced herself to keep speaking. With her voice held steady as best she could, she told them that someone sitting in that very place had been working with Pabella and that the same traitor was the one who had set the Soma warehouse on fire. After Zeke Draker and Kay entered Don Juan's grand banquet hall, and once Kay had finished her formal introduction, she did not waste even a second circling around the reason for her visit. Right there in front of everyone, she declared that a traitor was hidden among them, not somewhere outside McCain, not in some distant shadow, but seated inside this very room, and that this person had joined forces with Pabella to burn down McCain's warehouses. The room erupted almost immediately. Angry voices burst out from every direction. Curses flew across the oval table, and several furious members shouted for the guards to seize Kay and drag her out before she could continue saying anything else. But Don Juan ended the uproar with a single heavy blow of his fist against the table. The sharp impact cracked through the noise like thunder, cutting off every shout and forcing the entire room into a tense, breathless silence. Then his voice turned cold and low as he fixed his gaze on Kay. He asked whether she truly understood the weight of what she had just said, and whether she was prepared to take responsibility for making such a dangerous accusation. At that exact moment, Zeke Draker stepped forward. Moving with terrifying smoothness, he appeared behind Don Juan's brother, Joaquin Fernandez, and before anyone could properly react, he pressed a blade against Joaquin's throat, taking him hostage in front of the entire gathering. Zeke Draker told Don Juan that if he wanted a gift, then one was already right there before his eyes. Don Juan narrowed his gaze at the sight, his expression darkening, and asked if Zeke was trying to claim that his own brother had been the traitor all along. Zeke Draker turned his attention directly to Joaquin Fernandez, calling him by his other name, El Mencho. With the blade still held dangerously close to his throat, Zeke pressured him to open his own mouth and confess the truth himself. Joaquin Fernandez went completely stiff where he stood. His thoughts began spinning wildly, and in that instant he realized something terrifying, something that even Don Juan himself had failed to notice. Panic seized Joaquin Fernandez all at once. His calm shattered, and he suddenly shouted for the guards to protect him, his voice cracking with desperation. He cursed at the guards for standing frozen in place, fear making him spit out whatever frantic words came to mind as the blade remained pressed near his neck. But the guards answered with unexpected calm. No matter how loudly Joaquin Fernandez ordered them to act, there was nothing they could safely do in a situation like this. Kay remained standing where she was, silently watching the chaos unfold before her eyes, not daring to step in as the tension in the room twisted tighter and tighter. Only moments before, Don Juan himself had demanded to know who had dared betray McCain, his voice shaking the room with anger. That single demand had sent a tremor through the hall, but before anyone could give him an answer, Zeke Draker had moved forward, introduced himself, and placed his blade against Joaquin Fernandez, presenting his own brutal form of proof. Now Don Juan had settled back into his seat with frightening composure, his posture steady and unmoving despite the violent tension pressing down on everyone in the room. He remarked that this was quite the present indeed, his own brother, held at knife point in front of every important figure gathered there. The guards stayed rooted in place, glancing warily at one another. They admitted there was no safe opening to move, because Zeke Draker's skill was too dangerous, and any reckless attack would only allow him to use Joaquin Fernandez as a shield. Some of them even began wondering whether this intruder might have been sent by Pabella as a spy. Zeke Draker leaned in closer to Joaquin Fernandez and whispered that this was exactly what one should expect from McCain's second-in-command, a man who had earned so much trust. The irony was almost amusing. Joaquin was the real spy, yet the room had already begun doubting Zeke instead. Joaquin immediately snapped back, calling the accusation complete nonsense. Joaquin Fernandez insisted that he had already found the spy, but Zeke Draker pressed him even harder. He called Joaquin bold for saying something like that, then asked if he truly believed someone would create such a scene without bringing proof. Sweat began to bead across Joaquin's forehead, and then Zeke called for Kay to show the evidence. Kay acted without the slightest hesitation. She cast her spell, and sheets of paper rose into the air, drifting forward one by one until they hovered directly in front of Don Juan. As Don Juan began reading through the documents, his expression gradually grew darker. Then, with his voice carefully controlled, he thanked Zeke Draker for bringing him such clear and undeniable proof. The documents revealed far more than Joaquin Fernandez's betrayal alone. They showed that he had worked with the syndicate and conspired with Pabella, but the most explosive truth was even worse. The Pabellas were pirates. The moment that revelation spread through the room, the hall erupted again, chairs scraping against the floor, voices rising, and suspicion thickening in the air. In the South, the word pirates carried a weight that could not be ignored. No one in that room had any reason to shield people like that, let alone defend them. The Southerners reacted more violently than anyone else, their anger immediate and raw. Because they lived closest to pirate strongholds, they had suffered the greatest losses at pirate hands, and their hatred for them ran far deeper than ordinary resentment. Don Juan himself said nothing, but everyone present understood that the resentment hidden behind his silence was far stronger than what appeared on his face. After all, it was said that pirates had once taken Don Juan's family from him. For a man like him, any accusation tied to pirates was not something he could simply overlook. Zeke Draker stood his ground, keeping his eyes on Don Juan as he carefully watched to see how the boss of McCain would respond. Meanwhile, Joaquin Fernandez felt as though the world was collapsing around him. His eyes darted toward the papers, each sheet filled with proof of his dealings with Pabella, proof of the warehouse fire from months earlier, and proof that connected him to the entire incident. He could not understand how evidence this dangerous had ended up in the hands of his enemies, or how they had managed to corner him so completely. Now, no matter what Joaquin Fernandez tried to say, suspicion clung to him like a shadow he could no longer shake off. After finishing the report, Don Juan lifted his gaze and thanked Zeke Draker, but there was a sharp weight hidden beneath his tone. He admitted that he did not know what the syndicate truly thought of Joaquin Fernandez, his own brother, and then asked Zeke if he truly believed this evidence alone was enough to make him turn against family. In his mind, Zeke Draker knew the truth very clearly. It was not enough. Documents alone would never completely sever Don Juan's bond with his brother. But Zeke had already chosen to use a method he would have preferred to avoid, and now that the moment had arrived, there was no turning back. Just then, a quiet whisper slipped into Joaquin Fernandez's ear. At the same time, Don Juan began speaking again, warning that if this evidence was all they had, then insulting his brother in front of everyone would not be forgiven. But before Don Juan could continue any further, Joaquin Fernandez's voice suddenly cut through the silence. Calling Don Juan boss, he admitted the truth with his own mouth. Everything Zeke Draker had said was true. Joaquin Fernandez confessed that he had betrayed McCain and joined hands with Pabella. Don Juan slowly rose from his seat, his gaze lowered toward Joaquin Fernandez, and in a voice completely stripped of warmth, he said he had never imagined Joaquin would betray him, and now that it had happened, he found there were no words left to say. Then, almost in the next breath, Don Juan's tone changed. He told Joaquin Fernandez that since he had confessed, he would at least show him respect. In the very next instant, an axe flew from Don Juan's hand. The axe ripped through the air and struck Joaquin Fernandez directly in the skull with brutal force. Joaquin Fernandez collapsed right where he stood, dead before his body could even fully hit the floor. The entire hall froze in stunned silence. Zeke Draker and everyone else could only stare at the gruesome sight, the sudden violence leaving the room completely speechless. Inside, Zeke Draker reflected that it was a rather fitting end for McCain's second-in-command. Southerners truly were fascinating people, though, in the most terrifying way possible. He also remembered the words he had whispered to Joaquin Fernandez just moments earlier, the secret about Joaquin's hidden family, and the threat that they would be killed if he refused to confess. Joaquin Fernandez's confession had not come from guilt, but from fear. As Zeke Draker wiped the blood from his face, he thought that an oath sworn before God was absolute. In truth, he had never intended to harm Joaquin's family at all, but by then that detail no longer mattered. The result had already been carved into the room in blood. Zeke Draker turned his gaze toward Don Juan and thought that this was the true face of the man who ruled over a massive criminal empire. Don Juan had not killed Joaquin Fernandez simply because he fully believed his brother was the traitor. The reality was that, in that room and under those circumstances, Don Juan had been left with no other choice. The Soma warehouse fire from months earlier, the devastating losses McCain had suffered, and the presence of Pabella's spy inside their ranks all pointed back toward a single culprit. Kay's testimony had only added more fuel to a fire that was already burning out of control. But Zeke Draker's decisive move in exposing Joaquin Fernandez, together with the shocking revelation that the Pabellas were pirates, had narrowed Don Juan's options down to only one path. And even in the middle of that bloody chaos, Don Juan remained perfectly calm, his eyes reading the room and his mind analyzing the situation with a steady, practiced hand. But unlike Don Juan, the men beneath him could not keep themselves composed so easily. Around the table, faces hardened one after another, jaws clenched tight, and a heavy tension in the room grew thicker with every passing second. And now that Joaquin Fernandez had confessed with his own mouth in front of everyone, the matter was already settled. No one in that room could treat the accusation as a baseless rumor or pretend it was nothing more than suspicion anymore. Zeke Draker quietly reflected that whether Joaquin Fernandez had truly committed the betrayal or not had already become irrelevant. If Don Juan allowed him to live after a public confession like that, the discipline holding McCain together would crumble from the very roots. Don Juan had not swung his axe because he lost control, nor because grief or shock had overtaken him. His choice had been cold, deliberate, and necessary for someone who ruled over a criminal empire built on fear and order. Then, with the room still drowning in silence, Don Juan slowly shifted his gaze toward Kay. Since Joaquin Fernandez had confessed exactly as Kay's report had claimed, Don Juan began to consider a darker possibility, that this betrayal might not end with just one man. He suggested that perhaps the entire syndicate had already rotted from within, filled with traitors waiting to turn against McCain, and those words struck the room like a sudden bolt of lightning. Don Juan reminded every person present that the first sign of McCain, shifting away from them and toward Pabella, had been the burning of the Soma warehouses. Then his voice dropped even colder, carrying a threat sharp enough to make the air feel frozen. He announced that if anyone else confessed the way Joaquin Fernandez had, he would at least grant them the mercy of dying without pain. The room fell into complete silence, so still and suffocating that it was almost as if every person there had forgotten how to breathe. Don Juan did not need to shout for his fury to be felt. It radiated from him in silence, while a dangerous, murderous light burned deep behind his eyes. Then, all at once, one of the members shattered the silence by pointing straight at Kay. He shouted that none of them had anything to do with the betrayal, accused her of being a witch who twisted lies with sorcery, and demanded that she be interrogated until the real truth was dragged out of her. In the very next instant, Zeke Draker threw an axe through the air. The weapon struck the man down where he stood, killing him on the spot, and before Kay could even process what had happened, blood splashed across her face. Kay froze completely. Her eyes stretched wide, and her lips parted in shock, unable to squeeze out even a single word as the warmth of blood remained on her skin. Don Juan's gaze snapped toward Zeke Draker at once, sharp and heavy, and he demanded to know why Zeke had done such a thing. Zeke Draker answered without the slightest trace of panic. His posture remained relaxed, and his voice stayed calm and steady, as if he had merely done something obvious. He said that he had simply helped Don Juan punish a traitor. After all, Joaquin Fernandez had already confessed that the syndicate had worked together with him, and in Zeke Draker's eyes, that alone was enough reason to act. Don Juan stared at him without speaking, his eyes quietly measuring the man standing before him. For the first time, he seemed to be wondering just what kind of person Zeke Draker truly was. Perhaps this stranger could be useful. Perhaps he could become the very blade Don Juan needed to finally cut McCain loose from the syndicate. At last, Don Juan opened his mouth again. He said Zeke Draker's actions were justified, but then asked whether Zeke was some messenger of God sent to help him. Or Don Juan continued, perhaps Zeke Draker was something far more dangerous, an agent of the devil who had come not to aid him, but to bring about his destruction. Zeke Draker answered with perfect calm, saying he was neither one. He was simply a business partner, and he had come to offer a new deal. After exposing Joaquin Fernandez as the traitor and watching Don Juan execute him without hesitation, Zeke shifted the room toward his real objective. Standing before the boss of McCain, Zeke Draker made it clear that revealing a betrayal had never been his only purpose. What he truly intended was to face Don Juan as a new business partner and place a deal on the table. Don Juan narrowed his eyes and asked him directly what he wanted. Zeke Draker answered just as plainly, saying that both of them desired the same outcome to eliminate the treacherous syndicate and restore order to the trade. With Ishtar already exiled and Pabella holding control over the seas, McCain's only remaining route for distributing Soma was through the syndicate. Zeke Draker continued without hesitation. He pointed out that Don Juan must have understood this better than anyone, and that was precisely why he had hesitated to punish the syndicate even after their connection to Joaquin Fernandez's betrayal had been revealed. Don Juan leaned back in his chair and silently turned those words over in his mind. This man spoke as if he could see straight through him, as if he already understood the kind of ruler Don Juan was and the choices he had been forced to make. Then Zeke Draker reassured him that there was no reason to be afraid. Up until now, Kay had been the one responsible for managing all Soma distribution within the syndicate. From this day onward, Zeke Draker and Kay would take control of McCain's Soma trade directly, removing the syndicate from the center of it. Don Juan remained quiet for a moment, letting the proposal hang in the tense air between them before finally giving his answer. He admitted that the offer was certainly tempting. However, any partnership needed trust at its foundation, and this was still the very first time the two of them had met. Trust was not something that could be handed over casually, especially not in a room like this and not between men like them. Zeke Draker accepted that reasoning without showing any complaint. He simply asked Don Juan in a plain and direct voice what he needed to do in order to earn that trust. In response, Don Juan tossed aside the report and the axe as though the previous execution was already finished business. Then he pointed across the table toward one particular man, Paulo Santos. Zeke Draker declared that he would burn everything under that coward's command, straight down to the ground. Paulo Santos, known throughout McCain as Cowardly Paulo, had earned that nickname because he always chose the safest path available. His caution had kept him alive until now, but it had also made many people within the organization look down on him. Don Juan studied Zeke Draker closely. He knew Paulo Santos well and understood the reputation attached to him. But coward or not, he had kept Paulo around because the man still served a useful purpose. Nothing more and nothing less. At last, Don Juan gave his answer clearly. If Zeke Draker truly wanted to earn his trust, then killing Paulo Santos would be enough. Don Juan told Zeke Draker that he admired his boldness and courage, but Paulo Santos's territory was far too dangerous for one man to storm alone. For that reason, he would assign McCain's elite assassination squad to accompany him. Zeke Draker, however, understood the true meaning behind that offer immediately. Those men were not being sent to fight alongside him. They were being sent to watch him. Don Juan then added one more condition. While Zeke proved his courage, Don Juan would personally take responsibility for guarding Kay. To Zeke Draker, that sounded far less like protection and much more like Don Juan keeping Kay in his hands as a hostage. Even so, Zeke Draker gave a calm nod and agreed to the terms, leaving Kay in Don Juan's custody for the time being. Not long after, Zeke Draker arrived in Paulo Santos's territory, the place where the Soma production factory stood as the center of the operation. The assassination squad halted on top of a hill, overlooking the entire factory complex spread out below them. The squad's commander, Manuel, stood there with a conflicted feeling twisting inside him as he looked between the factory and Zeke Draker. Although Manuel held the position of commander, the strange reality was that in this mission, he found himself waiting for Zeke Draker's orders instead. That fact unsettled Manuel deeply, but after seeing Zeke Draker's skill with his own eyes, he understood that resisting or challenging him would be foolish. So instead, Manuel watched him carefully and tried to read the man. Zeke Draker's stamina alone seemed to surpass that of any hitman in McCain, and every movement he made was sharp, controlled, and efficient, like someone who already knew the southern terrain by heart. In battle, Zeke Draker moved with a level of mastery that seemed to go beyond even the beastmen. To Manuel, he looked like the kind of man who could single-handedly cut down werewolves, monsters feared as some of the most dangerous enemies in the South. In Manuel's eyes, Zeke Draker was no longer just a powerful fighter who had wandered onto the battlefield. Every step he took, every shift of his body, and that crushing pressure rolling off him made the truth impossible to ignore. Zeke Draker was something far beyond human. He was a monster. Zeke Draker slowly turned his gaze toward the squad, his expression calm but impossible to disobey. Without even a flicker of hesitation in his voice, he gave them one clear order: stay right where they were and do not interfere with what was about to happen. From the very start, Zeke Draker had already seen through their real purpose. They had never come to this place to fight beside him or lend him any real support. Their job was much simpler than that. They were only meant to remain at a distance, keep their heads down, and observe everything from the sidelines. Zeke Draker pointed toward the hill beneath their feet, making it clear that from this position, the entire factory below was laid out in front of them. Since they already had the perfect vantage point to monitor every movement, there was no point in pretending they were here for anything else. If watching was their mission, then they might as well do it properly from up there. Manuel could only stand there in tense silence, his mouth shut and his thoughts momentarily frozen. Zeke Draker had exposed their intentions so cleanly and so directly that Manuel had no excuse to offer, no denial to make, and not a single word that could turn the situation back in his favor. One of the assassins carefully leaned in closer to Manuel, keeping his voice low so it would not carry. With the rest of the squad watching anxiously, he asked what they were supposed to do next, and the uneasy shift in the air made it clear that everyone was waiting for Manuel's decision. Manuel stayed quiet for a short moment, his eyes fixed ahead as he weighed the situation. Then, with a reluctant calm, he admitted that Zeke Draker was right. Their orders had only ever been to observe, and since that was the mission, there was no reason for them to rush down there and risk their lives for nothing. Their role from that point on was simple: remain hidden, keep their distance, and watch everything from a safe position. Accepting Manuel's call, the squad quickly moved into action, setting up a concealed outpost along the hill and blending it carefully into the surrounding terrain so no one below would spot them. But just as they settled into place, flames suddenly erupted from the factory beneath them. The assassins instantly went stiff, their bodies locking in place as their eyes snapped toward the factory now bursting with fire. There was no doubt anymore. Zeke Draker had already begun his assault, and the real operation down below had finally started. The fire tore through the factory grounds with terrifying speed, spreading from one structure to the next as if the entire place had been soaked in fuel. Roaring flames twisted upward into violent spirals, forming blazing tornadoes that swallowed everything they touched in waves of unbearable heat. Panic broke out almost immediately among the people trapped inside the factory. Shouts, screams, and frantic warnings rang through the smoke-filled air as they realized an intruder had broken in, and the raging fire spreading around them was far beyond anything they could hope to control. Desperate commands echoed from every direction as the defenders called for reinforcements and shouted for the magic weapons squad to be deployed at once. But to Zeke Draker, their panic was nothing surprising. Anyone witnessing the elemental sword's power for the first time would be shaken badly enough to lose their composure. Through the smoke and the shifting curtains of flame, one of the defenders finally spotted Zeke Draker's figure. His voice cracked sharply with alarm as he pointed straight at him and shouted out his position to the others. Their reaction was quicker than Zeke Draker had expected. But that speed changed nothing, fast or not. These were the very people who had helped drive a wedge between McCain and the South, and now the price for that debt was finally coming due. For them, the outcome had already been decided. As enemies began rushing toward him from every side, Zeke Draker calmly lifted the elemental sword in his hand and activated one of its terrifying abilities, Flame Field. In the very next instant, a hellish wave of fire exploded outward and devoured the area around him. The attackers who had been charging straight at Zeke Draker were swallowed before they could even reach him. Their bodies burned away completely until only drifting ash remained in the scorched air. Compared to Zeke Draker, those men were almost painfully weak. The clash was so one-sided that calling it a battle felt generous. But as he continued moving forward through the burning factory, something huge suddenly rolled into his path and cut off his advance. A magic tank pushed its way through the smoke and flames, its heavy frame grinding across the ground as it emerged in front of him. Zeke Draker gave a cold scoff at the sight. So this was where cowardly Paulo Santos had poured his fortune, not into true strength, but into expensive weapons like this. Zeke Draker muttered under his breath that hiring an actual mage would have been far cheaper than wasting so much money on awkward, oversized toys. From where he stood, the whole display looked less intimidating and more ridiculous. Then, with one clean and effortless swing of the elemental sword, Zeke Draker struck the magic tank head-on. The machine could not withstand the force for even a moment, crumpling under the blow before collapsing into a useless heap of shattered metal and broken rubble. As Zeke Draker continued cutting down the enemies swarming around him, another thought passed through his mind. Cartels like this had never cared about honor, morals, or dignity. If Paulo Santos had been capable of hiring a mage, he definitely would have done it. The only problem was obvious. No mage with even a shred of self-respect would ever choose to stand beside trash like him. Next, Zeke Draker summoned his wind field. A massive tornado roared into existence in front of him, tearing through the factory with brutal force and carving open a violent path through everything ahead. Somewhere deep inside, he almost found it funny. In his previous life, the sight of a magic tank would have been enough to make him turn and run in fear. But that version of him was long gone. The Zeke Draker standing there now had no reason to tremble before weapons like that, and no machine Paulo Santos owned could make him feel even the slightest fear. Zeke Draker pressed deeper into the factory, moving through the smoke, fire, and wreckage like an unstoppable force. Every enemy who dared to step into his path was cut down almost immediately, and none of them lasted long enough to truly slow him. Bodies kept dropping around him, leaving a growing trail in the wake of his advance. As the slaughter spread further through the factory, Zeke Draker knew that Paulo Santos would not be able to keep hiding forever. Sooner or later, he would have no choice but to show himself. Then, without any warning, a poison-tipped arrow shot out from somewhere unseen. It sliced through the smoky air with a sharp whistle, flying straight toward Zeke Draker. Zeke Draker did not bother dodging. He simply raised his hand at the last possible moment and caught the arrow between his bare fingers, stopping it cleanly before the poison tip could pierce his body. Right then, a warning screen appeared in front of Zeke Draker's eyes, flickering into view like a sudden alert. Its message hung there sharply, letting him know exactly what kind of threat had just been fired at him. The system identified the toxin as black mamba venom, but almost immediately Zeke Draker's body began fighting back on its own, resisting the poison, and breaking most of it down before it could spread properly or take hold inside him. From somewhere above the battlefield, a furious voice suddenly thundered down into the chamber of chaos. The shout was harsh and enraged, aimed directly at the men gathered below. The voice roared, demanding to know how they had allowed a single intruder to break so deeply into their territory. Zeke Draker slowly lifted his eyes toward the source of the shout, and at last the person he had been waiting for appeared. Paulo Santos had finally shown himself. The moment Zeke Draker stepped into the underground chamber, a hidden trap sprang into motion. An arrow shot toward him from the darkness, and although he caught it without any trouble, poisonous gas immediately hissed out from the mechanism and spread through the air around him. From within the shadows of the chamber, Paulo Santos stepped forward and revealed himself. A smug, self-satisfied look spread across his face as he told Zeke Draker that the gas he had just breathed in was not some common poison. Paulo Santos claimed the toxin was lethal enough to kill even an Ori user. Then he lifted a small vial between his fingers and dangled it where Zeke could clearly see it, offering him a deal. If Zeke Draker gave up information about his companion, Paulo Santos would hand over the antidote. He also pointed out that the silence above ground was not happening for no reason. According to him, it proved that Zeke's comrades had already been captured. So, with Zeke's life supposedly slipping away, Paulo urged him to accept the offer while he still could. Zeke Draker stared at Paulo Santos in quiet disbelief, as if the entire situation was almost too absurd to take seriously. Paulo was trying to bargain with something that had absolutely no value to him, and that made the threat feel more laughable than dangerous. The poison came from a black mamba, and anyone from the south knew the truth about that venom. There was no real antidote. A normal person would collapse and die within minutes, while even a blue knight could be left with damage, severe enough to haunt them for the rest of their life. But Zeke Draker was not an ordinary man, and he was not like the victims Paulo Santos was used to intimidating. His resistance had already pushed the venom back, suppressing it and breaking it apart before it could become a true threat to his body. Without showing even the slightest hesitation, Zeke Draker suddenly hurled his blade straight toward the vial in Paulo Santos's hand. The weapon flashed through the air and shattered the bottle in an instant, destroying it before Paulo could react. Paulo Santos let out a horrified scream, his face twisting in disbelief as he stared at the broken vial. He shouted that Zeke Draker had completely lost his mind, because in his eyes, Zeke had just destroyed the one antidote that could have saved his life. Zeke Draker remained perfectly calm, his expression not changing in the slightest. He looked straight at Paulo Santos and spoke the truth in a steady voice, without fear, panic, or even a trace of concern. Poison had never worked on him to begin with, and the real reason everything above ground had fallen silent was not because his allies had been captured. It was because Zeke Draker had already killed every last one of Paulo Santos's men up there. Paulo Santos froze in place as those words sank in, his body visibly shaken. The confidence he had been clinging to began to crack, and he stammered in disbelief, insisting that something like that could not possibly be true. The men stationed above had been Pabella elites, fully armed with magic weapons and ready for battle. Zeke Draker answered coldly that if Paulo Santos did not believe him, then he was free to climb back up and look with his own eyes, provided he had enough courage to do it. Paulo was left speechless for a moment, but desperation quickly replaced his shock. He demanded to know who Zeke Draker really was, and whose orders he was following to cause this much destruction. Zeke Draker's answer was flat and simple. He was not acting under anyone's command. For a brief moment, Paulo Santos went completely still. Then his anger burst out all at once, and he began cursing McCain, shouting that no one besides McCain would ever dare launch an attack of this scale against Pabella. He screamed that Pabella had respected the territorial boundaries between their forces. If they had kept to those lines, then why had McCain suddenly chosen to strike at them like this? Zeke Draker looked at Paulo Santos with a cold, almost pitying stare, and asked if he was really too naive to understand what was happening. Confusion flickered across Paulo's face, and he snapped back, demanding to know what Zeke was talking about. Zeke Draker explained it plainly, leaving no room for excuses. Pabella had tried to plunder yet another one of McCain's distribution routes, and because of that greed, they had finally crossed a boundary they should never have touched. That alone was already more than enough reason for Don Juan to move against them. And now, the order had been given with absolute certainty. Pabella would be crushed, burned to ash, and wiped completely from the south. Don Juan had sworn to purge those filthy pirates from the land once and for all. The color drained from Paulo Santos's face as the full meaning of Zeke Draker's words settled over him. In that instant, he finally understood. McCain had uncovered the truth, and they now knew that Pabella's roots were tied to piracy. Without saying another word, Paulo Santos spun around and ran. Panic had completely overtaken him as he bolted into the ruins, fleeing deeper into the wreckage in a desperate attempt to escape. Zeke Draker pursued Paulo Santos through the broken ruins with an eerie kind of calm, his footsteps never rushing, never faltering, yet steadily closing the distance. In a voice so flat it almost sounded like a verdict, he told Paulo there was no use running anymore because escape had never been an option. But as the chase continued deeper and deeper through the underground passageways, Zeke Draker's patience slowly began to wear thin. Paulo Santos kept slipping farther into the ruins like a cornered rat, and the seemingly endless path ahead only made the whole pursuit feel more irritating. Zeke Draker moved forward with a frown tightening across his face, silently questioning where this passage was even supposed to take him. The walls, the layout, and the atmosphere around him were different from the underground mines he had explored before, and that subtle difference immediately sharpened his attention. Soon, troops began flooding into the passage ahead, rushing in to block Zeke Draker's advance. Traps had also been placed throughout the ruins to slow him down. But the strange thing was how unnatural they felt, scattered in a way that seemed out of place with the ancient structure around them. It was clear these traps did not belong to the original ruins. They had been installed far more recently, and that single detail told Zeke Draker something important. Pabella had not just been hiding in this place, they had been actively using these ruins for some purpose. Then, without any warning, another mage stepped out from the shadows and planted himself directly in Zeke Draker's path. His voice echoed through the narrow passage as he demanded to know exactly who Zeke was. Zeke Draker did not even bother giving him an answer. To him, there was no reason to waste time or breath on someone who had chosen to stand in his way. His blade flashed through the dim passage once, swift, clean, and utterly merciless. Before the mage's body could even fully register what had happened, his head had already fallen, and Zeke Draker simply walked on without slowing his pace. As Zeke Draker looked down at the fallen enemy, a grim thought passed through his mind. No matter where he went, why did these same kinds of men keep appearing in front of him? Zeke Draker's expression darkened as he recognized exactly what they were. These men were nothing but the Rome Empire's hunting dogs, and now more of them emerged from deeper within the ruins, shifting into formation as they moved to block his path. The men looked openly irritated, muttering curses about the southern pirates they had been forced to cooperate with. But when their eyes landed on Zeke Draker, that annoyance quickly twisted into ugly sneers. They complained that Pabella should have dealt with McCain by themselves, and now McCain had apparently sent some little rat crawling into the ruins just to die. Their leader stepped forward, his cold glare fixed directly on Zeke Draker. In a hard voice, he declared that it was already far too late for Zeke to leave this place alive. Zeke should never have entered these ruins in the first place, because now he would die here, and the secrets hidden inside would stay buried forever. Those words immediately stirred Zeke Draker's memory, bringing him back to the operation maps he had found on the giant mountain. The ruins of the southern continent had been marked there as well. If that connection truly meant what he thought it did, then this place was not just another concealed stronghold. Somewhere within these ruins, one of the very artifacts the Emperor had been desperately searching for was likely hidden away. The commander of the hunting dogs narrowed his eyes as his attention locked onto the dagger in Zeke Draker's hand. At first it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary weapon, but when Zeke moved it, the commander was certain he had seen something unusual, like wind curling and gathering around the blade. An artifact. That possibility struck the commander almost instantly, and his posture grew sharper with caution. He quickly ordered his men to close in carefully, warning them not to underestimate Zeke Draker for even a second. Just as the hunting dogs prepared to rush forward and begin their attack, Zeke Draker calmly reached out and pulled a scroll into view. The commander froze the moment he saw it, alarm flashing across his face. He immediately barked at his men to brace themselves for impact. But Zeke Draker's calm voice cut through the rising tension, telling them there was no need to panic. After all, it was only a simple scroll. It was nothing more than a soundproof barrier, with no killing spell sealed inside it and no direct attack waiting to be unleashed. The scroll activated, and an invisible barrier spread out, sealing the space around them from the rest of the ruins. Zeke Draker told them plainly that for the next 30 minutes, no matter what happened within this enclosed area, the outside world would hear and know absolutely nothing. His tone grew even colder as he continued speaking. No one here was going to be captured, and no one would be allowed to escape. Then, with a faintly mocking edge, he added that he rarely got a proper chance to test out new abilities, so they could think of this as their entertainment. Zeke Draker reached into the empty air beside him, and a sword appeared in his hand as though he had pulled it straight out of nothingness itself. The commander's breath caught in his throat at the impossible sight. This was not the ordinary use of a subspace pocket. Zeke Draker had drawn the weapon directly from empty space, without any visible medium, container, or magical tool to explain it. First, there had been that strange dagger, then the scroll that looked like something only a mage would casually use, and now a sword had appeared out of thin air in his grasp. The commander could not stop the question from rising in his mind. Just what kind of man was Zeke Draker? With every passing second, the commander's unease grew heavier. Then Zeke Draker lifted the sword, his stance settling into place as he prepared to strike. Brilliant aura began to shimmer along the length of the blade, wrapping it in power. It was no longer just a sword in his hand, it had become an aura sword. The commander's heart sank the moment that realization hit him. Zeke Draker was no ordinary intruder who had stumbled into the ruins. The man standing before them was a blue knight. Zeke Draker had no intention of wasting another word on them. The talking was finished, and the only thing left now was the result. Using the dragon's swordplay, Sky Slice, Zeke Draker swung his blade in a devastating arc. The attack tore through the commander and his men all at once, cutting them down together with a single overwhelming strike. Their bodies collapsed silently across the sealed space, falling one after another with no chance to call for help. Without hesitation, Zeke Draker began burning the corpses immediately, making sure no trace of what had happened here would remain. His thoughts stayed cold and practical as the flames consumed the evidence. It was better to erase every sign of the fight completely. Once the bodies were burned, anyone who later discovered the aftermath would assume that McCain had not only sent knights into the assault, but mages as well, and that misunderstanding would drive an even deeper wedge between McCain and Pabella. The deception itself was not what truly bothered Zeke Draker. What troubled him more was the question of why Pabella had been cooperating with the Rome Empire in the first place. One likely explanation began forming in his mind. They were working together to search for an ancient artifact hidden somewhere in the south. Before his regression, Zeke Draker had searched these same ruins himself and found nothing of value. Now the reason finally seemed clear. 3 years later, by the time he had reached this place in his previous life, they had most likely already discovered the artifact and vanished with it. That thought gave Zeke Draker a dark sense of satisfaction. Whether it had happened by pure coincidence or because of the changes he had caused, this time he had managed to interfere with the Emperor's plans. Zeke Draker turned to leave the ruined passage behind, ready to move on from the sealed space. But at that exact moment, a voice echoed out from somewhere behind him. The unknown figure calmly remarked that this had turned into quite a terrible situation, his voice carrying through the darkness with an unsettling composure. The stranger explained that he had sensed a surge of chaotic energy coming from this place. Then, just as suddenly, that presence had disappeared, almost as if it had been erased by magic. Curiosity had drawn him here to see exactly what had happened. As the figure stepped forward into the light, his appearance finally became clear. He was covered from head to toe in a massive suit of crimson armor, the heavy plating concealing even his face from sight. His voice lowered as he stared at Zeke Draker from within that armor, declaring that Zeke was nothing more than an uninvited guest. The instant Zeke Draker sensed the armored stranger's presence, the atmosphere around him changed. A suffocating aura pressed down over the ruins, making the air feel thick, heavy, and dangerously difficult to breathe. Zeke Draker glanced toward the crimson-armored figure, and for a brief moment, the sight struck a familiar chord in his memory. His expression hardened as recognition began to settle over him. That armor looked remarkably similar to Hersian, the enchanted plate once granted to the Crimson Knight of the Rome Empire. Fragments of information surfaced in Zeke Draker's mind. Hersian was known as one of the Great Relics, a suit of armor engraved with countless auxiliary enchantments, including weight reduction, self-repair, and several other powerful functions. But as Zeke Draker observed the armor more carefully, he realized something did not quite match. The crimson armor worn by the opponent in front of him was similar to the Empire's Hersian, but it was not exactly the same. Zeke Draker turned his full attention to the armored man and questioned who he really was, pointing out that the armor resembled Hersian and asking whether he was a Crimson Knight of the Empire. But before Zeke could take another step, cold steel was already pressed against his throat. The knight had moved like a shadow, his blade drawn before the motion could even be seen. Forced to respond instantly, Zeke Draker swiftly unsheathed his sacred sword. Their weapons collided right in front of him, locking together with a sharp, ringing clash that echoed through the chamber. Battle erupted without warning, turning immediately into a violent contest of raw strength and endurance. Every blow crashed with brutal force, testing just how much punishment each of them could withstand. Beneath the crimson armor, the knight's eyes glowed with a murderous blue light. Zeke Draker braced his entire body against the relentless assault, holding firm as the crushing pressure bore down on him again and again. Then the momentum suddenly shifted. The crimson-armored knight unleashed a ferocious strike, and Zeke Draker was forced to dodge with everything he had just to avoid being cut down on the spot. The shockwave from that attack exploded outward with terrifying force and slammed straight into Zeke Draker. His body was blasted backward through the ruins, flying across the broken space until he crashed hard against a stone wall. The impact sent a brutal wave of pain ripping through Zeke Draker's entire body, burning through his bones as if fire had been poured into them. Still, even with the shock rattling him from the inside, he clenched his jaw hard and refused to drop, forcing his legs to keep him standing. The Crimson Knight suddenly sprang high into the air, raising his weapon overhead for a crushing blow meant to finish Zeke Draker off. Zeke lifted his own blade and met the attack head-on, and the instant their weapons slammed together, violent tremors burst through the ground beneath their feet. Neither of them yielded even the smallest step. Their blades crashed again and again, steel shrieking against steel with every exchange, and each strike came heavier, sharper, and more punishing than the one before it, as the battle became a brutal test of endurance. Zeke Draker's thoughts turned grim, as he felt just how unnatural his opponent's stamina really was. A cold, uneasy feeling crawled up inside him, and he began to suspect that Hersian had not merely been enchanted. It had likely been strengthened even further with reinforcement magic. Forced back onto the defensive, Zeke Draker slipped past one merciless attack after another, narrowly avoiding each strike as dust and shattered stone kicked up around them. Yet inside that swirling haze, the Crimson Knight stood completely unharmed, as if none of it had even touched him. The Crimson Knight's towering body advanced like an iron wall that could not be pushed back. A cold, immovable menace poured from his armored frame, while the eyes hidden within the helmet burned with a terrifying, almost inhuman intensity. Zeke Draker invoked Elemental Blade and Metallic Field, and the ground beneath them violently split open. Jagged stone spires burst upward from the floor, and within seconds, metallic power coiled around the Crimson Knight like a fortress, trying to seal him in completely. But even that powerful restraint was not enough to hold down the overwhelming strength of the Crimson Knight. From inside the barrier, the Crimson Knight slashed with terrifying precision. His blade carved through the metallic shell again and again, each cut tearing deeper until the walls finally shattered apart and collapsed into broken fragments around him. Once he broke free, the Crimson Knight seemed to stand even taller than before. His armored figure radiated absolute dominance, as if the failed barrier had done nothing except prove how far above Zeke's restraints he truly was. Then all at once, a blinding radiance swept across the battlefield. For the briefest heartbeat, the Crimson Knight's movements faltered, his massive body stiffening beneath that sudden and mysterious burst of light. Zeke Draker seized that instant and triggered his counter-skill, Blinding Cataclysm. Huge boulders formed above and around the Crimson Knight before crashing down with merciless force, smashing against his armored body one after another. Using that tiny opening, Zeke Draker surged forward with his sacred sword gripped tightly in his hand. His body shot through the broken silence like a streak of lightning, closing the distance in a single decisive rush. For one brief moment, Zeke Draker believed he had finally broken through the Crimson Knight's defense, but his eyes widened the next instant, because even after taking the strike, the knight caught the sacred sword with ease and stopped its force completely. Even then, Zeke Draker refused to fall back. Instead, he stepped forward without hesitation and stood boldly in front of the Crimson Knight, facing him head-on as the pressure between them grew heavier and more suffocating. The rhythm of the fight had clearly shifted against Zeke Draker, but his will did not snap. A faint flicker of hesitation passed through him for only a moment before he steadied his breathing, focused his mind, and activated dragon-scaled armor. His body was already wounded and being pushed close to its limit, but Zeke Draker's determination stayed firm. He tightened his grip around the sacred sword and prepared to rise again, while the Crimson Knight loomed ahead, still bound by luminous restraints. Zeke held his defensive stance, his gaze sharpening with cold defiance. The Crimson Knight studied Zeke Draker with a measured stare, as if reassessing the opponent in front of him. Then he remarked that Zeke possessed an unusually wide range of abilities. As the Crimson Knight continued watching him, he said that anyone skilled enough to face him in battle deserved, at the very least, to hear his name. Then, with calm authority, he finally revealed who he was, Cain Jimmins Constantinus. The moment that name reached Zeke Draker's ears, it struck him like a sudden jolt. Shock flashed through his mind, and suspicion immediately began rising beneath the surface. The name Constantinus was not something an ordinary person could carry. It belonged to a bloodline recognized as part of the royal family of the Rome Empire, and there was more to it than that. Within that lineage, middle names were reserved for the elector families, the noble houses that held the right to choose the emperor. As Zeke Draker pieced those facts together, a startling realization took shape in his mind. The Jimmins family, a great house tied to House Draker, was actually one of the elector families of the Rome Empire. Before Zeke Draker could fully absorb that discovery, the system's voice echoed inside his mind. It announced that demonic energy and miasma had been detected, and that eliminating the bearer would grant him bonus rewards. Zeke Draker instinctively raised his arm in front of himself, guarding against whatever might come next. He did not know exactly what miasma was, but from the system's warning alone, one thing was clear: it was dangerous. Cain Jimmins Constantinus's body began to shine with a blinding light, the radiance growing so intense that Zeke Draker was forced to turn his eyes away from it. The air around Cain crackled with danger as he prepared something decisive, his presence swelling until it felt overwhelmingly dominant. He admitted that he had never expected to meet a knight capable of rivaling him in such a remote place. Because of that, Cain declared that he would show Zeke Draker the respect he deserved. He would fight with all his strength and grant him what he considered an honorable death. Zeke Draker understood his own limits, and he could feel the terrifying difference in power standing between them. Even so, he remained composed. Ordinary techniques would never be enough here, and even his elemental blade could not completely bridge the massive gap. Zeke Draker planted his foot firmly against the cracked ground, steadying himself as his mind raced through every possible option. After weighing everything in an instant, only one path remained. Lifting his sword high, Zeke Draker unleashed one of his strongest techniques. It was the dragon-slaying sword art, second form, dragon scale thrust. Yet even as he committed himself fully to the strike, uncertainty still lingered at the edge of Zeke Draker's mind. There was still a very real chance that even this attack would not be enough to bring Cain down. Zeke Draker had already witnessed Cain Jimmins Constantinus's terrifying abilities firsthand, defenses that seemed almost impossible to pierce, and raw strength powerful enough to overwhelm everything in its path. Cain's battle mastery was so complete that he could repel even divine swords, and as long as Hersian protected him, landing a fatal blow would be nearly impossible. Zeke Draker's sword gleamed as he ran his hand across the blade, his thoughts tightening around a desperate plan. If he could not overpower Cain directly, then his only chance was to drag the Crimson Knight down to his own level. Zeke Draker activated magic reflection. But before he could carry out the next step, Cain Jimmins Constantinus suddenly froze in place. Confusion flickered across his face as Hersian abruptly stopped functioning. For the first time, Cain's stance wavered. He struggled to understand what had just happened, unable to immediately grasp why his armor had suddenly failed him. Then, in complete disbelief, Cain Jimmins Constantinus suddenly burst into mad laughter. His aura flared violently around him, and raw spiritual power erupted from his body in a terrifying surge. That power exploded outward in savage waves, tearing through the chamber and ripping apart everything unfortunate enough to be caught in its path. Cain's strikes slammed into the walls, the pillars, and even the floor itself. Each blow crushed stone with terrifying ease, as if the entire chamber had become the target of his fury. Every impact left glowing scorch marks carved across the shattered surfaces, burning brightly against the broken stone in the aftermath of his attacks. His rampage was no longer controlled, measured, or calculated. Cain Jimmins Constantinus now fought like a beast consumed by pure fury, his movements swallowed by chaos and violent instinct. Zeke Draker stood his ground and faced the onslaught directly, bracing himself as Cain hurled wave after wave of overwhelming force at him. Each surge was meant to crush him completely. The chamber around them was torn apart piece by piece. Walls collapsed, the ground split open beneath their feet, and debris rained down from every direction like a violent storm of destruction. The once grand hall had been reduced to a devastated ruin, buried beneath clouds of dust, piles of shattered stone, and the brutal aftermath of Cain's uncontrollable rampage. Zeke Draker staggered where he stood, his body battered from the relentless assault. Blood poured heavily from his wounds, staining him as he struggled to remain upright. System notifications appeared in front of him, warning that the concentration of demonic energy inside Cain Jimin's Constantinus had exceeded safe limits. Because of that overwhelming contamination, even healing-type elemental skills were beginning to lose their effectiveness. Clutching at his wounds, Zeke Draker forced himself back onto his feet. His face twisted with pain as his body screamed in protest, but he still dragged himself upright. The situation had become dangerously grim. Cain Jimin's Constantinus loomed in front of him, bloodlust still burning around his armored figure, though a faint trace of admiration now colored his gaze as he acknowledged the strength expected from a descendant of the Draker bloodline. Zeke Draker narrowed his eyes and asked how Cain knew that. Cain Jimin's Constantinus revealed the answer without hesitation. Only the Draker family's sealing magic could interfere with Hersian's functions, and the sword technique Zeke Draker had just used closely resembled the ancient Dragon Slayer style. Zeke Draker's eyes widened as the weight of Cain Jimin's Constantinus's words struck him all at once. The meaning behind them settled over his mind like a crushing stone, and along with that realization came the bitter, burning sting of betrayal. The dragon-slaying sword art had originally been derived from the ancient Dragon Slayer style, so the two arts naturally shared the same roots. But the move Zeke Draker had just used, Dragon Scale Thrust, came from the later chapters of the Dragon Slayer style, a hidden technique that should have remained sealed within the Draker family alone. For Cain Jimin's Constantinus, a knight serving the Rome Empire, to identify that technique so precisely meant there was only one possible answer. The Jimin's family had turned their backs on their own heritage and handed the Dragon Slayer style over to the Rome Empire. Rage and disbelief surged through Zeke Draker's battered body, and the shock hit him so hard that blood rose in his throat, forcing him to cough violently as red splattered across the broken floor. Cain Jimin's Constantinus began walking toward him, each step calm and heavy, while his voice remained disturbingly gentle despite the overwhelming pressure surrounding him. He observed that the corruption had already spread deep into Zeke Draker's body, and that the pain tearing through him must have been almost impossible to endure. Cain said that allowing Zeke Draker to suffer any longer in such a state would be discourteous. In his eyes, letting a warrior who had faced him with honor continue writhing in agony would not be mercy at all. It would be an insult. Cain Jimin's Constantinus lifted his blade, preparing to deliver what he believed was a merciful end. Before him, Zeke Draker gathered every last fragment of strength left in his ruined body and faced the incoming strike without dropping his gaze. Cain Jimin's Constantinus thrust his sword forward, driving the blade straight through Zeke Draker's chest in one decisive motion. As the battle appeared to reach its final moment, Cain gave him a quiet farewell, wishing him peace in death. After confirming that Zeke Draker had been finished, Cain Jimin's Constantinus slowly drew his blade back and wiped the blood from its edge with controlled, deliberate movements. Cain turned away, his voice steady as he admitted that, although Zeke Draker had stood against him as an enemy, he had still been a worthy opponent. He added that it had been a very long time since anyone had managed to push him that far in battle. But those words had barely left Cain Jimin's Constantinus's mouth when a dagger suddenly sliced through the air behind him, flying straight for his throat. Cain snapped his head aside on pure instinct, avoiding a fatal hit by the narrowest margin. Even so, the blade still grazed his skin, carving a thin red line across him. He spun back immediately, and the sight before him made him freeze. Zeke Draker was standing again, no longer lying broken on the ground and no longer dying where Cain had left him. Zeke Draker was already positioned behind Cain Jimin's Constantinus, his massive sword raised high above him and ready to come crashing down. At that moment, a system message flared sharply before Zeke Draker's eyes. Salvation had activated. The top-grade healing potion surged through Zeke Draker's body like an explosive breath of life, restoring his wounds and stamina almost instantly. Cain Jimin's Constantinus had no time left to react. Zeke Draker's sword descended in one clean, decisive slash. Cain Jimin's Constantinus's head was severed from his shoulders. The instant the fight ended, Zeke Draker dropped to his knees, coughing violently as his body nearly collapsed under the aftermath. If Zeke Draker had not placed salvation in his shortcut slot ahead of time, that single fatal moment would have been the end of him, with no chance of recovery. Jav Hassan's masterpiece was powerful enough to instantly restore mortal wounds and recover devastating exhaustion, but it came with one harsh limitation. It could only be used once, and whoever received its miracle would never be able to benefit from it again. Even that kind of salvation had a limit. Zeke Draker planted his sword against the ground and used it to force himself upright, only to immediately feel the truth inside his body. His internal injuries were still burning deep within him, untouched by the potion's healing, as if something far deeper had been damaged. His system warned him that he had already gone far beyond the limits his body could safely endure. His fatigue had crossed a critical threshold. For the sake of protecting him from further collapse, the system would forcibly shut down his consciousness. The sword slipped from Zeke Draker's weakening fingers. His entire body felt hollow, as if every last trace of strength had been drained out of him, leaving him with no time and no energy to spare. But Zeke Draker could not allow himself to collapse there. Not here, not now, and especially not in the middle of enemy territory. As his body sank downward, his fading eyes drifted toward the shattered bottle lying near Kane Jimin's, Constantinus's corpse. Then Zeke Draker's gaze shifted to Kane's body itself. Desperation tightened painfully in his chest. No matter what method he had to use, he needed to recover somehow. Before his head could strike the ground, Zeke Draker activated one of his draconian skills, gluttony. A strange, ominous energy burst out from Zeke Draker's body, spreading like a dark current through the ruined chamber before wrapping itself around Kane Jimin's, Constantinus's corpse. The system announced that Zeke Draker had consumed a demonic human corrupted by miasma. Power rushed back into Zeke Draker all at once. His stamina, mana, and mental strength began pouring into the emptiness inside him, restoring what had been completely drained away. Then came the blood. It coated Zeke Draker as the system declared that he had absorbed a demonic bloodline ability. His C-rank skill, Static Discharge, broke apart and evolved. A new name burned itself into his system in its place: Lightning. From that moment on, Zeke Draker was no longer exactly the same as before. Once Kane Jimin's Constantinus had been completely devoured, the strange energy faded from the chamber, and gluttony disappeared as though it had never existed. Zeke Draker's eyes snapped open. He pushed himself upright and pressed a hand against his head, half expecting death to still be waiting for him. He had truly believed everything was over, and only now did he realize just how close he had come to dying, and how fortunate he had been to activate gluttony in time. When Zeke Draker looked ahead, his body went still. Kane Jimin's Constantinus's armor was floating in the air, slowly rotating in place as if it had a will of its own. A system message appeared before Zeke Draker, informing him that he had obtained an unknown armor and asking whether he wished to register himself as its user. But something about it felt wrong. Even after everything that had happened, the armor's true name still refused to appear. After a brief pause, Zeke Draker accepted the registration. The moment the process completed, the armor dissolved into light and flowed around his body, equipping itself instantly. Another message followed right after, telling him that the armor's form could be changed according to his will. Of the 28 great magic circles engraved into the armor, only 3 were currently active. Zeke Draker lifted his arm in disbelief, testing the armor's weight. It was far lighter than it looked, almost impossibly light, as though it had been designed perfectly for movement. Its functions alone proved that this was equipment far beyond anything ordinary, and that was exactly why he chose to remove it. If Zeke Draker walked around wearing armor like this, the Rome Empire would recognize the danger immediately. He would alter its form later and only use it when the right moment came. For now, what mattered most was leaving the ruins. But just as Zeke Draker turned to go, a foul stench suddenly struck his nose. The smell of blood, rot, and corpses had mixed together in the air. That unbearable odor drifted from somewhere deeper within the ruins, thick, heavy, and impossible for him to ignore. Zeke Draker followed the stench with his jaw tightening at every step, moving farther into the darkness until he finally reached a hidden laboratory buried inside the ruins. Inside, mages were gathered around tables. Human bodies had been strapped down, cut open, and abandoned there while they were still warm. Zeke Draker ground his teeth together as disgust and fury rose violently inside him. He had always known the Rome Empire was ruthless, but what he was seeing in that laboratory went far beyond ordinary cruelty. The mages finally noticed Zeke Draker standing at the entrance of the hidden laboratory, and the color drained from their faces almost instantly. Panic flashed through the room, and without wasting even a single second, they released a thick cloud of gas that spread outward, quickly flooding the space around him. A system warning immediately flickered into view before Zeke Draker's eyes, alerting him that the air around him had been contaminated with a magically formulated poison. This toxin was not some ordinary poison that could be brushed aside easily. It pressed down against Zeke Draker's natural resistance, forcing it back as the poison tried to push its way deeper into his body. Zeke Draker reacted without the slightest delay. He pulled out a potion, brought it to his mouth, and swallowed it down at once before the toxin could spread any further through him. Then he slowly lifted his gaze toward the mages, his eyes cold enough to make the room feel even darker. In a low, merciless voice, he told them they had better be prepared to pay with their lives for everything they had done in that place. In the next instant, Zeke Draker moved. The fight barely had time to begin before it was already over. Flesh was torn apart under his attack. Stone cracked and shattered, and the hidden laboratory itself began collapsing beneath the force of the destruction. When the room finally fell still again, Zeke Draker moved through the wreckage and gathered the research documents the mages had left behind. Somewhere within those pages, there might be clues connected to the rose disease. Zeke Draker was still examining the documents when a voice suddenly came from behind him, breaking through the silence and asking whether he was the one responsible for all of this. An old mage stood there, staring at the ruined laboratory with disbelief carved across his face. His eyes swept over the collapsed tables, broken equipment, and scattered remains before he demanded to know if Zeke Draker had destroyed his lab. Zeke Draker did not answer him with words. Instead, he wrapped his sword in aura and charged straight toward the old mage without giving him another moment to speak. The old mage's eyes widened in horror the instant he felt the pressure pouring from Zeke Draker's blade, an aura weapon. In that moment, he realized exactly what kind of opponent had appeared before him. Zeke Draker was a blue knight. The old mage hurriedly raised his hand, trying to shape a magic circle before Zeke Draker could close the distance. But Zeke Draker reached him first and tore through him before the spell could even fully take form. The old mage's body collapsed heavily onto the ground, only for it to crumble apart into loose sand a moment later. Then, in the very next breath, that same sand began gathering together again, swirling and reforming directly in front of Zeke Draker. Zeke Draker narrowed his eyes as he studied the reformed mage. From the crest he saw and the twisted flow of mana around him, Zeke immediately recognized where that power came from, the Scorpion clan. They were practitioners of forbidden magic, and this old mage was clearly not some disposable underling. He was an executive, a six-circle mage, annoying, dangerous, and exactly the kind of filth the Rome Empire should never have been cooperating with, seeing that only made Zeke Draker's resolve harden further. Zeke Draker activated magic reflection, and in the blink of an eye, the mana filling the room was stripped away completely. The old mage staggered in shock, staring in disbelief as he tried to form another magic circle and failed. Fear began creeping into the old mage's eyes as he looked at Zeke Draker and asked if he was a pure-blooded Draker, but instead of waiting for a response, the mage immediately tore open a scroll. Sand roared upward behind him, twisting violently as it fused together and climbed higher into the air. Piece by piece, it formed into a grotesque monster made from mismatched parts, stitched into one horrifying body. It was a synthetic chimera. The old mage laughed with warped pride as he called the creature his greatest masterpiece. He declared that not even a Draker would be able to stand against a monster like this. The chimera lunged forward and attacked without warning. Zeke Draker raised his weapon and blocked the first claw as it came crashing down. But the sheer force behind the strike drove him backward across the ground. The second claw followed immediately, tearing toward him without pause. Zeke Draker shoved it aside while coating his leg in ether, and in the next instant his body vanished into a blur. Before the creature could crush him beneath its massive body, Zeke Draker was already racing up along it, using the shadowless steps of the Gale Arts to move like a flicker of wind. He appeared above the chimera in a flash, but the monster sensed his presence right away and launched its stingers toward him. Zeke Draker tore those stingers apart in midair before they could reach him. That was when Zeke Draker realized the creature had no blind spots at all. He landed in front of the beast and tightened his grip around his sword. There was no reason to drag this fight out any longer. Zeke Draker charged straight ahead, driving toward the chimera with his blade aimed directly at its head. The chimera crossed its claws in front of itself and blocked the strike, then hurled Zeke Draker backward with savage force. Zeke Draker clicked his tongue in irritation as he steadied himself. If the fight continued much longer, reinforcements would arrive. That was when the system's voice suddenly spoke inside his mind. Draconic control could now be activated. The system gave him a direct command: subjugate the draconic target. Zeke Draker had not expected the skill to work on a creature like this, but he did not hesitate for even a second. Zeke Draker unleashed Dragon's dignity, and in that instant the atmosphere around him changed completely. An overwhelming pressure crashed down like the will of a tyrant as he commanded the creature to submit. The chimera froze where it stood. Its massive body began trembling uncontrollably as fear spread through every part of it. A final message appeared before Zeke Draker, declaring that fear had been successfully instilled in the trivial dragon. The effect of draconic control surged even higher after it merged with Dragon's dignity. Zeke Draker understood the reason immediately. Somewhere inside that stitched-together body, the mage had fused in dragon traits, and that was the only reason the chimera responded to his command. The system then asked whether he wished to fully activate draconic control. Zeke Draker accepted without the slightest hesitation. A magic circle bloomed beneath the chimera's feet, glowing across the ground before chains erupted from within it. They wrapped around the creature's massive body and bound it tightly in place. Another system message followed, confirming that the trivial dragon had been successfully subjugated. When the chains finally faded away, Zeke Draker stepped closer to the now subdued creature and gently patted its head. To the mage's utter disbelief, the chimera did not pull away from Zeke Draker at all. Instead, the beast gently leaned into his palm, accepting his touch as if it had been waiting for that hand from the very beginning. The mage could only stand there, frozen, his face locked in stiff, horrified confusion, unable to process why the monster he had sacrificed so much to create had suddenly stopped obeying him. Then Zeke Draker slowly shifted his icy gaze toward the mage, and there was not a single trace of pity in his expression. With his voice low and merciless, he gave one simple order: bite. The chimera moved the instant the word left his mouth, springing forward without a second of hesitation and crushing the defenseless mage in one savage, overwhelming attack. Once it was over, Zeke Draker calmly extended his hand again and gave the chimera another firm pat on the head, almost like he was rewarding a loyal beast for following a command properly. After that, he turned away from the mage's body without hesitation and began going through the man's belongings with steady, experienced hands. When Zeke Draker finally uncovered the file and caught sight of the name written inside, his eyes narrowed in an instant. The information in the document pointed directly to Gurav al-Rumani, the second-in-command of the Desert Scorpion clan. As Zeke Draker kept reading through the file, the chimera moved closer again and pressed its head against his side. It nudged him repeatedly, almost like an impatient child trying to steal his attention while he was focused on something important. Zeke Draker's brow tightened slightly as he looked down at the creature, irritation flickering in his eyes. He questioned why it kept bothering him like that, especially when he was clearly trying to concentrate on the contents of the document. But before the chimera could make any sort of response, the system answered for it. A message appeared asking Zeke Draker whether he wished to bestow a name upon the subjugated dragon. The system explained that once a dragon was given a name, its master would be able to summon it whenever necessary, regardless of distance, as long as the bond between them remained unbroken. Only then did Zeke Draker realize what the beast had been trying to ask from him all along. It wanted a name. He looked directly at the chimera, paused for a beat, and finally spoke one aloud. Gurav. The creature instantly froze where it stood, then slowly lifted its head, as if it had been completely stunned by the name it had just received. The system registered the name immediately, leaving no room for hesitation or correction. Zeke Draker glanced at the chimera and asked if it was unhappy with the choice, then casually added that it was already far too late to change it, and just like that, the scene began to shift somewhere else. From somewhere beyond the immediate area, the slow, deliberate sound of hands clapping echoed through the air, each clap measured and unhurried. Zeke Draker now appeared in a clean new set of clothes, his wounds completely healed and his body fully restored. Standing there without a single trace of injury, he looked as though the brutal battle from before had never even touched him. Seated in front of him was none other than Don Juan himself. The cartel boss relaxed into his chair and said he had already heard the news that Zeke Draker had truly taken care of that coward, Paulo Santos. Zeke Draker answered with a calm nod, showing no pride or hesitation, as he replied that he was the kind of man who always followed through on his promises. A pleased smile slowly spread across Don Juan's face. With that satisfied look, he said that now, at long last, he could truly believe the words Zeke Draker spoke. Don Juan continued, saying that brave and valiant warriors deserved to be treated with proper honor. To him, powerful people were treasures worth cherishing, almost like his own children, and he claimed that he wanted to treat Zeke Draker in that exact same way. The moment Zeke Draker heard those words, his gaze grew darker. Memories from his previous life rose sharply in his mind. Every humiliation, every moment of suffering, and everything he had once endured under Don Juan's control. He could not stop himself from wondering whether this man truly thought of children as nothing more than useful tools to be handled, exploited, and discarded. The fact that Don Juan could say something like that so casually, right in front of him, only deepened the disgust burning inside Zeke Draker. Without letting it show on his face, he made a silent vow deep within his heart. One day, he would kill Don Juan with his own hands. Then Don Juan pushed himself up from his seat and gestured toward several boxes stacked behind him, deliberately drawing Zeke Draker's eyes toward them. He explained that the boxes were a gift, something he had personally gone out of his way to prepare as proof of his sincerity. Instant Zeke Draker looked at the boxes more closely, his body went still. His expression barely moved, but there was a noticeable stiffness in the way he held himself. Don Juan reminded him that he had already offered to become Zeke Draker's business partner. Then he said these gifts were meant to prove that his trust was not just a collection of empty words. Zeke Draker stepped closer without saying anything, and lifted one of the boxes with both hands, carefully feeling the weight of it in his grip. Before he even opened the lid, the sheer heaviness of the box had already told him almost everything he needed to know. There was only one type of thing that could have that exact kind of weight, while still fitting neatly inside a box of that size. Inside the box was the severed head of a syndicate executive, placed there like a horrifying tribute meant to impress him, and the other boxes held the rest of them. Don Juan watched Zeke Draker's face closely, smiling as he asked whether the present was to his liking. Zeke Draker smiled back and calmly said that he liked it. In truth, everything was proceeding exactly according to his plan. With the syndicate executives now eliminated, the only thing left was to push K into the organization's highest seat. Once that happened, the syndicate itself would finally fall into his hands. Don Juan leaned forward in his chair, closing the space between them slightly, and said there was still one problem left that they needed to deal with. Zeke Draker asked what that problem was. Don Juan explained that Pabella had discovered who attacked them, or at least who they believed had attacked them. From their perspective, the assault had been carried out by knights and mages. A faint smirk tugged at Zeke Draker's lips. Of course they would reach that conclusion from an outside perspective. It was the most natural answer, the easiest explanation to accept, and that was precisely what made it such a perfect cover. Don Juan said he wanted those pirate bastards to receive a proper warning. He wanted them taught brutally and without mercy that the true master of the southern continent was McCain. Zeke Draker immediately understood what Don Juan was really asking of him, and he answered that he would handle it. For once, Don Juan actually looked surprised by how quickly Zeke Draker agreed. Zeke Draker clenched his fist and declared that he would go to Pabella himself and personally make Don Juan's will known. However, in exchange for accepting that dangerous assignment, Zeke Draker made it clear that there was one thing he wanted from Don Juan. Kay needed to be given enough power, authority, and support to become the new central figure of the syndicate. Don Juan let out a low chuckle, rubbing his head, as if the demand amused him. Then, with a relaxed motion, he placed the cigar back between his lips. He accepted Zeke Draker's condition, saying that he would personally stand behind Kay and act as her official backer. Then Don Juan sharply snapped his fingers and announced that the cartel's greatest hitman, along with the entire squad under his command, would be assigned to Zeke Draker. At that signal, the shadows around the room began to shift. One by one, figures stepped out from the darkness surrounding him. Zeke Draker turned his head and found himself locking eyes with a blond man standing just behind him. The man wore an eye patch, and everything about him felt sharp, silent, and impossible to read, like a blade kept half hidden in the dark, waiting for the right moment to be drawn. Don Juan calmly assured Zeke Draker that this man, together with the squad behind him, would be more than useful for the mission ahead. Then the scene shifted once again. Across the land that had once belonged to Paulo Santos, ruins now stretched in every direction, leaving behind only broken wreckage and the unmistakable traces of violence. Two figures walked through the devastated territory, their footsteps carrying them over cracked ground, scattered debris, and the remains of what had been destroyed. Abel Draker and the man beside him moved forward in silence for a time. Eventually, the man finally spoke, informing Abel that the investigation had already been completed. The Imperial Intelligence Bureau had already swept through the entire area, cleaning up every trace they could find. According to him, there was nothing meaningful left to uncover. He reminded Abel Draker that the official report was clear. The attack had been carried out by a squad made up of both mages and knights. Abel Draker did not answer right away. Instead, he lowered himself down to one knee and pressed his fingers against the ground, focusing carefully on whatever faint traces still remained there. A soft glow pulsed beneath Abel's fingertips as he drew out the lingering remnants of energy from the scene. Then he slowly rose back to his feet and said, in a quiet but certain voice, that only one person had done this. The man beside him froze at those words, his expression tightening with shock and confusion as he asked Abel Draker what he meant by that. Abel Draker explained that there were both magical traces and sword traces left behind at the scene, but those signs had not come from a group of attackers. Every single trace, whether magic or blade, led back to one source alone. Whoever had launched this attack, Abel Draker could tell one thing with certainty. This was not the work of some ordinary warrior. At the very least, the attacker had to possess strength on par with a Red Knight, the kind of power needed to wipe out every person in this territory alone and leave behind nothing but ruins. William Zimmons stared at Abel Draker in confusion, unable to understand how he could draw such a sharp conclusion from traces so faint they were nearly gone. As the last glow of residual energy faded from Abel Draker's fingertips, Abel added that the marks scattered across the battlefield had obviously been cleaned up in a rush. The Imperial Intelligence Bureau had not merely come here to investigate. They had deliberately erased something they did not want anyone else to discover. With that thought settled in his mind, Abel Draker began walking deeper into the shattered ruins, his eyes fixed forward as he moved through the wreckage. In a low, steady voice, he said he needed to find out exactly what the Empire was trying so desperately to hide. William Zimmons hurriedly called out after him, his voice carrying clear concern as he asked if Abel Draker was truly planning to dig into the Imperial Intelligence Bureau itself. Then he pressed further, asking what Abel intended to do if that reckless decision ended up bringing serious trouble down on them. Abel Draker stopped in his tracks and turned his head slightly, glancing back at William Zimmons with an expression that remained calm, yet carried a heavy seriousness. He said there was something here, buried in this place, that he simply could not pretend not to see. His instincts were already warning him, tugging at him from deep inside, almost as if they were forcing him toward the hidden truth and refusing to let him simply turn around and walk away. Then Abel Draker's mouth curved into a faint, unsettling smile. With that quiet intensity in his eyes, he asked whether William Zimmons truly had no idea what his ambition was, to claim both House Draker and the Rome Empire as his own. The scene shifted again, and now the port under the control of the Pabella cartel appeared in view. Its docks stretched out beneath the heavy, tense atmosphere of the southern continent, the entire harbor feeling like a place waiting for violence to break out. A guard standing watch noticed a small boat slicing across the water toward the port. The moment he spotted it, he shouted sharply, demanding to know who the people on board belonged to. Zeke Draker stood up from the boat without giving the guard any answer. In one fluid motion, he drew his dagger, kicked off from the deck, and launched himself forward like a dark shadow darting over the surface of the water. In the very next instant, Zeke Draker tore through the guard with terrifying speed. Before the man could even let out a proper cry, Zeke had already destroyed him and hurled the broken body backward. But before the corpse could fall and splash into the water, the man with the eye patch was already moving. He drew his sword with clean, practiced precision and threw the blade straight after the falling body. The sword flew true, piercing the guard directly through the chest and pinning him hard against the wall. The body was stopped in place before it could crash down and alert anyone in the port. Zeke Draker understood the purpose of that move immediately. Simon Zapatero had not just killed the silence around them. He had even silenced the corpse before it could hit the water and make noise. Without wasting a breath, Zeke called for him to come up. Simon Zapatero responded with a brief nod, accepting the order quietly and without the slightest need for extra words. This man was Simon Zapatero, the very person who had once taught Zeke Draker the martial arts and assassination techniques of the southern continent. Even in the rotten depths of the McCain cartel, where trust was almost impossible to find, Simon Zapatero had been the only person Zeke Draker could truly rely on. And now, even after Zeke's regression, their movements in battle still matched perfectly, as if the rhythm between them had never been lost. That was precisely why Zeke Draker had wanted Simon Zapatero at his side for this mission. Once Simon Zapatero and his subordinates climbed up from the boat, the group immediately slipped into the city. They blended into the port's shadows, moving quietly and swiftly like assassins swallowed by the night. Simon Zapatero scanned the surrounding area and noted that Pabella forces were positioned almost everywhere. Then he asked whether there was any route that could take them all the way to the central district. Zeke Draker answered calmly that there was. Zeke Draker reminded him that this land had once been part of the Holy Empire. Because of that history, he said, it was almost certain that underground passages still existed somewhere beneath the city. Simon Zapatero frowned, clearly unconvinced by the idea. He pointed out that even if those tunnels really existed, they would be tangled like a maze, making it nearly impossible to find the right path blindly. Zeke Draker simply told him to watch carefully because there was a way through. Before long, Zeke Draker was sprinting through the underground passageways beneath the city, his body moving quickly through the dim tunnels. The mini-map guide function laid out a clear route in front of him, directing him toward Mateo's room. Without that guide, navigating those underground tunnels would have been almost impossible. When Zeke Draker noticed enemy forces waiting up ahead, he immediately shifted his path, choosing a safer route and continuing forward with sharper caution. But there was still one serious problem. Red Knights, along with anyone stronger than that level, did not appear on the minimap at all, just like Cain Jimmins Constantinus back in the ruins. That meant a truly dangerous enemy could already be nearby without showing up. Zeke Draker turned toward the assassins and gave them a direct order. They were to split up through the tunnels and plant bombs wherever they found a suitable spot. He made it clear that Mateo was his responsibility alone. The assassins followed his command immediately, scattering without a sound into different passages until each of them disappeared down a separate path. Eventually, Zeke Draker arrived at the city's waterways. Ahead of him, 3 separate channels extended into the darkness, and each passage was sealed off by thick iron bars. He walked straight toward the channel where no water was flowing. Gripping the iron bars with both hands, he tore them free with raw strength, ripping open the sealed path by force. Zeke Draker already knew exactly what this move would trigger. Once Mateo was dead, the boss of Pabella would lose all sense of restraint, and a full-scale war between McCain and Pabella would finally begin. As he slipped into the empty waterway, Zeke Draker found himself wondering whether Don Juan had truly sent him here because he wanted to ignite that war. But almost as soon as the thought appeared, Zeke Draker rejected it. No, that explanation did not fully match the kind of man Don Juan was. A man cautious enough to kill his own subordinates just to prevent unrest would never casually take such a dangerous gamble. More likely, Don Juan had sent everyone on this mission expecting them to die. This was never meant to be a genuine attack meant to succeed. It was supposed to be a warning, a bloody message delivered directly to Pabella. Don Juan wanted to show that no matter how many bodies he had to throw away, he would not hesitate to make his point. In the darkness of the waterway, Zeke Draker smiled quietly to himself. He had no intention of letting things play out exactly according to Don Juan's plan. Because no matter what Don Juan expected, Zeke was still going to kill Mateo. At the end of the channel, Zeke Draker kicked the iron bars open with a violent crash. The guards waiting on the other side stared in shock, their bodies freezing for a brief moment before they could even react. Zeke Draker shot out from the shadows immediately, cutting through the guards before any of them had the chance to raise an alarm. Without losing momentum, he pushed forward and stormed straight into the building. As Zeke Draker moved through the interior, his senses sharpened. The Rome Empire and Pabella were clearly cooperating, yet he had not seen a single Imperial soldier anywhere. Even his minimap showed no sign of them. Then, without any warning, a burst of light exploded directly in front of him. Zeke Draker lifted his arm just in time to guard himself, instantly realizing that this was where they had been hiding. Squad leader immediately barked out a command, ordering the soldiers to capture Zeke Draker alive. A swordsman rushed in first, charging straight toward Zeke Draker with his weapon raised and ready to strike. Zeke Draker slipped to the side at the very last moment, avoiding the attack by a hair. Then he stepped onto the swordsman's shoulder as if the man were nothing more than a temporary foothold beneath him. In that same smooth movement, Zeke Draker tossed his dagger upward into the air, then kicked it forward with a sharp and perfectly controlled strike. The dagger shot forward like a projectile and pierced cleanly through the swordsman's neck. The squad leader reacted without hesitation, forming a magic circle in front of him, while shouting for the mages to fire all at once. Zeke Draker activated Swift Step, his feet moving so lightly and quickly that they almost seemed to skim over the ground. He slipped through the barrage and closed the distance in an instant. Another dagger flashed into his hand. Then the wind field of the elemental sword erupted through their formation, tearing across the soldiers and scattering their ranks apart. Zeke Draker frowned as he watched the enemies collapse around him. They were weak, far too weak to be considered proper Imperial forces. Maybe the Rome Empire had only sent them here so they could claim, on the surface, that they had participated. Zeke Draker slowly shifted his gaze toward the few survivors who were still on their feet. His eyes settled on them one by one, and when he spoke, his voice dropped into something cold and final, as if he was offering them their last chance to make the right choice. Dragon's dignity poured out from Zeke Draker's body like an invisible wave, filling the room with crushing pressure. The surviving soldiers felt it pressing down on their shoulders and lungs, as he told them plainly that if they wanted to live, they should run right now. But if they chose to remain in his path, then they needed to be prepared to die where they stood. Remaining mages understood the threat the moment it touched them. That terrifying presence crawled across their skin like death itself had brushed past them, and their faces drained of color. One after another, their courage collapsed, and they turned away from Zeke Draker before fleeing for their lives. A short while later, the room had gone quiet. Zeke Draker stood alone in the middle of the aftermath, surrounded by fallen soldiers, his eyes lowering toward the bodies scattered across the floor. As he looked down at the corpses, a heavy question settled in his mind. Why had the Rome Empire bothered to come all the way out to the southern continent? What exactly were they trying to obtain in this place? The thought slipped through him like a cold chill, sharpening his suspicion even more. Then, from somewhere above him, a thick surge of dark energy suddenly began to swell, spreading through the air like an ominous shadow gathering overhead. Zeke Draker snapped his head upward and saw a mage floating above him, completely wrapped in that sinister power. Looking down from above, the man sneered at him and spat out that a single roach had dared to interfere with their great plan. Zeke Draker had not sensed the man approaching at all, and that fact alone was enough to make his guard rise. His eyes narrowed sharply as he stared up at the mage and demanded to know who he was. The mage raised one hand, and dark energy began spilling from the ring on his finger. It poured downward like black smoke, drifting over the floor before seeping into the corpses lying below. The dead bodies started to convulse violently, their limbs bent at wrong, unnatural angles, their joints jerking and twisting before. One by one, they staggered back up onto their feet. They had been turned into zombies. The mage commanded the risen corpses to seize Zeke Draker, declaring that because Zeke had ruined everything, he would personally tear his soul out. Zeke Draker understood what he was facing almost immediately. Raising this many corpses at the same time was far beyond the reach of an ordinary mage. Only a high-ranking black mage could perform necromancy on this scale. And when it came to black mages of that level, most of them were tied in some way to the Desert Scorpion clan. Even so, Zeke Draker still could not identify the man's exact affiliation. There was no clear mark to reveal him, and no obvious magic circle was visible around him either. But in the end, none of that mattered. Zeke Draker did not waste time hesitating or overthinking it. He moved. With a single clean swing, his blade sliced through the air and cut down several zombie heads at once, sending them flying before the corpses could close in on him. Right away, the system announced that miasma-corrupted zombie knights had been eliminated. At the same moment, Zeke Draker received his reward. 10 karma points. Zeke Draker paused for only a brief second, and then a faint smile slowly formed on his face. As he continued cutting down the zombies one after another, the system notifications kept appearing in front of him, each one confirming another fallen enemy. When the final zombie finally collapsed onto the floor, Zeke Draker lifted his gaze once more and looked back up toward the black mage. He expected the next attack to come immediately. But instead of striking again, the mage's body melted into darkness, dissolving out of sight until he vanished completely. Zeke Draker simply turned away from where he had disappeared. That one could be turned into karma points later. Zeke Draker continued moving down the corridor, already sensing that Mateo's office was somewhere farther ahead. And at the same time, he knew someone would appear before much longer. A blade suddenly slid in close and pressed against Zeke Draker's throat. Zeke Draker did not flinch even slightly. He stayed perfectly still, calm despite the edge against his neck, and said that he had been waiting. The man stepped out from the shadows and finally showed himself. The one holding the blade was Simon Zapatero. Zeke Draker's brow tightened slightly, his eyes narrowing as he looked at him. Simon Zapatero was not the person he had expected to encounter in this place. Zeke Draker asked whether Don Juan had ordered Simon Zapatero to kill him before the situation became any more troublesome. Simon Zapatero shifted the dagger into his other hand and leaned closer, keeping the blade dangerously near Zeke Draker's throat, without giving him even a small open. In a low, controlled voice, Simon Zapatero said that Don Juan's true objective was the destruction of the Pabella cartel. Then he made it clear to Zeke Draker that there was no place in that plan for an outsider from the central continent. Zeke Draker reminded him that without his intervention, Pabella would have already swallowed their entire distribution network by now. Simon Zapatero answered without warmth, saying they would use K to take control of the syndicate, and once that was done, everything could continue without Zeke Draker being involved at all. At that exact moment, just as Zeke Draker had arranged in advance, his system suspended his healing ability. Without warning, Zeke Draker grabbed Simon Zapatero's wrist and pulled the blade even closer to himself, deliberately letting the sharp edge cut into his own throat. Then Zeke Draker called Simon Zapatero by another name, the Shadowless Ghost, and asked why he still had not made a real attack. Simon Zapatero froze where he stood. His expression hardened instantly, and his voice turned dangerous as he demanded to know how Zeke Draker knew that name. Zeke Draker told him that he knew about his past, and more than that, he knew the real reason Simon Zapatero still continued to serve Don Juan. Simon Zapatero's breath caught for a moment, his composure cracking as he struggled to understand how Zeke could possibly know something so hidden. Zeke Draker said it was all for the sake of the last remaining bloodline of the Cuzco kingdom. The instant those words left Zeke Draker's mouth, the color drained from Simon Zapatero's face. Simon Zapatero's eyes sharpened with clear killing intent, as he demanded to know how Zeke Draker had uncovered that secret. But Zeke Draker had already expected the attack before it came. Zeke Draker retreated immediately, drawing himself back while summoning a dagger from his inventory in the same motion. Zeke Draker forced Simon Zapatero's blade downward, but Simon instantly brought his weapon back up and pressed him again, demanding to know exactly how much Zeke truly knew. His questions grew sharper as he asked for Zeke Draker's real identity. Zeke pushed back and finally revealed the truth that he was a direct descendant of House Draker. The moment Zeke spoke his name, Simon Zapatero's body stiffened. He asked if Zeke was the rumored youngest Blue Knight, fully aware that if the Drakers made a move, the entire southern continent would shake. Zeke Draker told him this had nothing to do with his family. He had come here by his own choice, so Simon Zapatero had no reason to worry about House Draker interfering. But Simon Zapatero then asked why Zeke would expose such a dangerous secret now, when he could have kept it hidden until the very end. Zeke Draker knocked the dagger out of Simon Zapatero's hand, then reached his own hand out toward him. Zeke Draker asked Simon Zapatero to become his ally. He promised that he would help protect the surviving bloodline of Cuzco, and that one day He would even help rebuild the kingdom that had fallen. Simon Zapatero stood there stunned, and Zeke Draker understood exactly why those words had shaken him so deeply. Then Zeke Draker asked him whether he truly believed there was any future waiting for him inside the McCain cartel. Zeke Draker asked what Simon Zapatero planned to do after killing him exactly as Don Juan had ordered. Then he pressed further, asking what would happen when the Pabella forces finally arrived. After that, Zeke Draker asked an even heavier question. Had Don Juan ever sent reinforcements for Simon Zapatero or his men, even a single time? Simon Zapatero answered quietly, his voice low as he admitted the truth. They had always survived on their own. Zeke Draker reminded Simon Zapatero that after the Cuzco kingdom fell, the McCain cartel had moved in and taken control of whatever remained of its territory. And from the very beginning, Don Juan had wanted Simon Zapatero out of the way because a former knight carrying that much history, loyalty, and danger was not someone he could ever afford to leave alive. If Simon Zapatero disappeared, the Cuzco princess would have no protector left at all. Once she was isolated and helpless, Don Juan would simply sell her off to the Cuzco rebels for an enormous price, treating her bloodline as nothing more than a valuable bargaining chip. 10 years earlier, when the Cuzco kingdom collapsed into ruin, Simon Zapatero had taken the newborn princess into his arms and fled with her all the way toward the border. From that moment on, Simon Zapatero had lived as an outlaw, throwing himself deep into the underworld so he could survive and grow stronger. He believed that if he endured long enough, one day he would defeat the rebels and restore the princess to the throne. That was the only reason he had ever served Don Juan. It had never been true loyalty. It had always been a desperate way to stay alive and protect his mission. But Don Juan had known the truth from the very start. In the end, Simon Zapatero had been labeled as a dangerous risk that needed to be removed, while the princess herself was sold directly into the hands of the rebels. In Zeke Draker's previous life, just before Simon Zapatero died, he had desperately begged Zeke to save her. But by the time Zeke Draker finally managed to find the princess, there was already nothing left for him to protect. That was exactly why Zeke Draker was standing in front of him now. There was no time left for hesitation, suspicion, or endless questioning. Simon Zapatero could feel it too, and finally accepted that Zeke Draker was telling him the truth. Simon Zapatero quietly admitted that McCain, the cartel he had once believed would stand unshaken forever, was already beginning to tremble from the inside. And the reason for that collapse was Zeke Draker. Ever since Don Juan's birthday celebration and the conflict with Pabella, the balance inside McCain had started cracking apart. Simon Zapatero looked directly at Zeke Draker and asked what his true goal really was. Zeke Draker reminded Simon Zapatero of what he had said earlier, that there was no place for a bastard from the central continent in Don Juan's plans. Then, without hiding his intention, Zeke said plainly that he wanted the two cartels to tear each other apart. Then Zeke Draker smiled, but there was no warmth in it. His eyes turned cold as he said that once both cartels had finished destroying each other, he would personally go after McCain next. Simon Zapatero stared at him in disbelief, unable to hide his shock. He had never imagined that Zeke Draker's true target was Don Juan himself, but Zeke Draker told him that he was completely serious, and then asked Simon Zapatero to stand with him. Simon Zapatero swallowed hard, his expression tightening as the weight of the offer settled over him. Before answering, he said there were two promises he needed from Zeke Draker first. The first was that Zeke Draker had to take not only Simon Zapatero, but every one of his subordinates with him as well. Then Simon Zapatero asked Zeke Draker to swear that he would protect the surviving bloodline of Cuzco and help restore the fallen kingdom one day. Zeke Draker smiled, then struck his fist firmly against his own chest. With that gesture, he swore on his honor as a knight that he would keep that promise. Simon Zapatero immediately lowered himself to one knee before him and pledged his loyalty, declaring himself the guard commander of Cuzco. Zeke Draker told him to stand, saying that this level of formality was already more than enough. He added that he would explain everything in detail while they escaped, then asked where Simon Zapatero's subordinates were waiting. Simon Zapatero answered that his men were standing by for his signal. Once he sent it, they would activate their explosive scrolls and regroup so they could all escape together. Zeke Draker told Simon Zapatero to send that signal immediately and have everyone gather at the entrance of the underground waterway. Simon Zapatero agreed, then added that Mateo had already been tied up and secured. Zeke Draker said he had done well, then moved forward without wasting even a moment. Mateo crashed hard onto the floor, his body hitting the ground as he cursed through clenched teeth. Glaring up at Zeke Draker, he demanded whether Zeke seriously thought McCain would remain safe after what he was doing. Zeke Draker only smiled and leaned in closer, telling Mateo that once war erupted between the two cartels, no one would be safe anymore. Then he revealed a letter and said that this single piece of paper would become the spark that set everything ablaze. At those words, Mateo's body began to tremble. Zeke Draker forced the paper into Mateo's mouth. Written on it was a declaration that anyone who raised a sword against McCain would rest for eternity. Then Zeke Draker killed Mateo. With Pabella's secret ledgers now in his possession, he turned away from the body and prepared to leave. Simon Zapatero rushed up to Zeke Draker and quickly reported that the signal had already been sent. In that same instant, Zeke Draker summoned his sword and shoved Simon Zapatero backward with sudden force. A volley of arrows shot in from ahead and slammed into Zeke Draker's sheath, stopped only because he had blocked them at the last possible moment. Cartel members poured out from the passage in front of them, shouting loudly that intruders had been discovered. Zeke Draker drew his blade, and flames immediately surged around him as he activated the flame field. Soon after, the group managed to regroup along the underground path beneath the city, gathering together in the dim tunnels. Simon Zapatero ordered his men to greet their new master, and without hesitation, his subordinates lowered their heads before Zeke Draker. Zeke Draker told them there would be time to speak properly later. Right now, they had to keep moving, because the hunt had already started. As they ran through the underground tunnels, Zeke Draker suddenly felt something behind them. A presence was closing in through the darkness. The cartel had already picked up their trail, and the pursuers were moving fast behind them. Zeke Draker ordered everyone to stop. They needed to split up immediately. He would draw the pursuers away himself, while Simon Zapatero took his men, escaped first, and went to find Kay. Zeke Draker told Simon Zapatero that Kay would understand everything once she heard his name. But Simon Zapatero hesitated, reminding him that the Cuzco princess was still somewhere inside the McCain cartel. Zeke Draker asked whether Simon Zapatero really believed he would fail to prepare for something that obvious. In his mind, he recalled the mission he had already entrusted to the Northern Rangers. While chaos spread through McCain, they were to rescue the girl imprisoned by the cartel. Zeke Draker smiled at Simon Zapatero and told him that the princess was already safe. The scene then shifted to Don Juan's mansion. Don Juan slammed his hand down onto the table, fury blazing in his eyes. An entire month had passed since the strike against Pabella, and throughout that time, McCain had been attacked again and again without pause. By now, half of Don Juan's executives were already dead. He leaned back in his chair, falling into grim silence as his thoughts turned heavy. Zeke Draker and Simon Zapatero were far too dangerous to leave unchecked. That was exactly why Don Juan had pushed them into such a reckless mission in the first place. He had expected both of them to die there. Instead of dying, they had succeeded, and because of that success, Pabella had been provoked so badly that the entire situation had now spiraled completely beyond his control. Then, from among the gathered executives, one man finally broke the heavy silence hanging over the room. Don Juan turned his sharp gaze toward him and asked coldly what he wanted. The man suggested that, for a while, they should distance themselves from McCain's main territory. Don Juan's eyes narrowed at once, and he asked if the man was seriously telling him to flee like a coward. The executive quickly explained that the pirates of Pabella were blinded by revenge. Before long, they would charge straight into McCain territory without holding anything back, and that exact moment would become their opening. Don Juan narrowed his eyes as he grasped the shape of the plan. Lure Pabella deep in, then crush them all in one decisive strike. The executive nodded and added that Don Juan could continue issuing orders safely from his villa in Tawani. Don Juan gave his approval, and as the plan took shape in his mind, his expression hardened with cold resolve. Then Don Juan swept his gaze across the other men gathered in the room and reminded them that every crisis McCain had endured had only forged the cartel into something stronger. This situation, he declared with absolute confidence, would be no different. The men immediately rose from their seats, voices lifting together as they loudly swore loyalty to Don Juan. Their confidence sounded forceful, almost desperate, as if they were trying to convince themselves as much as him. When the meeting finally came to an end, the executives left the room one after another. But the man who had proposed the plan stayed behind, lingering alone in the suddenly quiet space. The moment that man rose from his seat, Zeke Draker stepped out from his hiding place and entered the room as if he had been waiting there the entire time. Zeke Draker pressed a dagger against the man's throat and told him he had spoken beautifully. The man shook in fear, his voice trembling as he insisted that he had only followed the instructions he had been given. He reminded Zeke that he had successfully lured Don Juan to Tawani just as planned, then desperately begged to be spared. Zeke Draker slit the man's throat without the slightest hesitation, then calmly told him that he had done well. As blood spilled from the wound and the man collapsed, Zeke Draker looked down at him with cold eyes and said that now he could finally enjoy the main dish. The scene shifted to Tawani, where Don Juan arrived at his villa and slowly looked across the surrounding grounds, taking in the place he had retreated to. As Don Juan stepped down from the carriage, he could barely accept the fact that Pabella had pushed him this far, forcing him all the way to Tawani, his face twisted with rage, and he swore that he would erase them completely. That night, Don Juan sat alone inside the villa, surrounded by silence when the door behind him opened quietly. Without even bothering to turn around, Don Juan said he had not called for anyone and ordered the intruder to leave. But the figure ignored his command and continued walking toward him. Only then did Don Juan turn his head. The moment his eyes landed on the masked intruder standing inside the room, his body froze in place. Zeke Draker reached up and removed his hood, revealing his face. Then, with a calm look, he asked Don Juan whether he was enjoying his peaceful little vacation. Even with Zeke Draker standing directly in front of him, Don Juan did not immediately lose his composure. Instead, Don Juan lifted his wine glass as though nothing unusual had happened, saying that he had not climbed to his current position without surviving threats like this before. In Don Juan's eyes, this was nothing more than a pathetic little stunt meant to shake him. Zeke Draker flicked his dagger, and the wine glass shattered in Don Juan's hand. Then he said he had been hoping Don Juan would beg. If Don Juan had shown that kind of fear, Zeke Draker thought, then this moment would have tasted even sweeter. At last, Don Juan's face darkened. He rose from his seat, called Zeke Draker an arrogant brat, and shouted for his guards to come in and force him to kneel. Zeke Draker answered in a cold voice that no one was coming. Don Juan froze where he stood, the weight of those words sinking in. Zeke Draker told him that every guard in the villa was already dead. Then his voice grew even colder as he spoke of his past life, of how he had never had enough time to make Don Juan truly suffer, and how he still remembered crawling like a dog beneath Don Juan's rule. Every order Don Juan had ever given, and every life that had been destroyed because of him, Zeke Draker remembered it all. Don Juan could not understand what Zeke was talking about. He snapped back that Zeke Draker was spouting nonsense, insisting that he had never given any of those commands. Zeke Draker slammed Don Juan against the glass and asked if he had any idea what the victims said inside Zeke's dreams. With a cold, twisted look in his eyes, Zeke Draker said they begged him to spare them. They cried out to the man who had lived in wealth and glory while standing on a mountain built from their blood. Then Zeke Draker raised his dagger. Even with death closing in, Don Juan still clung to his pride, calling himself a savior chosen by God. Zeke Draker cut off Don Juan's ear, then continued without stopping. By the time it was finally over, Zeke Draker's clothes were completely soaked in blood. Zeke Draker told Don Juan to die slowly. And while Don Juan suffered, Zeke Draker wanted him to feel the pain of every person he had ever crushed beneath him. At dawn, Zeke Draker walked down the villa stairs and pulled off his blood-stained coat. Kay and Simon Zapatero were already waiting for him below. Kay looked at Zeke Draker and asked if everything was finished. Zeke Draker answered simply that it was. Kay reported that the plan had unfolded exactly as intended. The executives had already been declared traitors, supposedly killed by Don Juan while trying to defect to Pabella. Because of that, no punishment would fall on Kay. She had already been handling field operations, so her position remained secure and untouched. Zeke Draker handed his coat over to Simon Zapatero, then passed a document to Kay. It was a contract connected to the Reinhardt Merchant Group. Zeke Draker removed his disguise and told Kay that the Reinhardt Merchant Group was preparing to establish a pharmaceutical company. They would produce high-quality soma and manage the supply themselves. Zeke Draker explained that once soma was properly processed, it could be transformed into countless kinds of medicine. Then he told Kay that the syndicate would take charge of transportation. Kay noticed that Zeke Draker was already heading toward the door and quickly asked where the production would take place and who would control it. She reminded him that soma could not be moved openly under the syndicate's name without causing trouble. Zeke Draker told her that after they helped the Cuzco Kingdom, they would secure cultivation permits. He said he already had plans prepared for everything, even though he could not explain every detail just yet. Then Zeke Draker told Kay that he would see her later. She called after him, but by then he had already vanished into the woods, still wearing his uniform, because there was another urgent matter he had to deal with. As he moved through the trees, Zeke Draker reached into his pocket and took out a letter. It was a personal invitation from Prince Callus Nerva Constantinus. Decker had already informed Zeke Draker that the prince had never returned to the Rome Empire after the banquet. Instead, Prince Callus Nerva Constantinus had remained in Atlas. Zeke Draker knew that, under normal circumstances, traveling from the southern continent to the central continent would take several days. If Zeke Draker arrived too late, the prince, or at least the people close to him, would inevitably begin to suspect something. They would start searching for a reason behind his delay, and if they looked closely enough, they might even connect Zeke Draker to McCain's collapse. Zeke Draker believed that Prince Callus Nerva Constantinus was already suspicious of him. That meant he needed a convincing alibi, something solid enough to close off any doubts. Zeke Draker opened his system and activated the portal function. A bright magic circle suddenly unfolded beneath Zeke Draker's boots, spreading across the floor in sharp, glowing lines like a spell being drawn by an invisible hand. As the light gathered around him, the system window appeared in front of his eyes and calmly asked him to choose the destination he wished to travel to. Zeke Draker did not stand there weighing his options or second-guessing himself. The place he needed to reach had already been decided in his mind, so without even a flicker of hesitation, he chose the Atlas Ruins. The transfer required 600 points, but Zeke Draker paid the price immediately, as if it meant nothing at all. The moment the cost was accepted, his body blurred out of existence, vanishing from the spot where he had been standing only seconds before. When his vision finally steadied, everything around him had changed completely. Instead of the place he had just left, Zeke Draker now stood inside the Sky Lounge of the Atlas Hotel, looking out from high above the city below. No sooner had Zeke Draker entered the lounge than a familiar voice rang out from deeper inside the room. The voice called his name with ease, almost as if the person had known exactly when he would arrive. On the other side of the lounge, Prince Callus lifted one hand into the air and waved him over. A calm, friendly smile rested on his face as he called for Zeke Draker to come closer. But Prince Callus was not the only person waiting there. Beside him stood another man Zeke Draker recognized far too well, someone whose presence instantly changed the atmosphere. Abel Draker. Zeke Draker walked toward them with slow, controlled steps, keeping his expression composed. Once he reached them, he dipped his head in a polite greeting and asked why he had been summoned here on such short notice. Prince Callus simply answered with a smile, saying that the matter was serious. Yet even as he said that, he held a bottle of wine in one hand and casually hooked his other arm around Zeke Draker's neck, acting more like an old drinking buddy than a prince. With a mischievous grin, Prince Callus finally confessed that the so-called serious matter was actually the wine. William Zimmons and Abel Draker might be reliable men when it came to business and politics, but according to him, the moment alcohol was involved, neither of them could properly keep up. But Zeke Draker, Prince Callus claimed, had the rough and untamed look of someone who could survive a serious drinking session. That completely unexpected assessment left Zeke Draker momentarily stunned, as if he had no idea how to respond. Even so, the sight of Abel Draker, William Zimmons, and Prince Callus gathered in the same room already told Zeke Draker more than enough. No one had to explain it to him directly. He could roughly imagine what kind of discussion had been taking place before he arrived. At the same time, Zeke Draker felt Abel Draker's eyes resting quietly on him. That silent, unwavering stare carried a weight of its own, making it obvious that Abel Draker had something to say to him privately. Prince Callus poured wine into a glass for Zeke Draker and slid it across the table toward him. Then he told him not to keep standing there stiffly like a statue. Although an uneasy feeling still lingered somewhere in Zeke Draker's chest, he accepted the glass without making a fuss. He lifted it toward Prince Callus, and the two cups met with a light, clear clink. After some time had passed, William Zimmons ended up supporting the heavily intoxicated prince and guiding him out of the lounge. Zeke Draker watched them leave, only then realizing that the wine had not affected him in the slightest. The explanation was simple. The system had judged the alcohol as a poisonous substance, and before it could dull his senses or cloud his thoughts, Zeke Draker's resistance had quietly neutralized it inside his body. Being the only one in the room who remained completely sober felt strangely uncomfortable. Once Prince Callus had disappeared from view, Abel Draker finally rose from his seat and apologized for taking up Zeke Draker's time. Abel Draker said he had heard that Zeke Draker had shut himself away in closed training. Zeke Draker brushed the matter off in a casual tone, saying he had only been irritated because his own progress had felt slower than he wanted. When Abel Draker heard that, a faint smile crossed his face, almost as if he had been relieved by the answer. Then he picked up the wine bottle himself and suggested that the two brothers have a drink together. Zeke Draker paused for a brief moment, his gaze following Abel Draker's hand as the wine filled the cup. This was not the kind of conversation he had expected, and the heaviness in Abel Draker's voice made it clear that something important was about to surface. Then Abel Draker asked him something unusual. He wanted to know what Zeke Draker thought of House Draker. Zeke Draker's eyes narrowed slightly, unable to immediately grasp what his older brother was truly trying to ask. Abel Draker's expression grew darker. In a low voice, cold enough to make the room feel heavier, he said that someday he intended to destroy the Drakers. Zeke Draker sprang up from his seat, shock flashing through him before he could hide it. But Abel Draker did not react to that outburst. Instead, he continued in the same steady tone, saying that the two of them shared the same scent, the smell of blood, battle, death, and victory. To him, it was the scent of a true dragon slayer. Abel Draker called Zeke Draker the perfect example of it, saying he smelled like a predator, and that only another predator could recognize that nature for what it was. A cold shiver ran through Zeke Draker from head to toe. What disgusted him most was the way this family always dragged everything back to bloodlines, instincts, violence, and the brutal inheritance they treated as fate. Zeke Draker locked his gaze onto Abel Draker and asked whether that was the true reason his brother had kept himself so close to the Rome Empire. Was he staying near them because he meant to break them apart from within? For a short while, Abel Draker did not say a word. He only remained seated in silence, letting Zeke Draker's question hang between them like a blade suspended in the air. Then Abel Draker lifted his glass to his lips and took a slow sip of wine. Afterward, he set the cup back down with the unshaken composure of someone who had made his decision long before this conversation began. Abel Draker said that people loved to call Atlas the greatest place on the continent, but he had never believed such praise. To him, a single city was nothing but a small stage, far too limited for the Drakers to be satisfied with ruling. If the Drakers truly meant to rise to the very top, Abel Draker continued, then they needed influence that reached far beyond one border. He told Zeke Draker to look at the Rome Empire, where roads were being constructed without stopping, linking region after region, and binding the north, the south, and even the eastern continent into one enormous network. Abel Draker spoke with the confidence of a man who could already see that future unfolding before his eyes. Once every road, every culture, and every resource flowed back toward Rome, he believed the world itself would be reshaped into a single unified utopia under one order. Zeke Draker stared at Abel Draker in silence for a moment, absorbing the scale of what he had just heard. Then he said those were not the words of an older brother speaking to his younger sibling. They were the words of an emperor. At that moment, Zeke Draker's thoughts turned to Cain Gimmons Constantinus, and then to the Zimmons name connected to Abel Draker through his mother's bloodline. One clue after another began to click into place inside his mind. Abel Draker, the Zimmons family, and the Rome Empire were not separate powers simply moving in the same direction. They were connected far more tightly than Zeke Draker had ever understood before. Abel Draker looked directly into Zeke Draker's eyes and said that true talent deserved a reward worthy of its value. He claimed he could show Zeke Draker the most dazzling treasure he would ever see, and then he offered the invitation without hiding its meaning, stand at his side, and together they would conquer the world. Only then did Zeke Draker fully understand why this conversation had been arranged. Abel Draker had not called him here simply to reveal his ambitions. He was trying to draw Zeke Draker into his own faction. Zeke Draker lowered his head in silence for a moment, then gave Abel Draker a formal word of thanks for making such an offer to him. After that, Zeke Draker stepped forward and gave his answer honestly. He had already decided which road he would walk, and it was not the road Abel Draker had laid out in front of him. Abel Draker watched as Zeke Draker turned away from him, his face unreadable and calm. Then, in a quiet warning, he told Zeke Draker that he would regret making that choice. Zeke Draker answered without raising his voice, saying that he would not regret it. And without turning back even once, he left Abel Draker behind and walked out of the room. But the instant Zeke Draker stepped into the corridor, the calm expression he had been holding together began to crack. His jaw tightened, his teeth clenched hard, and anger surged through him like fire. Deep down, Zeke Draker swore to himself that he would never become a murderer like Abel Draker. The fact that his own brother had dared to offer him such a path filled him with a hatred that burned even hotter. Not long after Zeke Draker had left the lounge, William Zimmons returned and found Abel Draker still sitting there by himself in the quiet room. William Zimmons asked where Zeke Draker had gone. Abel Draker replied in a low, subdued voice that his precious youngest brother had decided to walk a different path. A cold and deeply unsettling smile slowly spread across Abel Draker's face. Since Zeke Draker had rejected his offer, Abel Draker decided there was only one choice left. The young sprout had to be crushed before it could grow any further. William Zimmons froze the moment he saw that expression. Abel Draker, still terrifyingly composed, told him that he had already given his younger brother a chance. Time continued to move forward, and the world around Zeke Draker changed once again. Valhalla came into view, and Zeke Draker stood in front of the dean's office, drawing in a slow breath. By then, he was already 17 years old and had become a second-year student. Staying at Valhalla for the full 5 years had never once been part of Zeke Draker's original plan. From the beginning, he had come here with one clear goal in mind: to leave early. The letter he prepared was direct and practical. Now that he had officially become a knight, he needed to support his family, and remaining tied down as a student made it difficult for him to move freely or act openly. Because of that, Zeke Draker asked the dean to help settle the situation, and an interview was arranged almost right away. As he waited outside the office, standing there with his thoughts drifting, a voice suddenly called out and asked whether he was also there to meet the dean. Zeke Draker turned his head toward the voice and saw Diego standing nearby. And beside Diego was another boy, someone Zeke Draker did not recognize at all. The three of them stepped into the dean's office together, the atmosphere immediately turning more formal the moment they entered. Flaubert Borges looked up from his desk, his eyes briefly moving from Zeke Draker to Diego Villa before settling on the unfamiliar student beside them. Then, recognizing him at once, he called him by name Asta Elidolf and asked if a full week had already passed since their last meeting. As soon as that name reached Zeke Draker's ears, something inside his chest tightened. Asta Elidolf, just hearing those words was enough to send a sharp, almost electric shock through his mind. In the life Zeke Draker had lived before, Asta Elidolf was not some ordinary student who could be easily overlooked. He was destined to become one of the 5 divine knights, and yet strangely almost no detailed records about him had ever survived. He was like a shadow buried deep inside history, a monster whose name alone carried terrifying weight while the truth behind him remained almost impossible to uncover. And now, that very same man was standing right there in front of Zeke Draker's eyes. Asta Elidolf lowered his head in apology, his expression worn and exhausted as he explained that his insomnia had made it difficult for him to attend class properly. Zeke Draker understood the severity of it immediately. This was not just a minor problem with sleepless nights, it was the kind of condition that could slowly grind a person down from the inside. Diego Villa leaned closer with a playful grin on his face and joked that he could sing Asta Elidolf a lullaby if it would help him sleep. But Asta Elidolf snapped back at him right away, telling him to shut up while pressing a hand against his aching head, complaining that Diego's voice was making the ringing even worse. Zeke Draker clearly remembered what would happen in the future. Asta Elidolf would eventually come to serve the Rome Empire. But this time, Zeke had no intention of standing by and letting someone that valuable slip through his fingers again. Flaubert Borges leaned back in his chair and laid out the situation without dragging it out. The reason all 3 of them had been called here was the same. They had each submitted an application for early graduation. Their professors had already confirmed that they had completed the necessary academic requirements. And after saying that, Flaubert Borges pushed several documents across the desk toward them. Their final evaluation would not be handled through a simple written test or classroom assessment. Instead, they would be judged through a real mission. Zeke Draker lowered his gaze to the title printed across the first page, and the words there immediately drew his attention, a cooperation request from Delphoa. Flaubert Borges moved a little closer and asked them if they had ever heard of Yaksha, the Black Knight. Zeke Draker answered almost instantly, without needing even a moment to think. Yaksha was an outlaw, a dangerous enemy recognized across the entire continent. Public enemy was not merely some wanted criminal running from the law. It was a title given to someone every nation had agreed must be removed. Yaksha was one of those threats, and recently that outlaw had appeared in Delphoa. Flaubert Borges explained that their mission was to work together with the Delphoa Knight Order and subjugate Yaksha. Then he added that outlaws were people who had awakened their aura for one purpose above all else, to kill. Their combat methods were nothing like those of ordinary knights, and that difference made them especially dangerous. That was exactly why Delphoa had specifically requested knights of purple rank or higher. Flaubert Borges told them that by now, they should understand how harsh this mission could become. And if anyone wished to withdraw, this was the moment to speak up. Diego Villa raised his hand and asked how many rounds the graduation test would include. Flaubert Borges answered that there would be 3 rounds in total, and this mission would only count as the first one. Hearing that, Diego Villa simply nodded, accepting the explanation without pushing the matter further. Flaubert Borges swept his gaze across the 3 students and asked if any of them had more questions. The room stayed silent. Taking their lack of response as agreement, he told them to return and make every preparation they needed before the mission began. After they left the building, Asta Elidolf pressed one hand against his head again, his face twisting with discomfort. He muttered under his breath about the pain, looking as though even standing upright was wearing him down. He had only managed to walk a short distance away when a voice suddenly called out from behind him, stopping him in his tracks. Asta Elidolf turned back toward the sound and saw Zeke Draker standing there. Zeke's expression was calm, almost unreadable, and his eyes were fixed quietly on him. Then Zeke Draker asked, in a quiet voice, whether Asta Elidolf needed medicine for his insomnia. With that one simple question, the air between them shifted, and the course of their relationship began to change. Asta Elidolf froze where he stood, clearly caught off guard. He stared at Zeke Draker with surprise in his eyes, then blurted out that it was just insomnia medicine, as if he could hardly believe Zeke might actually have something that could help him. Zeke Draker casually slipped a hand into his pocket and answered with complete confidence that it was exactly what Asta thought it was. As luck would have it, he said he happened to be carrying an especially powerful remedy with him. Asta Elidolf hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly waved off the offer. He said he appreciated the thought, but it would not make a difference. By this point, he had already tried every so-called miracle cure he could get his hands on, and not a single one had worked. Zeke Draker only smiled and held the pouch out toward him anyway. He told Asta Elidolf to try it just once, and if it really worked, then all Asta needed to do was sign a contract afterward. In exchange, Zeke would continue supplying it to him. Asta Elidolf answered in a tired, defeated voice that it would probably be useless in the end, clearly expecting this to become just another disappointment like all the others. But the moment a faint scent drifted out from the pouch, Asta Elidolf's entire body reacted before he could even think. His eyes flew wide open, his back arched sharply, and he stumbled backward as if a wave of sudden relief had slammed straight through him. Then, without warning, his legs gave out beneath him. Asta Elidolf collapsed straight to the ground, kicking up a burst of dust around his body as he fell into a deep, overwhelming sleep so fast that it almost looked unreal. Hours later, Asta Elidolf suddenly jolted awake with his eyes shining, excitedly announcing that he had used every last bit of it. Zeke Draker took the paper from his hands, lifted an eyebrow, and asked if he was really signing that quickly. He reminded Asta that this was basically a master-servant contract, and questioned whether he had even read it properly. Asta Elidolf answered without the slightest pause. If signing that contract meant he could finally sleep properly, then nothing else written inside it mattered to him at all. Zeke Draker could only smile awkwardly and say that if Asta Elidolf had already made up his mind, then there was no reason to stop him. Leaning back with quiet satisfaction, Zeke inwardly thanked the system shop once again, amazed by just how ridiculously convenient it could be. He thought back to the system interface he had seen earlier, where rare relics could be exchanged for points as easily as buying something from a store. The item he had handed to Asta Elidolf was Sandman's sleep dust, a high-grade sleeping drug, and thanks to that single pouch, Asta would remain firmly on Zeke Draker's side, even after graduation. Zeke Draker could not help thinking that none of the five-star knights seemed completely normal, though Reyna Turun, at least, still looked relatively ordinary compared to the rest. Meanwhile, not far away, Asta Elidolf was practically shining with happiness, cheering about how unbelievably clear his head felt, and even wondering aloud if he had somehow reached Valhalla. Zeke Draker rubbed his chin, feeling that one more thing still needed to be confirmed. Since the chance was right in front of him, he decided he might as well test Asta Elidolf's abilities. When Zeke called out to him, Asta responded immediately, sounding confused at first, before quickly correcting himself and properly addressing Zeke Draker as his master. Zeke Draker drew his sword from its sheath and told him they should find out exactly what Asta Elidolf was capable of before the mission began. Before long, Asta Elidolf planted the butt of his spear firmly against the ground. Then, with the ease of someone who had handled the weapon countless times, he lifted it, spun it smoothly through the air, and thrust it forward with sharp, precise control. As Zeke Draker watched him move, his expression tightened just a little. The instant Asta Elidolf held a spear, the air around him seemed to change completely. Zeke told him in a serious voice to come at him with everything he had, making it clear that he was allowed to use aura as well. Asta Elidolf answered without hesitation, saying plainly that he would not hold anything back. In the very next moment, Asta Elidolf's hands tightened around the shaft of the spear, and he charged straight towards Zeke. Their weapons crashed together with brutal force, sending bright sparks scattering through the air in every direction. Zeke Draker studied each movement carefully as the exchange continued. Because of the spear's wide reaction range, Asta Elidolf was able to block his sword far more effectively than expected, and from the way he handled every clash, Zeke could tell that Asta's fighting style leaned more toward defense than offense. After watching enough, Zeke Draker made his choice to break through that defense. He would use Phantom Step. A faint smile touched Zeke Draker's lips as he kicked off the ground and slipped out of Asta Elidolf's reach. Moving almost without a sound, he disappeared from the front and reappeared behind him, closing in for a strike from the rear. Asta Elidolf sensed the danger only at the last possible moment. For the briefest split second, his body stiffened in shock, as if instinct had warned him just before the attack landed. But by that point, Zeke Draker's blade was already coming down, its edge descending straight toward Asta Elidolf's back. Asta Elidolf reacted by twisting his hands around the spear in a subtle, practiced motion. In an instant, the weapon split cleanly apart, separating into two distinct sections. With one hand, Asta Elidolf used part of the spear to knock Zeke Draker's sword off course. At the same time, with the weapon in his other hand, he launched a fierce thrust straight forward. For the first time since their spar began, Zeke Draker was truly caught by surprise, his rhythm broken by the unexpected counter. Asta Elidolf did not let that opening slip away. He immediately pressed the advantage, driving forward as his spear flashed through the air again and again in a relentless chain of attacks. Zeke Draker stabbed his sword down into the ground and used it like a pivot point. With a sharp, acrobatic movement, he flipped his body upside down and barely slipped past the incoming strike. Even while avoiding the attack, Zeke Draker stared in disbelief. That split spear technique was the kind of unpredictable trick more commonly seen among outlaws, and that only made Asta Elidolf seem even more fascinating in his eyes. A flicker of excitement sparked in Zeke Draker's gaze. Without missing a beat, he pulled out a dagger and hurled it straight toward Asta Elidolf. Asta Elidolf reacted instantly, drawing his spear back before sweeping it upward to knock the dagger aside. At that exact moment, Zeke Draker landed on the ground, pushed forward with force, and launched a powerful kick directly toward him. Asta Elidolf responded with impressive speed, bringing the spear across his body in a firm horizontal guard. Then, with a controlled twist of the shaft, he snapped the separated parts back together, restoring the weapon into one complete spear as smoothly as if the transformation were second nature. Zeke Draker's eyes narrowed slightly as he followed every detail of that movement. There it was again, the strange mechanism hidden within Asta Elidolf's spear, shifting and reconnecting so fluidly that it almost looked like the weapon had always been meant to move that way. Zeke Draker drove his sword hard into the ground and rushed forward without slowing down, dragging the blade through the earth as he charged. Dirt, stone, and broken fragments tore upward in his wake, and this time Zeke was certain that Asta Elidolf would not be able to stop the attack so easily. Asta Elidolf felt the crushing pressure bearing down on him, and his lips tightened into a tense line. Even before the attack reached him, he could clearly sense just how dangerous Zeke Draker's incoming strike really was. Even so, Asta Elidolf did not step back. He lowered the point of his spear, forced every bit of mana he could gather into the weapon, and swung straight forward, choosing to meet Zeke Draker's attack head-on. The two attacks slammed into each other with a thunderous impact. The force erupted between them in a violent burst, shaking the space around them so fiercely that it felt as if the very air itself might split apart under the pressure. A moment later, Asta Elidolf clutched his trembling arm, his face twisting with frustration and pain. Unable to hold it in, he shouted at Zeke Draker, demanding to know whether he was some kind of monster. Asta Elidolf rubbed his aching head, still clearly shaken, and complained that people had always called him a certified genius. So how could Zeke Draker overwhelm him this easily? Zeke Draker answered without even changing his expression, saying that someone who survived only on the praise of being a genius would eventually let the sharp edge of his spear become dull. Then Zeke Draker's lips curved into a cold smile as he added that Asta Elidolf was still nowhere near good enough. Until the mission began, Zeke made it clear that he would train him relentlessly, without the slightest hint of mercy. Asta Elidolf's expression immediately collapsed into despair. His face darkened with a grim look as he admitted that he already had a very bad feeling about what was waiting for him. When they returned to the mansion, Decker stepped forward with his usual composed posture and formally announced that young Master Zeke Draker had arrived. Seeing him there made Zeke Draker call out in surprise. Decker then calmly informed him that a guest had already arrived ahead of him and was waiting inside the mansion. Before long, Galleon Halbert came walking down the hallway, his eyes wide as he looked around at every corner. The overwhelming luxury of Zeke Draker's mansion clearly left him stunned, and he could not hide his amazement at all. Zeke Draker greeted Galleon Halbert and said that it had been a long time since they last met. Then, without wasting words, he explained that he had called him over because there was something specific he wanted Galleon Halbert to examine. Galleon Halbert reacted with visible shock, pointing at himself as if he could not believe Zeke Draker really meant him. His mind immediately jumped to the black sword, and he asked if something had happened to it, insisting that a weapon forged with a magic furnace should not have even the smallest scratch on it. Zeke Draker quietly thought that Galleon Halbert must have gained a fair amount of fame by now, thanks to the magic furnace he had created, the very same type of furnace Zeke remembered from his previous life. If that was the case, then Galleon Halbert was probably already producing high-quality weapons far earlier than expected, which meant Zeke needed to secure him as his exclusive craftsman before anyone else managed to reach him first. Zeke Draker shook his head and made it clear that Bahamut was perfectly fine. The problem, he explained, was not the black sword at all, but something entirely different. Then Zeke Draker summoned the armor, letting it appear over his body piece by piece until the mysterious equipment fully formed around him. Zeke Draker looked down at the armor wrapped around him with a puzzled expression and said that somehow he had ended up obtaining something like this. The instant Galleon Halbert laid eyes on the armor, his entire body froze. His mouth fell open in disbelief, and for several moments he was so stunned that he could not even form a proper sentence. After stammering in pure disbelief, Galleon Halbert finally cried out. Zeke Draker could only respond with a helpless look, saying that he did not know what the armor was either. That was exactly why he had called Galleon Halbert here, because this was not the kind of thing he wanted to investigate somewhere public. Zeke Draker handed the armor over to him and asked whether Galleon Halbert would be able to inspect it properly. Galleon Halbert hesitated for a short moment, still visibly shaken by the object in front of him. But after gathering himself, he finally agreed to take a closer look. A little while later, Galleon Halbert's voice echoed out from inside the room, and the first thing he offered was a respectful apology. He rubbed his forehead with a frustrated expression and admitted that among every modern artifact he knew of, there was absolutely nothing that even came close to resembling this armor. Then Galleon Halbert asked whether the armor had any special characteristics, anything unusual at all that might help him identify what kind of material it had been made from. Zeke Draker fell silent for a moment, his expression turning thoughtful as his mind drifted back to the battle he had fought against Cain Jimin's Constantinus. After considering it carefully, Zeke Draker finally said that the armor had been able to deflect an aura blade. Galleon Halbert shot up from his seat in complete shock, exclaiming that something like that should only be possible with a single metal in the entire world. As the answer took shape in his mind, Galleon Halbert's expression turned grave. Then he spoke the name with weight in his voice, the metal of the gods, auriculum. Still stunned by the possibility, Galleon Halbert muttered that it was almost impossible to believe. He recalled that he had only ever seen auriculum once before, back when his master was still alive. Zeke Draker immediately turned his attention toward him and asked if auriculum was truly that valuable. Galleon Halbert answered with intense seriousness, saying that simply calling it precious did not even begin to describe its worth. Auriculum, he explained, was said to be the most perfect substance ever created by the gods. Its ability to conduct mana surpassed every other metal, which meant far more magical arrays could be engraved onto it than any ordinary material could ever endure. Zeke Draker nodded slowly, absorbing that explanation, then asked how many large-scale magic circles could usually be carved into normal metal armor. Galleon Halbert answered carefully, making it clear that large-scale magic circles could not be engraved into ordinary metal armor in the first place. Zeke Draker stroked his chin as the realization settled in. He had already known the armor was special, but he had never imagined that its value and potential would be this overwhelming. Then Zeke Draker asked whether it would be possible to change the armor into another form. Galleon Halbert immediately raised both hands in alarm, declaring that altering auriculum was absolutely out of the question. Galleon Halbert explained that, although auriculum was a divine metal and could technically be worked with, the real issue was that this armor had already reached a completed perfect state. If they interfered carelessly and damaged the magical arrays hidden inside, the entire armor might lose its function and become useless. After pausing briefly, Galleon Halbert added that his master might still be capable of doing it. Zeke Draker looked at him in surprise and asked if he was referring to Master Golrin Yober. Galleon Halbert turned his gaze toward the window, where the world outside was already colored by dusk, and calmly confirmed that Golrin Yober could alter the armor's form without ruining its functions. When Zeke Draker asked where Golrin Yober was, Galleon Halbert replied casually that, as usual, he should be in Hymonus. Zeke Draker's eyes widened slightly at that answer. Galleon Halbert continued gently, saying that Zeke might not even know where Hymonus was, before explaining that it was a land located far to the north. Zeke Draker replied calmly that the land belonged to the Northern Grand Duke. The moment Galleon Halbert heard that, he was visibly shaken and blurted out that people from the central continent rarely knew anything about the Northern Grand Duke, so how could Zeke possibly know of it? Zeke Draker clenched his fist, paused for a moment, and awkwardly answered that it was only a coincidence. Even so, a familiar face surfaced in his mind, and he quietly added that he had only learned about it recently. Then Zeke rose from his seat, thanked Galleon Halbert for everything, and told him that if he wanted to continue researching the metal, he was free to stay there and examine it as much as he liked. Galleon Halbert became noticeably wary at those words, letting out a confused sound as if he was not sure how to respond. After a brief stammer, he finally managed to thank Zeke Draker. Soon after that, Zeke Draker left the room without saying anything more. Left alone with the armor, Galleon Halbert remained puzzled, wondering why Zeke had suddenly become so deeply interested in everything connected to it. As Zeke Draker walked away, he quietly made up his mind. There was still time when it came to Hymonus, so there was no need to rush toward the north right away. For now, another matter demanded his attention first. At the moment, Zeke Draker's focus needed to shift toward the Reinhardt Merchant Group. Inside one of the Reinhardt Merchant Group's rooms, Cliff Reinhardt considered the matter carefully before speaking. He said that producing the medical supplies Zeke Draker had mentioned should not present any major problem. After a short pause, Cliff Reinhardt added that, at least on the central continent, building a factory capable of processing soma would be extremely difficult. Zeke Draker replied that he already understood that issue. If word ever spread that the princess was supporting the processing of soma, then Melissa Alencia's reputation would suffer a serious and very damaging blow. Zeke Draker then shifted the question slightly and asked what would happen if the ingredients were already processed before they ever reached the central continent. Cliff Reinhardt answered in a calm, businesslike tone that in that case, the goods would simply be treated as medicine, and as long as they passed the safety inspection of the Delphoa Magic Tower, distributing them should not cause any major problem. The moment Zeke Draker heard that answer, the path forward became clear in his mind. The factory would be established on the southern continent, far away from the central continent's restrictions, while the Reinhardt Merchant Group would be responsible for importing the completed medicine and spreading it through legal, reliable distribution routes. At that point, Melissa Alencia spoke up with a careful, apologetic look on her face. She explained as gently as she could that the Reinhardt Merchant Group currently did not have enough resources to build a large-scale factory in an overseas territory. Melissa Alencia admitted that they were already barely managing the single factory they had for producing medicine against red blossom fever. Because of that strain, she said they might need to reconsider the entire construction plan from the very beginning. Zeke Draker cut through that worry immediately, without letting it grow any further. He said that they would build the factory themselves and that Melissa Alencia only needed to secure approval from the Delphoa Magic Tower so the medicine could legally circulate. Her eyes widened at once, and with cautious surprise, she asked if something like that was truly possible, wondering whether House Draker was backing him from behind. Zeke Draker dismissed that assumption without the slightest hesitation. House Draker had no involvement in this plan at all. Every cost, every expense, and every burden would be paid entirely from his own funds. Then Zeke Draker slid an envelope across the table, the paper moving quietly between them as the conversation took a heavier turn. In a calm voice, he said that the real reason he had come was inside and asked Melissa Alencia to read it. Melissa Alencia opened the envelope and began scanning the documents, but almost immediately, the blood drained from her face. The papers revealed that the Rome Empire had joined forces with the Scorpion clan to conduct live experiments using synthetic poison, and her breath caught as the proof lay there plainly in front of her. Zeke Draker frowned and quietly pointed out what those documents truly meant. If red blossom fever had indeed been created artificially, then the Rome Empire had essentially used Alencia as a testing ground for clinical trials. Melissa Alencia's body trembled with barely contained rage. She admitted that she had suspected something was wrong, but she had never imagined they would go so far as to commit such a thing against their own people. Zeke Draker said nothing, allowing the full weight of that truth to settle heavily in the room. After a short silence, Zeke Draker finally spoke again and told Melissa Alencia something difficult to accept. The reason he had shown her this evidence was because, at least for the time being, they needed to keep the Rome Empire's crimes hidden. Melissa Alencia shot up from her chair in an instant and slammed both hands down onto the table. Her voice shook with anger as she demanded how Zeke Draker could possibly say such a thing after showing her evidence like this. To Melissa Alencia, crimes this horrific had to be exposed at once. If the truth were made public, she believed, then something so monstrous could never be allowed to happen again. Zeke Draker answered in a quiet, controlled voice that he understood exactly how she felt. But the evidence in their hands was still too weak to serve as a proper diplomatic weapon, and even as he explained that, the anger burning across Melissa Alencia's face did not fade. Zeke Draker stood as well and laid the situation out plainly before her. The Rome Empire had already pushed all responsibility onto the Scorpion clan, branding them as infamous black mages, and any human experimentation committed under that name would not be enough to shake the world. In the end, the Rome Empire could deny any direct involvement, issue a polished formal apology, and quietly close the matter as if nothing more needed to be discussed. Zeke Draker made it clear that hiding the information for now was their most effective choice, but Melissa Alencia clenched her fists and demanded to know what he was truly trying to accomplish. Zeke Draker answered with steady seriousness in his eyes. The Rome Empire still had no idea that they had uncovered the truth, and because the experiments had been carried out on such a massive scale, stronger evidence had to exist somewhere, proof that connected the Rome Empire directly to the entire operation. Shock flickered across Melissa Alencia's expression as the meaning of his words became clear. She asked if Zeke Draker was saying they should obtain that decisive evidence first, then use it to properly corner the Rome Empire. Zeke Draker answered without hesitation. That was exactly what he intended, and the reason he had brought the information to Melissa Alencia before anyone else was so they could prepare before making their move. Still struggling to grasp the scale of the plan, Melissa Alencia asked what kind of preparation he meant. After a brief pause, Zeke Draker explained that if red blossom fever had been tested in the Alencia conflict zone, then there was a high chance that other synthetic poisons were being tested there as well. Because of that, they needed to develop antidotes ahead of time. That realization struck Melissa Alencia like a physical blow. If those poisons were used on the battlefield, Alencia's forces might continue fighting without even realizing their bodies were being poisoned from within. Melissa Alencia swallowed hard as the full implications sank in. If antidotes were prepared in advance, they could prevent terrible losses and strike back against the Rome Empire at the most critical moment. The anger that had been wavering inside her slowly hardened into something firmer. Melissa Alencia finally understood the situation before her, and deep down, she knew that the path she had chosen was the correct one. As she looked at Zeke Draker's unwavering expression, Melissa Alencia silently accepted the truth in her heart. Bringing Lord Zeke Draker into the Reinhardt Merchant Group had truly been the right decision. At last, Zeke Draker spoke again, calmly telling them that he would not be able to attend meetings for a while because his schedule at Valhalla was already packed. Melissa Alencia released a small breath of relief, then said that if the opportunity ever came, she would like to invite him to Alencia. The name Alencia made Zeke Draker pause for a brief moment. In a softer voice, he remarked that it was said to be a land blessed with beautiful mountains and lakes. Melissa Alencia looked surprised and asked whether he had ever visited before. Zeke Draker gave her a faint, gentle smile and said that he had only heard stories about it. But when he finally did visit, he hoped Melissa Alencia would personally guide him through every beautiful place worth seeing. Touched by his words, Melissa Alencia placed one hand over her chest and promised that she would do exactly that. Then, with sincere warmth in her voice, she wished Zeke Draker a safe journey. After the meeting ended, Melissa Alencia and Cliff Reinhardt respectfully saw Zeke Draker off. They watched him leave while the heavy meaning of everything they had discussed still lingered in the air behind him. Asta Elidolf lay sprawled across the ground, completely exhausted, his body stretched out as though every last bit of strength had been wrung from him. Diego Villa had collapsed beside him, gasping for breath as he whined that he might actually die before the mission even started. Zeke Draker rested his sword across his shoulder and told him to stop complaining, adding that if Diego still had enough energy to talk, then he had enough energy left to swing his sword one more time. That only made Diego Villa flare up even harder. He snapped back at Zeke Draker, calling him a devil and swearing that Draker blood was truly terrifying, before forcing himself up and charging in with an angry slash. Zeke Draker deflected Diego Villa's attack with effortless control, the corner of his mouth lifting ever so slightly. Watching him struggle forward, Zeke thought to himself that these two only seemed to show their real fire after their pride had been properly wounded. As the training continued day after day, Zeke Draker quietly noticed the changes taking root in them. After spending a week under his harsh guidance, Asta Elidolf and Diego Villa had begun to influence each other, and Diego especially was no longer just the carefree joker he had once been. The repeated drills and brutal sessions had sharpened Diego Villa's discipline far more than before. Then, right in the middle of their exhausting training, a voice from nearby suddenly praised them for their hard work. Diego Villa spun around with a startled sound, still catching his breath, but the moment he saw Andre Draker standing there, his face lit up, and he greeted him brightly as Professor. Zeke Draker, however, looked at Andre Draker with unmistakable caution in his eyes and asked what Professor Andre Draker was doing there. Andre Draker answered in his usual calm tone that there was something important he needed to tell all three of them. When Zeke Draker pressed him to explain, Andre Draker revealed the matter plainly. The three of them had been assigned to a mission involving the subjugation of a threat recognized on a continental level. A mission of that scale was far too dangerous for students to simply be sent into on their own. Andre Draker's expression tightened with firm resolve as he made his decision clear. For that very reason, he would be accompanying them on the mission. A train tore through the forest, its iron wheels shrieking against the rails as rows of trees and passing scenery blurred beyond the windows. Inside, someone muttered gloomily that they had never expected to be dragged along on the Black Knight Yaksha mission. In one of the carriages, Andre Draker sat with his arms folded, completely unaffected by the heavy mood around him. He repeated that he would never send students alone into a mission like this, and that there were certain things they needed to understand before they arrived. With a hard, serious stare, Andre Draker asked whether they even knew what kind of land Delphoa was. Sitting across from him, Zeke Draker answered calmly that they had learned a little about it in class, though he added that Delphoa was known to be different from other places, because mages held true authority there. Andre Draker nodded once, confirming that Zeke Draker's understanding was correct. Delphoa, Andre Draker explained, functioned under a strange and rigid system. Even its knights did not fight in the same manner as knights from other regions. The knights of Delphoa were trained around massive shields, standing firm at the front line to block incoming attacks and push enemies back, while the mages remained protected behind them and rained down destructive magic from a safe distance. Asta Elidolf raised his hand and asked whether that meant the knights fighting up close were forced to take all the damage themselves. Andre Draker actually praised the question, acknowledging that Asta had understood the heart of the problem. Andre Draker said that was exactly why Delphoa's knights trained by running while carrying their heavy shields, all to endure that brutal role on the battlefield. It was also the reason so few Valhalla graduates ever wanted to serve in that land. Diego Villa clicked his tongue in irritation and said it sounded like a knight order built purely to protect mages, as if the knights themselves were treated as disposable shields. Andre Draker turned his gaze toward the scenery rushing past outside the train window and answered in a cool voice that Diego Villa had understood it perfectly. Then he warned them not to be too surprised when they finally saw Delphoa with their own eyes. Before long, the silhouette of a castle began to appear in the distance, rising slowly beyond the horizon as the train drew closer to Delphoa. As the shape grew clearer, Andre Draker lowered his voice and warned them that the mages of Delphoa were infamous for their arrogance. Beneath the clear and peaceful sky, Andre Draker stepped forward with a composed expression. Standing before the welcoming party, he formally introduced himself as an assistant professor from Valhalla. The man who came to receive them smiled warmly and reached out to shake Andre Draker's hand. From the look on his face, it was obvious that he was both surprised and honored that someone tied to House Draker had personally traveled all the way here. After the greeting, the man introduced himself in return. His name was Jorge Otter, and he served as the commander of Delphoa's 8th Knight Order. Andre Draker gave a brief glance toward Diego Villa, Zeke Draker, and Asta Elidolf standing behind him. Then, with quiet confidence, he explained that the cadets accompanying him were among the best Valhalla had to offer, so there would be no problem carrying out the mission. Jorge Otter gave a light laugh, visibly relieved by that assurance, and said hearing that put his mind at ease. Then he gestured toward a nearby carriage and explained that their captain was waiting inside. Diego Villa frowned the moment those words reached him, muttering suspiciously that the bearded man from earlier had already introduced himself as the captain. Zeke Draker answered in a low voice, warning Diego to keep his mouth shut, because this was Delphoa, and in this place, strange treatment like this was considered perfectly normal. Just then, the carriage door swung open. Sitting inside was a man with a rigid face and an openly irritated expression, as if the simple act of meeting them was already too much trouble. Diego Villa narrowed his eyes and muttered that the man looked like he had been angry since the day he was born. Zeke Draker immediately warned him once again to stay quiet before his mouth caused trouble. But inside, Zeke Draker had already guessed who the man was. This had to be Delphoa's mage captain, and the uneasy way Jorge Otter behaved around him told Zeke everything he needed to understand about the power balance here. Jorge Otter leaned closer to the carriage and whispered something to the man inside. After a short, uncomfortable pause, he turned back toward the group from Valhalla with an awkward expression on his face. Jorge Otter explained that the captain would be traveling separately from them. Because of that, Andre Draker and the 3 cadets would have to take a different carriage. Diego Villa could only stare in stunned disbelief as the carriage door shut right in front of them. Without another word, the vehicle rolled away, leaving them standing there as if they had barely been worth acknowledging. The instant the carriage was gone, Diego Villa finally exploded. He shouted that they had been completely ignored, treated like trash, and abandoned on the spot as though their presence meant absolutely nothing. Diego Villa continued raging, saying this was completely unacceptable. They had crossed half the world to take part in a joint mission, and yet Delphoa was acting as if the Valhalla group did not even exist. Before Diego Villa could keep shouting, Zeke Draker cut him off with one sharp kick to the knee. Diego Villa dropped with a yelp, grabbing his leg as he cursed Zeke Draker in pain. Still fuming, he immediately turned his frustration toward Andre Draker and demanded to know why the professor was just standing there without saying anything. After a brief moment of silence, Andre Draker answered in a calm, steady voice. Once they graduated and became proper knights, he said, situations like this would become a common part of their lives. Thinking back to the man seated inside the carriage, Andre Draker told them to carve everything they saw and everything they felt from this moment onward deep into their memories. Eventually, night fell over Delphoa, covering the unfamiliar land in darkness. Zeke Draker lay flat on his back inside the room they had been assigned, staring up at the ceiling with a quiet sigh. After a moment, he muttered to himself that things really were different in this place. The room prepared for them looked old, worn down, and thrown together in a hurry. Yet every mage facility they had passed earlier had been polished, well-maintained, and clearly funded with an entirely different level of care. Even so, Zeke Draker admitted inwardly that this was about what he had expected from Delfoa. He had never truly believed they would be welcomed with proper treatment here. With a tired expression settling over his face, Zeke Draker pushed himself up and said he was going outside to get some air. As Zeke Draker walked down the quiet corridor, he thought that this kind of treatment did not truly bother him. After everything he had endured in his previous life, being looked down on was hardly enough to shake his composure. What actually weighed on Zeke Draker's mind was not Delfoa's arrogance, but the mission involving Black Knight Yaksha. He recalled the strategy meeting, where Jorge Otter and the other knights had stood stiffly like statues, while the mages spoke over them without hesitation. Zeke Draker had expected Delfoa's hierarchy to be unbalanced, but he had not expected it to be this severe, and another slow breath slipped from him. Just then, someone suddenly stopped him in the hallway, asking why he was wandering around alone at this hour. Zeke Draker lifted his gaze in surprise and saw the same mage captain from earlier standing directly in front of him. The man spoke in a cold, emotionless voice, saying that he had something to tell Zeke Draker anyway, so running into him like this was actually convenient. With clear indifference in his tone, the mage captain told Zeke Draker that Valhalla had no meaningful role to play here. He warned him not to get tangled up in unnecessary magical affairs and advised him to return quietly instead. A faint spark of irritation stirred inside Zeke Draker. Inwardly, he scoffed, wondering why Delfoa had even asked for cooperation if this was the attitude they planned to show. Of course, no matter how tempting it felt, he could not simply punch the man in the face. Then the mage captain's eyes caught the emblem on Zeke Draker's glove. The moment he noticed it, his expression tightened, as if he had recognized something deeply unpleasant. The mage captain's voice sharpened as he asked whether Zeke Draker was a pure-blood Draker awakener. Zeke Draker answered without hesitation that he was. Then, meeting the man's gaze directly, he asked whether that was supposed to be a problem. The mage captain's face darkened with anger at that response. He snapped back, saying Zeke Draker had no right to speak to him in such a casual manner. Gritting his teeth, the mage captain warned Zeke Draker that it would be wiser not to remove that glove for as long as he remained in Delfoa. Then, with a sharp flick of his cloak, the mage captain turned away. In a cold voice, he added that this warning was for Zeke Draker's own sake, assuming he wanted to finish the mission and return alive. Zeke Draker remained silent, watching as the mage captain walked away down the corridor. At the same time, the captain inwardly acknowledged that pure-blood awakeners really did possess the power to disrupt mana. Just then, a hesitant voice called out Zeke Draker's name from behind. Zeke Draker turned around in surprise, and a small sound escaped him when he recognized the person standing there. Looking closely at the man before him, Zeke Draker asked if it was really Professor Fannin. Fannin laughed warmly, saying he had known it was Zeke, then stepped closer and greeted him with a friendly smile, asking how he had been after all this time. Zeke Draker replied that he had been doing well. Then, without wasting much time, he asked what Fannin was doing all the way here in Delfoa. Fannin scratched the back of his head with a slightly sheepish look and explained that Delfoa was the best place for a mage to build a reputation. Research alone had not been enough for him, so he had volunteered to come here. Then he asked what had brought Zeke Draker to Delfoa as well. Zeke Draker answered plainly that he had come here because of the Black Knight Yaksha mission. The moment Fannin heard that name, every trace of warmth disappeared from his face, and his expression went completely still. Fannin urgently motioned for Zeke Draker to come closer. The sudden shift in his tone was so serious that Zeke Draker hesitated for a moment before following him. After the two of them moved to a more secluded place, far enough from any possible listening ears, Zeke Draker looked at Fannin and asked what that reaction had meant. Fannin clenched his hands tightly, struggling for a moment as if he were forcing himself to speak. Then he finally warned Zeke Draker not to take part in the mission the next day. Zeke stared at him in disbelief and asked what he was talking about. Fannin's expression hardened, and his voice grew firm as he said the mission was already doomed to fail. He stressed every word, warning Zeke Draker that he must not join it under any circumstances. Those words hit Zeke Draker like a knife driven straight through his chest. His eyes snapped open in shock, cold sweat spreading across his skin as he stood there frozen, trying to force his mind to make sense of the terrible meaning behind what he had just heard. Far into the middle of the night, everything around the house had gone deathly quiet. Overhead, the full moon hung pale and distant in the dark sky, spilling a thin layer of silver light across the roof, the walls, and the motionless silence surrounding the entire place. That heavy stillness was finally broken when Diego let out a low, worn-out groan and slowly began to wake. He raised one hand to his pounding head, rubbing at it with a grimace as he muttered that it felt like he had barely slept at all, his whole body heavy, tired, and completely drained. Zeke Draker sat close by, near enough to catch even the smallest movement Diego made. But even after noticing how exhausted and unsteady he looked, Zeke stayed silent, watching without saying a single word. Even then, Zeke Draker's thoughts were still locked on Professor Fanon's expression from earlier. That uneasy look, the hesitation in his voice, and the moment he admitted he could say nothing more kept stabbing at Zeke's mind like a thorn. If this mission had truly been doomed from the very start, then only two possibilities made any real sense. Either the commanders in charge of the subjugation force had already been corrupted, or they had secretly struck some kind of deal with the very enemy they were meant to destroy. Delphoa had long been known as a land where mages abused their power, but even so, Zeke Draker still found it difficult to believe that corruption had spread so blatantly into the military ranks themselves. With that grim suspicion weighing heavily on his mind, Zeke Draker finally rose from his seat. If there really was something rotten hidden beneath the surface of this mission, then to him, a secret connection with the target seemed far more believable than mere carelessness or incompetence. By the time the group reached the mountaintop, the air around them had grown sharp, cold, and wide open. Up ahead, the captain stood before the gathered troops with his arms folded across his chest, handing down orders in a calm, practiced tone that made it clear he was used to being obeyed. He ordered squads 1 through 3 to move along the mountain slope, spreading out across the side terrain, while squads 4 through 6 were told to advance from the front and begin pushing directly toward the target. Jorge Otter slowly swept his eyes over the assembled force, checking the soldiers one by one as though searching for any sign of doubt or hesitation. After seeing no one step forward, he quietly confirmed that there were no objections. Just as the captain shifted his attention toward the remaining units, a voice suddenly cut through the tense mountain air. Zeke Draker stepped forward, his expression serious and unshaken, and asked exactly what role his own group was supposed to take in the operation. The captain's face immediately twisted with irritation. Without even trying to hide his annoyance, he snapped back at Zeke Draker, reminding him that after yesterday's explanation, he had already been told to stay out of the operation entirely. But Zeke Draker did not let the captain brush him aside. His voice turned cold and steady as he stated plainly that he himself was a Blue Knight, while Diego and Asta Eladolf standing with him were both Purple Knights. Then, without lowering his eyes or backing away from the commander's stare, Zeke Draker asked whether a force of their level had truly been summoned for cooperation, only to be deliberately ignored and treated like disposable pieces on the battlefield. For a moment, the captain went completely still. He stared at Zeke Draker, as if the words had caught him entirely off guard, and after a tight, tense pause, he demanded to know whether Zeke really held the rank of a Blue Knight. A ripple of whispers spread through the gathered soldiers almost immediately. They murmured about how young Zeke Draker looked, about the 2 Purple Knights beside him, and about what kind of place Valhalla must be if it could produce people like them. The captain's jaw tightened until it looked as though his teeth might grind together. Finally, unable to argue openly in front of everyone, he barked an order at Jorge Otter and told him to assign Zeke Draker's group to scouting duty. Jorge Otter visibly flinched when the order was thrown at him so suddenly. He quickly lowered his head and agreed, hurrying to follow the command before the captain's anger had any chance to shift toward him instead. Before Zeke Draker could move away, Professor Andre Draker stepped directly into his path and stopped him. His gaze sharpened as he questioned why Zeke had chosen to provoke the captain so openly, making it clear that he knew Zeke was not someone who acted without a reason. Zeke Draker answered without raising his voice, calmly saying that something about the mission felt wrong. To him, it was as if the entire operation was being guided forward in secret by an unseen hand. When Professor Andre Draker pressed him for an explanation, Zeke Draker revealed the suspicion forming in his mind. The subjugation force and Black Knight Yaksha might be working together behind the scenes. For the briefest instant, tension flashed across Professor Andre Draker's face, but he quickly composed himself and admitted that Zeke would not make that kind of claim without a reason. With a firm wave of his hand, Professor Andre Draker made his decision. He declared that they would carry out a scouting operation toward Black Knight Yaksha's camp, ordered everyone to prepare at once, and then turned his gaze toward Zeke Draker, assigning him to lead the vanguard. Zeke Draker accepted the order in silence. He offered no complaint, showed no hesitation, and simply took the responsibility as if he had already been ready for it. As more time slipped by, night completely swallowed the forest. The trees rose around them like black walls, and the only sound that moved through the darkness was the faint rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. A small group advanced carefully along a narrow forest trail, each step slow and restrained. At the front, one man held a flickering torch in his hand, its weak, trembling light barely stretching far enough to reveal the path ahead. Then, without warning, the man at the front slowed his pace. His face tightened with sudden alarm, and he quickly raised one hand in a sharp signal, ordering everyone behind him to stop moving immediately. Keeping his voice low, he warned the others that trolls were somewhere nearby. He told them to move with absolute caution because if those monsters noticed them, none of them would be able to escape alive. But before anyone could even respond to that warning, a blade suddenly flashed out from the darkness, cutting through the air with terrifying speed. The man's eyes bulged in horror as the sword drove deep into his thigh. The pain hit him so suddenly that he had no time to understand where the attack had come from before his leg was already giving way. He crashed hard onto the ground, screaming in agony as his wounded leg failed beneath him. That scream tore through the quiet forest, and almost instantly, something massive began moving closer through the darkness. A monstrous figure stepped out from the shadows, releasing a low, bone-chilling growl. The sound alone froze the wounded man where he lay, draining the strength from his body as fear overtook him. Then the attacks came crashing down one after another, heavy blows hammering into his helpless body. Panic exploded through the rest of the group, and the others spun around in terror, screaming for help as they fled blindly into the forest darkness. At that exact moment, two figures shot forward from the shadows with incredible speed, cutting into the scene before the monsters could continue their rampage. Asta, Elidolf, and Diego threw themselves straight into the fight. Their movements were quick, sharp, and decisive as they struck the monsters down before the creatures could keep slaughtering the helpless patrol. One by one, the monsters were brought down around them. Nearby, the wounded man shook violently on the ground, clutching at himself in desperation, as though trying to hold his battered body together through sheer fear. Zeke Draker landed beside him with a cold, steady look in his eyes. Staring down at the trembling man, he asked whether they were part of Black Knight Yaksha's patrol. Then Zeke Draker's voice dropped even colder. He told the man that if they really were connected to Black Knight Yaksha, then he had better start talking and reveal exactly where the group was hiding. Not long after, Zeke Draker, Asta Elidolf, and Diego crouched low behind cover, keeping their bodies hidden as their eyes fixed on a distant fortress rising out of the darkness ahead. Asta Elidolf frowned as she carefully examined the structure from afar. The fortress had been built from thick, natural stone, and just from looking at it, she could tell that forcing their way through would be anything but easy. Zeke Draker shifted his attention toward Jorge Otter and asked where the Mage Corps had been positioned. With a fortress like that standing in front of them, he pointed out that a small group alone would never be enough to handle whatever was waiting inside. Jorge Otter hesitated, his expression turning stiff and awkward before he finally admitted the plan. Once the surrounding area had been secured, the mages were supposed to begin bombarding the fortress with support fire from the rear, and the moment he said it, disbelief spread through the entire group. Zeke Draker immediately spun toward Jorge Otter, his voice cutting through the tense air like a blade. He demanded an explanation, accusing Jorge of sending such a small force against a fortress as though he were trying to have everyone massacred. Before Jorge Otter could even form a response, Diego suddenly lifted his head. Terror flashed across his face as his eyes locked onto something above them in the night sky. Diego screamed out a warning, throwing his arm upward and pointing toward the sky at something that was plunging down toward them with terrifying speed. Zeke Draker turned sharply in the direction Diego was pointing, and the instant he saw what was falling, his entire body went rigid with alarm. They were shells. Zeke Draker immediately shouted for everyone to scatter, ordering them to get away from the impact zone as fast and as far as they possibly could. In the very next instant, the night exploded around them. Fire burst across the area, shock waves tore through the battlefield, and screams of pain and panic erupted from every direction at once. Jorge Otter stood frozen in the middle of the chaos, his face drained pale as he whispered in disbelief, unable to accept or even process what had just unfolded right before his eyes. Zeke Draker seized Jorge Otter by the collar and roared at him to pull himself together, demanding to know if he was seriously trying to get them all killed. Jorge shook his head desperately, swearing over and over that he had nothing to do with it. Zeke Draker clenched his teeth as a cold, grim certainty settled deep inside his chest. Whatever was happening on that battlefield, one thing was painfully clear: it was no accident. The enemy had known exactly where they were from the start by now. Zeke Draker could no longer brush it off as rotten luck, or some impossible coincidence. Someone inside their own side had been leaking information, quietly guiding the enemy straight to them. A sudden roar tore across the battlefield, snapping Zeke Draker's focus back to the chaos in front of him. As he turned his head, he saw a mass of figures surging through the darkness, swords lifted high as they charged directly toward the group. Zeke Draker cursed under his breath, his gaze turning razor-sharp as he watched the attackers rush closer. Their movements had none of the control or discipline of trained soldiers. They were hurling themselves forward like madmen, as if death meant absolutely nothing to them. As the attackers closed the distance, Zeke Draker narrowed his eyes and focused on their faces. Their eyes were bloodshot, their expressions twisted, and their bodies moved with a reckless violence that told him more than any report ever could. In that moment, a cold shock ran through Zeke Draker's mind as the truth finally snapped into place. This was far more than an ordinary ambush. The men rushing at them were Soma addicts, mercenaries whose minds had already been eaten away by madness until only violence remained. The Soma burning through their bodies had originally come from the southern cartels, a dangerous drug that had slowly spread across the central continent, poisoning more and more of the land as time passed. Mages normally treated Soma with extreme caution, only using the tiniest amount when they needed to force out a temporary burst of magical power. Mercenaries were nothing like that. Men who survived from battlefield to battlefield, chasing money and bloodshed, often swallowed far more Soma than their bodies could withstand, until their judgment, fear, and reason were completely burned away. The moment Zeke Draker recognized the sword-wielding figures charging at them, he shouted a warning to everyone nearby. These were Black Knight Yaksha's mercenaries, and their own side had been drawn straight into a trap prepared in advance. The group reacted almost at once, lifting their weapons and bracing themselves against the sudden flood of attacks. Diego Villa swore at the sight of the deranged fighters rushing in, while Asta Elidolf shouted that there were far too many of them to cut down so easily. Even with the battlefield collapsing into chaos around him, Zeke Draker kept his mind clear. He warned Diego Villa and Asta Elidolf not to burn through their aura too quickly, telling them to preserve their strength before the fight dragged on and wore them down. Clenching his teeth, Zeke Draker quickly measured the danger in front of them. If the enemy had gathered this much strength, then the Night Order alone would never be able to handle it. Scouting mission or not, wiping out everything between them and the fortress might be the only way forward. At that very instant, a sharp golden light flashed through Zeke Draker's pupils. An explosion thundered across the battlefield, followed immediately by a scream that tore through the smoke and noise. Zeke Draker spun toward the sound without hesitation, feeling magic stir in the air and realizing the situation had just taken another dangerous turn. When Zeke Draker noticed a formation gathering not far from them, a small flicker of relief passed through his mind. Delphoa Mage Corps had finally reached the battlefield. On the other side of the field, the mage captain furrowed his brow and poured even more power into his spell. Under that crushing pressure, the maddened mercenaries began to fall apart, scattering in all directions as voices shouted that the Mage Corps had arrived and ordered everyone to retreat. Zeke Draker watched the shift in the battlefield with a cold, steady gaze. The Mage Corps may have arrived late, but their power was undeniable. If they pressed the attack now, there was still a real chance to seize the momentum and turn everything around. But right then, someone stepped forward and called for everyone to stop. Zeke Draker turned in disbelief, unable to understand why they would abandon such a perfect opening at the exact moment the enemy formation was breaking. The captain's face hardened as his eyes locked onto Zeke Draker in a sharp, accusing tone. He blamed Zeke for ruining the entire mission and demanded to know whether he even understood the damage he had caused. For a brief moment, Zeke Draker's expression went completely blank, as if the sheer absurdity of what he was hearing had made the whole situation feel unreal. Then his jaw tightened. He ground his teeth in silent fury, cursing inwardly at the unbelievable nonsense being thrown at him in the middle of a battlefield. The captain continued without letting up, accusing Zeke Draker of provoking the enemy when, according to him, Zeke's only assignment had been a simple scouting mission. With a sharp turn of his back, the captain ordered Professor Andre Draker to take the cadets and withdraw at once. He declared that everything that had happened here would be reported directly to Valhalla. Zeke Draker's fist slowly tightened at his side. His voice dropped cold as he asked whether that meant their cooperation with Delphoa was officially over, and the captain visibly stiffened as the weight of that question settled over him. Zeke Draker continued, making his meaning clear. If they no longer had an assigned role in Delphoa's operation, then they were no longer obligated to follow Delphoa's commands. From that moment on, they would continue the mission according to their own judgment. Anger flared across the captain's face. He snapped that this was Delphoa's territory, then demanded to know who Zeke Draker thought he was, acting as if he could simply move wherever he pleased. Professor Andre Draker stepped in with a calm voice, not showing the slightest trace of panic. He stated that Black Knight Yaksha was an enemy of the entire continent, and as official knights of House Draker, both he and Zeke Draker had the authority to act independently when the mission took priority. They could make their report after everything was finished. Captain clicked his tongue in clear irritation, turned away, and coldly told them to do whatever they wanted, but his warning was just as clear. Whatever consequences came afterward would be theirs alone to carry. As the Mage Corps began to pull back from the battlefield, Jorge Otter remained standing in place, stunned into silence. He could only stare, unsure what would happen to the subjugation effort now that the operation had fallen into complete disorder. Zeke Draker walked up to Jorge Otter and told him there was something he wanted to ask. Jorge looked back at him in surprise, and Zeke, holding his gaze firmly, asked whether he truly had the resolve to capture Black Knight Yaksha. Jorge's daughter answered without even a moment of hesitation. As a knight, he said, he would never turn his back on evil. Zeke Draker gave a faint nod, saying that he understood that feeling very well. Then, after a short pause, his voice lowered as he asked Jorge Otter for one single favor. Not long afterward, the fortress stood beneath the quiet moonlight, its stone walls covered in a pale glow, while the heavy night pressed down over everything around it. Suddenly, a commotion rose from below. Two guards, stationed high on the wall, leaned over the edge, peering down into the darkness to see what was causing the disturbance. In the distance, a huge group of soldiers was rushing straight toward the fortress. Their shouts echoed through the night as they advanced without slowing, closing in on the walls with determined force. At the very front of the charge, Jorge Otter roared for the cowards hiding inside to stop cowering behind their stone walls, come out and face them in a proper fight. One of the guards on the wall raised his bow, muttering under his breath that the attackers had to be completely insane to charge in like that. A heartbeat later, two arrows cut through the night air at the same time. Jorge Otter's soldiers lifted their shields in perfect unison. The metal plates locked together with practiced precision, catching both arrows cleanly without even a single man breaking formation. Jorge Otter dug his feet firmly into the ground and shouted for everyone to hold the line, determined to show that the enemy's attacks meant nothing. Faced with that unshaken wall of shields and spears, the two guards on the fortress wall fell silent. One of them sneered to himself, convinced the entire display was pointless. But in the next instant, all the color drained from his face, and he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Mocking voices rang through the tense air as Zeke Draker and the others openly taunted the defenders. Their words made it clear that they had no intention of backing away from the fortress gates. Then a sharp creak cut through the noise. Zeke Draker turned his head at once and saw someone driving a horse forward, racing away from the fortress in a desperate rush. For someone to charge out on horseback in the middle of this chaos made no sense at all. The instant that thought crossed Zeke Draker's mind, a surge of dread rose in his chest, and his pupils flashed with golden light. The rider's face came clearly into view, and Zeke Draker recognized him immediately. He matched the description perfectly. That fleeing man was Black Knight Yaksha. Zeke Draker stepped to the edge of the wall and announced that he would chase Black Knight Yaksha himself. He ordered Professor Andre Draker to create chaos inside the fortress, open the main gate, and fire a signal flare, and Professor Andre Draker responded at once before moving to carry out the order. Zeke Draker did not hesitate for even a single breath. He launched himself off the wall and dropped into the darkness below, plunging through the night after his fleeing target. With a voice as cold and clear as the night air around him, Zeke Draker called out the name of his summoned holy beast, Bucephalus. The instant that name left his lips, lightning split across the darkness. A surge of blue aura exploded beneath him, roaring outward like a storm, and from within that brilliant light, the shape of a massive warhorse began forming directly under Zeke Draker. Zeke Draker spoke to Bucephalus with calm, absolute confidence, never taking his eyes off the fleeing figure ahead. He knew this steed's speed well enough to be certain that catching up to their prey would not be a problem. Bucephalus launched forward like living thunder, tearing across the ground and devouring the distance in an instant. The man running ahead cried out in panic, unable to comprehend how anything behind him could close the gap with such terrifying speed. As Zeke Draker watched that fear spread across his target's face, the corner of his mouth slowly curled into a thin, satisfied grin. Then, without even a flicker of hesitation, Zeke Draker sprang up from the saddle. He raised his sword high into the night air and brought it down in one clean, sweeping strike. A thunderous blast ripped through the darkness, the sheer force of the attack shaking the night as if the air itself had been split apart. The man staggered backward, his eyes stretched wide with disbelief as he stared at Zeke Draker. Step by step, Zeke closed the distance, a cold smile resting on his face with a quiet, almost mocking amusement. Zeke Draker greeted him by name, calling him Black Knight Yaksha. Then, with a sharp edge of mockery in his voice, he asked where exactly Yaksha thought he was running off to at such a late hour. The moment Black Knight Yaksha heard his name spoken, his entire body tensed. He rushed straight towards Zeke Draker, and the two clashed head-on, their blades locking together with a harsh metallic impact. Blow after blow followed, each strike met by a counter just as fierce, until Black Knight Yaksha began sensing something deeply wrong about the opponent in front of him. This man was clearly not from Delphoa. Black Knight Yaksha's eyes narrowed as he pressed forward against Zeke Draker, demanding to know who he truly was. Zeke Draker only smiled at the question. In a calm, almost dismissive tone, he replied that even if Black Knight Yaksha learned his identity, it would not change a single thing. As soon as those words left Zeke Draker's mouth, the force of their collision burst outward. A violent wave of power exploded between them, driving both men apart at the same time. Black Knight Yaksha did not waste that opening. He swung again and released a strange substance toward Zeke Draker, and the moment it touched him, it began eating through his clothes. The poison reached his skin almost instantly, triggering a system alert that identified it as desert scorpion poison. But because of Zeke Draker's poison-resistant constitution, the substance failed to affect him at all. Even so, the trick caught his attention, and he quickly understood what kind of fighter Black Knight Yaksha really was, an outlaw who would use any dirty method available if it gave him an advantage. Black Knight Yaksha seemed to prove that suspicion when he asked whether Zeke Draker was from the desert or the southern borderlands. Zeke simply brushed the question aside, commenting that Black Knight Yaksha was surprisingly curious for someone in his situation. Black Knight Yaksha ignored the remark and drew several daggers into his hands. He declared that Zeke Draker's origin made no difference because no matter where he came from, he was going to die. Then hurled the blades in a coordinated attack from every direction. Zeke Draker reacted instantly, knocking part of the barrage aside with his sword while activating his dragon-scale armor to withstand the rest. Even as the daggers struck around him, he could tell from their timing and angles that the attack had been launched with frightening precision. But in that same split second, Zeke Draker's senses sharpened even further, and he noticed something far more dangerous hidden inside the assault. Black Knight Yaksha was using an aura blade. That one detail told Zeke everything this man had been concealing his true strength from the very beginning. Declaring that the fight was finished, Black Knight Yaksha shot forward with incredible speed. He struck with deadly force, tearing into Zeke Draker while commanding him to die. But at that moment, Zeke Draker calmly said that Black Knight Yaksha's swordsmanship had already exposed him. From the way he fought, Zeke could tell that he belonged to the Imperial Intelligence Bureau, and that revelation left Black Knight Yaksha completely stunned. Before Black Knight Yaksha could properly respond, a searing pain suddenly spread through his entire body. His strength drained away, his knees buckled beneath him, and his sword slipped from his hand as he collapsed. Zeke Draker closed in with his own aura blade ready, standing over the fallen man with an unwavering gaze. Then he said it was now his turn to ask questions, demanding to know why an agent of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau was causing trouble in Delphoa. The moment those words reached Black Knight Yaksha, he bit down on his own tongue without the slightest hesitation, choosing death before allowing Zeke Draker to drag any answers out of him. Black Knight Yaksha tried to end his own life, but Zeke Draker reacted at once, forcing a potion into his mouth before death could take him. Zeke told him the attempt was useless, adding that he knew exactly how determined agents of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau could be. With a faint smile touching his face, Zeke Draker remarked that he might allow Black Knight Yaksha to die eventually, but only after the man gave him something worth hearing. That single sentence left Black Knight Yaksha staring up at him in shock. Slowly, he began to understand that the man standing over him was not merely ruthless, he was frighteningly unhinged. In the next moment, Black Knight Yaksha was barely managing to breathe, his wounded body trembling as it struggled to hold together. Nearby, Zeke Draker stood calmly with a dagger in his hand, asking whether he was finally ready to talk. Broken down and left with no strength to resist, Black Knight Yaksha finally gave in and asked what Zeke Draker wanted to know. Zeke demanded his identity and the reason he had been operating there, and Black Knight Yaksha revealed that he was an agent from the 13th Unit of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau. That answer genuinely surprised Zeke Draker, because as far as he knew, the Imperial Intelligence Bureau was supposed to have only 12 units. His reaction, in turn, shocked Black Knight Yaksha, making the agent question how Zeke could possibly know anything about their internal structure. Zeke Draker stepped closer with the dagger still in hand and reminded Black Knight Yaksha that he was the one asking the questions here. Then he pressed him again, demanding to know exactly what he had been doing in this place. With the blade hanging over him and Zeke's pressure bearing down, the agent's composure finally started to crumble. Under that threat, Black Knight Yaksha admitted that he had been conducting experiments involving stimulants. Zeke Draker was taken aback, and his mind immediately went to the mercenaries who had attacked them earlier. He asked whether they were not simply soma addicts, but Black Knight Yaksha explained that the stimulants had actually been derived from soma itself. When Zeke pressed him about their purpose, the agent confessed that the goal was to create soldiers who could feel neither pain nor fear. Once he heard that, Zeke Draker understood what this entire situation really was. The Empire had been running human experiments, using the drawn-out war of attrition against Delphoa as a live testing ground to see how these enhanced fighters performed. Black Knight Yaksha had only survived inside the fortress for 3 years, gathering bandits and mercenaries under him, because the Empire had been supporting him from the shadows. As the truth settled heavily in his mind, Zeke Draker began wondering what the Empire was truly doing across the continent. Then he looked down at the agent again and asked whether he understood that the Empire would be the first to erase him, and Black Knight Yaksha answered that he already knew. After revealing everything, Black Knight Yaksha begged for death, asking Zeke Draker to kill him right there. But instead of granting the request, Zeke asked what he would do if there was still a way for him to survive. Black Knight Yaksha rejected the idea immediately, insisting that escaping the Imperial Intelligence Bureau was impossible. Zeke Draker answered without hesitation, saying that it could be done through the power of House Draker, and those words visibly shook the agent. Then Zeke Draker removed his glove and cleared the surrounding mana from the air around them. In that instant, Black Knight Yaksha finally understood exactly who was standing before him. Zeke Draker was a pure-blooded awakener of House Draker. Faced with that truth, Black Knight Yaksha no longer wanted to throw his life away in a place like this. After countless dirty assignments, whatever loyalty he had once held was already worn thin, and he knew that even if he returned alive, the Empire would silence him for security reasons. His best chance was to become a witness under House Draker's protection, so he asked Zeke Draker whether a complete change of identity could truly be guaranteed. Zeke Draker replied that he had an even better option, catching Black Knight Yaksha completely off guard. With a slight smile, Zeke explained that he could arrange a new line of work for him, because there were plenty of places that would value someone with experience from the Imperial Intelligence Bureau. Later, Zeke Draker ran swiftly through the forest, only to realize that the fortress still had not been captured. That made no sense to him at all. Professor Andre Draker's group should have had more than enough strength to take it on their own, so Zeke began to suspect that something had gone wrong and redirected his path toward the night camp. As Zeke Draker moved toward his destination, he noticed a group of mages standing together and speaking among themselves. The sight immediately struck him as strange, and just as he wondered why they were gathered there alone, one of them suddenly spotted him and raised his staff, aiming it straight at Zeke. Caught off guard by the sudden hostility, Zeke demanded to know what the man thought he was doing. Before Zeke Draker could question the mage any further, a voice rang out across the area, accusing him of allowing Black Knight Yaksha to escape, and declaring that Zeke would be transferred to the barracks. The one making that accusation revealed himself as the mage captain, claiming that Zeke Draker had committed a serious offense. Anger flared inside Zeke as he tried to understand what this man was attempting to pull, but he quickly forced himself to remain calm and asked for an explanation. The captain insisted that their target had been lost because of Zeke's reckless attack plan. The mage captain argued that they never would have lost track of Black Knight Yaksha if Zeke Draker had not interfered. But Zeke pushed back at once, asking whether the captain had actually confirmed that Yaksha was alone inside the fortress. The captain answered that the enemy's defenses were still too strong for them to make that kind of claim, then abruptly ordered Zeke Draker to be quiet. He added that he had seen someone escape from the fortress earlier, but Zeke countered that the rider could have been a messenger sent to call for reinforcements. Then Zeke pressed even harder, asking how the captain could be so certain that the person was Yaksha himself. The mage captain clenched his teeth in frustration, and that reaction alone told Zeke Draker enough. Zeke became certain that this man had been the one who ordered Black Knight Yaksha to flee, secretly communicating with the enemy for the past 3 years. The worst part was that the captain likely did not even understand he had been helping the Empire all along. But to Zeke Draker, that detail changed absolutely nothing. Whether the captain knew the full truth or not, Zeke still saw him as utterly worthless. Captain Ingrid Haxon snapped at Zeke Draker, telling him to stop talking nonsense and follow him without saying another word. Then he turned his back as if the matter had already been decided, declaring that he would personally testify to Zeke's crimes. Zeke only let out a quiet sigh, choosing for the moment to go along with him and see where this would lead. Not long afterward, Zeke Draker returned to the base together with the mages. But the instant he stepped inside and saw what was waiting there, the air around him seemed to shift, and the atmosphere turned heavy in a way he had not expected. Jorge Otter and his men were kneeling on the ground, their hands tied tightly behind their backs, forced into the posture of criminals who had already been judged and sentenced. Zeke Draker immediately called out to the wounded Jorge Otter, and Jorge lifted his head in surprise the moment he saw him. Zeke's eyes then cut sharply toward Captain Ingrid Haxon as he demanded to know why the knights had been arrested, but Ingrid only ordered him to shut his mouth and accused him of overstepping his authority. Even with his injuries, Jorge Otter raised his voice and told Zeke Draker that he had no regrets about helping him. With his hands bound behind his back and his subordinates kneeling around him, Jorge declared that they all wished to be remembered as honorable knights. But the moment Jorge Otter finished speaking, the mages standing behind the prisoners released crackling electricity into him and his men. Their bodies jolted violently under the sudden shock, pain ripping through them while they remained helplessly bound. Seeing his allies being treated with such cruelty, Zeke Draker's expression hardened at once. His gaze turned cold as he questioned whether it was not going too far to handle their own comrades as if they were enemies. Zeke Draker pointed out that even captured prisoners would not usually be treated in such a brutal way. His words only made Captain Ingrid Haxon grit his teeth with anger, and Ingrid repeated his command for Zeke to stay silent, warning that if he said one more word, he would execute him right there. That exact moment, a massive explosion erupted nearby, shaking the entire area with a violent blast. Through the force and smoke, someone stepped forward and addressed Ingrid Haxon directly, saying that what he had just said could be taken as a threat against Zeke Draker. The one who spoke was Professor Andre Draker, standing alongside Diego Villa and Asta Elidolf. With a stern look in his eyes, Professor Andre told Ingrid Haxon that the Drakers were fully prepared to turn against Delphoa over the threat he had just made. Those words struck Ingrid Haxon hard, catching him completely off guard. He understood at once that this was not simply one man warning him, it was a direct warning backed by the full weight of House Draker. Even so, Ingrid Haxon still seemed unable to believe that Professor Andre Draker would truly oppose Delphoa. He told him that his reaction was far too extreme, pointing out that such words were no different from a declaration of war, and insisted that Professor Andre was taking the matter much too far. Professor Andre Draker did not retreat even a single step. Instead, he told Ingrid Haxon to listen carefully, making it clear that the name of House Draker was not something anyone could throw around lightly or dismiss as an empty threat. In that moment, Ingrid Haxon finally realized the truth. Professor Andre Draker was not bluffing in the slightest. Ingrid Haxon quickly cleared his throat, forcing himself to pull back and admit that he had made a mistake. He claimed that he had overreacted because of the recent battle, asked Professor Andre Draker not to misunderstand his intentions, and explained that he had only meant to escort Zeke Draker to the barracks for a proper investigation. Watching Ingrid Haxon suddenly lose his nerve, Zeke Draker allowed a faint smile to appear. Then, in a calm voice, he asked whether he could speak with his comrades before being taken away. Ingrid Haxon clearly did not want to grant that request, but with Professor Andre Draker standing right there, refusing was no longer simple. After a reluctant pause, he allowed Zeke Draker 20 minutes. Inside their room, Zeke Draker gathered with his companions and immediately removed his gloves. He dispersed the mana in the space around them, cutting off the function of any nearby magic devices that might have been planted to listen in on their conversation. Professor Andre Draker asked what Zeke needed to discuss, and Zeke revealed that he had already captured Black Knight Yaksha. The news clearly surprised Professor Andre, who asked whether Zeke had done it alone. Zeke explained that he had lowered the man's guard before the fight could drag on too long, then managed to secure his capture. Professor Andre Draker found it difficult to believe that Zeke had subdued an opponent even veteran knights would have struggled against, and the admiration on his face was impossible to hide. Zeke continued by explaining that during the interrogation, he discovered Black Knight Yaksha had a deep connection to Captain Ingrid Haxon, and that this connection made the entire situation far more complicated. Professor Andre Draker then asked Zeke what he planned to do next. Zeke Draker answered that the best course was to let Delphoa deal with its own internal corruption, while he simply played the role necessary to push things in the right direction. Before long, the scene shifted once again, this time to the place where Zeke Draker had been confined. Two guards stood watch outside the containment unit, keeping their attention fixed on the door. Inside the cell, Zeke Draker slowly raised his head, already sensing that someone would be coming to see him before much longer. A few minutes later, a knock sounded against the door. When it opened, the person who stepped inside revealed himself to be Professor Fanon. Yet when Zeke Draker saw Professor Fanon standing there was no surprise on his face at all. Professor Fanon questioned him about what was happening now, and Zeke Draker calmly answered that this situation was the result of ignoring his earlier warning. That reply caught Professor Fanon off guard, because he had not expected Zeke to disregard the advice he had given him before. From that exchange, Zeke Draker understood that Professor Fanon had already known about Captain Ingrid Haxon's corruption, just as many of Delphoa's higher-ranking mage officials had at least some idea of what was going on. And because Delphoa mages needed core experience in order to climb higher, Zeke intended to offer Professor Fanon a way to cut himself free from that requirement. Zeke Draker told Professor Fanon that there was something important he needed to say. When Professor Fanon urged him to explain, Zeke instead asked whether he knew about the Empire's stimulant experiment. Then Zeke Draker calmly told Professor Fanon everything he had learned from Black Knight Yaksha. Faced with that truth, Professor Fanon found himself standing at a difficult crossroads. He could expose the corruption that had now been confirmed, or he could look away, stay silent, and protect himself. At that moment, Zeke Draker added that he had a request. Looking straight at Professor Fanon, He asked whether the mage would help him drag this corruption into the light, and the question left Fanon visibly shaken. In the following scene, several mages approached Captain Ingrid Haxon, and one among them stepped forward to call out to him. When Captain Ingrid Haxon asked what had happened, the mage reported that Professor Fanon had rejected Zeke Draker's proposal. A satisfied smile spread across Ingrid Haxon's face as he asked whether the report was true. He was convinced that Professor Fanon had chosen his position over his principles, certain that Zeke Draker could never have convinced him to do otherwise. Turning his eyes toward the fortress ahead, Ingrid Haxon declared that it was time to begin. He instructed his subordinates to create a few explosions first and then withdraw so that the entire performance would look believable. After the mages acknowledged the command, they raised their staffs, gathered mana into their spells, and launched their attacks toward the fortress wall. As the blasts erupted under his orders, Ingrid Haxon watched with satisfaction, already thinking about how he would pin the failure of the subjugation on Jorge Otter. But that thought was suddenly interrupted when he noticed that something was wrong. There was no return fire from the bandits. Normally, they would at least pretend to resist, so the strange silence left Ingrid Haxon confused as he tried to understand why they were not moving at all. Then, while Ingrid Haxon was still struggling to make sense of the silence, the fortress gate slowly began to open right before his eyes. Ingrid Haxon froze when he saw it, because opening the gate had never been part of his plan. And when someone stepped out from inside the fortress, his shock deepened the instant he recognized the person. Ingrid Haxon immediately demanded to know why that person was there. The figure was revealed to be Zeke Draker, who calmly asked the captain whether something was wrong, and whether he had just seen something he was not supposed to see. Earlier, Zeke Draker had stood before Professor Fanon with a magic scroll in hand. He explained that the scroll had been prepared to block outside listeners, assuring him that no one would be able to overhear their conversation. Zeke Draker then asked Professor Fanon whether he truly meant what he had said about working together. Professor Fanon answered that once he knew the truth of what was happening, he could not simply stand aside and pretend he had seen nothing. Zeke Draker pointed out that choosing this path would stop Professor Fanon from gaining the experience he needed in Delphoa. But Fanon dismissed that concern, saying he would rather do what was right than build experience he would be ashamed of. Zeke smiled at that answer, thanked him, and told him they needed to move immediately because Captain Ingrid Haxon still had to be dealt with. Back in the present, Captain Ingrid Haxon stood stunned as he saw Zeke Draker accompanied by Professor Fanon and the others. Rage twisted his face, and he cursed Fanon as a useless bastard, unable to accept that the man had betrayed him. Then he demanded to know whether Fanon truly believed he would remain safe after doing something like this. But before Ingrid Haxon could continue, Zeke Draker cut him off. He revealed that he had brought people to investigate Ingrid's secret communications and ties with an enemy of the continent, along with his corruption, then asked the captain to cooperate with the arrest as 3 men stepped forward at once. The moment Zeke Draker said that, Ingrid Haxon recognized the men immediately as members of Delphoa's inspection squad. He hurriedly insisted that everything was a misunderstanding, claiming that he had never communicated with any enemy of the continent. Then Ingrid Haxon turned the accusation back onto Zeke Draker, insisting that Zeke was trying to frame him. The leader of the inspection squad replied that they had already secured the evidence and told Ingrid Haxon to stop pretending he was innocent. That only made Ingrid snap in irritation, asking whether they really thought he would fall alone. He boasted that with his connections, he could deal with everyone present, even claiming that Delphoa itself would tremble if he chose to use his power. Zeke Draker had absolutely no intention of listening to any more of Ingrid Haxon's threats. In a single instant, he rushed forward and drove his fist straight into the captain's face. After knocking Ingrid Haxon down and shattering the arrogance he had been clinging to, Zeke Draker looked down at him with terrifying calm. Then, in a voice that made the air feel even colder, he told Ingrid to go ahead and try using those powerful connections he had been boasting about. That answer shook Ingrid Haxon to his core. He had never imagined Zeke Draker would stand in front of him with such absolute confidence, acting as if every threat, every name, and every connection Ingrid had thrown around meant nothing at all. Zeke Draker then made exactly who he was painfully clear. He was a direct-blooded Draker, a pure-blooded Awakener, and the one and only successor of Duke Draker, the former Black Knight. With a cold, piercing stare fixed on Ingrid Haxon, Zeke asked whether he truly wanted to test which of them had the greater influence. The moment those words fully sank in, every bit of Ingrid Haxon's bravado crumbled. He dropped to his knees almost instantly, lowering himself in desperate submission as he admitted he had been wrong and begged Zeke Draker to forgive him. But Zeke Draker cut him off without showing even the slightest trace of pity. He told Ingrid Haxon not to waste his breath begging him for mercy. If Ingrid Haxon wanted forgiveness, Zeke Draker said coldly, then he should beg for it from the knights who had died because of his corruption, cowardice, and selfish choices. Just then, a voice called out to Zeke Draker, When Zeke turned his head, Jorge Otter was standing there, while the knight captain's subordinates bowed their heads with deep respect. Jorge thanked Zeke from the heart, saying the injustice they had suffered had finally been cleared away. Because of Zeke Draker's testimony, the knights had been excluded from the investigation. Their innocence had been made clear, and any involvement in Ingrid Haxon's corruption had been firmly denied. Even so, the 8th Mage Corps was now destined to disappear, and the Knight Corps tied to it would vanish along with it. Unless another unit stepped in to accept them, the 8th Knight Corps would be completely disbanded. Zeke Draker looked directly at Jorge Otter and asked whether he had any regrets. Jorge answered that he had none, though grief still weighed heavily on him for the men who had died meaningless deaths because of his own shortcomings. Hearing that answer, Zeke Draker said that if Jorge Otter was willing, he wanted to offer him and his men work. The unexpected proposal caught Jorge off guard, and he looked back at Zeke, asking what kind of position he had in mind. Rather than answering immediately, Zeke Draker took out a document and handed it over, telling Jorge Otter to read through the details for himself. As Jorge and his subordinates looked over the contents, shock gradually spread across their faces. Jorge Otter stared at the document in disbelief and said the conditions were far too generous, questioning whether the figures written there were actually correct. Zeke Draker simply told him that anyone working under him should expect treatment at that level, then revealed that he had recently established a merchant group and wanted them to serve as its guards. The knights were left stunned by the sudden offer, unable to hide their surprise. Zeke Draker smiled brightly at them and asked whether they planned to refuse, and Jorge Otter quickly answered that they would gladly accept. Jorge Otter went even further and declared that he and his men would pledge their allegiance to Zeke Draker. He immediately ordered his subordinates to greet their new master, and after they had done so, Zeke turned toward Professor Fanon and called out to him, telling him to come to Atlas as soon as his work here was finished, because there was still plenty waiting for him there. Professor Fanon placed one hand over his chest, addressed Zeke Draker as master, and confirmed that he understood. Seeing that response, Zeke could not help but smile faintly as he thought about how strangely things had turned out, with an instructor and student somehow ending up in this kind of relationship. As Zeke Draker stood beneath the slowly rising sun, his thoughts drifted back to the mission. The outcome had not unfolded exactly the way he had expected, and he still had no idea what kind of evaluation he would receive, but strangely, it no longer bothered him much. In the end, the problem had been resolved, and Zeke trusted that the rest would somehow work itself out. Elsewhere, in a completely different location, 3 men had gathered inside an office for what was clearly a serious meeting. A bald man thanked the other 2 for making time despite their busy schedules. With a grave expression on his face, he explained that the recent incident needed to be discussed urgently among the core members of the Order of Black Knights. One of the men, Varon Draker, said he would get straight to the point. He revealed that the southern continent had been showing strange movements recently, and that statement immediately drew surprise from the others. A bearded man responded by reminding Varon Draker that the South had always been a haven for criminals. In his eyes, it was nothing more than a lawless region packed with drug dealers, outlaws, and people who lived outside proper order. The other man added that Don Juan had already taken control of the region through his Soma business, gathering enormous wealth in the process. If someone like Don Juan started causing trouble, he warned, the problem would never stay small. Varon Draker then addressed him as Squad Commander Wick and questioned how he could still be unaware of the situation despite being in charge of intelligence. Then, Varon revealed that Don Juan was dead, shocking Wick so badly that he immediately insisted it was impossible and suggested Don Juan might simply be hiding because of Pabella's attacks. Varon Draker countered by explaining that after Don Juan disappeared into hiding, the McCain cartel had already fractured into several factions. On top of that, most of Pabella's major figures had also been killed, leaving that side broken and unstable as well. Then Varon Draker asked Wick whether it did not seem suspicious that Don Juan still had not revealed himself in the middle of such chaos. As Varon Draker continued speaking, a transparent screen slowly formed in the air before them, drawing everyone's attention toward the image. Varon Draker informed the others that both cartels had recorded video footage a month earlier, and those recordings showed Zeke Draker, Simon Zapatero, and the other assassins involved in the incidents. He pointed out that the same masked individuals appeared in both sets of footage, which led them to believe that Zeke Draker had moved between the 2 organizations and brought both of them down from the inside. However, despite the footage they had obtained, neither side had been able to discover who Zeke Draker truly was. Varon Draker then stated their objective plainly. They needed to uncover Zeke Draker's identity, figure out why he had targeted the southern cartels, and dig up every possible detail connected to him. Later, Zeke Draker stood inside the dean's office, visibly surprised by what he had just heard. He looked at the dean with a puzzled expression and asked him to repeat what he had said. In response, Principal Flaubert Borges presented Zeke with a file and praised his performance during the Black Knight Yaksha mission. Placing the document on the table, he explained that Professor Andre Draker had submitted extremely detailed notes, and Delphoa's inspection department had also sent over their data along with their gratitude. That response caught Zeke Draker completely off guard. He had assumed the mission would not receive a positive evaluation after he defied his superior's orders, because on a battlefield, soldiers were normally expected to obey commands without question. Being praised for what he had done was the last thing he had expected. Principal Flaubert Borges then mentioned that there had only been one unfortunate part of the mission, saying it was a pity Black Knight Yaksha had died during transport. Zeke Draker let out a nervous laugh as he remembered that he had actually allowed the man to live, staging his death so he could change Yaksha's identity and bring him to the central continent. Zeke Draker understood very well that the human experimentation data he had uncovered in the South, along with Black Knight Yaksha himself, as a witness to the stimulant experiments, would become valuable leverage that could be used to pressure the Empire later on. Principal Flaubert Borges continued, telling Zeke Draker that after the professor's meeting, they had decided to assign him a different kind of exam because of the talent he had shown during the mission. Zeke looked at him and asked what exactly this new task would involve. Principal Flaubert Borges revealed that the exam would be a demon hunt. At first, Zeke Draker was surprised, thinking that such a task sounded far too simple to serve as a special graduation trial. But Principal Flaubert Borges immediately clarified that this would not be an ordinary hunt. It was an unsolved case, and Zeke Draker would have to handle the entire matter on his own. Unlike monsters, demons did not belong to any fixed species or category. Because of that, identifying their customs, habits, or behavioral patterns was extremely difficult. Many demons were not only powerful, but also highly intelligent, making them especially difficult for humans to predict, understand, or defeat through ordinary methods. After thinking through what that meant, Zeke Draker concluded that the case must involve a demon with exceptional intelligence. With that in mind, he asked Principal Flaubert Borges for the exact location where the incident had taken place. Principal Flaubert Borges told him that the incident had occurred within the Duchy of Troy. He then reminded Zeke Draker that House Draker was based there, emphasizing that if a demon could remain undiscovered in such a place, it could not possibly be ordinary. He added that if Zeke Draker passed this exam, he would be exempt from all remaining tests, and this single trial would be enough to qualify him for graduation. Hearing that, Zeke placed a hand over his chest and vowed to Principal Flaubert Borges that he would solve the case as quickly as possible, swearing on his honor as a knight that he would not fail or disappoint him. With that promise made, Zeke Draker immediately left the dean's office. Outside, a man approached Zeke Draker respectfully and greeted him, saying it was an honor to meet him. He introduced himself as Felix Valencia and explained that he would be serving as Zeke Draker's guide for the mission. Zeke Draker returned the greeting politely. But as he listened to Felix Valencia speak, he realized that in his past life he had never once heard that name. More than that, something about Felix Valencia felt unusual. Zeke Draker sensed a strange energy coming from him, something that did not match the impression of an ordinary young knight, especially one who was not even part of House Draker. Keeping that in mind, Zeke asked Felix directly whether he was from Troy. Felix Valencia confirmed that he was indeed a native of Troy. He explained that when he was younger, he had trained at a swordsmanship guild, and that he now worked at Atlas. Everything in his explanation sounded normal enough on the surface, but Zeke Draker still chose to remain cautious, keeping his guard up as he thanked Felix for the information. Then Zeke Draker turned his gaze forward and said plainly that they needed to depart for Troy. The scene then shifted to the Duchy of Troy, where a group of people had gathered to welcome Zeke Draker upon his arrival. Their leader stepped forward respectfully and told him that they had been expecting him. As the man wrapped both hands around Zeke Draker's hand, the guarded look on his face melted into genuine disbelief. He admitted, almost as if he still could not accept what he was seeing, that he had never imagined a pure-blooded awakener would come in person to such a remote place. To him, simply meeting Zeke was already an honor. Zeke accepted the handshake without making a show of it, keeping his voice calm as he replied that he was glad he could be useful. Once the greeting was over, Zeke Draker's attention settled completely on the man in front of him. His eyes sharpened slightly, and he asked him to go back to the very beginning and explain the whole incident as carefully as he could. The man gave a firm nod, took a moment to organize his memories, then said that the strange trouble had not suddenly erupted overnight. Instead, it had been dragging on for several weeks. In the beginning, the only things going missing were the animals. Livestock would vanish from the farms without leaving behind any clear explanation, as if something had slipped in and carried them away without being seen. But before long, the fear in the village grew heavier, because people who went up toward the mountain began disappearing as well, and none of them ever came back. As time passed, the pattern of the disappearances became even more chilling. The earliest victims had been children, then women began to vanish too, and eventually even strong adult men could no longer be considered safe. It felt as though the demons were gradually changing the way they hunted, starting with smaller and weaker prey before moving on to bigger, more difficult targets. Zeke Draker asked whether there were still any locations where signs of the attacks might have been left behind. The man responded quickly and led him toward a fenced-off area, then raised his hand to point out the farm where the livestock had first disappeared. He explained that the earliest traces had been discovered there, before the trail seemed to stretch onward toward the mountain path. Zeke Draker stood before the fence in silence, carefully letting his gaze travel over the wooden rails and the dirt surrounding them. There were dark splashes of blood scattered across the fence, yet the structure itself had not been smashed, clawed open, or torn down. That odd contradiction immediately pulled at his attention, and he stepped closer to inspect the scene more carefully. When Zeke Draker activated his draconic eyes, the world around him seemed to sharpen, allowing him to examine every trace with far greater precision. Soon he found deep, oversized footprints pressed heavily into the soil, each mark clear enough to show the weight behind it. Whatever had left those tracks was strong enough to leap clean over the fence without damaging it, and that kind of movement was nothing like what an ordinary demon would do. The more Zeke Draker connected the clues, the colder his expression became. His eyes remained fixed on the trail leading away from the farm, and in a low, quiet voice, he came to the conclusion that this mission was not going to be simple at all. By the time night had fully settled over the forest, Zeke Draker and Felix had already made camp between the trees. Felix, worn out after the long investigation, had fallen asleep near the fire, while Zeke stayed awake beside the flickering flames. He glanced over at Felix's sleeping form and silently thought that the journey must have drained him completely. Their search had continued well past nightfall, with Zeke and Felix following the demon's trail higher up the mountain until it led them into a dense forest, far removed from any trace of human presence. There, deep in that isolated darkness, they uncovered something disturbing, a corpse that had dried and shriveled like a mummy, even though its body showed no obvious wounds. Zeke Draker watched the fire crackle in front of him, but his mind kept circling back to the corpse they had found. The body's condition made no sense. He wondered what kind of demon could remove every drop of fluid from a person so completely, while leaving the outside of the body without a single clear mark. That strange corpse gave Zeke Draker a direction, allowing him to narrow down what kind of demon they might be dealing with. But just as he began to settle on a possibility, another detail refused to fit. The huge footprints found near the village were completely wrong for the creature he had in mind. The moment that contradiction crossed Zeke Draker's thoughts, a heavy crash suddenly tore through the quiet forest. Felix jolted awake at once, his body snapping up in alarm as he asked if Zeke had heard the sound too. Zeke remained composed and answered that it had come from about 2 kilometers to the west, then told Felix to stay where he was, calmly assuring him that he would return before sunrise. Zeke Draker did not waste even a heartbeat after that. He pushed off the ground and shot into motion, racing straight through the trees toward the place where the noise had erupted. As Zeke Draker moved swiftly through the forest, slipping between trunks and shadows, he reasoned that a blast-like sound in such a remote place could hardly be anything normal. A demon had to be involved. But when he finally reached the area, what stood before him was not only a monster, there was also a massive shirtless man, broad-armed and powerfully built, with tattoos spread across his body. With a roar that shook the surrounding trees, the enormous man seized a tree by its trunk and tore it straight out of the earth. He swung the entire thing at his opponent like it was no heavier than a sword. Even Zeke Draker, watching from nearby, was briefly stunned by the ridiculous strength on display, and he found himself wondering whether this man was some kind of barbarian. Zeke Draker quickly pulled his focus away from the giant man and studied the creature locked in battle with him. The opponent was unmistakably a demon, and as soon as Zeke got a proper look at its shape, the suspicion he had been carrying finally turned into certainty. The demon was huge, with a monkey-like body and a long tail whipping behind it as it moved. Zeke recognized it as Yahello, an ancient species of demon known for being especially troublesome. In his previous life, Zeke Draker had once encountered a corpse dried out in that exact same unnatural manner. At the time, his master had explained that such a death was the work of an ancient demon species, and had specifically warned him to be careful of one that moved with the agility of a monkey. Yahello were not only fast, but also cautious, which made them extremely difficult to trap or corner. However, the most dangerous part of them was their tail. They could wield it almost like a flexible tentacle, striking in an instant and draining a person's vitality before the victim even had time to react. When the demon suddenly launched itself at the giant man again, the remaining pieces finally slid into place inside Zeke Draker's mind. The one stealing livestock from the village had most likely been the barbarian. Meanwhile, the true culprit behind the human disappearances was not him at all. It was the Jueyuan. But before Zeke Draker could act on that realization, a scream tore violently through the forest. His eyes snapped back toward the battle, and he saw the demon's tentacle-like tongue driven straight through the barbarian's stomach. The barbarian gritted his teeth, forcing himself not to lose consciousness despite the pain ripping through him. His eyes shifted toward the demon's open mouth, and in that instant he understood something important. The attack had not come from the creature's tail, it had shot out from its tongue. That exact moment, Zeke Draker appeared behind the demon with his sword already drawn, the blade poised to cut it down. But the creature's instincts were frighteningly sharp. Before Zeke's strike could connect, the demon sensed him and reacted immediately. The Chueyan lowered its body in a sudden, fluid motion, dipping its head just enough for the sword to miss. Then, with terrifying speed, it shot away from Zeke Draker and created distance in an instant. Zeke Draker clicked his tongue under his breath, irritated by just how nimble the creature was. His gaze then shifted to the barbarian, who had collapsed heavily onto the ground, and Zeke wondered whether the Jueyuan's strange attack had injected some kind of poison into him. Zeke Draker had no particular desire to save a man who had been stealing livestock from innocent villagers. Even so, watching him lie there on the edge of death, Zeke could not simply turn his back and leave him behind. In the end, he chose to step in. Inside a nearby cave, the barbarian lay unconscious on the ground while Zeke Draker examined the wound in his stomach. Zeke tried applying a healing potion first, but when it produced no visible effect at all, his eyes narrowed. The failed treatment made him suspect that the barbarian might not be entirely human. Zeke Draker placed his hand over the open hole in the man's stomach and decided to try a different method. The moment he did, the system's message appeared, informing him that he was activating his mass buff skill. Drawing on his own healing factor, Zeke Draker released a gentle green glow from his hand as the ability began to take effect. The torn flesh slowly started to knit together, closing the damage little by little. Once the hole in the barbarian's stomach had fully sealed, the unconscious man finally began to move. The barbarian's eyes snapped open, and the first sight that greeted him was Zeke Draker kneeling beside him. Acting purely on instinct, he sprang backward and dropped into a guarded fighting stance, ready to attack if needed. Zeke, however, remained calm and simply told him to settle down. The barbarian froze where he stood, visibly shocked the moment he heard Zeke's words. Seeing his reaction, Zeke Draker explained in a plain and steady voice that he was the one who had saved his life. The barbarian looked almost unable to believe that Zeke Draker could actually speak his language. Even so, his stance loosened, and he lowered his guard enough to offer his thanks. As for Zeke, he felt a quiet sense of relief that he still remembered how to communicate in the language of the barbarians. The young warrior then introduced himself as Big Fists. Despite being only 16 years old, he was already stronger than the other fighters in his village, and because of that strength, he had been given a fitting trial for his warrior ceremony. His assigned trial was to defeat the Jueyuan, a demon that his people regarded as the strongest of all. But the challenge had turned out to be far more dangerous than he had imagined. The creature was so powerful and difficult to deal with that Big Fists had ended up chasing it all the way into the Duchy of Troy. Big Fists admitted, his frustration obvious, that the hunt was becoming too difficult for him, and that, at this rate, he would probably fail his test. After hearing that, Zeke Draker looked at him directly and asked whether he wanted help. Big Fists stared at Zeke in surprise, as though he had not expected that offer at all, and asked if he truly meant it. Zeke Draker only smiled at him and answered with steady confidence, telling him to trust him. Later, Felix appeared, and immediately looked uneasy when he saw the enormous figure standing beside Zeke Draker. He nervously asked whether that person was really a barbarian. Zeke confirmed it without any hesitation, then added that Big Fists would be joining them in the hunt for the demon, leaving Felix looking even more baffled by the sudden new arrangement. Big Fists then turned his attention toward Felix, glancing him over before asking who he was. Zeke Draker answered that Felix was his subordinate, but that only made Big Fists tilt his head in confusion and ask what that word was supposed to mean. As the conversation continued, Zeke Draker quietly watched Felix's reaction from the side. Even with a barbarian standing right in front of him, Felix never once reached for his sword. That level of calm would usually require serious training to imitate naturally. Yet aside from the strange aura Zeke had sensed from him earlier, Felix still looked like nothing more than an ordinary swordsman, making Zeke wonder whether he was overthinking things. While Zeke Draker was still caught up in that thought, Big Fists suddenly lifted his head, his nose catching something in the air. He remarked that he could smell something, and Zeke immediately turned toward him, asking what exactly he meant. Big Fist's expression became serious as he explained that he had caught the scent of the same demon from earlier. The answer clearly caught Zeke Draker off guard, and he quickly asked which direction the smell was coming from. Following that scent, Big Fists led Zeke Draker deeper through the forest until they reached the mouth of a cave. Zeke had not expected to locate such a place so quickly, but he remembered something his master had once taught him, that Yueon liked to hide in dark, damp places. With dawn now drawing closer, there was a strong possibility that the demon had retreated into the cave to hide. Zeke Draker turned toward Big Fists and asked whether he had any proper method for capturing the creature. Big Fists answered without words. He simply raised one hand and swung it through the air, making it perfectly clear that his entire plan was to charge in and fight the demon barehanded with nothing but his fists. Seeing that, Zeke Draker immediately understood why the creature had managed to escape him so easily before. Zeke Draker quickly laid out his plan, telling Big Fists to confront the prey directly from the front while he circled around and struck from behind. Big Fists listened, and then a wide grin spread across his face as he said he understood. Together, they entered the cave and began moving deeper into the darkness. The farther they advanced, the more certain Zeke Draker became that this was the demon's lair, especially when he noticed bones of all different shapes and sizes scattered across the ground. He warned Big Fists to stay alert, reminding him that they were now standing inside the demon's den. But the very instant Zeke Draker finished giving that warning, the Jueyuan exploded out from its hiding place and lunged straight at Big Fists from behind. Big Fists sensed the incoming attack at the last possible moment and threw himself backward, barely avoiding the strike. Then, without giving the demon time to recover, he rushed back in and unleashed a punch with such overwhelming force that the ground beneath them cracked and shattered from the impact. But when the cloud of dust finally thinned and the broken bits of stone stopped skittering across the cave floor, the Jueyuan had completely disappeared. One moment it had been right there in front of them, and the next it was as if the demon had dissolved into the darkness surrounding the cave. Zeke Draker did not show even a flicker of surprise. He had already expected the Jueyuan to be far too slippery to catch with a single attack. That exact ability to vanish and escape was why it had avoided everyone until now, and why even his master in the past had warned him about how troublesome the creature could be. The truly frightening part of the Jueyuan was not just its speed, but the way it could bury its entire body inside the darkness itself. It blended so perfectly with the shadows that its form vanished from sight, then moved silently through the cave and reappeared behind Big Fists once again. As soon as Zeke Draker understood where the demon had gone, his hand moved to his sword without the slightest delay. The Jueyuan rushed in from Big Fist's blind spot, claws lifted and ready to rip into him, while Big Fist realized the danger a moment too late to properly protect himself. Right before those claws could tear through Big Fists, Zeke Draker burst forward like a streak of motion. Activating his water field, he slipped into the attack's path and delivered a sharp, flawless slash, cutting clean through the demon's arm before it could reach its target. The Jueyuan reeled back in clear shock, unable to process how its ambush had been read and stopped so perfectly. Zeke Draker did not let that opening go to waste. He immediately turned his eyes toward Big Fists and shouted for him to attack the injured one. Big Fists moved the instant he heard the command. He threw his huge arms around the demon's body, locking it in place with raw strength and squeezing down so tightly that the Jueyuan could no longer slip back into the shadows. Even with one of its arms badly damaged, the Jueyuan still thrashed and fought with vicious desperation. It struck Big Fists with everything it had, but Big Fists only clenched his teeth against the pain and refused to loosen his grip, holding on with every bit of strength in his body. Zeke Draker wrapped his sword in aura, and the blade began to glow with concentrated power. Seeing Big Fists keep the demon trapped, Zeke praised him for holding it down, then spoke firmly, telling him to leave everything else to him. The moment Zeke Draker's voice reached it, the Jueyuan twisted its head toward him. At nearly the same time, Big Fists sprang aside, clearing the path in front of Zeke and creating the perfect opening for him to unleash the first verse of Chapter 2 of True Dragon Swordplay. Earth Slice slammed into the Jueyuan with tremendous force, striking its body cleanly and tearing through it. But even as the attack ripped into the monster, its severed limbs had already started to regenerate, with flesh and bone rapidly rebuilding as though the damage were trying to erase itself. Zeke Draker activated his power and stared down the Jueyuan with a cold, unshaken gaze, asking whether it truly thought he would allow it to recover. Then he invoked Gluttony, and a terrifying wave of golden energy surged forward, engulfing the monster completely. The system announced that he had devoured an ancient species fully corrupted by polluted energy, while his stamina, mental strength, and mana began to refill. It also revealed that he had absorbed the corrupted ancient bloodline ability and obtained an A-rank skill called Stealth, leaving Zeke deeply pleased with what he had gained. After the battle ended, Zeke Draker turned his attention to the severed arm he had cut off earlier. He called out to Big Fists and tossed the limb over to him, telling him to use it as proof of the hunt. Then Zeke held up one of the demon's fingers, saying he would keep that piece for the same purpose. Tears gathered in Big Fist's eyes as he stepped forward, overwhelmed with gratitude, and pulled Zeke Draker into a tight embrace. After thanking him from the heart, Big Fists took the demon's arm and started toward the cave entrance. Before leaving, he asked Zeke to visit his village someday when he had the time, which made Zeke ask what tribe he came from. Big Fists proudly declared that he was from the mighty Boulder tribe. The name immediately stunned Zeke Draker because he remembered it as the strongest barbarian village. Big Fists then looked back with a bright, open smile and repeated his invitation, while Zeke smiled in return, waved him off, and told him they would meet again someday. Back in town, the villagers lifted their cups in celebration and toasted Zeke Draker with heartfelt relief. Their leader thanked him openly, saying that thanks to what he had done, the town could finally sleep peacefully again. Zeke responded modestly, saying he was simply glad to be of help. But as he took a quiet sip from his cup, his eyes lingered on Felix, because something about him still did not feel right. Earlier, after Zeke Draker had taken care of the Jueyuan and returned to camp, Felix had been nowhere to be found. Not long after, Felix came back looking messy and disheveled, claiming that he had merely fallen, but that explanation did not sit well with Zeke. He wondered whether Felix had secretly watched the battle with Big Fists, especially since Zeke knew that during combat, he could not always sense distant presences accurately, meaning Felix might have been hiding nearby the entire time. With that suspicion still resting in the back of his mind, Zeke Draker chose not to question Felix on the spot. Instead, he decided to keep quiet for now and continue observing him a little longer. Once the celebration finally wrapped up, Zeke Draker made his way toward the lodging that had been prepared for him. He remembered the leader's earlier promise that proper accommodations had already been arranged, so he intended to settle in and rest for the night. But before Zeke Draker could get very far, someone moved directly into his path and stopped him. It was Felix. Zeke looked at him and asked why he was here when his own lodging was supposed to be in the opposite direction. Felix stood there with visible tension in his posture, then suddenly asked Zeke to accept him as a follower, surprising him before quickly urging him to watch something first. Felix drew his sword and began to demonstrate. As the blade moved cleanly through the air, Zeke Draker's eyes sharpened in surprise because he recognized the style almost immediately. It was the swordsmanship handed down among the paladins of the Holy Kingdom. After continuing the demonstration for a while, Felix finally brought his movements to a stop and said he was finished. Zeke Draker remembered very clearly that Felix had once claimed he learned swordsmanship at a guild, so he pressed him on how he could possibly know a technique reserved for paladins. Felix was visibly shaken by the question, because even within the Holy Kingdom, the paladins of the Holy Knights rarely dealt with outsiders, and their secret techniques were known only to a small chosen group. Felix admitted that he had never expected Zeke Draker to identify the technique so quickly, much less understand exactly where it came from. For a brief moment, Felix said nothing. He seemed to be weighing the truth in his mind, as though asking himself whether there was any point in continuing to hide it now. Realizing that there was no use pretending anymore, Felix took out an item and handed it to Zeke Draker to examine. Zeke recognized it at once as an official paladin insignia. Felix then explained that it had belonged to his grandfather, a former paladin who had been caught up in a hidden internal conflict within the Holy Kingdom, falsely accused of wrongdoing, and eventually forced into exile. The revelation genuinely caught Zeke off guard, making the situation far more complicated than he had first imagined. Felix continued the story, explaining that his grandfather had risked his life fighting countless enemies inside the kingdom in order to expose corruption. But despite everything he had done, he had never been able to escape the false charges placed on him. In the end, he was not only exiled, but also threatened with a dishonorable execution, and only with the help of his family and allies did he barely manage to flee the kingdom alive. After his escape, Felix's grandfather concealed who he really was and lived quietly in the Duchy of Troy. Then, shortly before his death, he finally revealed the entire truth to Felix. He had personally taught Felix that very same paladin swordsmanship, passing down everything he could before his life came to an end. This surprised Zeke Draker even further, and he asked whether Felix's grandfather had attempted aura transmission before dying. Felix looked genuinely confused and asked what aura transmission was supposed to mean. Rather than explaining right away, Zeke Draker told him to hold out his hand, and Felix obeyed without hesitation, allowing Zeke to take it. As Zeke Draker held Felix's hand, he sensed the flow of energy moving inside him and quickly noticed something unusual. Felix's aura conductivity was extremely high compared to his current level, and his aura circuits were already clear, open, and free of obstruction. When Felix nervously asked whether something was wrong, Zeke calmly told him that nothing was wrong at all and that he should be thankful to his grandfather. Felix was stunned by that answer and immediately asked what Zeke Draker meant. Zeke explained that Felix's grandfather must have once been an Arc Paladin, a person whose level could be compared to a Black Knight, leaving Felix struggling to accept the weight of what he was hearing. Zeke Draker went on to explain that since the Imperial Age, the Paladins of the Holy Knights had possessed a special technique known as aura transmission. Its purpose was to accelerate a person's growth through aura, but in Felix's case, his grandfather had gone even further. He had not only strengthened Felix's aura, but also improved his aura conductivity and cleared his circuits. Felix admitted that he had never known any of this before. His expression gradually turned serious, as the truth about what his grandfather had done for him began to sink in more deeply. Zeke Draker then looked Felix straight in the eyes and asked whether his desire to become a follower came from wanting revenge for his grandfather, who had been wrongly accused. Felix answered that revenge was only part of it. After witnessing Zeke fight the demon, he had sincerely come to want to serve him, and he firmly promised that accepting him would not be a mistake. Zeke Draker silently considered the situation from every angle. In the end, he found no real disadvantage. If Felix turned out to be an ordinary spy, keeping him nearby would make it easier to uncover whoever had sent him. And if he was not a spy, then Zeke would gain a follower with truly impressive potential. So Zeke Draker turned slightly away and told Felix that walking behind him would not be an easy path. He then added that they would return to Atlas the next day and instructed Felix to prepare himself. Felix's face immediately brightened with joy as he thanked Zeke for the chance and promised to do everything he could. The scene then shifted to Valhalla, where Flaubert Borges welcomed Zeke Draker into his office. As he looked over the report in front of him, he remarked that the contents were truly remarkable, admitting that even he had not expected Zeke to heal a barbarian and then cooperate with him to bring down a demon. Flaubert Borges continued by saying that confining someone with Zeke Draker's talent to Valhalla alone would be a loss for the entire continent. Zeke responded with humility, saying he had simply been fortunate, which made Flaubert laugh lightly and comment on just how modest he was. Flaubert Borges tossed a document onto the table and told Zeke Draker to take it. He explained that it was a temporary graduation certificate, since the semester had not yet officially ended, and issuing a full graduation would be difficult for the moment. Even so, with that provisional certificate, Zeke would have no trouble pursuing whichever path he chose next, prompting him to smile and thank Flaubert for his support. Flaubert Borges then asked whether Zeke Draker had already decided what he intended to do after graduation, especially whether he planned to return to his family. Zeke confirmed that he did, explaining that he wanted to first gain experience as a knight within his own household. Hearing that answer, Flaubert smiled with satisfaction and said he looked forward to seeing how Zeke would develop from here. Just then, a knock sounded from the door. After Flaubert Borges gave permission to enter, Andre Draker stepped inside and politely apologized for interrupting. He then informed them that the Four Seasons Fortress had requested Zeke Draker's presence. Flaubert Borges remarked that Zeke Draker's father must have already heard about his graduation. Zeke then said he would take his leave, and Flaubert responded by telling him to come visit again whenever he had the chance. As they walked toward Arthur Draker's office, Zeke Draker asked Andre Draker if he knew the exact reason behind the summons. Andre admitted that he did not know for certain, but guessed that the patriarch likely wanted to congratulate him on graduating. Zeke gave a faint smile and said that the patriarch he knew would not usually go out of his way for something like that, though Andre replied that it was still possible, reminding him that completing Valhalla in only 2 years was an impressive achievement. Andre Draker then added that, on his way to the dean's office, he had seen Zeke Draker's friends. Zeke looked briefly surprised until he realized Andre was talking about Diego Villa and Asta El Adolf. When Andre Draker mentioned that both of them had looked rather gloomy and asked whether something had happened, Zeke Draker explained that they had been stationed at the northern borders, where their entire assignment was clearing snow. Andre nodded as if that explained everything, then commented that people often said snow could be even more terrifying than monsters. When they reached the entrance to the patriarch's office, Andre Draker gestured for Zeke Draker to go in. Zeke thanked him for escorting him, then stepped through the door. Inside, Arthur Draker greeted him and congratulated him on graduating. Zeke accepted the congratulations with thanks, and Arthur invited him to sit down and make himself comfortable. Arthur Draker set his cup down and asked whether Zeke Draker was curious about why he had called him there. When Zeke nodded, Arthur stated his intention plainly. He wanted to send Zeke to the upcoming Draker martial arts competition, and he wanted him to take first place. Arthur Draker explained that the tournament was hosted by the Draker family and was open only to young knights who had reached the level of Purple Knight within the last 5 years. In other words, it was a stage meant for the continent's rising rookies, the promising young talents who might one day lead the next generation. Zeke Draker answered that he understood. Arthur Draker then pressed him further, asking if that meant he would win. Without even a trace of hesitation, Zeke replied that he would claim victory at the Draker martial arts competition. Arthur Draker smiled as he heard the confidence in Zeke Draker's answer and said he hoped to be the one who placed the medal on him when the competition was over. Then he set a box down on the table and told Zeke that he had prepared a graduation gift for him, asking him to open it. When Zeke Draker opened the box and lifted the lid, his eyes immediately widened. Inside, carefully placed beside a formal-looking document, was a golden plaque that caught the light at once. He read the words engraved on it, and only then did he realize what he was looking at, a title certificate granting ownership of a territory. Still unable to fully process it, Zeke raised his gaze toward Arthur Draker and asked if his father was truly giving him land. Arthur Draker confirmed it plainly, without the slightest hesitation in his voice. He explained that the territory lay to the north of the Duchy of Troy, in the very same region where Zeke Draker had captured the demon. Zeke could hardly believe that he was being given land immediately after becoming an official knight. But he quickly composed himself, lowered his surprise, and promised that he would work hard to meet his father's expectations. Arthur Draker slowly rose from his chair, his calm voice carrying the weight of authority as he said he expected great things from Zeke Draker. He added that, for the time being, a caretaker would be assigned to oversee the territory in his place. Zeke was to learn the finer details from that person later, and once Arthur had given that instruction, he dismissed him. Zeke Draker thanked him properly and left the office, though his mind was still caught on what had just happened. A territory was normally something granted only to high-ranking knights within the family, so receiving one this early was far beyond anything he had anticipated. As he walked down the corridor, still absorbed in thought, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. When Zeke turned around, Duke Draker stood there wearing a grin, greeting him as his busy disciple Bastard and saying it had been a while. Zeke blinked in surprise and asked what his master was doing there. Duke Draker admitted without shame that he had only come to stay close to Zeke Draker and spend some time relaxing. Unfortunately for him, the patriarch had caught him and immediately dragged him into work instead. Zeke dryly reminded him that he had already been resting for 10 full years, then asked whether handling at least this much work was really such an unbearable burden. Duke Draker let out a tired sigh and muttered that Zeke Draker really was Arthur Draker's son, because the two of them spoke in almost the exact same irritating way. Then, without giving any warning at all, Duke turned toward the nearby window, pushed it open, and jumped straight out. Zeke stared after him in disbelief and asked what in the world he was doing. As Duke Draker dropped outside through the window, he called back over his shoulder that they needed to hurry home before a bunch of leeches managed to catch up with them. By the time they arrived at Zeke Draker's mansion, Duke Draker finally released a long, satisfied breath. As if he had escaped some terrible battlefield, he declared that now he could truly relax, then told his disciple that there was nothing in the world better than the feeling of being at home. Zeke Draker immediately corrected him, pointing out that this was actually his house, not Duke Draker's. Duke, completely shameless, called him cheap and insisted that anything Zeke owned naturally belonged to him too, because he was the master. Zeke was left speechless by the logic, but Duke quickly moved on and asked why Arthur Draker had summoned him, already convinced that the patriarch would never call him over just to celebrate his graduation. Zeke Draker then told him that he had received a graduation gift. Duke Draker casually guessed that it might have been a sword or perhaps a fine set of armor suitable for a newly recognized knight. But Zeke shook off both guesses and corrected him, saying that his father had given him a territory instead. At first, Duke Draker nodded as if that sounded like a decent reward and casually praised it. But a moment later, the meaning of Zeke's words finally hit him. He froze mid-reaction, abruptly rose from his seat, and demanded that Zeke Draker say it again. When Zeke Draker repeated that the land was located in the northern part of the Duchy of Troy, Duke Draker looked as though he was struggling to make sense of it. He was shocked that someone as young as Zeke had already been granted a territory, and he guessed that Arthur Draker must have been extremely pleased with his son's accomplishment. Duke Draker then added that even though the territory was in the north, it should still generate a respectable amount of tax revenue. In other words, this was not just a symbolic reward, It was something with real value attached to it. Zeke Draker explained that he had already completed a mission in that region, and while he was there, the local people had treated him with genuine warmth. Duke Draker accepted that as a good sign, then pointed out that being able to rule as a lord was far more advantageous than simply carrying the title of knight. However, Zeke Draker said there was still one more matter to deal with. Duke Draker's eyes immediately sharpened with curiosity, and he asked if Zeke had received yet another gift. But Zeke shook his head and revealed that Arthur Draker had ordered him to win the Draker martial arts competition. That command was clearly not what Duke Draker had been expecting. His expression changed at once, and he asked whether Zeke Draker was serious. Zeke simply looked back at him and asked if there was a problem, wondering whether the competition was really that difficult. Duke Draker answered that the competition itself was not the difficult part. If it were only a matter of skill, talent, and winning through strength alone, then with Zeke Draker's ability, there should be nothing especially troublesome about it. When Zeke Draker asked what he meant by that, Duke Draker asked whether he had ever actually watched the Draker martial arts competition in person. Zeke admitted that he only knew it was held once every 5 years. Duke then explained that the event was not merely a simple tournament. Behind the name of a martial arts competition, it was actually a battlefield where families clashed. In other words, the Draker martial arts competition was not decided only by who could swing a sword better once they stepped into the arena. Zeke Draker frowned slightly as he listened, then asked if Duke Draker meant that some kind of corruption was operating behind the scenes. Duke Draker shook his head and said it was actually the complete opposite. It was not a place where the word corruption even applied, because every kind of influence was openly considered acceptable. Family pressure, political connections, personal backing, and raw power could all be brought to the table, and the final winner would be decided with all of those forces in play. That explanation caught Zeke Draker off guard. He had assumed that all he needed to do was enter the arena and fight his way to victory. But the serious expression on Duke Draker's face made it clear that the situation was far more complicated than that. Duke Draker spoke bluntly, making sure Zeke understood the reality of it. Without the support of a sponsor family standing behind him, Zeke Draker would never be able to win the Draker martial arts competition. After Duke Draker eventually left the room, Zeke Draker remained seated alone, quietly turning over everything his master had told him. Duke had pointed out how detached Zeke was from the family's political world and mentioned that there was still time to find a suitable sponsor family. That made Zeke realize that he was just as inexperienced in politics as he had once been in other unfamiliar fields, and he began to wonder if there might be another way around the problem. Just as that thought settled in his mind, someone entered the room and greeted him. Zeke Draker turned his head and asked Decker what he needed. Decker answered that he had something important to say, then explained that he had overheard the earlier conversation with Duke Draker and had learned that Zeke would be participating in the Draker martial arts competition. Zeke Draker confirmed that it was true, adding that his master had warned him it would be difficult to enter the competition without a sponsor family. Hearing that, Decker asked Zeke to watch closely. Then he drew his sword and released his aura. Zeke Draker's eyes sharpened in surprise as he asked whether Decker was a blue knight. But Decker calmly slid his blade back into its sheath and told Zeke to stop pretending. Decker said that he already knew Zeke Draker had figured out the truth a long time ago. That made Zeke feel slightly embarrassed because he had not expected Decker to realize that he had been aware of it all along. Decker then revealed that he had once served as a knight of the Draker family and that his assigned duty had been guarding Zeke Draker's mother. The confession visibly shocked Zeke. Then Decker asked whether Zeke knew why no one in the family ever talked about her. When Zeke Draker asked for the reason, Decker explained that it was because his mother came from the Agamemnon family. The name only deepened Zeke's confusion, because he had never heard of that family before. He looked at Decker and asked what kind of family they were. Zeke Draker waited for Decker to answer, trying to understand why a family connected to his own mother had been buried so completely in silence. Decker explained that the Agamemnon family had once been the greatest force among the Draker family's blood allies. Their influence had been so immense that they had surpassed even the present-day Turin family and Zimmons family. Zeke found that hard to believe, because if they had truly been that powerful, he could not understand why he was only hearing their name now. Decker replied that people avoided mentioning the Agamemnon family because they were remembered as a cursed family. When Zeke Draker asked what kind of curse they supposedly carried, Decker explained that women of the Agamemnon bloodline often gave birth to stillborn children, and even among the few children who were born alive, most failed to survive past the age of 5. Zeke Draker's mother had been the only one to escape that fate, surviving the curse long enough to grow into adulthood. Zeke Draker then asked if Decker was suggesting that he seek support from this so-called cursed family. Decker confirmed that this was exactly what he meant. He explained that the Agamemnon family had once been the strongest power in the central region, and that Zeke himself possessed the qualifications to become their sole heir. After hearing that, Zeke answered that he would consider the suggestion carefully. Decker lowered his head respectfully and thanked Zeke Draker for taking the time to listen to what he had to say. Then, just as Decker turned to leave the room, he paused and glanced back. He said that Zeke Draker had trusted him even while knowing he was a Blue Knight, and for that trust, he was sincerely grateful. A faint smile appeared on Zeke Draker's face, and he told Decker there was no need to bring it up. The scene then shifted to Mekine, where Zeke Draker and Felix Valencia were walking side by side through the city streets. Felix looked around at the buildings and atmosphere, remarking that it felt as if they had stepped into the era of the Holy Kingdom itself. Zeke, meanwhile, observed the city calmly and noted that it looked much better than he had expected. Mykene was one of the Midland cities supported by the Draker family. According to Decker, the Agamemnon family had once ruled Mekine and its surrounding territories for a very long time. But roughly 50 years earlier, a series of misfortunes had begun to strike the family, and rumors of a curse spread until they became isolated. That was likely the reason their name had become so difficult to uncover, even within the Draker family itself. As they continued moving through the streets, Zeke Draker suggested that they stop somewhere nearby and get something to eat. Zeke Draker and Felix Valencia entered a restaurant, where the owner greeted them with a natural, welcoming warmth. When they came up to the counter, Zeke asked for whatever item was most popular on the menu. The owner answered cheerfully that he would bring out the house's special soup. While they waited for the food, Zeke Draker quietly scanned the inside of the restaurant. The customers looked relaxed. The conversations were easygoing, and the whole atmosphere felt calm enough to suggest that public safety in Mekine was quite good. The more Zeke observed, the more the city seemed far better than he had originally expected. A bald man sitting beside Felix Valencia leaned over and asked whether the two of them were travelers. With a friendly smile, he offered to treat them to grilled short ribs if they had not eaten yet. At the same time, another man seated near Zeke Draker encouraged him to try the dish, saying that since he had come all the way to Mekine, he should not miss it. Zeke Draker smiled at their easy hospitality, thanked them, and said that the people of Mekine truly seemed kind. Then he turned to the owner and ordered beer for everyone in the restaurant. The owner accepted the order, but the man beside Zeke quickly insisted that he did not need to go that far. Zeke simply explained that he wanted to show his appreciation. As the conversation continued, Zeke Draker asked the man if he had lived in Mekine for a long time. The man replied that he was born and raised in the city, then invited Zeke to ask him anything. Zeke then brought up the city's mayor, mentioning that on the way there he had not seen any building that looked like a city hall. The instant that question left Zeke Draker's mouth, the man went completely still. The friendly mood inside the restaurant shifted all at once, and the once cheerful atmosphere became tense and uncomfortable. Zeke Draker could not immediately understand why everyone's attitude had changed so suddenly. Then the man beside him abruptly rose from his seat, his face stiff and guarded, and said that Zeke was asking too many questions. The man told Zeke Draker to forget about the beer and simply enjoy his stay in Mekine. His words made it perfectly clear that the subject of the mayor was something the locals did not want to discuss. The way the room suddenly went cold made Zeke Draker pause for a moment. He quietly wondered whether mentioning anything connected to the Agamemnon family had struck a sensitive nerve, and if the people of Mekine hated even hearing the name of that so-called cursed bloodline. After sitting with that reaction for a short while, he rose from his seat and told Felix Valencia to remain there and rest. Felix gave him a cautious nod, watching as Zeke stepped away to look around the city on his own. Before long, Zeke Draker entered a more elegant bar, one with a quieter, more refined mood than the lively restaurant from earlier. Behind the counter, the bartender had been calmly wiping a cup, but the moment he noticed Zeke walk in, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. He questioned who Zeke was, then remarked that this was not exactly the sort of establishment someone his age should wander into so casually. Zeke Draker did not look the least bit shaken by the warning. Without raising his voice, he reached into his clothes, took out a VIP card, and held it up where the bartender could clearly see it. Then he calmly asked him to repeat what he had just said. The instant the bartender recognized the card, his expression stiffened in shock, and his attitude changed completely. The bartender hurriedly apologized, lowering himself with obvious panic as he said he deeply regretted failing to recognize someone of Zeke's standing. Zeke Draker accepted the apology without making the matter any bigger, then simply stated that he wanted to meet the branch manager. The bartender immediately agreed to arrange it for him. Zeke Draker understood from that reaction alone that the card carried serious authority within the syndicate, especially since it had been given to him by Kay. Watching how quickly the bartender's entire demeanor shifted, Zeke felt certain that this card would come in handy many more times in the future. A short while later, as Zeke Draker walked down the hallway, the branch manager came rushing toward him in a panic. The man immediately dropped to his knees before Zeke, bowing his head deeply as he begged forgiveness for his disrespect and for failing to realize who had arrived. Zeke looked down at him with a calm gaze and asked if the manager even knew who he was. The manager answered honestly that he did not truly know anything about Zeke Draker's identity. All he had been told was one thing, that no matter what happened, he absolutely must not offend him. Zeke Draker then asked how long the manager had been stationed in McCain. The man replied that he had lived in the city for 20 years. That answer caught Zeke's interest, so he asked whether the manager understood McCain's situation well. The man confirmed that he did, then added that beneath its calm surface, McCain was far more active than it appeared. Lifting his head slightly, he asked if Zeke had some interest in the underworld. Zeke Draker immediately brushed that assumption aside, saying he had no intention of involving himself in stolen goods or shady trade. Instead, he turned the conversation in a different direction and began asking about the Lord of McCain. The manager froze the instant that word reached him. His face tightened with visible shock as he asked whether Zeke Draker truly understood what he was saying. But Zeke pressed ahead without backing down, making it clear that he was talking about the Agamemnon family. At the sound of that name, beads of sweat began forming heavily across the manager's face. Seeing that intense reaction only made Zeke Draker more concerned. He wondered what kind of rumors had spread through McCain to frighten even a syndicate branch manager this badly. Just speaking the name Agamemnon seemed to be treated like stepping on a taboo. So Zeke asked if there was a specific reason behind that fear. The manager's body trembled as he answered, his voice dropping low and unsteady. He said that the Agamemnon family was cursed. Zeke Draker replied that he already knew about the curse involving newborn children dying soon after birth. But the manager shook his head quickly, insisting that this was not the whole story. That made Zeke's gaze sharpen, and he asked what other kind of curse there was. With his voice shaking even more than before, the manager revealed the darker rumor. Anyone who went to the Agamemnon family's castle, he said, would die. Zeke Draker was genuinely taken aback and asked if the man was serious. The manager insisted firmly that he was, then added that even people who spoke the name Agamemnon too freely often ended up finding themselves in danger. Zeke Draker could tell that the manager was not simply repeating some empty superstition for dramatic effect. The stronger people feared and believed in the so-called curse, the more real its presence seemed to become. From that, Zeke concluded that this curse truly existed in some form. Zeke Draker then asked the manager directly whether anyone had truly died after visiting the castle. The man confirmed it, explaining that many years ago, a famous tale had spread through McCain about visitors who went to the castle and never returned alive. Because of that story, the civilians of McCain refused to go anywhere near the place. After hearing all of that, Zeke Draker finally began to understand the shape of the situation. More than likely, the Agamemnon family had created and maintained this curse themselves, using fear as a wall to keep outsiders away from their castle. Later that night, Zeke Draker and Felix Valencia stood before the gates of the Agamemnon castle. Felix looked up at the dark, oppressive structure looming above them and asked if Zeke truly planned to investigate a place like this. The atmosphere was so ominous it seemed to crawl over his skin, and Felix suggested that they should turn back. Zeke Draker did not retreat. Instead, he raised his voice toward the silent castle and declared that a pure-blooded awakener, the youngest Blue Knight on the continent, had come seeking the Agamemnon family. The moment Zeke Draker's voice echoed across the gate, the heavy doors began to move, creaking open as if the castle itself had answered his call. An elderly woman dressed in a maid's uniform appeared from within the opening and asked if he was the one who had just called himself Sir Zeke Draker. Zeke confirmed it without hesitation, then added that he wished to meet the patriarch of the Agamemnon family. The elderly maid's lips curved into a faint, unsettling smile. She told Zeke Draker that he had come to the correct place, then invited him to step inside the castle. As Zeke Draker walked through the corridor, he studied the ancient walls around him and guessed that the castle must have been standing for nearly 1,000 years. While he examined the dim surroundings, Felix Valencia suddenly noticed something ahead and called out in alarm, urging Zeke to look. Around a table sat several pale, aged figures, motionless in the gloom. Felix nervously whispered that they looked like ghosts, and worse, that there was more than one of them. Zeke lightly struck him on the head and told him to be quiet. Zeke Draker then focused his attention on the man seated at the center of the group. One look was enough for him to understand that this was the patriarch of the Agamemnon family. Zeke Draker formally greeted the masters of McCain and the elders of the Agamemnon family, stating that he had come as a direct member of the Agamemnon bloodline to request their sponsorship. None of the elders gave him an answer. Instead, the patriarch slowly rose from his seat and moved toward a nearby wall, where Zeke noticed a painting hanging in the dim light. Zeke Draker told Felix Valencia to shine his light toward the wall, and when Felix raised the lantern, several paintings were revealed. Felix stared at them in shock and asked his lord why they looked so disturbing. Zeke, however, kept his focus on the patriarch, who stood silently before two particular images. One showed countless people coughing blood as they died, while the other showed bodies being thrown into a lake. As Zeke studied the scenes, the patriarch began speaking about the family's symbol, his voice twisting with anger as he declared that the symbol no longer existed, that Zeke would be cursed, that he had no right to inherit anything, and that everyone would eventually die because of that curse. Zeke Draker asked if the old man meant that the right to become heir had vanished along with the symbol. The patriarch answered with a slow nod, leaving Felix Valencia stunned beside him. Unable to understand how Zeke had managed to draw that meaning from the paintings and the old man's fragmented words. Zeke Draker considered the missing symbol and the lake shown in the painting, then asked if the symbol had sunk to the bottom of the water. The maid standing nearby confirmed it with a nod. Zeke immediately requested that she guide him to that place. Soon, the scene shifted to a vast lake stretching out under the night sky. Its sheer size left Felix Valencia stunned, and he admitted that he had never seen anything like it before. Then he looked down at the dark, murky water and warned that finding a symbol at the bottom of such a lake would be extremely difficult. Zeke Draker remembered one of the paintings where a figure had been diving into the lake while holding something in hand. With no better clue to follow, he decided to enter the water himself. Raising his hand, he retrieved an item as the system informed him that he had purchased whale's breath, a tool that allowed him to breathe underwater, and Zeke calmly drank it. Felix Valencia stared in confusion as Zeke Draker stepped toward the edge of the lake and told him he was going in. Zeke instructed Felix to wait there, warning that the search might take some time, but Felix immediately grew alarmed and tried to stop him. Zeke Draker ignored Felix Valencia's protest and leapt straight into the lake. His body cut through the surface and sank into the water, and he swam deeper and deeper with steady movements until he finally reached the bottom. There, beneath the murky water, Zeke Draker noticed something deeply strange spread across the lake bed. A vast field of skeletons lay scattered below him, bones covering the bottom in every direction. Seeing them stretched out through the darkness, he began to wonder whether the horrifying scenes from the paintings had truly happened. Before long, Zeke Draker spotted a faint glimmer among the bones. He swam closer to investigate and found a golden mask lying there on the lake bed. When he picked it up and examined it carefully, he noticed a crest etched into its surface, one that looked strikingly similar to the insignia of the Holy Kingdom. While Zeke Draker was still studying the mask, the water around him suddenly began to tremble. He immediately wondered what could be causing such a disturbance, and when he turned around, an enormous fin came into view, startling him. The moment Zeke Draker looked downward, he saw a gigantic creature charging straight toward him with its jaws stretched wide open. The system alerted him that it had identified an ancient dragon corrupted by polluted energy, and just before the beast could swallow him whole, Zeke dodged to the side. Still struggling to understand how an ancient dragon had appeared in a place like this, he quickly stored the golden mask in his inventory and drew his sword, realizing that he had no choice but to fight. Zeke Draker raised his blade and used the water-field elemental sword to gather the surrounding water, then unleashed a slash called Wave Sword at the creature. The ancient dragon cried out in pain, but the force of its roar pushed Zeke backward, and the heavy water pressure made it clear that fighting underwater would not be easy. Then he remembered something perfectly suited for this situation. He pulled out Hersion, equipped it, tightened his grip, and unleashed the first verse of Chapter 8 of True Dragon Swordplay, Dragon Scale Slice. The powerful blow forced the monster back, and the system immediately informed him that the ancient dragon had shown fear. His innate authority, draconic control, had activated, and the system asked whether he wished to make the target submit. Though Zeke was surprised that controlling such a creature might even be possible, he understood exactly what kind of opportunity had appeared before him. Zeke Draker made his decision quickly. If submission was possible, then that was the better choice, and he ordered the system to proceed. Golden chains materialized within the water, spreading around the ancient dragon like a shining net before wrapping tightly around its massive body. The creature was restrained in place, and a moment later, the system confirmed that it had submitted. But the instant that confirmation appeared, the ancient dragon's body began to glow. A brilliant light burst outward through the water, much brighter than Zeke Draker had expected, leaving him unsure of what was about to happen next. As the glow gradually faded, the system informed Zeke Draker that the polluted energy eroding the ancient dragon had been cleansed, restoring the creature's former divinity. Its body transformed into a pure blue hue, and the violent pressure that had surrounded it moments earlier softened into a calm and gentle aura. Zeke Draker remembered very clearly how the creature had looked only moments ago, like a lifeless monster driven purely by corruption. Now that the corruption had been removed, the ancient dragon no longer felt like a monster at all. It seemed almost auspicious, carrying a sacred presence in place of its earlier violence. When it released a low growl, the system prompted Zeke Draker to assign a name to the subdued species, and Zeke recalled that his minimap had labeled this location as Nahuel. So Zeke Draker chose the name Nahuel. The system confirmed that he had obtained the holy beast Nahuel, and when the dragon heard the name, its expression appeared to soften into something that almost looked like a smile. The system then explained that Nahuel could only be summoned in areas where water was present. Zeke Draker opened the interface and checked the holy beast's stats, and as he read through the status window, he noticed something unusual. Nahuel possessed the ability to control water and had once been eroded by polluted water before it could evolve into a divine beast. The system added that Nahuel still had the potential to reach that level if certain conditions were met. Although those conditions were still unknown, Zeke Draker accepted that he would figure them out eventually. Nahuel let out a soft, pleased growl, looking bright and almost cheerful as it floated before him in the water. Zeke Draker calmly faced the dragon and asked it to cooperate with him from now on. Above the surface, Felix Valencia stood anxiously at the edge of the lake, staring into the dark water without looking away. Zeke Draker had been gone for quite some time now, and Felix could not stop wondering whether his lord was truly safe beneath the surface. But right as that anxious thought continued to weigh on Felix Valencia's mind, his eyes caught movement beneath the surface. Something enormous was rising slowly from the depths of the lake, pushing up through the dark water. Before Felix Valencia could even make sense of what he was seeing, a massive head erupted from the lake with a violent splash. Water exploded outward, and the sheer shock of it sent Felix stumbling backward until he lost his balance and crashed hard onto the ground. Then, from above that enormous creature, Zeke Draker's voice rang out as casually as ever, asking whether Felix Valencia had been waiting long. Felix stiffened even more the instant he recognized his master's voice, because hearing it come from such an impossible place only made the scene feel even more unbelievable. But Felix Valencia's shock grew even worse when he finally realized what was carrying Zeke Draker. He could barely force out the question of what exactly he was looking at, while Zeke calmly stepped down from Nahuel's head, as if this were perfectly normal. The dragon then lowered itself gently back into the lake, slipped beneath the surface, and disappeared into the water once more. Zeke Draker explained that there had been a monster hidden inside the lake, and that the creature Felix Valencia had just seen was what remained after its curse had been lifted. Felix was left completely speechless by that explanation, while Zeke took out the golden mask and began examining it carefully in his hands. As Zeke Draker quietly wondered what the golden mask truly was, Felix Valencia reacted with surprise the moment he saw it. The sun-shaped crest engraved across its surface looked far too similar to the insignia of the Holy Kingdom to ignore. Because of that, Zeke decided to channel Aether into the mask, just as he had once done with Tarakan's relic. The golden mask responded immediately, almost as though it had been silently waiting for that exact power to awaken it. The instant Zeke Draker infused the mask with Aether, the system informed him that he had acquired an unknown mask. That message immediately reminded him of Hersian, which had also concealed its true name when he first discovered it. He also remembered how Galleon Halbert, after inspecting the armor, had judged that it likely dated back at least to the Golden Age. Since the mask showed similar signs, Zeke Draker began to suspect that it might also be a relic left behind from the Golden Age. While Zeke Draker was still considering that possibility, the system asked whether he wanted to register as the mask's user. Zeke agreed, and once the registration was complete, the system immediately followed with another question, asking whether he wanted to activate its function. Zeke had not expected that prompt, but he accepted anyway, and the moment he gave the command, the mask burst into a brilliant light. The system then informed Zeke Draker that the mask's function had linked with an intermediate-level administrator system. Right after that, it confirmed once again that his class was immortal. The system announced that the skill Purify had activated, then continued by explaining that it had fused with Zeke Draker's immortal class and evolved into a unique class-exclusive ability called Great Purification. Zeke was startled by the sudden development, but the system did not stop there, reporting that it was expanding the range of the new power. A faint glow gathered around the golden mask, and then an overwhelming beam of light shot straight into the sky. The system declared that purification of the polluted mana across the land had begun. And as the light reached the heavens, another notice appeared, saying that a connection with an unknown administrator system was being established. The sky began to brighten. the dark clouds slowly scattered, and the system announced that an unknown mode was being converted while emergency defense mode was being lifted. In the next instant, the clouds vanished completely, and the sky above Makine opened into a clear, bright expanse. Zeke Draker stared at the sudden change in disbelief. The entire atmosphere around him had transformed so drastically that even he could not help but stand there, stunned by what had just happened. Before Felix Valencia could even ask what was going on, a voice suddenly cried out that the prophecy had been fulfilled. Both Zeke and Felix turned toward the sound and saw a group of people approaching on horseback. Felix reacted immediately, drawing his sword and demanding to know who they were. Zeke Draker stepped forward and told Felix Valencia to calm down, assuring him that the approaching riders were not enemies. Felix looked even more confused and asked who they could possibly be, and Zeke reminded him that they had already greeted them earlier. That answer left Felix stunned as he realized these riders were the very same figures he had mistaken for ghosts inside the castle. The Agamemnon patriarch dismounted from his horse and declared that the prophecy had truly come to pass. He said that a child with black eyes had restored their family to its original state, and those words immediately startled Zeke Draker. Around him, the gathered elders raised their hands together and broke into thunderous cheers. Their voices filled the air as they praised the black-eyed child, now hailing Zeke Draker as the savior who had delivered them. Felix Valencia stared at the entire scene in disbelief, still half convinced that the people before them had to be ghosts. Zeke Draker clarified that they were not spirits at all. They were victims whose bodies had deteriorated because of the curse, and now that the curse had been lifted, they had simply returned to the forms they once had. The Agamemnon patriarch stepped closer and addressed Zeke Draker as his black-eyed grandchild, saying that Zeke had freed them from the family's curse and saved them. Hearing his grandfather speak those words, Zeke smiled, placed a hand over his chest, and said he was truly glad that he could greet him like this. The scene then shifted back to the Agamemnon castle, where Felix Valencia looked around in astonishment, unable to believe how completely the place had changed overnight. Zeke Draker remembered that the system had mentioned emergency defense mode being lifted when the surroundings transformed. Since the golden mask was linked to the system, just like the Dragon Slayer's residence and King Kaiser's home, he realized that the system's power had to be connected to the Elder Dragon's artifact. As Zeke Draker continued turning that thought over in his mind, an elderly maid approached and called him young master. She asked whether he had enjoyed his meal, then mentioned that it had been the first time in 50 years she had used her cooking skills. Seeing Zeke eat so well, she said, had made her genuinely happy. Felix Valencia looked puzzled at first, trying to figure out who the woman was, before his expression suddenly changed as he remembered she was the maid who had guided them the day before. The woman confirmed his realization, and then the Agamemnon patriarch explained to Zeke Draker that because of the curse they had been unable to endure sunlight or properly eat the food needed to live. Their condition worsened with time until they eventually lost even the ability to speak clearly. After hearing that, Zeke Draker placed the golden mask on the table and told his grandfather that he had something to show him. He pushed the mask forward and explained that he had found it at the bottom of the lake. The Agamemnon patriarch recognized it immediately as Agamemnon's golden mask, and disbelief spread across his face as he realized that their family's long-lost symbol had finally returned. Zeke Draker then asked his grandfather to tell him what had truly happened. The Agamemnon patriarch answered that Zeke was now worthy of learning the hidden past of their family. The Agamemnon patriarch began by explaining that everything had started around 50 years ago, when a devastating plague suddenly swept through Mycenae. At that time, the Agamemnon family used every resource and method they had to contain the outbreak within the city. The elders isolated those who were already infected, while gathering the remaining citizens into the castle under strict and careful preparations. But no matter how desperately they tried to control it, the disease spread at a terrifying pace. It began with a burning fever, then red spots would appear across the victim's body, and after that they would start vomiting blood before dying within just 3 days. Zeke Draker wondered if the illness might have been Rose disease. The exact timing of death did not match perfectly, but the symptoms were similar enough that he could not simply dismiss the possibility. The true nightmare began after sunset, when the people who had died from the disease suddenly rose again and started attacking the living. Zeke Draker listened with a serious expression, then asked whether they had turned into zombies. The Agamemnon patriarch explained that they were not the same as zombies controlled by black mages. These creatures could infect living people through their bites, turning them into the same kind of undead, as if the curse itself were spreading like a contagious disease. Clenching his fist tightly, the Agamemnon patriarch told Zeke Draker that the only way they could describe what happened was to say a curse had fallen upon their kingdom, The entire situation had been too bizarre, too horrifying, and too unnatural for ordinary people to comprehend. In response, the Agamemnon family fortified the castle and waited behind its walls, hoping that the outbreak and the chaos outside would eventually calm down. But without any true solution, the number of corpses only kept growing. The Agamemnon patriarch then revealed that the golden mask had been handed down from the time of their earliest ancestor. Hearing that, Draker immediately asked whether he knew who had created it. The Agamemnon patriarch admitted that he did not know. Most records from before the Golden Age had already been lost, so even their own family no longer had a clear answer. Draker silently wished the Agamemnon patriarch had known more. This had been a rare chance to uncover the mask's possible connection to the Rosian. He had not expected the answer to come easily, but even so, the disappointment settled heavily in his mind. The Agamemnon patriarch rose to his feet and continued the explanation. Both the castle and Agamemnon's golden mask had long stood as symbols of their family, and because of the holy power contained within them, the dead had been unable to enter the castle. Even with that protection surviving behind the castle walls could not continue forever. Eventually, the patriarch of that era was forced to make a grave decision. He and the elders chose to become bait themselves, drawing the dead toward the holy lake, so that the corrupted bodies could be submerged in its waters and purified. But as the plan unfolded, an unexpected disaster struck. The Agamemnon patriarch explained that the corrupt energy eventually polluted the holy lake itself, spreading through its waters until even the lake's guardian deity was twisted into a monster. Draker immediately connected that story to Nahuel, realizing that the holy beast had been transformed by that very same contamination. As Draker studied the paintings, the Agamemnon patriarch added that the decision had been made in order to save the city and its people. Yet no one had imagined that their desperate attempt to protect Mycenae would end up creating another disaster. Draker stepped closer and asked whether they had spread the rumors of the curse in order to protect the citizens. The Agamemnon patriarch confirmed it, explaining that the remaining corrupt energy still carried the risk of causing the plague to erupt again. Then asked whether the curse that caused children to die was also connected to that same energy. The Agamemnon patriarch answered that he believed so, adding that weaker children were especially vulnerable to being affected by its influence. Draker then shifted the conversation and said that he wanted to know more about his mother. The Agamemnon patriarch asked whether Arthur Draker had never told him anything about her. Draker replied that the entire Draker family avoided speaking about his mother so completely that he did not even know her name. Anger flashed across the Agamemnon patriarch's face as he clenched his teeth and cursed Arthur Draker, calling him a bastard and saying he should have stopped Laura from marrying him. From those bitter words, Draker finally learned that his mother's name had been Laura Agamemnon. Draker then mentioned that he had heard the Agamemnon family had once held greater power than any other house within the Blood Alliance. The Agamemnon patriarch revealed that the Draker household had originally been one of the allied families under them, which shocked Zeke. Still visibly angry, the patriarch explained that back in the era of the Holy Empire, the Drakers were nothing more than a rural knight family, one that never would have dreamed of stepping into the central continent without the Agamemnon family's support. But once Mycenae was struck by the plague, the Drakers seized the opportunity that appeared before them. They absorbed other families, expanded their influence, and eventually climbed to the powerful position they held in the present day. Draker was not particularly shocked by that revelation because he already knew what his own family was capable of doing. He remarked that his mother must have understood what kind of people the Drakers were, then asked why Laura Agamemnon had chosen to marry Arthur Draker anyway. But even Rufus Agamemnon could only lower his gaze and admit that the full truth was still beyond him. With a shadowed, heavy look on his face, he explained that Laura had always been surrounded by mysteries, especially because she had somehow endured the corrupt energy and still been born into the world, when others would have never survived it. The moment Draker heard that, his eyes sharpened with suspicion, and he immediately pressed Rufus to explain why only his mother had been able to overcome that corruption and come into existence. Rufus Agamemnon looked at Draker and told him that there was, in fact, a reason behind Laura's survival. He paused for a brief moment, as if weighing the importance of what he was about to say, and then revealed that Laura Agamemnon had belonged to the healer class. As soon as those words reached him, Zeke went completely still, staring in disbelief, unable to easily accept the idea that his own mother had possessed the power of a healer. In that world, a person's class was never treated as some minor label or passing detail. It shaped the course of their entire life, determined the road they were expected to walk, and even influenced how others measured their value from the moment their talent became known. Someone born with a natural gift for the sword would be recognized as a swordsman, A person whose instincts and skill leaned toward the bow would be guided onto the path of an archer, while those whose bodies and talents suited the spear would become spearmen. Put simply, a class was considered the clearest sign of a person's role in the world, the talent they carried, and the true ability hidden within them. Rufus Agamemnon then explained to Zeke Draker that his mother, Laura Agamemnon, had been a member of the healer class, a rare and powerful path that gave her the ability to resist and push back against corrupting forces. According to him, the ancient class system had originally been created to awaken and strengthen the natural gifts each person was born with. But as the era of knights gradually came to dominate the world, that older meaning faded away, and most people eventually came to be sorted in a much simpler way, usually as swordsmen or mages. Almost as an added note, Rufus also mentioned that the people of House Draker typically began their lives as swordsmen. As Zeke Draker quietly absorbed Rufus's explanation, his face became still and distant. His thoughts began to sink inward, turning over the meaning behind every word, and for the first time he started to wonder if this truth might be connected to all the suffering, rejection, and humiliation he had endured in his previous life. If Laura Agamemnon had truly been a healer, then Zeke Draker could not stop himself from wondering whether Arthur Draker had known that fact. When Rufus Agamemnon confirmed that Arthur had indeed been aware of Laura's class, Zeke felt the unease inside him deepen even further. If his father had known, then Arthur should have understood that Zeke carried something more than simple sword talent. And yet, even with that possibility right in front of him, Arthur had still abandoned him in his past life. That contradiction weighed heavily on Zeke, leaving him disturbed and unable to understand the choice his father had made. Zeke Draker then lifted his eyes and asked whether the Agamemnon family had produced many people with healing abilities. Rufus Agamemnon answered that such individuals were incredibly rare. So rare that whenever someone like that appeared, the position of patriarch was often entrusted to them. Even so, Laura Agamemnon had eventually chosen to leave the family behind. She had set out for the Holy Kingdom, saying that she intended to find a way to save them. After hearing that, Zeke Draker silently began to connect the pieces in his mind. His mother must have traveled to the Holy Kingdom to uncover more about the healer class and search for a way to cleanse the miasma that had been slowly eating away at the Agamemnon family. And once that thought settled in, Zeke Draker came to understand something else as well. The person who likely knew the complete truth about Laura Agamemnon was not Rufus, nor anyone else in the family, but his father, Arthur Draker. Just then, Rufus Agamemnon reached out toward Zeke Draker and carefully placed an item into his hands, quietly telling him to take it. The moment Zeke Draker saw what had been given to him, he fell silent. Resting against his palm was a locket, and inside that small keepsake was a portrait of his mother. As Zeke stared at Laura Agamemnon's face, unable to look away, Rufus explained that there had once been a brief period when Laura had returned to the castle. During that short stay, Laura Agamemnon had often spoken of a certain future. She would say that one day a child with black eyes would come back and restore the family to the state it was always meant to be in. Zeke Draker immediately raised his head, his attention sharpening, and asked if his mother had left behind some kind of prophecy. Rufus Agamemnon answered him honestly, admitting that he did not know the true meaning behind Laura's words. Still, Rufus Agamemnon could not deny that such a thing was possible. Laura Agamemnon had always been different from the people around her, gifted in a way that stood out even when she was still young. So the idea that her words carried a deeper foresight did not sound impossible to him. Zeke Draker lowered his gaze once more to the locket in his hand, staring at the portrait hidden inside it. The longer he looked at his mother's face, the deeper he slipped into thought, quietly turning over every truth and every mystery his grandfather had just revealed. Rufus Agamemnon then reminded Zeke Draker of something Zeke himself had once said, that he needed the support of the family. Since Zeke was Laura Agamemnon's son, and since he had also been the one to save the Agamemnon family from its curse, Rufus declared with unwavering conviction that from that moment forward, Zeke Draker would be acknowledged as the one and only heir of the Agamemnon family. Meanwhile, out on the training grounds, Felix Valencia was being driven all the way to his limit. His body looked utterly exhausted, his strength nearly drained, and he seemed as though he might collapse on the spot at any second. The elder kept a sharp, unforgiving watch over both him and Zeke Draker, observing every movement and sternly ordering Felix to train properly instead of trying to slack off. With exhaustion pressing down on him from every direction, Felix Valencia desperately turned to Zeke Draker and begged him for help. But Zeke only looked back at him with a calm expression and told him that he still had a very long road ahead, and for now, the only thing he could do was keep practicing with steady discipline. Later, Zeke Draker thought back over the situation. Rufus Agamemnon had already begun the formal process of naming him heir, and since there was still some time remaining before the martial arts competition, Zeke decided to stay at the castle a little longer and follow the patriarch's wishes. While Zeke Draker continued training together with Felix Valencia, He also began learning the Agamemnon family's secret art, golden swordsmanship. It was a combat style built around using a sword and shield together, giving off an impression similar to paladin succession swordsmanship or imperial swordsmanship. During practice, Zeke activated his armor and attached Bahamut to Galen's shield, and the moment everything settled into place, he could clearly feel just how stable, balanced, and dependable golden swordsmanship truly was. However, Zeke Draker soon came to an important realization. Because of the curse affecting the Empire's men, the magic armor could not be used properly in its current state. With that limitation in mind, he understood that he needed to meet Galen as soon as possible and have the equipment remodeled and improved. But before he could continue thinking through the problem, Rufus Agamemnon arrived and called out to him. Rufus looked noticeably worn out, remarking that dealing with documents after so many years had become more burdensome than expected. Then he said there was something important he wanted to discuss and suggested that they take a short walk together. As the two walked side by side, Zeke Draker asked how the city had been governed up until now. Rufus Agamemnon explained that he had left its management to trustworthy proxies outside the territory, while the family itself continued making the most important decisions and sending instructions through letters. Then Rufus revealed that this was exactly why he had called Zeke over. For generations, the Agamemnon family had stood as the guardians of Mycenae, protecting the city while the three families beneath them remained tied to the house by deep vows, always prepared to come to their aid whenever the need arose. Zeke Draker listened to the explanation and summed it up in simple terms, saying that those families were essentially their vassals. Rufus Agamemnon confirmed that understanding, then added in a firm voice that if Zeke was going to be officially acknowledged as heir, he would need to receive recognition from all three of those families. Zeke Draker then replied that he also had something important to address regarding that very issue. He asked for the three families, along with every other family connected to House Agamemnon, to be summoned to the castle. Later, when the invited families finally arrived, they were stunned by the scene before them. Agamemnon Castle had been restored to its original form, and many of them immediately understood what that meant. The curse that had weighed on the family for so long had finally been lifted. The guests were received with warmth and proper courtesy, and Rufus Agamemnon personally stepped forward to greet them as they entered. With genuine sincerity in his voice, Rufus Agamemnon thanked the blood allies who had remained loyal and steadfast throughout the Agamemnon family's long absence. Many of the leaders moved closer with visible surprise and relief on their faces, clearly pleased to see Rufus standing before them in such good health. But that joy was not shared by everyone. Farther in the background, some watched with uneasy expressions, already understanding that the return of House Agamemnon meant a powerful ruling force was rising once again in the central continent. Rufus Agamemnon then announced before everyone that he had gathered them there to inform them of the Agamemnon family's return after finally breaking free from its curse. After making that declaration, he introduced Zeke Draker as the heir of the Agamemnon bloodline. Shock rippled through the hall, especially among those who already knew Zeke as the youngest Blue Knight on the continent and the genius who had graduated from Valhalla faster than anyone in history. At that moment, a man stepped forward from among the gathered leaders and addressed him respectfully as the revered Rufus Agamemnon. Carrying himself with the composure of an old retainer, he asked for permission to speak, not only as a loyal vassal, but also as an old friend. After Rufus Agamemnon granted him permission and acknowledged him as his oldest friend, Arnold Achilles, the man began speaking in a calm and measured voice. He said that the decision to appoint an official heir to the Agamemnon family was certainly welcome news. However, under the conditions established for the proxy families, the Achilles family carried the responsibility of verifying whether that heir was truly legitimate. As the other elders stepped forward to stand beside him, Arnold Achilles continued his explanation. He pointed out that this responsibility did not belong to the Achilles family alone, but was also shared by the Hector family and the Aegis family. In response, Rufus Agamemnon stated that if that was the case, then they would follow the traditions passed down from the old days. The heir's rightful claim would be proven in the proper manner through a knight's duel. The duel was soon arranged with careful attention, and before long, a large crowd had gathered around the designated arena. Everyone waited with tense anticipation, eager to witness the challenge with their own eyes. Low murmurs began spreading through the stands as the spectators waited for the duel to begin. Among them, one man spoke with clear satisfaction, saying that the event had turned out even better than he expected, and that it was not often anyone got to witness a battle between such distinguished knights. Another elder agreed, adding that what made it even more surprising was seeing Zeke Draker himself standing there as the challenger. Zeke Draker stood calmly in the arena, his posture steady and composed. He briefly checked the defensive gear fastened to his body, noting that for this match, he would have to rely on the temporary equipment prepared by the Agamemnon family. Since he could not openly reveal or use his magical armor in front of everyone, he decided that this setup would be enough. Across the arena, his opponent looked down at him with undisguised contempt. The man openly questioned how someone like Draker could possibly have been chosen as the heir of the Agamemnon family, then proudly introduced himself as a great warrior of the Hector family who would personally test whether Zeke was truly worthy. The Hector warrior suddenly rushed forward, boldly urging Draker to come at him with everything he had. But in the very next instant, the entire atmosphere shifted. Before most of the crowd could even process what was happening, Zeke had already ended the fight almost as soon as it began. With overwhelming force and no wasted movement, Draker crushed his opponent decisively, leaving the proud warrior sprawled across the ground. A moment later, the result of the duel was announced clearly for everyone in the arena to hear. Draker had won. The high officials of the Hector family stood frozen in place, staring in disbelief, unable to accept that their great warrior had been defeated so quickly and with almost no meaningful resistance at all. Not long after that shocking defeat, the elder from the Aegis family stepped forward with confidence and announced that it was now their turn. As their warrior entered the arena, he was ordered to show the true strength and pride of the Aegis family. The warrior charged towards Draker with aggressive force, but halfway through his attack, Zeke caught him off guard with a precise, powerful counter and sent him flying before he had any chance to recover or strike back. Draker closed the distance immediately and drove in a devastating punch that landed with crushing impact, inflicting serious damage and drawing a sharp scream of pain from the warrior. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as the truth sank in. Zeke, despite being only 17 years old, possessed an overwhelming level of power that should have been impossible for someone his age. Even though the Aegis warrior tried to steady himself and regain his composure, Draker looked at him calmly and said that it was enough. When the warrior anxiously asked what he meant by that, Zeke answered in a firm voice that he was going to end it. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped forward and crushed him once more, leaving him collapsed on the ground as the result was declared in Zeke's favor. Draker cast a brief glance at the fallen opponent and understood that only one challenger remained. Then the final great warrior slowly entered the arena, and the crowd immediately recognized him as the current champion of the traditional dueling league, Pharrell Achilles. Standing face-to-face with Draker, Pharrell Achilles approached him with calm respect and introduced himself, saying that it was good to meet him. Zeke responded in the same composed manner. But as Zeke observed him more closely, he immediately realized that Pharrell was completely different from the previous two opponents. There was no hesitation in his stance, no weakness or instability in his presence, only firm composure and a mind sharpened through strict discipline. Without dragging things out any further, Draker made the first move. He rushed forward to test Pharrell Achilles directly, and their weapons collided head-on with a heavy burst of force that rang through the arena. As the exchange continued, Draker found himself genuinely impressed by what he was seeing. Pharrell Achilles had exceptionally solid fundamentals, and every movement he made carried the weight and precision of someone with extensive real combat experience. The high officials of the Achilles family could not hide their surprise as they watched someone stand against their elite warrior on equal footing. Around them, the other spectators began whispering that Draker was already nearing the level of the reigning champion of the Central Region's Night Dueling League, a fact that felt almost unbelievable to everyone witnessing it firsthand. Among the crowd, Rufus Agamemnon watched the duel without saying a word. His eyes stayed fixed on Draker the entire time, and deep within his heart, he believed without the slightest doubt that this would be the moment Zeke proved himself as the true heir of the Agamemnon family. As the battle grew fiercer with every passing moment, Pharrell Achilles slowly began to struggle beneath Draker's increasing pressure. Forced back by the overwhelming force in front of him, he could not stop the thought from crossing his mind that the rumors calling Draker a monster might actually be true. Pharrell Achilles could feel the difference with painful clarity now. Little by little, his stamina was being carved away, each exchange stealing more strength from his body. His breathing turned rougher, his movements began to lose their sharpness, and yet Draker remained standing across from him with the same steady composure, completely unshaken by the pressure of the duel. Pharrell Achilles quickly understood that if the fight continued at this pace, he would only be driven deeper into a corner with no chance to turn things around. So he made his choice. Since there was no other path left for him, he would gather every last bit of power he had and pour it all into one final decisive strike, forcing the duel to reach its absolute breaking point. With that determination surging through his entire body, Pharrell Achilles finally unleashed the shield spear technique passed down through the Achilles family. It was their ultimate charge, Black Spear Fury. A fierce aura wrapped around Pharrell Achilles as he launched himself forward, his body cutting across the arena like a spear fired straight at its target, every ounce of his remaining strength packed into that single attack. Zeke Draker watched Pharrell Achilles close in, his eyes narrowing with sharp focus. In that instant, he could tell exactly what was happening. His opponent had abandoned all hesitation and was now staking everything he had on this one final blow. And as that overwhelming force rushed toward him, Zeke Draker quietly measured the moment before him. This was where he had to decide whether he would meet Pharrell's attack with the swordsmanship he had inherited from the Agamemnon family. Zeke Draker gave his answer not with words, but through action. He unleashed the ultimate counter of golden swordsmanship, the technique known as Golden Sword Dignity Attack. Both warriors charged forward with tremendous force, and the instant their attacks collided head-on, the entire arena was engulfed in a blinding flash, created by the explosive energy of their clash. The strongest techniques from both great families smashed together head-on, and in the middle of the arena, a blinding surge of light exploded outward. The whole arena shook as black smoke shot up into the sky, and the crowd instantly rose from their seats, confused and desperate to know what had just happened, and who had actually won. Then someone suddenly spotted movement and yelled for everyone to look, because somehow neither fighter had gone down. When the smoke finally thinned out, Zeke Draker and Pharrell Achilles were still on their feet, standing across from each other in the arena. The spectators stared in disbelief. Both of their shields were already shattered, yet it looked like the two of them were still ready to keep going. But right then, Rufus Agamemnon's voice rang out, ordering them to stop. He declared the match a draw, saying that a duel this impressive didn't need a winner or a loser to prove anything. Behind him, the head of the Achilles family bowed his head and announced that the Achilles family recognized Sir Zeke Draker as qualified to become an heir. The head of the Hector family then gave the same approval, saying they also accepted Sir Zeke Draker's qualifications, and the head of the Aegis family followed with the same judgment. Hearing every family agree, Rufus Agamemnon looked deeply satisfied and announced that the matter was now settled. At that, everyone turned toward Zeke Draker and loudly offered their blessings to the new heir of the Agamemnon family. Zeke Draker smiled brightly and said the duel with Sir Pharrell had been incredible, even adding that if they had kept fighting, he might have been the one to lose. But Pharrell Achilles didn't accept that praise so easily. Instead, he said that he was the one who could have lost. He calmly explained that if Zeke had fully followed through with that last attack, it would not only have broken his shield, but also given Zeke the opening to strike back afterward. Then Pharrell Achilles sincerely thanked Zeke Draker for holding back out of consideration. Across from him, Zeke Draker was quietly taken aback that Pharrell had actually noticed. Still, Zeke smiled to himself. Whatever else happened, he had already secured the position of heir. He lifted his head, looked around with confidence, and decided it was time to start preparing seriously for the martial tournament. After they returned to the mansion, Felix could barely contain himself as he praised his master, saying the battle had been absolutely amazing. He waved his hands around while going over every moment, excited that Zeke had managed to draw against Sir Pharrell Achilles, the defending champion, with a massive following across Atlas. After listening for a bit, Zeke Draker told him not to overhype it, explaining that Sir Pharrell had intentionally held himself back to protect appearances. Felix froze on the spot, completely lost, and asked what Zeke meant. Zeke Draker explained that the Achilles family was known for spears, not swords, yet Pharrell had fought him with a sword. So if that wasn't going easy on him, what else could it be? Felix still looked baffled and pointed out that Sir Pharrell always used a sword in every match. Zeke Draker praised Pharrell Achilles directly, saying that was exactly what made him such an incredible grand warrior, then told Felix to watch him closely and learn from him. Just then, a knock came from outside the door. A polite voice asked if Sir Zeke would allow him to enter. Zeke Draker glanced toward the door with a suspicious look, recognizing the voice before telling him to come in. A moment later, Pharrell Achilles stepped into the room, thanking Zeke Draker and apologizing for disturbing him while he was probably exhausted. Zeke Draker immediately stood and said it was an honor to receive a visit from someone of Pharrell's level, then respectfully invited him to sit. Pharrell Achilles slowly admitted that he had come today to ask Sir Zeke for something, and Zeke Draker calmly told him to go ahead. With a slightly heavy expression, Pharrell Achilles said his own accomplishments still fell far short compared to Zeke's, but he wanted to know if Zeke would allow him to offer his support. Zeke Draker looked surprised and asked if he was talking about the Draker Martial tournament. Pharrell Achilles confirmed it without hesitation. He said the tournament was basically a battlefield, so if Zeke was willing, he wanted to help in any way he could, even if his assistance was small. Zeke Draker then said his master, the Duke, had described it the exact same way, and asked if Pharrell knew why. Pharrell Achilles answered with a serious look, saying that as Zeke probably already knew, the Draker Martial tournament had a terrible reputation because of its strange rules. Every time the tournament was held, both the format and the regulations could change without warning. Those words left Zeke Draker stunned where he stood. Pharrell Achilles kept going, explaining that the tournament's policies were decided by the preparation committee, and most of its members were elders from powerful families across central Benja. Behind the scenes, those people fought through massive political schemes, all trying to twist the rules in favor of the candidates they supported. According to Pharrell, that was exactly what made the Draker Marshall tournament so unusual. Pharrell Achilles warned him gravely that in one past tournament, there had even been an absurd rule that completely banned the use of aura during matches. When Zeke Draker heard that, his expression darkened. He lowered his head and muttered in disbelief, wondering what kind of tournament would even allow rules like that. In his previous life, he had been thrown out by his family, so he never had the chance to learn any of this. As he quietly pieced things together, he finally understood why the Duke had said winning without the support of a sponsor family was almost impossible. No matter how talented someone was, if the arena itself had already been rigged, getting eliminated in the qualifiers would be nearly unavoidable. Pharrell Achilles' face grew serious as he called out to Sir Zeke. Then he suddenly grabbed both of Zeke's hands and earnestly begged him for permission to help prepare for the tournament. Zeke Draker stared at him blankly, wondering why this man had suddenly become so intense. Deep down, Zeke hesitated. In his previous life, too many people had approached him like this only to betray him later, so trusting someone that easily was not something he could do. But after looking into Pharrell Achilles' determined eyes, Zeke finally made his choice. He decided to trust him and accepted the offer, saying he would be deeply honored if Sir Pharrell was willing to help. Pharrell Achilles bowed his head and reminded him that with only 1 month left before the tournament, there was one thing they absolutely had to secure. Zeke asked what it was, and Pharrell revealed that they needed a broker. Zeke blinked in confusion and repeated the word, asking if he really meant a broker. With a serious frown, Pharrell explained that they needed to bring an extremely influential noble over to their side, and among every possible option, the person they needed most was Catherine Graham, the matriarch of the Graham family. As time passed, the scene shifted to the region of Fanstars. Felix walked behind Zeke, looking around in amazement as he said he had never seen a city filled with so many different races before. He pointed out dragons, dwarves, and even members of the avian race, saying this place felt completely different from Atlas. Walking quietly beside him, Zeke Draker thought to himself that Fanstars, one of Midland's 3 great cities, was ruled by none other than the Graham family. Since they held absolute control over finance and real estate across the central continent, they were more than qualified to act as brokers. As the doors opened, Zeke was still turning it over in his mind. This place had one more thing that made it stand out. It was full of unusually interesting people, and none of them ever made a deal unless they came out ahead. That was when he spotted 2 people inside, already in the middle of a conversation. Pharrell Achilles paused for a moment, then apologized to Sir Zeke, explaining that Her Grace the Duchess seemed extremely busy right now because the debutante festival season was in full swing. Zeke took that in calmly. Getting a proper meeting with her clearly would not be simple, so he said plainly that if that was the case, he would handle the negotiations himself from here. When Zeke Draker walked over to them, one of the nobles turned to him with polite curiosity and asked if he needed assistance. Zeke answered directly that he wanted to request an audience with Her Grace the Duchess. The noble carefully asked what business he had with her, and Zeke replied without hesitation that it involved an investment in a mithril mine. The man's face went stiff, and he echoed the words, "mine investment," as if he could barely believe what he had just heard. Zeke calmly confirmed it. Then he added that the Graham family had spent the last 3 years pouring money and manpower into Orvane's surveys with nothing to show for it, and by now, their original investment funds were almost gone. The noble stiffened in discomfort and gave a small cough, admitting that Zeke knew an impressive amount. Then, with a slight bow, he carefully asked how much Zeke was thinking of investing, while trying to add that they were not currently looking for investors. But before he could finish speaking, Zeke cut in casually and asked if a certain amount would be enough. Then, as if it were nothing, he named the figure, 500,000 gold. That number, the man standing in front of Zeke Draker could only stare at him, completely unable to speak. Inside a dark room, a voice apologized to Sir Zeke, saying he had come all this way only to be kept waiting. The man then introduced himself again in a composed voice as Brian Graham. Zeke Draker got straight to the point and asked if he had confirmed the check. Brian Graham answered awkwardly that of course he had, and that he was truly grateful for the investment. After clearing his throat, Brian Graham said he could assist if Zeke had interest in any other investments. But Zeke rejected the offer coldly, explaining that he had to take part in the upcoming Draker Marshall tournament and had no time to concern himself with other investments right now. Hearing that, Brian Graham nodded and said the Draker Marshall tournament was a dream stage for young knights with real talent. And he added that, in that case, he believed he had something that would be perfectly suited to help with exactly that matter. Zeke looked slightly surprised and asked if that was true. Brian Graham then promised that he would arrange a meeting with his wife, Catherine. Before long, the meeting was set up. Catherine Graham greeted him politely, saying she had heard quite a lot about Sir Zeke, including that he was currently the knight drawing the most attention across the continent. Zeke smiled and answered modestly that she was giving him far too much credit. He added that he still had plenty to learn, which was exactly why he wanted to join the upcoming competition and gain more experience. Catherine Graham then asked if he knew what the first match of the competition would be about. Zeke answered honestly that he did not, since he had not heard many rumors. Catherine lowered her head with a faint smile and said she could share what she had heard, but before she could continue, Zeke interrupted and said he did not mean to be rude, but that was not the information he had come here for. He said it plainly. What he wanted was for Lady Catherine herself to help him. At that, Catherine frowned and let out a tired sigh. She rose from her seat, clearly displeased, and remarked that it was getting late and that the conversation had been pleasant. But just then, Zeke suddenly offered to make a deal. With his expression darkening, he asked if she would accept his offer if he could cure her daughter, Lady Angelina. The moment her daughter was brought up, Catherine Graham's hands clenched into fists, trembling before she could stop them. Angelina Graham, Catherine Graham's daughter, had once been called the future greatest beauty on the continent when she was young. But after turning 16, the age when she should have made her debut in high society, she never appeared in public. Because of that, rumors began spreading. Some claimed she was not as beautiful as people had expected, while others whispered that her face had been horribly disfigured. Catherine Graham sharply rebuked Zeke, telling him he was being incredibly rude. She said she had no idea where he had heard such strange rumors, but she refused to listen to another word. Then she ordered him to leave the castle. Even so, Zeke stood firm and warned her that if Lady Angelina's condition continued to be ignored, it would soon reach a point where nothing could be done. Catherine stopped at that, then said he spoke as if he knew exactly what illness Angelina had. Zeke lowered his head and answered with quiet confidence that he did know. Then he revealed the truth. The thing tormenting Angelina was not an illness at all. It was a curse. Catherine flinched in shock and cried out, repeating the word curse. Zeke went on, asking if blisters had spread across Angelina's body over time, and if her skin had slowly begun to rot away. Catherine froze, stunned before stammering out how he could possibly know that. Seeing her reaction, Zeke explained that although it looked like an illness, ordinary medicine could never cure it. What afflicted Angelina was a vicious curse created through forbidden magic. Then Zeke asked if she had heard of the curse that once plagued the Agamemnon family. Catherine said she had heard it was finally dispelled recently. Then something clicked in her mind, and she remembered the Agamemnon family's new heir. Zeke openly admitted that he was the one who had resolved that curse with the help of the Radiance God. The moment he said that, Catherine's entire attitude changed. She rushed toward him in desperation and asked if he could dispel Angelina's curse too. Zeke answered calmly that everything depended on God's will, but there was one thing he knew for certain. The longer they waited, the more dangerous the curse would become. So he urged Catherine to take him to Lady Angelina right away. Soon after, the two of them headed deeper into the castle. As Catherine led the way, she briefly explained that they had been told mana was harmful to illnesses, so they had removed every object that operated using mana. Hearing that, Zeke quietly understood why there were no ordinary monoliths around. Still, even with that explanation, the castle felt far too dark. His face slowly grew more serious. Then, all at once, a scream filled with pain rang out from somewhere inside the castle. The instant Zeke heard it, he recognized the voice as Lady Angelina's and asked if it was really her. Catherine, powerless to deny it, confirmed that it was. Zeke clenched his teeth and realized, deep down, that the situation was much worse than he had expected. After a brief silence, Zeke stepped forward and asked the Duchess to wait outside for a moment. This time, he planned to go in alone. Catherine looked caught off guard, but in the end, she still agreed. Zeke carefully pushed the door open and stepped into the room. Inside, someone stood before him with their entire face wrapped tightly in bandages. The moment Zeke saw her like that, his expression darkened as he quietly noted just how serious her condition really was. His eyes moved to the chains pulled tight around her body, and he could not help thinking that she must have once been breathtakingly beautiful, only for the curse to drag her into this miserable state. Angelina Graham was bound so firmly that she could barely move. Zeke lowered his voice and carefully called to her, asking if Lady Angelina could hear him. The moment she heard someone say her name, Angelina slowly lifted her eyes, startled and confused. Her body shook from the pain as she weakly begged him to kill her. Tears ran down her face while she pleaded again and again for death. Seeing her like that made Zeke's chest grow heavy. Still, he apologized softly and told her he could not let her die. Then he took out the mask he had obtained earlier and placed it on, thinking to himself that he would need her for the things still to come. His eyes sharpened with resolve. No matter what it took, he was going to save her. In the next moment, Zeke Draker's whole body was swallowed by a powerful surge of energy, and the system notified him that the mask's function had successfully connected with the system. Zeke Draker quietly thought back to his previous life, remembering that he had learned about Angelina's curse because of a certain incident. Back then, under his master's orders, he had hunted down a sorcerer who used wicked ancient curses, and after a long chase, he finally managed to capture him. But during the interrogation, something completely unexpected came to light. That sorcerer was the one who had placed the curse on Angelina. Zeke remembered searching for her after that, only to find out she had already died. Because the curse had been made with ancient forbidden arts, there had been no known cure. The bitter part was that the curse became more painful the more beautiful its victim was, and Angelina had been trapped by that twisted madness. He quietly looked at the girl in front of him. As Zeke Draker reached his hand toward Angelina Graham, he thought that this time things might be different. With a mask capable of grand purification, there was a chance. The moment he put it on, the system displayed another message, confirming that the mask's function was linking with the system and that grand purification could now be used. Brilliant light spread through the room, and Zeke Draker held firm to one belief. No curse was impossible to break. Angelina Graham's eyes flew wide as she cried out in broken, pain sounds, while the cloth covering her face slowly began to peel away. Outside the room, Catherine Graham slammed her fists against the door in a panic, calling out to Sir Zeke and begging him to answer her and open up. Zeke Draker ignored the noise beyond the door and kept all his focus on the purification, thinking that he only needed a little more time. Angelina Graham kept screaming in agony as a thick mass of black smoke gathered and twisted above her head. Zeke Draker stared at it with a faint sense of contempt, thinking that in the end, this was all it amounted to. Then, without losing his calm, he decided that if the curse wanted to resist, he would answer it in kind. At that moment, the system announced that the dragon race skill, Gluttony, had activated. Outside, Catherine ordered the guards to break open the door, then rushed inside while desperately shouting Angelina's name. But as soon as she saw what was happening inside, she stopped dead and could not move for a long while. Catherine Graham stared at the fallen strips of cloth, then quietly called out to Sir Zeke, barely able to believe what she was seeing. Zeke Draker simply turned away in silence, his back cold and unreadable. After a short pause, he addressed her politely as Lady Catherine, then gave her a gentle smile and thanked her for waiting. Once the news spread, the other two hurried over as well. They all stared in disbelief, asking Sir Zeke if he had really lifted Lady Angelina's curse. Zeke Draker only smiled and said it had all been the will of the sun god. Nearby, Catherine Graham softly called his name, then thanked Sir Zeke with emotion in her voice, admitting she had no idea how she could ever repay such kindness. Zeke Draker immediately took that opening and asked if she would help him in the tournament. Catherine let out a laugh and told him that if that was all he wanted, then in the name of Graham, she would help him with anything she could. Just then, another voice suddenly greeted everyone from behind. Felix stared blankly, wondering if the person before him could really be who he thought it was. A beautiful young woman stepped forward and introduced herself with polite grace. Saying that she was Angelina Graham, Feral Achilles turned bright red and silently cried out to the heavens in amazement. Beside him, Felix was just as stunned, wondering if beauty like that could actually exist in real life. Angelina Graham happily thanked Sir Zeke Draker, and Zeke Draker replied with courtesy, saying he was glad to see her looking well. Feral Achilles was completely shaken, thinking that Sir Zeke truly was a knight among knights if he could stay so composed in front of such a beautiful woman. Felix, meanwhile, started panicking to himself about his master, only to cut that thought off halfway. Then Zeke Draker's expression suddenly turned serious as he asked Angelina if anyone came to mind. Slightly embarrassed, Angelina Graham asked what he meant. Zeke quickly explained that he meant someone who might have cursed her, and for a moment Angelina was left without a word. Before long, she started picturing it in her head. Maybe Sir Zeke was furious at the lowlife who had cursed her, and the more she thought about it, the more she admired the knight who had saved her life. In the end, Angelina Graham softly told Sir Zeke that she was okay now, and that everything had already passed. Zeke Draker just stared at her, completely thrown off, then asked why Angelina Graham had no intention of getting revenge. Angelina Graham bashfully said that revenge only led to more revenge. But more than that, she was hoping the two of them could share tea alone sometime. Zeke Draker could only pause at that answer, then pointed out that she had nearly died. Yet somehow she was talking about it like it was nothing. Not long after that, everyone came together in the dining hall. Feral Achilles' face turned serious as he asked if it was really true that the tournament's preliminary event would be spear throwing. Catherine Graham calmly looked at Sir Feral and asked if there was something strange about spear throwing being chosen for the preliminaries. Feral Achilles frowned and said it was not exactly strange. What surprised him was that the event sounded far more ordinary than he expected. Catherine Graham simply lifted her teacup and made it clear that this was not ordinary spear throwing. Then her tone grew more serious. She explained that compared to normal spear throwing, the distance would be absurdly long, and from what she had heard, the target would be set somewhere beyond the mountain. The moment Zeke Draker heard that, he began running through it in his head. Without both overwhelming power and sharp accuracy, the spear would never even make it to the target. Just then, Feral Achilles turned to him and said he thought he knew which family had gathered the votes ahead of everyone else. Zeke Draker looked back, confused, and asked which family he was talking about. Feral Achilles said it was probably the Siemens family. Zeke Draker agreed that it made sense, while quietly remembering that most of the people in that family used spears as their main weapon. Zeke Draker let out a laugh and wondered whether that brat bastard would be joining the tournament too. Then he rose from his seat and asked Sir Feral if the people who already knew about the preliminary event had started training early. Pharrell Achilles immediately admitted that of course they had, and by now they had probably already wrapped up most of their practice. Zeke Draker suddenly looked pressed for time and said they needed to hurry too. Pharrell Achilles blinked in confusion and asked what he meant by that. Zeke Draker answered with complete confidence. Now that he knew what the preliminary event was, he was going to practice for it just like everyone else. Zeke stood completely still in the middle of the training field, his hand wrapped firmly around the shaft of his spear. The atmosphere around him felt unnaturally tight, like the entire field had fallen silent, just to watch what he would do next. Even the faint breeze seemed to pause as his narrowed eyes locked onto a target set far away near the edge of the grounds, and for one short moment, nothing moved at all. Then, without the slightest warning, Zeke moved. In one clean, fluid motion, he hurled the spear forward with terrifying precision, and the sheer force behind the throw seemed to distort the air itself, sending ripples spreading outward from the path of the weapon. The spear tore across the field like a flash of lightning, slicing through the wind so fast that it almost looked less like a weapon and more like a streak of pure force racing toward its mark. As it shot forward, a thin cloud of dust lifted from the ground beneath its path. The weapon flew in a straight line, aimed directly at the distant target waiting at the far end of the training field. Felix watched the spear fly, and without even realizing it, held his breath. For a second, it looked like the attack might land perfectly, but the spear passed just beside the target by a narrow margin before slamming into the ground nearby with a heavy, powerful impact. Felix immediately raised his voice, unable to hide the excitement in his tone. He said that the throw had been incredibly close, and if it had only traveled just a little farther, it would have struck the target cleanly. Sir Farrell nodded as well, sounding encouraged as he said that this level should be enough for the preliminaries. But even after hearing their praise, Zeke did not turn to look at him. Zeke's face stayed calm, almost impossible to read. He lowered his hand only slightly, as if his mind had already moved on from the throw, and then asked in a quiet voice what the opponent's profession was. Sir Farrell frowned a little, caught off guard by the sudden question, and asked what Zeke meant by that. Zeke slowly turned his gaze back toward him, his sharp eyes carrying a cold, calculating light. In a steady tone, Zeke explained that if they modified the spear in advance and prepared it properly, wouldn't that allow them to fight under conditions much better suited for that particular event? Sir Farrell crossed his arms and fell into thought, carefully weighing Zeke's suggestion. After a brief pause, he admitted that it was a good idea, but he also pointed out that the other families would eventually come to the same conclusion, which meant the real deciding factor would be who managed to prepare the most suitable weapon first. After hearing that, Zeke quietly shifted his eyes toward Lady Catherine. The sharpness in his expression eased just a little as he spoke to her directly, saying that he had a favor to ask. Lady Catherine answered with a graceful smile, not hesitating for even a second, and told him that he could ask her for anything. Felix and Sir Farrell could only watch in amazement as Zeke and Catherine began talking through the strategy for the competition. What started as a simple request quickly turned into a detailed discussion, and the depth of their conversation went far beyond anything Felix had expected. Zeke laid out his thoughts in a calm and organized way, explaining the weapon's structure, how its balance would affect movement, and what kinds of modifications could provide an advantage during the preliminaries. After listening to his full explanation, Lady Catherine blinked in surprise and asked if he truly wanted to change it into that kind of shape. A small, faint smile then appeared on Catherine's face. She admitted that she did not know much about weapons herself, but if Zeke wanted it done that way, then there had to be a proper reason behind it. Without pressing him any further, she accepted his request. Zeke said nothing more and quietly clenched his fist, the movement small, but filled with certainty. Inside his head, however, countless calculations were already moving at full speed. With Catherine agreeing to help, every piece he needed for the preliminaries had finally fallen into place. A cold smile briefly surfaced in his thoughts as he inwardly cursed the Seaman's family. No matter how desperately they struggled or what tricks they tried to prepare, in the end, every move they made was still sitting right in the palm of his hand. The setting then shifted to the dormitory at Valhalla Academy. Sir Farrell looked around the room with a nostalgic gaze, taking in the familiar surroundings before saying that it had been quite a long time since he had last come here after graduating from Valhalla. Zeke looked a little surprised and asked if Sir Farrell had also attended Valhalla Academy. Sir Farrell nodded and answered honestly that he had admired Sir Flaubert, and because of that admiration, he had truly wanted to enroll there. When Zeke heard that, a slight smile appeared on his face. Deep down, he thought to himself that Flaubert really was the kind of knight who could earn respect even from the central nobles, and only a very small number of people could ever receive that level of admiration and recognition. Just then, the quiet atmosphere was interrupted by the sound of footsteps echoing from outside the room. A moment later, someone stepped inside and greeted Zeke with clear respect. Everyone in the room turned toward the entrance, and the person standing there was Liam. He lowered his head in a polite bow and sincerely thanked Zeke for helping him, saying that thanks to him, he had been able to complete the graduation exams safely. Zeke walked over to Liam and looked him over before asking about the news he had heard, saying that Liam had been promoted to a Purple Knight. Liam quietly nodded, confirming it without making a big deal out of the achievement. Zeke then continued, saying that he had also heard Liam received a recommendation to enter Valhalla together with Renee, but had turned the offer down. With a steady gaze, Zeke asked him what reason he had for refusing such an opportunity. Liam answered without any hesitation at all. He said that he wanted to stand by Zeke's side and help him as soon as possible. The moment those words left his mouth, a brief silence settled over the room. After a short pause, Zeke lightly placed a hand on Liam's shoulder and asked whether he had heard any news about his other cousins. Liam answered that he had, then began to explain what had happened to each of them. He first said that his cousin Leon had eventually taken an indefinite leave from the academy. Then Liam continued, saying that Owen Siemens had skipped a grade but failed his graduation exam, while Rianne Draker was set to graduate this time and enter Valhalla. As for Yakin Vardek, he had failed to skip a grade and was now acting like a king among his classmates. After hearing the full report, Zeke calmly remarked that it seemed Leon had finally lost his spirit. Liam gave a slight nod and replied that Leon had no one else to blame, because he had brought that outcome upon himself. At that moment, the door opened once again. Decker walked into the room carrying a box in his hands, then announced that he had brought exactly what Zeke had asked for. Zeke immediately turned toward Decker and told him to hand over the box. Decker passed it to him without questioning a thing. But then, to everyone's surprise, Zeke walked straight toward Liam and placed the box in his hands instead. Zeke calmly told Liam that it was a gift for his promotion. Liam instantly hesitated, his eyes widening a little as he shook his head and said that everything Zeke had already given him until now was more than enough. Zeke frowned slightly and told him to stop complaining and just take it. With no way to refuse any further, Liam carefully opened the box. The instant Liam looked inside, his entire expression froze. His eyes widened in pure shock, as if he could hardly believe what he was seeing. Zeke watched his reaction and asked in the same calm tone whether he liked the gift. Liam's hand clenched tightly from excitement as he answered without holding back, saying of course he liked it. Inside the box was a custom-made set of armor. The craftsmanship was on another level, with a refined structure that looked carefully designed to allow both flexible movement and solid defense. Even Felix stared at it with obvious envy in his eyes. Liam quickly put it on, and once he adjusted the armor into place, he looked stunned all over again. In disbelief, he said that it fit him perfectly, then immediately thanked Zeke with complete sincerity. Meanwhile, Zeke silently thought to himself that in his previous life, he had used the armor of the mercenary king as a reference. This time, he had specially ordered this set from Gelion for Liam, so from the very beginning, he had been confident that Liam would be pleased with it. After that, Zeke told Liam to keep working hard from now on as well. Then his gaze slowly moved away from Liam and settled directly on Felix. In a calm voice, Zeke explained that Liam was the first subordinate who had sworn loyalty to him, and that Liam was also a squire. Then, without softening the command at all, Zeke ordered Felix to treat Liam as his senior. Felix's face instantly tightened with disbelief, and the first thought that came out of him was why he was being placed below Liam. He asked the question almost on instinct, and in that same moment, a sharp sense of competition began to flare up inside his mind. Zeke looked at him calmly and asked if he had any complaints about the decision. Felix immediately lowered his gaze and denied it, quickly saying that he was only asking. Zeke then slowly closed his eyes and said that he would give Felix a chance. If Felix could defeat Liam, then Zeke would change the ranking. The moment those words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room became heavy. A sudden wave of bloodlust filled the room as Felix lifted his head. With his fighting spirit fully ignited, he declared that if that was the case, then there would be no turning back, master. Liam stared back at Felix with clear annoyance on his face, already irritated by the challenge being thrown at him. The scene then shifted to the training grounds, where the sound of rough, heavy breathing echoed across the open area. Felix was cursing again and again under his breath, desperately trying to keep going even as he was clearly falling further and further behind. His condition looked terrible. Bruises covered his face, his body was barely holding together, and his eyes had already gone dull from overwhelming exhaustion. Across from him, Liam remained standing firmly in place, steady and composed. With every passing moment, the gap between the two of them became more obvious. Finally, Felix's body gave out completely, and he collapsed onto the ground unconscious while Zeke calmly announced the winner of the match. Just then, Sir Farrell approached from behind, while carrying a thick stack of papers in his hands. Zeke turned toward him and immediately asked what those documents were. Sir Farrell handed the papers over to Zeke and told him that he should read them. Then, as Zeke looked down at the documents, Sir Farrell added that according to the report, Rianne Draker would be participating in the tournament. The instant Zeke heard that name, his expression froze, as if the air around him had suddenly dropped several degrees. For a brief moment, a heavy silence settled over him, while Sir Farrell went on to explain that anyone holding the rank of Purple Knight or higher was allowed to take part in the tournament. From the sound of it, the Turan family had rushed to register her at the very last moment. As soon as Zeke understood what had happened, The warmth vanished from his eyes, and his gaze sharpened with a chilling edge. Then he slowly turned his head toward Liam and asked if he had heard what Sir Farrell just said. Liam's shoulders tightened a little under that gaze, clearly sensing that Zeke had already made a decision. And without raising his voice or showing the slightest hesitation, Zeke calmly told him that he should enter the tournament as well. Liam's eyes widened, caught off guard by the sudden order. Zeke did not leave any room for confusion. He continued in the same steady tone, making it clear that Liam's target in the tournament would be none other than Rianne herself. Sir Farrell immediately pushed back, unable to stay silent after hearing that. He reminded Zeke that Rianne Draker was a pure-blooded awakened one just like him, and even though she was still young, she was already considered one of the strongest contenders for the championship. But Zeke did not look shaken at all. Instead, he simply answered that this was exactly why he was entrusting the task to Liam, his voice filled with absolute confidence. Then Zeke spoke with a firm, unwavering look in his eyes, saying that if Liam was truly his subordinate, and if he had really sworn loyalty to him, then facing someone on the level of a championship candidate should be the bare minimum he was capable of handling. Sir Farrell fell quiet after hearing that, but in his heart he could not help admiring Zeke. The way Zeke viewed people was completely different from how ordinary people thought. Most people would first think about weaknesses, limits, and impossible odds, but Zeke only looked at what could be achieved and how far someone could grow. At the same time, Liam stood there in a daze, deeply shaken by how much faith Zeke was placing in him. That trust hit him harder than any order could have. Zeke then fixed his gaze directly on Liam and told him that from this moment on, he would have to train and push himself even harder. After all, he would be facing Rianne Draker in the tournament. Liam immediately pulled himself together, straightening his posture as if throwing away every trace of hesitation, before answering in a firm voice that he would do everything he could. While their conversation continued, Felix, who had been lying on the ground this entire time, slowly began to regain consciousness. Pain throbbed through every part of his body, making even the slightest movement feel unbearable. As he stared blankly up at the open sky, the regret finally sank in, and he silently cursed the choices that had led him there. The temporary camps had already been set up near the base of the mountains. Across the wide open ground, rows of tents stretched out one after another, and the family banners above them swayed softly whenever the cold mountain wind swept through the camp. Participants from all kinds of places had gathered there, turning the entire area into a lively mess of noise and excitement. Warriors checked their gear, nobles moved with their escorts, guards watched the crowd, and curious spectators wandered between the tents while everyone waited for the martial arts competition to begin. Then all of a sudden, a new figure stepped into the campgrounds, and almost as if the air itself had changed, the attention of everyone nearby began shifting toward that entrance. The scattered conversations slowly faded away. One by one, people stopped what they were doing, turned their heads, and fixed their eyes on the group that had just appeared. It was the Turn family. Walking at the front as their representative was Renee, and she moved forward with a calm, composed presence that matched the dignity of a noble house. Behind her, her knights and guards followed in tight formation, making the entire group look powerful and difficult to approach. Almost at the same moment, another party entered the camp from a different direction. This time, it was the Zimmons family. Owen Zimmons stood as their representative, and just like Renee, he was backed by his own knights and guards, all moving behind him with a heavy, intimidating presence. Before long, the two groups came to a stop directly in front of each other. The space between them turned tense and quiet, as if everyone nearby could feel the pressure. Owen stared straight at Renee, then clenched his jaw and forced out the words, saying it had been a long time since they last met. A smug smile then spread across Owen's face as he continued speaking. He said it was unfortunate, but the Zimmons family would be the ones taking victory in the upcoming martial arts competition. Renee simply looked back at him with a cold, unreadable expression. She did not look angry, and she did not look amused either. Her face remained completely calm as she answered in a chilly voice, telling him not to get too full of himself because he would be entering the martial arts competition as well. Owen's expression immediately tightened. Owen narrowed his eyes and repeated the word he, clearly confused by who she was talking about. But before Renee could give him an answer, a familiar voice suddenly called out to her from nearby. Renee? The voice sounded friendly, relaxed, and familiar. It belonged to Zeke, who was walking over while greeting her naturally, then asking how she had been doing as if he had arrived at just the right moment. The instant Owen saw Zeke, the color drained from his face. His expression twisted with anger and frustration, his fingers curled tightly into fists, and even his body trembled faintly as he gritted his teeth in barely controlled fury. Even though Zeke had continued to push forward with stubborn persistence, Owen had always comforted himself with one thought. No matter how talented Zeke might be, he believed Zeke would never achieve much without a sponsor family behind him. Because of that, Owen had secretly felt satisfied, convinced that victory was already practically in his hands, but that fragile confidence was crushed almost immediately. From the distance, a large group suddenly arrived on horseback, and behind the riders came a long line of foot soldiers marching into the camp. As the horses drew closer, The ground seemed to shake beneath the pounding hooves, making the whole area feel heavier with each step of their approach. Owen turned his gaze toward the incoming group, and his eyes widened at once. It was not just a random escort force, it was a full group of scouts who had come to sponsor Zeke. The person leading the group wasted no time. As soon as they arrived, he called out to Zeke in a loud voice, and the respect in his tone was obvious to everyone listening. Following the orders of Sir Zeke Draker, the heir of Agamemnon, the Achilles, Hector, and Aegis families had all gathered there. The scout announced clearly for the entire camp to hear. And that was not all. He added that Lady Angelina of the Graham family had also sent escort guards to support him. The moment those words spread, the surrounding crowd erupted into restless noise, and many participants stared at Zeke in open surprise. Owen felt the veins on his forehead bulge as rage boiled up inside him. Just moments earlier, he had been certain he would win. Yet now, right in front of everyone, several influential families had openly stepped forward to support Zeke. Before Owen could even gather himself enough to say anything, a thunderous voice suddenly rang out across the entire field. "Attention!" That powerful shout cut cleanly through every conversation in the camp. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice, stunned by how one command had been able to silence such a crowded field so completely. Standing some distance away was the scarred knight Gareth Draker. The moment Zeke laid eyes on him, recognition flashed through him instantly. Gareth Draker was the man who led one of the Draker family's 3 knight groups, the Black Wolf Knights. In Zeke's previous life, during the Third Continental War, Gareth had fought on the front lines and built a terrifying reputation through his achievements in battle. It was exactly why Zeke recognized him with a single glance. Gareth Draker stepped forward with a firm, commanding presence and declared that the preliminary round of the competition was about to begin, his voice carrying across the field with unquestionable authority. He announced that the preliminary round would now begin, then ordered all participants to take their chosen weapons and come forward when they were ready. As the competitors started moving around and preparing themselves, Felix quietly edged closer to Zeke and lowered his voice. After glancing at the other participants, he whispered that it looked like everyone had modified their weapons for spear throwing. Felix carefully looked around the field once more before continuing. Normally, he said, they would have just taken ordinary spears, but these weapons were wrapped in fabric, which meant the rumors they had heard were most likely true. Zeke, however, barely seemed interested in Felix's cautious warning. Instead, he calmly picked up a fabric-covered spear and handed it straight to him. Felix blinked in confusion, staring at the weapon before asking what it was supposed to be. Zeke looked at him as if the answer should have been obvious, and replied with annoyance, saying it was the weapon Felix would use to participate. Felix froze on the spot, then Zeke dropped another shock on him, casually adding that he had secretly registered Felix for the competition as well. For a brief moment, Felix's mind went completely blank before he shouted in disbelief, asking how Zeke could do that without even considering his opinion. But before Felix could keep complaining, everyone's attention was pulled away by the sight of enormous carts being pushed into the competition grounds. Almost instantly, the entire field turned to look at them. Gareth Draker spoke again, his voice steady and loud. He said everyone must be wondering what the main focus of the preliminary event would be. He then explained that the participants would earn higher scores depending on how many iron plates they could pierce. As soon as he finished speaking, soldiers pushed forward several carts stacked with enormous iron plates, each one thick, heavy, and sturdy enough to make the competitors swallow nervously. After seeing the iron plates up close, one participant asked in a tense voice whether piercing them was really that difficult. Another immediately answered that just putting proper power behind a spear thrust was already hard enough. Felix, meanwhile, started to panic and blurted out that he thought this was supposed to be a long-distance throwing event. Zeke glanced at him calmly and told him to stop panicking and actually look at the spear in his hands. Only then did Felix lower his gaze and begin examining the weapon properly. That was when Felix finally noticed the important detail. This was not a javelin at all. It was a sharp-edged spear made specifically for piercing through targets. Felix quickly looked back at Zeke and asked if he had already known what the preliminary event would be. Zeke gave a simple nod. He explained that the Zimmons family did not favor javelins, so there was no reason they would choose spear throwing as the preliminary event if it was going to be based on long-distance throwing. The moment Felix heard that, everything clicked into place. The first contestant to step up was Owen Zimmons. He carried his spear with confidence, walking forward, as if the entire field was already waiting to witness his victory. A proud smirk sat on Owen's face as he swept his gaze across the other competitors. Then he loudly told everyone to watch carefully. He spun his spear once with practiced ease before settling into his stance. With absolute confidence in his voice, he declared that he was going to outperform every single person there. In the very next moment, Owen drove his spear forward with tremendous force. A booming impact rang across the field as the spear smashed into the iron plates, breaking through 6 of them in a row and sending the heavy metal slabs scattering apart. The crowd immediately reacted with stunned surprise. Owen slowly turned his head and looked straight at Zeke, wearing a smug smile that made it clear how pleased he was with his result. But Zeke did not give him even the slightest reaction, and that complete lack of attention only irritated Owen even more. Meanwhile, Felix was still grumbling under his breath, saying he had no confidence in this at all. Zeke cut him off without much sympathy and told him to stop making such a fuss. Eventually, Felix had no choice but to step forward for his own turn. He took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the spear, and thrust it with all the strength he could gather. His attack pierced through 3.5 iron plates, and when he saw the result, relief washed over his face. After Felix finished, Liam stepped forward next. He took his position, attacked with steady force, and managed to break through 3 iron plates. Then it was Renee Draker's turn. She stepped up, drew in her focus, and thrust her weapon forward with considerable power, successfully breaking through 4 iron plates. Even so, once her turn was over, Renee could not hide a slight sense of regret. Her spear had not been made specifically for piercing, and because of that, she knew its design had held back the full strength of her attack. After finishing, Renee turned her gaze toward Zeke. At last, it was his turn to step forward. Zeke walked out calmly, without the slightest trace of nervousness. The weapon in his hand immediately caught everyone's attention, because it looked almost like a sword mounted onto a spear shaft, with a long spear-like handle and a blade shaped more like a sword than a normal spearhead. Owen stared at the strange weapon with visible confusion, his brows pulling together. After a moment, he questioned whether Zeke had actually attached a sword to the end of a spear pole. Zeke didn't say a word. With that faint, calm smile still resting on his face, he simply stepped forward as if he had already decided exactly how this was going to end. The moment the instructor noticed the strange weapon in Zeke's hand, even he couldn't hide his curiosity. His eyes lingered on it for a second before he asked, "Are you really planning to compete with that spear?" Zeke gave a quiet nod, answering without the slightest hesitation. Then Zeke tightened his grip and began pouring mana directly into the weapon. Almost at once, a clear, radiant blue light spread across its surface, shining brighter with every passing moment. The mood around the testing ground shifted in an instant. Several spectators widened their eyes, sensing that something unusual was about to happen. Zeke slowly lowered his body into position, and as he took his stance, the blue glow around the weapon grew even stronger. Then, without wasting another breath, Zeke moved. What he released was the true dragon swordplay of the dragon-slaying arts. In the next instant, the spear blasted forward like a streak of light cutting straight through the darkness. Its speed was so overwhelming that most people could barely follow the movement with their eyes. The spear tore through the iron plates as though they were nothing more than thin paper. One plate, then a second, gave way instantly, and the metal didn't seem to slow it down at all. The weapon kept driving forward with terrifying force, smashing through plate after plate without pause. Owen's eyes flew wide open, his expression freezing in pure disbelief. Rienne, standing nearby, was just as stunned, clearly shaken by the power Zeke had just displayed. The other participants around them were no better, staring at the result as if they couldn't trust what their own eyes had seen. Felix, however, looked completely different. He stood there with his chest lifted and a proud grin on his face, watching his master's performance with obvious satisfaction. For a brief moment, the entire competition ground fell into a heavy silence. The instructor stared at the ruined iron plates in front of him, his hands trembling slightly as he tried to process what had just happened. Even someone with his experience couldn't immediately believe the result. After a short pause, he finally forced the words out in a shaky voice. 10 iron plates. The crowd instantly stirred, and the instructor swallowed hard before repeating the result again. Zeke had pierced through 10 iron plates. The surrounding area erupted with shocked voices, and many people looked as though they still couldn't accept what they had just witnessed. Zeke himself, however, remained composed, and deep down he was clearly satisfied. The outcome had landed exactly within the range he expected. But while everyone else was still reacting to his shocking achievement, Zeke's attention suddenly drifted away from the broken plates. His eyes shifted across the grounds and settled on another figure. That person had taken the test almost at the exact same time as him. She wore a deep red hood that covered her face completely, hiding her identity and making it impossible to tell who she was. Even so, her result had clearly caught Zeke's eye. She had pierced through 8 iron plates, and what made it even more striking was that she hadn't used a spear to do it. She had done it with a sword. As that fact sank in, Zeke's eyes narrowed slightly. Anyone capable of producing that kind of result with a sword was definitely not some ordinary participant. Zeke kept watching the mysterious woman beneath the red hood, his gaze steady and thoughtful. Where had someone like her come from? That question remained in his mind as the preliminary competition continued moving forward around them. Zeke's eyes widened as he watched the hooded figure in awe. The competitor who had taken the exam alongside him moved with astonishing strength, slicing through 8 iron plates in a flawless display that sent ripples of shock through the crowd. Everyone turned their gaze, murmurs spreading like wildfire at the sheer skill on display. Narrowing his eyes, Zeke leaned forward, trying to pierce the veil of mystery around the participant. Who was this person that could command such power? The hood shadowed most of her face, concealing her features and making it nearly impossible to recognize her at a glance. As he studied her, the instructor's voice cut through the murmurs, announcing, "Erin Sabrina, score 8. The name rang unfamiliar to Zeke, completely new to him, offering no clues to the identity of the formidable competitor. Then, as the hooded figure stepped away from the testing area and lowered her hood slightly, a spark of recognition ignited in Zeke's mind. Suddenly, it all clicked. Shock froze him in place, his pupils dilating as the realization hit him like lightning. Standing before him was none other than Helen Draker, his sister, the woman celebrated across the Empire as the indomitable Knight of Steel. For a long moment, Zeke could do nothing but stare, his mind struggling to accept what his eyes were seeing. Memories from his past life surged uncontrollably. He recalled vividly the aftermath of the White Gold Knight, Carly Draker's death at the hands of the Pirate King in the Southern Sea. Her death had plunged the Draker family into chaos, a whirlwind of internal strife as rival factions scrambled for control and influence across the lands. Before Abel ascended to patriarch, the Draker family was split into two dominant factions. At the heart of one of those factions stood Helen Draker herself, poised to counter Abel's growing power. But Abel, once patriarch, began methodically consolidating authority and rallying his supporters. Refusing to accept his rise, Helen fortified her position within the Duchy of Troy, preparing to oppose him. Yet fate was unkind. In the ensuing battles against Imperial forces, she met her end in combat. The memories ebbed, leaving Zeke pulled slowly back into the present moment. Back at his camp, Zeke sank into the sofa, letting his thoughts swirl. In his past life, Helen had remained true to her role until her very last breath. She had fought as a knight should, fiercely, honorably, without hesitation, caring little for politics or personal gain. And that was exactly what baffled him. What could have driven her to participate in this martial arts competition? Why would Helen Draker, the steadfast Knight of Steel, step into this arena? The question lingered, gnawing at the edges of his mind, until Lady Catherine's voice broke through, snapping him back to the present. A small, approving smile curved her lips as she commended Zeke for accurately predicting the Zimmons family's tendencies. She noted how he had correctly foreseen their choice of a spear-focused event, centered on precise stabbing techniques. Zeke inclined his head respectfully. "Thank you for your help," he said, sincerely. "Without your guidance, I wouldn't have been able to prepare a spear for the competition." He paused briefly, then added, "And thanks to you, 3 of our men also advanced to the main round." Lady Catherine's eyes brightened at the compliment. "Thank you," she replied. Then her expression grew more serious. "I've gathered some solid intel regarding the first round of the main event." All attention in the room snapped toward her. Felix blinked, disbelief etched across his face. "The first event is running?" he asked, incredulously. "Running in a martial arts competition?" Before he could finish, Sir Farrell cut in, his expression unusually stern. "The running in question is the Draker family's survival run." The room grew tense instantly. Sir Farrell folded his arms, his voice colder as he continued. "This is no ordinary race where reaching the finish line ends the challenge. Participants can be ambushed at any moment. They are allowed to engage in combat openly if necessary." Silence fell like a heavy shroud. "Without a sponsor family," Sir Farrell added, "elimination is inevitable." The weight of his words sank deep. Liam and Felix paled instantly, understanding that this was far more than a mere martial arts contest. It was a battleground where political power played out through their representatives. While others fretted over the looming challenge, Zeke's mind wandered back to Helen Draker. Why had she entered the competition? What was she aiming for? Despite endless contemplation, he couldn't find an answer. Yet one certainty burned bright. Helen was not aligned with the Zimmons. In her own camp, Helen trained silently with her sword. Each swing cut through the air with precision, her movements sharp and controlled. At that moment, Carly Draker stepped into the room. "Helen," she called softly. Helen immediately halted and turned to face her. "Sister Carly," she replied with a respectful nod. Carly smiled, a trace of amusement in her expression. "Don't be so formal when we're alone. Just call me sister." Helen inclined her head silently. After a pause, Carly's gaze sharpened with curiosity. "And what about Zeke? What do you make of him?" Hearing his name made Helen's hand tremble slightly, not from fear but from an undercurrent of excitement. Carly noticed instantly, a knowing smile forming. "You want to face him, don't you?" she asked. Helen said nothing at first. Her thoughts drifted back to the competition. She recalled Zeke's technique, the dragon-slaying arts, the dragon scale pierce. The strike remained vivid in her mind, an extraordinary move that earned quiet praise from her heart. Then she murmured softly, almost to herself. Zeke's dragon scale pierce lingered in her mind, so vivid it was as if she could see herself striking down an actual dragon. A hush fell over the room. Carly snapped back to reality and stepped closer, her presence commanding attention. Placing a hand on Helen's shoulder, Carly spoke with gravity. "Zeke will be invaluable to us. Keep testing him until you truly acknowledge his worth." Her gaze locked with Helen's, unflinching. Helen remained silent, the words sinking deep without a single response leaving her lips. Yet beneath that calm exterior, a thrill stirred. The more she considered Zeke's potential, the deeper her interest grew, a pulse of excitement she could not deny. The scene shifted to the dawn of the main event. A sea of participants crowded the starting area, bracing against the biting winds that swept across the region. Standing tall before them, Gareth Draker's commanding voice cut through the chill. "Are you ready?" His words echoed over the frozen landscape. Receiving nods and murmurs of affirmation, he began outlining the challenge. "Nothing unusual awaits in this round," he explained, gesturing toward the towering snowy mountain behind him. "Reach Atlas Summit within 48 hours. Participants' eyes followed his gesture upward, the mountain's snow-covered peak vanishing into clouds, a daunting challenge far beyond the simplicity Gareth's words suggested. Without hesitation, Gareth signaled the start of the competition, sending the participants surging forward into the frosty expanse. Elsewhere, Owen Zimmons revealed a sly, confident smile, certain that this round would allow him to easily suppress Zeke, but Zeke paid him no mind. He turned instead toward Felix. "Go inside the cave," he ordered. Felix blinked in surprise. "What's inside the cave?" he asked hesitantly. Zeke's glare cut through him instantly, sharp and unyielding. "Do you really not want to go?" he demanded. Felix forced an awkward smile, trying to ease the tension. "I'll go slowly," Felix stammered, stepping into the cave. Silence stretched across the group, thick and tense. Suddenly, a terrified scream pierced the air from deep within the cave. Everyone jumped, their hearts skipping a beat at the sudden cry. Moments later, Felix burst out of the cave, screaming for help. Hot on his heels, 3 enormous polar bears thundered forward, their roars shaking the air as they lunged in relentless pursuit. Zeke's eyes narrowed calmly. Turning to Liam, he instructed, "Draw your sword." Liam froze, disbelief and fear crossing his face. "What? What are you asking me to do?" he stammered. A small, confident smile crept across Zeke's face. "Those bears' pelts will be very useful to us," he said with a hint of amusement, as if the danger were already under control. Meanwhile, Renee and her group trudged through the snow-laden forest. Leading the way, Riane pressed forward, her every step cutting through the relentless cold. Behind her, her subordinates shivered violently, the freezing wind gnawing at them. Though they kept silent, their minds buzzed with complaints, enduring the harsh conditions with gritted teeth. Suddenly, a prickling sensation crawled up Riane's spine. Something was off. She halted abruptly, every sense alert. Turning her head, her eyes widened in shock, the source of her unease coming into sudden, terrifying view. A herd of colossal beasts pressed through the dense forest behind them, their massive forms shaking the underbrush with every step. These weren't ordinary creatures, they were yetis, towering figures cloaked in thick white fur, their glowing eyes cutting through the dim light filtering between the trees. Rihanna froze, her breath catching in her throat. In all her years, she had rarely witnessed yetis reveal themselves so brazenly in front of humans. The sheer size and presence of these creatures left her momentarily paralyzed, heart hammering as the forest trembled with their approach. The sight was impossible to ignore, and slowly a chilling realization washed over her. Her eyes narrowed, and her expression darkened in an instant, a storm of anger brewing silently behind her gaze. "This is the Zimmons' doing," she muttered under her breath, her voice low but edged with bitter clarity. The truth was undeniable now. The Zimmons had orchestrated this, somehow manipulating the yetis to track and confront them, turning nature itself into a weapon against her. Riane ground her teeth so hard it nearly hurt, her fists curling tightly at her sides. She hissed a curse under her breath, each word a dagger aimed at the Zimmons who dared interfere. The pieces of the trap snapped together in her mind, leaving no room for doubt. She knew exactly what had been set into motion, and the rage simmering within her was fierce and unyielding. The contest had barely begun, yet already, the hidden games of politics were showing their sharp fangs. Beneath the surface of the competition, a silent battle for advantage had erupted, subtle yet deadly, weaving tension and deceit into every move. Rihanna could feel the undercurrents pressing around her, a reminder that in this world even the fiercest displays of skill were entangled with cunning plots, and the real danger often hid where the eye couldn't immediately see. One of the yetis suddenly staggered forward, then launched itself straight at Reyna. For something so enormous, its speed was terrifying. Its massive body tore through the snow, and its thick arm came swinging down through the freezing air with enough power to smash a person apart in a single blow. Reyna reacted at the very last instant. She twisted her body aside, narrowly slipping past the direct hit. But even though the yeti's arm missed her, the force behind that swing was still monstrous. The shockwave crashed into her like a wall, blasting her backward across the snow-covered ground. While she was still flying through the air, Reyna forced herself to regain balance. The moment her feet touched the snow, she kicked back and adjusted her stance, doing everything she could to soften the impact. Even then, a thin trail of blood slipped from the corner of her mouth, and her expression turned colder and sharper. At that moment, Reyna understood just how brutal this battlefield really was. At this altitude, under this merciless, freezing temperature, even the smallest movement drained stamina at an alarming rate. Each breath felt heavy, as if the icy air itself was pressing down on her lungs. The wind scraped across her skin like countless tiny blades, while the cold kept eating away at her strength little by little. Reyna's eyes moved toward her team, and in that instant she grasped the truth. Even if she could somehow keep fighting in this place, her subordinates would not be able to endure it for much longer. Their bodies were already weakening under the terrible conditions of the mountain. Their movements had grown slower, their breathing rougher, and on top of that, the enemy in front of them was far too overwhelming. What made it worse was the absurd number of monsters blocking their way. Dozens of yetis stood ahead of them, their huge bodies filling the snowy forest like a living wall of monsters. Their low growls rolled through the mountain air, making the whole area feel even heavier and harder to breathe in. Once Reyna realized what had to be done, she stepped forward and placed herself directly before the pack of yetis. She tightened her fingers around her weapon, then looked back toward her subordinates with a firm, unshakable gaze. "Get out of here," Reyna ordered. "I'll hold them off." Her subordinates froze where they stood. But even after hearing her command, not one of them moved. Instead of running, they remained rooted in place, clearly refusing to abandon her there alone. When Reyna saw that they still had not retreated, anger darkened her face. "What are you doing?" she snapped. "Are you refusing to follow orders?" Her voice carried the full weight of command, and the group fell silent at once. For a moment they stood there, shaken, torn between their loyalty and her order. Every single one of them wanted to stay and fight beside her, but they also understood exactly what their leader was trying to do. In the end, they clenched their teeth and forced themselves to accept it. Their faces were filled with frustration, guilt, and helplessness as they lowered their heads slightly, unable to argue against her decision. "We're sorry," they said, their voices heavy with regret. Then, with no other choice left, they turned away from Reyna and began rushing out of the battlefield through the snow. The yetis immediately noticed the fleeing figures. Several of them let out furious roars and started to move after Reyna's subordinates, their huge feet crushing into the snow. But before they could chase them down, Reyna stepped forward again. She positioned herself directly in their path, standing between the monsters and her retreating people. Like an immovable wall, Reyna blocked the way completely. The yetis halted and glared down at her, while she raised her blade and held her ground with unwavering resolve. Even if this was the place where she had to die, retreating was no longer an option. To protect the people who had followed the Turan family and entrusted their lives to her, Reyna was ready to offer up her own life, without even a moment of hesitation. A sharp, freezing wind swept through the snowy mountain forest, and the tension in the air grew even heavier. Then, without warning, a figure appeared in the middle of the white wilderness. The mysterious person shot forward at incredible speed, cutting through the snow like a shadow. Before Reyna could fully react, the figure leapt over her head and rushed straight toward the group of yetis. The newcomer wore a bearskin pulled over his face, hiding his features so well that Reyna could not immediately tell who he was. The yetis barely had enough time to turn their heads before the stranger was already upon them. With one quick, clean movement, the figure drew his sword and swung. A sharp flash of steel sliced through the frozen air. One of the yetis was instantly decapitated. Its enormous head spun through the air before crashing heavily into the snow, and for a brief second, the entire battlefield seemed to fall silent. The mysterious figure stood in front of Reyna, blocking the monsters that had been closing in on her. Reyna stared at him, wondering who this person could possibly be. Then she looked more carefully, and her eyes widened slightly. It was Zeke Draker. Not long after, two more figures came charging through the snow behind him. They were Liam and Felix, two of Zeke's subordinates. "Master," they called as they hurried toward him. Once Felix got close enough, he immediately threw a spear in Zeke's direction. The spear spun fiercely through the cold air, cutting a sharp path over the snow. Without even a hint of panic, Zeke reached out and caught the weapon with perfect precision, as if he had been waiting for that exact moment. Then, without wasting even a single heartbeat, Zeke lowered his body and took his stance. His muscles tightened and the pressure around him seemed to shift. Using his full strength, Zeke hurled the spear straight toward the yetis. The weapon shot forward like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the air before piercing through several yetis in a single straight line. The monsters collapsed almost instantly, and fresh blood splattered across the white snow. When the remaining yetis saw the overwhelming power of the opponent in front of them, their momentum broke. Fear flickered in their eyes, and after only a short pause, the surviving monsters began to pull back. Their huge figures retreated into the depths of the snowy forest, gradually disappearing between the trees and drifting snow. Only after they were gone did the battlefield finally fall quiet. Zeke then turned his gaze toward Reyna. Looking directly at her, he asked in a calm voice, "The Turan family never forgets a favor, right?" Reyna met his eyes and gave a firm nod. "That's right," she answered. Her expression remained serious as she looked at him. "What do you want?" Zeke shifted his eyes toward the distant mountain peak, where their destination waited beyond the snow. Nothing much, he said calmly, and it's not some difficult condition either. Then he made his proposal. Since time was running out, they needed to reach the destination as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, at the top of the mountain, Gareth Draker stood waiting for the participants to arrive. Beside him, one of the instructors was giving the latest report on the results. A total of 30 participants have passed so far, the instructor said. Gareth Draker listened quietly, then gave a small nod. The end time for the competition is approaching, Gareth Draker said. Nearby, Owen Zimmons watched the situation with a satisfied smile spreading across his face. In Owen Zimmons' mind, his plan had worked perfectly. Using the Yetis to stop Reina had clearly been the right move, and he believed everything had unfolded exactly according to his expectations. Just as Gareth Draker was about to announce that the designated time had ended, a voice suddenly rang out from the distance. Wait a moment. Everyone immediately turned toward the source of the voice. Several figures emerged through the snow. It was Reina, along with Zeke's group. The moment Owen Zimmons saw them, his expression changed completely. Shock flashed across his face because they had actually arrived within the required time. Zeke looked completely relaxed as he stepped forward and casually remarked, "Looks like we made it too." Seeing their arrival, Gareth Draker gave a measured nod. "That was close," he said. Then he officially declared that since they were the final participants to reach the destination, the first round of the main tournament had come to an end. He informed everyone that they were to rest for now and prepare themselves for the second round, which would take place tomorrow. As soon as the announcement ended, the participants began murmuring among themselves, discussing the results and what might come next. At that moment, someone approached Zeke and called out his name. "Zeke!" He turned around and saw Helen Draker standing there. She looked at him with a calm, unreadable expression before speaking. "You managed to break through all of the Zimmons family's interference." Zeke stared straight into her eyes, not backing away from her gaze for even a second. "What are you trying to say?" he asked. Helen's expression did not change at all. "I have no interest in childish games like that," she replied, her tone cold and composed. Then her voice grew more serious. "I only wanted to test your limits and your abilities." After saying that, Helen turned away as if the conversation was already over. Without even looking back, she added, "Don't disappoint me. I'll be keeping my eyes on you until the very end of this tournament." Then she walked off, leaving Zeke to silently watch her retreating figure. As he looked after her, a thought crossed his mind. Since she was observing him this closely, she must have entered Sister Carly's faction. Zeke quietly murmured to himself that Helen had probably joined the tournament, specifically to judge whether he was truly qualified or not. And honestly, with that sharp presence and unshakable attitude, she really did live up to the title of the Knight of Steel. Just then, a familiar voice pulled him out of his thoughts. "Zeke," Reina called. He turned toward her as she approached, her expression sincere and steady. "I owe you my life," Reina said directly. "What do you want?" Zeke smiled slightly. Since things had turned out this way, he immediately saw an opportunity. "How about we do the second round together?" he asked, a faint smirk appearing on his face. "There's no doubt those Zimmons bastards will try something like that again." As soon as he said those words, Owen Zimmons looked over at them. His eyes burned with rage, but even with all that anger, he could not say a single word. Reina thought about Zeke's proposal for a brief moment. Then she nodded, accepting the logic of the situation. "It seems like working together is the right choice," she admitted, and with that she agreed to join forces with him. After that, Reina looked at Zeke again and continued, "Since we're in the same boat now, I'll tell you something special." Zeke's curiosity immediately rose. Whatever Reina was about to reveal, it clearly was not something ordinary. Reina's expression suddenly became much more serious. She lowered her voice slightly and said, "The next match, the second round of the main tournament, I know what the event will be." The instant those words slipped from Reina's lips, Zeke, Liam, and Felix froze on the spot, their faces changing all at once as shock spread through the group. For a moment, none of the three could even respond. Zeke, Liam, and Felix simply stared straight at Reina, their eyes wide with disbelief, clearly caught off guard by what she had just said. Reina watched their stunned expressions and immediately understood the truth. As expected, they really hadn't known. Keeping her voice steady, she went on to explain that this information had been incredibly difficult to obtain, and even her side had only barely managed to get their hands on it. The moment those words settled in, the air around them grew heavy, and the mood turned tense. Only then did Reina stop holding back. With everyone's attention locked on her, she finally revealed the secret they had all been missing. It was about the second round event. Reina paused for a brief moment, letting the suspense hang in the air before she finally continued. The next stage was rope wrestling. As soon as that unexpected answer came out, Zeke, Liam, and Felix fell silent again, staring at her while they tried to process what this meant for the tournament ahead. After Renee finished laying out the details of the upcoming event, Zeke and Sir Farrell stayed seated together, quietly turning over every possibility behind whatever scheme the Zimmons family might be hiding. A thick, focused silence hung over the room. Zeke and Sir Farrell remained at the table, their attention locked on the problem, while Felix and Liam stood off to the side without saying a word, listening closely to every exchange. Sir Farrell had fallen deep into thought. His brows were drawn tight, and his expression only grew more troubled as he tried to imagine what kind of trap the Zimmons family could possibly prepare for tightrope wrestling. But no matter how long he considered it, the answer refused to come clearly. Seeing that look on his face, Zeke finally spoke up and asked if something was wrong. Farrell gave a slow shake of his head before answering. The event itself was not the issue, he said. After a brief pause, his tone became more serious. What truly bothered him was that the Simmons family had chosen this event at all, and that single fact was enough to make him uneasy. Zeke went quiet after hearing Farrell's concern. He leaned back slightly, gathering his thoughts. From what he understood, tightrope wrestling was not the kind of event that could easily be twisted with cheap tricks. It depended on balance, reflexes, and raw personal skill. That was exactly why the Simmons family's confidence in selecting it felt so unnatural. Before the discussion could move any further, the door suddenly swung open. Lady Catherine stepped into the room and announced that everyone was gathered at the perfect time. Her arrival instantly cut through the heavy mood, pulling every pair of eyes toward her. Lady Catherine did not bother with a long introduction. With clear pride in her voice, she declared that she had already figured out what the second-round event was going to be. Zeke immediately rose from his seat and thanked her sincerely for the effort. But then he added that Renee had already informed him about the event. Lady Catherine gave a small, knowing smile and remarked that news certainly traveled fast these days. Then her expression sharpened slightly as she added that this time she had brought something new. The moment Zeke heard that, his attention sharpened. He looked straight at Lady Catherine and asked what she meant, his voice carrying clear interest. Lady Catherine walked to the table and took out a detailed design for the event. She laid it carefully in front of them so everyone could see. This version of tightrope wrestling, she explained, would be a group competition. As they leaned in to study the drawing, several parallel ropes could be seen stretched across the arena, with members from each faction positioned together at the same starting side before the match began. After looking over the design, Sir Farrell quickly grasped what it implied. The more people one side had, the greater their advantage would become, he pointed out, narrowing his eyes. If it had been a clean one-on-one match, defeating Zeke would have been nearly impossible, so the Simmons family must have altered the event as soon as they realized that. Zeke stared at the design for a moment, caught off guard, but even he had to acknowledge how fast they had adapted. Seeing Zeke's reaction, Lady Catherine spoke with calm confidence and told him there was no need to worry. Zeke snapped out of his thoughts and turned his gaze toward her, immediately asking whether she already had a plan. A faint, mysterious smile slowly spread across Lady Catherine's face, as if she had been waiting for that exact question. Sponsor families existed for moments like this, she replied smoothly. Her confidence settled over the room, easing some of the tension that had been hanging in the air. The day of the event soon arrived. The arena was packed shoulder to shoulder with spectators, and the air buzzed with anticipation for this strange competition. Across the stage, several long ropes had been pulled taut in parallel lines, turning the open platform into a narrow and dangerous battlefield. At the center of the stage stood Gareth Draker. He lifted his voice above the crowd and began announcing the rules of the event. As soon as he started speaking, the noisy audience gradually settled down to listen. Gareth explained that any participant who fell from the tightrope would be eliminated on the spot. Then a slight smile touched his face as he added that, while they remained standing on the rope, they were allowed to do anything they wanted. The words immediately stirred the participants. Quiet murmurs spread among them as they realized the meaning behind the rule. As long as they stayed balanced on the rope, they could respond to the situation however they pleased. After hearing the rules, Felix began edging away, trying to slip out before anyone noticed. He muttered that he would simply abstain right there. Unfortunately for him, Zeke noticed his intentions almost instantly, and a dark, threatening look settled over his face. Zeke slowly turned toward Felix and Liam, fixing them both with a cold glare. If either of them was eliminated here, he warned, they would be forced to undergo an entire year of isolated training. The threat hit them like a death sentence. Felix and Liam froze on the spot, their faces draining pale as the horrifying thought of spending a full year in isolation crushed any desire to escape. A short while later, the instructor officially signaled the start of the match. In the next instant, participants from every faction sprang into motion and leapt onto the tight ropes. Owen Simmons landed smoothly on top of one of the ropes, his posture steady and confident. A smug smile curled across his face. After all, these tight ropes were the Simmons family's special training tool, and Owen had been walking on them since he was 5 years old. In this kind of arena, he believed there should be no one capable of matching him. Cast a glance toward Zeke's group, and quietly thought it was unfortunate that his family had been forced to reveal their secret training method in public. Still, if exposing it meant eliminating both Zeke and Renee properly, then it was a sacrifice worth making. Overflowing with confidence, Owen raised his voice and ordered his subordinates to charge forward. At his command, the men under him immediately rushed ahead with fierce momentum. In the very next moment, Owen's confidence shattered. To his complete shock, his own men began dropping from the ropes one after another. One fell, then another, and then another right behind them. It all happened so quickly that Owen could barely understand what he was seeing, and his face turned pale as his forces were eliminated in rapid succession. Owen stared in disbelief, unable to make sense of it. These were clearly trained personnel, people who should have been skilled enough to handle the ropes. There was no reasonable explanation for why they were falling so easily. At that moment, Zeke understood the truth almost immediately. This had to be Lady Catherine's doing. He had always known she was wealthy, but even he had never imagined that she could use money so effectively that she could buy off members from inside the Simmons family itself. A confident smile slowly formed on Zeke's face as the situation tilted sharply in his favor. Since the worthless obstacles had already been cleared away, there was no longer any reason to hold back. Now, Zeke's side could finally begin their own advance. Reyna Turun was the first to move. Gripping her sword firmly, she launched straight into her Turun-style dragon-slaying arts. Her body shot forward across the rope like a bullet, sharp and unstoppable. The rope beneath Reyna trembled violently as she advanced. Every opponent standing in her path was knocked out of the match almost instantly, unable to withstand her momentum. Meanwhile, Liam lowered his body and reached down to grab the rope beneath his feet. For a brief second, everyone watching was left wondering what he was trying to do. Then, without warning, Liam swung the rope with all the strength he had. A heavy wave rippled through it, rolling outward with force. The opponents standing on that line lost their balance almost immediately. One after another, they slipped, stumbled, and began falling from the tightrope. On another side of the arena, Felix was using his speed to full effect. He cursed at the opponents one by one while leaping rapidly between the ropes. His figure blurred with each movement, and before his enemies could even react, they were already being knocked out of the competition. Zeke glanced back over his shoulder. After seeing how well his subordinates were performing, he felt completely satisfied. Everything was unfolding exactly the way he had intended. Then Zeke turned his attention back toward Owen Simmons. He called out Owen's name sharply, and Owen immediately glared back at him. Zeke raised his sword and pointed it straight toward Owen. He challenged him to settle things properly, night to night, in a clean one-on-one battle, without dragging those useless underlings into it. Owen's face tightened with anger the moment he heard the provocation. Even so, he snapped back and asked whether Zeke truly thought he would fall for something so cheap. Before Owen could say anything more, Zeke suddenly sprang high from the rope. With his sword lifted above his head, he prepared to bring down a strike. If Owen would not come to him, Zeke declared, then he would make the first move himself. But before Zeke's attack could reach Owen, another figure abruptly cut into his path. Helen Draker appeared between them. She met Zeke's attack head-on and blocked his strike directly. Their blades slammed together with tremendous force. The instant their weapons crossed, sparks burst into the air around them. Owen stood frozen, completely confused by what had just happened. Helen was not even on his side, so he could not understand why Helen Draker had suddenly stepped in to stop Zeke. After the clash, Helen and Zeke both dropped back down onto the rope. The tightrope swayed beneath their feet, reacting to the force of their landing. Keeping his balance perfectly, Zeke looked at Helen and asked whether she had decided to side with the Simmons family. Helen calmly shook her head and replied that she simply wanted to test his abilities, nothing more. Zeke glanced down at his hand. Even after the clash had ended, it was still numb from the impact. The force behind Helen's attack had been extraordinary, and he quickly realized that if he had not been holding the Bahamut's sword, he probably would not have been able to withstand that blow. A smile slowly spread across Zeke's face as he looked at Helen. Then he asked if this was the test she had mentioned the last time they met. Helen answered without the slightest trace of panic, simply saying, "It is." The moment Zeke heard that calm reply, he gave a quiet nod, as if he had already accepted where this was heading. "Since things have reached this point," he said, his voice settling into something heavier, "I'll do as you wish." And as those words left his mouth, the relaxed look on his face slowly disappeared, replaced by a much sharper, more serious expression. Right after that, Zeke shifted his body and slowly raised himself into a proper fighting stance. Mana began to gather around his blade, curling toward the sword as if being pulled in by force. As that power poured into the weapon, the air around the rope seemed to tighten all at once, turning heavy and dangerous. At that moment, it was clear the real battle was finally about to begin, with neither of them willing to give an inch. Zeke and Helen threw their swords forward at full strength, their swings crashing toward one another without hesitation. The instant their blades met, a violent spray of sparks burst into the air, drifting across the arena like a swarm of blazing fireflies. The collision sent a heavy shockwave rolling through the battlefield, making the narrow tightrope beneath their feet quiver faintly. The crowd fell completely silent as the ringing impact of their swords echoed across the arena. Hidden among the spectators, one particular observer watched the duel with unusually sharp attention. His gaze stayed locked on both fighters, following every shift in their footing and every flick of their blades without missing a thing. Just as expected of Zeke Draker, he thought. The boy truly deserved his reputation as the greatest genius on the continent. Every step he took, every adjustment of his stance, and every slash of his sword revealed astonishing mastery. At the same time, Helen's performance left him equally impressed. While watching her trade strikes with Zeke, he searched through his memories for the name she had used while disguised. Erin Sabrina, he recalled at last, narrowing his eyes as the false name returned to him. He had never known a female knight with this level of skill besides Reyna Draker. Yet Helen was standing there on a thin rope hanging high above the ground, matching Zeke blow for blow, without giving up even a single opening. The sight went far beyond anything he had expected from her. Out on the rope, Zeke was thinking much the same thing. Helen's ability was no joke. Every attack she sent at him landed with terrifying precision, and every defense she raised was nearly flawless. He finally understood that she had not been exaggerating when she asked him to measure his skills against hers. Zeke's expression slowly hardened as his focus deepened. Since their fight had reached this point, he decided there was no reason to hold back anymore. Mana immediately began pouring into his sword, making the blade hum softly as energy gathered around it. He activated his dragon-slaying arts, ready to release a devastating technique. But before Zeke could unleash the attack, the instructor stepped forward and raised his voice over the arena, declaring that the second round of the competition had officially ended. The announcement stopped the fight at once. Zeke and Helen froze where they stood, silent for a brief moment as the pressure between them slowly dissolved. Then, with the arena's tension fading away, both competitors lowered their weapons. The instructor continued by announcing that the third round would begin with all of the participants who were still standing after the previous matches. Zeke let out a quiet breath and turned his eyes toward Helen. "Since this round is over, I suppose we'll meet again in the next one," he said calmly. Helen did not answer him right away. She simply stood there in silence, staring at him for a moment. Then Zeke suddenly spoke the name she had been hiding. Helen Draker. The second those words left his mouth, Helen's expression changed completely. Her eyes widened in shock as she realized Zeke had recognized her identity from the very beginning. Seeing her stunned reaction, Zeke casually lifted a hand and told her that they were still siblings, so naturally he should know what she looked like. But inwardly, he knew that was not the whole truth. Like everyone else, he normally would not have recognized her either. The only reason he knew her face was because he had seen her portrait in his previous life. Helen remained wordless. Having her disguise exposed by Zeke had left her completely speechless for the moment. Her gaze lowered slowly, and after a short pause, she turned her back to him. "I'll see you in the next round," Helen said quietly. Then, without waiting for another response, she walked away from the arena. Once the second round came to an end, Zeke sat at a table with Sir Farrell and Lady Catherine to discuss how the next stage of the competition would work. Felix and Liam stood nearby, listening carefully to every word without interrupting. After the discussion went on for a while, Zeke finally summed it up by saying that the third round would be conducted in a tournament format. Lady Catherine smiled and gave an approving nod. "Starting from the third round, the public will be watching," she explained. "Using a tournament format and increasing the number of matches will be excellent for publicity." Sir Farrell nodded as well before adding his own confident opinion. "And I will personally decide the final champion, so the arrangement is perfect," he said. Then Sir Farrell broke into a grin. After all, nobody here would be able to defeat Zeke in a one-on-one match. As far as he was concerned, the championship was practically already Zeke's. But Lady Catherine immediately warned him not to become too confident. "There is one important rule for that match," she said, her expression turning noticeably more serious. "Aura will be forbidden during the next round." The mood around the table changed instantly. Lady Catherine continued, making the meaning clear. Zeke would have to fight using nothing but his own physical strength. Sir Farrell shot up from his chair the moment he heard that. "What?" he shouted, staring at Catherine as if he could not believe what she had just said. He questioned whether the rule was really true because it was an absurdly harsh restriction. Zeke, on the other hand, stayed composed. He simply told Sir Farrell to settle down and assured him that it would be fine. A faint, confident smile touched Zeke's face. "Even without aura," Zeke said with steady confidence, "the swordsmanship I've spent all this time refining is still mine." His eyes held no trace of doubt as he declared that he would win anyway. Sir Farrell could only look back at him with concern still written across his face. Although Zeke sounded completely certain of himself, Sir Farrell could not stop worrying about what awaited him. Suddenly, he grabbed Zeke's hand with renewed enthusiasm. "I'll train you even harder until the tournament begins," he declared. "Leave everything to me." Zeke gave him an awkward nod, though inwardly, he still could not get used to the occasional bursts of excitement Sir Farrell showed. Afterward, Zeke made his way toward the pharmaceutical company. Before long, he arrived at the building and headed inside. Waiting within the company was Zeke's master, Painoon. As soon as they met, Painoon and Zeke exchanged greetings. Once that was done, Zeke asked his master whether he had managed to settle into his new surroundings. Painoon nodded honestly. "I was a little overwhelmed when I suddenly had to take on such a large responsibility," he admitted. "But I've been learning and working hard, so I won't become a burden." Painoon had been appointed president of the pharmaceutical company Zeke had been preparing. Still, Painoon's position mainly dealt with the company's public-facing affairs. The real work behind the scenes was being handled by someone else entirely. As Zeke's eyes traveled across the room, they eventually landed on a person sprawled lazily across a table. That person was Kay, the syndicate's new boss. She had stretched herself across the table as if it were her own private bed. The moment she noticed Zeke, she greeted him through a long, sleepy yawn. Kay asked Zeke how he had managed to find time to visit when he should have been occupied with the martial arts competition. Zeke immediately reminded her that she was the one who had sent him an urgent message. He then asked why she had called him here in such a hurry. "It can't just be because there's too much paperwork," he added. Kay gave a small nod. "That is a problem," she admitted. But that's not the reason I asked you to come. Zeke's expression became more alert as he asked whether something had happened on the cartel's side. Kay shook her head and told him that was not the issue. Then Kay lifted a finger and pointed directly at Zeke. "You're the problem," she said plainly. Zeke was left stunned for a brief moment. Kay began explaining with a much more serious look on her face. Both the Imperial Intelligence Bureau and the Draker Black Stage were currently investigating activity in the south. The Imperial Intelligence Bureau was searching for the side responsible for destroying the Pabella cartel's camp. Meanwhile, the Draker Order of the Black Knights was trying to find the person who had killed Don Juan. Hearing that information, Zeke fell into deep thought. He already had a fairly good idea why the Imperial Intelligence Bureau might be searching for him. He suspected it was connected to Cain Zimmons Constantinus. After all, Zeke had killed Cain and taken the magic armor for himself. That alone gave the Intelligence Bureau more than enough reason to begin tracking him down. At the same time, Zeke could not help wondering why the Order of the Black Knights was involved as well. Seeing him lost in thought, Kay casually waved a hand. "You don't need to waste time wondering why the Order of the Black Knights is after you," she told him. "That's simply the kind of organization they are." Kay then casually asked whether Zeke wanted her to tell Simon to eliminate every source that might be leaking information. Her relaxed tone while talking about murder made Painoon visibly tremble, and he looked frightened just from hearing the conversation. Zeke immediately shook his head. "We're not the cartel," he said. "We don't need to kill everyone who starts investigating us." Kay merely gave a careless shrug in response. Zeke soon changed the subject and asked about the Black Yaksha. "Is he adapting well in the south?" Kay nodded before answering that he was actually the one who had brought them this information. "Maybe it's because he used to belong to the Intelligence Bureau," Kay said. "He's extremely sensitive to Imperial movements." A faint grin appeared on her face as she added that Simon liked him because he was especially good at his work. Hearing that, Zeke decided it was fortunate that he had not killed the Black Yaksha back then. Kay stretched her body lightly before speaking again. "There's one more problem." Zeke immediately asked what had happened this time. Kay explained that there had been trouble involving the alchemists they had recently hired. Zeke frowned, unable to understand what kind of issue could have arisen. Before Kay could explain any further, Painoon stepped in. "We hired them to develop a new drug using soma," he said, letting out a troubled sigh. "But some time ago they suddenly went on strike and completely stopped their research." Zeke blinked in surprise and asked whether there was a way to persuade them to start working again. Painoon shook his head with clear frustration on his face. "We already tried," he said, "but those two are incredibly difficult to handle." Without warning, an old memory suddenly flashed through Zeke's mind, making his eyes widen ever so slightly. He turned his gaze toward Painoon and asked, "Don't tell me those two alchemists are twins?" Painoon froze in obvious surprise before staring back at him. "How could you possibly know that?" he asked. A slow, knowing smile spread across Zeke's face as the answer confirmed everything in his mind. So it really was them, the same pair of gifted but endlessly troublesome alchemists he remembered all too well. They were Al and Jeff, the infamous twin brothers whose extraordinary talent in alchemy was matched only by the chaos they always seemed to bring with them. Back in Zeke's previous life, the rose disease spread across the continent like a nightmare no one could stop. As the infection reached city after city, countless innocent people fell victim to it and lost their lives. Panic swallowed entire regions as the strange disease kept taking new victims one after another. Families watched their loved ones disappear. Cities slipped into confusion, and fear raced through the streets even faster than the illness itself. There was no cure, no clear answer, and no one capable of creating a remedy. So little by little, the whole continent sank deeper into chaos. The greatest physicians, scholars, and alchemists all threw themselves into finding a solution, but every attempt ended the same way: failure. Then, just when it seemed like the world had run out of hope completely, two brilliant young alchemist brothers suddenly stepped into the spotlight. Those twin brothers, Al and Jeff, possessed a level of talent that people had never witnessed before. Through countless experiments, relentless effort, and sheer brilliance, they finally created a remedy for the rose disease. Because of Al and Jeff, the illness was no longer seen as an unavoidable death sentence. Their discovery became one of the greatest miracles of that era, saving endless lives and keeping the continent from falling even further into despair. Hearing the names of those two brothers caught Zeke completely off guard. For a brief moment, his mind drifted back to memories from his previous life. What surprised him most was not simply that the twins had managed to create a cure, it was the fact that Al and Jeff had released the formula for the remedy to everyone without asking for a single coin. They had never hidden their discovery away for money, power, or fame. Instead, they made the formula available to anyone who needed it. That was the only reason Zeke had been able to teach Melissa how to make the remedy in the first place. Remembering that, he felt a small but genuine sense of respect for the brothers. Still, he quickly pushed those thoughts aside, turned back toward Fanon, and asked, "What exactly are they demanding with this strike?" Fanon answered without delay. "They submitted a request list for alchemy ingredients." He paused for a moment, his face growing darker before he continued. "But most of the materials have little to do with the new drug research, and the costs are absurdly high. So I reduced their purchasing budget, and they immediately went on strike. Zeke did not waste even a second thinking it over. Give them everything they asked for, he ordered. Fanon blinked at him in surprise, clearly caught off guard by the response. Are you certain? He asked carefully. Those ingredients are extremely expensive. Zeke turned around and stared straight at Fanon. I'm certain, he replied in a firm, unwavering voice. For now, provide them with everything you possibly can. His tone made it clear that there was no room for debate. Then Zeke added one more order, and send them a message. Tell them they need to finish the new drug using Soma as soon as possible. Just as Zeke was about to leave, his steps suddenly stopped. The air around him seemed to grow heavier, and he slowly turned back toward Fanon and Kay. Then, in a cold voice that sent a chill down both of their spines, he said, Tell them that if they still can't give me a proper result, I'll go find them myself. The words themselves were simple, but the pressure behind them was terrifying. Fanon and Kay visibly stiffened, then hurriedly accepted the command. Yes, understood. The scene shifted to a massive arena overflowing with spectators. Every section of the stands was packed with people who had come from all corners of the kingdom, their excited chatter rolling through the stadium as they waited for the next fights to begin. The atmosphere was energetic, but beneath all that excitement was a sharp tension. In the center of the arena stood the final 8 participants of the third round, each of them having already proven they were strong enough to reach this stage. Standing before the 8 knights was Gareth Draker, his imposing presence drawing every eye in the arena. He looked across the remaining competitors and asked, Is everyone ready? When no one objected, he raised his voice and continued. This round will be a tournament-style duel between the 8 knights. The moment those words echoed through the arena, the crowd exploded into loud cheers. Gareth lifted his voice even higher and announced, The first match will be between Felix Valencia and Morton Heroes. As the announcement rang across the arena, Felix stepped forward from the group and moved toward the battlefield. Trying to give Felix a little extra motivation, Zeke looked over at him and said, If you lose, you'll be going into isolated training. Felix immediately puffed himself up, trying his best to look fearless. I got it, master, he answered with confidence. Even though Felix acted tough, the threat of isolated training had clearly lit a fire under him. He turned his attention toward Morton and carefully sized up his opponent. From Morton's build, posture, and overall presence, Felix quickly guessed that the man was a vassal of the Zimmons family. At the same time, Morton was studying Felix as well, but his expression was filled with confusion. He had never heard the name Felix Valencia before, so how had someone completely unknown managed to reach the quarterfinals? That question kept circling in his mind. Then, without any further delay, the instructor loudly announced the start of the match. The instant the signal was given, Morton shot forward toward Felix. He swung his sword with full force and shouted, I'll end this quickly. His blade tore through the air with enough power to make the crowd tense up. But at the final possible moment, Felix slipped aside with ease. Morton's eyes widened in shock. Felix had dodged the strike without even taking a single step backward. The spectators reacted with startled murmurs, while Morton's face quickly darkened. His anger rose and the careless confidence in his eyes disappeared. At that point, he finally understood that Felix was not some lucky nobody. The boy actually had real skill. Not wanting to give Felix any breathing room, Morton started swinging his sword again and again. One heavy strike chased the next in a furious barrage, his blade flashing non-stop as he tried to crush Felix through pure aggression. Yet every time, Felix dodged at the very last instant with unbelievable precision. No sweat appeared on his forehead, no panic touched his expression, and not a single movement was wasted. After watching Morton's attacks fail over and over again, Felix finally broke into a relaxed smile. I got nervous for nothing, he said. Then he looked straight at Morton and added with a mocking grin, You're actually pretty bad. Morton's face instantly turned red with rage, and the crowd could practically imagine steam rising from his head. Before Morton could even launch another attack, Felix suddenly moved. He stepped forward in one sharp motion and drove a brutal kick straight into Morton's stomach. I'll wrap this up, Felix said. Then came a deafening boom as the force of that kick exploded through the arena. Morton was blasted backward like a cannonball. His body flew across the arena and slammed into the wall with tremendous force, sending dust, broken fragments, and debris bursting into the air around him. Cracks raced across the wall behind Morton's body. For a brief moment, the entire arena fell completely silent as everyone stared at the impact. Then the instructor raised his voice and announced, Morton Heroes has left the stadium. The winner is Felix Valencia. The silence instantly shattered as the crowd burst into cheers. Felix smiled brightly and let out a relieved breath. Looks like I won't have to do isolated training now. His expression was so openly relieved that several spectators nearby started laughing. After a short pause, Gareth Draker stepped forward once again and announced the next battle. The next match will be between Liam Stone and Rianne Draker. Both participants entered the arena and took their places across from each other. Liam offered Rianne a respectful smile and said, Good luck! Rianne gave no reply, simply lowering her body and settling into a ready stance. The match began. The moment the signal sounded, Rianne burst toward Liam with explosive speed. Liam quickly raised his sword to meet her charge, and their blades collided with a loud clang. Sparks scattered from the impact, and the force of Rianne's strike pushed Liam backward across the arena floor. Rianne did not give him even the smallest chance to recover. Before Liam could regain his footing, she pressed forward again and continued attacking without mercy. Her strikes kept coming one after another, forcing Liam to block and dodge however he could. He managed to defend himself for the moment, but it was obvious from his strained movements that he was having trouble keeping pace with her relentless pressure. The moment Liam spotted what looked like an opening, he gathered all his strength and swung his sword forward, but Rianne calmly blocked the attack with ease, stopping his full power strike as though it carried no real threat. From the corner of the arena, Zeke watched the battle closely. In this competition, every participant had to rely on swordsmanship and physical strength alone. Aura was strictly prohibited, so no one could use it to gain an advantage. Liam had long reach and impressive flexibility, allowing him to launch attacks from many different angles without warning. Rianne, on the other hand, fought by making full use of the elasticity and explosive movement of her body. As Zeke continued watching their exchange, he noticed something important. On the surface, the fight looked evenly matched, but in reality, the balance between them was not equal at all. He could clearly see that Rianne's applied arts were slowly being put into place. Nothing she did was random. Every step, every attack, and every shift in her movement was quietly building toward a larger purpose. And Rianne suddenly dashed toward Liam again, this time moving with even greater speed than before. Her burst of acceleration was so sudden that even Liam's eyes widened in shock. In the next instant, her attack landed. A massive cloud of dust exploded across the arena floor, hiding both fighters from view. The spectators immediately leaned forward, trying to see what had happened inside the dust. Slowly, the dust began to settle and the arena came back into view. As the haze cleared, everyone finally saw the result. Liam was down on one knee on the ground. Rianne stood over him with her sword resting against his neck. There was no need for anyone to explain the result. The winner was Rianne Draker. The instructor announced the outcome loudly, and cheers immediately echoed throughout the stadium from every direction. Seeing how the battle ended, Zeke smiled to himself. In the end, Rianne, the Lightning Knight, was still every bit the genius he remembered. Before Zeke could think any further, Felix suddenly rushed over to him with excitement written all over his face. "Master," Felix called out, "since Liam lost, does that mean he's going into isolated training?" The very next moment, bonk. Felix was sitting on the ground with both hands clutching his head. A huge bump had already risen where he had been hit, and the nearby spectators could not hold back their laughter. Ignoring Felix's complaints completely, the instructor announced the third match. The next battle will be between Zeke Draker and Owen Zimmons. The arena immediately stirred with excitement. As whispers spread through the stands, both competitors stepped onto the battlefield. As they faced one another, Owen spoke first. "So we finally meet in the arena." A confident smile formed across his face as he looked at Zeke. Then he continued, "I'll show you that brutish strength means nothing in front of strategy." Zeke's expression darkened as soon as he heard that. He stared directly at Owen and asked, "Are you talking about banning everyone else from using aura while secretly bringing in a magic spear?" The moment Zeke's words left his mouth, Owen froze in place. His eyes widened as his hidden secret was exposed right in front of the entire arena. Shock and humiliation appeared on his face at the same time. He could not understand how Zeke had discovered the truth about the magic spear. Around them, the spectators immediately began whispering to one another, and the atmosphere in the arena turned strangely tense. Owen desperately tried to make sense of what had just happened, but Zeke gave him no chance to respond. "It doesn't matter," Zeke said calmly. His voice remained steady, and his confidence never wavered. "Because I'll win anyway." Then Zeke slowly lifted one hand and made a simple, open gesture toward Owen. It was a clear provocation. "Come at me," he said, keeping his eyes locked on his opponent. "So I can ruin you." Zeke stepped forward without the slightest hesitation and confidently told Owen that it did not matter what kind of trick he tried, because the result would remain exactly the same. Zeke would win. There was absolute certainty in his voice, as though the outcome had already been decided long before either of them ever set foot inside the arena. Then Zeke casually raised one hand and curled his fingers toward himself, openly provoking Owen to come at him. With an arrogant look on his face, he told Owen to attack so he could crush him right there. The bold challenge rang across the arena, immediately causing surprised spectators to turn toward one another and exchange startled glances. The moment those words reached him, Owen clenched his teeth and angrily cursed at Zeke. Rage twisted across his face as his fingers tightened around the shaft of his spear, yet beneath that furious expression, his thoughts were moving at full speed. He could not understand how Zeke had discovered the truth about his modified weapon. Owen had hidden that secret with extreme care, and even the powerful, experienced tournament officials had completely failed to notice anything unusual. The longer Owen turned the matter over in his mind, the more uncomfortable and suspicious he became. Eventually, another possibility crept into his thoughts, and he began wondering whether Zeke might have secretly used the exact same kind of tactic himself. After all, Owen could think of no other explanation for how Zeke had uncovered the truth so easily. While Owen remained frozen in place, hesitating instead of attacking, Zeke stared at him impatiently and asked what exactly he was doing just standing there without moving. A mocking expression spread across Zeke's face as he wondered aloud whether Owen had finally become such an idiot that he could no longer understand simple words. That insult struck directly at Owen's pride. His remaining restraint immediately snapped, veins bulging across his furious face as he once again began shouting curses at Zeke. Owen's patience was completely gone. Letting out an enraged roar, he suddenly exploded forward and drove the point of his spear straight towards Zeke at terrifying speed. The weapon tore through the air like a flash of lightning, closing the distance in an instant, yet even with the spear racing directly toward him, Zeke remained completely calm and showed no sign of fear. As the spearhead came closer and closer to his face, Zeke finally moved. With one casual sweep of his sword, he knocked the incoming attack aside with almost ridiculous ease. His movement was so smooth and effortless that it looked as though he had barely used any strength at all. Owen stared at him in complete shock. A bead of sweat rolled down his face while disbelief filled his widened eyes. Zeke simply smiled and told him that, at this point, the modified weapon was practically no different from using aura. His voice even carried a trace of disappointment, as though Owen's carefully hidden trick had turned out to be far less impressive than he had expected. Then, without giving Owen even a moment to recover, Zeke swung his sword directly at him. Owen reacted quickly enough to raise his spear and block, but the power behind Zeke's strike was overwhelming. The impact violently shook Owen's entire body, and before he could stabilize himself, he was blasted backward through the arena. Fear immediately flooded Owen's heart. His eyes widened as he desperately wondered what kind of monstrous strength Zeke possessed. He had expected this match to be difficult, but what he was experiencing was far beyond anything he had imagined. Unfortunately, Zeke gave him no chance to process it. The instant Owen was sent flying backward, Zeke rushed after him, his body blurring across the arena floor before suddenly appearing right in front of him. Then, with all his strength, Zeke drove a fist straight into Owen's face. Bang! The brutal impact thundered across the entire arena. Owen crashed onto the arena floor and continued sliding backward under the force of the blow. Dust billowed around him as his body scraped across the hard ground. Agonizing pain exploded through his head, and his vision immediately became hazy and distorted. Before Owen could even begin pushing himself back to his feet, a dark shadow suddenly fell across his body. Slowly lifting his head, he looked upward and found Zeke already standing directly above him. Looking down at him, Zeke calmly remarked that Owen had really chosen a terrible day to pick a fight with him. Then Zeke slowly began cracking his knuckles one by one. The sharp sounds alone were enough to drain the color from Owen's face. In a threatening voice, Zeke told Owen that with all these people watching, he was going to show everyone exactly how pathetic Owen truly was. A sinister smile gradually spread across Zeke's face, as he asked whether that was not a perfectly fair price for trying to win through dirty tricks. Owen's face turned completely pale beneath Zeke's terrifying stare, and only then did he finally understand just how badly he had miscalculated. Sometime later, Owen was carried out of the arena on a stretcher. Zeke had beaten his face until it was covered in blue bruises, and foam was spilling from Owen's mouth as he lay there unconscious and utterly miserable. The same man who had entered the arena overflowing with confidence was now being carried away in complete defeat. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, repeatedly shouting Zeke's name. Many spectators had expected a fierce battle, but almost nobody had imagined the match would end in such a brutally one-sided fashion. As Zeke stepped down from the arena, he could not help wondering why Owen had gone through all the trouble of using dirty tricks when he had never stood a chance against him in the first place. However, Zeke's thoughts were suddenly interrupted when something nearby caught his attention. His eyes shifted to a bench not far away, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. His two subordinates, Liam and Felix, were sitting there together, yet both of them looked unusually gloomy. Zeke could understand why Liam was depressed after losing his match, but Felix's miserable expression made no sense to him, so he directly asked what was wrong. Felix let out a heavy sigh before answering that his next opponent was Aline Sabrina. The moment that name left his mouth, his shoulders seemed to sink even lower, making his lack of confidence painfully obvious. With his head lowered, Felix asked how he was possibly supposed to defeat someone who had once fought evenly against Zeke. That battle was still fresh in everyone's memory, and from Felix's perspective, the gap between them seemed almost impossible to overcome. Hearing this, Zeke immediately tried to shake him out of his despair. He asked why Felix was worrying so much and told him to enter the arena and show everything he was capable of. Then Zeke added that if Felix held back simply because he had already convinced himself he would lose, Zeke would personally throw him straight into closed-door training. Felix immediately looked at his master in disbelief and demanded to know why the situation was suddenly being handled that way. When Liam had lost his match, Zeke had not threatened to send him into closed-door training, yet somehow Felix was being treated differently. With obvious frustration, Felix accused Zeke of showing favoritism, while Liam quietly turned his gaze away with an awkward expression. Zeke did not bother arguing. He simply turned around and started walking away, casually waving one hand without even looking back. Before leaving, he told Felix that he would see him in the semifinals. A large bump appeared on Felix's head as he clenched his fist in frustration and wished Zeke's retreating figure good luck, though the look on his face made it perfectly clear that he was still deeply dissatisfied with his master's unfair treatment. Time continued to pass, and before long the tournament finally advanced to the semifinals. Zeke's next opponent was none other than Rianne Draker. The instant the matchup was announced, excitement swept through the audience because everyone understood that this battle was likely to become one of the tournament's greatest highlights. Zeke stepped into the arena, where Rianne was already standing and waiting for him. The audience immediately began cheering loudly for Rianne. Wave after wave of support rolled through the stands, filling the arena with her name. Yet despite the overwhelming enthusiasm surrounding her, Rianne's face remained completely calm and emotionless. A gentle wind drifted across the arena as the two competitors stood opposite one another. For several quiet moments, neither Zeke nor Rianne said a word. They simply remained where they were, staring silently at the opponent standing before them. Zeke was the first to break the silence. Looking at Rianne, he asked whether this was their first real fight since the cradle evaluation. Rianne gave a slight nod before calmly replying that things would be different this time. There was not even the smallest trace of hesitation in her voice, only firm, unwavering determination. Rianne then settled into her fighting stance and tightened both hands around her sword. With absolute resolve, she told Zeke that she had prepared thoroughly for this exact moment. For a long time, she had been waiting for another opportunity to stand across from him in battle. Zeke also reached for his sword, gripping the weapon, as a smile appeared on his face. He told her that he would give the fight everything he had as well. Their eyes locked across the arena, and the atmosphere around them instantly became heavy with tension. Both warriors were fully prepared for the showdown ahead. Then, almost at the exact same moment, they moved. The instant their swords collided, a powerful wave of energy burst outward across the arena. Brilliant sparks exploded from the point of impact and scattered through the air like countless glowing stars. The sheer force created by that first clash was enough to make many spectators gasp in astonishment. As their blades remained crossed, Zeke found himself genuinely surprised. He immediately wondered what had happened to Rianne today, because the look in her eyes was completely different from when she had fought Liam. A fierce intensity burned within them now, along with a determination that seemed strong enough to break through any obstacle in her path. Rianne told Zeke that she had been waiting for the day when she could finally fight him again, and this time, she fully intended to defeat him. The moment she finished speaking, she swung her sword with tremendous force. Zeke successfully blocked the strike, but even while defending, the impact pushed him several meters backward. His feet tore across the arena floor, leaving cracks in the ground as he was forced back. Yet rather than becoming worried by Rianne's strength, Zeke's expression slowly transformed into an excited smile. Deep inside, he could not help thinking that this was finally the kind of fight worth having. Meanwhile, Gareth Draker, the man responsible for overseeing the tournament, watched the battle closely from his seat. As he studied Rianne's performance, he realized that everything he had heard about her was true. She was fearless, fiercely competitive, and relentlessly driven, and now Gareth had personally confirmed every one of those qualities with his own eyes. Back inside the arena, Rianne refused to slow down for even a moment. She continued pressing Zeke with relentless force, launching one attack after another and keeping him under constant pressure. For a time, the sheer intensity of her offensive seemed to toss Zeke around the battlefield as he struggled against the continuous barrage. With Rianne's attacks pouring toward him without pause, Zeke was forced to focus almost entirely on blocking and protecting himself. Every single strike carried tremendous power, while every movement pushed Rianne's body closer and closer to its physical limit. At the same time, Rianne was forcing herself far beyond what she could normally endure. Deep inside her mind, one thought continued driving her forward. As someone praised as one of the greatest talents of the next generation of Drakers, she viewed defeat as an unbearable humiliation. She refused to accept another loss. More than anything, she refused to be defeated by Zeke again. Gareth Draker's attention gradually shifted from Rianne toward Zeke. There was no question that Rianne was extraordinary. The problem was simply the identity of the opponent standing before her. Zeke Draker was a genius who might appear only once in history, and no matter how brilliant Rianne herself was, the mountain she was trying to overcome was simply far too high. As the battle continued, Rianne gradually began approaching her physical limit. Zeke, however, only smiled more broadly. He openly praised her and said that after exchanging only a handful of blows, he could already tell just how brutally hard she had trained. The amount of improvement she had achieved was impossible to miss. Zeke acknowledged that all of Rianne's effort was undeniable, but then his expression sharpened, and he reminded her of one important fact. During all that time, he had not exactly been sitting around doing nothing either. In the very next moment, the aura surrounding Zeke suddenly changed. Without hesitation, he unleashed his Dragon Slayer technique, Gale-style Sky Cleaver. The instant the technique erupted, a tremendous force burst outward and drove Rianne backward. Her eyes widened as the overwhelming pressure crashed against her. Then, with everything coming down to one final exchange, Zeke and Rianne charged directly toward each other. The entire crowd held its breath as the two closed the distance. Their blades crossed for the final time, and for one brief instant, It felt as though the entire world had stopped moving. Complete silence fell across the arena. Then came a sharp crack. Rian's sword suddenly shattered into countless fragments. Pieces of the broken blade spun through the air, glittering beneath the sunlight before raining down onto the arena floor. Zeke slowly lowered his own sword and calmly told her that it had been a good fight. For several stunned moments, nobody in the arena said a single word. Then the silence shattered all at once as the crowd exploded with excitement, and thunderous cheers rolled through the entire tournament grounds. Rian remained kneeling on the ground, her hand tightening around what remained of her broken sword. Rather than allowing the defeat to crush her spirit, she strengthened her resolve and firmly declared that the next time they fought, she would never lose again. Hearing those determined words, Zeke simply smiled at her. Then he calmly replied that he would be looking forward to the day when that next battle finally came. Afterward, Zeke turned his attention away from his own arena and looked toward the neighboring battlefield where Felix and Aline Sabrina had been fighting their match. By then, Zeke could no longer clearly see what was happening inside that arena. However, judging from the enormous cheers erupting from that direction, he immediately understood that the battle had already come to an end. A moment later, an announcement echoed throughout the tournament grounds, officially confirming that the match was over. The winner was Aline Sabrina. As soon as her victory was declared, another powerful wave of applause rose from the surrounding crowd. When everyone turned their attention toward the neighboring arena, Felix could be seen lying completely unconscious on the ground. Standing in front of his fallen body was Aline Sabrina, her posture still calm, steady, and perfectly composed after the battle. Then Aline Sabrina slowly turned her head toward Zeke's arena. Across the distance, her crimson-red eyes found him and locked directly onto his figure. There was unmistakable anticipation burning within that gaze. Even before the final match had begun, she was already eagerly looking forward to facing Zeke herself. Following the brutal fight, Felix Valencia was carried into the infirmary and placed under immediate care. Thick bandages covered several injured parts of his body, and even though he had finally regained consciousness, the lingering fatigue was still written all over his pale face. The battle had forced him far beyond his normal limits, and the damage left behind made that painfully obvious. When Zeke came to visit, he stopped beside the bed and calmly asked Felix how he was feeling. Felix could not bring himself to meet Zeke's eyes. Lowering his head with a deeply ashamed expression, he apologized to his master and admitted that he had suffered a complete and undeniable defeat. Zeke only gave him a small, reassuring smile, thinking that Felix was being far too hard on himself. He had already heard every detail of the match from Liam Stone, who had stood close enough to observe the entire battle and witness every attack, counterattack, and desperate exchange from beginning to end. According to Liam, there was no question that Felix had been thoroughly defeated. The difference between the two fighters had eventually become overwhelming, and Felix had even lost consciousness before the semi-final match officially reached its conclusion. Even so, the final result was not what people remembered most. Everyone who had witnessed the semi-final agreed that Felix had fought exceptionally well, pushing himself so relentlessly that even Helen Draker's sword was visibly trembling once the battle ended. Although Helen had claimed victory, Felix had forced her into a far more difficult fight than anyone in the arena had anticipated. His stubborn determination, incredible endurance, and absolute refusal to surrender had left a powerful impression on every person who watched him stand his ground. Then, while standing alone in the center of the arena beneath the eyes of countless spectators, the mysterious woman made a revelation no one had expected. In a clear voice, she declared that Aline Sabrina was not her real name. The instant those words crossed her lips, the roaring venue abruptly fell into complete silence. Without wavering beneath the stunned gazes surrounding her, she revealed her true identity to the entire arena. Her real name was Helen Draker. She was a direct descendant of the Draker household, a pure-blooded Awakened One, and one of the family's elite Blue Knights. As the weight of that identity sank in, unrest swept through the stands. The spectators stared at her in disbelief, unable to accept that such an important figure had been competing before them under another name. Shock spread from one end of the arena to the other, as the spectators began whispering excitedly among themselves. One person shouted that she was the legendary Steel Knight who had wiped out every outlaw in the central region. Another cried out that the faceless warrior who had concealed her appearance for so long had secretly entered the tournament. For many of them, the truth was almost impossible to believe. The mysterious knight whose achievements had become famous across the continent had been fighting directly in front of their eyes the entire time. Helen then raised her voice and declared that she, Helen Draker, intended to fight with everything she possessed in the upcoming final. Her words carried clearly across the vast arena, firm and completely free of hesitation. She followed that declaration by formally asking the organizers to reconsider the tournament rule that prohibited the use of aura. The moment the crowd heard her request, thunderous cheers erupted from every direction. The spectators eagerly supported her, desperate to witness a final where neither warrior would be forced to hold back. They wanted to see both finalists unleash their true power and discover which of the tournament's strongest fighters genuinely deserved to stand at the very top. After hearing everything that had unfolded in the arena, Zeke quickly understood why aura had ultimately been permitted during the final match. The overwhelming pressure of public opinion had left the organizers with little choice but to give in to the demands of thousands of excited spectators. Until then, Zeke had assumed the Steel Knight was nothing more than a strict and inflexible warrior. Yet Helen had revealed an unexpectedly calculating side. With only a few carefully chosen words, she had seized the crowd's support and maneuvered the organizers into granting exactly what she wanted. While Zeke remained absorbed in those thoughts, Felix's voice suddenly pulled him back to the infirmary. Still lying beneath his bandages, the injured young man called out to his master. Felix cried out with obvious frustration, demanding to know whether Zeke was truly planning to make him undergo closed-door training after all this. The misery and disappointment spread across Felix's face so openly that Zeke almost burst out laughing. For a brief moment, he even wondered whether he should show his wounded disciple a little more kindness. Before long, however, the long-awaited final day of the competition finally arrived. Excitement had consumed the entire city, and from early morning onward, enormous crowds flooded the streets surrounding the arena. Everyone wanted to witness the decisive battle with their own eyes. By the time the match was ready to begin, Zeke and Helen stood face-to-face on opposite sides of the arena floor. Once both finalists were in position, the instructor stepped forward and loudly announced the beginning of the tournament final, his booming voice carrying through every corner of the massive venue. The spectators' deafening cheers slowly faded as every pair of eyes turned toward the arena. From a high platform overlooking the battlefield, Gareth Draker rose and addressed the crowd. Before the final could begin, he announced that, because this was the tournament's decisive match, an especially distinguished guest had come to join them. Curiosity immediately rippled through the audience. Countless spectators twisted around in their seats, directing their attention toward the arena entrance. Gareth Draker also turned his gaze to the side, and a moment later, a solitary figure emerged from the passageway and walked into view. The instant the man appeared, a heavy and suffocating presence settled over the entire venue. Gareth Draker formally introduced him as the head of the Draker household, Arthur Draker. At once, the crowd exploded into startled commotion. Numerous spectators leaped to their feet, while others rubbed their eyes as though they could not trust what they were seeing. Arthur was a man who almost never appeared before the public, yet he had personally come all the way to the arena to witness this final battle. The sight of Arthur immediately provoked a fierce reaction from Rufus Agamemnon, Zeke's maternal grandfather. His expression darkened and undisguised hostility flashed across his face the moment their eyes met. Sensing that Rufus might cause a scene, the people seated beside him hurriedly tried to calm him down and keep him from acting on his anger. Once the unrest in the stands had settled enough for him to continue, Arthur Draker stepped forward and announced that he would personally introduce the two warriors competing in the final. On one side stood the youngest Blue Knight on the continent, Zeke Draker. Opposite him stood the renowned Steel Knight, Helen Draker. The moment their names were announced, the arena erupted with deafening applause and cheers. Yet neither finalist paid any attention to the crowd. They stared directly at one another, steadily releasing pressure into the space between them. Neither intended to retreat, and neither was willing to look away. Their gazes locked at the center of the arena as an invisible tension stretched tighter and tighter around them. As the crowd examined the weapon resting in Helen's hand, several experienced spectators suddenly recognized its distinctive shape. One person shouted in disbelief, asking whether it was truly Dragon Buster, the famous sword of the Steel Knight. It was the very weapon Arthur Draker had personally presented to Helen when she first became a Blue Knight. Once the sword's identity spread through the stands, the audience became even more excited. Dragon Buster was already celebrated across the continent, a legendary weapon connected to countless victories and extraordinary achievements. Standing across the arena from him, Helen called out to Zeke, keeping her sword ready at her side. She said she had heard that the man who challenged her in the semifinals had been none other than Zeke's own squire. Helen openly praised Felix's performance, admitting that he had impressed her greatly. In fact, his strength and determination had made her even more curious about the true ability of the master he had chosen to serve. Zeke accepted the praise with a composed expression and politely thanked Helen for speaking so highly of his squire. Helen then lifted Dragon Buster high above her head and finally released her aura. Dark blue flames instantly wrapped themselves around the sword, twisting and dancing along the blade as a tremendous wave of energy spread outward. With the burning weapon raised before the crowd, she firmly declared that she would be the one to win today's final. Zeke faced the crushing pressure without taking so much as a single step backward. In response to Helen's confident declaration, he calmly warned her that the battle would not unfold as easily as she expected. Arthur Draker looked between the two finalists and instructed them to prepare themselves. Once both warriors had settled into position, he raised his voice and officially declared the start of the final match. The instant Arthur's declaration rang across the arena, the restrained tension exploded all at once. Zeke and Helen launched themselves forward at the exact same moment, neither showing the slightest trace of hesitation. Their bodies tore across the arena floor like arrows fired directly toward one another. Their swords collided violently in the center of the battlefield. Sparks burst outward from the crossed blades, and a deafening metallic explosion thundered through the arena, drowning out every other sound. Neither fighter gave way. Instead, Zeke and Helen poured even more aura into their locked weapons, causing the pressure between them to intensify dramatically. The arena floor groaned beneath their feet, and deep cracks began racing outward through the stone in every direction. The overwhelming force of that first collision left everyone watching completely stunned. Numerous spectators rose from their seats without even realizing it, staring wide-eyed at the destruction spreading across the arena. Some openly questioned how two people could release such terrifying pressure from a single exchange. The power generated by their opening clash had already surpassed what many believed even accomplished Blue Knights were capable of producing. Among those watching was Reyna Turun, whose eyes remained firmly fixed on the two fighters below. She reminded herself that if she truly intended to surpass the person standing ahead of her, she could not afford to lose focus for even a single heartbeat. With unwavering concentration, she studied every shift of their feet, every movement of their blades, and every subtle change in posture, refusing to miss even the smallest detail. Back in the arena, the tremendous force created by the collision finally drove both Zeke and Helen apart. Their feet tore across the already damaged stone as they slid backward, shattering more of the ground beneath them before they could regain control. Zeke recovered his balance almost instantly. Planting his feet firmly, he swept his sword forward and unleashed the Dragon Slayer art, true dragon sword technique. A massive wave of sword energy tore through the air, surging across the arena toward Helen with enough momentum to overwhelm anything standing in its path. Helen met the incoming attack without the slightest sign of panic. With one casual yet perfectly controlled swing of Dragon Buster, she cut directly through the rushing sword energy. Her movement contained no wasted motion, only simple, precise efficiency. The powerful attack split apart before her and vanished in an instant. However, the moment the sword energy disappeared, surprise flickered across Helen's face. Hidden behind the attack, numerous copies of Zeke were already charging toward her from different directions. In the blink of an eye, the arena seemed to fill with identical figures, leaving her unable to immediately determine which Zeke was real and which ones were illusions. Realizing that Zeke intended to overwhelm her with deceptive techniques, Helen tightened her grip and rotated her sword at extreme speed. The dark blue aura surrounding Dragon Buster flared outward, expanding violently around her as the blade became a spinning wall of destructive force. Helen then swung her sword in a wide, devastating arc, releasing a powerful wave of sword energy toward Zeke and every one of his clones. As the attack swept across the battlefield, she declared that tricks like those would never be enough to work against her. Several of Zeke's clones vanished immediately after being struck by the sweeping attack. For a brief moment, the spectators could only sit in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the strength displayed by both finalists. Then the entire arena erupted into wild cheers. The crowd could barely contain its excitement, having never witnessed Blue Knights fight with such astonishing power. Every new exchange exceeded the one before it, and every collision released enough force to make the massive arena tremble beneath them. Amid the roaring crowd, one man remained seated in complete silence. It was Duke Draker. Unlike the excited spectators surrounding him, Duke watched every exchange with a calm and carefully measuring gaze. Hearing the deafening uproar around the arena, he quietly remarked on the extraordinary commotion the two fighters had created. Duke's eyes gradually shifted away from the arena and toward Arthur. As he studied the head of the household, his thoughts returned to a conversation from the previous night, when he had asked Arthur what he believed would happen in tomorrow's final match. Arthur's answer had been characteristically cold and direct. Trying to predict which fighter would prevail was meaningless, he had said. Once the battle ended, the only thing that would matter was the identity of the winner. Remembering those words, Duke quietly observed that Arthur was not nearly as indifferent as he had pretended to be. Now that the match was unfolding before him, Arthur could no longer completely hide the faint smile on his face. Duke also noticed something else. It appeared Zeke had finally found himself a truly capable sponsoring family because the changes in the young knight's swordsmanship were far too obvious to overlook. As Duke continued examining Zeke's movements, he arrived at another important realization. The technique Zeke was currently displaying did not belong to the Dragon Slayer art. The rhythm, structure, and flow of his attacks were unmistakably different, making it clear that he had acquired an entirely separate form of swordsmanship. In the arena below, Zeke began drawing his aura inward while shifting into a new stance. The change was immediate and unmistakable. His posture, balance, and grip were completely different from before, confirming that he had moved into another sword style. Around him, the gathered aura steadily condensed along the length of his weapon. With a serious expression settling over his face, Zeke admitted that Helen's defense was exceptionally solid. Since breaking through it directly would not be easy, he told her that he intended to shake things up a little. Helen studied his unfamiliar stance with growing curiosity and asked what he was planning this time. She admitted that she had never encountered that swordsmanship before, then questioned whether Zeke had learned an additional sword style besides the Dragon Slayer art. A confident smile appeared on Zeke's face as he confirmed her suspicion. He explained that this particular sword style had been taught to him by the reliable family sponsoring him. Upon hearing his answer, the edge of Helen's lips lifted into a faint, intrigued smile. Zeke called Helen's name and warned her that the real excitement was about to begin. Helen answered his challenge with a smile of her own, tightening her grip around Dragon Buster. She declared that from this moment onward, she would also face him with every ounce of strength she possessed. At the same instant, both warriors unleashed the full force of their aura and charged straight toward one another. An enormous wave of pressure swept across the arena, making the air itself shudder beneath the power they released. Every spectator instinctively held their breath. The deafening cheers vanished as though cut off by an invisible blade, and the entire arena fell into absolute silence beneath the overwhelming presence of Zeke and Helen. Zeke suddenly lunged forward and brought his sword down on Helen with terrifying force, erasing the distance between them in a single explosive step. Yet at the very last possible instant, Helen twisted her blade into position and narrowly deflected the strike, forcing Zeke's sword away before it could connect cleanly. Without pausing for even a heartbeat, Zeke pulled his sword back and immediately followed with a lightning-fast thrust. The blade shot straight toward Helen, giving her barely any time to steady herself after blocking the previous attack. Helen managed to stop him once again, stubbornly holding her ground beneath the crushing pressure. Their blades slammed together with a violent metallic crash, sending brilliant sparks scattering across the arena as the echo of colliding steel rang through the air. Neither fighter gave way at first, each one pushing against the other and testing their limits. But Helen was clearly having the harder time. With every exchange, her movements grew heavier, and it became obvious that Zeke was steadily driving her closer to exhaustion. After trading one especially powerful blow, both fighters were thrown backward. Their boots scraped across the damaged floor as they created a small gap between them, quickly regaining their balance while keeping their weapons raised. For a brief moment, Zeke and Helen simply stared at one another, neither daring to lower their guard. As Helen studied the sword in his hand, one chilling thought settled in her mind. A single clean hit would be fatal. The pressure radiating from Zeke's blade alone told her that if even one of his attacks landed directly, the battle would end on the spot. Helen's expression hardened as she struggled to understand how Zeke had reached such an incredible level before her. No matter how she tried to make sense of it, she could hardly accept that someone once dismissed as inferior had grown this powerful. But after feeling his strength firsthand, she could no longer deceive herself. Zeke was strong, far stronger than she had ever believed, and there was no room left to deny it. Across from her, Zeke casually rested his sword against his shoulder and continued watching Helen in silence. Rather than rushing forward again, he remained perfectly composed, calmly waiting for her next attack as though he had already guessed exactly what she intended to do. Helen quickly realized that if the fight became a contest of stamina, she would inevitably lose. Each clash had drained more strength from Helen's body, while Zeke still appeared capable of fighting for much longer. She knew she had to end the match with one decisive move before the last of her energy disappeared. With that thought, Helen gathered every remaining drop of mana and poured it into her sword. A dense blue glow spread across the entire blade, growing brighter by the second. At the same time, black lightning began crackling around it, and violent waves of mana rolled outward through the arena. The moment Zeke saw what she was preparing, genuine surprise flashed across his face. He immediately recognized the technique Helen had chosen. But that shock lasted only an instant before the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. Instead of looking worried, he seemed almost excited to face it. Zeke calmly told Helen that he understood. She had clearly decided to bring the battle to an end, staking everything she had on one final strike. Helen's eyes sharpened even further as she warned him that she was coming. Her fierce expression made it clear that she had already cast aside every hesitation and fully committed herself to this last attack. A famous legend told of Tarakun Draker, the first Draker, splitting apart the enormous wall of a castle with a single swing of his sword. That astonishing feat had been passed down through generations as one of the greatest achievements in the history of House Draker. And now, as the spectators looked at the tremendous power gathering around Helen's blade, every one of them was reminded of that very tale. The immense concentration of mana and the destructive force swelling around her sword seemed worthy of the legendary strike itself. Helen finally moved. Pouring every last ounce of strength into her arms, she swung her sword and unleashed the Castle Slayer arts. The instant the strike left her blade, an enormous wave of destructive power erupted across the arena. The attack ripped through the ground as it charged toward Zeke, splitting the stone floor apart and hurling shattered chunks into the air without losing any momentum. Yet Zeke remained standing exactly where he was. Even with that terrifying force rushing directly at him, his expression stayed calm, and he openly praised the overwhelming strength behind Helen's final blow. Then Zeke began pouring his own mana into his sword. With complete confidence, he told Helen that it was now his turn to show her what he could do. A tremendous surge of energy immediately gathered around his blade as he focused all the strength he still possessed into a single decisive attack. Zeke lifted his sword straight above his head, and the blade began shining with a brilliant light. Streams of mana from throughout the arena seemed to bend toward him, as though the energy in the surrounding air were being dragged into his weapon. Even the spectators could feel the atmosphere changing, while power from every direction converged around Zeke's glowing sword. Echoing Helen's earlier declaration, Zeke fixed his gaze on her and calmly announced that he was coming. With every trace of his remaining strength gathered into the blade, Zeke unleashed the ultimate three-knock style of the true dragon swordplay and swung his sword with everything he had. The instant Zeke completed the swing, a massive torrent of sword energy exploded forward. As it tore through the arena, the attack transformed into the shape of an enormous water bird. Its magnificent body appeared to be formed entirely from compressed water and mana, while its vast wings spread wide as it surged directly toward Helen's oncoming strike with overwhelming force. Helen's eyes widened the moment she saw the gigantic water bird racing toward her. Complete disbelief crossed her face, because she had never imagined Zeke was capable of producing an attack on such a scale. Both the size and refinement of the technique surpassed everything she had expected from him. That instant, Helen remembered the words Carly Draker had once spoken. Carly had claimed that Zeke's sword possessed enough power to truly kill a dragon. Helen had heard those words before, but only now did she finally understand their meaning. Seeing the attack with her own eyes and feeling the terrifying pressure pouring from Zeke's blade, she could no longer doubt Carly's judgment. Zeke closed in almost instantly, his figure appearing before Helen faster than her eyes could properly follow as his sword drove toward her. Yet even while facing the certainty of defeat, one thought unexpectedly passed through Helen's mind. Zeke would become an enormous help to them. Someone with talent and strength of this level would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Just before their swords collided, Zeke looked directly at Helen and declared in a firm, serious voice that it was over. There was no arrogance in his words, only absolute confidence in the outcome. Helen could do nothing but stare at him in stunned silence. The moment she met his unwavering gaze, she understood that she had no move left that could change what was about to happen. Their blades finally met, and an enormous explosion swallowed the arena. The collision between their ultimate techniques released a deafening blast and sent a devastating shockwave racing in every direction. The ground trembled violently beneath the spectators as countless cracks spread through the arena floor. Dust, broken stone, and debris erupted high into the air, completely concealing both Zeke and Helen. With the entire battlefield buried beneath a thick cloud, no one could immediately tell which fighter had won. After several tense moments, the heavy cloud of dust slowly began to settle over the shattered arena. Throughout the stands, the crowd waited anxiously for the result. Not a single spectator spoke as every pair of eyes remained fixed on the center of the battlefield, desperate to see who was still standing. When the dust finally cleared, the result left countless spectators speechless. Zeke had won. He had defeated Helen Draker, the warrior known as the Steel Knight. In the center of the ruined arena, Zeke remained standing with his sword still held firmly in his hand, while Helen knelt before him in undeniable defeat. The difference between them could no longer be questioned. Looking up at him, Helen accepted the outcome and plainly admitted that she had lost. There was no reluctance or bitterness in Helen's voice as she acknowledged the result. She went on to tell Zeke that he was truly incredible and that she simply had not been able to defeat him. After personally experiencing the full weight of his power, she had no doubt left that he had surpassed her. Zeke answered her praise with a modest smile, claiming that he had only been lucky. Still trembling from the battle, Helen slowly forced herself back onto her feet. She remarked that Zeke remained humble right until the very end. Even after achieving such an astonishing victory, he showed no desire to boast about what he had accomplished. Helen's expression then became serious. She informed Zeke that Carly Draker had something important to tell him and would come to see him soon. Until then, he needed to wait for her. The weight in Helen's voice made it obvious that this was not a casual message. Zeke responded with an easy smile and told Helen that he understood. With that, Helen turned away from him. Before leaving the arena, she congratulated Zeke on his victory, then slowly walked off the battlefield while the crowd continued watching from the stands. From his elevated position above the arena, Arthur Draker, the patriarch of House Draker, rose and announced that the champion of this year's martial arts competition had finally been decided. His commanding voice swept across the entire stadium, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. Arthur formally declared that the winner was Zeke Draker. The moment the name left his mouth, another thunderous wave of cheers erupted from every corner of the arena as the spectators celebrated their new champion. Arthur then announced that Zeke would personally receive a medal from the patriarch himself. Standing below, Zeke raised his gaze toward his father and waited calmly as Arthur prepared to descend. Arthur eventually made his way down into the arena. Approaching Zeke before the watching crowd, he placed the championship medal around his son with his own hands. The crowd immediately erupted once more. Zeke stood at the center of the damaged arena as countless voices thundered through the stadium, celebrating the champion who had defeated every opponent placed before him. Arthur praised Zeke, telling him that he had carried out the mission remarkably well. Zeke, however, answered without pride, saying that he had merely followed the order he had been given. Arthur smiled at that response and explained that the champion of the Draker martial arts competition would receive several special benefits. He would reveal those rewards when the proper time came. But before discussing any of them, Arthur wanted to give Zeke something personally, not as the patriarch, but as a father proud of his son. His stern expression softened slightly as he looked at Zeke and asked whether there was anything he desired. Zeke remained silent for a moment, carefully considering the question. Then, rather than asking for wealth, status, or power, he requested that Arthur tell him about his mother. The instant those words were spoken, the color drained from Arthur's face, and the once celebratory atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Arthur turned away and cast a glance toward the members of the Agamemnon family. He then asked Zeke whether he had already heard something from them. Zeke replied that there was still much he had not been told, which was exactly why he wanted to ask Arthur himself. He wanted the truth, an answer that only his father could provide. Arthur then questioned why, out of every reward available to him, Zeke wanted this one thing above all else. After becoming champion, he could have requested almost anything. Yet, he had chosen to ask about the past Arthur had kept hidden. Zeke answered with a single word: irregular. Though his response was brief, its effect on the patriarch was immediate. Arthur's expression froze, and unmistakable shock spread across his face the moment he heard that word. Zeke's own expression turned grave as he continued. He wanted to learn about the prophecy left behind by his mother, who herself had been an irregular. His unwavering eyes remained locked on Arthur, silently demanding the answer that had been concealed from him for so many years.